Ring 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 ring. The sharp sound of an alarm clock echoed through the room. A young boy sprang up from his bed. His eyebrows were as if painted with ink, his eyes sparkled like stars, his nose stood tall like a jade peak, and his features were so strikingly handsome that anyone present would feel overshadowed. The boy's room was neat and minimalist. A photo hung by the bedside, depicting a young couple and a handsome little boy. At that moment, a knock on the door came from outside, accompanied by a voice. Jean, are you awake? Hurry and open the door. Coming. Su Huijin hurriedly opened the door. Come in. I'll brush my teeth first. You can sit for a while. The visitor was Su Huijin's childhood friend, Han Shu, who was cheerful and humorous by nature. When he smiled, dimples and crescent-shaped eyes appeared, his skin was sun-kissed, and he was quite good-looking himself. Today is Awakening Day, the most important day of your life. How could you get up so late? Aren't you nervous? Aren't you excited? I'm so nervous I could die. Su Huijin replied with a calm expression. What's there to be nervous about? If the awakening goes well, great. If not, so be it. Just keep a level head. Han Shu shook his head helplessly. You really don't care at all, do you? Su Huijin shrugged. Let's go to school. The two walked for about 20 minutes before arriving at Liangcheng First High School. They entered class 3-1, and immediately a voice rang out from the classroom. Yo, isn't this the great Han Shu himself? Han Shu rolled his eyes. Stop showing off, Wang Cheng. If you've got nothing better to do, go wash your face. Wang Cheng was the class 3-1 representative. She had a bold and straightforward personality, with strikingly good looks and a commanding presence that exuded charm. Han Shu, why do you look so out of it today? Are you scared that you won't awaken anything good because it's Awakening Day? Don't worry. Even if you don't awaken something great, just call me Sis Ching and I'll take care of you, Wang Ching teased with a smirk. Pfft, as if I'd need you to take care of me. Call me Brother Han, and I'll be the one looking after you. What do you think, Jean? Wang Ching turned to Su Huijin. Don't drag me into this. Whatever you say, you have to follow through. Su Huijin quickly distanced himself from the banter. I, Han Shu, am a man of my word, Han Shu declared confidently. Wang Ching rolled her eyes. Huijin, between the two of us, who do you think is better? That's a dumb question. Of course, I, Han Shu, am better, Han Shu said smugly. What do you mean you're better? Come on, let's have a contest, Wang Ching said as she stood up, ready to go. TCH, a real man doesn't bicker with women. Su Huijin watched their playful squabbling, shaking his head, but his thoughts drifted far away. He recalled his past life, when he had collapsed during a morning run and, upon opening his eyes again, found himself as a newborn child. Having been reborn, he decided to adapt to his new life. Yet, this world was completely different from the one he had known, fraught with dangers. Powers, beasts, and alien races. This world presented countless challenges. Most significantly, his parents had been killed by exotic beasts. He knew he had to grow stronger to survive and to avenge them. Though he appeared indifferent to Han Shu on the surface, deep down, he longed to awaken a powerful ability. Jean, what are you thinking about? Han Shu patted his shoulder. Su Huijin snapped out of his thoughts. Nothing. Just then, the broadcast system crackled to life. All senior year students, please assemble on the field for the awakening ceremony. Homeroom teachers are to lead their classes in orderly lines. Let's go, Jean. It's time to awaken. Yeah, let's go. Soon, everyone gathered on the field. Each class formed a square formation. There were a total of 10 classes, each with about 40 to 50 students. At the front of the field stood a podium. On it was a stern-looking man, the principal of Liangcheng First High School. His robust frame exuded the aura of a powerful individual. The principal began to speak. Senior year students, greetings. I am Lei Wei, the principal of Liangcheng First High School. Today marks your annual awakening ceremony, the most important day of your lives. Whether you soar or remain ordinary hinges on this moment. As we all know, 500 years ago, a meteor crashed into our blue planet. From that moment on, strange realms began to appear across the world. The beasts and alien species that have ravaged our homes emerged from these realms. It was during that time that our ancestors awakened their powers and quickly rose to prominence. If it weren't for the bravery and relentless efforts of our ancestors, Blue Planet would have long been overrun by alien beasts and invaders. No matter whether your awakened abilities are strong or weak, you must be prepared to make sacrifices. The students and teachers were moved by these words and shouted in unison, always be prepared. Always be prepared. Always be prepared. Very good. You are all excellent. Now, I want everyone to take an oath with me. No matter how strong or weak we are, we must protect our families, our country, and Blue Planet. The students and teachers repeated in unison, no matter how strong or weak we are, we must protect our families, our country, and Blue Planet. Repeated 3 times. Good. Students, on behalf of the nation and Blue Planet, I thank you. Next, I will talk about the levels and classifications of abilities. The levels of abilities are divided into 9 tiers: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. The classifications of abilities include metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, darkness, light, space, and time, totaling 12 categories. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the most common categories, while the latter ones are rarer. Space and time are the most powerful and hardest to awaken. An A-level space or time ability is comparable to an S-level ability of other categories. Student A exclaimed, "Wow, space and time are so amazing. I wish I could awaken one of them." Student B teased, "Stop dreaming. You're lucky if you awaken a C-level ability." Student A retorted unhappily, "Who are you looking down on?" Student C interjected, "Stop arguing. Let's keep listening to the principal." The two snorted and ended their quarrel. Students, this is a major turning point in your lives. I wish you all strong abilities upon awakening. There are crystal balls on both my left and right sides. They can determine your ability category and level. You just need to place your hand on them. Now, I officially announce the start of the awakening ceremony. Homeroom teachers, please maintain order. Wang Tao, F-level metal hardening. Next. Wang Tao felt disheartened. How could this happen? Sob. Li Ming, E-level fire flames. Next. Time flew by, and the line gradually shortened. Han Shu said nervously, "Ah Jean, I'm so nervous. What should I do? It's almost our turn." Su Huijin patted Han Shu's shoulder. "It's all right. Relax. Take a deep breath." Wang Qing laughed. "Xiao Shuzi, can you do it? Ha ha ha. What's so funny? It's almost your turn too." "Then let it be. I'm not nervous, unlike you. Ha ha ha. You." Han Shu was furious. "All right, I'm done talking with you. It's my turn to awaken." Wang Cheng placed her hand on the awakening crystal. After 5 seconds, she broke into a smile. The awakening staff announced, "Wang Qing, B-level wood thorn." Everyone gasped. This girl had awakened a B-level wood ability, and it was offensive in nature. Her future was promising. At this moment, an even louder gasp erupted nearby. "To you, A-level lightning python." "What? A-level, and it's the rare lightning category?" Lightning is known for its destructive power and attack strength, and it's incredibly difficult to awaken. An A-level like him is bound to become a significant figure in the future. "I know him. He's Tuyu, the top student in our grade." Tuyu appeared somewhat aloof, showing no smile on his handsome face. Immediately, many girls gazed at him with admiration. "If only I could be Tuyu's girlfriend." "You? Look at yourself. If he's going to date someone, it should be me. Get lost. You think you can compare to me?" At this moment, the principal spoke. Silence. The room instantly quieted down. "Tuyu, come here." Tuyu walked up to the principal. "Very good. I also possess an A-level lightning ability. Feel free to come to my office when you have time. I can provide some guidance and advice." Tuyu's face showed a slight smile. "Thank you, principal." The principal nodded with a smile, then turned back to address the crowd. The awakening continues. Wang Qing stepped down from the platform and approached Su Huijin and Han Shu. "Tisk, all the attention has been stolen." Han Shu gave a thumbs up. "B-level is impressive." Wang Qing immediately placed her hands on her hips, lifting her head proudly. "Of course. It's more than enough to protect you. Who needs your protection?" Han Shu said disdainfully. "Wait till I awaken. I'll show you something amazing." Han Shu hurriedly stepped forward. Han Shu, S-level light shimmer." The awakening staff stammered, clearly in shock. The principal immediately jumped out of his chair. "What? S-level?" Then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, heaven blesses our Liangcheng first high. We've finally awakened a prodigy. Ha ha ha." The students below the stage began to buzz with chatter. "Is it true, bro? An S-level light ability, that's incredible. Our Liangcheng base city hasn't seen an S-level ability user in ages, let alone a light type. If only I could awaken an S-level light ability too." "Stop dreaming, man, the odds are like 1 in 10 million. In the entire Longwa, there are less than 50 S-level awakenings a year. Most of them are common types, let alone something as rare as this. If he can develop properly, he's bound to become a top figure in Longwei in the future. I know him, he's Han Shu from Class 1. Once the awakening ceremony is over, I'm going to talk to him. The discussions were lively below the stage, and the principal and teachers on stage were equally astounded. Our Liangcheng base city hasn't had an S-level in over 30 years, let alone a light type like yours. This is truly fantastic. You've brought great honor to our Liangcheng base city. Han Shu shyly scratched his head. Not at all, Principal. I didn't expect to awaken an S-level either. You'll have your pick of universities in Longwa. I hope you grow quickly and help us combat more alien beasts and invaders. Han Shu nodded solemnly. Understood, Principal. The principal nodded in acknowledgement. Let's continue the awakening ceremony. Su Huijin felt happy for Han Shu, but at the same time, she worried whether she might awaken a weak ability. Nonetheless, she resolutely stepped onto the stage. At this moment, the awakening personnel said, "Student, please place your right hand on the awakening orb." Su Huijin nodded and placed her right hand on the orb. Instantly, a peculiar force surged forth. What is this feeling? So strange. It feels warm and comforting inside my body. Right then, a burst of golden light erupted from Su Huijin's body, shooting straight into the sky. Su Huijin, SSS-level spatial ability, spatial annihilation. SSS-level spatial ability. Everyone froze, and the surroundings fell silent in an instant. The principal was the first to react. SSS-level, and it's spatial. The Dragon Nation is about to gain another top-tier powerhouse. I thought S-level was already astounding, but now there's an SSS-level. Our Liang city is about to soar. Su Huijin, come here, the principal waved his hand. Student A, did I see that wrong? Student B, you didn't see wrong, it's really SSS level. Only about 5 appear in our Dragon Nation each year, and now one showed up in Liang City. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Student C, Liang City has never produced such a genius before, the highest we've had is just S-level. Su Huijin, who would have thought you possessed such talent? It's not just the fortune of our nation but also the pride of Liang City. Principal, I never expected I would awaken with such a powerful ability either. Su Huijin, Han Shu, to you three come with me, the rest of the students, continue your awakenings. The 4 of them walked off the field amid a cacophony of discussions, becoming the center of everyone's attention. At that moment, the dean stepped forward. Stop staring and continue with the awakenings. Though the noise subsided significantly, some people were still whispering. Shortly after, the 4 of them arrived at the principal's office. The office wasn't too large, but it wasn't small either, furnished with 2 sofas, a desk, and a large chair. Have a seat. I called you here because there's something I need to discuss. Although you'll learn about it eventually, I want to tell you now. Do you know the ranks of ability users? Han Shu immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Ability users are divided into 9 ranks: Awakening Realm, Star Condensation Realm, Spirit Lake Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Sky Dominion Realm, Nirvana Realm, Domain Realm, Rule Realm, and Law Realm. Very good. And do you know the ranks of alien beasts and alien races? Alien beasts are categorized into tiers 1 through 9, corresponding to the 9 ranks of humans. Alien races are the same. Correct. Now, do you know how many Law Realm powerhouses our nation has? At this, Tuyu coldly replied, our nation has 10 Law Realm powerhouses. That is my goal. Very ambitious, but becoming a Law Realm powerhouse isn't just about lofty ideals. You need talent, perseverance, effort, and exceptional opportunities. Lei Wu said approvingly, even as an A-level lightning ability user, I've only reached the Sky Dominion realm. It took me over 30 years of effort to achieve my current accomplishments. While my ability is strong, my comprehension isn't exceptional. So it took me over 30 years to reach the Sky Dominion realm. However, I suffered severe injuries on the battlefield, and now my strength is only half of what it was at my peak. Damn those alien races, if not for them, I would have reached the Nirvana realm by now. The reason I became the principal here is that I've spent 10 years at this school and encountered some exceptionally talented students. But unfortunately, their abilities weren't strong enough, and they ultimately couldn't stand out. You 3 are the most promising students I've encountered in the past decade. Although I don't know your levels of comprehension, awakening such formidable abilities suggests you won't be lacking. The principal then took out 3 boxes and 3 books from a cabinet in his desk. Normally, after the awakening ceremony, all students are given a basic meditation technique. Meditation techniques are methods for condensing spiritual energy, which is what we use to release abilities. But you are different from the other students. I have here 2 intermediate meditation techniques and 1 advanced meditation technique. Geniuses deserve the treatment of geniuses. With these, you'll have a significant head start over your peers. However, intermediate meditation techniques aren't invincible. They merely allow for faster absorption of spiritual energy and better quality. Meditation techniques also have levels and attributes. They are divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and divine levels. Basic and intermediate techniques are the most common. The higher the level, the rarer they become. It's said that only 3 divine level meditation techniques exist. Of course, that might just be a rumor. The attributes of meditation techniques correspond to the categories of abilities. I only have basic and intermediate meditation techniques here, as well as one advanced lightning attribute meditation technique. For ability users with matching attributes, learning meditation techniques of the same attribute will yield better results, even enhancing the quality of spiritual energy absorption. However, learning meditation techniques with mismatched attributes can harm the body. This advanced lightning meditation technique will go to 2U. As for the other attributes, I don't have any suitable techniques here, only these 2 intermediate foundational meditation techniques. You don't need to worry. With your talents, you're bound to get into the best supernatural ability universities. By then, you'll be able to learn better meditation techniques. Principal, you've already been very good to us. Hanshu smiled and said, yes, you've been so kind to us. Thank you. No need to thank me. I still have 9 medium-grade spirit stones here, also called ability stones, Lei Wujie said with a hearty laugh. When we practice, besides directly absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, we can also absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. Spirit stones contain a lot of spiritual energy and are divided into 4 grades: primary, medium, advanced, and supreme. The higher the grade, the more spiritual energy it contains. Absorbing 1 primary spirit stone is equivalent to 2 days of hard training. A medium grade stone equals 5 days, a high grade stone equals 30 days, and a supreme grade stone equals half a year. Hanshu exclaimed in surprise, wow, that's amazing. I'm also surprised. I didn't expect such a small stone to contain so much spiritual energy. The principal continued, now you understand, the higher the grade of the spirit stone, the rarer it is. I have 9 medium-grade spirit stones here, 3 for each of you. The 3 of them bowed in unison and said, thank you, Principal. Don't mention it. Becoming stronger as soon as possible and defeating more alien clans and beasts is the best thanks you can give me. Alright, you can go home now. Report back in 3 days for the school training session. Understood, thank you, Principal. Goodbye. Su Huijin, stay behind. Su Huijin looked puzzled but responded, alright, Principal. Hanshu said, I'll wait for you in the classroom. Okay. The 2 of them left the office. Principal, is there something else you need from me? I have one more thing to give you. Su Huijin was full of confusion. For me? The principal took out a red box from the cabinet, opened it, and said, this was a gift from a comrade of mine. It's of no use sitting here, so I'm giving it to you as an investment. What is this? Inside was a diamond-shaped stone with a dark, glossy sheen. Su Huijin showed a strange expression. I feel a sense of familiarity. It's as if my body wants me to absorb it. Lei Wujie continued, this is called a spatial stone. It's extremely rare on Blue Star. Its supernatural ability attribute is spatial, and absorbing it will significantly enhance your abilities. After absorbing it, it's likely you'll immediately enter the awakening realm. Su Huijin quickly waved his hands. This is too valuable, Principal. I can't accept it. Take it. It's no use to me anyway. Besides, you're an SSS grade. The most important thing for you is to grow quickly. The situation is urgent now, the Dragon Nation needs strong individuals, and so does Blue Star. Seeing the principal's insistence, Su Huijin had no choice but to accept it, silently vowing to repay the principal's kindness 100-fold in the future. Thank you, Principal. I'll accept it then. Don't worry about it. It's getting late, you should head home. Lei Wujie glanced at the time. Alright, Principal. I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Just as Su Huijin had walked no more than 10 meters after leaving, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. From the crack emerged a middle-aged man. He stood tall, his eyes sharp, exuding an invisible pressure that forced Su Huijin to bend under its weight. The principal immediately rushed out of the office but was instantly immobilized by an even stronger pressure. May I ask who you are? Why have you come to Liangqing First High? I don't believe we've ever offended you, the middle-aged man said in a deep, resonant voice. I sensed spatial energy. Someone has awakened an S-grade or higher spatial ability. The pressure suddenly dissipated, and the man descended from the air. My name is Qin Lanhu. I am the Deputy Dean of the Spatial Department at the Imperial University. The principal's face lit up with astonishment. You're the one who single-handedly defeated 5 7th-tier alien beasts, Dean Sheen? Su Huijin's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking to himself, just how powerful is this man? That's correct. I am Qin Lanhu. Lei Wujia respectfully asked, I never expected it to be you. What brings you to our small base city? I was here on a mission, which had just ended not long ago, when I sensed a powerful spatial energy. I rushed over, and as expected, I wasn't wrong, there's indeed an S-rank or higher spatial ability awakening here. Qin Lanhu's eyes were fixed on Su Huijin. Su Huijin felt a chill run down his spine, the aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Qin Lanhu withdrew his aura. You must be the spatial ability awakener, right? Su Huijin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yes, that's me. Kid, tell me about your ability. My ability is SSS rank spatial annihilation. Qin Lanhu's mouth opened wide in astonishment. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he didn't expect it to be SSS rank spatial annihilation, known as the most destructive and offensive ability among spatial powers. Seeing Qin Lanhu's shocked expression, Su Huijin asked, Is there a problem? Qin Lanhu quickly concealed his surprise. Nothing, we'll talk about this later. Kid, are you interested in becoming my disciple? Ha? Su Huijin was momentarily stunned. What ha? My ability is S-rank spatial collapse. Although it's not as high as yours, teaching you won't be an issue. It's nothing, I just find it a bit surprising, Su Huijin said, scratching his head. There's nothing surprising about it. With an ability like yours, every master would want to take you as their disciple. So, what do you think? Want to be my disciple? We're both spatial ability users, so I believe I'm qualified to guide you. Su Huijin rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. I have no background or resources. Even with an SSS rank ability, I'm not safe. Not having a background is more of a burden. Geniuses being assassinated is all too common. Only geniuses who grow to their full potential are true geniuses. Those who don't make it have only 2 words to describe them. Dead men. Perhaps I can leverage his power to rise quickly. The principal, seeing Su Huijin's hesitation, interjected, Huijin, this is the renowned Qin Lanhu, a spatial grandmaster of the 7th realm and the prestigious dean. Don't miss this opportunity. Su Huijin seemed to have made up his mind. Principal, no need to say more. I agree. The principal breathed a sigh of relief, worried about offending Qin Lanhu. However, someone of Qin Lanhu's stature wouldn't get angry over such a trivial matter, otherwise, it would show a lack of character. But then again, the temperament of the strong is unpredictable. Qin Lanhu burst into laughter. Ah, good. Disciple, what's your name? My name is Su Huijin. Upper floors, conference room. Xiao Wu, how are the statistics on high-level abilities awakened by students this year? Mr. Liu, I've already compiled the data. Now, I'll present the figures to the leaders here. Leaders, please look at this projection. The screen was a virtual display projected into mid-air. This year, 100,000 people in our Dragon Nation have awakened A-level abilities. 136 individuals have awakened S-level abilities. 31 individuals have awakened SS-level abilities. And 8 individuals have awakened SSS-level abilities. Everyone in the room was stunned. An elder turned to Mr. Liu and said, Old Liu, I didn't expect the number of high-level awakenings this year to be double that of last year. Mr. Liu furrowed his brows, showing no joy. Yes, while this is a golden era, how many of these talents will survive is still uncertain. Moreover, the more geniuses our Dragon Nation has, the higher the likelihood that the other 2 nations and alien races also harbor significant talents. The conflict with the alien races is becoming increasingly tense. I just hope these talents can rise swiftly. At that moment, Xiao Wu, flipping through the documents in his hands, suddenly had his eyes light up. Although he had compiled the data, he hadn't yet scrutinized the specifics of the abilities. Mr. Liu, there are 2 extraordinary individuals among the SSS-level abilities. Mr. Liu asked with curiosity, go on. Xiao Wu's voice trembled as he spoke. Among the SSS-level ability users, there are those with both time and space abilities. The leaders present froze for a second or two before breaking into delighted smiles. Blessings upon our Dragon Nation. Mr. Liu urgently asked for their names. What are their names, and what precisely are their abilities? One is Wang Kelly, with an SSS-level time-based ability called Temporal Sequence. Mr. Liu seemed to realize something and was overjoyed. I didn't expect it to be this ability, ha. Time-based abilities are among the strongest, its power must be extraordinary. Mr. Liu pressed further, and the other one? Su Huijin, with an SSS-level space-based ability called spatial annihilation. Mr. Liu instantly stood up. What? The strongest space-based ability? No one had expected the emergence of two top-tier time and space ability users in the Dragon Nation. Our nation's strength will surely increase significantly. Let's hope they rise to prominence quickly. Assign additional personnel to protect them in secret. However, unless it's a life-or-death situation, do not intervene. Geniuses also need to be tempered. Xiao Wu immediately responded, "Yes, Mr. Liu, I'll take care of it right away." Qin Lantu nodded slightly. Su Huijin, what a fine name. Starting the day after tomorrow, you'll train with me. Prepare yourself today and tomorrow. You'll spend your entire senior year training under me. Give me your contact info, and I'll reach out the day after tomorrow. Su Huijin took out his phone, and the two devices touched, successfully exchanging contact details. He couldn't help marvel at the rapid advancements of technology, especially the power of high-tech weaponry. Alright, I'll take my leave now. Be prepared. After saying this, a spatial rift appeared behind Qin Lantu. He stepped into it, and as the rift closed, he vanished without a trace. What an incredible technique! As someone with space-based abilities as well, will I be able to do that one day? At this moment, Lei Wu turned to Su Huijin and said, "Huijin, this is a tremendous opportunity. Training under Director Qin is a rare privilege. Make the most of it. You won't need to attend school training sessions 3 days from now. I hope to see you take the top spot in the Fish City base's college entrance exam. That would bring honor to Cool City as well." "Yes, Principal, I will do my best," Su Huijin replied with a nod. "Work hard, then. It's getting late. Head home." "Got it, Principal." As Su Huijin left, he mused to himself, "I didn't expect to gain such a strong backing so easily. It seems my talent for abilities must be among the very best. I'll just take things one step at a time." Ah Jean. 50 meters away, Han Shu was wildly waving at him. Su Huijin frowned slightly in confusion. "Didn't you say you'd wait for me in the classroom?" "Ugh, I was going to wait for you in the classroom. But just now, a sudden, overwhelming aura pinned me down. I couldn't move at all. I figured something big must have happened, so I waited for you here." "Oh, it's nothing. I just took on a mentor." Han Shu's voice suddenly grew louder, and she looked utterly bewildered. "What? You took on a mentor? I've only been gone for, 20 minutes. How did you already take on a mentor?" Su Huijin briefly recounted what had just happened, and Han Shu finally understood. "I see. Well then, you've struck gold. That's the Vice Dean of the Space Department at the Imperial Capital University. From now on, you'll have resources and a strong background." Su Huijin nodded. "Yeah, that's why I can't join your training the day after tomorrow. Master said he wants to train me individually." Han Shu waved his hand dismissively. "No problem, go ahead and train. Once you're stronger, you can protect me." Su Huijin lightly bumped Han Shu's shoulder. "Of course, we're good brothers, aren't we?" Su Huijin seemed to think of something and looked around. "By the way, where's Tu? Han Shu curled his lips. "Him? He split off from me right after we came out. Doesn't respond even when you talk to him." Su Huijin spoke indifferently. "Then let's head home." When the two reached the school gate, Classmate A, "Hey, did you guys feel that powerful aura? It was even stronger than the principal's." Classmate B, "Yeah, it scared me to death. I almost thought some big shot had arrived at the school." Classmate C, "Right, luckily the aura only lasted a moment and then disappeared." Classmate A, "Hey, look, isn't that Su Huijin and Han Shu?" As soon as that was said, everyone around turned to look at them. Su Huijin snapped back to reality. "Run, Han Shu." The two bolted out of the school gate. Huff, 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 both of them gasped for air. "Looks like we lost them. That was crazy," Su Huijin said, panting heavily. "I'm exhausted. Han Shu, I need to head back home and rest." Han Shu also expressed that he was heading home. Alright. I'm tired too. Let's hurry home. Bye. Once Su Huijin got home, he immediately lay down on his bed. Staring at the ceiling, he recalled the day's events, finding it all a bit surreal. My parents' abilities aren't even that strong. So why did I awaken such a powerful ability? Could it be because of reincarnation and transmigration? Forget it, no use thinking about it. Su Huijin took out the space stone. This thing, can it really make me stronger? Whatever, let's give it a try. First, Su Huijin began learning the intermediate meditation technique given to him by the principal. It only took him half an hour to grasp the basics. Not as hard as I thought. If Lei Wuji heard this, he might cough up blood in frustration. It had taken Lei Wuji a full 10 days just to get the hang of it, while Su Huijin mastered it in less than half an hour. Su Huijin meditated through a full cycle, feeling spiritual energy continuously surge into his body. So this is spiritual energy? Holding the space stone, Su Huijin continued using the intermediate meditation technique. Minute by minute, time passed as Su Huijin kept absorbing the energy from the space stone. So this is the energy of the space stone? Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from the space stone, surging violently into Su Huijin's mind. Ah! Su Huijin screamed in pain, his face contorting instantly. Why does it hurt so much? He wanted to stop, but he found he couldn't. The energy kept battering his mind relentlessly. Su Huijin's facial expression grew increasingly twisted. The pain, it's unbearable. For an entire hour, the energy finally subsided. The black sheen of the space stone disappeared, leaving behind an ordinary-looking stone. Su Huijin's face was deathly pale, and he was drenched in sweat. He gasped for air, desperate to never endure such agony again. Su Huijin felt spiritual energy coursing through his body. He had reached the first level of the awakening realm. Typically, no matter how gifted or powerful their abilities, or how ample their resources, it would take at least 5 days for someone who just awakened their abilities to enter the awakening realm. Of course, there were exceptions like Su Huijin. After absorbing the space stone, Su Huijin felt his abilities grow even stronger. He opened his right hand, and a surge of energy emerged. So this is the space element? A three-dimensional, dark red cube appeared in his hand. Su Huijin looked at the table in front of him. He raised his right hand and unleashed his ability directly at the table. Half of the table instantly turned to dust. This is way too powerful. Although the range is small, the destructive power is immense. But this one attack used up almost all of my spiritual energy. The energy consumption is high, but with this ability, people at the same level shouldn't stand a chance against me. Su Huijin thought for a moment. I'll call this move annihilation. Time to keep training. Su Huijin took out 3 intermediate spirit stones and began meditating again. Phew! It feels like I've been cultivating for almost 20 hours, yet I'm not tired at all. My realm has already reached the 3rd level of the awakening stage. The 3 mid-grade spirit stones are almost depleted as well. But it was worth it. The spiritual energy reserves have increased significantly. If I use annihilation once more, the energy consumption might only be 1/5 of what it was. Su Huijin opened his phone to check the time. September 10th, 2525, 3:24 p.m. Alright, it's time to prepare. Prepare for what? I should ask my master. Xiaoguai, smartphone AI, call my master. Okay, master, dialing now. Qin Lantu sounded a bit puzzled. Hello, Huijin, what's the matter? Master, is there anything I need to prepare? Nothing special, really. Just bring a few sets of clothes. Oh, and let me know your home address. I live in Fengtian Community. I'll meet you at the community entrance at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Got it, master. The next day, 8:30 a.m. Su Huijin stepped out of his house with a backpack. He waited for a while at the community entrance when suddenly, a spatial rift appeared again. Master, you're here. You're quite early. Su Huijin pointed to the entrance of Fengtian Community. Not really, my house is nearby, so it's convenient. Alright, follow me. Su Huijin followed Qin Lantu into the spatial rift. The next moment, they found themselves in a forest. Su Huijin looked around. The area was filled with tall trees, very quiet, with fresh air and beautiful scenery. Master, where is this place? This is a forest called Jade Verdant Forest, 200 kilometers outside Liangcheng Bay City. I passed by here while on a mission and noticed there are quite a few low-level beasts here. It's the perfect place for you to train. Su Huijin understood. You mean I need to go kill these beasts? Qin Lantu smiled. That's right. Are you afraid? Su Huijin cracked his knuckles, eager. Afraid? Not at all, I can't wait. Seeing his enthusiasm, Qin Lantu couldn't help but laugh. Ah, bold of you. But before we start, I'll give you a briefing on spatial abilities and beasts. I'll also teach you some martial techniques and combat skills. Tell me, what do you understand about space? Su Huijin stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Every place we exist in is space. Qin Lantu nodded. That's correct, but there's more to it. Space is divided into internal and external. The external aspect is what you just mentioned. Every place is space. The internal aspect lies within our bodies. Our flesh and organs are also spaces. Or, for example, the items inside your backpack, they can also be considered space. The concept of space is vast, and we can't cover it all now. Once you go to university, you'll gain a deeper understanding. Now, let me talk about the beasts. Most of the creatures in this forest are first and second level beasts. Of course, there are a few third level ones as well. But you don't need to worry, while I'm here, no third level beasts will dare come near us. In a moment, I'll clear an area where only first level beasts exist. It'll be the perfect place for you to train. The 1 to 9 levels of beasts correspond to the 9 realms of humans. Hearing this, Su Huijin finally grasped the concept. I get it now. Is there anything else you know? Not much else, to be honest. Xin Lantu continued explaining. Actually, beasts undergo a qualitative transformation at the 6th level. Once they reach the 6th level, they gain intelligence and can speak. At the 7th level, they can transform into human form. Su Huijin was shocked. What? They can even transform into humans? Xin Lantu nodded. That's right. Their intelligence becomes no different from humans. And beasts are naturally physically stronger than humans, not to mention some beasts possess innate racial talents. Su Huijin looked puzzled. Then how can we possibly fight against them? Xin Lantu smiled faintly. Because we humans have advanced intelligence, and with the abilities we awaken, we're better at utilizing them. Countless strong individuals have emerged over the years, which is why we've managed to survive the beast's onslaught. Su Huijin asked. What about alien races? Aren't there alien races too? Xin Lantu explained to Su Huijin, in fact, only a small number of alien races have entered our blue planet. For some reason, 500 years ago, a meteorite crashed into our blue planet. All across the world, strange spaces began to appear, teeming with numerous exotic beasts. These exotic beasts were, in fact, released by foreign races. Su Huijin was stunned. So it was the foreign races that unleashed the exotic beasts. Xin Lantu continued. At first, humanity was completely unable to withstand the attacks of the exotic beasts. We could only resort to using various nuclear weapons and atomic bombs. Although this bought us a brief respite, people soon discovered that they could awaken supernatural abilities. Thus, the first batch of ability users rose rapidly and began to fight back against the exotic beasts. That brings us to the current situation. But aren't the foreign races still out there? The foreign races cannot enter Blue Planet. Why is that? Perhaps because Blue Planet has some kind of restriction that only allows weaker members of the foreign races to enter. Though they are weaker, they were still overwhelmingly powerful to humans at the time. Thankfully, our predecessors risked their lives on the front lines, buying us time to prepare and fight back against the foreign races and the exotic beasts. Su Huijin suddenly understood. So, that's how it is. Xin Lantu clapped his hands. Alright, next, I will teach you some martial techniques. In the early stages, supernatural abilities were more like a form of support for us, while martial techniques were our primary means of attack. This was because our spiritual energy reserves were very limited in the early stages. Using a few abilities would completely deplete our energy, leaving us either entirely powerless or extremely fatigued. Only when one reaches the 3rd realm, the Spirit Lake realm, do spiritual energy reserves increase significantly. At that point, supernatural abilities become the primary means of attack, while martial techniques shift to a supportive role. Su Huijin nodded. I understand. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you had already reached the awakening realm, and not just that, you're at the 3rd tier of it. Xin Lantu asked curiously. When did you achieve that? Su Huijin explained. I started practicing the intermediate meditation technique given to me by the principal the day before yesterday, along with the space stone. As a result, I reached the 1st tier of the awakening realm. Then I absorbed 3 intermediate spirit stones. By yesterday, I had already broken through to the 3rd tier of the awakening realm. Xin Lantu looked puzzled. Lei Woji actually gave you a space stone? He even has something like that? Su Huijin asked, perplexed. Master, is there a problem with that? Xin Lantu gestured for Su Huijin to continue. Space stones are extremely precious. Not only can they greatly enhance the strength of spatial abilities, but they are also exceedingly rare. Most of them are controlled by major families and nations. Su Huijin thought to himself, the principal gave me something so valuable, I must repay him well. I was actually planning to give you one today, but it seems you've already absorbed one. The more you absorb, the less effective they become. But that's okay, after absorbing 5 stones, there will be no further effect anyway. A box suddenly appeared in Xin Lantu's hand. Here, take this one to absorb. The effect of absorbing the 2nd stone will only be half as strong as the first. As he spoke, he took out a book. This book contains the top-tier spatial meditation technique. You must study it carefully and master it quickly. This will significantly improve the quality of spiritual energy you absorb. I also have 5 high-grade spirit stones here. These should be more than enough as resources for your early-stage cultivation, allowing you to improve significantly. Su Huijin quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. There's no need to be so formal between us as master and disciple. Next, I will teach you martial techniques and some skills related to spatial abilities. For martial techniques, I'll teach you the beginner-level blade technique, beginner-level fist technique, and beginner-level movement technique. Martial techniques are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, top-tier, and divine-level categories. The blade technique is called instant slash. As the name implies, it's about delivering multiple slashes in the instant the blade is drawn. This technique is simple to learn, but once mastered, it is incredibly powerful, capable of effortlessly slaying exotic beasts of the first realm, 9th tier. The fist technique is called mountain crushing fist. This technique causes no visible damage to the enemy's surface, but their internal organs will be shattered. Of course, this technique is harder to learn than the blade technique, but its power is equally astonishing. Finally, the movement technique is called phantom step. When used, 2 phantoms will appear, and your own speed will increase significantly. It is a deceptive movement technique. At its highest level, you can create 6 phantoms. I will also teach you 2 skills for spatial abilities, spatial transfer and spatial crush. These 2 are the most common offensive techniques in spatial abilities. Spatial abilities themselves vary. Some people can only use them for support, while others can only use them for offense. Of course, there are also spatial ability users who possess both offensive and supportive capabilities, but such individuals are quite rare. These 2 spatial ability skills have no restrictions. In other words, all spatial ability users can learn these 2 skills, regardless of whether their abilities are supportive or offensive in nature. This gives ability users, who could only assist before, an offensive capability. Of course, the difficulty of learning it is also significant. The skill of space transfer allows you to exchange the positions of objects within your line of sight. It's considered a decent survival skill. However, if you are swapping positions with a living being, the spiritual energy consumption will be much greater. Space crush, on the other hand, generates a small space to crush the enemy, with its intensity depending on the caster's spiritual energy. In theory, the more spiritual energy you infuse, the larger the generated space will be. However, this skill is prone to failure, as the enemy might escape, so it can only be used to catch them off guard. For now, this is all you will learn. Trying to master too much at once will only hinder you. These martial techniques require a strong physical foundation, so here's the plan. For the first week, you'll train your body in the morning, practice martial techniques in the afternoon, and soak in medicinal baths at night. By the end of the week, your physical strength will reach the 9th level of awakening. In the second week, you'll begin learning ability techniques alongside your regular cultivation. Before we start your training right now, in fact, I'll capture a flame claw bear. It will serve as a test of your current combat strength. Even though you've only awakened your ability for 3 days in its SSS level, you were an ordinary person before, with no exposure to martial techniques. Those from prominent families have access to abundant resources and endless martial techniques from a young age. Just based on their physical strength, they could defeat you with a single finger. Every ability has a unique innate skill. Let me see just how strong you truly are. Wait here. After Qin Lanta finished speaking, he stepped into a spatial rift. Moments later, a first-tier triple-level flame claw bear appeared behind him, floating in the air. The flame claw bear was entirely red, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Its hands resembled rocks, with molten lava-like material flowing through the cracks. The bear trembled in fear. Qin Lantu threw it onto the ground, then disappeared back into the spatial rift. The flame claw bear seemed stunned. It realized the powerful figure had vanished and let out a sigh of relief. But as soon as it noticed a human figure before it, its rage ignited. Roar! It bellowed furiously at Su Huijin. Su Huijin panicked. After all, he had never encountered anything like this before. Seriously? Master just left it like this? Qin Lantu had left the flame claw bear here and disappeared without further instruction. The bear moved swiftly, closing in on Su Huijin in the blink of an eye. Facing the massive creature, Su Huijin froze in fear, unable to move. Though he'd lived through 2 lifetimes, he'd never faced such a situation. And now, it was too late to evade. In a flash, he recalled the technique he had used 2 days ago. Instinctively, he raised his right hand. Annihilation! The flame claw bear seemed to collide with something unseen. Its upper body instantly disintegrated into ash, leaving only its lower half, which fell to the ground half a meter in front of Su Huijin. Su Huijin panted heavily. Even though the flame claw bear was dead, the fear of death lingered, making his heart race. As the terror gradually subsided, he began to realize that he had effortlessly dealt with the flame claw bear. Whether it was a psychological effect or the exhilaration of killing a beast for the first time, he felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected the technique to be so powerful. Last time, he had only tested it on a table, but its effectiveness against a beast was equally astonishing. Staring at the flame clawbear's half-destroyed corpse, Su Huijin's gaze grew resolute. At this moment, Su Huijin's mindset began to shift subtly. As long as beasts roam free, my cultivation is meaningless. Mom, Dad, I will avenge you one day. After what had just transpired, Su Huijin realized how weak he still was. He needed to grow stronger. He had learned a fundamental truth: weakness is a crime, and the weak have no rights. Master, I know you're watching me. Deep down, he understood that everything his master had done was to temper him, to make him face life and death head-on. Just then, a spatial rift appeared in front of Su Huijin, and Qinlanta stepped out of it. Applauding, he said, "I saw everything you did just now. At first, I was a bit disappointed, but your subsequent performance was exceptional. The first step to becoming strong is to confront death directly. You overcame your fear, which reminds me of when I first faced a beast. Like you, I was frozen in place, terrified. My teacher had to step in and resolve the situation for me. From that perspective, you've already surpassed me. Moreover, your ability is immensely powerful. Among others at your level, being able to instantly kill a beast on your first encounter is extraordinary. You have great talent and a good temperament, adjusting your emotions quickly. Come, let's begin your martial training. We'll start with the skill, instant slash. The essence of using a blade lies in 3 words: speed, precision, and ferocity. Not a single one can be missing. The principle is: a blade like a fierce tiger, steps like a wandering dragon. Standing before a tree, Qinlanta took a deep breath. In the next moment, the blade left its sheath, cutting through the air with several arcs of light. The tree was instantly chopped into several pieces in less than a second. Su Huijin exclaimed in shock, "That was way too fast. I couldn't even see when the blade left the sheath. I'll demonstrate again, but this time I'll slow down. Watch carefully." Qinlanta performed the move again, this time at a much slower pace. Only then did Su Huijin understand how it was done. "So that's how it works," she murmured. "Now I get it. Now it's your turn," Qinlanta said, tossing the blade directly to Su Huijin. The scabbard was adorned with intricate patterns of mythical beasts. Su Huijin unsheathed the blade, revealing a sharp blade with wave-like patterns etched into its surface. "What a fine blade," she exclaimed. "This blade is now yours." "What?" Su Huijin was stunned. "What do you mean, what?" "I'm giving it to you," Qinlanta said with a laugh. "This was the blade I used in my youth. It's no longer of use to me. It's an A-rank weapon called Tiger Slayer." Su Huijin ran her hand along the blade, her heart brimming with anticipation. She silently vowed, "From now on, you'll fight alongside me." With the scabbard in hand, she executed a move of instantaneous slashing, a technique that bore a striking resemblance, about 50 to 60%, to Qinlantu's. "Oh." Qinlantu thought to himself, asterisk as expected of an SSS rank ability user. "Her talent is extraordinary. To achieve this level on her first try is remarkable, asterisk. You have great talent. You've already grasped the basics on your first attempt. In less than a week, you'll master it," he said. Su Huijin was indeed a genius, capable of learning almost anything at lightning speed. Qinlanta then demonstrated 2 more combat techniques. Su Huijin managed to grasp both almost instantly. "Looks like it's about noon now. Go take care of that flame claw bear you killed earlier," Qinlanta instructed. "Got it, master." Half an hour later, Su Huijin had fully processed the bear's carcass. "Let's make roasted meat," Qinlanta suggested. Another half-hour passed, and a freshly roasted flame clawbear meat dish was ready. Su Huijin stared at the charred, unappetizing meat before her, dumbfounded. "How about I do the cooking, master?" Qinlanta looked embarrassed. All right. Do you know how?" "Yes, master, I do." Half an hour later, a truly appetizing and aromatic roasted bear meat dish was served. Qinlanta devoured the meal voraciously, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you to have such a skill. My parents passed away when I was young, so I had to learn how to cook," Su Huijin explained. "If you want to eat well, you have to keep trying." At this point, silence fell between the two, and the atmosphere grew heavy. "Don't worry, Huijin. As long as I'm here, you won't die," Qinlanta reassured her. Su Huijin was deeply moved by his words and nodded firmly. Alright. Now then, finish eating and get back to training. I'll set up a spatial barrier here. Inside, there will only be beasts below the 5th tier of the first stage. You'll spend the next few weeks in this forest, relying entirely on yourself for food and water. At night, I'll prepare medicinal baths for you. So, stay vigilant, he added. As soon as the words were spoken, Xinlantu turned around and disappeared into the spatial rift. Su Huijin took a deep breath, gripped his blade, Zhanhu, tightly, and said firmly, let's begin. Thus, Su Huijin commenced his training. Perhaps it was due to his experience earlier that morning, but this time, Su Huijin trained with extraordinary diligence, making remarkable progress in a short span of time. Within just 3 hours, he had brought 3 martial techniques to the verge of minor mastery. At that moment, the air suddenly grew still, and the atmosphere turned eerie. Su Huijin, sensing something amiss, scanned his surroundings warily. His heart tightened with unease. In the next instant, 3 bony rotting wolves leapt out from the underbrush. Their grayish-blue fur was covered in festering patches, their exposed fangs dripped with green venom, and their spines jutted outward like jagged saws. The wounds inflicted by their bites would corrode bones until the entire skeleton rotted away. Su Huijin's expression grew grim as he stared at the 3 bony rotting wolves. Damn it, 3 first-rank, 3rd-tier beasts. One wolf charged from behind, another from his left, while the third came head-on. The 3 wolves coordinated their assault, lunging at Su Huijin simultaneously. Having experienced the events of the morning, Su Huijin's heart was no longer gripped by fear. Instead, a battle-hardened determination ignited in his eyes. Phantom Step. Since he had just begun learning the technique, only a single phantom appeared. The 3 bony rotting wolves froze momentarily in confusion at the sight of the additional figure before them. However, their hesitation was brief, as they fearlessly resumed their charge. Su Huijin's speed suddenly surged. He evaded their attacks with ease, his movements precise and deliberate. His target was clear, the bony rotting wolf directly in front of him. Utilizing his footwork, he shifted to the wolf's right flank. Flash slash. With a swift swing of his weapon, the first bony rotting wolf's body was sliced into multiple pieces. It let out a few anguished howls before succumbing to death. Witnessing the demise of their companion, the remaining 2 bony rotting wolves snarled furiously at Su Huijin. Their expressions turned even more ferocious as they charged toward him with heightened speed. Having gained some experience, Su Huijin continued to evade their attacks using his footwork. The bony rotting wolves moved with even greater agility. One lunged from the front while the other flanked him from the side. Su Huijin responded quickly. His right hand executed flash slash, while his left unleashed the mountain-crushing fist. With a single slash, he severed the head of one wolf. Simultaneously, his left fist struck the skull of the other wolf, shattering it completely. Breathing heavily, Su Huijin felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. All 3 martial techniques had advanced to minor mastery, and his understanding of their intricacies deepened. After a brief rest, Su Huijin revisited the battle in his mind, gaining further insight. He then practiced the 3 martial techniques once more. Flash slash became faster and more powerful, the mountain-crushing fist's destructive force increased, while requiring less strength. As for Phantom Step, he succeeded in creating 2 phantoms. The benefits gained from real combat far surpassed those from monotonous training. In the hours that followed, Su Huijin continued seeking out beasts to fight. 4 hours later, he had only managed to kill 2 additional bony rotting wolves and 1 scorchclaw bear. Unfortunately, there aren't many beasts around here. Even though this is a spatial dimension created by my master, the strongest beasts here are only 1st rank, 5th tier. I could probably take them down, but it would require using my abilities, which defeats the purpose of training. As he gazed into the dark night, he realized it was time to eat. The next moment, a spatial rift opened before him. Master, you're here. Xinlantu gave a slight nod. Let's make dinner. After eating, you'll soak in a medicinal bath. An hour later, Xinlantu conjured a large wooden barrel out of thin air. Steam rose from it, and the water inside was green. This is prepared using an A-grade potion. Take off your clothes and sit inside. Combine it with the meditation technique I taught you today to absorb the potion. After a day of battle and training, absorbing this potion would significantly temper his body. Su Huijin stripped off his clothes and sat in the barrel, using the meditation technique to absorb the potion. The moment he began absorbing it, intense pain racked his body, as though countless ants were gnawing at him. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he clenched his teeth tightly, unable to suppress a shout. It hurts. It hurts so much. This torment lasted for 2 hours. By the end, the water in the barrel had turned completely clear, indicating that the potion had been fully absorbed. Su Huaijin opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The excruciating pain earlier had been unbearable, but now a profound comfort washed over him. At this moment, Qinlantu spoke. "Get out. The water's gone cold." "Understood, master. How do you feel?" Su Huaijin clenched his fists with excitement. "I've broken through to the fourth stage of the awakening realm. The first absorption always yields the best results. Future sessions might not be as effective, but a little progress each time adds up. I'll come here every night at 8 for the medicinal bath. That's the designated time." "Understood, master. Get some good rest." A week later. During this time, Su Huaijin exercised every morning, hunted beasts at noon, practiced martial techniques in the afternoon, and soaked in medicinal baths at night. His progress was astonishing. In just 1 week, he had broken through to the 6th level of the awakening realm. All 3 martial techniques had also been cultivated to the great mastery level. Martial techniques are divided into beginner, small mastery, great mastery, and perfection. Looking at the blade in his hand, Su Huaijin sighed inwardly. The me now and the me a week ago are worlds apart. I feel like I could easily defeat 100 versions of the me from a week ago. At that moment, a spatial rift appeared ahead. "Master, you're here. Why so early today? There are 2 things I need to tell you today. First, I'll teach you a spatial skill. Second, I'll be leaving for a week to handle some matters at the academy." Although Su Huaijin was a bit puzzled, he didn't ask any further questions. Let's start with spatial transference. Channel your spiritual energy to your brow and focus on the object you want to transfer. Qinlanhu looked at a 2-meter-long rock 100 meters away. The next second, the rock and his body switched positions. Su Huaijin watched curiously. Is this spatial transference? What a powerful skill. When used in battle, it can catch the enemy off guard, and its life-saving potential is unparalleled. But why is it that such a powerful skill can be learned by all spatial ability users? In the next instant, Qinlanhu switched the positions back again, noticing Su Huaijin's frowning expression. Are you wondering why such a strong skill is only accessible to spatial ability users? Su Huaijin, jolted from his thoughts, quickly replied, "Ah, yes. Then give it a try now." Su Huaijin gathered his spiritual energy to his brow and aimed at a small branch 5 meters away. Spatial transference. The spiritual energy dissipated at his brow, and Su Huaijin said disappointedly, "It failed." "Why did that happen?" Qinlanhu laughed heartily. "Do you know why all spatial ability users can learn this skill but few succeed? Because the skill is incredibly challenging. The control over spiritual energy alone eliminates a large number of people. Activating this skill isn't just about concentrating energy at your brow, you also need to control the amount of energy. Too much or too little won't work. Control over spiritual energy is a fundamental ability for us ability users. Mastering the ability to unleash tremendous power with minimal energy, there's a lot of nuance in that. Your primary goal now is to focus your spiritual energy into your hand. When you can leave a 1 centimeter handprint on a tree without damaging the tree, then you can attempt spatial transference again. Of course, the stronger your abilities, the farther you'll be able to transfer. Alright, on to the next skill. Spatial crushing is much simpler than spatial transference. Simply put, it involves creating a space using spiritual energy in mid-air and rapidly bringing it down to crush the enemy. However, this skill can only be used once against an enemy. It relies on the element of surprise. If you fail to kill the enemy in 1 strike, they'll become more cautious. And this skill expends a lot of spiritual energy. The less energy you input, the weaker its power. On the other hand, the more energy you input, the greater its power. Using this skill before the 3rd realm takes a massive toll on ability users. So, it's mainly a life-saving skill. Let me demonstrate now. Qinlanhu extended his right hand and shouted, "Spatial crushing." Above the stone he had previously switched places with, a massive, dark red cuboid space appeared. It rapidly descended, shattering the stone into powder instantly. Su Huaijin exclaimed in astonishment, "What incredible power! Your turn." Su Huaijin chose a stone, furrowed his brow, and shouted, "Spatial crushing." The next moment, a much smaller cuboid space appeared above the stone, black in color, and quickly descended. The stone shattered into fragments but didn't turn to powder like Qinlanhu's demonstration. Clearly, the power wasn't strong enough. Gasping for breath, Su Huaijin said, "I've already used up 4/5 of my spiritual energy in an instant. The cost is too high, no wonder it's called a last resort skill." Qinlanhu clapped his hands and said, "Not bad. You managed to activate it on your first try, truly a 3S level genius. Take a break. Xin Lanhu took out a small box from his pocket and handed it to Su Huaijin. Master, what is this? It contains 7 potions. Dilute them in water tonight and absorb them yourself. This week's hot water, you'll handle it yourself. Understood, Master. Behind him, Xin Lantu tore open a spatial rift. This week, focus on cultivating your abilities. Take some time to practice your martial skills as well. You can also start absorbing the advanced spirit stones. I'll check your progress in a week. Understood, Master. I'll train diligently. By the way, I expanded the spatial range here. This means that even second-tier beasts can appear now, though only those below the 5th level of the second tier. Suddenly, Xin Lantu seemed to remember something. Oh, I almost forgot. Take this bracelet. In Xin Lantu's hand appeared a silver-white bracelet, etched with intricate line patterns. Su Huaijin took the bracelet. This bracelet will protect you from 3 lethal injuries. Remember, lethal injuries only. When the bracelet is activated, I'll sense it. I hope it won't need to be triggered while I'm away this week. Su Huaijin looked at the bracelet in his hand, then glanced up at Xin Lantu. He replied solemnly, rest assured, Master. I'll be careful. Good. Stay safe. With those words, Xin Lantu turned and stepped into the spatial rift. Su Huaijin put the bracelet on. Time to start training. 3 days later. Instant slash. An 8th level first-tier bone-eating wolf fell to the ground. Su Huaijin sheathed his blade, the tiger cleaver. In 3 days, with the help of advanced spirit stones, I've already reached the 9th level of the awakening stage. Now, 8th level first-tier bone-eating wolves are no challenge for me. Their movements seem unbearably slow to my eyes. I can feel it, within 2 more days, I'll likely break through to the star condensation stage. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed, majestic and imperial. Su Huaijin's nerves instantly tightened. A second-tier beast. Although Su Huaijin wasn't particularly afraid of beasts below the 5th level of the second tier, this aura clearly surpassed the 5th level. Didn't Master set up a spatial barrier? Why is there a second-tier beast above the 5th level here? Without hesitation, Su Huaijin turned and ran, utilizing his phantom step to move at lightning speed. But in the blink of an eye, he was caught up. It was only then that Su Huaijin realized the pursuer was a 7th level second-tier Skitolon tiger. Its fangs were long and razor-sharp, its claws massive and pointed, its tail jagged like a saw with barbs on both sides. Its muscular body was immense and taut, exhaling thick white mist with every breath. This is bad. I can't outrun it. The Skitolon tiger locked its gaze on Su Huaijin, unrelenting. Seeing this, Su Huaijin took the initiative to attack. Spatial crush. Above the Skitolon tiger's head appeared a black, square-shaped space, crashing down rapidly. The beast's back was struck heavily, leaving several bloody gashes. However, it wasn't seriously injured. The move only enraged the Skitolon tiger. With a furious roar, it charged at Su Huaijin, moving so fast that Su Huaijin barely had time to react before it was right in front of him. Too fast. Spatial shift. Su Huaijin swapped places with a nearby stone. In fact, on the second day after Xin Lantu left, Su Huaijin had already mastered this skill. Though he could only exchange positions with objects at a short distance. Even though Su Huaijin had reached the 9th level of the awakening stage, his spiritual energy was still limited. Using those 2 skills had already consumed a third of it. The Skitolon tiger, missing its target, quickly turned and charged at Su Huaijin again. Su Huaijin immediately used Phantom Step, moving to its flank, and launched an instant slash. But the Skitolon tiger swung its tail, striking at him. Su Huaijin had no time to dodge and could only raise his sword to block. The Skitolon tiger's immense strength sent Su Huaijin flying despite his defense. He rolled several times on the ground before swiftly getting back on his feet. After adjusting his stance, he gripped his blade tightly. At that moment, Su Huaijin noticed a tree branch near its feet. Realizing the opportunity, he acted. Spatial shift. Using the momentary distraction, Su Huaijin aimed a slash at its neck. But its neck was unnaturally tough, leaving only a shallow wound. What? Su Huaijin was shocked. Why is its neck so hard? Though caught off guard by the strike, the Skitolon tiger quickly reacted and swung its tail. Su Huaijin couldn't evade in time. His ribs on the right side were instantly broken, and chunks of flesh were torn away. He was flung over 30 meters. Hiss! Su Huaijin inhaled sharply from the pain. Just one hit, and I'm critically injured. Seeing Su Huaijin in such a state, the Skitolon tiger charged again. Anxious, Su Huaijin immediately used obliteration. The Skitolon tiger sensed danger but had little time to react. It turned its head slightly, but the attack still struck. A massive wound appeared on its left flank. The beast let out a pained roar, its gaze locked on Su Huaijin as it continued its charge. Su Huaijin saw the Shaolin tiger struck and immediately turned to flee, employing his phantom step technique. At this moment, the spiritual energy within his body was less than one-third of its capacity. Although the Shaolin tiger was injured, its speed did not decrease, instead, it became even faster. Dragging his weary body, the wounded Su Huaijin was instantly overtaken. The Shaolin tiger then swung its powerful claw down. Su Huaijin reacted in time, barely using his blade to block the attack. However, the disparity in strength was too great, he was instantly sent flying to the ground, his blade knocked out of his hand. Following that, the Shaolin tiger's tail viciously struck Su Huaijin's chest, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. The moment Su Huaijin was hit, blood gushed out violently, staining the ground in an instant. Strangely, the ground absorbed all of the blood, and Su Huaijin was completely unaware of it. The Shaolin tiger, preparing to finish Su Huaijin off, struck again. However, the bracelet on Su Huaijin's wrist suddenly emitted a radiant glow, blocking the fatal blow. Thousands of miles away, Qinlan sensed his disciple was in danger and immediately opened a spatial rift, ready to rush over. The Shaolin tiger, seeing that this human was still alive, felt a pang of confusion but continued its assault. At that moment, the ground, having absorbed all the blood, began to emit a dazzling light. In an instant, Su Huaijin vanished from where he was, leaving the Shaolin tiger stunned and frozen in place. A spatial rift appeared in the air, and Qinlan arrived swiftly. An overwhelming aura emanated from the rift. The Shaolin tiger trembled in fear, unable to move under the crushing force of this power. Qinlan sensed the lingering energy in the area. A second-tier, ninth-grade beast appearing here? He quickly noticed that a corner of his subordinate's spatial barrier had been breached. What happened? How could my spatial barrier be broken? Qinlan glared at the Shaolin tiger in anger. Beast! Do you have a death wish? He extended his right hand and clenched it fiercely. The Shaolin tiger was instantly crushed into pulp, unable to resist at all. Huaijin! Huaijin! Qinlan looked around and, finding no trace of Su Huaijin, called out anxiously. Damn it! That protective bracelet should have safeguarded him, at least until I arrived. But why is there not even a shadow of him? Immediately, Qinlan ascended into the air, using spiritual energy to scan the entire forest. There's nothing, no one at all. The other beasts in the forest trembled in fear under the pressure of his aura. On the other side, Su Huaijin was pulled into a mysterious space, unconscious at the moment. This space was vast and empty, filled only with a dazzling shade of blue. At its center, there was a blue gemstone emitting a radiant glow. The heart of space. Su Huaijin's body slowly drifted toward the gemstone. The closer he got, the more his injuries began to heal. No one knew how much time had passed. Finally, Su Huaijin reached the blue gemstone, and his wounds were completely healed. He floated mid-air, his head bowed, still unconscious. At that moment, the gemstone emitted an even brighter light. Su Huaijin suddenly lifted his head, the strands of his hair swaying in the air. The blue gemstone shot directly into his forehead. His body instantly absorbed the energy of the gemstone. A wave of energy erupted from within Su Huaijin, spreading outward in all directions. This phenomenon lasted for 5 to 6 hours before subsiding. It seemed that Su Huaijin's abilities had undergone a tremendous transformation, becoming significantly stronger. As the heart of space was absorbed, the blue space began to collapse rapidly. Su Huaijin's body hurtled backward, and he finally burst out of the mysterious space. The moment he emerged, Qinlan sensed it immediately and caught him in time. Huaijin, Huaijin, wake up! Qinlan called out anxiously, but Su Huaijin remained unconscious. Without hesitation, Qinlan rushed him to the hospital. Su Huaijin opened his eyes, staring at the stark white ceiling. Where is this? How did I end up here? Qinlan heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Huaijin regain consciousness. Are you all right, Huaijin? Master? Why are you here? Do you remember what happened? Su Huaijin propped himself up, and Qinlan quickly supported him. I remember being in the forest, just after I had killed a mutant beast. Then, a second-tier, 7-fold skywing tiger showed up. At first, I tried to run, but I couldn't escape. I had no choice but to fight it. I didn't expect it to be even stronger than I thought. My attacks were completely ineffective against it. In the end, I was gravely injured and collapsed to the ground. Just as it was about to deliver the fatal blow, my bracelet emitted a white light, forming a protective shield, and the ground beneath me began to glow. Then I blacked out. When I woke up, I was already here. Qinlan frowned, sensing something unusual. You're saying the ground started glowing,
and then you lost consciousness? Su Huaijin nodded. Yes, master. And you also said you were severely injured? Yes, the tiger injured me badly. But when I found you, your body was completely unscathed, only your clothes were a bit torn. The doctors said the same, you're in perfect health, even exceptionally strong. What? Su Huaijin was baffled. He clearly remembered being gravely wounded, yet now he felt full of vitality. I'm just as confused. I don't know what happened, but I feel much stronger. Qin Lanhu seemed to realize something. It looks like you've broken through to the star condensation realm. Su Huaijin felt a star twinkling within his spiritual sea. Yes, master, it seems I've indeed advanced to the first level of the star condensation realm. My strength has increased tenfold. If I encounter a skywing tiger again, I might stand a chance. Su Huaijin closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes within his body. My abilities have grown stronger. Master, it really feels like my powers have significantly improved. Ability enhancement? Qin Lantu was somewhat puzzled. Show me your ability. Su Huaijin activated his power, and a cube emitting a faint blue particle effect appeared before him. This sensation was truly different. Compared to a few days ago, Su Huaijin's strength had improved by several levels. For a moment, Qin Lantu was at a loss for words. He had never seen an ability evolve or mutate like this before. He solemnly said to Su Huaijin, "You absolutely must not tell anyone about this. This could pose a threat to your life." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Huaijin's expression turned serious as well. Understood, master, I won't tell anyone. How are you feeling now? If you're fine, you can be discharged from the hospital. I feel great. No pain at all. Alright, I'll handle the discharge procedures for you. Wait here for a moment. By the way, master, how long have I been asleep here? 5 days. 5 days. I slept for so long? Before long, Qin Lantu completed the discharge paperwork. Do you want to head home first? No need, I should return to the forest first. I haven't retrieved my belongings. No need, I've already brought your things here. In the next instant, a backpack, a sword named Zhanhu, and 4 vials of potion appeared beside Su Huaijin. Master, I've always wanted to ask, what is this technique of yours? Suddenly, Qin Lantu seemed to recall something and scratched his head. Oh dear, I completely forgot to explain this to you. This is called storage space. Storage space? Yes. Master, I know about storage rings and storage necklaces, but you don't seem to have any of those on you. Storage rings and necklaces are forged by spatial ability users. In the beginning, only spatial ability users could have storage spaces. But some clever person managed to integrate storage spaces into rings and necklaces and succeeded. Actually, other items can also be integrated, but rings and necklaces are simply more convenient to carry. As for us spatial ability users, we don't need any of those. Because we can store things within ourselves naturally. Qin Lantu then explained the principles and methods behind storage space to Su Huaijin. The higher one's cultivation level, the larger the storage space they could create. However, living beings could not be stored within this space. Su Huaijin successfully activated his storage space. Although it was only about 10 square meters, it was more than sufficient. Not bad, you succeeded on your first try. Now, shall we head home, or? I want to return to the forest, my training isn't complete yet. Then, Qin Lantu opened a spatial fissure, and the two stepped through it, instantly arriving in the forest. By the way, master, this spatial fissure. This is an advanced skill. You can't learn it yet, it requires an immense amount of spiritual energy and is also quite difficult. Ability skills are categorized into basic, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Oh, alright. Su Huaijin was a bit disappointed. Once you reach the 3rd realm, the Spirit Lake realm, you'll be able to learn this skill. Alright, let me test your current strength. Sure, master. Su Huaijin found a magical beast. It was a 2nd tier, 3rd level bony roding wolf. Noticing Su Huaijin's presence, the wolf let out a growl and charged at him. Su Huaijin remained calm, extending his right hand. Spatial crush. In an instant, a faint blue cube appeared, exuding a particle effect. It crushed the bony roding wolf into pulp. Su Huaijin observed the spatial crush he had released. It was larger than before. Its color had also changed from black to faint blue, and its power had significantly increased. Moreover, his spiritual energy reserves had expanded considerably. If he could previously execute the technique 5 or 6 times, he could now use it at least 20 times. Qin Lantu took note of all this. Your ability might have undergone some kind of transformation. Its power has increased dramatically. Although you've already entered the condensed star realm, this is a qualitative leap. How about giving your ability a new name? Master, I think I'll just call it Space Dot. I feel its potential goes far beyond this. Alright. Your ability might already surpass the SSS level. When you use your ability, I can feel its energy within me, it's truly intimidating. Su Huijin thought Qinlantu was exaggerating. Master, you must be joking. The gap between our realms is so vast. This isn't about the gap in cultivation realms. It's about the fundamental nature of your ability. For example, I am an S-level spatial ability user, while the other party only has an F-level spatial ability. Naturally, he would feel intimidated by my power. Su Huijin silently muttered in his heart, beyond SSS level? A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. My strength is much greater than before, but it's still quite weak. My abilities include annihilation, spatial conversion, spatial crush, and storage space. As for martial techniques, I have instant slash, mountain shattering fist, and phantom step. Additionally, I possess a tiger slaying blade, a top-tier spatial meditation method, 4 vials of potions, and 3 high-grade spirit stones. This is everything I have at the moment. While my resources aren't abundant, at least I won't face life-threatening danger when encountering a second-tier beast. If I were to encounter the Skywing Tiger again, I would stand a chance in battle. Even if I can't win, I can escape. Clenching his fists, Su Huijin looked up at Qinlantu. Master, can you teach me stronger martial techniques? Qinlantu considered for a moment. Your 3 basic martial techniques have already reached mastery, and you've also grasped the 2 skills you learned. It's indeed time to teach you higher-level martial techniques. Let me think about which techniques would suit you at this stage. After a brief contemplation, Qinlantu suddenly clapped his hands. I've got it, still 3 martial techniques and 2 ability skills. Too many would just lead to inefficiency. These 3 martial techniques are all intermediate level: Wild Blade Slash, Open Sun Finger, and Iron Cloth. Wild Blade Slash is different from Instant Slash. Instant Slash focuses more on speed, while Wild Blade Slash emphasizes power. Qinlantu retrieved a blade from his storage space and drew it from its sheath. He ran a few steps forward, leaped into the air, and slashed at a tree ahead. The power was immense, toppling several nearby trees, and the one he struck was reduced to splinters. Su Huijin exclaimed in amazement, "What tremendous power!" Qinlantu continued, "In fact, intermediate martial techniques more or less require the use of spiritual energy. Some techniques consume even more spiritual energy than abilities. Wild Blade Slash is one that requires spiritual energy infusion. Of course, the more spiritual energy you infuse, the greater the power. The Open Sun Finger technique demands a significant amount of spiritual energy. With your current reserves, you could use it at most 5 times. After that, you'll be out of spiritual energy." Open Sun Finger. In the next moment, a massive finger materialized in front of Qinlantu, its overwhelming force turning the ground 50 meters ahead into ashes. Qinlantu glanced at the stunned Su Huijin. "Of course, I'm a 7th realm expert, so no matter what martial technique or ability I use, the power is immense. At your current level, the power would be much weaker. But it should still be enough to instantly kill a second-tier beast of the 3rd stage or so. The last technique, Iron Cloth, also requires spiritual energy, but it involves controlling your muscles, tightening them, and then using spiritual energy to enhance them. It can make your body impervious to blades and bullets. However, with your current strength, it won't withstand attacks from second-tier beasts above the 5th stage. These are the 3 intermediate martial techniques. Now for the abilities. The 2 abilities are both mid-tier, Spatial Slash and Void Barrier. Spatial Slash allows you to unleash slashes at enemies. When slashing through the air, the void is torn, and the attack strikes the opponent remotely. You can use this even without a blade, but if you have one, the skill's power will be greater. Qinlantu swiped his right hand through the air, and the trees dozens of meters away were all severed. So strong. Such a powerful attack. Su Huijin marveled. If I were hit by that, it would probably be the end of me. Void Barrier is a defensive skill. However, it consumes far more spiritual energy than Iron Cloth. With your current strength, this skill should be able to withstand attacks from second-tier beasts at the 7th or 8th stage. How long it lasts depends on how much spiritual energy you have. Qinlantu then demonstrated all the martial techniques and abilities. This time, Su Huijin couldn't master them after just one practice. The difficulty in training these was much higher than that of basic martial techniques and beginner abilities. Though he hadn't yet reached the beginner level, he still managed to grasp the basics. Looking at his disciple before him, Qinlantu sighed inwardly. This kid is truly a genius, far surpassing what I was back in my prime. Huijin, I still have unresolved matters at the academy that require my attention. This time, I might be gone for a while, approximately a month.
If you encounter any problems you can't solve, just message or call me directly. Su Huijin thumped his chest and smiled.
Don't worry, Master.
Last time, I don't know why, but the spatial barrier I set up had a breach, which allowed that second tier, 9th stage Skywing Tiger to break in. It seemed like something interfered with my spatial magnetic field. In the days you were unconscious, I investigated thoroughly but found no reason. I observed around you for a long time, yet still no clues.
This time, I chose a different place. The strongest beasts in this forest are only at tier 3. I've also enhanced the spatial barrier this time.
The strongest beasts within the barrier are only at tier 2, level 9.
Even if you can't defeat them, you can still escape. Alright, this is all I can do. Focus on your cultivation. Su Huijin nodded, indicating his understanding. Understood, Master. I won't disappoint you. Afterward, Shinlanta stepped into the spatial rift.
Su Huijin watched him leave and began his training. He practiced 3 martial techniques, but after half a day, he still showed no signs of entry-level mastery. As for his energy skills, they were even more challenging. Su Huijin sighed and thought to himself, this won't do.
I'd better go hunt some beasts and use them to hone my martial techniques.
He walked at least 3 kilometers and discovered a swarm of around 30 tier 2 devourer bees.
Each of them was at least a meter long, their eyes glowing red.
Mouths filled with fangs, wings covered in spikes, their bodies yellow and black striped, and their stingers over 10 centimeters long, exuding deadly venom. Most of them were at tier 2, level 1, with 3 queen bees at tier 2, levels 3 and 5. Looking at the devourer bees, Su Huijin frowned.
That's quite a lot of them.
This swarm of devourer bees must be the rulers of this area.
No wonder I haven't seen any other beasts after walking 3 kilometers.
He retrieved his tiger slayer from his storage space.
Alright, let's see what you're capable of.
The devourer bees had already noticed Su Huijin approaching them. Su Huijin performed phantom step, a technique he had mastered to the point of creating 4 illusions.
Flash slash.
In an instant, 1 devourer bee was slain.
However, their wings, mouths, and stingers could also attack, posing significant threats. No, there are too many of them. My spiritual energy will eventually run out, and I still have to guard against their attacks.
I must take out the queen bees first. He executed spatial crush, pointing his right hand at one of the queen bees. Due to the speed, the queen bee couldn't evade and was instantly hit, collapsing heavily injured. The other devourer bees, seeing their queen injured, immediately swarmed to protect her. They then began attacking Su Huijin, causing him great frustration as he had to fend off their attacks while guarding against sneak attacks from the queen. Suddenly, Su Huijin noticed a small stone behind the queen bee.
He quickly used spatial shift to teleport there.
Upon arrival, he unleashed Wild Blade Slash.
Although not yet fully mastered, the technique had begun to take shape. Its power was considerable, and the heavily injured queen bee was instantly cleaved in 2, struggling for a few seconds before succumbing.
The remaining devourer bees, seeing their queen dead, went berserk and launched a frenzied assault on Su Huijin. With the queen gone, Su Huijin felt a significant reduction in pressure. Spatial Crush, Obliterate, Flash Slash, Phantom Step, Mountain Crushing Fist, Spatial Shift. Of course, he attempted to use new martial techniques, but most were not fully executable, especially the Kaiyang Finger, as the gathered spiritual energy would dissipate immediately.
His Iron Shirt technique could only cover his arms. The battle lasted over half an hour before it ended.
Su Huijin, gasping for breath and with barely any spiritual energy left, had managed to slay all 30+ devourer bees. 30+ tier 2 beasts are far from my limit. Of course, Su Huijin was also injured, with cuts on his back, chest, arms, and legs mostly caused by the bees' wings. Most were minor injuries that would scab over with a day's rest. He had been particularly cautious of their venomous stingers, knowing the consequences of being stung would be severe. Though exhausted, the results were significant. Combat was always the best path to growth. His Wild Blade Slash technique had nearly reached entry-level mastery, while Kaiyang Finger and Iron Shirt had seen substantial improvement. His other martial techniques and skills had also become more refined, and the coordination between them grew increasingly smooth. After resting for most of the day, Su Huijin resumed his search for beasts. He didn't stop to rest until nightfall. After a day of battles, his Wild Blade Slash had reached entry-level mastery, and the other 2 martial techniques were close behind.
Su Huijin then ate his meal and soaked in a medicinal bath, thus ending his day. 10 days have passed.
The high-grade spiritual stones given by Master have all been absorbed. My cultivation level has broken through to the 5th stage of condensing stars.
If I encounter the queen bee again, I can easily defeat it with a single strike.
My mastery of the 3 intermediate martial techniques has reached minor success, and I'm not far from major success. I have also learned 2 special abilities. My strength has greatly improved, but I still need to work hard. After all, I am still too weak.
Ha! Su Huijin noticed a bony rotting wolf at the 3rd level of the 2nd rank ahead.
Its eyes glowed red, and it appeared extremely manic.
What's wrong with this bony rotting wolf? It feels different from the ones I've encountered before, somewhat strange. Instant slash. The bony rotting wolf was instantly killed. Su Huijin continued forward, walking over 10 kilometers and killing more than a dozen exotic beasts along the way. All these exotic beasts have glowing red eyes. It's abnormal, very unusual. Why are all these exotic beasts' eyes glowing red, and why are they so agitated? What on earth is happening? An hour later, Su Huijin gradually noticed that the space barrier seemed to contain more and more exotic beasts. Normally, one would encounter an exotic beast every 2 or 3 kilometers, but now, several appeared every 1 or 2 kilometers. Su Huijin quickly took out his phone and called Qin Lanhu. Hello, Huijin, what's the matter? Master, I've discovered that there are many exotic beasts in the space barrier. Although they're all at the 2nd rank, their eyes are glowing red and they're extremely agitated. Why is that? Qin Lanhu's voice suddenly became serious. You're saying their eyes are glowing red?
Yes, glowing red, and very agitated. This is not good. The Liangcheng base city might be facing a beast tide attack. When a beast tide approaches, all exotic beasts are in such a state. Your space barrier is set to only allow 2nd rank exotic beasts to enter. Those of the 3rd rank or higher cannot get in.
You must return to Liangcheng base city immediately. I can't get away right now. The city lord of Liangcheng base city is a 6th stage expert.
So there's no need to worry too much.
Judging by the state of the exotic beasts, they're probably still gathering. You're relatively safe for now. This forest is only 500 kilometers away from Liangcheng base city. You can get back in a day. The southwest
part of the space barrier is the forest exit. You won't encounter any 3rd rank or higher exotic beasts along the way.
Hurry back.
I really can't leave my current situation, but I'll come if you're in danger.
Understood, Master.
After hanging up, Su Huijin used phantom steps to head swiftly southwest.
Right, I also need to call the principal.
As he hurried along, Su Huijin killed exotic beasts while making the call.
The call connected after 30 seconds. Hello, Huijin, what's the matter? Why are you suddenly calling me? How's your training going with Dean Qin lately? Principal, I have something important to report. Lei Wuji sounded puzzled. Go ahead. I'm currently in the Emerald Forest, 500 kilometers away from Liangcheng base city. I've noticed that all the exotic beasts here have red eyes today and are extremely agitated.
My master has returned to Imperial Capital University due to academy matters. I just spoke with him, and he said this situation is very likely a precursor to a beast tide. So I'm calling to inform Liangcheng base city to make preparations.
What? A beast tide? Are you sure about this? Su Huijin's face was solemn. Absolutely. Lei Wuji frowned deeply. Alright, I understand. Are you heading back here now?
Yes, Principal, I'm on my way to Liangcheng base city.
Stay safe. I'll report this to the city lord immediately.
After hanging up, Lei Wuji immediately flew toward the city lord's mansion. In the Dragon Nation, there is only one imperial capital base city, 10 large base cities, 32 medium base cities, and 108 small base cities.
Liangcheng is one of the small base cities. Each small base city is equipped with a 6th stage expert as its city lord. Each medium base city has a 7th stage expert, and large base cities have 8th stage experts.
Large base cities manage several medium base cities, while medium base cities manage several small base cities. Before long, Lei Wuji arrived at the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion resembled a courtyard complex, spacious yet infused with a technological feel. It was constructed entirely of alloy, surrounded by many patrolling guards.
Several guards spotted Lei Wuji and immediately ran over. Lord Lei, why are you here? I have urgent matters to report to the city lord. Go inform him immediately. Noticing Lei Wuji's urgency, the guards responded.
Lord Lei, please wait a moment.
I'll report this right away. Soon, the guard returned.
Lord Lei, the city lord invites you in, he's waiting for you in the conference room.
Lei Wuji walked into the city lord's mansion without hesitation, heading straight for the conference room.
It was clear he was very familiar with the place, as if he were a regular guest. As soon as he stepped through the door, he saw a robust man sitting on a chair.
The man had a solid, muscular build, and a prominent scar across his face, giving off an oppressive aura.
To the left of this middle-aged man was a table. Lei Wuji, what brings you here? Have a seat. Shu Nook, I don't have time for jokes, Lei Wuji replied sharply. I have something important to discuss. Upon seeing Lei Wuji's serious demeanor, Shu Nook's expression turned grave as well, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Speak. What's going on? A beast tide might be coming. Shu Nook immediately stood up, slamming his hand against the table beside him, which cracked under the force. What? Where did this information come from? It was Su Huijin who told me. Su Huijin? Shu Nook frowned, pondering for a moment before finally recalling the name. The kid with the 3S-level spatial ability? That's right, him. How does he know? Last I heard, when I went to find him, didn't you say he had already left with Lord Qin Lanhu? Lei Wuji explained. Lord Qin assigned him to train in the Tsuiyu Forest, 500 kilometers away from Liang City. Lord Qin had other matters to attend to and returned to the academy, leaving Su Huijin to train there alone. He noticed that the beasts today were different from before. Their eyes glowed red, and they were extremely violent, as if they had lost all reason. He then sought confirmation from Lord Qin, who confirmed that this was a sign of a beast tide. Shu Nook rubbed his chin, thinking carefully. This is indeed a sign of a beast tide. Where is Su Huijin now? He's on his way to the base city. He should arrive in about a day. Good. Shu Nook shouted loudly, Xiaoli, come here. In less than 10 seconds, a man entered the room. His name was Li Jin, the city lord's assistant. As he entered, Li Jin placed his right fist over his left collarbone and gave a slight nod as a gesture of respect. City Lord, Lord Lei. Xiaoli, announce a level 1 combat readiness alert across the city. A beast tide is imminent, and we have 24 hours to prepare. Notify all the ability users who haven't returned to the city yet. In 24 hours, we will activate the protective shield. By then, no one will be allowed in or out. Li Jin asked in shock, a beast tide? But Liang City hasn't faced a beast tide in over a decade. What could be the cause this time? I don't know either. Just go notify the others. Understood, City Lord. I'll take care of it immediately. Shu Nook let out a sigh. I don't know if we'll survive this beast tide. The last one almost destroyed all of Liang City. Lei Wuji sighed as well, shaking his head. Attention, all citizens. Attention, all citizens. The entire population of Liang City heard the broadcast and looked up in concern. A beast tide is imminent. A beast tide is imminent. All citizens, please prepare yourselves. The base city gates will close in 24 hours, and the protective shield will be activated. After 24 hours, no one will be allowed to enter or exit Liang City base city. All outbound transportation will be suspended. All ability users in Liang City, prepare for battle. What? A beast tide is coming. But Liang City hasn't faced a beast tide in over 10 years. 10 years ago, we were nearly wiped out. How are we supposed to fend off the beast tide this time? Yeah, if it weren't for a passing stronghold level expert back then, Liang City would have been done for. What's the level of this beast tide? If it's a B-level tide like last time, without a 7-realm expert, Liang City is doomed. Beast tide levels, D, C, B, A, S. The crowd began to panic. Some rushed home, while others hurried to other base cities. In the major shopping malls and supermarkets, people frantically stocked up on supplies. Within 5 hours, all food and water in the city stores had been completely bought out. 12 hours later, the streets were almost empty. Most residents had either returned home or taken shelter. A small portion of the population had left Liang City base city to head for other base cities. At this moment, Su Huijin was less than 50 kilometers away from Liang City base city. In 3 to 4 hours, he would arrive. He dispatched a burning clawbear with a single strike and continued on his way. Just then, his phone rang. Su Huijin looked at the screen and saw it was a call from Hanshu. Hello, Jin, where are you? I just got the notice. A beast tide is coming. I know. I was the one who informed the principal. What? You were the one who told the principal? Are you okay right now? I'm fine. I'll be at the base city soon. Alright, then we'll meet later. Okay, Jin, stay safe. Got it. Su Huijin employed the phantom step technique to continue his journey. Although he was exhausted, the thought of the dangers outside the base city urged him to quicken his pace. Old Lei, let's head to the city defense office first and lay out a strategy. Let's go. By the way, Old Su, did you report to the higher-ups? I had Xiaoli reported a while ago. The higher-ups said that there are signs of a beast tide across the entire Fish City base. They don't have enough manpower to send us reinforcements.
We can only hope this beast tide doesn't reach B-level. If it's sea level or below, we should be able to hold it. Exactly. Su Nook sighed deeply. I really don't want to feel as powerless as we did more than a decade ago. Lei Wu patted Su Nook on the shoulder. Although I never experienced the kind of despair you did, I believe a miracle will happen this time. Before long, the two of them arrived at the city defense office. Su Nook addressed the head of the city defense office, call all the captains and higher-ranking officials for a meeting. The head of the office saluted him. Yes, City Lord. Soon, over 30 people gathered in the meeting room. Su Nook stood at the front of the room, both hands pressing against the table. Everyone knows the reason for this meeting. These beasts are trying to invade our homeland again. This time, we must not let them succeed. The meeting room burst into a flurry of voices. That's right, drive these creatures away. My comrades died at the hands of those mutant beasts over a decade ago. This time, we must make them pay in blood. If they dare to invade our homeland, we'll make sure they never return. All right, settle down. The room immediately fell silent. You are all captains and above in the city defense office, individuals with leadership abilities. I hope that in the coming battle, you will deploy tactics wisely and not let our city defenders die in vain. City Lord, of course. We won't let our brothers die for nothing, we understand that very well. Su Nook continued, we now need to send a reconnaissance team to assess the level of the beast tide so we can prepare accordingly. The captains present all raised their hands. Let me go, let me go. Su Nook randomly selected one of the captains. You, then, quickly head to the City Lord's flying vehicle. Once you know the level of the beast tide, call Shaoli immediately. The chosen captain saluted. Understood, City Lord. Su Nook turned to the head of the city defense office and asked, how many advanced weapons do we have left? And what are they? The head pondered for a moment. 5 B-grade high-speed cannons and 5 B-grade laser cannons. Technology grading, D, C, B, A, S. There are also 500 beast sealing bombs specially designed to deal with exotic beasts, and then there's also. That's all we have, City Lord. How many ability users do we have in the city defense? There are 10,000 Awaken level ability users, 2,000 Star Condensation level ability users, 300 Spirit Lake level ability users, and 40 Spirit Sea level ability users. Zunok rubbed his chin thoughtfully. These weapons and ability users could barely hold off a sea-level beast tide. Adding to that, the principals of the other schools, we have about 6 sky-soaring level ability users in Liangcheng Base City, plus myself, a Nirvana level ability user. As long as it's not a B-level beast tide, holding the defense shouldn't be an issue. Time ticked away, second by second. Li Jin's phone rang. City Lord, it's a call from the Vanguard team. Answer it. Hello, what's the situation now? City Lord, based on our investigations, this beast tide is most likely a sea level. Zunok let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Understood. Hurry back. Zunok turned to everyone and spoke. Everyone, this beast tide is most likely a sea level. We have at least a 70 to 80% chance of successfully defending against it. Next, let's draft a detailed strategy. The meeting lasted until around 7 or 8 in the evening. Meanwhile, Su Huijin finally arrived at the gates of Liangcheng Base City. The city defense troops spotted someone running quickly toward them. Immediately, they raised their weapons. Who goes there? Su Huijin stopped, panting heavily. In just one day, he had run all the way back to Liangcheng Base City. It's me, Su Huijin. The city defense troops recognized him and breathed a sigh of relief. So you're Su Huijin, the SSS-level spatial ability user. Yes, that's me. The guards were a little surprised. It's really you. Why were you outside the base city? My master, Qin Lanhut, took me out for training. Qin Lanhut? One of the guards looked puzzled. Another guard reminded him, you forgot? Lord Qin Lanhut, the vice dean of the spatial faculty at Imperial Capital University. The first guard suddenly understood. So it's Lord Qin. You've actually become his disciple. Come in quickly, come in quickly. The beast tide is almost here, if you were any later, you wouldn't have made it. Su Huijin nodded at them and walked on. Who would have thought Lord Qin would take him as a disciple? You idiot. He's an SSS-level spatial ability user. It's not just Lord Qin, even someone higher up might want to take him as a disciple. True enough. The first thing Su Huijin did after entering the city was to look for Lei Wuji. But he didn't find him at the school. Is it too late? Did he go home? Su Huijin pulled out his phone and called Lei Wuji. The call connected quickly. Hello, principal, I didn't see you at the school? You're back in the base city already? Yes, I just arrived and came to find you. I'm not at the school. I'm at the city defense office. Come find me here. Alright, I'll head over right away. The city defense office, huh? I've only heard of it before, never been. This is a good chance to see it for myself.
Not long after, Su Huijin arrived at the gates of the city defense office. 2 guards stopped him.
Who are you? My name is Su Huijin. So you're Su Huijin.
Lord Lei is waiting for you in the conference room.
Follow us.
Apparently, Lei Wuji had already informed them.
Su Huijin entered the conference room and saw Lei Wuji, who also noticed him immediately. Lei Wuji looked at Su Huijin with surprise the moment he saw him.
Huijin, it's been only 20-something days since we last met, and you've already reached the 5th level of the star condensation stage.
As expected of an SSS-level spatial talent.
Your cultivation speed is truly beyond ordinary.
Su Huijin gave a humble smile. Not too bad, Principal. Su Huijin then noticed someone standing nearby. Principal, who is this? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is the city lord of Liangcheng Base City, Zunok. Zunok, this is Su Huijin. Su Huijin nodded towards Zunok. City lord. Zunok let out a hearty laugh. I've heard a lot about you. Now that I've seen you in person, it's true heroes really do emerge from the young.
From the day of your awakening to now, it's been just over 20 days, and you've already reached the 5th level of star condensation. This isn't just talent, this is unparalleled genius.
Thank you for the compliment, City Lord. Ah, no need to be so polite. For talents like you, such praise is nothing. Su Huijin didn't know how to respond, so he simply smiled.
Lei Wuji stepped forward and said, Huijin, tell me about your day.
Here's what happened.
As usual, I continued my training and fought quite a few exotic beasts. I noticed that all these strange beasts had red eyes. Not just one kind, but several different types of beasts had red eyes, and they were all abnormally violent.
The more I thought about it, the more something felt off, so I called my master.
I didn't expect it to be caused by an impending beast tide.
Zunok sighed deeply. Alas!
All the bases under the jurisdiction of Fish City Base City have detected signs of the beast tide.
Su Huijin was stunned. What? What on earth are these beasts trying to do?
A beast tide of this scale hasn't appeared in over 100 years.
Zunok shook his head.
We don't know the exact reason either.
Alright, it's getting late. You should head back and rest.
Alright then, Lord Mayor, Principal, I'll take my leave. After saying goodbye to everyone, Su Huijin left the city defense office. He then took out his phone and called Han Shu.
Han Shu, I've arrived at the base city. Let's meet at Fengtian Park.
Sure.
I haven't seen you for over 20 days. I missed you so much. Ugh, so cheesy. See you soon.
Not long after, Su Huijin arrived at Fengtian Park.
Han Shu was already waiting there. Han Shu, long time no see. Ah Jin, I really missed you.
Han Shu wanted to hug him, but Su Huijin immediately reached out and pressed his hand against Han Shu's head.
Be serious, don't disgust me.
At this, Han Shu dramatically formed a delicate orchid finger with his hand and pretended to wipe his tears.
Ah Jin, it's only been a little over 20 days, and you're treating me like this? It breaks my heart, bohohu. Hey, you! Stop overacting.
As he spoke, Su Huijin kicked Han Shu in the backside. Han Shu rubbed his behind.
Ouch! I was just trying to liven up the mood.
Speaking of which, you seem much stronger after these 20 or so days.
What level are you at now?
I've barely reached the 5th tier of the congealing star realm.
Han Shu was shocked. What? 5th tier of the congealing star realm in just over 20 days? Damn! Is this the terrifying power of an SSS-level talent? Su Huijin chuckled and said, it's just the congealing star realm. What about you? What level are you at? Immediately, Han Shu lowered his head, looking deflated. 5th tier of the awakening realm. At first, I was pretty proud of myself.
Reaching the 5th tier of the awakening realm in just over 20 days is already far beyond average.
But after seeing you, I feel like I'm just a tiny ant compared to a giant. Why are you so monstrous? That's pretty normal.
With the resources my master gave me, fighting beasts every day, and soaking in medicinal baths every night, it's hard not to progress.
Medicinal baths?
Yeah, dissolving A-grade potions in water and using meditation techniques to absorb them.
Han Shu was utterly shocked. A-grade potions? Lord Qin even gave you A-grade potions? Is that a big deal? Big deal? Do you know how expensive they are? I haven't really looked into it. I saw E-grade potions at the mall counter once. Since I didn't even have enough money for E-grade potions, I never paid attention to their prices. An A-grade potion costs 10 million Dragon Nation currency per vial. What? 10 million per vial? Su Huijin was truly stunned by the price.
He had expected them to be expensive, but not this outrageous. Absorbing them continuously for 2 weeks had cost about 140 million.
Just like that, it was gone. That's so expensive, Su Huijin sighed. My master is really pouring everything into me.
Of course, Su Huijin had no idea that this amount of money was merely a drop in the ocean for a 7th-tier powerhouse, insignificant. He sighed, feeling an even greater weight of responsibility.
First the principal, then my master.
Su Huijin clenched his fists, determined not to let down their trust in him.
Han Shu looked at Su Huijin's shocked expression.
No wonder you were able to advance to the 5th tier of the congealing star realm in just over 20 days.
He patted Su Huijin on the shoulder.
With such rapid progress, I'll be counting on you to have my back from now on.
Of course.
But then, Han Shu's mood suddenly turned somber.
Sigh, the beast tide is about to hit. I don't know if Liangchen can survive this time. Don't worry.
This time, we'll make those beasts regret it.
Let's hope so. The next day, Zunak stood atop the city wall of Liang City base.
Beside him were placed high-tech weapons, including a high-speed cannon and a laser cannon.
There was also a Gatling laser gun, which didn't fire bullets but actual lasers. Its power was immense, but the energy consumption was astonishing.
The energy for these weapons was replenished using spirit stones. The first line of defense consisted of these high-tech weapons, which would automatically attack as soon as the beasts approached within a certain range.
The second line of defense was the city defense team and other ability users stationed below the city walls. The third line of defense was the protective shield of Liang City base. The fourth line of defense was Zunak, the city lord himself. As long as City Lord Zunak was alive, there was hope for Liang City base.
Liang City base had only one exit. For the beasts to enter easily, they would have to break through this exit. Attacking from other directions was extremely difficult, as the ability users had encircled the entire base city tightly.
Every direction was guarded by squads ensuring the city's safety. Xiao Li. Zunak called to Li Jin, who was standing nearby. City Lord.
Order to close the base city's exit in 10 minutes.
Yes, City Lord, I will attend to it immediately. Attention all residents. Attention all residents. The entrance to Liang City base will close in 10 minutes. Asterisk 3-inch. Please return to your homes or shelters immediately and refrain from lingering on the streets. Upon hearing the warning, people were thrown into a panic. It's over, the beasts are coming. Mom, I don't want to die yet. Some hid under their blankets, trembling with fear.
The many facets of humanity were on full display at this moment.
Li Jin soon returned. City Lord, the notice has been issued. Zunak's gaze turned deep as he stared into the distance.
Send a scouting team to investigate the beast situation.
Understood. Su Huijin stopped his training upon hearing the broadcast. It seems the beast siege isn't far off now. The scene shifted back to Zunak.
I just received news from the scouting team. The beasts may have already gathered and could attack at any moment. Gather all ability users.
Understood.
Before long, a dense crowd of ability users had assembled below the city walls.
Zunak stood on the wall with authority, his expression solemn.
Fellow ability users, 10 years ago, our homeland was nearly overrun by these beasts.
Thanks to the aid of powerful allies, we survived.
This time, there's no external help.
We can only rely on ourselves. Tell me, can we hold our ground? The emotions of all the ability users ignited. We can. We can. We can.
This time, not only will we defend our homeland, but we'll also crush these beasts.
Kill. 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 The cries surged like a tide. Good. Everyone, return to your positions and prepare for battle. Yes. As the crowd dispersed to their respective posts, time ticked by, second by second.
No one knew how much time had passed when, in the distance beyond Liang City base's walls, beasts began to appear in the horizon, their numbers swelling rapidly. They charged toward Liang City base at a terrifying speed.
Watching this scene, Zunak murmured, "The battle has begun."
The beast horde advanced toward Liang City base with astonishing speed. In no time, they were less than 2 kilometers away from the city walls.
At this moment, Zunak gave the order. Release the weapons. Yes, City Lord. In the next second, the high-speed cannons, laser cannons, Gatling laser guns, and beast-sealing bombs all fired in unison. The beasts charging at the front continuously fell.
However, most of the beasts in the front lines were only first and second tier, though their numbers were overwhelming, at least 20 to 30,000.
In terms of sheer numbers, the ability users of Liang City were far outmatched. The beasts surged forward like a tidal wave.
But this was not just the era of abilities, it was also the era of advanced technology. Over the past 5 centuries, technology had progressed immensely, and weaponry had reached remarkable levels, even integrating technology with abilities. The high-speed cannons, laser cannons, and Gatling laser guns were all powered by spirit stones. Unfortunately, Liang City base's reserves of spirit stones could only eliminate the majority of the beasts. The remaining ones would have to be dealt with by the ability users directly. As time passed, the spirit stone reserves dwindled, and the number of beasts decreased as well. The ability users below the walls cheered enthusiastically. "Yeah! Blast those damn beasts to bits! Blow them all up, it feels so good, brothers! These filthy creatures, I lost my brother to them. I want to rush out there and fight them to the death. It's these damn beasts and those alien tribes that threaten our homeland. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Meanwhile, inside the base city, some residents hid in their homes, while others took refuge in shelters. Has the battle already started? The noise outside is so loud, we can hear it even from here. I hope they can drive them away. Sniff. I'm still young, I don't want to die. Some were praying, some were grieving, some were trembling, while others appeared calm. At this moment, the scene shifts back to the battlefield. Li Jin frowned, looking somewhat anxious. "Lord City Master, our spirit stone reserves are nearly depleted. At most, they can last another half hour." Su Nuk gazed at the vast field of dead beasts outside the city walls and let out a sigh. "Sigh. There are just too many beasts. The fact that we've managed to kill this many is already commendable. In another half an hour, the first and second tier beasts will roughly match us in strength. Moreover, their third tier and above beasts indeed outnumber us. On our side, we have 300 spiritual lake level ability users, 40 spiritual sea level, 6 sky soaring level, and me 1 nirvana level. And the beasts? They have about 500 third tier beasts, 50 fourth tier, 10 fifth tier, and fortunately, just 1 sixth tier beast. If they had even one more 6th tier beast, Liang City might truly fall. Even though their higher tier combat forces outnumber ours, as long as I can hold off that 6th tier beast, the rest are not to be feared." Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. With the firing of the final cannon, the spirit stone reserves of Liang City's base were finally exhausted. Su Nuk shouted loudly to the ability users below the city walls. "Everyone, our city's spirit stone reserves have been completely used up. From now on, the battle depends on you. I will personally engage when the enemy's 6th tier beast appears. So, fight! Fight! Fight!" The army of ability users charged forward. Immediately, various abilities were unleashed. This battlefield was a gathering of all types of ability users. Naturally, spatial and temporal abilities were rare, and most ability users were only ranked F or E. The majority could only strengthen themselves, while only a few could perform ranged attacks. Simply put, they were like the warriors and mages in an online game. Those who enhanced their physical bodies charged ahead, while the ranged attackers unleashed their abilities from the rear. On the battlefield, there were sudden gusts of wind and blazing infernos, all kinds of elements intertwined. Of course, swords, spears, and various weapons were everywhere, and high-tech weaponry was also abundant. Even so, casualties still emerged on the battlefield, especially in battles of this scale. Beasts were naturally larger and much stronger than humans. Although some were smaller in size, they could not be underestimated. Not to mention, some beasts could unleash elemental abilities, and others could even release poison. But so what? Humanity was born with intelligence, knowing how to maximize damage while minimizing their own risk. Moreover, most of the beasts here had long been thoroughly studied by humans, their habits and weaknesses were well documented. Before long, the death count among the beasts began to rise rapidly. Some third-tier beasts couldn't hold back any longer and joined the fray. As soon as they entered the crowd, with a swipe of a claw or a swing of a tail, many people perished. With these third-tier beasts joining, the spiritual lake-level experts on our side also began to intervene. Although the number of third-tier beasts outnumbered our spiritual lake-level experts by over 200, at this stage, the spiritual energy of the ability users had increased significantly. As the name of their rank suggested, their power was immense. A spiritual lake-level ability user could take down approximately 2 third-tier beasts. However, they still had to be cautious of being surrounded. The sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, and no matter how skilled, 2 fists could not fend off 4 strikes. Raging tides. A spiritual lake-level ability user unleashed a water-based ability at a third-tier wild muscle bull. A torrent of water surged like a giant wave, crashing toward the wild muscle bull. The wild muscle bull was enormous, with massive muscles and hooves that had transformed into beastly claws, granting it incredible speed. It also had a unique ability to reinforce its horns, making them extraordinarily hard and immensely lethal. A direct hit could result in severe injury or even death. After being struck by the water, the wild muscle bull was injured and, in a fury, charged at the spiritual lake-level ability user. Its horns grew even larger as it charged. The spiritual lake-level ability user quickly cast a defensive skill, Water Shield. A shield made of water appeared before him, but the reinforced horns, with their immense power, swiftly pierced through the shield. The spiritual lake-level ability user couldn't react in time, and it seemed the horns were about to impale him. Just then, a vine suddenly wrapped around his waist, pulling him aside and allowing him to land safely. Another spiritual lake-level ability user, specializing in wood-based abilities, had saved him. Regaining his composure, he immediately unleashed a more powerful skill, Water Drill. The attack directly pierced through the wild muscle bull's neck. The wild muscle bull struggled on the ground for a moment before going still. Watching the beast die, the man skillfully sliced open its skull, extracting a purple crystal stone. Beast crystals, only beasts of 3rd tier and above produce them, containing vast amounts of energy. He tossed the beast crystal to the wood elemental ability user. "Here, brother, take this beast crystal. If it weren't for you, I'd already be dead." The wood elemental ability user caught the crystal and laughed. "Alright then, I won't hold back, brother." "No problem, brother. Thanks to you this time. Once the battle's over, the meal's on me." "Ha, if anyone's treating, it's me. You've given me the beast crystal, so I'll handle it later." "Alright, brother, keep fighting." "Sure." The battle continued, with countless wounded being sent to the rear logistics team. Most of the logistics personnel were wood and water element ability users, as healing abilities were mainly concentrated among them. However, wood element ability users made up the majority, as the healing effects of the water element were relatively weaker and leaned more towards combat. The logistics team was already overwhelmed. The number of casualties was simply too high. Once a soldier was treated, they would return to the front lines. The medical staff were working tirelessly, one after another, with no time for rest. All around, cries of agony and heart-wrenching screams filled the air. The sight was unbearable, with countless wounded missing limbs or critically injured. Su Huijin watched all of this, his heart heavy. Though he was a student and forbidden from going to the battlefield, as a human, how could he retreat? Especially when he sought to avenge his parents. He glanced at the city wall and resolutely walked toward it. He wanted to fight. Seeing the wounded return to the front lines after recovering, Su Huijin was filled with admiration. They all knew the dangers of battle, yet to protect their homeland, they were willing to give everything, even their lives. His gaze grew firm as he headed toward the city wall. He longed to join the fight and contribute to defending his home. However, when he reached the entrance, he was stopped by the city defense guards. "Halt! No entry allowed here," one of the guards said sternly, eyeing him. Su Huijin's heart stirred, but he remained calm. "My name is Su Huijin. I've come to see the city lord. Please inform him on my behalf." The two guards exchanged glances and began whispering. "He says he's Su Huijin, the 3S rank space ability genius. What should we do? Should we report this?" "Of course. Are you stupid? His status now is far from ordinary." One of the guards softened his attitude towards Su Huijin. "Please wait here." He then went to notify the city lord. Not long after, the guard returned, his tone respectful. "The city lord has invited you up." Su Huijin nodded and walked toward the elevator. The elevator quickly reached the top. As soon as Su Huijin stepped out, he saw Su Nook. Su Nook stood in the middle of the city wall, surrounded by several powerful figures. Lei Wuji was to his left, and Li Jin to his right. The people around exuded an overwhelming presence, at least on par with Lei Wuji. Su Huijin scanned his surroundings and noticed numerous high-tech weapons, which only strengthened his resolve. He approached Su Nook and greeted him calmly. "City Lord, Principal, leaders, hello." Lei Wuji looked puzzled and asked, "Huijin, what are you doing here?" The surrounding principals were all leaders from various schools. Along with Lei Wuji, there were 6 Skywalking Realm experts in total. When they saw Su Huijin, the other principals all beamed with joy. "So, this is the genius of Liang City. Truly dashing and full of vigor." "Indeed. Having such talent emerge in Liang City is a great honor for us." "That's right. Judging by your cultivation, you've already reached the 5th level of the star condensation realm. Truly remarkable." To think you've reached this level in just over 20 days since your awakening day, it seems you might even surpass the geniuses of the imperial capital. Lei Wuji began introductions. These are the principals of all the schools in Liang City. From right to left, they are the principals of the 2nd to the 6th schools. All of them are skywalking realm experts. Su Huijin nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your praise, principals. I'm merely a bit stronger than an ordinary person. The principal of the 2nd school extended his hand with a smile. Young Su, you're being too modest. We all understand how difficult it is to go from an ordinary person to the 5th level of the star condensation realm. All of us here have endured the hardships of cultivation. Reaching this realm is already a great achievement. Many people can't even reach the 5th level of the awakening realm in their lifetime, added the 4th school principal in agreement. Exactly. Genius isn't proclaimed with words but proven through actions. Su Huijin smiled and nodded silently. Then Lei Wuji suddenly remembered his initial question. Huijin, why have you come here? Su Huijin's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. He looked at the principals and then at Su Nook. Principals, City Lord, I want to join the battlefield. Su Nook remained silent. Lei Wuji's expression instantly darkened, and he spoke urgently, Nonsense. You're still a student. We don't need students here. Go back immediately. The other principals chimed in, echoing Lei Wuji's concerns. He's right, Lao Lei is absolutely correct. The battlefield is no place for games, death is always a possibility. Exactly, young Su, just go back. Your job now is to grow. Only a fully matured genius can be a true genius. Su Huijin frowned, realizing that he might be rejected. He said firmly, I am already at the 5th level of the star condensation realm. Liang City is in trouble. How can I be a coward hiding in the base, acting like a timid turtle? All the ability users are fighting for Liang City, so why can't students do the same? My master has already given me a life-saving treasure. Let me go to battle. You all should understand my importance. It has been a long time since the Dragon Nation had an SSS-level spatial ability user. I am the future of the Dragon Nation. This isn't about sacrificing myself in vain. As for how many times your life-saving treasure can protect you, no one can say for sure. You are still too weak. Even those of us at the sky-soaring realm could face life-threatening danger, let alone you. Go back, Xiao Su. Everyone was trying to persuade Su Huijin. At that moment, Su Nook stared emotionlessly into Su Huijin's eyes. Do you truly have the courage? Su Huijin responded solemnly, truer than gold. I value my life more than anyone else. Su Nook exhaled deeply. Then go. Su Huijin looked at Su Nook in disbelief. Really? I've always been serious with my words. Go quickly. Su Huijin excitedly bowed to Su Nook and the various school principals. Thank you, City Lord. Thank you, principals. After speaking, he turned and left the city wall. Lei Wuji angrily questioned Su Nook. Old Su, are you crazy? He's still a student with such a high innate talent for abilities, yet his level is so low. You're sending him to his death. The other principals also expressed their dissatisfaction. Su Nook, with his back to them, placed one hand behind his back and raised the other to interrupt their arguments. What is the prerequisite for becoming strong? It is to experience the baptism of blood and fire. He has the faith to charge forward fearlessly. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse can never become a genius. Besides, we're here to watch over him, and he has the life-saving treasure given by Lord Qin. Even if he gets injured, he won't die. We just need to monitor his situation and step in to save him when he's in danger. Practical combat is the fastest way to improve strength. I believe none of you, having reached this level, got here by merely eating and idling around. The principals all lowered their heads, speechless. Su Nook continued, Old Lei, I know you care about him, but worrying too much will only mess things up, understand? Lei Wuji sighed, shaking his head. We're getting old. You're right. Young people are always so passionate, so full of fight. If I were 20 years younger, I'd be just like him. We old folks over 50 can only pave the way for them. By this time, Su Huijin had already left the city gate and was rushing toward the battlefield. On the battlefield, a young man in his 20s was being chased by a bone-eating wolf. Clearly, the young man was no match for the wolf, with multiple injuries already on his body. The bone-eating wolf leaped high, slashing its claws toward the young man's chest, its sharp talons tearing through his flesh. Ah! His chest instantly became a bloody, mangled mess, and he cried out in pain. Just as the bone-eating wolf was about to deliver a fatal strike, Su Huijin arrived, executing a smooth set of combos. Su Huijin used the tiger slash to block the attack and then kicked the bone-eating wolf in the abdomen. The bone-eating wolf was sent flying several meters, and Su Huaijin followed up with spatial crush, completely obliterating the wolf, scattering blood everywhere. The people around froze in shock. They had intended to save the young man but were too late, only to see a younger hero rush in. With a single combo, he effortlessly took down the bone-eating wolf. The rescued man sat on the ground in a daze, motionless. Su Huaijin turned and asked him, "Are you all right?" He extended his hand to help him up. The young man snapped out of it, I'm fine." Though he said he was fine, his body was covered in wounds, and he could barely stand. Seeing this, Su Huaijin helped him up. "Still saying you're fine with all these injuries? Head back to the logistics team for treatment first." Soon after, a member of the logistics team came to assist the injured man. Before leaving, the man asked Su Huaijin's name. "Young brother, what's your name?" Su Huaijin turned to look at him. "My name is Su Huaijin." The people around, realizing who he was, were astonished. "So he's Su Huaijin? His strength is incredible." "Yeah, he awakened just over 20 days ago, yet he can effortlessly kill a first-tier, 7th-level bone-eating wolf. He's a genius. I can't even gauge his strength now. What level is he at?" "Not sure, but definitely beyond the awakening realm." Su Huaijin frowned, casually killing a first-tier frenzied boar. "Everyone, don't forget we're on a battlefield. If you want to chat, win the fight first." At this moment, the surrounding people finally realized they were still on the battlefield and quickly began to brace themselves. If it weren't for Su Huaijin being there, they would have been wiped out by the beasts long ago. "Thank you, brother." Su Huaijin didn't respond, solely focused on slaughtering the beasts. The people around him also concentrated on the fight. Since Su Huaijin had just arrived, and this was the edge of the battlefield, most of the beasts they encountered were of the first tier. A small number of second-tier beasts were being handled by others. Thus, these beasts posed no threat to Su Huaijin. He didn't even need to use his abilities, his martial skills alone were enough to make quick work of his enemies. As a result, none of the surrounding beasts dared to approach Su Huaijin. Even though their eyes turned blood red and their aggression surged, their instinctive fear of death held them back. Su Huaijin scratched his chin in resignation. "Really? Am I that scary? Sigh, let's go. The real challenge lies deeper inside. Out here, it's just first-tier beasts. No pressure at all. Only a swarm of second-tier beasts can give me a decent fight." With that, Su Huaijin entered a steamrolling mode, leaving no beast alive in his path. This greatly relieved the awakened ability users behind him. After all, although the beasts' numbers had been reduced by bombardments, they were still overwhelming. The sheer number of first-tier beasts was staggering, and it took Su Huaijin over half an hour to reach the second-tier zone. But each beast was essentially felled with a single strike, so it wasn't exhausting for Su Huaijin. As soon as he reached the second-tier zone, 5 second-tier beasts surrounded him. They were of 2 species, 3 swift leopards and 2 blazing claw bears. The swift leopards had black and purple fur with streak-like purple markings across their bodies. Their size was comparable to that of regular leopards, but their fangs were longer, their claws sharper, and their speed incredibly fast. These 5 beasts were all below the 5th level of the second tier. In an instant, they launched a simultaneous attack, with the swift leopards leading the charge, lunging at Su Huaijin at lightning speed. Instant slash. The 3 swift leopards were shredded into countless pieces mid-air. The Zhanhu blade, an A-grade weapon, was razor-sharp, and combined with his mastery of martial skills, it effortlessly dispatched them. Soon, the blazing claw bears arrived, one on either side, swiping their claws down at him. Su Huaijin didn't use any martial techniques this time. With a single swing of his blade, he severed both their claws. Before they could react, he decapitated them. This scene left the people around him utterly stunned. Since when did second-tier beasts become so easy to kill? And 5 of them at that. Damn, this guy is incredible and so young. Su Huaijin ignored their remarks and continued slaying beasts. More beasts quickly swarmed toward him. Although most of them were below the 5th level of the second tier, their sheer numbers meant he had to start using his abilities. Bone wolves and blazing claw bears were the most common beasts in the area, likely due to the influence of the Emerald Forest. Most of the beasts in that forest were of these 2 species, with only a few belonging to other types. Thus, the beasts surrounding Su Huaijin were predominantly from these 2 species. Su Huaijin swung his blade forward, cleaving a blazing claw bear cleanly in half. Then, without turning around, he extended one hand backward. Spatial crush. In an instant, 5 or 6 beasts were pulverized into minced meat. He unleashed martial techniques in rapid succession: mountain crushing fist, sun splitting finger, frenzied blade slash, each strike claiming multiple beasts at once.
but more beasts continued to pour in. The pressure on the surrounding fighters eased significantly. After all, most of the beast's aggression was drawn towards Su Huaijin. Although his kill rate was incredibly high, the beasts were replenished just as quickly. As the number of beasts below the 5th level of the 2nd tier dwindled, the incoming reinforcements increasingly consisted of beasts above the 5th level. Su Huaijin's kill speed began to slow. Although he was nearly invincible within the star condensation realm, the sheer volume of beasts, particularly those in the 8th or 9th level of the 2nd tier, began to pose a challenge. The surrounding fighters wanted to assist Su Huaijin. After all, their own burden had lightened, but his had grown heavier. No matter how invincible a person might seem, fatigue would eventually set in. Once someone got tired, they were bound to make mistakes. And mistakes on the battlefield could lead to injury, or worse, death. As a result, they sped up their own efforts to kill the beasts. At this moment, Su Huaijin began to feel a tinge of exhaustion. At first, it had been relatively effortless, given that his opponents were at lower levels than himself. But as the battle dragged on, the enemies grew stronger, and he couldn't freely use his spiritual energy. If he ran out of energy by the end, his death would come even faster. Thus, Su Huaijin only occasionally used his abilities, relying primarily on martial skills, which drained his stamina at an alarming rate. Ah! Su Huaijin roared, his blade swinging faster and faster. The beasts around him fell even more swiftly, and he entered a state of complete immersion. What is that? Lei Wu exclaimed in shock. Principal Zunak and the other school heads mostly had their eyes on Su Huaijin. After all, he was the treasurer of Liangcheng Base City, and no harm could befall him. One might say that even if all of them sacrificed themselves, they wouldn't equal the value of one Su Huaijin. Zunak clasped his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. That's right. His mastery over basic martial techniques has already reached perfection. Though it's only basic weaponry, reaching this level of mastery in just over 20 days shows a talent no less remarkable than that of superhuman abilities. A true prodigy reaching the pinnacle of a martial technique in just over 20 days. Several of his other martial techniques have also reached mastery or advanced stages, not to mention his superhuman abilities. Wait, take a closer look, his crushing mountain fist has also reached perfection. Hold on, his phantom step has also attained perfection. 3 martial techniques all in their perfected state. You can't just call him a genius anymore, he's practically a monster. Ha, truly a blessing for Longhua. Zunak laughed heartily. Judging by his current state, he probably won't hold on much longer. But reaching this level is already incredibly impressive. Indeed. Most superhumans might only manage to defeat 2 or 3 beasts of the same level, but he must have killed 300 or 400 by now. Su Huaijin executed Phantom Step, leaving behind 8 afterimages, skillfully evading the attacks of several second-tier beasts. He then unleashed Instant Slash and Crushing Mountain Fist. In an instant, countless sword slashes and fist imprints appeared in the air, striking down the beasts before him one by one. Su Huaijin was overwhelmed with joy. After all, mastering 3 basic martial techniques to perfection was undeniably exhilarating. Because of the sheer number of beasts Su Huaijin had slain, he had drawn the attention of a 4th-tier beast. It was a sharp-claw eagle, a relatively rare flying beast. Its body spanned at least 5 or 6 meters, and its talons gleamed with a metallic sheen, appearing exceedingly sharp. Its feathers shimmered with a radiant gloss, looking incredibly tough, while its beak was razor-sharp. Initially, no 4th-tier beasts had joined the fray, only 3rd-tier beasts were present on the battlefield. However, killing Su Huaijin was nearly impossible for the 3rd-tier beasts, as most were being held off by allied Spirit Lake-tier superhumans. Though the enemy had superior numbers, the quality of the allied superhumans kept the battle evenly matched. Thus, they had no choice but to send in a 4th-tier beast to deal with Su Huaijin. The Sharp-Claw Eagle, noticing the vast number of beasts Su Huaijin had slain, let out a piercing screech and swiftly dove toward him. Its speed was incredible, crossing several hundred meters in an instant. At such velocity, Su Huaijin barely had time to react. By the time he noticed, the eagle was already upon him. There wasn't even time to activate his void barrier. Just then, a tornado appeared in front of Su Huaijin, intercepting the attack. Filthy bird, your opponent is me, declared a Spirit C-tier wind element superhuman, who, thanks to his abilities, flew through the air like a 5th-tier sky-soaring warrior, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Many thanks, senior. Su Huaijin exclaimed gratefully. Su Huaijin looked up at the man in the sky, dressed in a futuristic green battlesuit. A scar ran across the left side of his face, and instead of making him look unattractive, it added a sharp charm.
Around him swirled faint green mini tornadoes, seemingly supporting his flight in the air.
The man lowered his head and asked Su Huijin, "Kid, are you alright?" Su Huijin shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, senior. May I ask for your name, senior?" Jun Changning.
At that moment, the sharp-clawed eagle, having charged too quickly to react in time, was blown back hundreds of meters by the tornado.
Although uninjured, it was clearly stunned and bewildered. The sharp-clawed eagle shook its head and roared loudly, clearly enraged by Jun Changning's actions.
"Kid, leave this place quickly, or the aftermath of our fight might harm you." Su Huijin nodded, then activated spatial transference to leave the area. He continued hunting other beasts elsewhere while observing the battle from a distance. The sharp-clawed eagle dove straight at Jun Changning, but he remained calm, raising his hand slowly.
Gale slash. In an instant, dozens of crescent-shaped slashes appeared in the sky, flying toward the sharp-clawed eagle.
The eagle shielded its chest with one wing, and the slashes struck it with a metallic clanging sound, as if hitting a steel plate.
"Oh, interesting.
My attack was actually blocked," Jun Changning remarked with a hint of surprise, though he didn't seem too concerned. After all, this was merely a probing strike. Facing a fourth-tier beast, it would be suspicious if such an attack could injure it.
Clearly, the opponent was formidable, particularly its wings, which were as hard as alloy.
The sharp-clawed eagle flapped its wings, unleashing slashes similar to Jun Changning's. Though fewer in number, they were much larger in size. Jun Changning remained unhurried, speaking softly, "Wind wall."
In an instant, a pale green, transparent wall materialized in the air.
All the incoming slashes vanished upon impact with the wall, leaving no trace. Shortly afterwards, the wind wall dissipated. Seizing the moment, the sharp-clawed eagle charged forward, intending to attack with its sharp talons. Jun Changning, expressionless, extended his right hand.
Bind.
The sharp-clawed eagle's talons and wings were immobilized mid-air by small whirlwinds, rendering it unable to move.
Though it was a fourth-tier beast, such restraints wouldn't last long.
Jun Changning quickly made a slicing motion in the air.
Wind slash.
A 3-meter-long slash struck the sharp-clawed eagle squarely on its chest. The beast cried out in pain, spraying blood profusely. Breaking free from the restraint, it let out a pained screech.
Its originally red eyes grew even bloodier, and its aura became far more menacing. Its flight speed increased dramatically. Sensing the change, Jun Changning's heart tightened.
He dared not engage in close combat, opting instead to fight guerrilla style while keeping his distance. After all, close-quarters combat was not his forte. The sharp-clawed eagle's frenzy became increasingly evident, and the distance between them closed rapidly.
"This won't do. I'm no good at close combat.
If it gets close to me, I'll surely die. I rely on my abilities to fly, constantly consuming spiritual energy."
It, on the other hand, flies with its wings and doesn't expend any spiritual energy.
Even if it doesn't close in on me, I might still die from exhausting my spiritual reserves.
I must end this quickly.
Jun Changning furrowed his brows, deep in thought, though his hands never stopped as he frantically defended against attacks while using Gale Slash to disrupt its flight.
"That's it. I'll use this move."
Suddenly struck by inspiration, Jun Changning came to a halt in midair. Seeing him stop, the sharp-clawed eagle picked up speed and charged toward him.
"Tornado!"
Jun Changning raised his hand toward the sky, summoning a small tornado that he hurled at the sharp-clawed eagle. As soon as it was thrown, the tornado expanded dozens of times in size, instantly sucking the sharp-clawed eagle into its vortex. Inside, countless blades of wind continuously slashed at the beast. It shielded its chest with its wings, but injuries were unavoidable.
The tornado raged for 2 to 3 minutes before dissipating.
Though the sharp-clawed eagle wasn't dead, it was covered in blood, yet still stood steadfast in the sky.
Watching the scene unfold from afar, Su Huijin was utterly shocked.
So this is what a battle between fourth-tier beings looks like. The aftermath of the battle resulted in the deaths of numerous second-tier beasts and ability users. The slashes fell to the ground, instantly reaping countless lives. The beasts and ability users were utterly powerless to fight back. Su Huijin frowned as he gazed at the blood-covered shark-claw eagle in the sky. To have survived such a powerful attack, its vitality is truly astonishing. It seems it still has the strength to fight. Su Huijin shifted his gaze to Jun Changning. His strength is formidable, but it looks like he's consumed a fair amount of spiritual energy. After all, the move Jun Changning had just performed consumed a vast amount of spiritual energy.
Although it hadn't killed the eagle, it had gravely injured it.
Jun Changning's face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of saliva mid-air. Such a tough opponent.
Even my strongest attack couldn't kill it.
At that moment, the sharp-claw eagle launched another attack, though its speed had visibly slowed. Jun Changning only had 1/10 of his spiritual energy left, but that seemed to be enough to deal with the Shark Claw Eagle.
Wind Wall. Bind. Wind Slash.
A smooth combo, the wind wall blocked the attack, the bind restrained the eagle's body, and then the wind slash struck its chest.
With a clean slash.
Don't ask why he didn't aim for its head was too small, and most of it was occupied by its sharp beak.
Moreover, its primary method of attack was its beak.
If it managed to intercept the wind blade with its beak, the effort would have been in vain.
The massive body of the Shark Claw Eagle slammed into the ground. Looks like it's dead.
Jun Changning wiped the sweat off his forehead and slowly descended toward the ground.
Seeing the battle end, Su Huaijin intended to approach Jun Changning for a chat.
At that moment, he noticed the Shark Claw Eagle seemed to twitch slightly. In the next instant, it abruptly spread its wings and launched a slash attack toward Jun Changning. Jun Changning, who was in the middle of wiping off his sweat and catching his breath, hadn't noticed the eagle's movements. By the time he realized, the eagle's attack was already coming at him. At this moment, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He couldn't even summon a wind wall, at most, he could use a wind slash.
Spatial shift.
Su Huaijin quickly teleported himself to a spot beside a nearby corpse near Jun Changning and instantly tackled him to the ground. Jun Changning reacted just in time. As he fell, he unleashed a wind slash, which severed the Sharp Claw Eagle's head cleanly.
The Sharp Claw Eagle finally died for good. Lei Wuji observed Jun Changning on the battlefield and nodded. Lao Su, this Jun Changning is quite impressive. If I recall correctly, he's not from our Liangcheng base city, is he?
That's right. He's a third-year student at Modu University, Su Nook replied with a smile.
A student from Modu University? What's he doing here?
Lei Wuji asked, puzzled. Su Nook explained, 2 years ago, I had some business in Modu and happened to meet him by chance. At the time, he was just an ability user at the Spirit Lake stage. I didn't expect that when I saw him again this time, he'd already reached the Spirit Sea stage. He had a task nearby, and after completing it, he came here to visit me.
Who would have thought something like this would happen?
I told him to leave, but he refused, so I had no choice but to let him stay.
I see, Lei Wuji said, his confusion clearing. It's no wonder he's a top student at Modu University.
To be able to take down a 4th-tier beast like the Sharp Claw Eagle, even if he was a bit careless, is truly exceptional.
Su Huaijin isn't bad either. He was able to notice that the Sharp Claw Eagle wasn't completely dead. His observation skills are quite sharp.
The scene shifted back to the battlefield. Su Huaijin stood up and extended his hand to help Jun Changning get to his feet.
Jun Changning grasped Su Huaijin's hand and stood up. Senior Jun, are you alright? Su Huaijin asked with concern. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me.
If it weren't for you, that last attack would have hit me, and I'd either be dead or seriously injured, Jun Changning said solemnly.
It's nothing. You just saved me earlier, so consider us even, Su Huaijin said, waving it off.
Alright, but we should focus on dealing with the surrounding beasts for now.
Su Huaijin glanced at the beasts that were once again closing in. By the way, are you holding up okay?
My body's fine, but my spiritual energy is nearly depleted.
Still, it's not a problem, these are only second-tier beasts.
I can manage with martial skills. Although he wasn't proficient in close combat, the opponents were only second-tier beasts, so he could handle them. There were so many beasts around that they didn't even have time to retrieve the beast core of the 4th-tier Sharp Claw Eagle.
Alright, I'm going in.
With that, Su Huaijin raised his blade and charged forward. When Su Huaijin was rescued, he ran to a distance and hardly killed any beasts, spending most of his time observing how the 4th tier fought. This allowed his stamina to recover almost completely, though his spiritual energy hadn't fully replenished yet, but it was close to being restored by more than half. Jun Changning took out a long blade from his spatial ring. Although it didn't have any special design, it was a grade C blade. Most of these beasts were between the 5th and 8th levels of the 2nd tier. While it couldn't kill them in one strike, 2 strikes were sufficient. After all, having been on the battlefield for over an hour, his combat experience had greatly improved. Su Huaijin punched a bony-eroding wolf, sending it flying and knocking down 5 or 6 other beasts. While the beasts were still on the ground, Su Huaijin activated his skill. Spatial Crush. These beasts instantly died. This method of fighting was both effortless and energy efficient, with no noticeable waste of his spiritual energy. This was something Su Huaijin had figured out over the past hour, given that he didn't have any large-scale skills. If he had such skills, he wouldn't have to fight so laboriously.
Awesome, so awesome. Jun Changning
kept swinging the blade in his hand. Although he wasn't skilled in close combat, slashing felt incredibly satisfying.
The surrounding beasts kept gathering,
and as soon as a path was cleared, new beasts filled the gap, making the fight increasingly frustrating. As they fought, the two gradually moved closer to each other until their backs were pressed together, adopting a combat stance.
Go! Kaizhong Finger.
At this point, this intermediate martial skill had already reached minor mastery, making it even more powerful, killing over a dozen second-tier beasts in one strike.
Su Huijin also advanced a level during the battle. 6th level of the Constellation Realm. Jun Changning secretly glanced at Su Huijin, filled with emotion.
Sigh, is this what a genius looks like? From the day of awakening to now, it's been just over 20 days, and he's already at the 6th level of the Constellation Realm. He's almost on par with that
person. Maybe one day, he could even rival them. Jun Changning didn't immediately return to Magic City.
One of the reasons he stayed was to witness the power
of an SSS-level spatial ability user.
Now, he realized it was indeed terrifying. After advancing, Su Huijin felt his spiritual energy replenished again.
He no longer held back in using it.
Spatial Crush. In an instant, another dozen beasts were killed. As time passed, half an hour later, the surrounding beasts grew
fewer and fewer.
Finally, no beasts dared to approach the two of them anymore. Jun Changning walked toward Su Huijin and extended his fist, clearly wanting to bump fists with him. Su Huijin followed suit and bumped fists with him.
Su Huijin, not bad.
Jun Changning praised.
Ha! I don't recall telling him.
My name, Su Huijin thought, puzzled.
Senior Jun, how do you know my name?
I don't think I mentioned it to you, Su Huijin asked.
Jun Changning couldn't help but laugh.
I can confidently say that right now, in the entire Dragon Nation, you're the only SSS-level spatial ability user.
Everyone should know who you are. Su Huijin thought about it and realized it was true. The Dragon Nation hadn't seen an SSS-level spatial ability user in 100 years. Even if he wanted to keep it a secret, he couldn't escape nationwide recognition. However, this was also a warning for him to be more cautious. Beasts and alien
races from other nations probably wanted to eliminate him, so he had to grow stronger quickly.
Su Huijin shook his head helplessly. Sigh, I don't want to be famous.
Jun Changning patted his shoulder.
I understand.
These days, many geniuses face assassination attempts, and few manage to grow to their full potential.
But you don't need to worry too much. At your level, there will definitely be many big shots protecting you. Su Huijin didn't respond, only nodding slightly. At that moment, a powerful aura surged toward them, and both Su Huijin and Jun Changning widened their eyes in unison. 4th tier beasts, 5th tier beasts, they're all mobilizing.
Now, only a 6th tier beast king remains standing in place. Jun Changning's expression turned serious. His brows furrowed tightly.
Damn it, they're all mobilizing.
This war might be nearing its end. In reality, the Beast King had long been aware of Su Huijin's presence. Watching this human slaughter a large number of 1st and 2nd tier mutated beasts, while even 3rd tier beasts were held back and unable to pose a threat to him, the Beast King grew increasingly uneasy. The sharp-clawed eagle it had sent out failed to accomplish anything, and Su Huijin continued to ruthlessly kill 2nd tier beasts. Finally, the Beast King could no longer endure and decided to go all out. It could not afford to delay any longer. At this moment, Su Nuk also noticed that 4th tier and 5th tier mutated beasts had started to mobilize. Spirit C tier ability users, Airborne tier ability users, prepare to fight with all you've got.
Yes, sir.
A 5th tier Blood Moon Lion appeared, its massive body standing at a towering height of 5 to 6 meters. Its blood-red fur was streaked with yellow patterns, making it an intimidating sight.
Opening its enormous maw, it let out a deafening roar.
The sound waves instantly caused nearby low-tier ability users and mutated beasts to bleed from their 7 orifices, leaving them barely clinging to life.
You beast, how dare you provoke me? Lei Wuji bellowed in rage. Though his mouth spat curses, Lei Wuji's actions did not falter.
Lightning coiled around his hands as his momentum surged with ferocity. The distance between him and the Blood Moon
Lion was a full 1,000 meters, but Lei Wuji's speed was extraordinary.
In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the massive beast, ready to strike it with the lightning in his hands. However, 5th tier mutated beasts were no easy prey. The Blood Moon Lion swiftly raised its paw to block, and though it was knocked back 100 meters, it left deep claw marks on the ground.
The Blood Moon Lion glared fiercely at Lei Wuji, preparing for a counterattack.
In the next instant, it suddenly opened its mouth, spewing a fireball straight at Lei Wuji. But with Lei Wuji's speed, such an attack was futile. He agilely dodged the fireball, which exploded in the air, leaving a crater over a dozen meters wide, a testament to its devastating power. After releasing the fireball, the Blood Moon Lion lunged at Lei Wuji without hesitation, raising its claws to attack. Suddenly, a blood-red battle halberd appeared in Lei Wuji's hands. He swiftly used it to block the incoming attack. The two clashed fiercely in midair, holding their positions for 3 to 4 seconds before both were sent flying backward. Lei Wuji steadied himself, quickly readjusting his stance. "Thundercloud's 18 strikes," he shouted, darting forward and leaving behind an afterimage. Lightning trailed in his wake as he moved. Just as the Blood Moon Lion regained its footing, Lei Wuji appeared beside it. With a fierce swing of his halberd, he struck the Blood Moon Lion's back before it had time to react. In an instant, the ground beneath the Blood Moon Lion collapsed. Although it did not fall, its stance wavered significantly. Lei Wuji gave it no chance to counterattack, quickly darting to its other side to unleash a flurry of assaults. 18 consecutive strikes landed on the Blood Moon Lion, leaving its body covered in wounds, blood pouring out in torrents. Just as Lei Wuji was about to deliver a fatal blow, another 5th-tier mutated beast appeared. It was a thunderstorm ape, a lightning attribute beast, and it positioned itself in front of the Blood Moon Lion, crossing its arms to block Lei Wuji's attack. The ape's arms were made of some unknown stone, crackling with electricity. The battlefield grew increasingly chaotic. All Spirit C-tier and Airborne tier ability users were fiercely engaged in combat with 4th and 5th-tier mutated beasts. Meanwhile, the ultimate boss observed the unfolding events without making a move. Su Nook also refrained from taking action, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment. Though the mutated beasts were numerous, the individual strength of the ability users was generally superior. Situations like Lei Wuji's 1 against 2 were not uncommon. The Thunderstorm Ape managed to block one of Lei Wuji's strikes but was still forced back more than 10 meters. By this time, the Blood Moon Lion had also regained its senses, staggering to its feet, clearly heavily injured. Lei Wuji glanced at the two beasts before him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Fighting two of you? Interesting. Even though I'm only at half my peak strength, dealing with the likes of you two small fry is more than manageable." He beckoned provocatively, which enraged the two beasts. The Blood Moon Lion charged forward, spewing fireballs as it ran. Each fireball was swatted away by Lei Wuji's halberd. Meanwhile, the Thunderstorm Ape leapt high into the air, bringing its fist down with a thunderous boom. Yet Lei Wuji's weapon intercepted the blow, halting its destructive force. The Blood Moon Lion seized the opportunity to pounce, but Lei Wuji blocked its attack with his foot. However, the attacks of the two beasts couldn't harm Lei Wuji at all. Instead, he countered with even greater force, sending both beasts flying. Thunder 9 flashes. Lei Wuji flashed 9 times in succession, leaving a lightning mark at his original position with each flash. The power of his attacks multiplied with each flash. The already severely injured Blood Moon Lion had no chance to resist and was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving only a beast crystal on the ground. "1 left," Lei Wuji said coldly. The Thunderstorm Ape, seeing this, looked at Lei Wuji in fear, then at the beast crystal on the ground, and immediately turned to flee. However, Lei Wuji would not let it escape so easily. Thunder Strike. In an instant, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and struck the Thunderstorm Ape. Although the ape was also of the lightning attribute, the strike still left it temporarily paralyzed. Lei Wuji seized the opportunity to charge forward, wielding his halberd to deliver a fatal blow. Thunder Slash. The halberd traced a blue-purple arc through the air, and in the next moment, the Thunderstorm Ape's head fell from its body. Its eyes, once red, turned black and lifeless in an instant. Everyone around witnessed this scene. Lei Wuji had consecutively slain 2 5th-tier beasts, greatly boosting the morale of the ability users. The principal of second high school shook his head with a helpless smile. This guy still loves to show off. With that, the sword in his hand swung even faster. Lei Wuji had slain the beasts so quickly to assist others as soon as possible. After all, there were 10 5th-tier beasts, while their side only had 6 Void Realm ability users, meaning 4 of them had to face 2 beasts each. The principal's strengths varied, and there weren't many as powerful as Lei Wuji. Therefore, they needed to resolve their battles quickly to support the others. Meanwhile, Su Huijin was engaged in a fierce fight with a 2nd-tier beast. Just as she was getting into the rhythm, a sudden chill ran down her spine. Something's wrong. She immediately turned and raised her blade in front of her. The force of the attack was so great that Su Huijin was sent flying dozens of meters, landing heavily on the ground.
Fortunately, she was unharmed. What the hell? Su Huijin panted heavily and focused her gaze, only to see a third-tier beast, the Fire Fury Monkey. This was an extremely cunning third-tier beast with considerable intelligence and fire attribute abilities, making it a tough opponent. Luckily, this one was only at the second level of the third tier. If it were any stronger, she might not have survived. Before Su Huijin could think further, the Fire Fury Monkey charged at her. Spatial Crush. Sensing danger from above, it quickly dodged. Damn, I missed. The Fire Fury Monkey followed up with another punch. Su Huijin blocked it with her blade again, but was still sent flying. She performed a backflip in midair, stabbed her blade into the ground, and slid several meters before coming to a stop. No, I can't let it get close. Its strength is too overwhelming. I have to lure it away. Before she could think further, another attack came her way. She had no choice but to use Spatial Shift to quickly change her position. Su Huijin then began using Spatial Crush and Annihilation to disrupt the Fire Fury Monkey's approach or to shift positions whenever it got too close. This won't work. My spiritual energy will run out eventually. What should I do? I need to find its weakness, or I'll remain at a disadvantage. As she ran, Su Huijin carefully observed the Fire Fury Monkey. It was covered in red fur, and its punches were accompanied by flames. Its strength was astonishing, and it stood about 1.6 meters tall. However, its speed wasn't particularly fast. It was, however, very agile and quick to react. I'll target its lower body. If I can injure it, I can implement a kiting strategy. Su Huijin began her plan. She first used Spatial Crush to seal off the area above the Fire Fury Monkey, then fired 2 Annihilation Blasts at its left and right sides, followed by an open young finger attack from the front. Finally, she used Spatial Shift to teleport behind it, completely locking down its movements. No matter which attack it chose to block first, it would still be hit by one of her strikes. Sure enough, the Fire Fury Monkey launched several fireballs from its palm, blocking my Kaiyang finger. Just as it was about to charge forward, it didn't expect me to teleport back instantly. This time, it couldn't retreat even if it wanted to. Instant Slash. Don't ask me why I didn't use Wild Blade / Wild Blade. Slash has a windup, while Instant Slash doesn't. It's faster to execute and specifically targets its lower body. Sure enough, although I didn't sever its leg, the wound exposed the bone. At this moment, the Fire Fury Monkey realized the danger. It tried to counterattack Su Huijin, only to find that he had already teleported away. The previous attacks had been so relentless that it had forgotten this guy was also a Star Condensation level ability user. Everything went as Su Huijin had planned. After injuring its leg, mere reactions were useless, many attacks were now unavoidable, and it could only be led by me. Although it had fireballs as a ranged attack, their firing speed was too slow, and even a Star Condensation level ability user could easily dodge them. The plan worked. Now I just need to play it safe and wear it down slowly, Su Huijin said with a faint smile. The Fire Fury Monkey occasionally threw fireballs, but every time Su Huijin dodged, he would teleport over to slash it, then teleport away again. The Fire Fury Monkey roared in frustration but couldn't deal with Su Huijin. As time passed, the Fire Fury Monkey's movements grew slower and slower. Looks like it's almost done for. No need to rush, wait until it's completely out of strength, then deliver the fatal blow. Meanwhile, the other battlefields were still raging. Lei Wuji had just killed another 5th-tier exotic beast, bringing his total to 3. The principal of 2nd High was still fighting 2 exotic beasts, and the one Lei Wuji had just killed was to assist the principal of 4th High. The principals of 3rd and 5th High were engaged in one-on-one duels, while the principal of 6th High was also facing 2 exotic beasts. Lei Wuji decided to help the principal of 6th High, as his strength wasn't great and he was already covered in wounds. Old Lei, thank you. You're incredible. Killing 5th-tier exotic beasts is like slicing vegetables. I can only imagine how strong you were at your peak. If it weren't for that war, you'd definitely be at the 6th tier by now, the principal of 4th High said gratefully. Sai, don't get distracted while fighting. I'll go help old 6 first, Lei Wuji sighed. Su Huijin saw that the Fire Fury Monkey was finally nearing exhaustion and was preparing to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a sound with a classical charm echoed, as if some mysterious force was controlling the exotic beasts. In an instant, all the exotic beasts on the battlefield went berserk. Their scarlet eyes became even more pronounced, and they seemed to disregard their injuries. The heavily wounded exotic beasts suddenly regained their vigor.
Blood still flowed from their bodies, yet they charged at the ability.
Users. What is this sound? What's happening?
Su Huijin watched as the Fire Fury monkey, which had been on the verge of collapse, stood up again and charged at him, faster than before.
Su Huijin quickly unleashed Kaiyang Finger, hitting the Fire Fury monkey directly.
However, it didn't seem to care and continued its charge, completely ignoring the pain from its severe injuries.
What? It's not even dodging? Could that sound have made it lose its senses and become immune to pain?
Su Huijin frowned deeply. The Fire Fury monkey swung a punch, and Su Huijin hurriedly blocked it with his blade, only to be sent flying. As he was flung through the air, his blade dragged along the ground, carving a path before coming to a stop.
Its strength is also much greater than before. This is troublesome. I don't know where its limits lie. Does it have to be killed to stop? In that brief moment, Su Huijin's mind raced with intense thoughts. He looked around the battlefield and saw that the situation was similar everywhere. Some exotic beasts that had been on the brink of death suddenly became frenzied. Over at Lei Wuji's side, he was helping the principal of 6th High deal with exotic beasts. One of the beasts had been about to be slain, but the sudden sound of the flute disrupted everything, and the beast was now lively again. Lei Wuji sighed helplessly, saying, "What's going on here?" The sound of the flute unexpectedly restored the dying beast's strength, making it even stronger than at its peak. If this sound isn't stopped, the situation could completely reverse. The other ability users also noticed this strange phenomenon. What's going on with these beasts?
They were clearly on the verge of death.
That's right, now they're even stronger than before.
Ah! A newly awakened ability user was instantly killed. At this moment, Su Huijin had no choice but to evade the attacks. Close combat was impossible, long-range attacks were ineffective, and wasting spiritual energy was pointless. Running away seemed the only option.
Zunak frowned. It seems the alien race is behind this.
Normally, a beast tide organized by a beast king wouldn't result in such a situation.
Even if there was a way to
make the beasts this frenzied, it couldn't possibly be caused by this sound. So, it had to be the work of the alien race or humans.
Though that was less likely. Shaoli, can you deal with this sound?
Li Jin smiled faintly.
City Lord, while my strength isn't
particularly great, I do have the ability to handle this kind of disruptive sound.
Wind sound interference. This was a wind-based
skill specifically designed to counter such sounds. Li Jin opened his mouth and released a wave of wind. Wherever the wind passed, all sounds disappeared. Even his own voice couldn't be heard. In that instant, the previously frenzied and dying beasts dropped dead. The moment the flute sound was interrupted, the other beasts returned to their normal state, though they still appeared somewhat dazed.
The ability users quickly realized this and launched a counterattack. Su Huijin felt a gust of wind and suddenly noticed an eerie silence around him.
The Fire Fury monkey collapsed to the ground.
What happened?
He was stunned, unable to even hear his
own voice.
Suddenly, Su Huijin looked up at the city wall and saw Li Jin emitting waves of wind.
So that's it. Cautiously, Su
Huijin approached the Fire Fury monkey and casually threw out a spatial crush. Instantly, the Fire Fury monkey was crushed into a
bloody mess. Phew, looks like it's really dead. Su Huijin let out a sigh of relief.
He quickly retrieved the beast crystal from
the Fire Fury monkey. What on earth was that flute sound just now? Damn Zunak, he actually broke my control.
A blue-black creature said angrily. It had 2 sharp horns and a blue-black, patterned, lion-like tail trailing behind it. This was a 4th-tier alien from the Hidden Clan, whose greatest trait was the ability to turn invisible and mask its presence.
However, it could only go invisible
once a week, and for a maximum of 12 hours. This type of alien was particularly loathed by other races. After all, who wouldn't
hate being ambushed out of nowhere?
Its name was Huna, and it had been sent by a high-ranking figure in its clan to attack Liangcheng Base City. Although it was only at the 4th tier, its racial traits and a certain soundwave skill made it the ideal candidate
for this mission.
It had been standing next to a 6th-tier beast the entire time. This beast resembled a lion but also had tiger-like features, along with a pair of silver-white wings, earning it the name Skyflying Tiger Lion.
Envoy, what is going on? The Skyflying Tiger Lion asked Huna calmly.
Although it couldn't see him, it knew the voice was coming from nearby.
Are you blind? Didn't you see that white-clothed kid next to Zunak?
My soundwave skill was blocked by something he did, damn it,
Huna said furiously. The sky-flying tiger lion's veins bulged instantly, clearly enraged. If the other party weren't an alien, it would have attacked. Long ago, how dare a mere fourth tier being insult it? Of course, Envoy, you are truly knowledgeable and experienced. Despite its anger, the sky-flying tiger lion forced itself to remain composed.
The veins on its forehead disappeared, and it managed to smile.
Naturally. Don't forget who I am. Huna laughed inwardly.
Even a 6th-tier beast had to show him respect, which filled him with
immense satisfaction. Envoy, what should we do now?
We're at a bit of a disadvantage here. Don't worry, I have the demon blood pill. In a moment, when you go up to fight, even if you can't defeat Zunak, eating this pill will greatly enhance your strength.
Within half an hour, you'll see a significant improvement.
Don't worry too much about the side effects, I'll report your achievements
to the elders of the clan.
By then, the side effects will be resolved, and you'll receive a great reward, Huna said confidently.
Really? Then thank you, Lord Envoy.
Flying Tiger Lion thought to himself that if he could receive a reward, he might have a chance
to advance to the 7th tier. Huna inwardly sneered.
He had just said it casually, yet this tiger actually believed him.
Even
if he won, the credit would only be his.
A reward? Dream on. Also, that kid is too arrogant.
Make sure to kill him later, Huna said,
coldly, pointing at Su Huijin. Don't worry, Lord Envoy. I've already had enough of that kid. He killed so many of our beasts.
Even though they were only 1st and 2nd tier, it still affected the battle to some extent. So, he must die, Flying Tiger Lion said with a face full of killing intent. At this moment, Su Huijin, who was busy fighting enemies, felt a sudden chill.
What's going on?
I feel a sense of danger. Su Huijin shook his head.
Forget it, no time to think about it. Keep killing these beasts. He glanced over at Lei Wuji's side.
The battle between the 5th-tier fighters was intense, with every strike causing ripples. If he were hit by the aftermath, he would likely be seriously injured.
Sigh. I wonder when I'll be able to reach that level, he thought about his own advancement speed and couldn't help but smile. It shouldn't be too far off. With that, Su Huijin wielded his Tiger Slayer and launched an attack on the surrounding beasts.
Meanwhile, on Lei Wuji's side, only 5 5th-tier beasts remained. Lei Wuji's immense strength and combat experience had allowed him to reduce their numbers to this extent. At this moment, Flying
Tiger Lion could no longer sit still. The number of beasts had already fallen below that of the humans. It flew directly toward Lei Wuji, slamming him with its claws.
Lei Wuji was struck and crashed heavily into the ground, creating a 2-meter deep pit.
The gap between the Void Mirror stage and the 6th tier was simply too vast. Lei Wuji couldn't react or defend in time. Just this.
One strike left him severely injured, coughing up blood.
Flying Tiger Lion was about to deliver the final blow.
Seeing Flying Tiger
Lion make its move, Zunak was about to act.
When he saw Lei Wuji gravely injured, he hesitated no longer.
In the next moment, Zunak's
body emitted a dazzling light and instantly appeared in front of Lei Wuji.
Old Lei, are you okay? Zunak asked with concern. Bah, I won't die.
Lei Wuji spat out some blood.
Good.
Then leave now, Zunak said. Alright, be careful yourself, Lei Wuji
quickly retreated. That damned lion couldn't hold back after all. Zunak turned to Flying Tiger Lion and taunted, today marks the day of your demise. Today is the day your Liangchang base city is destroyed. Flying Tiger Lion roared in fury. All you do is talk big. Today is the day you bring about your own destruction, Zunak replied coldly before making his move. Light beam. Zunak pointed his index finger, and a beam of light shot toward Flying Tiger Lion.
The beast blocked it with its claws, and with a loud bang, the explosion produced a thick cloud of black smoke. When the smoke cleared, Flying Tiger Lion was completely unharmed.
Are you trying to tickle me? Flying Tiger Lion mocked. Zunak snorted coldly and continued his assault.
He delivered a kick glowing
with golden light.
Seeing this, Flying Tiger Lion used its wings to block. Although the attack was deflected, Flying Tiger Lion was
still knocked backward. Interesting, Zunak.
If this is all you've got, then prepare to die, Flying Tiger Lion sneered as purple-red energy gathered in its mouth and was fired directly at Zunak.
Seeing the ability users behind him, Zunak knew he couldn't dodge
the attack, or they would be injured.
Light shield.
He immediately summoned a massive light shield in front of him.
The attack
collided with the shield, producing a deafening explosion.
Cracks appeared on the shield but it didn't shatter. Afterward, Zunak
and flying tiger lion flew into the sky, heading away from the base city. After all, their battle could potentially endanger the city. Zunak lured the sky tiger lion to a distant location, choosing the Emerald Forest as the battlefield. The sky tiger lion didn't care. As long as Zunak was killed, the base city would eventually fall. Boom! The sky tiger lion crashed heavily to the ground, instantly snapping several nearby trees. Zunak, you've truly ignited my fury, the sky tiger lion roared, clearly enraged by Zunak. Hand over that alien, and I can guarantee your corpse remains intact, Zunak said coldly, looking down at the sky tiger lion. From the air. Dream on. It's not certain who will die yet. The sky tiger lion adjusted its stance, preparing to counterattack. Such ignorance. Zunak raised one hand, a glowing orb flickering in his palm, and then launched an attack at the sky tiger lion. Photon flash. In an instant, the orb released countless rays of light, rushing toward the sky tiger lion. Seeing this, the sky tiger lion ran while using its wings to shield itself, attempting to fend off the attack. Each ray of light that hit the ground caused an explosion, inflicting massive damage. Despite the sky tiger lion's strong defense, a few rays struck it, leaving small wounds. However, it seemed unwilling to defend any longer and launched a direct attack. Flaming separation. Multiple magma spheres appeared in front of the sky tiger lion, flying towards Zunak. However, these attacks were all blocked by the rays of light, and the two sides' attacks exploded in mid-air, forcing both to retreat significantly. Seeing no effect, Zunak retrieved an A-grade battle blade from his spatial ring, swiftly flashing to the sky tiger lion's side and slashing down fiercely. The sky tiger lion blocked with one wing, then turned and swung its tail at him. Zunak remained calm, raising a light shield with his left hand to block the attack. The tail struck the light shield, causing ripples, but the shield did not break. The two then fought from the ground to the sky and back down again, destroying trees wherever they went. Light slash. The A-grade battle blade suddenly radiated golden light, and the sky tiger lion tried to block with its wing again. But this time, the defense was directly broken, the blade cutting deeply, blood spurting out. In pain, the sky tiger lion attempted to strike Zunak with its other wing, but he had already dodged. Zunak, you're finished. I'll tear you to shreds, the sky tiger lion roared furiously, its voice shaking the entire forest. Immediately, appeased Zunak, ha ha ha, why aren't you fighting anymore? Are you too weak to continue? Why aren't you being arrogant now? The sky tiger lion laughed mockingly. Zunak let out a cold snort, preparing for the next battle. Light sword. Zunak clasped his hands together and spread them apart. Instantly, a golden light appeared. As it fully extended, a gleaming light sword was revealed. The sky tiger lion spat out several energy balls from its mouth, sending them flying toward Zunak. Zunak swung his light sword, slicing down one by one, instantly splitting the energy balls in half, causing them to explode. Light speed. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a ball of light and appeared beside the sky tiger lion in less than 0.01 seconds. He slashed his sword toward the lion's head, but it was blocked by its wings. The wings were instantly severed. By the time the sky tiger lion reacted, Zunak's sword was already coming down again. It hurriedly used its wings to block, but they were no match, and were cut off. How fast was he? It was as if someone standing 5,000 meters away could appear before you in the blink of an eye, except this speed was even faster than a blink. After its wings were severed, the sky tiger lion quickly distanced itself. Although its wings were cut off, after a moment, they regrew. At the 6th tier, equivalent to the human nirvana realm, regenerating severed limbs was effortless for it, though it consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Go on, laugh. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Were you born without a sense of humor? Zunak couldn't resist taunting. You bastard. The sky tiger lion roared in fury. Lava inferno. In an instant, the ground within a kilometer radius turned into molten lava, churning violently. The temperature soared, distorting even the air. Seeing this, Zunak had no choice but to take to the skies. Lava barrier. In a flash, the area within a kilometer radius and up to 500 meters in the air was enclosed in a barrier. The sky tiger lion smirked smugly. Let's see how you fly now. Prepare to die. Heh, if this is all you've got, then prepare to meet your end, Zunak said indifferently. Zunak, still talking tough on the brink of death? Let's see how long you can last. The sky tiger lion then directed the lava to
surged like water columns toward Zunok. 5 or 6 lava pillars erupted from the ground, attacking him. Slash! Zunok cut down each lava pillar one by one, sending them back into the molten ground. More. Dozens of lava pillars surged toward Zunok. Multi-light/wave. The blade in Zunok's hand glowed with golden light. With a dozen swift swings, golden sword energy slashed through all the lava pillars, cutting them down completely. Little lion, is this all you've got? I thought you'd be stronger. Zunok said disdainfully, looking at the sky tiger lion. The sky tiger lion didn't respond, its gaze growing colder as it stomped heavily. As its paw struck the molten ground, hundreds of lava balls emerged from the surface. Go! Light energy flash, light. Shield. Zunok conjured an energy ball in his hand, shooting beams of light to intercept the lava balls. Each time he blocked one, an explosion occurred. However, there were too many, and some slipped through, only to be stopped by the light shield. But Zunok was not one to sit idly by. Light mirror. In an instant, numerous mirrors made of light appeared in the air. Zunok then leapt into one of the mirrors. There were so many mirrors that they completely surrounded the sky tiger lion. The next moment, a shining foot emerged from one of the mirrors, kicking fiercely at the sky tiger lion. Sensing danger, the sky tiger lion quickly used its wings to block the attack. Although it wasn't injured, it was sent flying. As it was flung through the air, Zunok entered another mirror and intercepted its trajectory, delivering another slash to the sky tiger lion. A long gash appeared on the lion's back, and it was sent flying to the left. Zunok toyed with it as if he were playing soccer. Unable to endure any longer, the sky tiger lion seized an opportunity to release a burst of gas from its body, dispersing it in all directions. Zunok's attack was interrupted, and he steadied himself in midair. The flying tiger lion spewed a surge of energy from its mouth, aiming at Zunok, but Zunok dodged in time. The energy entered the light mirror, refracted within it, and eventually returned to the flying tiger lion itself, striking it and causing black smoke to billow. This scene made Zunok burst into laughter. Ha! This is killing me. You can't hit me, and you end up hitting yourself. Zunok mocked. Zunok, how dare you toy with me? I'll kill you. The flying tiger lion roared in fury, veins bulging as its anger reached the breaking point. It then took a magic blood pill from Huna and swallowed it directly. Oh no! What did it just eat? Zunok's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly tried to approach the flying tiger lion. However, a powerful aura erupted from the beast, making it impossible to get close. In an instant, the flying tiger lion was enveloped in a massive surge of dark red energy, so violent it sent shivers down one's spine. Light flash! Zunok unleashed this area's skill again. However, the beams of light were absorbed by the dark red energy before they could even touch the flying tiger lion, vanishing without a trace. Multi-light/wave. Dozens of sword energies flew toward the flying tiger lion, but they were equally ineffective, swallowed up by the dark red energy upon contact. What on earth did it eat to boost its power several times over? Zunok frowned deeply. Finally, after a minute, the dark red energy gradually dissipated, retreating back into the flying tiger lion's body. But it was clear that the beast had grown significantly stronger, no longer resembling a 6th-tier exotic beast. Zunok, prepare to die. The flying tiger lion disappeared in an instant, reappearing right in front of Zunok and lashing out with its tail. Zunok quickly blocked with his light sword, but cracks immediately appeared on the blade. Realizing the danger, he retreated into the light mirror. The light sword shattered completely, disappearing into the void. Such immense power. Just one strike broke my light sword. It feels like it's at the 7th tier, but not quite fully there. Could it be a half step into the 7th tier? Zunok pondered. The flying tiger lion began smashing the light mirrors with its claws and tail. The mirrors that had been unbreakable moments ago now shattered like paper. This won't work. The thing it ate must have a time limit. I don't believe its energy will last forever. Zunok stepped out of the light mirror. Why isn't the coward hiding anymore? The flying tiger lion mocked as it continued to destroy the mirrors. I refuse to believe your energy will last. With that, Zunok dashed toward the edge of the magma barrier, attempting to break through. With my current strength, which is about half a step into the 7th tier, how could I let you escape? Lava domain. In an instant, the magma barrier transformed, filling the entire area with molten lava as the temperature soared. Just as Zunak was about to break through the barrier, an unexpected change occurred. This is bad. This doesn't seem like a complete domain, but I can't withstand it. What should I do? Zunak, why aren't you running? Come on, run. Now I'll take my time tormenting you.
The flying tiger lion stomped on the lava.
Instantly, dozens of magma pillars shot up, their tops morphing
into lion heads that lunged at Zunak.
Zunak quickly conjured a light sword. As the magma lion heads opened their jaws, he swung
the sword, sending a slash of energy toward the lava.
But the magma only trembled slightly, remaining unscathed. With no other choice, Zunak continued to dodge. Seeing Zunak constantly evading, the flying tiger lion laughed heartily. Switching between offense and defense, Zunak unleashed numerous martial techniques and skills, barely managing to sever a few magma pillars. By this point,
he was panting heavily, constantly dodging, defending, and attacking, consuming a massive amount of spiritual energy.
The magic
blood pills effect lasts for another hour.
No rush, I'll take my time playing with you.
The flying tiger lion continued to manipulate the magma pillars. Half an hour later, Zunak was covered in burns and bleeding from multiple wounds, his golden battlesuit stained with blood as he panted heavily.
This energy is lasting too long. Should I use that? But it can only be used one last time, Zunak
pondered, hesitation written all over his face.
Forget it, I'm done playing. Prepare to die, Zunak. The flying tiger lion shook the magma again.
This time, hundreds of magma pillars simultaneously surged toward Zunak, creating a spectacular scene.
No choice, I'll use it, Zunak said as a sphere appeared in his hand, ready to activate it. Spatial domain. A black cube rapidly
expanded from 1 centimeter to several dozen kilometers, instantly enveloping the entire lava field.
Within the spatial domain,
everything came to a standstill, with the magma pillars frozen mid-air. Inside the domain, nothing could move, not even Zunak or the
flying tiger lion. What's going on? Why can't I move? The flying tiger lion was filled with fear. What happened? Zunak, gripping
a lightsaber in his right hand and holding the sphere in his left, was covered in injuries. The flying tiger lion was on the left, Zunak on the right, when suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared between them, descending from the sky.
A demon blood pill? Interesting. Zunak squinted to get a better look. This man looks familiar. He must be a master.
As he observed the casually dressed, middle-aged man, his memory gradually became clearer. That's right, it's Lord Qin, the vice dean of the space department at Imperial
Capital University, Qin Lanhut. Zunak was shocked. Because space was frozen, his face and eyes couldn't move. At this moment, the flying tiger lion was overwhelmed with waves of panic. Isn't this the powerful figure who came here over 10 days ago? Didn't he leave? I'm doomed.
The flying tiger lion deeply regretted its actions.
If only it hadn't launched the attack, it wouldn't be in this situation now. It cursed itself for believing the nonsense of that alien race. Just then, Qin Lanhut snapped his fingers. Thank you, Lord Qin, for saving me. I'm eternally grateful. Although Zunak's body was still immobile, his mouth could move, and he immediately expressed his gratitude.
Qin Lanhut snapped his fingers again, and Zunak's body finally regained mobility.
He quickly clasped his fists and bowed deeply.
Then, he flew to Qin Lanhut's side.
My lord. How is Liangcheng Base City doing now? Qin Lanhut asked. Reporting to Lord Qin, it's in the final stages. Once this tiger lion is killed, the beast tide will be over. This tiger lion is quite interesting.
It actually consumed a demon blood pill.
That's not something easy to come by, Qin Lanhut remarked, then turned to the flying tiger lion. Spare me, great master. I was forced into this. It's all because of that wretched hidden clan. Otherwise, how would I dare invade the base city? The flying tiger lion pleaded desperately.
And this demon blood pill, it was also given to me by the hidden clan.
It was someone named Huna. Without it, how could I possibly defeat Zunak? The flying tiger lion groveled, desperate to escape its fate. Lord Qin, you don't know how arrogant it was just now. It even said that once Liangcheng was breached, it would slaughter the entire city. Zunak lied without hesitation, fearing the tiger lion might survive. That's not true, my lord. Don't listen to his nonsense. I never said such a thing. He's lying. The flying tiger lion was stunned by Zunak's blatant falsehoods. I should have killed you in this forest over 10 days ago. I didn't expect you to act so soon after I left.
I hadn't even come looking for you, and you dared to stir up trouble, Qin Lanhut said coldly.
Truly incorrigible.
Qin Lanhut's right hand slowly clenched into a fist. With every inch it tightened, the flying tiger lion's pain
intensified. Ah! Spare me, my lord.
I won't dare again, the flying tiger lion wailed, only to be crushed into a bloody pulp, its blood splattering everywhere, leaving behind only a beast crystal.
Zunok remains silent. I never imagined this is the power of a domain-level master. It's terrifying.
A 6th-tier beast enhanced by a pill to nearly reach the 7th tier was so easily crushed to death. Su Nuwa-ku was deeply shaken. Qin Lan who handed the beast crystal to Su Nuwa-ku. Sir, this was the tiger lion you killed.
How? Can I accept it? Su Nuwa-ku quickly refused. Take it if I tell you to, no more nonsense.
Qin Lan who was a bit speechless.
Then,
I shall respectfully accept.
Su Nuwa-ku glanced at Qin Lan whose expression and decided to take it. Let's go, back to the base city.
Qin Lan who opened a spatial rift and stepped inside.
So this is the power of the spatial ability? Truly convenient. Su Nuwa-ku followed him.
The spatial rift appeared at the center of the battlefield. Everyone who noticed it turned to look, and soon Qin Lan
Hu and Su Nuwa-ku emerged from it. The crowd, seeing Qin Lan Hu and an unfamiliar figure, became ecstatic. The city lord is back. The city lord is back. We've won. The city lord won. The city lord won. Liangcheng base city has won. Who's that next to the city lord? Heaven bless Liangcheng. Isn't that Lord Qin Lan Hu?
Lei Wuji also recognized the person beside Su Nuwa-ku.
Several principals also understood who that person was.
Su Huaijin, however, still didn't know who it was, as the person had their back to him, though they seemed somewhat familiar. Some were overjoyed, some were excited, and some were puzzled, but no matter what, the city lord had returned. This meant Liangcheng base city had won. Lord Qin, I'll go deal with the remaining stragglers. Please rest on the city wall for a while, Su Nuwa-ku said respectfully to Qin Lan Hu.
All right.
Qin Lan Hu nodded and turned to fly toward the
city wall. Su Nuwa-ku then flew into the air and activated his skill. Photon flash. The light sphere in Su Nuwa-ku's hand emitted
beams of light, striking each beast with precision. Instantly, the battlefield was filled with whales. The beasts had no chance to escape, and Huna had long since disappeared. Good thing I had the foresight to run early.
If I had waited any longer, it would have been too late. Watching the battlefield projection on his wrist, Huna spoke with relief.
In fact, half an hour earlier, he had already realized that the flying tiger lion hadn't returned, so he quickly fled.
No one knew what would happen next. To be safe,
Huna left a monitoring robot on the battlefield and then ran away. If the flying tiger lion won, he could return. If it lost, he
wouldn't have the chance. Who would have thought there was a 7th-tier powerhouse? Good thing I ran fast.
Huna wiped the sweat from his forehead, secretly glad about his decision. And that kid, just wait.
Thinking of Su Huaijin, Huna's face turned vicious. Achoo. Su Huaijin wiped his nose and muttered, who's thinking about me?
I didn't expect that person to be my master.
Bye.
Now, the number of beasts on the battlefield was dwindling. 10 minutes later, the battlefield was finally cleared of all beasts.
Hoo, we finally won. Ha, a great victory. Liangcheng base city is amazing. The city lord is amazing. Su Nuwa-ku flew to the city wall and stood beside Qin Lan Hu.
Lord Qin, I would like to say a few words.
Su Nuwa-ku saluted Qin Lan Hu. Qin Lan
Hu said nothing, only nodding slightly. Warriors, we have protected our home, defeated the beasts, and achieved victory.
Su Nuwa-ku shouted passionately from the city wall. Victory! Victory!
All the ability users cheered.
After letting them cheer for a
while, Su Nuwa-ku continued, the person beside me is the hero who killed the flying tiger lion, the vice dean of the spatial department.
At Imperial Capital University, Lord Qin Lan Hu. He is the one who saved our Liangcheng base city. Su Nuwa-ku introduced Qin Lan Hu to everyone.
The ability users below fell silent for a second or two, then erupted into even louder cheers.
Thank you, Lord Qin. Thank you, Lord Qin, for saving our Liangcheng base city. Lord Qin is amazing. Qin Lan Hu made a gesture, signaling everyone
to quiet down. Suddenly, the sounds on the field gradually faded. Warriors, you are the true heroes.
Without your fearless sacrifices, your selflessness, and your protection, I wouldn't have been able to arrive in time. You are the heroes who protect Liangcheng Base City. Warriors, the bracelets distributed to you before the battle have recording functions. They can track how many beasts you killed and their levels. Rewards will be given based on your performance in 3 days, Sunuk explained from the city wall. The beast tide is over. Everyone is injured, so treat your wounds quickly. Each group, check the number of casualties. Dismissed. Sunuk waved to the soldiers below. Afterward, the captains of each team gathered the ability users to count the numbers. Su Huijin had entered the battlefield alone, so he returned directly to the city. At this moment, Su Huijin's phone rang. It was Su Nook calling. Hello, Huijin, come to the meeting room at the city defense office. Alright, Lord City Master, I'm on my way. Su Huijin replied, hanging up the phone and heading toward the city defense office. Before long, he arrived at the meeting room door, which opened automatically. Lord City Master, I'm here. Su Huijin saw 2 people standing in front of him. Master. Su Huijin saluted Qinlantu. Huijin, Sunuk told me about your performance on the battlefield. Well done, but a bit reckless. Qin Lanta smiled before speaking sternly. You know how important you are now. The entire Dragon Nation is counting on your growth. Acting without regard for your safety is unacceptable. Battle experience is valuable, but you must know your limits and not act recklessly. Seeing Qinlantu's angry expression, Su Huijin understood it was out of concern for him. I understand, Master. I won't die so easily. Su Huijin said firmly. Lord Qin, you can't blame Huijin entirely for this. If anyone's to blame, it's me. If I hadn't allowed him to go to the battlefield, he wouldn't have been able to go at all. If you're going to scold someone, scold me. Su Nook said fearlessly. Alright, you too. Huijin, you may leave now. I have matters to discuss with Su Nook. Qinlantu sighed and waved Su Huijin off. Huijin, head to Liangcheng Square in 3 days. There will be rewards, Su Nook said to Su Huijin. Alright, thank you, Master. Thank you, Lord City Master. I'll take my leave now. Su Huijin nodded to both of them and then left. Lord Qin, has the cause of this beast tide been determined? Su Nook asked Qinlantu. The specific cause is still under investigation. So far, we know that Yuqing Base City and the base cities under its jurisdiction were also attacked by beast tides. There must be alien forces manipulating things behind the scenes, Qinlantu replied truthfully. Moreover, before I came, the beast tides in other base cities had mostly ended, but they paid a heavy price to defend themselves. Compared to them, Liangcheng Base City's losses are minimal, Qinlantu said with a hint of regret. It's all thanks to you, Lord Qin. If you hadn't saved us, Liangcheng Base City would have likely fallen long ago. Qinlantu shook his head. By the way, the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation are furious about this. Such a large-scale beast tide hasn't been seen in a century. Do they really think the Dragon Nation is easy to bully? It's very likely that orders have already been issued to launch a counterattack against the beasts and alien forces. It seems another storm of bloodshed is coming, Sunuk said worriedly. This was not good news. The golden era has arrived. Ah Jin, where have you been? I've been looking for you all day, and you didn't answer your phone, Honshu complained to Su Huijin. I had something to do, Su Huijin said with a wry smile. What could you possibly have to do? The beast tide just came. What could be more important than that? Don't tell me you went to the battlefield. Honshu's expression changed instantly. That's right. I was indeed on the battlefield just now. You really went. Didn't Master forbid students from going? Are you hurt? Honshu's shock turned to concern. My body is fine. By the way, Master? Since when do you have a master? Su Huijin asked in confusion. Take a guess, Honshu made a funny face. It should be the lord of the city, right? Su Huijin thought for a moment and finally gave his answer. You actually know. Did Master tell you? Honshu seemed a bit disappointed. It's easy to guess. Both of you are light-type abilities, and in the entire Liangcheng base city, whose light-type ability can compare to the lord of the city? I've witnessed the lord's bravery on the battlefield. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else who could teach you this S-level light ability. That's true. Here's the story. Master wasn't in the city during the days we awakened. Otherwise, with abilities like ours, how could he not come? At that time, it was the school's training period. Didn't you leave with Lord Qin? Master came to the school to find me, partly to look for you and partly to find me. He wanted to see the strength of the SSS-level spatial ability, and since both he and I are S-level light abilities, he wanted to take me as his disciple. I happened to lack resources and connections, so I agreed. That's how it happened, Han. Shu explained to Su Huijin. I see. Su Huijin suddenly understood. Tell me about the Beast Tide incident. Okay, I'll tell you about it. The two chatted until evening before heading home separately. 3 days later, Liangcheng Square. Thousands of people gathered at the scene, not to mention the many spectators. Liangcheng Square was very spacious, capable of accommodating 100,000 people, and during special times, it could also be used as a training ground. The square was packed with people, and a stage was set up at the front of Liangcheng Square. Almost all the ability users were present, though some were guarding the city walls or patrolling with the city defense team. Ability users, warriors, the commendation ceremony is now officially starting. Sunuk's voice was loud and clear, audible to everyone. You are all heroes who protect Liangcheng base city, and our city will not let you down. All ability users who participated in this defense will receive rewards. The crowd cheered. Great! Everyone is a hero. Now, I will read out the list of the top 100 contributors among the ability users. The top 1,000 contributors will also receive special rewards, and the rest can verify their rewards individually. First place, Lei Wuji, killed 5 5th-tier exotic beasts. Reward. Someone in the audience said, isn't that the principal of number 1 high school? Such strong abilities. Of course. If he wasn't strong, how could he be the principal of number 1 high school? Oh, you don't know how amazing Lord Lei used to be. Second place. Third place. 10th place, Su Huijin, killed 223 first-tier exotic beasts, 212 second-tier exotic beasts, and 1 third-tier exotic beast. The scene instantly fell silent. This record was simply outstanding. After 1 or 2 seconds of silence, an unprecedented cheer erupted. Wow, that's incredible. This name sounds so familiar. Of course it's familiar. He's the pride of Liangcheng Base City, the genius who awakened the SSS-level spatial ability. So it's him, no wonder. Don't forget, it's only been over 20 days since the awakening day. Others are at least at the condensed star realm now. He's a total prodigy. Everyone was discussing, shocked beyond belief. For high-level ability users, this achievement might not be much, but Su Huijin was only at the condensed star realm. It wouldn't be long before he caught up with the top experts. Given that Su Huijin killed a large number of exotic beasts and influenced part of the battle, we will reward him with something special, Sunuk said, taking out a blue crystal from his spatial ring. The crystal emitted a profound glow. This is called the Azure Crystal, a precious resource brought out from a secret realm. I won't elaborate on its specific uses. Su Huijin, come find me after the commendation ceremony. Sunuk said to Su Huijin. In addition, we will also provide Su Huijin with a set of B-level battle armor, 10 intermediate spirit stones, 5 bottles of C-level potions, and a series of cultivation resources. The surrounding crowd and ability users were shocked. The rewards were truly generous, even though most people didn't know the specific use of the Azure Crystal. However, a small number of people understood its value, and the total rewards Su Huijin received were far less than the worth of the Azure Crystal. This clearly demonstrated its preciousness and also showed how much importance Zunak placed on him. Everyone, don't think we're giving too much. These are resources exchanged for a hero's life, and moreover, he is the future of our Dragon Nation. In addition, based on our collective decision, the top 10 contributors among the ability users will receive individual hero medals. Individual hero medals, this is a tremendous honor. Those who possess this medal can enjoy an 85% discount when shopping anywhere in the Dragon Nation. In the past, during Beast Tides, fewer than 5 people could earn this title, but now there are 10. This is incredible. Zunak then continued to announce the rankings of others. As expected of my buddy. Truly amazing. Hanshu felt particularly proud. A hero was right by his side. Imperial capital, Dragon Nation's high-level officials. The people here essentially represented the highest decision-making body of the Dragon Nation. Everyone was watching the virtual screen projected onto the round table. Old Lu, these are all the data regarding the Beast Tide encountered by the Fish City major base and its jurisdictional areas. Alright, what does everyone think? Old Lu's expression was solemn. These beasts and alien races are simply too outrageous. Do they really think the Dragon Nation is easy to bully? Old Tian said angrily. Exactly. The losses this time are severe.
Another high-ranking official slammed his fist on the round table, visibly furious.
We absolutely cannot let this go, we must retaliate. This time, it might not be so simple. Why did they only attack the Fish City major base and its jurisdictional base cities?
This is a question, but Fish City is likely severely weakened now.
Alright, everyone, calm down for now.
Xiao Wu, give us the specific death toll data, Old Lu said, patting the table and addressing Xiao Wu.
Yes, Old Lu.
Among the ability users who participated in the battle at Fish City major base, there were over 100,000, with 20,000 deaths.
The
casualties are too severe, reducing Fish City's strength by 1/5.
Sigh. Continue.
At Maru City medium base, 50,000 participated, with 20,000 casualties. That's nearly half of the participants. Other base cities under Fish City's jurisdiction omitted. At Liang City base, over 10,000 participated, with 1,055 deaths.
How the casualties at Liang City base aren't too high. Sounds a bit familiar. Yes, it rings a bell. I remember now, isn't this the base city where someone awakened the SSS-level spatial ability? The name was... This high-ranking official scratched his head, trying to recall the name. Su Huijin.
Yes, that's him, Su Huijin. Pull up the specific data for Liang City base, Old Lu said to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded in confirmation.
Soon, a more detailed contribution chart appeared on the virtual screen. The name at the top of the contribution list looks familiar, Lei Wuji. Isn't this the Lei Wuji who participated in the Starry Sky battlefield?
What a pity, he could have advanced to the Nirvana realm but was severely injured.
There.
I didn't expect him to be in Liang City now.
So it was him. I didn't expect him to be here now. Look at the 10th place on the contribution list. Su Huijin also went to the battlefield. I didn't expect him to kill so many beasts.
Young people are truly remarkable, the future is promising. A Constellation Realm ability user actually managed to slay Tier 3 beasts.
It seems his strength is quite impressive.
There might still be a gap. After all, the young master of the Wang family has had endless resources since childhood, while Su Huijin was just an ordinary person before, even an orphan, with no resources at all.
Old Lin is
right, Su Huijin might still have some distance to catch up with the young master of the Wang family.
I don't think so. Even if there's a gap now, I believe that in the near future, I will definitely stand
shoulder to shoulder with Wang Kelly, or even surpass him, Lu Lao said confidently.
Lu Lao, you're so confident?
Never underestimate anyone, no matter how insignificant they may seem now.
History is full of such examples, they eventually become the strong ones.
On the other side was a courtyard, with small bamboo groves on both sides of the walls and a rockery next to the archway. On the left side of the courtyard was a small pond, where a few goldfish swam, lotus leaves floated on the water's surface, and on the right were stone tables and chairs, exuding an ancient charm and showcasing a classical style.
By the pond stood a young man,
with a tang sword at his waist, dressed in traditional attire that appeared fashionable, giving off a faint sense of oppression. His brows were slightly furrowed, his gaze thoughtful, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, full of youthful vigor. At this moment, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, as if something had caught his attention.
An SSS-level spatial ability user, Su Huijin, how interesting, truly fascinating. I heard he was just an ordinary person before awakening.
As one of the two great kingly abilities in the ability world, I wonder if your spatial power is stronger, or my temporal power.
As soon as the words fell, one of the goldfish in the pond rapidly shrank until it became a goldfish fry. Young master, it's time to eat.
A middle-aged man walked into the courtyard and called out to the young man.
Coming. The goldfish then returned to normal.
That's right, this was the young master of the Wang family in the imperial capital, Wang Kelly.
Meanwhile, a young man was watching two people engage in free combat. Good, well done, keep going. The feeling of fists landing on flesh is just too satisfying.
This young man had slightly curly green long hair, which, though uncommon, appeared uniquely beautiful. His features were resolute and handsome, and he held a book of unknown content in his hand.
Young Master Mu, let me show you something.
I guarantee you'll be interested. A young and beautiful girl approached him, holding a communication device.
Oh, let me see.
The young man opened the device, and the screen floated in the air.
He looked at Su Huijin's profile. TCH, nothing impressive. If it were me, I could do it too, the young man said with slight disdain. among all the peers.
In Langua, except for that one guy, I fear no one, let alone someone with no resources.
Giving such abilities to him is simply a waste.
After speaking, he casually tossed the communication device aside.
The girl
looked at him, her mouth twitching slightly.
This kid must die.
He's too defiant of the natural order. If we don't stop him, his growth will affect my plans, a man in a black robe said hoarsely.
Yes, Deputy Cult Leader.
At this moment, Huna was about to explode with anger.
That brat really infuriates me.
The next time I see him, I will make sure he dies, Huna said with a ferocious expression.
Other major countries were also collecting information on Su Huijin, as the beast tide targeting Yuqing had drawn national and even global attention, and coincidentally, such a defiant figure had emerged.
It could be said that Su Huijin had
already entered the global spotlight. Liancheng Square. Time ticked by second by second.
The crowd and ability users were all watching Su Nook.
The top 100 contributors have been announced. Please use your bracelet data to claim your respective rewards. I hereby declare the commendation ceremony officially concluded, Su Nook said to the crowd. Su Huijin, come with me.
Yes, Lord City Master.
Su Huijin nodded. The two then headed to the city lord's mansion. Conference room.
Huijin, take this azure crystal. Su Nook handed the azure crystal to Su Huijin. Thank you, Lord City Master, Su Huijin said gratefully as he accepted the
azure crystal.
You're welcome, you deserve it, Zunak said with a smile.
Lord City Master, what is the purpose of this azure crystal? Su Huijin asked with some confusion. This item is extremely useful. There are only 10 of them in the entire Liangcheng base city. I hope you can rise quickly.
The azure crystal has the effect of cleansing and refining the body. It can significantly enhance your physique and increase the
spiritual energy reserves within you.
Just one of these can boost your reserves by 10%. Such a small crystal has such great effects. Su Huijin was astonished. Of course, this item is a rare treasure outside. Even in our small base city, there are only about 10 of them. Think about how precious it is, Zunak patiently explained. You should absorb it here now to avoid being disturbed by anyone with ill intentions.
I'll have someone deliver your resources to your home.
Rest assured, as long as you're within Liangcheng base city, no one will rob you.
Hold the azure crystal tightly and activate the meditation technique.
Understood. Lord City Master, Su Huijin nodded, then sat cross-legged. Closing his eyes, Su Huijin's consciousness instantly entered his mind, which sparkled like a starry sky. His awareness floated in the void.
The azure crystal
in his hand emitted a blue glow, and then a surge of blue energy flowed into his hand and entered his mind. Su Huijin's consciousness felt the blue energy, which then surged through his limbs, making his meridians
feel as if they were being expanded.
It hurts so much. Su Huijin frowned tightly, his face contorted in pain, drenched in sweat, and pale.
His body trembled. Zunak watched Su Huijin's state, shook his head, and sighed.
Finally, I see someone experiencing the pain of absorbing this thing. Back when I absorbed it, I almost couldn't bear it either, but the effects are indeed remarkable, Zunak remarked with emotion. At this moment, Su Huijin persisted, and finally, after an hour, he finished absorbing it.
Su Huijin let out a long breath and looked at Zunak with a hint of grievance. Lord City Master, you didn't mention it would hurt this much. Zunak tossed a towel to Su Huijin. My bad, I forgot to tell you.
Wipe off your sweat first.
Su Huijin wiped the sweat off his body. Huijin, how do you feel now? Zunak asked expectantly.
The earlier pain should now have turned into immense comfort. Su Huijin clenched his fists, carefully sensing the changes in his body.
I feel stronger.
If I encounter a second-tier, 5th-level beast again, I could
defeat it with just one punch. And I feel this isn't my limit. Moreover, I can absorb spiritual energy faster, and my reserves have increased by 10%. If this continues, my spiritual energy reserves might become terrifyingly abundant, Su Huijin said excitedly.
Talking about it is one thing, testing it is another. I have a training room here.
Let's test it out, Zunak said, leading Su Huijin to the training room.
Su Huijin had no choice but to follow.
About 3 minutes later, they entered a room. The room was made entirely of alloy on all sides.
This training room can withstand attacks from a Void Realm expert.
You can unleash your full power. Let's test your strength first, Zunak said, leading Su Huijin to a device.
This testing device can measure strength up to the Void Realm level, he said, demonstrating by using his Spirit Lake Realm
power.
Immediately, large characters appeared on the device. Spirit Lake Realm, first level.
I see, Su Huaijin nodded. Huaijin, give it a try. Gather all your strength into your fist and deliver a full-force punch.
Su Huaijin adjusted his stance, channeling all his strength into his right fist.
Boom! He punched the testing device. Star Condensation Realm, 7th level. Zunok nodded in approval. Not bad. Your physical strength has surpassed your realm.
It seems the Azure Crystal has significantly enhanced you.
Next, try a martial technique. Kaiyang Finger. This is the most powerful move among Su Huaijin's martial techniques. Boom!
First level of the Linghu realm.
Su Nook was shocked, and Su Huaijin was equally stunned.
He hadn't expected the power of this move to transcend an entire major realm.
Although the Kaiyang Finger required spiritual
energy to support it, without such a strong physique, it would have been impossible to unleash such immense power.
Aha, amazing.
I never thought you could reach this level, Su Nook said, clapping with a smile.
I'm surprised too. The Azure Crystal has helped me tremendously.
Although it can't directly elevate my realm, it has given me abilities even more powerful than a realm breakthrough.
Now, let's test your speed, Su Nook said, leading Su Huaijin to another device.
This device had a display screen, and on the ground, there were two sensor strips 5 meters apart. You just need to run from this sensor strip to the other as fast as
you can. The machine will measure your speed.
Of course, this test is only applicable to those below the Yukuan realm, Su Nook explained. He then demonstrated by running from the rear sensor strip to the front one. The screen displayed a speed of 100 meters per second, the standard for the Linghu realm.
Huaijin, give it a try.
Su Nook stepped aside.
Alright, Su Huaijin nodded.
Shortly after, the test was complete, and the screen
displayed a speed of 90 meters per second.
This was already very close to the Linghu realm standard. Perhaps with 1 or 2 more levels of cultivation, he could reach it.
Not bad at all, a comprehensive enhancement.
The Azure Crystal was definitely worth absorbing, Su Nook praised with a nod.
Thank you, City Lord.
Without you, I probably wouldn't have been able to obtain this reward.
My contributions alone wouldn't have been
enough to earn it, Su Huaijin said earnestly, expressing his gratitude. Sai, this is the result of everyone's collective effort. As long as you make good use of the resources available to you now, that's all
that matters.
The current global situation is becoming increasingly tense, and we urgently need the younger generation like you to rise quickly.
Yes, I will absolutely live up to your expectations, City Lord. Su Huaijin
replied respectfully with a bow. Alright, let's go eat some exotic beast meat, Su Nook said, beckoning Su Huaijin.
Which exotic beast's meat?
Although I ate some exotic beast meat while training with my master, the types I could eat were quite limited, Su Huaijin asked curiously.
You'll find out soon enough. Let's go. By the way, City Lord, why haven't I seen my master?
Su Huaijin asked, puzzled.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Lord Qin had some matters to attend to and left. He'll be back to find you in 3 days.
Just wait for him, Su Nook explained.
Alright then. So, which exotic beast's meat are we eating? Su Huaijin asked again, intrigued.
I won't keep you guessing, it's from a 5th-tier crimson armored tiger, Su Nook said with a smile.
Is it the one from the battlefield a few days ago? That's right, the very same. This meat not only replenishes stamina but also enhances physical fitness and spiritual energy.
Its blood is especially nourishing, Su Nook explained to Su Huaijin.
You still know too little about this world. There are many
things about exotic beasts and other races that you're unaware of. Even some of the treasures in your possession, you don't fully understand their uses.
Before you go to university, you'll only be exposed to a portion of the world's truths. Many ordinary people never get the chance to learn about them in their entire lives. That's why so many people aspire to get into university. This world is unequal. Some people are exposed
to supernatural abilities from a young age, and it truly changes their lives, just like you, Su Nook said seriously to Su Huaijin.
I understand, City Lord.
I'm working step by step to change myself, Su Huaijin replied
earnestly.
At this moment, the exotic beast meat was ready, and a servant brought it to the table.
Try it. But you probably won't be able to eat much.
Exotic beast meat gives a strong sense of fullness after just a little. Once you become stronger, it won't be a problem, Su Nook said, looking at the meat as if lost in thought.
Su Huaijin picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth. A rich aroma instantly exploded in his mouth.
The meat was incredibly tender, and with one bite, it released an abundance of juices. As a piece of meat went down his throat, Su Huijin felt his body heat up, as if he were slowly getting stronger. Although the improvement was minimal, he was certain that if he kept eating it over time, the accumulated effect would bring significant changes.
This meat is better than any I've ever eaten. The rich aroma makes
me want another piece, and I feel a bit warm, Su Huijin said in surprise as he looked at the piece of meat.
If it tastes good, eat more, but don't overdo it.
After all, this is 5th-tier exotic beast meat.
And eating too much might be overwhelming, Zunak said with a laugh.
If you don't go out to train beyond the base city, I'll often have someone deliver meat to you.
Eating exotic beast meat is good for your body.
Thank you, Lord City Master. Su Huijin said gratefully.
It's nothing.
The children of those big families have been eating this kind of meat since they were young.
Some of the most prestigious families eat exotic
beast meat every day, and who knows how much better theirs is compared to what we have today, Zunak sighed.
That's just how the world is. But you don't need to worry too much. If you keep working hard, you'll eventually surpass them, Zunak encouraged Su Huijin. If my family background isn't as good as theirs, then I'll rely on myself. I believe I can leave them all in the dust.
At this moment, Su Huijin's face was full of confidence, exuding a strong sense of determination. Zunak looked at him, momentarily dazed, as if he saw the shadow of someone else in Su Huijin.
Lord City Master, I'm full. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Su Huijin said to the distracted Zunak. Zunak snapped out of it. Yes, all right. I have nothing else for now. You can go back and rest. Goodbye, Lord City Master. Su Huijin nodded and then turned to leave.
It seems this world just got more interesting, Zunak said with a smile, shaking his head.
The next day,
Su Huijin got up early and, after breakfast, went to the school's martial arts training ground. At this moment, he had just finished practicing a set of martial techniques. Now my strength is enough to take on a first-level 3rd-tier exotic beast head-on, but my offensive methods are still somewhat lacking. If I encounter those top family heirs, I might not necessarily win, Su Huijin muttered to himself as he sat on a chair.
Just then, his phone vibrated. After answering, a voice came through. Hello, Master. Huijin, where are you?
I have something to tell you, the voice on the other end said.
I'm at the school's martial arts training ground. Stay there. I'll be right over.
The next moment, a spatial rift appeared in the air above. The training ground, he really meant right away. Su Huijin was envious of this skill. It was incredibly effective for both escaping and pursuing, practically a divine ability for long-distance movement.
Unfortunately, with his current strength, he couldn't use it.
Even if he tried to channel his internal spiritual energy, it would likely drain all his power.
Master. Su Huijin nodded toward Qinlantu. It's been a few days, and your strength has improved again, Qinlantu said as he sized up Su Huijin.
The Lord City Master gave me a blue crystal, and I absorbed it, Su Huijin admitted honestly.
That old guy actually gave you something so precious. He really went all out, Qinlantu said with a laugh. By the way, Master, what did you want to talk to me about?
Su Huijin asked, puzzled.
Here's the thing.
3 days ago, I received news that a secret realm was discovered in a mountain range 100 kilometers outside the Maru City base. Since the secret realm is somewhat unstable, someone asked me to stabilize it, Qinlantu explained briefly, addressing his absence over the past few days.
How could a secret realm suddenly appear? Su Huijin asked, even more confused.
The appearance of secret realms is often unpredictable, but most of them are in the wilderness.
Only a few special secret realms appear within base cities.
In this case, it seems that an ability user at the Spirit Lake level had just finished fighting off a beast tide and went into the mountains looking for opportunities. Unexpectedly, he encountered an exotic beast. After being sent flying dozens of meters, a secret realm suddenly appeared behind the beast and directly obliterated it.
The man was dumbfounded at the time and immediately
reported this situation. When the city defense department investigated, they found that the secret realm was quite unstable. I happened to be not far from Maru City, so I joined forces with the city lord of Maru City to
stabilize it. That's the general course of events. So why is Master telling me all this?
Su Huijin was a bit puzzled.
After investigation, it seems to be an ancient spiritual secret realm that appeared 200 years ago.
When this secret realm opened 200 years ago, it closed after a month and then disappeared.
This secret realm contains many opportunities.
Of course, most secret realms don't disappear, only a small number of
special secret realms do.
When they reappear, their locations might also change. Moreover, this secret realm can only be entered by those in the awakening realm and the star condensation realm.
Those in the spirit lake realm and above cannot enter. Also, this secret realm hasn't truly opened yet. Based on speculation, it will probably open in about half a month.
At that time, many geniuses and those who have been at this realm for years will go. I can only say that there are both dangers and opportunities here, and you might even lose your life.
That's why I'm asking if you want to go.
If you do, I'll take you there in half a month.
Qin. Lantu asked for Su Huijin's opinion.
Su Huijin thought for a moment and finally said, I'll go.
Alright, then prepare well during this half month. Qin Lantu patted Su Huijin on the shoulder. No problem. Su Huijin nodded in agreement.
The academy still has matters to attend to, so I have to leave first.
I'll come to pick you up in a dozen days. With that, Qin Lantu entered a spatial rift. This is my first time entering a secret realm. I need to prepare well, otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Su Huijin pondered. Right, I can ask the principal. He must have been to a secret realm before.
Immediately, Su Huijin set off and soon
arrived at the principal's office.
He knocked on the door 3 times.
Come in.
Lei Wuji's voice came from inside.
Su Huijin pushed the door open and entered. The office's layout was the same as before. Principal, I have something to ask you. He spoke. Lei Wuji, hearing the familiar voice, looked up. Oh, Huijin, why are you here? Come, have a seat. Su Huijin nodded and sat on the sofa.
Lei Wuji stood up from his office chair and also sat on the sofa. He picked up the teapot, poured a cup of water for Su Huijin, and pushed it in front of him. Thank you, Principal, Su Huijin said politely.
You said you had something to ask.
Go ahead, and I'll see if I can help you, Lei Wuji said to Su Huijin. Here's the situation. My master told me that a secret realm is about to open near the Maru city base. Only those in the awakening realm and star condensation realm can enter. So I want to know what I need to prepare. After all, I've never been to a secret realm before, and I'm bound to make mistakes. Su Huijin explained the situation.
I see, Lei Wuji said, suddenly understanding. You've come to the right person. I've been to many secret realms and have plenty of experience. Lei Wuji's face was full of confidence. Please go ahead, Principal.
I'll take notes, Su Huijin said with a smile. First of all, secret realms are divided into permanent secret realms, time-limited secret realms, and disappearing secret realms.
These 3 types of secret realms are different. Permanent secret realms can be entered at any time and won't close. However, there are level restrictions for entry.
For example, some secret realms only allow those below the Nirvana realm to enter, while others only allow those above
the Nirvana realm. The secret realm you're going to belongs to this category because it has a realm restriction. Some secret realms even allow ordinary people to enter. The second type is time-limited secret realms.
These secret realms usually open at fixed times and are closed at other times.
They often contain many rare items. The third type is disappearing secret realms. These secret realms are very special, and the opportunities
within them are extremely precious because their appearance and opening are irregular.
For example, this secret realm once appeared in the suburbs of the imperial capital. After opening, it could only be entered
for 10 days, and it disappeared after closing.
The next time it appears, it might be in Arliang City.
If it does appear here, the opening duration could be 20 or 30 days, but the number of people entering will be
particularly high.
After all, no one knows how long it will take for it to appear again.
So, which type of secret realm are you going to? Lei Wuji asked Su Huijin. My master said it's the ancient spirit secret realm.
That appeared over 200 years ago. This time, it might open for 30 days and will start in about 10 days, Su Huijin replied.
Lei Wuji frowned slightly. Seeing this, Su Huijin couldn't help but ask, Principal, what's wrong? Is there a problem?
Lei Wuji shook his head.
It's not a big problem, but going into the secret realm alone this time is very dangerous.
Why do you say that?
Su Huijin asked, puzzled. Usually, many people enter such secret realms.
Moreover, the danger level of this type of secret realm is higher than others, and you also have to guard against other people.
Some people don't go in to seek opportunities but to rob others.
Also, I heard that when this secret realm first opened 200 years ago, many people died. Around tens of thousands entered, but only a few thousand came out, and most of them were injured. So,
The development level inside is probably less than 10%.
Even so, the opportunities obtained by those who came out back then were still very precious. Some people soared to great heights because of these opportunities, while others were
hunted down after coming out. That's why I said it's very dangerous, Lei Wuji sighed. Principal, I've already thought it through. I can't always rely on you and my master.
Sometimes, I have to fight for myself, not just for opportunities, but also for my dignity, Su Huijin said seriously. Lei Wuji looked at the young man in front of him, seeing his youthful determination and boundless energy.
Ha ha ha, excellent, well said. Lei Wuji clapped and laughed heartily.
Now, I'll tell you what you need to prepare and some precautions. First, ensure you have enough food and water.
This is the most important. If this expedition lasts 30 days, you
need to prepare supplies for more than 30 days.
Next is medicine. Injuries are inevitable inside, and you'll also need antidotes. In any case, it's better to prepare more medicine than less. Third is clothing.
Although you just got a B-grade battlesuit, you still need to prepare proper clothes. Also, bringing a military tent is a good idea. Modern tents are not only spacious but can also regulate temperature and come with
comfortable sleeping pads.
Additionally, you can prepare some poisons. You should know in your heart what these are for.
Su Huijin nodded to show he understood. I've finished telling you what to prepare. Now I'll share some precautions.
These might save your life, so listen carefully, Lei Wuji said, his expression turning serious. Nowadays, most people entering secret realms form teams, very few act alone.
Those who go in alone are either very strong or very weak. Going in alone is much more dangerous than going in with a group.
In a team, injuries can be taken care of mutually, but solo fighters don't have that safety net.
Moreover,
teams can find more opportunities, and at the very least, others can protect their own chances.
If you go in alone and lack strength, even if you obtain opportunities, they might be taken from you, or you could even be killed. Even if you're strong enough, what can you do when faced with a group attack? This is my first point.
Once you're in the secret realm, you can consider forming a team, but think carefully.
If you end up with someone who stabs you in the back, it will be a big problem. Second, don't trust anyone once you're inside. Most teams are pre-arranged with known personalities. If you form a team inside the secret realm,
most people will either want to rob you, kill you, or use you as cannon fodder.
Be very cautious about this. Third, try to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention. Otherwise, you might end up being hunted by hundreds or even thousands of people. Don't get entangled with those geniuses. If there's a real conflict, deal with it when no one is around.
Otherwise, when you come out, you'll not only face the geniuses but also
the forces behind them.
So, when killing someone inside, make sure no one sees it.
If someone witnesses it, you'll have to kill them too.
Don't think others are innocent, seeing is guilt, and this concerns your life. Fourth, if you encounter a powerful beast, run immediately. You can even use others as a shield.
However, in this kind of restricted secret realm, the strongest beasts usually won't exceed the Spirit Lake realm, but you still need to be cautious. Have you remembered everything I said?
Lei Wuji let out a long sigh and took a few sips of tea. Thank you, Principal, for clearing my doubts and sharing your experience.
Don't worry, I won't
provoke others unless they provoke me. If they do, I will retaliate.
Su Huijin said solemnly.
Good, good. Be careful when entering the secret realm. Sometimes, enduring for a moment can lead to great achievements. Lei Wuji said seriously.
Huijin, is there anything else you want to ask? No, Principal. Thank you for your time today. Su Huijin nodded to Lei Wuji. Then I'll take my leave, Principal. Goodbye. Go on. Su Huijin headed home. On the way, Han Shu called. Hey, Huijin, where are you? I went to your house, but you weren't there. I'm on my way home. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Su Huijin quickly hurried home.
Before long, he arrived. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw Han Shu waiting at the door.
Let's talk inside. Su Huijin opened the door. Where did you go, Huijin? Han Shu asked with some dissatisfaction.
I went to the school's martial field to practice.
No wonder you weren't home.
The beast tide just ended a few days ago, and you're already pushing yourself so hard.
It's really worrying, Han Shu said helplessly. So, why were you looking for me? Su Huijin asked curiously. Oh, it's like this.
Tomorrow, I'll be going on a training journey with my master.
The next time we meet might be during the college Entrance exams. I really can't bear to leave you. Boo-hoo-hoo. Hanshu pretended to be sad and wiped away fake tears.
Seeing this, Su Huijin shook his head helplessly, his mouth twitching.
Stop pretending, it's too cheesy. Su Huijin said disdainfully. By the way, did the lord of the city say where he's taking you?
No, he just said to follow him.
What about you? What's your plan? I'll be entering a secret realm in about 10 days. What? A secret realm?
Hanshu reacted in shock.
You're actually going to such a place? It's too dangerous.
Hanshu said with concern, frowning.
It's fine. I'll be well prepared, and I have a life-saving artifact from my master.
Su Huijin said confidently.
Sigh, then you must be careful.
If you can't win, just run.
Hanshu sighed. Don't worry, I understand.
I'm just going to broaden my horizons.
Su Huijin appeared. Relaxed, but he knew in his heart that this was both an opportunity and a test. Alright, I've told you everything. I need to go back and prepare. Hanshu stood up, ready to leave. Do you need me to see you off? Tomorrow? No need, just keep your phone on. Hanshu waved as he walked away, signaling goodbye. Stay safe. Got it. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Who today is the day to enter the secret realm? Su Huijin took a deep breath, finishing his meditation.
After these 10+ days of training, my cultivation level has reached the 7th stage of the condensed star realm.
My progress has been a bit fast. I'll need to refine my skills later. If I hadn't deliberately suppressed it, I might already be at the 8th stage of the condensed star realm. Su Huijin checked the time. It's time to go. He left his home, glancing back at it as he stepped out.
The meeting place with Qin Lanhui was still at the entrance of the Feng Tian community. 10 o'clock sharp. A spatial rift appeared before Su Huijin, and Qin Lantu, dressed in green, stepped
out from it. Huijin, are you ready? I'm ready, master. Then let's go. The two entered the spatial rift together.
Less than a minute later, they emerged from the rift again, surrounded by a forest. The trees were tall, and the path was steep, clearly indicating they were on a mountain. Qin Lantu held a mask in his hand that covered half of the face. The mask was aesthetically designed, concealing everything below the nose.
Master, what is this?
Su Huijin asked, puzzled.
Put the mask on.
Don't let others see your true appearance. You're quite famous now, and this will help avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Lantu explained.
Oh, I see. Su Huijin took the mask and put it on.
Even with the mask, his charm couldn't be hidden. Instead, it added a touch of mystery, making people curious about the face behind it.
By the way, master, this doesn't seem to be the secret realm, Su Huijin said, looking around.
We're still about 10 kilometers away from the secret realm. If we teleport directly to the secret realm, it would attract too much attention.
I'll head there.
First, you can follow this path to reach it, Qin Lantu explained to Su Huijin.
Alright, master, you go ahead.
I'll be there shortly, Su Huijin nodded. Take your time, the secret realm likely won't open for another
2 hours. With that, Qin Lantu entered the spatial rift again.
Su Huijin looked at the mountain path ahead, exhaled deeply, and then set off toward the secret realm. Along the way, he encountered many people, men and women, young and old. The further he walked, the more people he encountered. Most were in pairs, and almost no one was traveling alone. In less than 5 minutes, Su Huijin had reached the vicinity of the secret realm.
Seeing the massive entrance to the secret realm before him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, is the entrance to the secret realm really this big?
The entrance was about 10 meters long and 50 meters wide,
shaped like a swirling purple vortex.
The area around it was crowded with people, making it impossible for Su Huijin to squeeze in. He estimated there were at least 10,000 people present.
He could only stand at a distance. Hey, look, isn't that Lu Hanyu, the eldest son of the Lu family from Wancheng?
A group of people nearby gathered to discuss.
Following their gaze, Su Huijin saw a young man with ordinary looks, about 19 years old, dressed in expensive clothing.
Lu Hanyu was surrounded by several others, also dressed luxuriously, most of whom seemed to be from the same social class.
Each of them had bodyguard-like figures behind them. Who is this guy? You must be from out of town. He's the eldest son of the Lu family from Wancheng. The Lu family is a prominent household in Wancheng Bay City, and the family head has nirvana-level cultivation.
Lu Hanyu himself awakened his abilities last year and has already reached the 5th level of the constellation realm this year. Wow, his family is so powerful, and he's a genius himself.
Reaching such a level in just 1 year. Look over there, that girl is stunning. Following the gaze, the crowd saw a beautiful girl in a crimson battle outfit, her expression cold and aloof. Isn't that Wu Qianyue, the daughter of the Wu family from Wancheng? Yes, she's one of the three beauties of Wancheng. The Wu family's strength is no less than the Lu family's. Look over here. Isn't that the son of the city lord of Yuqing Base City? Yes, his name is Li Yun. I heard he awakened his abilities this year and has already reached the constellation realm. Wow, that's even more impressive than the Lu family's eldest son. What a genius! The crowd gasped in amazement at the high cultivation level achieved in such a short time. Yucheng Zhao family, Sun family, Liangcheng Hu family, Lingcheng Su family. Prominent families from nearby base cities had all sent representatives. This secret realm expedition was destined to be extraordinary. Su Huijin pondered the situation. With so many prominent families present, this secret realm expedition was unlikely to go smoothly. He decided to keep a low profile. Listening to the conversations around him, he gained a general understanding of the situation. The main competitors this time are probably these prestigious families, some guild members, and a few well-coordinated beast hunting teams. In fact, quite a few people had already noticed Su Huijin. After all, someone like him, wearing a mask and exuding an extraordinary aura, and being alone, naturally made people curious about his strength. Ah, what a troublesome time, Su Huijin sighed helplessly and shook his head. Guys, I also heard that people from the imperial capital have returned. No way, the imperial capital is so far from us? Are you kidding? What good would it do me to lie? My family has connections, so I managed to find this out. It's over, it's over. People from the imperial capital are here. What chance do we have? Now. Unbelievable, even people from the imperial capital are coming to take a share of the pie. Who wouldn't agree with that? Su Huijin frowned slightly. If people from the imperial capital are coming, then the competition will likely boil down to just one thing. Time passed unnoticed, and 2 hours had gone by in the blink of an eye. The purple vortex at the entrance to the secret realm spun rapidly, emitting dazzling purple light. Look, the secret realm is about to open. The surrounding crowd turned their heads toward the entrance. Some had already adjusted their posture, ready to rush in, while others appeared indifferent. Ha ha, the opportunities are all mine, a confident voice rang out. Keep dreaming, someone nearby scoffed. Most of the people present were cultivators at the awakening realm, struggling in this stage and yearning for a breakthrough to soar to new heights. However, there were also quite a few cultivators at the star condensation realm, at least tens of thousands. And this wasn't even the full crowd, more people were still arriving in the queues behind. It was safe to bet that at least tens of thousands more were preparing to enter the secret realm, though it was uncertain how many would successfully make it out. Finally, a flash of purple light appeared. Charge! The crowd erupted in earth-shaking shouts. The opportunity is mine, huh? Everyone surged forward, but Su Huijin remained calm, following the main group at a leisurely pace. Nearby, there were a few others as composed as him. After all, those rushing ahead might find opportunities first, but they were also the most likely to meet their demise. Besides, the weak were unworthy of opportunities. Soon, Su Huijin arrived at the entrance, gazing at the massive vortex before him. He took a deep breath and plunged in without hesitation. The moment he entered, he felt as though he was traveling through a time-space tunnel. Everything before him twisted, accompanied by a wave of nausea. This state lasted for a minute before he finally arrived in the ancient spirit secret realm. The other ability users had likely been randomly scattered to different locations. He looked around and found that the scenery was completely different from what he had imagined. He had landed in a forest surrounded by towering trees, even the shrubs were absurdly tall. So this is the ancient spirit secret realm? It's nothing like I imagined. I thought it would be desolate, but it's unexpectedly tranquil. This heightens Su Huijin's vigilance. The concentration of spiritual energy here is several times that of the outside world. Cultivating here for a day would be equivalent to several days outside. But for now, the priority is to find opportunities. Su Huijin headed north, pondering to himself. So many people entered, yet I haven't seen a single one. Just how vast is this ancient spirit secret realm? Su Huijin marveled. Ha! He suddenly spotted a large patch of plants and approached them curiously. This seems to be spirit purification grass, the main ingredient for crafting C-grade spiritual absorption potions. It's not particularly abundant outside, but here, there's such a large patch. Jackpot, jackpot. Su Huijin was overjoyed, knowing that if this was so common here, there must be even better treasures to be found. He quickly stored the spirit purification grass in his storage space and continued on his way. After walking for about half an hour,
suddenly, a scream pierced the tranquility.
Help! Hand over the item, and I might consider leaving you with an intact corpse.
Su Huijin saw a crew-cut young man being chased by a sleazy-looking man, and his heart was filled with hesitation. He hadn't expected his first encounter with someone here to be such a scene, leaving him somewhat at a loss. The crew-cut young man, upon seeing him, clung to him like a drowning
man grasping at straws.
"Brother, help me," he cried desperately, rushing towards Su Huijin. Su Huijin thought to himself, "This has nothing to do with me," and turned to leave.
"Brother, help me. I'll give you half of what I found," the crew-cut young man shouted anxiously. The sleazy man coldly threatened, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle, or you won't get away either."
Su Huijin merely glanced at him over his shoulder and continued walking without a word. The sleazy man, seeing Su Huijin ignore him, grew even more menacing, but with more pressing matters at hand, he didn't cause trouble for Su Huijin.
The crew-cut young man, seeing that
Su Huijin wouldn't help, continued shouting, "Brother, if you kill this guy, I'll give you everything I have." Su Huijin remained unmoved.
"Brother! Brother!"
His voice gradually faded as Su Huijin's figure
disappeared from their sight.
A scream pierced the air, and then silence returned. It seemed the crew-cut young man had met a grim fate. "What a turbulent time," Su Huijin sighed. A few minutes later, Su Huijin suddenly heard movement behind him. A fireball came flying toward him, which he easily dodged. Turning around, he saw the sleazy man in pursuit.
"Kid, blame your bad luck. Hand over everything you have, and I might
consider sparing your life," the sleazy man said with a smug grin.
"I don't think I've provoked you," Su Huijin replied coldly. "You haven't, but you're annoying me. Stop wasting time and hand it over." The sleazy man was growing impatient. "And if I don't?"
Su Huijin's tone grew colder, carrying a hint of killing intent.
"Stupid kid, you don't know what's good for you. Then you can die." With that, he charged at Su Huijin with a large blade. Su Huijin didn't want to use his abilities, as he felt he wasn't qualified yet.
The opponent seemed to be at the second level of the condensed star realm, so he couldn't discern Su Huijin's true level. Although Su Huijin wore a mask, judging by the part of his face visible above the eyes, he looked like a teenager, leading the sleazy man to assume he was just a child in the awakening realm.
Su Huijin, unwilling to
waste words, directly retrieved the tiger slayer from his storage space. The sleazy man's eyes lit up instantly at the sight.
"A storage treasure? This kid isn't simple. But no matter, if I kill him, no one will know. Ha ha ha." Storage treasures were usually expensive and not something an ordinary person could afford. Moreover, the battle blade in Su Huijin's hand also appeared extraordinary.
The sleazy man thought to himself that this could be a big haul. Su Huijin moved, his speed astonishing. In an instant, he vanished from the sleazy man's sight. The man's smug expression froze, replaced by seriousness and panic. When Su Huijin reappeared, he was already standing behind the sleazy man. The blade in Su Huijin's hand hadn't even been stained with blood as he slowly sheathed it. The sleazy man felt the world spinning as his head fell to the ground, though his body remained upright. Despair filled his heart. He hadn't even seen his opponents move before being decapitated. He watched his own body collapse before him, his gaze gradually losing focus.
In his final moments,
his heart was filled with regret. From the moment Su Huijin struck to the end of the fight, it had taken less than 5 seconds.
Although it was his first time killing someone, and he couldn't help feeling uneasy, he suppressed his physiological reaction.
After a moment, he began searching the corpse. "What a clown," Su Huijin sneered. From the sleazy man's body, he found a few low-grade spirit stones, some herbs, and 5 green
crystals. This is.
Su Huijin was greatly shocked.
Forging marrow crystals for A-grade battle blades or armor.
Truly, crime pays.
Su Huijin shook his head. "If you don't court death, you won't die."
Su Huijin glanced at the corpse again, his gaze growing sharper, then turned and left.
He continued heading north.
Before entering this secret realm, he had researched some information, and heading north seemed to offer
more opportunities. The information proved accurate.
Along the way, Su Huijin didn't encounter any absolutely heaven-defying opportunities, but at least the items he found could earn him tens of millions.
For ordinary
people, this amount of money would be enough for a lifetime, but for those with abilities, it was far from sufficient. However, heading north meant encountering quite a few people. Most were traveling in teams, and
it was rare to see individuals acting alone.
Some people, upon noticing Su Huijin traveling solo, harbored malicious intentions, but they were all dealt with by Su Huijin without even needing to use his abilities. Thus, within this secret realm, Su Huijin's strength was likely at the top tier. The resources he had collected included 30 to 40 pieces of primary spirit stones, and he even found 2 intermediate spirit stones. Not to mention other resources, all of which were stored in his spatial storage.
At this moment, Lu Hanyu and his group were surrounded by dozens of people. Lu Hanyu's side only had a dozen or so people. Although
they were all at the condensed star realm, facing dozens of opponents at the same level, they were gradually falling into a disadvantage.
Young Master Lu, hand over what you've obtained and the information you know
about this secret realm, and I might consider letting you go, a masked man in black said mockingly.
Dream on.
Lu Hanyu glared at him coldly.
Young Master Lu, stop struggling in vain. We're all at the condensed star realm, but our numbers far exceed yours. Isn't it better to keep your life? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Lu family? Lu Hanyu shouted angrily.
The masked man suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha ha, young Master Lu, you really know how to joke. Besides, do you even know my true identity? If you can leave here alive, then we can talk about it.
Young Master, don't waste words with him.
We'll cover you, run quickly.
Lu Hanyu's guard said at this moment.
Run? None of you will leave here today. Attack!
The masked man waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately surrounded Lu Hanyu's group and charged forward.
Seeing the dire situation, Lu Hanyu immediately activated his ability. Fire Dragon.
A dragon made of flames surged toward the black-clad men.
Surging waves. A water element black-clad man activated his ability, and waves
appeared before him, rushing toward the fire dragon. However, the fire dragon's power was not so easily extinguished.
One skill alone couldn't put it out. Although its momentum weakened significantly, it still hit
several black-clad men, though it didn't cause much damage. This left the black-clad leader somewhat displeased. Although Lu Hanyu's side had higher quality fighters, the opposing side's numbers were overwhelming, and
they were being beaten back step by step.
Soon, casualties began to appear in Lu Hanyu's group.
Young Master, run quickly.
A guard repelled one of the black-clad men and shouted loudly at Lu Hanyu.
The black-clad leader finally couldn't hold back.
He raised a large blade and charged at Lu Hanyu.
Blade Storm.
Several blade winds appeared in the air, flying toward Lu Hanyu.
Since the opponent's realm was higher than his, Lu Hanyu couldn't block much of it. Soon, wounds began to appear on his body. Fire Fist.
A massive fist made of flames struck toward the black-clad men.
Young Master Lu, is this all you've got? Truly disappointing.
The black-clad leader said, shaking his head with a look of disdain.
Whirlwind.
Suddenly, a fierce wind arose in the air, blowing the fire fist until it couldn't move and then dissipating it.
Damn it! Lu Hanyu frowned tightly. Time passed by second, and Lu Hanyu's injuries grew increasingly severe.
Only 2 of his guards were left alive by his side, while the black-clad opponents had merely lost a few of their own.
Brothers, stop playing around and send them on their way.
Hearing their leader's command, the black-clad men immediately ceased toying around and unleashed their abilities in unison.
At this moment, Lu Hanyu couldn't even think of escaping.
The remaining guards beside him hastily activated their abilities to defend, but their resistance only lasted a few seconds before their defenses were shattered. Facing the onslaught of various skills before him, Lu Hanyu desperately crushed a sphere in his hand. Instantly, golden light flashed brilliantly, and he vanished from his original spot. Due to the overwhelming number of attacks, everyone in the vicinity was engulfed, and the black-clad leader couldn't see what was happening within. The spot where Lu Hanyu had just stood was obliterated by the attacks, and thick smoke billowed into the air. When the smoke finally dispersed, all that remained on the ground were the mangled corpses and severed limbs of the guards. Lu Hanyu was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the scene before him, the black-clad leader was instantly enraged.
Where is Lu Hanyu? You useless fools! You couldn't even keep track of one man. Why am I even keeping you around? The black-clad men present all lowered their heads in silence.
Some of them even thought to themselves, damn it, your strength is better than ours.
If even you can't find him, how is it our fault? Unbelievable.
But none of them dared to voice their frustrations.
All of you, go after him. Don't come back unless you've caught him.
Yes, boss. The black-clad men swiftly dispersed in all directions.
At this moment, the heavily injured Lu Hanyu fled in a pitiful state. Exhausted of spiritual energy and grievously wounded, even walking had become a struggle. After half an hour of struggling forward, Lu Hanyu could no longer hold on and finally collapsed to the ground. Just then, Su Huijin was walking nearby. Suddenly, she noticed someone lying on the ground, their clothes in tatters. She turned the person over and saw his face. "Ha! Isn't this Lu Hanyu?" Su Huijin recalled hearing others discuss him before she had entered. He was once spirited and full of vigor, but now he was in such a miserable state. How did he get so badly injured? Su Huijin wondered to herself. He used to have so many guards with him, but now he's all alone and gravely wounded. Looks like most of those guards are already dead. Should I save him or not? To inflict this level of injury, his enemies must either be numerous or incredibly strong. After thinking for a moment, Su Huijin decided to save him. The benefits of saving him outweighed the risks. From what she had heard of Lu Hanyu's reputation, he didn't seem like a spoiled, arrogant type. If he had been that kind of person, he would have been eliminated long ago. Keeping someone like that around would only harm others. If his character turned out to be decent, then she stood to gain from helping him. Right now, Su Huijin was in dire need of connections. Although she had the principal, the city lord, and her master to rely on, she could not depend on them too much. Just then, Su Huijin seemed to hear a noise and immediately hid to the side. "Quick, there's bloodstains over here," one black-clad man said to another. "He must be nearby. Keep searching." The two black-clad men continued running forward. Hiding in the shadows, Su Huijin watched the scene carefully, then glanced at Lu Hanyu beside her. These people must be the ones who did this to him. Both of them are at the condensed star realm. I wonder how many more of them are out there. Never mind. Su Huijin carried Lu Hanyu and carefully avoided detection while moving to another hiding spot. Along the way, she encountered several more groups of black-clad men but managed to evade them all. It wasn't that she couldn't fight them, she simply didn't want to alert the enemy and attract more reinforcements. Besides, Lu Hanyu was severely injured, making it difficult to handle any complications. For now, hiding was the only option. This is far too dangerous. Just who did Lu Hanyu provoke to have so many people chasing after him? No, his injuries are too severe. I need to find a place to treat him. With that, Su Huijin headed eastward and soon came across a cave. She decided to hide there temporarily. She didn't dare venture too deep and stopped near the entrance of the cave. Then, she laid Lu Hanyu on the ground, quickly removed his tattered clothes, and took out some medicine to apply to his wounds. Lu Hanyu's body was covered in wounds, with bruises and knife marks everywhere. After applying the medicine, Su Huijin took out a set of clothes from his storage space and helped him change. Then, Su Huijin slumped to the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Hanyu finally woke up. "Water, water," Lu Hanyu said weakly. Su Huijin helped him up and gave him water, but he drank too quickly and started coughing uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. Su Huijin quickly patted his back, helping him feel a bit better. Lu Hanyu finally regained some clarity. "Who are you? Where am I?" Lu Hanyu asked cautiously. "I don't know where this is either, but it's a cave. You can call me Su Changqing. Did you save me? Obviously, there's no one else here but you and me." Su Huijin gestured around and shrugged. "Thank you, Brother Su, for saving my life." Lu Hanyu tried to stand and bow, but he found himself unable to move. His injuries were too severe, and his attempt only tore his wounds further. "Ah!" He grimaced in pain. "Just stay seated." Su Huijin couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Lu Hanyu had no choice but to obediently sit back down. "By the way, Brother Lu, do you know who did this to you?" "You know me?" Lu Hanyu asked, puzzled. "Before entering the secret realm, people around were talking about you, so I have some impression of you." Hearing this, Lu Hanyu blushed slightly. "Shameful, truly shameful. Actually, I don't know who exactly did this to me. I only know there were 40 or 50 experts at the condensed star realm, and their leader was at the 9th level of the condensed star realm. I was outnumbered and no match for them. If I didn't have a life-saving method, I'd probably be dead by now." Lu Hanyu said angrily. "All my guards are dead. Didn't they know your background?" Su Huijin continued to ask. "They knew, but they didn't care." "Then it seems they had a purpose in targeting you, but it looks like they didn't achieve it and decided to kill you instead," Su Huijin speculated after some thought. "Yes, they had a purpose. Do you want to know what it is?" Lu Hanyu looked into Su Huijin's eyes. "Don't worry. If you want to tell me, go ahead. If not, I won't force you, Su Huijin said indifferently, as saving him wasn't about obtaining information. Sorry, Brother Su, I was being presumptuous. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that this ancient spirit's secret realm contains a legacy. What? A legacy? Su Huijin was shocked. He had originally thought the ancient spirit's secret realm only offered opportunities for cultivation, but he hadn't expected it to contain a legacy. Do you know what kind of legacy it is? Lu Hengyu shook his head. Legacies are something that most noble families know about, and even some individual ability users are aware of. It's not really a secret. Su Huijin frowned. If that's the case, why would those men in black go to such lengths to kill you? I found the method to unlock the legacy. What? How did you get it? Su Huijin was even more shocked. Lu Hengyu looked at his expression, as if he had anticipated it. At first, my guards and I had just entered here. Less than half an hour later, we saw a tree hollow emitting a purple light. I thought it might be some kind of opportunity, but when I took it out, I found it was something related to the legacy. It was a scroll. After saying this, Lu Hengyu took out a purple glowing scroll from his spatial ring and tossed it to Su Huijin. Su Huijin caught the scroll and opened it. It contained some routes and the method to unlock the legacy. It required the blood of 50,000 people to activate. This method of unlocking is way too bizarre. Su Huijin frowned more deeply as he read. Yes, I think it's strange too. Logically, the legacy should be able to be unlocked this time. Last time, 2 or 3,000 people died. If another 2 or 3,000 die, this time, it should be enough to unlock it. The thing that confuses me the most is, why use the blood of 50,000 people to activate the inheritance? It's simply too sinister. And other secret realms don't have this many deaths. When this secret realm was first opened 200 years ago, tens of thousands of people died. It's truly eerie, Lu Hengyu said indignantly. There must be something wrong with this inheritance, Su Huijin said, stroking his chin. It seems likely. Oh, by the way, that's just the issue with the inheritance. Why were the men in black chasing you? Su Huijin shifted the topic back to the previous question. Oh, my memory is really bad. At the time, I had just obtained that scroll. I hadn't looked at it for long when the men in black suddenly appeared. They saw what I was holding and demanded I hand it over. How could I agree? I refused immediately, but seeing that they outnumbered us, my guards and I had no choice but to flee. I didn't expect to still be surrounded. I knew that if I handed the item over, I would die anyway, so I chose to resist to the end. Fortunately, I had a life-saving item, a teleportation orb. Crushing it allows random teleportation up to 20 kilometers away. Afterward, the orb consumed all my spiritual energy, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I met you. I really have to thank you, Brother Su. Otherwise, I might not have survived. If we make it out alive, come find me at the Lu family in Wancheng if you ever need help. I will definitely assist you. Lu Hengyu patted his chest. Hearing this, Su Huijin knew his rescue hadn't been in vain, and his goal had been achieved. Alright, I'll definitely come to you if I need help. For now, you should focus on healing. I only did some basic treatment. Got it. Lu Hengyu nodded in agreement. Then, he took out a vial of potion from his spatial ring and drank it. His wounds instantly scabbed over, and the bruises disappeared. This potion is really effective. My injuries have healed so much, Su Huijin said, slightly surprised, realizing Lu Hengyu had some useful items, though he hadn't expected them to be this effective. Of course, this is a grade B healing potion. After drinking it, both external and internal injuries heal quickly. I estimate that in another day, my injuries will be 80 to 90% healed. Lu Hengyu said confidently. Su Huijin nodded. I see. As expected. Of a family from a mid-sized base city, casually using grade B healing potions, truly wealthy. Just then, 2 men in black approached. One of them suddenly said, Old Wang, there's a cave over there. Let's check it out. Alright. Su Huijin immediately became alert, assuming a combat stance. Someone's coming. Lu Hengyu took out a weapon from his spatial ring, his expression serious. The two hid in the corner of the cave, pressing close to the wall. The 2 men in black cautiously entered. One of them said, Old Wang, there are traces of fire here. Someone was here before. The other man in black suddenly realized something not good. Su Huijin quickly charged forward, slashing with his blade. Lu Hengyu followed closely behind. The two men in black had no time to react. Su Huijin's speed was astonishing.
Using Phantom Step, he slashed down, killing the man called Old Wang on the spot.
The other man in black finally reacted. Old Wang.
But Lu Hongyu's attack was already upon him. The man in black hurriedly tried to block but was still sent flying over 10 meters.
Su Huijin didn't give him any time
to recover, instantly closing the distance. Of the strength of this Su Changqing hasn't been heard of in the surrounding base cities. Although he always wears a mask, he did save me, so I
should trust him. Su Huijin looked at his dazed expression and couldn't help but shake his head. Let's go. It's not safe here, we don't want a bunch of people chasing after us. After
speaking, Su Huijin turned and walked away, with Lu Hongyu quickly following. About half an hour later, a group of men in black arrived at the cave. The leader of the group looked at the two corpses, the veins on his temples and neck bulging, clearly furious.
He said in a low voice, "Chase them, dead or alive."
The men in black scattered in all directions.
Lu Hongyu,
you're really something, fighting back with all your might. Just you wait. At this moment, the two were fleeing westward.
If Lu Hongyu hadn't yet recovered, Su Huijin estimated they would have already run far away.
Brother Su, sorry, my body hasn't fully healed yet, slowing us down, Lu Hongyu said, looking a bit embarrassed.
It's fine. Although your body hasn't
recovered, your speed should still be faster than those men in black. Besides, we've been running for so long, they probably can't catch up to us.
Let's hope so. Suddenly, they saw what seemed to be people ahead, and quite a few of them.
The two immediately slowed down and then jumped onto a tree to observe.
Ahead stood a group of people divided into two camps. One camp had 2 people, while the other had more than 20.
The two individuals were strikingly young, probably only 16 or 17 years old. One wore luxurious red and white clothing, had long curly green hair, held a book in his hand, and exuded an air of nobility, a handsome young man. Behind him stood his companion with silver hair. Although his attire was plain, the material seemed anything but ordinary. Standing behind the first person, he appeared to be a subordinate. On the other side, the group of men were roughly dressed, all burly fellows.
At a
glance, there were 7 or 8 at the condensed star realm, while the rest were at the awakening realm. At this moment, Lu Hongyu pointed at the 2 individuals and said, "Those 2 are
extraordinary. The one standing in front has an exceptional aura. I've never seen people like them in the surrounding base cities.
I heard earlier that people from the imperial capital came here. These 2 must be from there. 2 people against more than 20, and their eyes show no fear.
This battle looks interesting."
Just then, one of the burly men below sneered at the 2 individuals, saying, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over everything.
Maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you go, ha." His lackeys echoed his laughter. "Is that so?
If you have the ability, come and take it yourself." The green-haired youth's voice was low and magnetic, exuding boldness.
The leader's smile instantly vanished, replaced by an angry expression. "You brat, don't know what's good for you."
The silver-haired youth said to the green-haired youth, "Young master, let me handle this. How dare they disrespect you?"
The
green-haired youth smiled faintly.
"Those below the condensed star realm are yours, those above are mine. You brat, how dare you ignore me? You're courting death."
The leader roared, commanding his lackeys to attack together, while he also charged forward.
Tree branch barrier.
The green-haired youth quickly activated his skill, and 2 thick tree branches instantly emerged from the ground, dividing the battlefield into 2 areas. The silver-haired youth jumped into the awakening realm's battlefield, while the green-haired youth faced the condensed star realm.
Enemies alone.
The leader shouted angrily, "You brat, you're too arrogant, daring to face 8 condensed star realm fighters alone.
You're asking for death."
The green-haired youth merely looked at him with an expression as if he were trash, further enraging the leader.
Earth spikes.
Suddenly, numerous earth-made spikes emerged from the ground, stabbing toward the
green-haired youth. Vine whip.
A thick green vine appeared beside the green-haired youth, directly smashing the earth spikes. At the same time, the other condensed star realm fighters also unleashed their abilities, most of them fire and water attacks, aiming at the green-haired youth. The green-haired youth remained calm, raising his hand lightly.
Wood shield. A shield
woven from vines appeared in front of him, and all the attacks landed on the wooden shield without breaking it.
Wooden spikes.
Suddenly, numerous sharp wooden spikes appeared in the air,
flying toward the group.
Several condensed star realm cultivators quickly defended themselves, but one or two were always too slow to react and were pierced like porcupines, falling to the
ground dead. The gang leader, enraged by the tragic deaths of his subordinates, unleashed an even stronger skill, Earth Dragon.
A dragon made of soil materialized in the air, rushing swiftly toward the green-haired youth. The surrounding condensed star realm cultivators also began using their most powerful skills. The green-haired youth looked indifferent and suddenly
shouted, "Li Ping, I'm done playing.
Finish this quickly." The silver-haired youth responded, "Yes, young master." With one sword strike per awakened realm cultivator, combined with his wind-based abilities, his sword energy was so powerful that in an instant, only 3 or 4 of the dozen or so awakened realm gang members remained. The green-haired youth didn't remain
idle either, raising his hand again, life drain. Countless vines surged from his hand, quickly growing larger and longer, rushing toward the gang members.
Their attacks had no effect
on the vines. The tips of the vines sharpened like spikes, and the gang members couldn't evade them. In an instant, 6 gang members were pierced through by the vines.
Ah! Help! S.A. Massive pillar of flame appeared in front of Lu Hanyu, blocking the sword energy. Li Ping moved with incredible speed, appearing instantly before Lu Hanyu and thrusting his sword forward.
Lu Hanyu, unwilling to show weakness, hurriedly used his blade to block.
Such immense strength! Lu Hanyu exclaimed in surprise, only to be forced back.
Li Ping seized the opportunity
to press the attack. Just as Lu Hanyu steadied himself, another sword strike came directly at him, leaving him barely able to defend.
Under Li Ping's relentless dual attacks, Lu Hanyu
was completely overwhelmed, especially since Li Ping's cultivation and physical strength far surpassed his own. A heavy punch struck Lu Hanyu square in the chest, sending him flying into a large tree. The tree trunk was smashed, leaving a gaping hole, and Lu Hanyu lost his ability to fight. Li Ping paid him no further attention and turned to launch an attack on Su Huijin. Since Li Ping was behind Su Huijin, he struck from the rear, but Su Huijin didn't even glance at him. Feeling insulted, Li Ping burned with rage, increasing his speed as his sword light slashed towards Su Huijin. However, Su Huijin seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Calmly, he drew his blade, Zhanhu, and countered the attack with a backhanded block. Li Ping was astonished, unable to believe that the person before him could fend off his strike. No matter how much strength he applied, his sword couldn't advance. At that moment, Su Huijin spun around and delivered a kick to Li Ping's shoulder. Li Ping was instantly sent flying, his eyes wide with shock, crashing through several large trees before coming to a stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed uncontrollably. Too fast. I couldn't even see that kick clearly. How could there be such a powerful person in this place? Could he also be from the imperial capital? No, there's no such expert in the capital.
Who on earth is he? Li Ping's mind was in turmoil.
The green-haired youth remained expressionless, clearly indifferent to the battle that had just occurred. Su Huijin turned to him and asked, "Your subordinate seems to be seriously injured.
Don't you care?"
The green-haired youth's expression finally changed.
"It doesn't matter.
He's simply not skilled enough, getting hurt is his own fault."
"On the contrary, I find you quite interesting." Su Huijin found this somewhat amusing. "Oh, then I'm truly honored."
The green-haired youth, unfazed by Su Huijin's sarcasm, instead extended an invitation.
"Brother Su, join my NI family. I can provide you with endless resources. What do you think? Our NI family is in need of someone as talented as you."
Su Huijin's expression remained unchanged.
"Sorry, I don't need it."
The green-haired youth's face suddenly turned icy.
"Brother Su, think it over. The NI family is a top-tier clan. I hope you won't be too arrogant." Su Huijin grew impatient. "No matter how many times you ask, the answer is still no."
The green-haired youth laughed angrily.
Fine.
It's been a long time since anyone dared to refuse me." At this moment, Li Ping had also regained his composure.
"You brat, it's an honor for my young master to invite you, and you dare to refuse?"
"How audacious," the green-haired youth shouted angrily.
"Li Ping, shut up."
Li Ping immediately lowered his head. The green-haired youth regained his calm.
"Since the negotiation has broken down, there's nothing more to say.
You injured my subordinate, it's time to settle the score."
Su Huijin sneered. "Bring it on."
Wooden spikes. Suddenly, numerous wooden spikes appeared in the air, shooting toward Su Huijin. But all the spikes were deflected by Su Huijin's blade.
Phantom step.
8. Phantoms emerged around Su Huijin, rushing swiftly toward the green-haired youth.
The green-haired youth observed the phantoms and murmured, "Interesting." Wooden dragon. A massive wooden dragon appeared, opening its jaws to bite at the phantoms. Su Huaijin performed a backflip, landing on the dragon's head, and then charged toward the green-haired youth. Frenzied blade. Slash. Su Huaijin leaped high into the air, slashing down with his blade. Wooden shield. The green-haired youth summoned a wooden shield to block the attack. He was quite pleased with this skill, as among his peers, only the young master of the Wang family could break it. But at that moment, the wooden shield instantly cracked and quickly shattered. The green-haired youth quickly retreated upon seeing this. He exclaimed in surprise, "Not bad. You're the second person to shatter my wooden shield, aside from Wang Kelly. However, this alone won't be enough to defeat me." Su Huaijin was somewhat puzzled. Wang Kelly? Seeing Su Huaijin's confused expression, the green-haired youth chuckled. "It's normal not to know him in such a remote place. If you manage to survive today, I'll tell you about him." Life drain. In an instant, several vines shot out from the green-haired youth's hands at an incredible speed. Having witnessed this move earlier, Su Huaijin hurriedly dodged with all his might, thinking to himself that he definitely didn't want to be drained into a dried husk. He swung his long blade, cutting through several vines, but they quickly regrew. Truth be told, he didn't want to reveal his special ability. Relying solely on martial skills, Su Huaijin wasn't sure he could defeat this green-haired youth. Phantom step. He leapt onto the vines and swiftly charged toward the green-haired youth. However, the green-haired youth remained unfazed, and several vines in his hands suddenly changed direction, aiming for Su Huaijin's back. With no other choice, Su Huaijin dodged, flipping in midair to avoid one vine, then slashing another with his blade. Seeing his attacks fail and Su Huaijin getting closer, the green-haired youth immediately activated another skill. Wooden golems. 3 towering, robust wooden golems charged at Su Huaijin. He had to halt his offensive and defend against their attacks. But the golem's strikes were powerful and fast, and with 3 of them attacking in turns, Su Huaijin gradually found it difficult to keep up. Kaiji finger. A massive golden finger imprint appeared in the air, striking at the wooden golems. With a significant input of spiritual energy, its power was greatly amplified, instantly destroying 2 of the golems. Then, Su Huaijin slashed the last golem into pieces with his blade. 9-fold wooden dragons. Suddenly, 9 wooden dragons roamed the air, quickly surrounding Su Huaijin. His expression turned serious. "This guy's spiritual energy is endless. We've been fighting for so long, and he's been using abilities the entire time without resorting to martial skills." Before he could think further, the 9 wooden dragons simultaneously launched their attack. Su Huaijin took a deep breath and thought, "No choice, let's go for it." Spatial shift. Su Huaijin swapped places with a nearby wooden log next to the green-haired youth. The green-haired youth couldn't react in time, and Su Huaijin suddenly appeared right in front of him. Instant slash. Kaiji finger. Several flashes of blade light streaked through the air, striking the green-haired youth. Sparks flew upon impact. His clothes wore battle armor, showing no visible damage on the surface. The defense was incredibly strong, leaving no trace of the blade. Su Huaijin understood that his opponent was likely a prodigy from the imperial capital. How could someone like that not have defensive equipment? So he unleashed the Kaiji finger. A finger imprint struck the green-haired youth, and although his battle armor remained intact, the immense force sent him flying, causing a shockwave. The green-haired youth groaned, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He crashed through several large trees before finally getting stuck in one, his book falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the wooden dragons he had summoned collided with each other, turning into wood chips and kicking up a cloud of dust. The 2 onlookers were utterly stunned. "Oh my god, how did he suddenly appear there? Isn't this cheating?" Li Ping was dumbfounded. "Why, young master?" Li Ping had grown up with the green-haired youth. As a child, no one of the same age could defeat him, except for that one person from the Wang family. Only that person could make the young master so disheveled. Yet today, they encountered another individual who had beaten the young master so badly. Although he knew the young master hadn't gone all out, it was still shocking. This was the heir of the imperial capital's Ni family. Lu Hengyu was equally astonished, swallowing hard. My god, is Brother Su really this powerful? Even his attendants couldn't win. Yet Brother Su managed to beat that green-haired youth like this. Also, how did Brother Su teleport there? Su Huaijin originally intended to press the attack, but 2 wooden figures suddenly appeared, blocking his strike.
These wooden figures did not attack him. Su Huijin stopped his assault, standing still, knowing the green-haired youth had something to say, and waited. Quietly. The green-haired youth gripped both sides of the tree and then jumped out from within. He clutched his chest and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
Su Chongqing. Impressive. It's been a long time since someone my age managed to injure me.
Green light flashed across his body, and he no longer held his chest.
Standing upright, his internal injuries instantly healed. Then, he bent down to pick up the book on the ground, dusting it off. If I'm not mistaken, you just used spatial abilities. From what I know, only one person in the NB spatial system has appeared this year. Am I right, Su Huijin? The two people nearby were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. What, he's Su Huijin? Lu Hongyu muttered to himself in a low voice. Su Chongqing, Su Huijin, oh my, why didn't I think of it before?
Turns out it was a fake name. Li Ping frowned. No wonder he could send the young master flying. I didn't expect it to be Su Huijin, who possesses SSS-level spatial abilities. Realizing his identity had been exposed, Su Huijin no longer concealed himself and removed his mask.
He let out a bitter laugh. I knew I'd be found out.
The green-haired youth burst into wild laughter.
Ah, Su Huijin, I've long wanted to face you in a duel. I didn't expect today's battle to be so extraordinary.
To be honest, you've truly impressed me, but with this ability alone, you still can't defeat me. Immediately, the green-haired youth produced a bottle of green potion in his hand, gulped it down, and his spiritual energy instantly replenished to full capacity.
Come on, let's fight again.
The green-haired youth commanded the two wooden
figures to continue attacking Su Huijin. Su Huijin sighed and began to fight. Since his identity was exposed, he no longer hid his abilities.
Spatial crush. The two wooden figures were
instantly crushed into fragments.
The green-haired youth laughed even more triumphantly.
As expected of a 3S-level spatial ability, its power is truly extraordinary. Lin Hai. Suddenly,
numerous trees appeared around Su Huijin, all attacking him. With no other choice, Su Huijin could only defend himself, but every time he cut down a tree, a new one would immediately grow
in its place.
The trees were endless, and he not only had to chop them down but also fend off the attacks from the branches. Helpless, he resorted to using the defensive iron cloth technique. The density of the trees made spatial shifting ineffective. Looking at the trees, Su Huijin felt a bit helpless.
It seems I'll have to use that move. Spatial slash.
A streak of black-purple sword energy cut through, opening a path.
Su Huijin successfully emerged from the forest space.
Normally, Lin Hai could trap people, but Su Huijin's spatial slash severed all life force related to the slash, preventing the trees from regrowing and blocking his path. The green-haired youth, having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy due to this skill, could only resort to martial techniques. But just as Su Huijin emerged, the green-haired youth charged at him with a blade. Void barrier. The green-haired youth's blade stopped in midair, just half a meter away from Su Huijin. The green-haired youth's eyes widened.
What? Su Huijin gave him no chance. Annihilation. A black-red cube swiftly shot toward the green-haired youth.
Feeling the aura of death, he tried to escape, but a large cube suddenly appeared above, blocking his escape route. With nowhere to run, he took the hit directly. Although his battle suit mitigated part of the damage, he was still shaken enough to cough up blood.
Su Huijin quickly approached, placing his blade against the youth's neck.
You've lost. Su Huijin didn't kill him, as the consequences of killing a noble scion from the imperial capital were too severe. Su Huijin didn't trust the secret realm to protect him. The green-haired young
man smiled bitterly and said, "There's always someone better, and the sky is limitless. I never thought I'd see this day. I lost."
Su Huijin sheathed his blade. The green-haired young man stood up, extended his hand, and wanted to shake hands with Su Huijin.
"I'm Ni Romu from the Ni family in the imperial capital." Su Huijin extended his hand. "Su Huijin from Liangcheng, base city." The two shook hands firmly, breaking the initial sense of unfamiliarity.
Ni Romu, who had been cold and arrogant moments ago, suddenly turned into a comedic character.
"Brother Su, let's have another match when we have time. I didn't go all out earlier and underestimated you a bit. My true strength isn't that weak." Su Huijin shook his head helplessly.
"Alright, we'll fight again if there's a chance." At this moment, the two spectators nearby were stunned, only snapping out of it after a while.
Lu Hengyu looked at Su Huijin with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Brother Su, you've really hurt me here. I didn't expect you to be the famous Su Huijin. Who doesn't know now that you've awakened a SSS space-type ability, performed outstandingly during the Beast Tide, and earned a personal hero medal? And you even defeated the young master of the Ni family from the imperial capital, who's a peerless genius with a SSS wood-type ability. Ni Romo immediately became displeased upon hearing this. Hey, you! I just didn't go all out and underestimated him. If we fight again, it's not certain who'll win.
Li Ping frowned and looked at Lu Hengyu. My young master ranks among the top 3 of his generation in the imperial capital.
He just underestimated his opponent this time. He definitely won't lose next time. Lu Hengyu felt a bit awkward.
Yes. Su Huijin was also somewhat surprised.
Brother Ni is also a SSS ability user. No wonder your strength is so formidable.
Ni Romo proudly placed his hands on his hips and raised his head. Of course. I possess the SSS wood-type ability, Source of Life.
But don't tell anyone about this name. Outsiders only know I've awakened a SSS wood-type ability. Su Huijin and Lu Hengyu nodded in understanding. No problem. But hearing this name, it feels like a healing ability, yet your offensive power is also strong. My ability does have healing effects, and its healing power is even stronger than its offensive power, Ni Romo said. Su Huijin recalled the green glow emanating from Ni Romo's body when he climbed out of the tree during their battle. Ni Romo snapped his fingers, and the injuries on Lu Hengyu and Li Ping instantly healed significantly.
Lu Hengyu was a bit surprised and moved his body around.
Ha! I feel recovered. Thank you so much.
Li Ping's complexion also began to look healthier.
Phew, my body feels better. Young master's healing technique is still amazing. Thank you, young master.
Su Huijin was shocked.
Your ability is simply too abnormal. It's not even inferior to space-type and time-type abilities.
Strong offensively and capable of healing. If this is just the effect at the condensed star realm, you'll be practically indestructible in the later stages.
Ni Romo proudly tilted his nose upward. Basic stuff, don't overreact. My ability ranks among the top 5.
Su Huijin was a bit puzzled.
Abilities have rankings? At this moment, Ni Romo seemed to remember something. Oh, I forgot. This is something only large families know. Your ability ranks 2nd. 2nd? Su Huijin asked curiously. Who's first? Ni Romo's expression twisted slightly.
It's the person I just mentioned, the Wang family's Wang Kelly from the imperial capital.
His ability is an SSS-level time-type chronology. The more Ni Romo thought about it, the angrier he became. I've never won a fight against him. Damn it! He's probably already reached the Spirit Lake realm by now. If it weren't for me coming to this secret
realm for something, I'd have entered the Spirit Lake realm long ago.
Su Huijin was surprised, then smiled faintly. He thought that this Wang Kelly must be a top figure among his peers. Having reached the 3rd realm just 40 or 50 days after awakening, his talent and ability were extraordinary.
However, my ability has already surpassed the SSS level.
Who's stronger and who's weaker is still uncertain.
Speaking of which, for someone as talented as you from the imperial capital to come to such a small secret realm, there must be something here
that you need, right?
I don't mind telling you, because what I want is of no use to you.
That thing is in this inheritance. Lu Hengyu asked curiously. You already know there's an inheritance here? Ni Romo rolled her eyes. With my family background, isn't it normal for me to know these things?
I even have a rough idea of what's in the inheritance.
Although the
conditions to unlock it are somewhat cruel, it doesn't matter.
This secret realm itself is very strange. What do you mean by that? How should I put it?
Apart from this forest, which is relatively safe, the rest of the secret realm is full of dangers. You should know that the exploration rate of this secret realm is only about 10%.
This 10% is because the forest is less
dangerous, so it has been explored more thoroughly. Beyond the forest, almost no one who enters comes out alive. This is also why so many people died 200 years ago, and this time, many will surely die as well. After all, most of the opportunities in the forest have already been discovered, and some clueless people will eventually venture into more dangerous areas.
So we just need to wait patiently for the inheritance to open. Good.
A man in black emerged from the southern part of the forest.
Thanks to this young man for the explanation. Otherwise, I would have had to go through the trouble of capturing Lu Hengyu.
I didn't expect him to be right here.
Now, please go to hell. Su Huijin and Romu remained calm, as if they had already known someone was hiding there. Lu Hanyu and Li Ping immediately tensed up, watching their surroundings warily.
When did you get here? The man in black laughed wildly.
Lu Hanyu, you better run. Ha, but you can't escape. However, seeing the expressions of Su Huijin and Romu, he felt annoyed. Aren't you too afraid of death? Romu sneered. I have nothing to say to someone who's about to die. The man in black instantly flew into a rage. Arrogant.
He clapped his hands, and a large group of men in black surged out from all
directions. Today next year will be your death anniversary. Attack. Su Huijin glanced at Romu. When there are many people, it's up to you.
Your skill has range.
Romu sighed. Helplessly. Fine. Life drain. This time, the range of the skill was even larger than when Romu had used it before.
The men in black charged at the vines, only to find they
couldn't destroy them.
In an instant, over 40 men in black were impaled, with some hanging on the vines like skewered candied fruit. Soon after, all of them were drained into dried corpses.
Romu immediately felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ah, refreshing. Kumoji. The man in black was dumbfounded at the sight, his legs trembling and his voice quivering. Impossible. How could this happen? Who are you?
The man in black seemed to realize something and turned to flee, but Su Huijin wouldn't let him go. In an instant, she appeared beside him.
Instant slash.
The man in black's limbs were all severed, and he collapsed to the ground.
Ah, please, spare me. I have many resources I can give you.
The man in black's face was filled with terror and pain. Su Huijin grabbed his hair and lifted him up.
Speak. Who exactly are you?
I'll talk.
Before he could
finish, the man in black suddenly died on the spot.
Su Huijin frowned deeply. What happened? Romu came over. He suddenly died, Su Huijin said. At this moment, Romu noticed a white jade tattoo on his neck. This is. Su Huijin frowned. What is this tattoo? Romu's expression turned extremely serious. The White Jade Sect. The White Jade Sect? Su Huijin was puzzled. You don't know? I don't. What's the issue with the White Jade Sect? Romu took a deep breath.
The White Jade Sect is a cult in our Dragon Kingdom, filled with experts. 100 years ago, they initiated the Hua Tian coup, causing the deaths of many top experts in our Dragon Kingdom. If it weren't for the intervention of our nation's sage, who crushed
them, the White Jade Sect might be even more arrogant now.
Su Huijin was utterly shocked.
What?
The Hua Tian coup back then was their doing.
But the news at the time didn't mention it. Was the White Jade Sect? Although Su Huijin wasn't very knowledgeable about many things, he was aware of major events in the Dragon Kingdom. During the Hua Tian coup, over a dozen 8th Realm experts died, dozens of 7th Realm experts perished, and the losses in the Nirvana realm were even greater. Even a 9th Realm pillar of the nation was killed. Since then,
the Dragon Kingdom's strength had significantly diminished. Although the other two nations now dared to challenge the Dragon Kingdom, fortunately, its strength had recovered quickly over the past 100 years. In the end, our nation's sage stepped in to eliminate them, otherwise, the losses would have been even worse.
Could it be that the White Jade Sect was eradicated back then? And now they've returned. Romu spoke in a deep voice. Members of the White Jade Sect all have white jade tattoos on their necks. Now they've reappeared and entered this secret realm, possibly seeking inheritance. We don't know how many of them have come or if it's just this group. In any case, their reappearance is very bad news for the Dragon Kingdom.
Although they're barely surviving now, the fact that they dare to show up again indicates their strength shouldn't be underestimated.
We must respond cautiously. Su Huijin nodded in agreement.
Who knows what kind of harm their re-emergence will bring to the Dragon Kingdom?
We must rise quickly to prepare for any eventuality.
After speaking, Su Huijin picked up an arm. From the ground, it belonged to the leader in black and took the spatial ring from it.
Using his spiritual power, he broke the imprint on the ring.
Then, he used his divine sense to examine
its contents. Seeing the items inside, Su Huijin couldn't help but smile.
There weren't many spirit stones, only 10 mid-grade ones, along with some martial techniques and weapons. Su Huijin was currently in dire need of martial techniques. After all, his attack methods were somewhat limited. He kept using the same moves repeatedly, making it easy for enemies to exploit his weaknesses. He needed more martial techniques to counter this.
Everyone, let's split the spoils. Annihilation shrugged. We don't need them. These items aren't even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth.
You should keep them for yourself.
Lu Hongyu also shook his head.
I didn't contribute, and I already have these resources.
Brother Su, you need them more, so you should keep them. Su Huaiji nodded. Thank you both. By the way, brother and I, would you like to travel together? Annihilation agreed without hesitation.
Of course. Although my strength is
probably top tier in this secret realm, with Brother Su here, obtaining the inheritance will be a breeze.
I'm not exaggerating. In this secret realm, the two of us are practically invincible. Unless we encounter someone like Wang Kelly, anyone who faces us will have to kneel.
Su Huaijin couldn't help but laugh. Then let's go.
There's no point in staying here. We might
as well see if there are other opportunities while waiting for the inheritance to open.
At this moment, Li Ping turned to Lu Hongyu and said, "Apologies, Brother Lu, for being a bit
heavy-handed earlier." Lu Hongyu smiled and scratched his head. No problem, no problem. I was simply outmatched. Afterward, the group headed east.
Along the way, they encountered many people. Some greeted them, some ignored them, and some tried to rob them.
However, these robbers were easily dealt with, without even requiring Su Huaijin or Annihilation to step in. Li Ping or Lu Hongyu alone could handle them.
Their small team was already an invincible force within the secret realm. After walking for 2 hours, they finally reached the edge of the forest. Strangely, outside the forest was a desert, as if two different worlds. Looking at the desert, it felt scorching under the blazing sun, while inside the forest, it was refreshingly cool.
Watch out!
A giant hand made of sand suddenly appeared in the desert ahead, reaching directly into the forest. Su Huaijin and the other three quickly retreated, but unexpectedly, the surrounding
trees began to move.
Their branches grew thick and lashed toward them.
Su Huaijin activated spatial displacement to dodge the attack, while Annihilation used a wooden shield. Although the shield
cracked under the impact, it did not shatter. Li Ping swung his sword at the branches, but they were as tough as iron and remained unscathed. The force was too great, so he had to perform
a backflip to evade.
Lu Hongyu, being the weakest, inevitably got injured.
A branch grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody mark, though fortunately, it wasn't serious. Su Huaijin frowned, his expression serious. What's going on? Annihilation kept dodging the attacks. I don't know.
Maybe this secret realm has gone mad. Su Huaijin slashed down with his blade, successfully
severing a branch. Aren't you a wood element user? Can you control these trees?
The four of them not only had to dodge the trees' attacks but also had to guard against the giant hand reaching
out from the desert. No way.
I tried controlling them when the attack started, but it's impossible, Annihilation replied, panting.
Su Huaijin seemed to have thought of something.
Right. We can guide those desert giant hands to attack the trees.
Annihilation eyes lit up. That's a great idea. The four quickly took action.
The surrounding trees gradually decreased, and the
pressure eased.
The desert giant hands attacked slowly but with incredible power, destroying several trees with each strike. However, they had been dodging for too long, and both Lu Hongyu and Li Ping had sustained multiple injuries, while Su Huaijin and Annihilation remained unscathed. The four retreated farther and farther until they finally escaped the attack range. They all breathed a sigh of relief, exhausted from evading for so long. They were all panting.
Damn, we finally left that cursed place. I've had enough. Lu Hongyu, the most injured, couldn't help but complain.
It must be a feature of the secret realm. I think we should avoid the forest's edge and just wander around here.
Sounds reasonable. Suddenly, green light emerged from Lu Hongyu and Li Ping's bodies, and their injuries healed instantly. Lu Hongyu and Li Ping expressed their gratitude. Thank you, brother and I.
Thank you, young master.
It's nothing.
As night fell, the sun turned into a gentle sunset. Strangely, the secret realm had both a sun and a moon, which was highly unusual.
Let's rest here for now. 20 days later,
Su Huaijin and the other three had been waiting for the inheritance to open. Along the way, they encountered more and more people, most of whom headed outside the forest. Strangely, the corpses of those killed all disappeared without a trace. Annihilation explained the situation of the secret realm to Su Huaijin. The safest place was this forest, all other areas
were dangerous.
They had already experienced the first desert. The second area was a miasma zone, the third was a canyon, and the fourth was a plain.
The most dangerous was the miasma zone.
where the toxic miasma could corrode flesh, making it impossible for ordinary people to stay long.
Although the other areas were also dangerous, 95% of those who entered were certain to die.
At this point, Su Huijin's cultivation level had reached the 8th stage of the condensed star realm.
Lu Hengyu sat weakly on the ground. How is this possible? It's been over 20
days, and the inheritance still hasn't opened, he complained. I've been waiting so long, even the flowers are wilting. Romu stroked his chin, pondering.
It might be soon. Recently,
more and more people have been coming in, and I estimate the death toll is close to 20,000.
Su Huijin frowned. I hope the inheritance is in this forest. If it's outside, the risks will be too high. The death rate in this secret realm is really alarming. Romu said calmly, although the death rate is high, the value of the inheritance is immense. It's
said that it requires the blood and spiritual energy of 50,000 people to open, which means what's inside must be extraordinary.
Lu Hengyu said solemnly, what if there's an evil force inside? Romu couldn't help but laugh. Don't overthink it. Since the awakening of supernatural powers, there's been no mention of any evil forces. Even if there were, the key lies in the user. The best power, if misused, can turn evil. Conversely, if used properly, it can become a force for justice. Brother Ni is right. Even an evil force, if used in the right way, can be a good power. Let's focus on figuring out how to obtain the inheritance.
At that moment, a burst of golden light shot straight into the sky from the direction of the desert, and a powerful energy spread outward.
Romu stood up from the ground. The inheritance has been activated. Everyone turned to look at the golden light. The energy overflowed, and even from a distance, they could feel its surging aura. Young master, the inheritance has been activated.
A red-haired youth revealed a wicked smile.
This inheritance is destined to be mine. Let's go. Sister Tone, it seems the inheritance has been activated.
A cold and stunning girl, her face as frosty as the moon goddess Chang'e, said.
This inheritance is mine. For the taking. Of course, Sister Tone. You're so beautiful, strong, and talented. The inheritance is definitely ours. Boss, look over there.
A burly man with a scarred face and a full beard stared at the golden light.
Could it be a secret treasure emerging? Quick, let's check it out. Master, the inheritance has been activated. A black-clad,
masked figure revealed a pair of chilling eyes.
Gather the men and prepare to move out.
His hoarse voice sent shivers down people's spines.
Romu put his arm around Su Huijin's shoulder. Let's go, brother Huijin. If we're late and someone else gets there first, it won't be good. Let's go.
Their group returned to the edge of the forest they had previously reached and saw the desert again. This time, they stood at a distance, not impulsively rushing forward. Along the way, a large number of people headed in the same direction, all
vying for the inheritance.
No one was robbing anyone, everyone was frantically surging toward the same goal.
Lu Hengyu watched these people inside. I didn't expect that after so many deaths, there would still be so many people wanting to obtain those things. Romu sneered. Never underestimate human greed.
Su Huijin and the others watched as people rushed into the
desert, only to be struck down.
As more and more people died, those behind them hesitated, afraid they might be next.
Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. How do we even get through this? The giant hands in the desert and these trees attack indiscriminately.
The main issue is that we can't block them, their power is too strong.
Does anyone know how to get through?
If you do, please share, there's a hefty reward. At this moment, Romu said, I suspect this is a test to screen candidates for the inheritance. Only those who pass can qualify to
compete for it. Su Huijin frowned. How do we get through? Those giant hands in the desert and these trees aren't easy to deal with. Even third-level supernatural users might not be able
to withstand them, let alone us, who are only at the second level.
Romu smiled mysteriously and took out a disc from his spatial ring.
Su Huijin looked puzzled.
What's this? Don't ask, just watch.
In the center of the disc was a red button.
Romu pressed it, and instantly, a transparent, light blue shield enveloped the four of them. Let's go. Lu Hengyu asked. Curiously, will this thing really protect us? Romu smiled confidently. You'll see soon enough. The people around them noticed. Brother, does that work? Can you let me in too? I'll offer a generous reward.
Suddenly, the surrounding crowd began shouting, begging Su Huijin's group to let them join. Su Huijin and the others seemed not to hear and continued walking forward. Suddenly, a burly man shouted loudly, "Kid, hand over that thing in your hand, and maybe I'll spare your life." Seeing Su Huijin and his group ignoring him, the burly man grew even angrier. "Everyone here, don't you want the secret treasure? Success is right in front of us. Kill them, take their belongings, and we'll split it evenly." The burly man incited the people around him, and gradually, some began to echo his call. Soon, about 70% of the crowd had been swayed by him. The burly man blocked Su Huijin and his group. "Kid, if you're heartless, don't blame us for being ruthless. Brothers, attack them." Immediately, a large crowd surged forward. Su Huijin looked at them coldly, while Romo sighed, "Living well isn't enough for you, you insist on seeking your own death." Suddenly, numerous vines sprouted from the ground, their sharp tips piercing forward, impaling those who charged, including the burly man, straight through their chests. The vines then pinned them to nearby trees. The scene was utterly shocking, leaving everyone around stunned. "Ah, help! Devil, this person is a devil." Some collapsed to the ground in fear, others turned and fled, while some were too terrified to move, trembling where they stood. Those who hadn't been swayed stood in place, swallowing nervously, their faces full of shock. "My God, is this even human?" He took them out in an instant. Romo said coldly, "Let's go." Afterward, they left under the gaze of the crowd. As they passed through the forest and desert that were known to attack people, they found that these elements remained still, not attacking Su Huijin and his group. Su Huijin glanced around. None of this is attacking us. Your thing is pretty useful." Romo replied confidently, "Of course, I brought this from my family. It's especially effective. Don't worry, none of this will attack us." Seeing that Romo was unwilling to elaborate, Su Huijin didn't press further. Finally, after walking about 20 kilometers, they arrived. The Land of Legacy. The journey of 20 kilometers had been unexpectedly quiet, and the four of them reached the Land of Legacy smoothly, likely thanks to the protective shield. Romo then retracted the shield. When Su Huijin saw the Land of Legacy, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. In his mind, he thought, "Wang Defa, isn't this a pyramid?" Su Huijin had studied the history of Blue Star and knew that pyramids didn't exist in this world. The pyramid before him appeared to be made entirely of pure gold, looking exactly as he had imagined. Romo noticed Su Huijin's reaction and asked, "Brother Huijin, what's wrong? Do you have any questions?" Su Huijin snapped out of it and casually replied, "Nothing, it just looks quite unique." He continued, "Curiously, by the way, why does the Land of Legacy look like this?" Romo shook his head helplessly. "It's normal. Big shots like to create strange and unusual things. Hey, look over there." Lu Hongyu pointed behind Su Huijin. The group turned to see two men in their 20s walking leisurely toward them. One had red hair, while the other appeared to be his attendant. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward, and neither side spoke. Half an hour later, more people arrived one after another, and soon, over 20 people had gathered. Among them, 5 stood out the most. The first was the red-haired man. The second was a cold and stunning woman. The third was a burly man with a long scar on his face. The fourth was a pure and cute girl, who followed closely behind the cold woman. The fifth was somewhat special, a man dressed entirely in black, wearing a mask and hat, with only a pair of eerie eyes visible. Su Huijin and his group occasionally glanced at the man in black. The man in black noticed their gaze but did not respond. At this moment, Lu Hongyu whispered, "Do you think he has anything to do with the black-clad people we encountered before? Who knows? Let's observe for now," Su Huijin replied. At that moment, the pyramid suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, followed by a young voice. "Only 10 people are allowed to enter the place of inheritance." A man with dyed yellow hair looked impatient. Hey, I risked my life to come all the way here, and you're telling me only 10 people can go in?" He casually threw a water ball at the pyramid. However, the water ball hit the pyramid without any effect, and instead, it angered the pyramid. A laser beam suddenly shot out from the top, piercing straight through the yellow-haired man's head. Everyone present was stunned by the scene. The laser was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, the man was gone. Lu Hongyu stammered, "No way, this is so brutal. I didn't even see it clearly before he was dead." Su Huijin glanced around, frowning. "Only 10 spots, looks like we'll have to fight for it." With the death of the yellow-haired man, many people began to restrain themselves, growing wary of one another, the besiegers immediately
showed their dissatisfaction, mocking, "You think you alone can take on all of us?"
A thin man, with a look of disdain on his face, said to Su Huijin, "Kid, you're truly arrogant.
Do you think you can defeat the 5 of us by yourself? You'll pay for your actions."
Su Huijin did not respond.
He calmly drew his blade. "Brothers, attack!" Su Huijin's steps gradually quickened. Phantom step. Instant slash. In an instant, 1 man was slain. KO finger. 2 more were cut down.
The remaining 2 froze, not realizing that only the 2 of them were left. The thin man, filled with fear, fell to his knees.
"Father, I was wrong." His teammate also knelt down, crying out, "Father." Seeing this scene, Su Huijin couldn't help but twitch the
corner of his mouth in exasperation.
However, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Slash! The 2 heads fell to the ground.
As time passed, the number of participants gradually
dwindled.
From the initial 20, it decreased to 15, and finally, only 11 remained.
Seeing their lack of strength, some chose to flee directly, uncertain if they could even make it back. The
others present did not stop them, as everyone's main goal was to ensure their own entry into the land of legacy. Now, only 11 people remained on the field, Su Huijin and his 3 companions. The red-haired youth and his attendant, 2 beautiful women, the scar-faced burly man, and the man in black with his subordinate.
1 person among them had to be eliminated. The group exchanged glances, each unwilling to be the one eliminated.
At this moment, the scar-faced burly man stepped forward and proposed, "Everyone, there are only 11 of us left, but the land of legacy only allows 10 to enter.
1 of us must be eliminated.
I suggest that the 2 weakest among us duel, and the winner can join us in entering.
What do you all think?" Su Huijin
sneered. "This burly man is clearly scheming. He wants the 2 weakest to fight it out while he remains safe, as his strength surpasses ours."
This is a cunning move. As expected, the red-haired man's attendant and the black-clad man's subordinate will take the risk. Nobody here is foolish, such a trick is easy to see through.
However, the burly man's strength is indeed
formidable.
Even though we're in teams, no one wants to take this risk. The burly man turned to Su Huijin and his group.
"Brother, what do you think of my proposal?" Su Huijin glanced at Rumu and the others.
They shrugged, indicating their agreement.
Su Huijin replied expressionlessly, "We agree."
The burly man then looked at the others. As expected, they all nodded.
In agreement as well.
The red-haired man shook his head helplessly.
"Go ahead.
Whether or not we gain the legacy depends on your victory."
"Yes, young master." The man in black signaled
to his subordinate, who nodded and stepped forward. This subordinate also wielded dual blades, while the attendant held a long spear. In terms of close combat, the attendant had a higher chance of winning, as both were at the 4th level of the condensed star realm.
The subordinate's ability was earth-based, while the attendant's was metal-based.
At this moment, the burly
man stepped into the center and announced, "This duel will not be to the death, only to determine the winner. Both of you, stop when the outcome is clear. The match begins."
With that, the burly man left the battlefield. The attendant was the first to attack. He used his footwork, holding the spear in his right hand, and charged straight at the subordinate with incredible speed, the air whistling as he moved. The subordinate was not to be outdone and shouted, "Earthquake!" Instantly, the ground within a 50-meter radius began to tremble.
The attendant lost his balance but quickly leaped into the air, attempting to strike down at the subordinate from above.
Seeing this, the subordinate smirked inwardly.
"Here's my chance." Earth pillar. A
sharp earthen pillar suddenly shot up from the ground, aiming directly at the attendant.
However, the attendant did not underestimate the attack.
His spear instantly became incredibly sharp, easily piercing through the earthen pillar.
"What?" The lackey was shocked, unable to believe the attendant possessed such strength.
What he didn't know was that the attendant's ability was a B-level metal-type sharpness, which could enhance the weapon's attack power. Despite his shock, the lackey quickly adjusted his stance, as this was a battle.
Taking advantage
of the attendant's momentary recovery delay, he hastily launched an attack, earth spikes.
Rows of earthen spikes shot up from the ground, heading straight for the attendant. The attendant
turned, and with a sweep of his spear using its momentum, he cleared all the spikes.
Quagmire!
The sandy ground instantly turned into a swamp, and the attendant accidentally got his feet stuck. At this moment, the lackey leaped high into the air, his dual blades slashing down toward the attendant. The attendant hurriedly raised his spear to block.
though he managed to
fend off the attack, he sank deeper into the swamp. Immediately, the attendant swung his spear forcefully in a horizontal arc. The lackey had no choice but to backflip to evade.
Seizing the opportunity, the attendant activated his ability, Golden Sharpness.
The tip of the spear emitted a golden glow, slicing through the swamp in one sweep, splitting it in half.
The
attendant leaped out and quickly closed in on the lackey, who had just regained his footing. The lackey panicked and hastily raised his dual blades to defend.
But his strength was no match for the attendant, and he was forced to retreat step by step.
Soon after, the attendant disarmed him with a single strike, sending the dual blades flying, and pressed the tip of his spear
against the lackey's neck. Well fought. At this moment, the burly man walked over with a cheerful smile and said, "Congratulations, you've secured the remaining spot." The attendant nodded
toward the burly man and then returned to the side of the red-haired man.
The red-haired man smiled faintly. "Well done." The attendant quickly bowed. "It's all thanks to your guidance, young master."
The lackey, on the other hand, returned to the side of the man in black. Although the man in black wore a mask, his gloomy eyes revealed his anger.
Useless. The lackey
was so frightened that he immediately knelt down.
"I'm sorry, boss. Get up. Stop embarrassing yourself." The lackey trembled as he stood up.
"Yes, boss." The man in black's gaze turned
vicious as he secretly glanced at the attendant. The attendant instantly felt a chill run down his spine. The red-haired man noticed the attendant's expression. "What's wrong?" The attendant snapped out of it. "Nothing, nothing."
At this moment, the burly man said, "Now that the participants have been decided, let's head to that door over there." The inheritance pyramid had
a large door directly facing them. They began walking toward it.
The man in black stayed at the back, whispering something to the lackey, who followed him. The burly man glanced at the lackey, about to say something, but the man in black spoke first. "He'll wait for me at the door."
The burly man didn't press further, as long as it didn't interfere with his entry. Just
as the group was nearing the door, the man in black suddenly attacked, his dual blades swiftly slashing toward the attendant.
Before anyone could react, the attendant's head had already fallen to the ground.
Su Huijin and his four-member team, along with the two women and the burly man, immediately went on guard. No one had expected a sudden killing at such a critical
moment.
The red-haired man froze for a second or two, then his face twisted with rage as he prepared to attack the man in black.
But just then, the inheritance pyramid suddenly emitted a voice, "Ding! The condition of 10 participants has been met. Inheritance activation commencing."
Immediately, the remaining 10 people were engulfed by a massive energy force and pulled
into the pyramid.
The group found themselves inside the pyramid, disoriented by the sudden transition. The interior of the pyramid was not dark, instead, it was brightly lit and exuded a
futuristic, high-tech vibe. Everyone looked around.
The red-haired man was seething with anger. His attendant had grown up with him and was very close to him. To see him killed in public
today made his blood boil.
He pulled a sword from his spatial ring, ready to strike at the man in black.
"Bastard, die!"
The red-haired man roared in fury.
The man in black said nothing,
silently drawing his dual blades. The burly man quickly stepped forward to stop them.
"Both of you, calm down. Do not cause disputes in the land of inheritance. Settle your grudges outside. Your conflict could lead to our total annihilation."
The red-haired man was startled upon hearing this and gradually calmed down. He thought for a moment and ultimately refrained from
taking action, merely glaring angrily at the man in black.
"You bastard, filthy lowly rat, once we're out of here, I'll make sure you die without a burial place.
If you can't afford to lose, then don't come to this kind of place. You and your lackeys are nothing but trash."
The lackey cautiously glanced at the man in black, his face showing slight embarrassment.
The man in black merely let out a cold snort.
"Humph, in this world, the strong are revered, and weakness is a sin." The red-haired man almost laughed in anger.
"If my lackeys are considered weak, then your dogs are even more useless. Let your dogs go die."
The man in black clasped his hands behind his back and responded with a cold smile.
No matter what you say, the outcome is already decided."
The red-haired man gritted his teeth in fury, glaring at the man in black.
"Shameless and despicable."
The man in black remained indifferent.
"Thank you for the compliment. You."
The red-haired man's verbal attacks were like punching cotton, leaving him even more exasperated. A burly man quickly stepped in to mediate.
"All right, you two, focus on the inheritance for now. The onlookers watched with great interest, not expecting things to escalate so quickly. Lu Hongyu whispered to Su Huijin and the others, although I don't know
what connection he has with that previous man in black. He doesn't seem like a good person either.
Truly rotten to the core. Annihilation shrugged. Doesn't matter, as long as they don't provoke us. Let's focus on figuring out how to obtain the inheritance. Su Huijin wore a contemplative expression, seemingly deep in thought.
At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed from within.
The pyramid. Ding. 10 participants have been reached. The inheritance begins.
10 doors emerged from the surrounding ground, encircling them in the center.
Each door contains the same trial.
Entering a door marks the official start of the trial. There are a total of 5 trials, and those who pass all of them will receive the full inheritance.
Each completed trial comes with a reward. Death within the trial will not result in actual death.
Upon dying, participants will be immediately expelled from the secret realm.
Good luck to all. The red-haired man said nothing and directly entered one of the doors. He wanted to finish the trials quickly and wait for the man in black outside. The lackey glanced at the man in black. "Be boss."
The man in black stared at the lackey, making him tremble all over.
"Go in." The lackey entered a door, followed by the man in black and the burly man. Now, only Su Huijin's group of 4 and the 2 women remained in the field. The 2 women had been staring at Su Huijin and Enairumu. Why only the 2 of them? Because they were handsome. Even though Su Huijin wore
a mask, the aura he exuded was exceptionally striking. Coupled with his star-like, dazzling eyes, he radiated an air of mystery that captivated the 2 women.
As for Enairumu, he was a well-known figure in the imperial capital.
Upon seeing him, the 2 women naturally recognized who he was. However, their gazes were mostly focused on Su Huijin.
Earlier, when Su Huijin had
slain his enemies, they had seen it clearly. After all, taking on 5 opponents single-handedly and achieving the highest kill count in the field was no small feat. Moreover, he hadn't even used any special abilities, relying solely on martial skills to demonstrate such prowess.
In their eyes, his strength was in no way inferior to Enairumu. They were also curious as to why Su Huijin was traveling with Enairumu.
Su Huijin naturally noticed their gazes.
"Aren't you going in? Or are you planning to compete for the inheritance?" The cold and elegant woman
smiled faintly, her beauty breathtaking.
"Aren't you also not going in? Besides, the voice earlier mentioned that the trials involve death, so they must not be simple. We don't mind waiting a little longer." Su Huijin found himself intrigued by this woman.
The young lady is indeed clever. I wonder if there's something you'd like to say to me, otherwise, you wouldn't
be chatting idly with me here. The cold and elegant woman, after being exposed, said calmly, "May I ask who you are, sir? To be traveling with young Master Enairumu, you must not be ordinary."
Enairumu was listening intently, but when he was suddenly mentioned, he froze for a moment.
"Ha? Miss, do we know each other?" The cold and elegant woman couldn't help but laugh. "Young Master Mu, you truly have a forgetful nature."
Enairumu looked at the 2 people in front of him, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to recall who they were.
Seeing this, the cold and elegant woman reminded him, "If you can't remember, young Master Mu, I can give you a hint. Half a year ago, at your father's birthday banquet in the imperial capital." At this, Enairumu finally remembered. "Ah, so it's you.
I was wondering why you seemed so familiar."
"Weren't you in the Magic City? What brings you here?" Su Huijin, listening to their conversation, felt puzzled and softly asked Enairumu, "What are you talking about? Who is she?" Enairumu patted his forehead. "This is Miss Leng Ruatong of the Long family from the Magic City, and the one
beside her is Rong Lingling of the Rong family. Their families are both prominent clans, with power only slightly below that of my Ni family," the cold and elegant woman added.
Young Master Mu finally remembers. "Naturally, I am here for the inheritance. Aren't you going to introduce this gentleman?" Enairumu realized and began to introduce, "This is Su." At that moment, Su Huijin interrupted him, "I am Su Chongqing."
"Greetings to you both, young ladies."
Enairumu then realized, yes, his name is Su Chongqing.
We met in this secret realm 20 days ago, and
his strength is no less than mine. Leng Ruatong became even more curious. "Brother Su, with such formidable strength, how is it that I've never heard of you before?" Su Huijin thought. For a moment.
"I only recently emerged into the world and am not very familiar with the outside."
Leng Ruatong understood.
He must be from a reclusive family.
To stand on equal footing With Enairomu, his background must be extraordinary, not someone to offend. Thinking this, Lang Ruatong's attitude became even more respectful. I see. Young Master Su, your emergence into the world must surely lead to great achievements. Su Huijin smiled faintly, understanding the implications of her words. Others would now assume he was from a reclusive family, which would save him a lot of trouble. You flatter me, Miss Lang. Lang Ruatong nodded slightly. Then we won't disturb you further. Lingling and I will head in first. Wishing Miss Lang great success, Enairomu said. Good luck. Let's catch up next time, Lang Ruatong said with a faint smile. Thank you for your kind words. With that, Lang Ruatong and Rong Lingling turned and left. Rong Lingling curiously asked Lang Ruatong, Sister Ton, why were you so respectful to that man named Su? Lang Ruatong seemed to be pondering. He must be from a reclusive family with a significant background. If what Enairomu said is true, his strength would rank among the top in the nation. Rong Lingling suddenly understood. I see. Lang Ruatong shook her head helplessly. It's a good thing I didn't let you speak earlier, otherwise, you might have offended him, and that would have been a costly mistake. Rong Lingling pouted. I wouldn't do that. Lang Ruatong chuckled. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go in and claim the inheritance. Alright. The two then entered through separate doors. Miss Lang was right earlier. This inheritance won't be easy to obtain. Don't push yourselves too hard, and let's hope for success. Su Huijin encouraged. Enairomu walked up to one of the doors and decisively said, no need for more words. Let's begin. With that, he stepped through the door. Su Huijin and the other three also entered their respective doors. As soon as Su Huijin stepped inside, the door automatically closed, followed by a blinding white light so intense that he could barely keep his eyes open. The light lasted for about 5 seconds, and then everything returned to normal. When Su Huijin opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find himself standing in a vast grassland. The strong wind swept across the grass, its swaying motion evoking a sense of tranquility, as if he had returned to the beautiful landscapes of a past life. At that moment, several strange beasts resembling rhinos appeared before him. Ordinary rhinos usually have only one horn, but these had 3, and their size was several times larger. The mechanical voice sounded again. First level, defeat 5 tier 2 9-horn triangular rhinos. To pass. Are you ready? Su Huijin drew his Tiger Slayer and assumed a combat stance. Ready. Battle begins. The triangular rhinos, which had been standing still, suddenly charged at Su Huijin. He quickly met them head-on, his pace accelerating, and the eightfold phantom appeared. The triangular rhinos froze momentarily, confused by the sudden appearance of multiple images of Su Huijin. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Huijin slashed at one of the rhinos, but it reacted swiftly, using its 3 horns to block his blade. Su Huijin initially tried to use brute force to cut through, but found the horns were incredibly tough. The rhino attempted to push the blade back with its horns but found it immovable. Spatial Crush. Su Huijin activated his ability, pinning one of the rhinos to the ground. Although it wasn't killed, it spat out a mouthful of blood. It's still alive? Looks like I underestimated its defense. Su Huijin thought to himself. The remaining 4 rhinos, sensing danger, frantically charged at Su Huijin with their horns. He performed a backflip, landing behind one of the rhinos and easily evading the attack. His movements were as graceful as a dance. The rhino he landed on began to shake violently, but no matter how it struggled, Su Huijin remained as steady as a mountain. He thought to himself that while he could use his abilities and combat skills to overpower them, it would be time-consuming and exhausting. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he decided to adopt a new strategy. He performed another backflip, landing behind one of the rhinos. The rhino's massive size and slower speed gave him the perfect opportunity. He swiftly stabbed his blade into its rear, infusing it with spiritual energy and twisting it. The rhino immediately began to struggle, but before long, it collapsed to the ground and vanished. Seeing that this method was effective, Su Huijin deftly maneuvered between the rhinos. In less than 5 minutes, all 5 triangular rhinos were defeated. At that moment, the pyramid emitted a voice, tinged with a hint of mockery. Wow, you're amazing. You're the fastest among the 10 people to clear this level. Now awarding you a title, unlocking the Master of Rear Stabs title. Unlocking reward. You've received 10 top-grade spirit stones. Su Huijin nearly fainted upon hearing the title, but he was overjoyed when he heard the reward. 10 top-grade spirit stones were enough to elevate him from the spirit lake realm to the spirit sea realm. 10 top-grade spirit stones for the first level? That's incredibly generous. These cultivation resources are more than enough for my early stages, he thought to himself. The mechanical voice sounded again. Would you like to proceed to the next level? Su Huaiji nodded. Yes. The scene shifted once more, white light flashing. The grassland transformed into a canyon, surrounded by towering stone walls. The canyon was about 500 meters wide, its length immeasurable, seemingly endless. Ahead, a golden-furred monkey appeared, its legs slender but its arms thick and muscular, with fists as large as hammers. Ding! Second level, defeat the Tier 3 Level 1. Speed Monkey. Are you ready? Tier 3. Su Huaijin took a deep breath and adjusted his combat stance. Ready. Battle begins. As soon as the words were spoken, the Speed Monkey's fist shot straight toward Su Huaijin's face. His eyes widened in shock. This is way too fast. It's even stronger than the Fire Fury Monkey I encountered before. In that instant, Su Huaijin activated his skill. Void Barrier. A barrier suddenly appeared in front of Su Huaijin, enveloping him completely. The Speed Monkey's massive fist slammed into the barrier with tremendous force. Su Huaijin was sent flying backward, crashing into the stone wall and creating a large hole. He was stuck in the wall as the Speed Monkey quickly charged at him, unleashing a storm of punches like a torrential downpour. Although the barrier shielded him, the sheer speed of the attacks caused cracks to appear in the barrier. Su Huaijin frowned, thinking to himself, no, this is too passive. The barrier will be broken sooner or later. Annihilation. The swift monkey seemed to sense danger and quickly retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Su Huaijin broke free from the wall and swiftly created distance. He unleashed several consecutive spatial crushes in mid-air. The swift monkey, realizing the danger, dared not act recklessly. Adjusting his stance, Su Huaijin gripped his Tiger Slayer and charged forward, simultaneously launching the spatial crushes in the air. Each time the swift monkey dodged, a large hole would appear on the ground. Initially, Su Huaijin was slower to react, allowing the swift monkey to gain the upper hand, but now he wouldn't give it any more chances. His goal was clear, to restrict the swift monkey's movement and target its legs. The swift monkey's greatest strength was its speed. As long as its advantage was diminished, victory would be his. Su Huaijin first used spatial crushes to block the swift monkey's movements, then used annihilation to predict its dodging positions. As soon as the swift monkey stopped moving, Su Huaijin could instantly appear beside it. After several rounds of exchanges, he finally found an opening. After all, not every location had space that could be swapped. Grasping the opportunity, Su Huaijin struck directly with his blade. The result was a slash to the swift monkey's leg. Although it cut a few centimeters, it still couldn't penetrate its tough muscles. Since he couldn't sever it, he slashed upward. In an instant, a large gash appeared on the swift monkey's leg, significantly slowing its speed. The swift monkey swung its massive fist at Su Huaijin, but he had already dodged. Without its speed, the swift monkey was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. After several kite-like attacks, the swift monkey's legs were completely crippled. Seizing the moment, Su Huaijin delivered an annihilation strike directly to its forehead, and the swift monkey vanished into thin air. Ding! You are the fastest to clear the second stage. Unlocking reward. Advanced martial skill, swift monkey movement technique. Su Huaijin was stunned by the reward. Movement-type martial skills were extremely rare. Even a basic movement skill could be highly effective, let alone an advanced one. This was far more valuable than 10 top-grade spirit stones. Just in time, Phantom Step is no longer sufficient. With this movement skill, my strength will undoubtedly reach a new level. Soon after, a beam of light appeared in the air, and a book slowly descended. Swift Monkey Movement Technique. Su Huaijin took the book. It was ancient and simple, with only 4 large characters on the cover. He glanced at it briefly before tossing it into his storage space. Proceed to the next stage? Yes. A blinding white light flashed again, and Su Huaijin found himself in a massive white-purple space with no visible boundaries. Numerous exotic beasts appeared on the field instantly. A mechanical voice sounded, Stage 3, kill 1000 Tier 2 Level 9 bone eroding wolves to pass. Are you ready? This time, Su Huaijin didn't act immediately. Having just dealt with the swift monkey, he had expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, so he decided to take some time to recover.
After all, facing 1000 Tier 2 Level 9 beasts was no trivial matter.
He sat cross-legged and began to restore his state. At this moment, only two others had caught up to his pace, Romu and Lang Ruatong. Romu had already started the third stage. His abilities were highly suited for group battles, and he had plenty of potions, especially those for replenishing spiritual energy. Lang Ruatong, like Su Huaijin, took a brief rest before tackling the third stage. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyu and his assistant had been eliminated in the first stage and were now outside the secret realm. Lu Hanyu squatted by a tree, his expression dejected. "I'm so useless. I couldn't even pass the first stage. What a disgrace." At that moment, a passerby saw him squatting there, looking utterly miserable. "Hey, brother, why are you out here? The secret realm isn't over yet. Why did you come out early?" Lu Hanyu glanced at him helplessly. "It's nothing. I just felt tired and wanted some peace and quiet." Seeing this, the passerby didn't press further and walked away. The assistant was contemplating whether to flee, as his boss had killed someone else's attendant for his own sake, and now he was worried that the red-haired man might come after him first. A fierce battle was raging in his mind. At this moment, the scar-faced man had also passed the third stage, but when he learned that this stage involved 1000 second-tier, 9th-level exotic beasts, he immediately felt despair. A second-tier ability user dealing with third-tier exotic beasts had already left him exhausted, so he decided to give up. Rong Lingling also reached the third stage at this time and began adjusting her state. The red-haired man and the man in black were the first to enter and were currently challenging the third stage. The tools in their hands appeared very powerful, making it easy for them to kill the exotic beasts. Half an hour later, Su Huaijin had adjusted to his peak state. He stood up, ready to fight. "Ready! Begin the battle!" Su Huaijin quickly charged forward, the blade in his hand slashing out a horizontal sword energy. Spatial slash. A streak of black-purple sword energy struck the bony roding wolves, instantly killing more than a dozen. With each subsequent slash, he could easily take down one bony roding wolf. Open young finger. A massive golden finger imprint appeared in the air, rushing toward the exotic beasts, instantly killing dozens more. Suddenly, a bony roding wolf swiped its sharp claws at his back. Although his battle suit blocked the attack, he still felt a sharp pain. He immediately activated Iron Cloth, and his muscles instantly hardened, rendering the bony roding wolf's attacks ineffective. Su Huaijin fought with bloodshot eyes, using a combat technique or ability every few slashes. The number of exotic beasts steadily decreased. However, his spiritual energy and stamina were rapidly depleting. He had no spiritual energy recovery potions, only a few healing potions. Su Huaijin had little wealth, and most of what he obtained were cultivation resources, which couldn't compare to the resources of noble family scions like Romu. For them, drinking potions was as casual as drinking water. Half an hour later, Su Huaijin was panting heavily, his arms sore, with only 100 bony roding wolves remaining. His spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and his stamina was reaching its limit. The rest of the battle would rely entirely on willpower. Now, it took him several slashes to kill a single bony roding wolf. By the time he killed the 50th, he could barely hold his blade. A bony roding wolf struck his chest with its claws, sending Su Huaijin flying. He rolled several times before landing flat on the ground, breathing heavily, his heart pounding as if it would explode. "No! I can't give up." Su Huaijin tried to struggle to his feet, but his body wouldn't move. The bony roding wolves were closing in quickly, and the situation was dire. His heart was filled with unwillingness. "I absolutely cannot be trapped here like this." At that moment, a dazzling azure light suddenly emanated from Su Huaijin's chest. All his wounds healed instantly, and a surge of power flooded his body. Just as a bony roding wolf was about to bite him, Su Huaijin kicked it away with a powerful strike and then unleashed Spatial Crush. He quickly picked up his blade and executed 2 spatial slashes, killing all the remaining bony roding wolves. Su Huaijin finally let out a sigh of relief, but an overwhelming fatigue followed. Before he could even check his rewards, he collapsed and fell asleep. By this time, Romu had already cleared the third stage. He had used large-scale skills and replenished his spiritual energy with potions. Additionally, with his life drain skill, even though each replenishment was small, the cumulative effect was significant. As a result, he became the fastest person to clear the third stage. Although his body wasn't tired, he felt mentally drained, so he decided to rest in place for the night. Lang Ruat on speed and clearing the beasts wasn't slow either, just slightly behind Ni Rumu.
Su Huijin was the slowest to clear this stage, excluding the scar-faced man.
This stage tested one's foundation, and Su Huijin lacked precisely that. Those who could pass
the third stage generally had strong backgrounds. Moreover, Su Huijin lacked large-scale damage skills, which made his battle so arduous. Time passed quickly, and Su Huijin had slept for
about 20 hours.
When he woke up, he was both hungry and thirsty. He hurriedly took out food and water from his storage space, and half an hour later, he was finally done.
So satisfying, absolutely satisfying, he clenched his fist. Ha! I actually broke through to the 9th level of the condensed star realm. Yesterday's battle wasn't in vain, he said happily. Kaiyan,
Finger, Frenzied Blade / Iron Cloth Shirt all have reached perfection.
Su Huijin laughed joyfully.
My strength has increased significantly. Afterward, he calmed down, seemingly lost
in thought. What was that blue light on my chest yesterday?
It feels somewhat familiar, he scratched his head.
Ugh, I can't remember.
As Su Huijin was pondering, he suddenly noticed
a book on the ground.
He looked down, and the title of the book was Encyclopedia of Beginner Spatial Abilities. He opened the book and immediately widened his eyes. This.
Su Huijin flipped through the book. It actually contained beginner-level spatial abilities.
Since Su Huijin's abilities had already evolved, he could learn all these skills without any restrictions.
Just as he was lamenting his lack of skills, this reward appeared, as if it knew exactly what he needed.
Everyone who passed the 3rd level would receive an
encyclopedia tailored to their ability type. For example, Ni Romu had received the Encyclopedia of Beginner Wood Abilities, which was exactly what she had always wanted.
At this moment, the mechanical voice seemed to sense that Su Huijin was awake.
Do you wish to proceed to the next level? Su Huijin didn't respond. What if saying no got him kicked out immediately? The best course of action was to remain silent. He quietly focused on the book.
Since these were all beginner-level skills, with Su Huijin's comprehension, he could master them after just one
reading. Although his proficiency might not be high, these skills would suffice for observation in upcoming battles. Su Huijin flipped through a few pages, which contained some ordinary skills, when suddenly he showed an expression of delight. Teleportation. Beginner-level teleportation allows movement within a 50-meter radius. Wow, this is absolutely a divine skill. Perfect for both escaping and pursuing.
He mastered the earlier skills after one reading, but this one took him 2 attempts to learn, and it consumed a significant amount of spiritual
energy.
With his current spiritual energy reserves, he could probably use it only 5 or 6 times. Next, Su Huijin came across other powerful skills, such as air extraction, spatial
prison, and spatial compression.
Although these were all beginner-level skills, their variety could catch enemies off guard. Apart from time ability users of the same level, no one would
dare to face him now.
Afterward, Su Huijin sat cross-legged, activated his meditation technique, and began replenishing his spiritual energy in preparation for the next level.
Do you wish to proceed to the next level?
Yes. A flash of white light, and the scene changed again. It felt as though he had entered a combat arena.
Opposite Su Huijin appeared a person who looked exactly like him.
Su Huijin frowned slightly.
Ding! Please defeat yourself. Do you wish to begin the battle?
Su Huijin smiled faintly.
Fighting myself? Interesting. Begin. Battle start. Su Huijin took the initiative to attack. Spatial prison. The fake Su Huijin seemed to sense the danger and teleported to evade the attack. Su Huijin's heart tightened. He hadn't expected that the skills he had just learned would also be used by his opponent, nullifying his advantage of information asymmetry. Fine, let's go. The fake Su Huijin gripped a battle blade, used Phantom Step, and quickly closed in on Su Huijin.
Then, leaping high, he unleashed Frenzied Blade Slash. Su Huijin sidestepped to dodge the attack and countered with instant slash, but his attack landed on a barrier, seemingly a void shield that had been activated at some unknown point. The fake raised its hand, and a spatial crush came crashing
down.
Su Huijin had no choice but to use Phantom Step to evade. Just as he dodged to the side, a massive golden finger imprint came hurtling toward him.
With no other options, Su Huijin activated his void shield. Golden fingerprints struck the barrier, instantly causing cracks to appear, but fortunately, it did not shatter. Then, Su Huijin lowered his center of gravity, executed his footwork, and swiftly slashed toward the dummy.
The dummy, unwilling to show weakness, clashed blades with Su Huaijin.
In an instant, flashes of blades filled the air.
The two exchanged dozens of strikes, yet neither gained the upper hand.
Various skills were interwoven during the fight. As the battle continued, Su Huaijin seized an opening in the dummy's defense and delivered a kick to its ribs, sending it flying backward. Su Huaijin followed up with an annihilation strike and quickly sidestepped to execute a crushing move. However, the dummy
teleported instantly, appearing right in front of Su Huaijin, and delivered a heavy slash. Su Huaijin had no choice but to block with his blade. Their strength was evenly matched, and
neither could overpower the other.
After a minute of deadlock, Su Huaijin mustered all his strength to push the dummy away, then launched a new wave of attacks. As the fight dragged on, both of their spiritual energy was nearly depleted, leaving them to rely solely on martial techniques and brute force. For some reason, Su Huaijin grew more vigorous as the fight progressed. A blue light emanated from his chest, though he did not notice it, he only felt less and less fatigued. Su Huaijin found it strange, as he had been experiencing this sensation since the previous day. At critical moments, a mysterious energy always seemed to improve his condition.
Finally, the dummy could no longer withstand Su Huaijin's onslaught. With one decisive slash,
its head was severed, and it dissolved into light, vanishing into the air. Su Huaijin was puzzled, unable to make sense of it.
Why is this happening?
Ding! You have cleared this stage.
Would you like to proceed to the next stage?
The reward for this stage will be given in the final stage. Only 3 people had made it past the 4th stage, Su Huaijin,
and Iromu, and Lang Ruotong.
The others had all been eliminated. The scar-faced uncle was eliminated in the 3rd stage, while Ron Lingling, the red-haired man, and the man in black were directly
eliminated in the 4th stage.
The 3 took a short break to prepare for the final stage.
Su Huaijin rested for about half an hour and finally recovered. Would you like to enter the final stage?
Yes.
Su Huaijin nodded firmly. Success or failure would be decided in this moment.
A flash of white light transformed the scene into a blue-purple space. In front of Su Huaijin appeared a pedestal, upon which floated a book. Approaching it, he saw 2 large characters written on the cover, "Clone." Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out.
This is the 5th stage.
The book before you is both the reward and the test for this stage.
This is the final trial of the Land of Inheritance. Reminder, the secret realm will close in 3 days. If you fail to comprehend the book within the time limit, you will be expelled from the secret realm. Touch the book to officially begin the trial. The same prompt echoed in the individual
spaces of the other 2 participants. Su Huaijin picked up Clone, sat cross-legged, and began to comprehend its contents.
The other 2 also immersed themselves in their own comprehension. As time ticked away, even during meals, they continued their efforts. No one could leave the secret realm.
Unlike other secret realms, this one required participants to wait until the
time limit expired to be automatically expelled.
As a result, many people had gathered in the forest, though some still dared to venture into other parts of the secret realm.
However, the consequences of doing so were dire.
At this moment, the red-haired man had already dealt with his underling outside, while the man in black had realized during the 1st stage that his
underling would not make it through.
After being expelled, he immediately used a secret treasure to escape. This left the red-haired man seething with anger. Although he had killed his underling, his fury remained unabated. Ron Lingling, meanwhile, leaned against a tree, bored, as she waited for Lang Ruotong.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye. None of the 3 participants had managed to fully comprehend the book.
Ni Romo had already chosen to give up, and Lang Ruotong was contemplating whether to do the same. Su Huaijin furrowed his brows. Although he had some insights, he could not grasp the key point.
What on earth is going on?
Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and his mood brightened.
I understand.
As the ancient text Tao Te Ching once said, the Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things.
Presumably, the principle of the clone is the same.
With this concept in mind, combined with the artistic conception in Clone, he fully comprehended it half an hour later. His realm also reached the spirit
lake realm. Su Huaijin stood up. Clone.
Beside him appeared an identical clone. This clone perfectly inherited his abilities. He could create up to 3 clones, but with his current capabilities, he could only produce 1. The spiritual energy consumption was minimal. This was truly a divine skill among divine skills.
When my strength grows in the future, the clones' abilities will become even more formidable. Who on earth created such a heaven-defying martial skill? I can now confidently say that in the Spirit Lake realm, I am virtually invincible. Ding! Congratulations on passing the 5th level. Reward unlocked. Floating gold battleship. Su Huijin was somewhat puzzled. Floating gold battleship, what does that mean? Meanwhile, Enai-Romu and Lang Ruatong were directly ejected from the secret realm, looking at each other in confusion, completely unable to understand the situation. Enai-Romu glanced around and thought, why was I suddenly kicked out? Then she looked at Lang Ruatong. You too? Lang Ruatong was equally perplexed. I don't know either. I was just studying that thing. Hey, what was the content of that book again? Lang Ruatong scratched her head, seemingly forgetting something. Yeah, the 5th level seemed to require comprehending a book, but I can't remember it at all. Lang Ruatong gradually calmed down. It seems that the place of inheritance is not simple, it can even erase our memories. Enai-Romu also became serious. Not only is this secret realm strange, but even the shape of the place of inheritance is peculiar. At this moment, Enai-Romu suddenly thought, where is Brother Su? She looked around but couldn't find Su Huijin's figure. Instead, she saw Li Ping and Lu Hangyu approaching. Li Ping said excitedly, young master, you're finally out. Li Ping, when did you come out? Li Ping thought for a moment. I think about 3 or 4 days ago. I failed at the 3rd level. Enai-Romu then asked Lu Hangyu, what about you? Lu Hangyu immediately looked a bit embarrassed. I failed at the 1st level. After speaking, he lightly patted his own head. This scene made Enai-Romu unable to hold back her laughter. At this moment, Rong Lingling also saw Lang Ruatong. Sister Tong, you're finally out. I've been waiting for you for 3 days. I couldn't pass the 4th level. By the way, Sister Tong, was the 5th level difficult? Lang Ruatong shook her head. The 5th level was very strange. When I was teleported out, I completely forgot the content of the book. Rong Lingling asked curiously, a book? Yes, the assessment of the 5th level required understanding the content of a book. I clearly finished reading it, but now I can't remember it at all. Rong Lingling exclaimed in surprise, there's such a thing. At this moment, Lu Hangyu said to Enai-Romu, where is Brother Su? Why haven't I seen him? Enai-Romu shook her head and shrugged. I don't know either. He's probably still undergoing the assessment. The mechanical voice sounded again. The floating gold battleship is the place where you are located. Su Huijin suddenly realized. The place where I am located, this is it. Wang Defa, this pyramid is actually a battleship. What is a pyramid? The mechanical voice asked again. Nothing, just you talking all the time. You were the one announcing the start of the battle and the rewards, right? Suddenly, the voice turned into that of a young girl. I am the artificial intelligence of this battleship, master. At this moment, Su Huijin looked puzzled. How did I become your master? The artificial intelligence continued, this is your reward for passing the 5th level. All who pass can own this battleship. So, from now on, I am your master. Su Huijin suddenly understood. Then what is the use of this battleship? The scene shifted to a place resembling a cockpit. This is? Master, this is the cockpit of our battleship. It can traverse the starry skies, and the strongest weapon on the battleship is capable of destroying a planet? Su Huijin swallowed hard. Wow, that's incredible. However, master, since the battleship has been stored here for too long, many things are broken and need repairs. Some parts have aged and it can no longer fly. Unless new parts are found to replace them. Su Huijin had just been immersed in a beautiful fantasy, only for it to be shattered. Then, are there any other functions? Yes, master. The floating gold battleship has 5 levels in total. We are currently on the top level. The first level is the cultivation area, which contains simulation equipment. The places you saw on the first 4 trials were all simulated. Su Huijin suddenly understood, so, the exotic beasts I just fought, and those grasslands and canyons, were all simulations? Yes, master. This simulation equipment can even simulate someone at the law realm. But activating the equipment requires Supreme Spirit Stones. There are still over 1,000 Supreme Spirit Stones on this ship, but simulating a law realm expert would require over 100, so it's not highly recommended for the master to simulate. Su Huijin was stunned. Wow!
As long as there are enough Supreme Spirit Stones, even someone at the Law Realm can be simulated. This battleship is truly defying the heavens.
Continue the introduction. Alright, Master. The scene shifted. The second floor is the storage room. The rewards you just earned are all here.
Currently, the storage room contains 1,400 top-grade spirit stones, various weapons, battlesuits, and potions.
The items dazzled Su Huaijin, making his breath quicken. This, I've struck it rich. So many treasures. How long will these last me in my cultivation?
The scene shifted again.
The third floor is the dining area.
Right now, the storage room has a lot of high-grade exotic beast meat stored in a spatial space so it won't spoil.
After the earlier revelations, Su Huaijin
was now slightly calmer.
What is the highest grade of exotic beast meat?
The highest grade of exotic beast meat in the storage
room is the meat of a 9th tier star python. This left Su Huaijin completely stunned. 9th tier star python.
This. The scene shifted once more.
The fourth floor is the resting area, equipped with high-spec hibernation pods. If you
sleep inside, the pods will automatically gather spiritual energy, allowing you to increase your cultivation even while breathing. Each item struck Su Huaijin's heart heavily. He knew he was about to rise to greatness.
Do you have a name?
Yes, Master.
My name is Shiro.
Shiro, how do I take this battleship out?
Don't worry, Master.
The battleship has a shrinking function. Afterward, Su Huaijin was slowly carried out of the battleship by some force. He looked at the pyramid in front of him and
couldn't help but marvel.
It grew smaller and smaller until it was only the size of his palm, floating in his hand.
Master, you can drip a drop of blood on me.
That way, we will be connected, and we can communicate in your sea of consciousness in the future. Hearing this, Su Huaijin pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto it. Instantly, Su Huaijin felt a mysterious connection with the pyramid. Curious, he thought about it in his sea of consciousness.
Shiro?
I'm here, Master.
Su Huaijin smiled. It seems it worked.
Shiro, I want to rename the floating gold battleship.
Alright, Master, what would you like to call it? Let's call it the Pyramid. Master, the time in the secret realm is up. In 1 minute, the secret realm will collapse, and everyone will be teleported out in 30 seconds.
Su Huaijin was a bit puzzled.
Why will it collapse?
Because the pyramid is the core of this place. The previous master left me here, waiting for someone destined to come.
Without the pyramid,
the secret realm no longer has a reason to exist.
Hearing this, Su Huaijin became even more curious. The previous master? Who was that? Shiro doesn't remember. I only know my task was to find a new master.
Su Huaijin stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seems the founder of this place must have been an extraordinary person. 30 seconds later, everyone in the secret realm was quickly teleported out by a mysterious force. This time, only a few thousand people emerged, with at least 40,000 having perished. Although the number of survivors wasn't large, it still seemed significant.
Romo immediately spotted Su Huaijin. Wearing a mask and exuding an extraordinary aura, he stood out in the crowd.
A group of people approached Su Huaijin, but with outsiders present, they refrained from using real names.
Romo patted Su Huaijin on the shoulder and smiled. Why did you come out so late? Did you get the inheritance? You've actually reached the Spirit Lake realm. Su Huaijin understood the importance of keeping a low profile, so he didn't reveal the truth.
I broke through by chance, but I didn't get
the inheritance. I failed the final trial.
I was contemplating it the whole time, but even when I was expelled from the secret
realm, I couldn't figure it out. How did you all come out before me? Romo scratched his head.
I don't know how I was ejected either. Earlier, Lang Ruaton and I came out together.
But now that I think about it, it's strange. After being kicked out, I
completely forgot the contents of that book.
Brother Chongqing, do you still remember?
At this moment, Xiaoro spoke in the sea
of consciousness. If the master doesn't fully comprehend the secret manual and gets kicked out, their memory will become blurry.
This was a method used by the previous master.
I see.
No wonder he couldn't remember, Su Huaijin said, shaking his head and shrugging.
I can't remember either.
But it's okay, the rewards for passing are still quite generous.
Romu said with a happy smile, exactly, I got everything I wanted, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Su Huaijin then looked at Li Ping and Lu Henyu. What about you two?
Li Ping appeared calm. I failed at the 3rd level.
Lu Hanyu looked a bit embarrassed. I failed. At the first level. Su Huijin couldn't help but laugh. It's fine, try harder next time. Lang Ruotong and Ron Lingling saw Su Huijin come out and walked over to greet him. Lang Ruotong smiled at Su Huijin. How did young Master Su fare? Su Huijin nodded. I failed at the final level. Then it seems there are no winners this time. Young Master Su, could I have your contact information? I think we can consider ourselves friends now. Lang Ruotong took out a communication device and waved it. Su Huijin gave a faint smile. Of course. He then took out his device and tapped it against hers, adding her contact information. At this moment, Ron Lingling excitedly said, I want to add it too. I want to add it too. Su Huijin smiled and nodded, then added her contact information as well. Ni Romu and the others had already exchanged contact information 20 days ago. Lang Ruotong nodded at Su Huijin and Ni Romu. I won't disturb you all any longer. I'll take my leave now. Let's chat again sometime. Let's go, Lingling. Goodbye, Miss Lang. Let's chat again sometime, Ron Lingling said brightly, waving at Su Huijin and the others. Bye-bye, bye-bye. The two then turned and boarded a nearby fighter jet. Lu Hanyu looked at the jet, his eyes lighting up. Wow, that jet must be expensive. Ni Romo explained, this model not only looks great but is also quite powerful. It can kill 5th-tier exotic beasts. Do you think it's expensive? Lu Hanyu was astonished. It can kill 5th-tier exotic beasts? As expected. Of someone from a prominent family, they casually bring out something like this. Ni Romo said nothing, merely turning to look at Su Huijin. Brother Huijin, Li Ping, and I need to leave. When you come to the imperial capital, I'll make the arrangements. Ni Romu patted his chest. Su Huijin smiled and nodded. After the college entrance exams next year, I'll head to the imperial capital. I'll leave it to you then. Alright. I'll introduce Wang Kelly to you then, and we can spar a bit. Lu Hanyu, see you. Li Ping, let's go. Yes, young master. The two turned and left, disappearing from sight. Lu Hanyu looked at Su Huijin. Brother Huijin, are you leaving too? Yes, my family is urging me to return. Oh, then I should leave as well. There's no point staying here. After a month of hard work, I need a good rest, Lu Hanyu said, exhaling. At this moment, Xiao Rou spoke in the sea of consciousness. Master, there's a message. Someone named Master asked you to wait here. He will come to pick you up and take you home. Alright, Xiao Rou, reply to Master for me. Understood, Master. Lu Hanyu nodded in understanding. Do you need me to take you to the rail station? I don't have a jet here. Su Huijin shook his head. You go ahead. Someone will come to pick me up. Lu Hanyu nodded. Then I'll head off first. See you next time. See you next time. Lu Hanyu turned and left. After he walked away, a crowd quickly gathered around. In fact, Su Huijin had felt a group of people watching him not long after he came out. You must have gone to that golden, glittering place, right? I saw you go there with those 3 people earlier. Those 3 have high status, so we can't mess with them. But you, haha. A man with a gloomy appearance and a hooked nose laughed loudly as he incited the crowd, directing their hostility towards Su Huijin. Everyone knows that golden light was shining from the desert earlier, and you went there and came back alive. You must have gotten some valuable treasures. Brothers, let's take his stuff and split it among ourselves. More people joined in. Kid, hand over your things. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, with over 100 people surrounding Su Huijin. He said nothing, only looking at them coldly as the Tiger Slayer appeared in his hand. Seeing this, the crowd grew even more excited. After all, someone with storage-type protection items must be wealthy, and since he appeared to have no guards and wore a mask, he likely had no significant background. The hook-nosed man shouted, Brothers, attack! Su Huijin sighed. Sigh. What a bunch of clowns. He unleashed his phantom step and swiftly slashed through the crowd. In just a few seconds, several people fell dead on the spot. The others, seeing this, hurriedly activated their abilities, but their reactions were far too slow. Su Huijin easily dodged their attacks and countered with a single slash. The hook-nosed man, terrified out of his wits, tried to flee. However, after only a few steps, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, forcing everyone to their knees, everyone except Su Huijin, who remained unaffected. He understood what was happening and smiled faintly.
A spatial rift appeared. Qin Lanhut glanced at the sky and noticed it was getting dark.
Alright, it's getting late.
Rest for 3 days, and I'll come find you after that.
There are some things I need to teach you. With that, he turned to leave.
Su Huijin saw that Qin Lanhut was about to go and immediately called out to him.
Wait, master. Qin Lanhut turned back, looking a bit puzzled. What's the matter? Is there something else?
Su Huijin explained, I found a spiritual herb in the secret realm that might be helpful to you, so I wanted to give it to you. After speaking, Su Huijin took out the rule spirit herb. The rule spirit herb emitted a faint multicolored glow, and Qin Lanhut immediately sensed an aura of rules emanating from it. Moreover, the herb gave off a subtle fragrance. The moment Su Huijin inhaled it, he felt an unparalleled comfort, as if
wrapped in a gentle current of electricity.
I didn't expect this rule spirit herb to be so powerful.
Qin Lanhut's eyes widened at the sight. This is the rule spirit herb. Qin Lanhut looked up at Su Huijin again. Did you really take this out? From inside? Su Huijin could only nod. What else could he say that he had taken it from a pyramid? Master, you should know there's a legacy in there, right? Qin Lanhut nodded. I actually knew about it, but I didn't tell you because going into the secret realm alone was already dangerous. Competing for the legacy would have been even riskier. You didn't really go for it, did you?
Then, Su Huijin explained to him, at first, I encountered Lu Hengyu from the Lu family of Wanqing inside, and later I
ran into Ni Romu from the Ni family of the imperial capital.
He recounted the events of the past period but omitted the part about ultimately obtaining the legacy, only mentioning that he found the herb within the legacy's location.
After listening, Qin Lanhut remained silent, lost in thought. He wondered how such a high-level herb could emerge from a low-level secret realm. Moreover,
the herb's effects were extraordinary, capable of increasing the probability of advancing from the domain realm to the rule
realm by 30%. Even a 10% probability would already be priceless. Logically, the legacy in a low-level secret realm shouldn't be too advanced, but this rule spirit herb left him perplexed.
The fact that the young master of the Ni family from the imperial
capital had also come suggested that this secret realm was not simple and likely held secrets he was unaware of.
You should keep this rule spirit herb for yourself. You'll need it in the future, Qin Lanhut said, shaking his head. But Su Huijin directly stuffed the rule spirit herb into Qin Lanhut's hand.
Master, please take it. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have the strength, let alone the chance to obtain this. Besides, I got plenty of good things this time.
You need it more than I do right now.
I'm still far from the 7th realm.
Seeing that he couldn't refuse Su Huijin, Qin Lanhut had no choice but to accept it. Laughing heartily, he said, alright then, I'll accept your kind gesture.
Just in time, after teaching you a few things in 3
days, I'll also go into seclusion to break through to the rule realm.
I didn't expect you to give me this, it's truly the icing on the cake. Consider me owing you a favor. Su Huijin waved his hand. How can there be talk of owing between master and disciple?
It's only natural for a disciple to show filial respect to their master.
Qin Lanhut patted Su Huijin on the shoulder. Good lad, go get some rest. You've been exhausted for a month. I'll come find you in 3 days. Alright, master. Take care.
Afterward, Qin Lanhut left, and Su Huijin returned home, lying on his large bed.
Xiaoro. I'm here, master. Take over the other AIs in the house. Understood. Intervening now. All household systems are under control. Clean the house. Understood, master. Activating machines to clean for you. Lying on the bed, Su Huijin began summarizing the gains from the past.
2 months, martial arts, instant slash, perfected, mountain crushing fist, perfected, phantom step, perfected, frenzied blade, slash, perfected, Kyong finger, perfected, iron cloth shirt, perfected, skills, spatial crush, spatial shift, spatial slash, annihilation, beginner's encyclopedia of spatial skills. Clone skill, I think this already counts as a superpower.
It's simply too powerful.
The strength that martial arts cannot achieve, let's classify it as a divine ability.
Judging by my current strength, I should be invincible in the Spirit Lake realm.
Achieving such accomplishments in just 2 months, it seems I need to
work even harder.
At this moment, Su Huijin seemed to think of something. Xiaoro, connect a video call to Han Shu.
Understood, master.
Soon, a screen was projected into the air, quietly waiting for the call to connect.
Before long, the video call was connected. Han Shu's face was full of a resentful expression. Ah Jean, it's been a whole month without any news. I thought something had happened to you. Didn't we agree to stay in touch regularly? Su Huijin immediately felt awkward, realizing he had forgotten about it. Well, I was in the secret realm, and there was so much going on that I got too busy and forgot. Look, I called you as soon as I got home, haha. Han Shu held his forehead and said helplessly, I really can't with you. So, how was it? What did you gain in the secret realm? The gains were pretty good. I've already reached the Spirit Lake realm. Han Shu's eyes widened in shock. What? Spirit Lake realm? Are you cheating? I just barely reached the star condensation realm, and now, you're telling me you're already in the Spirit Lake realm? Karma really works in mysterious ways. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Su Huijin couldn't help but laugh. It's not as dramatic as you make it sound. Han Shu said indignantly, you're showing off. Ordinary people might not even reach the third level of the awakening realm in 2 months. Even the heirs of major families in the imperial capital might not have a higher realm than you. Su Huijin was both amused and exasperated. Alright, enough about me. Tell me, how has your training been this month? At this, Han Shu's confidence returned. Although I haven't improved as fast as you, I've learned quite a few martial arts and supernatural skills. I feel like I could defeat the version of myself from a month ago. The two continued chatting for another hour or two, eventually agreeing to meet up when they had time, and then ended the call. The next day. Today, Su Huijin slept much longer than usual. Perhaps it was because he had spent 30 days in the secret realm, barely resting, constantly training and meditating. Although a whole night of meditation wouldn't make one feel tired and would instead leave one feeling energetic, prolonged periods of this would still bring about a deep sense of fatigue. So, last night, Su Huijin decided to stop training and get a good night's sleep. After waking up, he felt refreshed, as if every cell in his body had been rejuvenated. Su Huijin stretched and yawned. He asked Xiao, what time is it? Now. Xiao replied, Master, it's already 11 a.m. Connect me to the principal's phone. Understood, dialing now. Before long, the call connected, and the principal's voice came through. Hello, Huijin, have you returned from the secret realm? Yes. Principal, I came out yesterday. I have something to discuss with you. Are you at the school? I'm here. Come over, and we can have lunch while we talk. Seeing that there wasn't much to eat at home and not wanting to cook, Su Huijin agreed. Alright, Principal, I'll head over now. Just come straight to my office. Got it. After hanging up, Su Huijin tidied up a bit and left for the school. Before long, he arrived at the principal's office. Su Huijin knocked on the door 3 times, and a voice came from inside, come in. He pushed the door open and saw Lei Wu stand up enthusiastically. Huijin, it's been a month, and you've lost quite a bit of weight. Come, have a seat. Lei Wuji gestured to the sofa beside him. He poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Su Huijin. It's been a month since we last met, and your strength has grown significantly. Breaking through to the Spirit Lake realm in just 2 months, something that took me several years. I imagine it won't be long before you surpass me. Su Huijin replied humbly, Principal, I'm still far behind you. During the recent beast tide, you managed to kill several 5th-tier exotic beasts. That's something I can't compare to, Lei Wuji said, his expression turning serious. How can you say that? I'm also in the Void Realm, and with my powerful lightning abilities, killing a few 5th-tier exotic beasts is nothing. Once you reach the 5th tier, you'll probably kill even more than I have. Didn't you say you had something to discuss with me? Go ahead, Su Huijin said. Su Huijin took out an herb from his pocket. Principal, I found this in a secret realm. It's called Spirit Restoration Grass. It's highly effective for healing hidden injuries in the body. I remember you mentioned that your strength was half due to injuries from the war, preventing you from advancing to the Nirvana realm. I thought this might be of great help to you. When Lei Wuji saw the faintly glowing green Spirit Restoration Grass, his breathing quickened, and he became emotional. This is really Spirit Restoration Grass. I searched half of the Dragon Nation to find just one of these. I've heard about Spirit Restoration Grass before, but it's so rare that many powerful figures buy it in advance, leaving me without a chance to obtain it. You really brought this out of the secret realm? Su Huijin smiled and nodded. Yes, I also found another herb, Rule Spirit Grass, but I gave that one to my master. Lei Wuji gradually calmed down. It seems this secret realm is truly extraordinary to contain such precious items. Spirit restoration grass is too valuable. You should keep it.
I haven't done much to help you, after all.
Su Huijin didn't take it back.
Instead, he gently pushed the spirit restoration
grass toward Lei Wuji. Principal, that's not true.
The spirit stones and spatial stones you gave me, along with your advice before
I entered the secret realm, were incredibly helpful.
If I wait until I've grown stronger to help you, it would be too late. Now that I've found something that can heal your hidden injuries, I have a responsibility to give it to you.
Principal, please accept it. If you don't, I'll be upset.
Looking at Su Huijin's serious and insistent expression, Lei Wuji sighed, shook his head, and, seeing no way to refuse, finally relented.
All right, I'll accept it. If you ever need anything in the future, come to me directly. This time, you've done me a great favor.
With that, Lei Wuji stored the spirit restoration grass in his spatial
ring and stood up. All right, it's getting late, already past midnight. Let's go eat. I'll make the arrangements.
Okay.
Su Huijin agreed. The two then drove to the most luxurious restaurant in Liancheng Bay City.
When Su Huijin got out of the car, he saw the grand, opulent building, exuding luxury at every corner. The sign at the entrance bore the 4 large characters Cloud
Sky Restaurant. Principal, isn't this a bit too extravagant?
Su Huijin asked. Lei Wuji motioned for Su Huijin to follow him.
Inside. Extravagant?
This spirit restoration grass is worth more than gold. Even if we ate here 100 times, it wouldn't compare to this meal. Today, just enjoy yourself.
At that moment, a waiter approached. Recognizing Lei Wuji as a regular, the waiter immediately greeted him respectfully.
Lord Lei, you're here again. Lei Wuji said to the waiter, prepare the best private room for us and bring out all your finest exotic beast meat. Hearing this, the waiter realized it was a big order and eagerly
led them inside. Please come in.
I'll take you to the top-tier private room, Heavenly Suite number 1. When Su Huijin saw the luxurious decor of the private room, he was utterly stunned. Lei Wuji, noticing his reaction, explained, Cloud Sky Restaurant
is the top restaurant in the entire Dragon Nation.
The exotic beast meat here is not only fresh but also expertly prepared to
retain the spiritual energy and blood essence within.
The dishes are incredibly delicious and allow us to absorb more energy. Of course, it's not just because of the great food here, but also the exquisite decor and service.
That's what makes Yunxiao Restaurant the leader in the entire Long Kingdom's dining industry.
At this moment, a waiter hurriedly went to find the manager.
Manager.
A refined-looking man in a suit frowned slightly, seemingly a bit annoyed.
What's the matter? Rushing around like this, what if other customers see you? Wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of our Yunxiao restaurant?
The waiter, still catching his breath from running too fast earlier, replied, No, manager, we've got a huge order at Yunxiao restaurant. Hearing this, the manager's expression softened slightly.
Tell me the details.
The waiter regained some composure. Here's the situation. Lord Lei Wuji has brought a young man to our restaurant and directly requested the best exotic beast meat we have. The manager's expression turned serious.
I'll handle this personally. Your salary will be doubled this month. You may go now.
Shortly after, the manager arrived at the private room.
Knock, come in.
The manager walked in with a smile.
Mr. Lei, long time no see.
Lei Wuji saw him and stood up to greet him.
It's you, Manager Wang.
Mr. Lei, since you're here, of course, I must personally attend to you. At this moment, Manager Wang noticed Su Huijin standing nearby.
And who might this be? He looks a bit familiar.
Lei Wuji quickly introduced him.
His name is Su Huijin. You should know him. Manager Wang suddenly realized and quickly stepped forward.
So you're Su Huijin. I've heard so much about you.
I'm Wang Xing, the general manager of Yunxiao Restaurant in Liancheng Bay City.
He extended his hand for a handshake. Su Huijin naturally gave him this courtesy.
Hello, I'm Su Huijin.
Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation as a young hero. It's been just over 2 months since Awakening Day, and you've already reached the Linghu realm.
Truly a genius. Not at all, just lucky.
Manager Wang turned to Lei Wuji and said, Mr. Lei, why didn't you bring him here to dine earlier? How about this? Today, your bill will be 30% off. Take a look at what you'd like to eat. Manager Wang handed over the menu. Lei Wuji waved his hand.
No need to look.
Just serve the best dishes you have here. Manager Wang explained, Mr. Lei, we've just received 100 pounds of 6th tier exotic beast meat and 1,000 pounds of 5th tier exotic beast meat. Which would you like? Lei Wuji thought for a moment and looked at Su Huijin. Huijin, how about we start with 100 pounds of 6th tier exotic beast meat and 100 pounds of 5th tier exotic beast meat? Su Huijin smiled and nodded. Principal, you can order whatever you like. I'm fine with anything. Alright. Lei Wuji turned back to Manager Wang. Then we'll have 100 pounds of 6th tier exotic beast meat and 100 pounds of 5th tier exotic beast meat. Prepare them in a variety of ways, and bring a few bottles of good wine as well. Mr. Lei, if there are no other requests, I'll make the arrangements now. Alright. Manager Wang then left the room. Principal, what's the story with this Manager Wang? He seems quite familiar with you. Lei Wuji thought for a moment. I met him in the Magic City about 20 years ago. Back then, he was a junior manager at the Yunxiao branch in the Magic City. Later, he seemed to have gotten into some trouble and was demoted to this small place. Don't be fooled by his refined appearance. He's actually in the Yukon realm, with strength comparable to mine. Su Huijin said in surprise, I didn't expect someone who looks so gentle and elegant to be so powerful inside. You can't judge a book by its cover. Lei Wuji gave Su Huijin a lesson. In the future, don't judge people by their appearance, or you'll suffer for it. Some people may seem harmless, but they might secretly plot against you. Others may look fierce but are actually kind-hearted. So always stay vigilant and learn this well. Su Huijin nodded, moved. Yes, Principal, I've taken all your advice to heart. The two waited for about half an hour, and finally, all the dishes were served. Manager Wang nodded at them. Enjoy your meal. He then turned and left. Su Huijin looked at the table full of dishes, both exquisite and aromatic. Each dish resembled a work of art, with an enticing fragrance that made him feel as if the spiritual energy in his body was increasing just by smelling it. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Lei Wuji saw Su Huijin's reaction and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, go ahead and eat. I guarantee you'll be amazed. When I first tried it, I was stunned for a long time too. Then, Principal, I won't hold back. Go ahead, give it a try. Su Huijin picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of braised pang wing meat. The moment it entered his mouth, his eyes widened. This is too delicious. It melts in your mouth, the aroma lingers, and the flavor on the tongue is utterly intoxicating. He then tried several other dishes, each with a unique flavor, leaving him pleasantly surprised. As expected of the nation's top restaurant, the taste is unparalleled. I feel like both my vitality and spiritual energy are increasing. Lei Wuji nodded in agreement. Exactly. To be ranked number 1 nationwide is no small feat. Now try their spiritual wine, I guarantee you'll be amazed. Su Huijin picked up the wine bottle, poured some into his cup, and drank it in one gulp. This wine doesn't have the bitterness of other wines. Its aroma is rich, and after drinking it, I feel my spiritual energy increasing. It's almost intoxicating. Su Huijin's face gradually turned red. Lei Wuji quickly called out to him. Oh, I forgot to tell you, those with lower cultivation levels might get a bit tipsy. Eat some food to counteract the alcohol. The two began to feast heartily. The quality of the meat here was exceptionally high, and as they ate, Su Huijin had to start using meditation techniques to digest the energy, otherwise, it might overwhelm him. Before long, they had finished everything. Su Huijin's stomach was round and full, feeling thoroughly replenished. Lei Wuji called Manager Wang over to settle the bill. Manager Wang walked over with a cheerful smile. Did the two of you enjoy the meal? It was excellent, absolutely delicious. Then let's settle the bill. Manager Wang nodded. This meal is discounted to 30% off, so the final price is 10 million. In truth, the cost of this meal far exceeded the 30% discount. 100 pounds each of 6th and 5th tier beast meat alone was already very expensive, not to mention the processing fees for the spiritual wine. Manager Wan was simply giving Lei Wuji face and wanted to befriend the future powerhouse Su Huijin. Even so, Su Huijin was still a bit shocked. But thinking about the meat from 5th and 6th tier beasts, combined with such exquisite preparation, he realized they had gotten a great deal. Lei Wuji cheerfully transferred the money. As a 5th realm powerhouse, this amount was no issue for him. Lei Wuji looked at Su Huijin. Let's go. We're stuffed. Just then, Manager Wang called out to Lei Wuji.
Mr. Lei, wait a moment. May I have a word with Mr. Su? Lei Wuji was a bit puzzled but looked at Su Huijin. Su Huijin didn't quite understand why he was being called but nodded in agreement. The two stepped aside. Manager Wang, what's the matter? I'd like to be friends with you, Mr. Su. Of course, I also see your potential, your future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary. So, I'd like to give you this gold card. As Manager Wang spoke, a luxurious gold card appeared in his hand. Su Huijin looked at the card, a bit puzzled. This gold card? Manager Wang explained. This gold card is exclusive to our Yunxiao restaurant. With it, you'll enjoy a 30% discount at any Yunxiao restaurant nationwide, and you can also drink spiritual wine for free. Consider it a welcome gift from me to you, Mr. Su. After weighing it for a moment, Su Huijin decided to accept it. Thank you, Manager Wang. Seeing Su Huijin accept the card, Manager Wang smiled. Very well. Next time you visit, I'll give you a 50% discount. Ha ha, that's fantastic. Su Huijin walked back to Lei Wuji. Principal, let's go. Lei Wuji didn't ask much about these matters. After dropping Su Huijin off at the entrance of Fengtian community, he gave a few reminders. Huijin, in the next few months, I might need to undergo treatment for some hidden injuries. If anything comes up, you can look for Su Nook. Su Huijin nodded. All right, Principal, I understand. Lei Wuji nodded, then drove away. 2 days later. Today, Su Huijin woke up particularly early. After washing up, she quickly headed to the entrance of Fengtian community. Time flew by, and it was already 10 o'clock. At this moment, a spatial rift appeared in front of her. Qin Lantu, dressed in black, stepped out of the rift. Seeing the refreshed Su Huijin, Qin Lantu praised, "Not bad, you look quite energetic today. Let's go." Su Huijin nodded. The two entered the spatial rift and reappeared in the Emerald Forest. Due to the impact of the previous beast tide, the area was still quiet, with only about 1,000 low-level exotic beasts around. Su Huijin took a deep breath. Ah, the air in the wild is so refreshing. Qin Lantu turned to look at her. You have a lot to learn today. Once you've mastered it, I probably won't be coming back for the next few months. The next time we meet will be after your college entrance exams at Imperial Capital University. Master, are you going to advance? Su Huijin asked curiously. Qin Lantu nodded. I had already planned to go into seclusion to break through, but I didn't expect you to bring me the Rule Spirit Herb. This has greatly increased my chances of advancing, so I can't delay any longer. The older you get, the harder it is to progress. To reach the Rule Realm in my lifetime is already a blessing. So today's tasks are heavy. I've recorded all the martial techniques and skills you need to learn today in this book. I'll demonstrate them for you once. With your comprehension, combined with the annotations in the book, I believe you'll definitely secure the top spot in Yuqing Base City during the college entrance exams. Su Huijin quickly nodded. Got it. Alright, the first martial technique you'll learn today is called the Kaiyang Palm. Su Huijin looked puzzled. Kaiyang Palm? Is it related to the Kaiyang Finger? Qin Lantu smiled and explained, the Kaiyang Palm is the advanced martial technique of the Kaiyang Finger. When released, it's like a giant palm imprint. As he spoke, Qin Lantu unleashed the power of the Spirit Lake realm. Instantly, a golden palm appeared in the air and struck out, shattering dozens of trees in an instant. Su Huijin exclaimed in awe, as expected. Of an advanced martial technique, the power is incredible. Qin Lantu retracted his energy. I just used the strength of the Spirit Lake realm. To achieve this level of power, you'll need to reach the perfect stage. Today, I'll teach you all advanced martial techniques and high-level skills. Since you've already reached the Spirit Lake realm and have ample spiritual energy reserves, you won't easily run out even when using high-level skills consecutively. Now, give it a try. Channel your spiritual energy into your right palm and release it similarly to the Kaiyang Finger, Qin Lantu instructed. Su Huijin nodded, channeling her spiritual energy to create a 2-meter-wide golden palm imprint. Although its power and range didn't match Qin Lantu's, it was already impressive for a first attempt. Qin Lantu clapped in approval. Not bad. Although you have a foundation in the Kaiyang Finger, achieving this on your first try is remarkable. With diligent practice, you'll definitely reach my level. Next, I'll teach you a second martial technique, a blade technique called the 18 consecutive/chi.
This blade technique requires coordination with movement techniques, but I won't teach you any movement techniques.
After all, you've already obtained an advanced movement technique in the secret realm.
The ones I have here are also advanced at best, so there's no need to waste time learning too.
Watch carefully. Shinlantu began his demonstration.
His movements were swift, slashing in every
direction, delivering 18 consecutive strikes. Blade energy scattered everywhere, each strike precise. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Su Huijin watched in amazement. So cool. Whether it's strong or not, being cool is a lifelong pursuit. Besides, the power is incredible. Shinlantu sheathed his blade. You don't need to try it now. I'll demonstrate it again later for you to memorize. Practice it slowly after I leave. Su Huijin nodded.
Alright. Next, Shinlanhu taught a few martial techniques, including the defensive Golden Bell Shield. As long as the attack isn't from someone a whole realm higher, it is nearly impossible
for anyone of the same realm to break through.
There was also the offensive Dragon Tiger Fist, where the left hand strikes with a tiger seal and the right hand with a dragon seal. When perfected, it produces the sounds of a tiger's roar and a dragon's cry, both impressive and imposing. Lastly, there was the offensive Phoenix Finger, where the index and middle fingers merge and strike forward, creating a phantom image of a phoenix accompanied by its long cry. It was particularly dazzling, like a full-score special effect. After demonstrating this set, Shinlanhu let out a breath of relief. These are 5 advanced martial techniques. Next, I will teach you 5 advanced supernatural skills. With your talent, you'll quickly master the martial techniques, and the skills will also become proficient in no time. The 5 martial techniques just now are the most practical, powerful, and energy efficient among advanced techniques.
Make sure to practice them diligently. Su Huijin nodded in response. Understood, Master. Good, now let's start with the skills. The first skill is called Spatial Restraint. As long as the opponent isn't a whole realm higher than you, you can use this skill to forcibly immobilize them in place. Moreover, this skill can be used on multiple targets. The stronger the opponent, the more spiritual energy it consumes. After speaking, Shinlanhu demonstrated spatial restraint on Su Huijin.
Su Huijin felt his entire body freeze, as if time had stopped, with only his face
able to move, though even his head couldn't turn. Amazing.
Shinlanhu then cancelled the skill.
This control skill will be one you'll use often in the future. The next skill is also one of my signature techniques. With your current supernatural abilities, you can basically learn all spatial-related skills.
This skill is also unique to me and is called Spatial Collapse.
Shinlanhu used the skill on a large rock in the distance, instantly crushing it into powder. Collapse is different from crushing.
Crushing is like a large rock smashing down on someone, while collapse applies gravity within a specific space.
Just like that rock earlier, I used immense gravity to crush it into powder.
Simply put, it's like a small domain where gravity increases.
The
degree of increase depends on the amount of spiritual energy you input, and you yourself are unaffected within the space.
Su Huijin was stunned. So powerful. Seeing Su Huijin's reaction, Shinlanhu couldn't help but feel proud. After all, this was his signature technique, naturally giving him a sense of superiority. Alright, on to the next skill. The one you've always wanted
to learn, spatial traversal.
Su Huijin became excited. Is it the one with spatial rifts? Exactly. This skill can be used in
combat or for escape, making it the best skill for long-distance travel.
With your current realm, you can only traverse up to about 1,000 meters.
Even I can only traverse up to 10,000 kilometers at most.
Moreover, it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Of course, for short distances, it's very effective in combat. For example, you can use the Kaiyang finger, designate a position within a spatial rift, and release the attack through the rift. When you reach the Spirit Sea realm, you'll be able to traverse about 100 kilometers.
Back in the day, I escaped numerous pursuits using this skill.
I can confidently say that among all the skills I'm teaching you, none are more important than this one.
Shinlanhu continued. Now, let's learn the
next skill, conversion. This skill is an advanced version of spatial conversion.
It allows for conversion with living beings, and the conversion distance is significantly increased. Its most powerful feature is that it can designate one object to switch places with another.
Of course, its drawback is also obvious: others can dodge it. After speaking, Shinlanhu switched Su Huijin with a tree branch. Su Huijin was amazed, and then Qin Lanhu switched him back. Alright, now for the final skill. This skill is called spatial distortion. When this skill is used, the target will be twisted and torn apart. After speaking, Qin Lantu unleashed a skill on a large tree. As a result, the space in front of the tree instantly distorted, and a section of the tree disappeared without a trace. The tree then collapsed with a loud crash. This skill has exceptionally strong single target attack power. However, the casting has significant pre- and post-motion, making it more suitable for ambushes. How much of what I just demonstrated did you remember? Su Huijin thought for a moment. I probably remembered about 70 to 80%, but if I were to perform it myself, it might not be so easy. Advanced martial techniques and high-level skills aren't something you can just execute casually. That's fine, as long as you remember. Qin Lantu then took out a book from his storage space and handed it to Su Huijin. Everything I just demonstrated is recorded in this book. Memorize the techniques, but don't let others see the skills. Su Huijin nodded. Understood, master. Next, Qin Lantu took out some items from his storage space and placed them on the ground. He pointed to the items on the ground. Here are 100 bottles of B-grade body refining potions. And this is an S-grade spatial battle suit I purchased at a high price. For those of us who specialize in spatial techniques, this can greatly enhance combat power. The higher your level, the more effective the battle suit will be. As for weapons, I don't have any good blades on hand. When you get to university, you can exchange credits for weapons. You'll understand once you're there. As for spirit stones, I won't provide any more. After all, you obtain 10 top-grade spirit stones in the secret realm, which should last you a long time. I'll transfer you 1 billion Dragon Nation coins. You can buy whatever you like. And these cultivation resources should be enough to last you until your college entrance exams. Su Huijin was stunned by the sheer amount of cultivation resources and money. Master, this is way too much. Qin Lantu patted Su Huijin on the shoulder. These things are nothing compared to the rule spirit grass you gave me. It's only natural for a master to provide cultivation resources for their disciple. Just take them. Su Huijin had no choice but to accept. Alright, master. He then stored all the cultivation resources into his storage space. Seeing this, Qin Lantu smiled. Alright, I've handed everything over to you, and I've taught you the martial techniques and skills. It's time for me to leave. There are no 4th tier or higher beasts in this Emerald Forest, so you can train here without worry. If you need to return, just walk back on your own. A spatial rift appeared behind Qin Lantu. Alright, the next time we meet will be after you've been admitted to Imperial Capital University. Work hard. Su Huijin quickly nodded. Don't worry, master. I'll work hard and won't let you down. Qin Lantu laughed heartily. Good. He then turned around, waved his hand with his back to Su Huijin, and stepped into the spatial rift. Left alone again, Su Huijin began flipping through the book, continuing to study the martial techniques and skills. After reading, he immediately started practicing. As expected, he failed to execute the 3 martial techniques on his first attempt. The Swift Ape Footwork, Dragon Tiger Fist, and Phoenix Finger were indeed very challenging. However, on his second attempt, he finally managed to grasp the basics. Although the spiritual energy consumption was immense, even though the spiritual energy of the Spirit Lake realm was countless times greater than that of the Star Condensation realm, executing advanced martial techniques without proficiency still consumed a lot. But for Su Huijin, this level of consumption was manageable. Alright, let's continue. 3 months later. Winter had arrived, and snow was falling in Liangcheng Bay City. The surrounding hundreds of kilometers were blanketed in snow, creating a breathtakingly beautiful landscape. During this time, many guilds and organizations came to Liangcheng Bay City to recruit Su Huijin, but he was nowhere to be found in the city. Some people managed to get hold of Su Huijin's contact information and bombarded him with calls and friend requests. That period was so overwhelming that Su Huijin was utterly annoyed. As a result, he directly set his communication settings to block friend requests and calls from strangers, instantly restoring his peace and quiet. Su Huijin leaped up, his 2 fingers pressed together, and a massive phoenix appeared in the air, rushing toward a large bear ahead. It struck the bear's chest fiercely, leaving it bloodied and mangled. He landed gracefully. The Phoenix Finger has already reached mastery, but why can't I ever break through to perfection? Su Huijin frowned, unable to grasp the key. point, feeling somewhat frustrated.
3 months have passed, and all 5 martial techniques have reached mastery, with all skills learned. But I still can't catch that crucial point to break through to the perfect realm.
Su Huijin looked at the snow-covered sky and took a deep breath. New Year's is coming. It's time to return to the base city. Then, Su Huijin activated spatial traversal. However, the color of his spatial rift was different from Qin Lanhu's. Qin Lanhu's was pure black, while Su Huijin's was black and red.
He didn't quite understand why his rift appeared this way, but he didn't pay much attention to it after
all. The color looked pretty good. Su Huijin used teleportation twice to reach Liangcheng base city, nearly exhausting the spiritual energy within his body. Long-distance crossing consumed too much energy. However, he only arrived outside the base city.
Whether it was due to insufficient strength or some other reason, he couldn't pass through the city's spatial array and had
to stop outside.
Not long after, Su Huijin returned home.
After 3 months of exhaustion, Su Huijin slept for an entire day.
When he woke up, he felt as though he had been completely rejuvenated.
He glanced at the calendar. There were 3 days left until New Year's Eve.
His gaze fell on the photo hanging by the bedside.
I've been living alone in this world for 12 years. He couldn't help but smile bitterly.
In his previous life, he was an orphan, and now he was still an orphan.
After briefly enjoying
6 years of parental love, he encountered a beast tide, and his parents perished. The familial affection he longed for had become
a luxury.
As he thought about it, 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks.
Su Huijin sniffled and wiped away the tears. How pathetic. I haven't cried in years.
After crying once, Su Huijin felt much better. Just then, there was a knock at the door.
Knock, knock, knock.
Su Huijin heard the knocking and, though curious about who it might be, went to open the door.
The moment he opened the door, surprise. Han Shu shouted loudly.
Su Huijin wasn't startled, he simply shook his head helplessly.
Aren't you supposed to be training? Come in first.
Su Huijin stepped aside to let Han Shu in.
Han Shu quickly ran into Su
Huijin's house and collapsed onto the sofa.
I'm exhausted. New Year's is coming, so of course, I need to rest properly. Since awakening day, I've hardly rested. I'm so tired I can barely hold on.
Su Huijin smiled helplessly.
Alright, so what brings you here today?
Han Shu, eyes closed, lazily replied, My dad wants you to spend New Year's at our house this year.
I came early to tell you, since I'm bored anyway.
Let me make it clear, this time, you have to agree. You've turned down our invitations for the past few years, but this time you must come. Su Huijin felt a warmth in his heart.
Alright, I'll come this year.
Han Shu immediately sat up upon hearing this.
Really? Su Huijin nodded. Really? Han Shu, excited, immediately prepared to run out.
Wait, I'm going to tell my dad right away.
This is great news. Seeing him rush off, Su Huijin couldn't help but rub his forehead.
Wait, don't leave yet.
Han Shu quickly turned back. What's wrong? Is there something else? Come sit down. First. Han Shu, seeing Su Huijin's serious expression, calmed down a bit. What is it? Su Huijin pulled a spatial ring out of
his pocket, something he had obtained after defeating a man in black in a secret realm.
Take this.
Han Shu stared at the ring
in Su Huijin's hand, utterly confused.
Ha! Su Huijin directly placed the ring into his hand. Here are some cultivation resources, enough to last you several months, at least until the college entrance exams, Su Huijin said.
Han Shu was even more confused. Why are you giving me cultivation resources? What about yourself? Su Huijin shrugged. Consider it my New Year's gift. To you. I have my own resources, otherwise, how could I give you these?
Just take them, work hard, and try to catch up with
me. Otherwise, I'll leave you so far behind you won't even see my taillights. Han Shu was speechless. Get out of here. What do you mean by won't see your taillights? I'm working hard too. Just wait. One day, I might surpass you. Su Huijin couldn't help but laugh.
Sure, keep it up. But you'll have to work really hard because I'm already at the 5th level of the Spirit Lake realm.
You're still a bit behind me. Su Huijin's words left Han Shu stunned. 5 levels in 3 months? Isn't it supposed to get harder to advance as you go higher? It's like you don't have any bottlenecks at all. 666, you're definitely cheating. You're not even pretending anymore.
Su Huijin spread his hands.
Cheating? No way. Alright, stop dawdling and head home.
Han Shu sighed helplessly, stopped at the door, and turned his back to Su Huijin.
Thank you, Ah Jin. Then he walked out, and a smile unconsciously appeared on Su Huijin's face.
After all, in this world, after losing his parents, the person
closest to him was Han Shu. Helping a brother was only natural. 3 days later, I need to get ready to visit Han Shu's house.
Su Huijin prepared some spirit herbs to enhance physical health and longevity, along with cultivation resources and some meat from a 5th-tier exotic beast. At 5:30, he left his house and walked for about half an hour to another neighborhood.
He didn't use any abilities, just walked there. This neighborhood was more luxurious than Su Huijin's Fengtian neighborhood. After all, Han Shu's parents were Spirit Lake Realm ability users.
Although they were only at the Spirit Lake Realm, they were still highly
respected in a small base city.
When Su Huijin's parents passed away, Han Shu's parents often helped him.
In previous years, Su Huijin hadn't visited their house for New Year's because he didn't want to trouble them and couldn't afford expensive gifts. Now that he had the means, he no longer hesitated.
Su Huijin tidied up his appearance and knocked on the door.
A voice came from inside. Coming.
The door opened, and the first person Su Huijin saw was a gentle and beautiful woman who looked to be in
her 30s. Su Huijin recognized her immediately. Auntie, Happy New Year.
Han Shu's mother smiled warmly.
Oh my, Huijin. Come in, come in. It's been so long since I last saw you. You've become even more handsome. Su Huijin scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Not at all, Auntie.
You look younger and more beautiful than ever. Han Shu's mother covered her mouth and
laughed. Ha, you really know how to talk. Come, have a seat.
Han Shu went out to buy something and will be back soon.
All right. Old Han, come out. Huijin is here. A voice came from the kitchen. Coming, coming.
Han Shu's father looked to be in his 40s but still exuded charm, looking both handsome and composed. Han Shu's good looks must have been inherited from his parents. Huijin, it's been so long since we last met.
I didn't expect you to become so handsome and even stronger than my son. Su Huijin quickly stood up. Uncle, long time no see. Uncle, you look even more charismatic now. Han Shu's father laughed heartily. Ha, you little rascal. Sit down for a bit.
The food will be ready soon. At that moment, Su Huijin suddenly remembered
something and quickly took out his gifts. Uncle, these are my New Year's gifts for you.
Some spirit herbs and potions for strengthening the body, as well as exotic beast meat.
There are also some cultivation resources suitable for you. The couple was stunned to see so many gifts. This, how can we accept your things? As elders, we haven't even given you younger ones New Year's gifts, yet you're giving us presents instead. How do you have so many resources? Su Huijin's generosity left them both shocked.
Su Huijin explained, these are all things I obtained from a secret realm.
Don't worry, I have plenty more. First, it's to thank you, uncle and aunt, for your help. Second, you are Han Shu's parents.
Han Shu is my best brother.
And the parents of my brother are like my own parents. So please accept them. The couple exchanged a glance. All right.
Huijin, you're so thoughtful, thank you.
Come, sit down. Wife, go get some spirit fruits and spirit water. Got it. The food will be ready soon. Okay, uncle. Not long after, Han Shu returned home. Huijin, you're here. Why didn't you message me to let me know? Su Huijin shrugged. I thought you'd be home.
Han Shu raised the spirit wine in his hand.
Han's father,
seeing Han Shu had returned, called everyone to eat.
Come, everyone's here, let's eat. The group took their seats, and Han Shu's parents enthusiastically piled food into Su Huijin's bowl until it was overflowing. Han Shu was dumbfounded, staring at his parents with a look of grievance. Mom, Dad, who's your real son here? Why aren't you giving me any food? Han's mother looked at her son with disdain. How is that the same?
Huijin rarely visits, so what's wrong with giving him some food during the
New Year?
Han's father chimed in, exactly. Han Shu suddenly felt like the sky was falling.
Watching this scene, Su
Huijin felt a sense of warmth. It had been a long time since he had felt this happy.
The group continued to eat and chat, laughing and enjoying the meal.
Time passed quickly, and after the meal, everyone sat on the sofa and chatted for a while. It was almost 8 p.m. Su Huijin, noticing the time, got up to say goodbye.
Uncle, Aunt, Han Shu, it's getting late. I should head back now. Han's mother, seeing it was already dark, suggested, "Why not stay at our house tonight?" Han's father and Han Shu both nodded in agreement. "Yeah, just stay the night with us." Su Huijin shook his head. "I've already troubled you enough today. I'll come again next time when I have time." Seeing that they couldn't persuade him, they didn't insist further. Everyone walked to the door to see him off. Su Huijin turned around. "It's fine to see me off here. You should rest early. I'll get home quickly." "All right. Be careful on the way."
Han's mother then slipped a red envelope into Su Huijin's hand.
Su Huijin was about to refuse, but seeing Han's mother shake her head, he finally accepted it. "Goodbye, and Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." *3 Su Huijin then turned and left.
Walking along the road, he suddenly noticed two dark figures in the distance and heard a voice.
"Stop."
Su Huijin looked ahead and saw a woman and a strange creature.
The woman was valiant and heroic, resembling an ancient female
general, but her voice was completely at odds with her appearance, sounding rather soft.
The creature was humanoid, with blue skin,
covered in bumps, a strange face, and 3 rows of protruding points on its head that sent chills down one's spine.
Its speed
was astonishing, and the woman behind it couldn't keep up.
"Stop,"
the woman shouted at the creature. The blue creature seemed not to hear and continued running forward. Just as it was about to rush in front of Su Huijin, it noticed someone ahead and bared
its ferocious teeth.
It spoke in a language Su Huijin couldn't understand, its 5 claw-like fingers sharp and menacing, striking directly at him. Seeing this, Su Huijin didn't hesitate, sidestepping the attack and kicking it in the stomach. The force of the kick was incredible, and the blue creature immediately spewed green blood, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a deep pit as it struggled helplessly. The woman saw the situation and quickly rushed over, holding mechanical shackles in her hand. She swiftly cuffed the blue creature's hands and feet. Then, she took a square metal box from her pocket.
Its blue light flashing as it scanned and absorbed the blue creature.
Turning her head, she looked grateful.
"Thank you, really."
"Thank you," she said, but then froze, her gaze involuntarily drawn to Su Huijin's handsome face and upright posture.
She thought to herself, "This man is so handsome, so young, so strong." Su Huijin responded expressionlessly, "It's nothing." "By the way, was that an alien just now? How did it appear in Liangcheng Base City? And who are you?"
These words brought the woman back to her senses.
"Hello, I'm Huang Wei, a bronze-level beast hunter from the Beast Hunting Division." Su Huijin immediately understood. Someone from the Beast Hunting Division? Isn't that only in medium-sized base cities?
"Why are you in Liangcheng Base
City?"
"I was carrying out a mission in the central area between Wancheng Base City and Liangcheng Base City when I discovered that blue-clawed alien harming our people, so I chased it here."
"His strength is comparable to mine. If it weren't for your help, I might not have been able to capture him. I'm truly grateful to you."
Her words left Su Huijin even more puzzled.
"How did you get into the base city?" Huang Wei explained. "He injured the city defense soldiers and broke in directly.
His speed was too fast, so I had to ask the city defense for support and rushed over to chase him. If he had reached the residential area, the
consequences would have been unimaginable.
I really need to thank you, otherwise, there would have been even greater danger." After speaking, Huang Wei bowed to Su Huijin.
Su Huijin waved his hand. "It's nothing. Protecting ordinary people is the duty of those with abilities.
I believe others with the ability would also step in if they saw this."
"All right, I'm heading home now. When the city defense arrives, don't say I caught him. This blue-clawed alien is your capture."
After finishing, Su Huijin turned
and left. Seeing him about to leave, Huang Wei quickly called out, "Wait, what's your name?" Su Huijin didn't turn back, only replied indifferently, "I'm Su Changqing."
Huang Wei watched Su Huijin's departing figure, muttering to herself, "Su Changqing.
What a nice name, what a good-looking person."
Unconsciously, the corners of her mouth lifted.
Not long after, the city defense
personnel arrived, bringing a small squad. The captain stepped forward.
"Hello, you must be the young lady from earlier? I'm the captain of the 5th Squad of Liangcheng Base City's city defense. Where's the alien?" Huang Wei put away her smile and looked seriously at the captain. "I'm Huang Wei, a bronze-level beast hunter from Wancheng Base City's Beast Hunting Division.
Here's
my badge."
She displayed her badge. "The alien has already been captured by me." She held the square box in her hand, signaling to the captain. The captain immediately became respectful. Although his rank was higher than Huang Wei's, members of the Beast
Hunting Division were not ordinary figures. Miss Huang, could you provide detailed information about the city defense situation? This is a routine inquiry.
The captain made a gesture of invitation.
Huang Wei nodded, and the group headed to the city defense office.
By this time, Su Huaijin had already returned home, lying on his bed, his thoughts in turmoil.
The Beast Hunting Division, ha! Xiao Rou.
Xiao Rou's voice echoed in his mind.
I'm here, Master. Tell me about the Beast Hunting Division. Alright, Master, retrieving information for you now.
About 10 seconds later, Xiao Rou began explaining. The Beast
Hunting Division is a specialized agency of the Dragon Nation, divided into two departments, one for internal affairs and one for
external affairs. Internal refers to within the base city, while external refers to outside the base city.
The Beast Hunting Division is only established in medium-sized base cities and above.
The director of the Beast Hunting Division in each medium-sized
base city is a 7th realm expert, while the director in large base cities is an 8th realm expert.
The Beast Hunting Division in the Imperial Capital serves as the national headquarters.
The highest leader of the Beast Hunting Division is a pillar nation expert of the 9th realm.
The Beast Hunting Division is divided into 5 levels: bronze, silver, gold, purple, and red. Bronze corresponds to the 3rd and 4th realms, silver to the 5th and 6th realms, and gold to the 7th realm. Purple and red are not divided by realm but are promoted based on contribution points, though at least the 7th realm is required
to apply.
There are only 10 purple-level beast hunters nationwide, and the directors of the 10 major base cities are all
purple level.
There are only 3 red levels, consisting of the chief director and 2 deputy directors in the Imperial Capital. The primary responsibility of the Internal Beast Hunting Division is patrolling, eliminating alien races and beasts, and maintaining the safety of the base cities.
The External Beast Hunting Division is responsible for pursuing fugitives and eliminating alien races and beasts.
Each gold-level beast hunter manages 5 silver-level beast hunters, each silver level manages
5 bronze-level beast hunters, and each bronze level manages 5 beast hunter apprentices.
Beast hunter apprentices refer to ability users below the 3rd realm, who are candidates for bronze-level beast hunters. Once they reach the 3rd realm and
complete their tasks, they can be promoted to bronze level.
All beast hunters are rigorously selected and are exceptionally
skilled.
To join the Beast Hunting Division, one needs not only strong abilities but also good talent, and most importantly, good
character. Through layers of selection, only the best are chosen. Master, this is the situation of the Beast Hunting Division. Su Huaijin took a deep breath after hearing this.
Phew, although I had heard about it before, I didn't expect the internal
structure of the Beast Hunting Division to be so complex. Isn't this just like the institutions in my previous life that safeguarded the people? City defense is equivalent to the military. Thinking this, Su Huaijin recalled Huang Wei. Wasn't that Huang Wei just now too weak? Could she have gotten in through connections?
She couldn't even handle a 3rd realm blue claw alien. If Huang Wei had heard this, she would have jumped up in anger. She simply lacked speed and happened to encounter a blue claw
alien adept at speed, which was why she couldn't catch up. Why don't small base cities have beast hunting divisions? This is so unfair.
Su Huaijin was filled with dissatisfaction but could only accept reality helplessly.
She knew she couldn't change anything.
After washing up, she fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, in the prison of the city defense office, a blue claw alien was tied to a wooden rack like a scarecrow, covered in wounds. Several interrogators were questioning him.
One of them held a translator, and as the text on the translator kept changing, his expression grew darker. The head of the city defense office and Huang Wei noticed this and asked, "What is it? Did you get anything out of him?" The interrogator frowned and replied, he said.
He was instructed by other aliens to kill outside the base city, and that the one who instructed him will come to Liang City to
kill. Moreover, that alien is from the hidden clan and is of the 4th realm. This time, it won't be easy to deal with.
The head of the city defense office slammed his fist on the table in anger. These bastards! The nation just organized a large-scale
purge recently, and they still dare to cause trouble in Liang City. They're courting death. Huang Wei was also indignant, not expecting these aliens to dare stir up trouble inside the base city.
She said to the head, "Sir, I will apply for reinforcements and call more colleagues.
However many come, we'll kill them all." The head of the city defense office sighed in relief upon hearing this.
After all, This group of people were the professionals in tracking aliens and beasts.
Thank you, Miss Wang. Once the matter is resolved, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Huang Wei smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, it's my duty. I'll notify my colleagues now. It will take them about a day to come over from Wancheng.
The head nodded and then turned to the team. Member, send out a notice to strengthen patrols. The city lord is not in the city, so we must be extremely cautious these days.
The city defense team member saluted and responded, yes.
Then he left the prison.
After finishing the call, Huang Wei looked at the person in charge.
Sir, I've already communicated with the higher-ups.
They will send 4 bronze-ranked beast hunters along, with some professional detection equipment and powerful gear, so rest assured. The city defense officer nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Wang. It's getting late, and I've arranged accommodations for you. Please go and rest.
Thank you, sir. The next day, Su Huijin got up early, planning to stroll around, buy some things, and then head to the Emerald Forest to train. She wandered the streets for about half an hour and noticed several
teams of city defense officers hurrying southward.
The people on the streets were abuzz with discussion.
Have you heard?
An entire family in the southern part of the city was wiped out.
I heard about it.
They say the whole family died with their hearts pierced, their faces filled with terror. Maybe they saw something before they died.
Could it be ghosts? There are no such things as ghosts. I think it was that fugitive. Let's go take a look. It's terrifying.
Hearing these discussions, Su Huijin immediately headed south. The houses in that area were somewhat old,
surrounded by the old city district. Most of the residents here lived in poverty.
Although Su Huijin was an orphan, her parents had been second-tier ability users during their lifetime, so they
hadn't been poor.
After their passing, she received a pension, so she never worried about food or clothing, though she wasn't wealthy either. Living in the southern part of the city was out of the
question.
Seeing the impoverished people around her, Su Huijin couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Truly, misfortune always seems to find those who are already suffering.
Soon, she arrived at the house in question.
The ground was stained with blood, and a crowd had gathered around.
People were talking.
Old Zhou's family was already struggling, and now the entire family of 5 has
been wiped out. A young man nearby asked an elderly man, Grandpa, do you know this family?
The old man nodded.
I live nearby.
Old Zhou's family was very kind, but life was hard for them.
Old
Zhou's wife was sick, his son was ill too, and his grandchildren were still in school. His daughter-in-law ran away, leaving all the burdens on old Zhou alone. Even so, old Zhou still held hope for
the world. Perhaps death is a kind of release for their family. Grandpa, do you know when they died?
I'm not sure. They were fine yesterday, but early this morning, a neighbor found old Zhou's
body lying at their doorstep.
The neighbor was so frightened that they immediately called the city defense office. But as soon as the bodies were taken away, it was discovered that each one had a large hole in their chest, and their hearts had been removed.
The person who killed their family is truly evil. And the surveillance footage didn't even show who it was. It's making everyone
here uneasy, afraid something might happen at night.
Grandpa, why don't you all leave?
People living here don't have the money to move elsewhere.
Life here is so cheap. The people around fell into silence upon hearing this.
At this moment, Su Huijin frowned deeply, thinking, this is definitely no accident.
Judging by the manner of death and what the old man said about this family being kind and unlikely to have enemies, how could they have been the target of such a brutal vendetta? Could it be the other races? Su Huijin's eyes lit up with realization. Just then, the city defense officers began dispersing the crowd. Su Huijin caught sight of the woman from last night.
She glanced briefly before leaving the southern district with the others.
Huang Wei felt as though someone was watching her.
She turned her head and caught a glimpse of Su Huijin's back.
That back looks a bit familiar.
At that moment, a captain from the city defense office interrupted Huang Wei's thoughts and said to her, Miss Huang, the preliminary assessment suggests it was done by someone from the other races.
We've checked all the surveillance footage. In the footage,
the old man was lifted into the air, and then his chest was pierced. It was likely the work of the hidden race.
Huang Wei nodded. I understand. My colleagues will arrive tonight, and there will be more advanced equipment for detection here. We'll keep watch here tonight, the captain of the city defense office said gratefully.
Thank you, Miss Huang, for your hard work.
It's nothing, it's my duty.
Then, Miss Huang, I'll head back to the city defense office first.
All right. Huang Wei looked at the bloodstains on the ground and fell into deep thought. The city defense office left a few people to monitor the scene, while the others returned to the office. As soon as Huang Wei entered the city defense office, she saw the person in charge fuming with anger. This is unbelievable. These aliens have gone too far. Huang Wei walked up to the person in charge and said softly, "Sir."
Seeing Huang Wei, the person in charge calmed down slightly.
"Miss Huang, I must have made a fool of myself." Huang Wei waved her hand, indicating it was fine. "It's all right. No one can stay calm in this situation. These aliens are blatantly provoking us." The person in
charge sighed, his face full of worry.
Sigh. It's been a long time since any aliens entered Liangcheng Base City, and now there's a murder case. I'm afraid there will be accountability. Moreover,
the ones who came this time are likely from the hidden clan. What a headache. Huang Wei comforted him. "Don't worry, sir.
My colleagues will arrive tonight. The hidden clan can only block the
perception of those two major levels above them. Generally speaking, a 4th-level hidden clan member can block the perception of 6th-level individuals. But my colleagues are bringing advanced
equipment. As long as the hidden clan members appear within the range of the equipment, their location will be revealed.
So if they dare to come out tonight, they won't escape."
The person in charge breathed a sigh of relief and said with hope, "Let's hope so."
At this moment, Su Huijin returned home after buying some things, thinking to himself, this could be a big or small matter.
Aliens have infiltrated Liangcheng. I must go check it out tonight. In the blink of an eye, it was evening, 6:30 p.m., and the people sent by the Beast Hunting Division finally arrived. A battle vehicle approached from a distance, its appearance imposing and awe-inspiring. The pitch-black body exuded a sense of intimidation. 4 young people stepped out of the vehicle, 3 men and 1 woman, with copper badges pinned to their left chests. Huang Wei had received the notification 10 minutes earlier and was waiting at the city gate. The person in charge of the city defense office
and several captains were also present. The first to step out was a blond man in his 20s, with a roguish charm but an air of arrogance. Next was a burly man with a simple and honest face, giving off a sense of security. The third was a lively and adorable girl, full of energy, like a ray of sunshine. Compared to those dark and shadowy rat-like people, she was truly a beam of light. The last was a scholarly man, thin and frail, giving the impression of being physically weak. As soon as the 4 got out of the vehicle, they saw Huang Wei and a large group of people, exuding a strong presence. The blond man adopted a condescending attitude, which displeased Huang Wei, the person in charge of the city defense office, and the captains. At this moment, the girl from the Beast Hunting Division exclaimed happily, "Sister Weiwei, long time no see. I missed you so much." With that, she rushed over to hug Huang Wei. Huang Wei patted her back. All right, here I am." After they separated, Huang Wei turned to introduce her colleagues to the person in charge of the city defense office. "They are my colleagues, all silver and copper level beast hunters. Her name is Tongya, currently a 3rd-level ability user." Huang Wei turned to Tongya. "Xiaoya, this is the person in charge of the city defense office in Liangcheng Base City." Tongya smiled and said, "Hello, sir." The person in charge nodded in response. "Hello." Next, Huang Wei continued the introductions, pointing to the muscular man. "His name is Xingyu, also a 3rd-level ability user." "Hello, sir." "Hello." Then she pointed to the scholarly man. "His name is Qianifei, also a 3rd-level ability user." Qianifei saluted the person in charge. "Sir." "Hello." Finally, Huang Wei pointed to the last person. "His name is Zhang Yang, a 4th-tier ability user." The person in charge was surprised. He had assumed they were all 3rd tier, but unexpectedly, there was a 4th tier among them, which made him feel somewhat displeased. Zhang Yang merely nodded at the person in charge without saying a word. The person in charge frowned, and Huang Wei noticed this, immediately reprimanding Zhang Yang. This prompted Zhang Yang to reluctantly say, "Hello." The person in charge responded indifferently, "Hello." Finally, he smiled and said to the others, "You all have been traveling all day, exhausted from the journey. Let's have dinner first, and then we'll discuss the matter of the alien race afterward." Under the guidance of the person in charge, the group arrived at a slightly decent restaurant. Zhang Yang, upon seeing this, appeared dissatisfied. "We've been traveling all day, how could you not take us to Yunxiao restaurant? What kind of unknown restaurant is this? It's so degrading." These words angered everyone present. Even Huang Wei and the others showed displeased expressions as they looked at him. Some people even wanted to retaliate, but they were stopped by the person in charge.
Huang Wei noticed the tense atmosphere and immediately tried to mediate. Zhang Yang, how can you say that? If you don't want to eat, you can go back to the car.
Zhang Yang was unhappy with her words but didn't dare to argue back, merely letting out a light snort and remaining silent. The person in charge also stepped forward and
said, I apologize to everyone.
Once this matter is resolved, I will personally take you all to Yunxiao restaurant for a meal. For today, I hope you can bear with it.
Tanya quickly waved her hand and said, it's fine, sir. We're okay with anything.
Xingyu echoed, that's right, sir. You don't need to worry about us. Being able to bring us here for a meal is already great.
Seeing
the two of them say this, the person in charge's expression softened a bit.
All right, everyone, please eat first. We'll start the operation at 9 o'clock.
Then the person in charge turned to Huang Wei and
said, Miss Huang, could you explain the situation to them? Huang Wei nodded, of course. Sir, you go ahead.
The person in charge nodded in acknowledgement and left.
The captains of the city defense followed the person in charge out and began to complain.
Seriously, that arrogant blonde guy is too much.
Yeah, he's really infuriating. I just want to give him a couple of punches.
Sir, why did you stop us earlier?
That blonde guy is so annoying.
The person in charge stopped walking and turned to look at them.
Why did we bring them here? To assist us. Exactly, they're here to help us.
Besides, that blonde guy seems to have a significant background. They're only helping us for a few days, so just endure it.
There's no need to offend them, and considering how young
he is and already at the spirit sea level, his background and influence must be substantial. At this point, one of the city defense captains said, that guy is so pretentious, everyone can't stand him, he looks down on everything about us. The person in charge merely shook his head lightly. In this world, strength is respected, and it's also a society of personal connections. For someone like him, crushing us would be as easy as stepping on ants.
When you have the ability someday, you can be arrogant too. You are all at the spirit sea level, but look at your ages, compared to him, there's a big gap. His achievements will only grow higher, and if you don't have opportunities or luck, your ceiling might just be here. Endure it, the future will be better.
After saying this, the person in charge left, leaving the group in silence.
At the dinner table, Huang Wei explained the situation in detail to everyone. Zhang Yang's face was full of disdain.
This Liancheng base city is so incompetent.
They can't even catch a minor alien race, what a joke.
Huang Wei glared at him and said sternly, Zhang Yang, if you keep talking, no one will mistake you
for a mute.
Stop trying to seek attention everywhere. Zhang Yang, unable to hold back, disregarded her status and said, Huang Wei, I'm not wrong.
A base city that can't even catch an alien race is truly laughable.
Huang Wei was so angry that her chest heaved.
You. At this moment, Tanya stepped out to interrupt the argument between the two.
Oh, stop quarreling.
Let's think about how to deal with that alien first. Both of them snorted.
Xingyu and Qian Yifei calmly ate their meals, already accustomed to such disputes. They had long been dissatisfied with Zhang Yang, but only Huang Wei dared to talk back to him, as she had a strong background. The others didn't have the courage. Before long, the group finished their meal, and Huang Wei went to find the person in charge.
Sir, we've finished dinner and are ready to act.
The person in charge nodded.
You all head to the south of the city.
I'll assign a few captains to go with you, while others will guard the weaker
areas. Understood. Huang Wei led the group toward the south of the city.
When they arrived, Zhang Yang started again.
My goodness, is this a slum? It reeks of poverty everywhere. Don't tell me we're here to rescue beggars.
Then, he mocked the captains of the city defense unit. Your Liangcheng base city is such trash, to still have a place like this. Even with your strength at the fourth realm, you'd be better off coming to my home as guards.
At least it would be better than staying here. Ha 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 ha.
Several captains of the city defense unit were almost furious but held back. Young Master Zhang, there's no need for you to worry about our affairs.
Liancheng is just fine. Zhang Yang sneered even more. Useless. Huang Wei couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Yang,
if you say one more word, get back to Wancheng immediately. Zhang Yang glared at Huang Wei angrily but said nothing, cursing her in his heart.
TCH, he thought, seething inwardly, if I get the chance, I'll make you pay for this.
The group continued in silence. Meanwhile, Su Huijin, who had been walking outside for a while, spotted Huang Wei and her group and quietly followed them to
their destination.
Hiding behind a tree in the distance, Su Huijin observed silently.
Huang Wei and her friends, along with the city defense unit. Are they looking for the alien? Huang Wei and her group stopped and turned to Tanya. Xiaoya, take it out.
Tanya retrieved a disc and a small flying device from her spatial ring.
The disc had a screen on it. She activated the flying
device, which ascended into the air, emitting a blue light that seemed to scan the surrounding houses. The screen on the disc displayed a real-time street view, and suddenly, it showed someone in a
distant tree. There's someone in that tree behind us.
Su Huijin realized he had been detected during the scan and immediately turned to adopt a combat stance.
A city defense team member shouted. Who's there? Come out now, or don't blame us for being rude.
Su Huijin had no choice but to jump down from the tree.
It's me.
Huang Wei's eyes lit up when she saw the young man in front of her.
Oh, it's you, Su Changqing. What are you doing here? Were you following us? Su Huijin looked embarrassed.
I saw you heading this way earlier, so I followed to check it out.
Since
there's action tonight, I figured you might be coming here because of what happened in the south of the city.
Turns out I was right. Huang Wei suddenly understood. I see. But you didn't need to sneak around. You could have just greeted me directly. With you here, we'll have a better chance of catching the alien. At this moment, Tanya whispered, Wei, who is he? Huang Wei was about to introduce him but suddenly remembered Su Huijin's reminder from yesterday not to reveal his identity. This is a friend I met yesterday. He's quite strong. Tanya nodded in approval. Oh, and he's pretty handsome too, right? You think so too? At this point, a few captains from the city defense unit seemed to realize something. Hey, aren't you Su the hero? I thought you looked familiar. It really is you. Su Huijin smiled and nodded at them. No need for formalities, everyone. Please don't call me a hero. Now Huang Wei was completely confused. Hero? What hero? Hey, didn't Su Yingxiang tell you? By the way, why did you just call him Su Yingxiang instead of Su Changqing? Isn't his name Su Huijin? Huang Wei was even more confused. Ha? Su Huijin? So, Miss Huang, you didn't know his name is Su Huijin. Sure enough, Su Huijin stood like a soldier.
Then, Huang Wei turned her head with a resentful expression.
Should I call you Su Huijin or Su Changqing? Su Huijin awkwardly replied, either is fine, up to you. Why did you lie to me? Wasn't it to save myself some trouble?
Huang Wei suddenly started doubting herself, thinking, am I
actually a bother?
At this moment, Tanya excitedly exclaimed, You're the Su Huijin.
Su Huijin nodded. Huang Wei looked at Tanya with some confusion. What's wrong, Xiaoya? Don't you know? Wei Jie. He's the genius of the 3S spatial system, born in Liangcheng Base City.
He even made the news headlines 3 months ago.
With Tanya's explanation, the group finally understood.
Everyone had their own thoughts, and Xingyu was the first to introduce himself.
Hello, I'm Xingyu, a bronze-level beast hunter.
Su Huijin politely replied, Hello, I'm Su Huijin.
Next, the remaining two also introduced themselves.
Finally, only Zhang Yang hadn't introduced himself. Su Huijin looked over and saw a man with dyed yellow hair, standing arrogantly.
His smile instantly disappeared. Zhang Yang sneered, so what if you killed a few low-level mutant beasts? You really think you're somebody? What's the use of a high ability level? Without resources, you're still trash. Besides, what good can come from a place like this? Su Huijin's expression immediately darkened. Seeing this, Huang Wei quickly introduced Zhang Yang to Su Huijin. His name is Zhang Yang, a 4th realm ability user and also a bronze-level beast hunter. Huang Wei mentioned the level, hoping Su Huijin wouldn't act impulsively.
But Su Huijin didn't care at all.
He covered his nose and said, So smelly, do you smell anything?
The group was puzzled.
No, what's wrong? Then, Su Huijin sneered and said, Then why do I smell someone's mouth as if they've eaten crap? Didn't brush your teeth, huh?
Zhang Yang immediately exploded in anger. You little brat, how dare you insult me?
Whoever takes offense is the one being insulted. Alright, today I'll teach you a lesson.
Zhang Yang then conjured a blue water ball in his hand and hurled it fiercely. The water ball flew rapidly towards Su Huijin, who quickly drew his Tiger Slayer and sliced the water ball in half with one strike. The two halves of the water ball landed on the ground, creating 2 small pits. Nearby city defense team members had long been fed up with this obnoxious yellow-haired guy,
and were ready to assist Su Huijin at any moment. Su Huijin showed no mercy and charged toward Zhang Yang.
Suddenly, Huang Wei stepped between them, raising her hands to stop them.
Seeing this, Su Huijin halted his steps, and Zhang Yang also ceased his attack. Then, Su Huijin angrily shouted at Zhang Yang, you're insane. You dare to make a move in the city? Do you think you're so great? I'll report this incident.
Zhang Yang trembled with rage, veins bulging on his neck and forehead.
Fine, today I'll give Huang Wei some face. Zhang Yang glared viciously at Su Huijin, threatening, kid, just you wait. Su Huijin couldn't care less and coldly responded, you're nothing but a clown.
He thought Zhang Yang was just like the brainless villains in novels, insulting everyone, mocking when he could win, and relying on connections when he couldn't. Previously, Su Huijin thought such scenarios only existed in stories, but he didn't expect to encounter
someone like this in real life. Su Huijin even felt that real life was more dramatic than fiction.
Zhang Yang grew increasingly resentful of Su Huijin, feeling even more displeased at this moment.
Huang Wei looked at Su Huijin awkwardly.
Sorry, Su Huijin, that's just how he is.
Don't mind him.
Su Huijin smiled faintly and waved his hand.
It's fine. Who would care about a madman's behavior?
Zhang Yang heard Su Huijin insulting him again and was about to retaliate, but before he could speak, Huang Wei shot him a glare, forcing him to shut his mouth.
The atmosphere became delicate, and everyone fell silent.
Suddenly, the disc in Tonya's hand emitted an alarm, flashing red light.
Something's up, an alien has appeared. Everyone immediately became alert. Tonya pointed to the screen on the disc. 1 kilometer ahead. The group quickly headed in that direction. The alien naturally noticed them but chose not to flee, instead waiting in place. He was no longer satisfied with killing ordinary people. This time, his target was the superhumans. He was completely invisible, unseen by anyone, but a sinister smile played at the corner of his mouth. The group arrived swiftly and surrounded the alien.
Although they couldn't see him, the display on the disc clearly indicated his presence. A captain from the city defense force shouted, "Beast, show yourself. Now!" The alien laughed loudly. "If you have the guts, come and catch me." Suddenly, he spotted Su Huijin, and his anger erupted instantly.
That brat! Perfect, I won't even have to go looking for him. Indeed, this invisible alien was Huna.
Yesterday, he had killed another family while invisible, sending a warning to Liang City.
How could he remain invisible twice?
He had used a secret technique that allowed him to maintain invisibility for 48 hours. This time, he planned to pull off something big and then escape immediately.
Huna knew that Su Nook was not in the city, which emboldened him to cause trouble.
Tonya reported his exact location, and the group immediately unleashed their powers in that direction. Unfortunately, they were a step too slow.
Huna easily
dodged the attack and launched an assault on Su Huijin.
Tonya shouted urgently, "Su Huijin, he's coming for you." In fact, Su Huijin had already sensed it.
Although he couldn't see him, sound
couldn't be blocked.
He quickly raised his blade in front of him, blocking the attack. But Huna, wielding a massive hammer, was incredibly strong.
With one strike, Su Huijin was forced to retreat several steps. Huna was astonished.
In just a few months, Su Huijin's strength had grown so much that he could actually withstand his attack.
This made Huna even more determined to kill him. Su Huijin steadied himself and immediately used the Kaiyang palm. A golden palm print appeared in the air, striking toward Huna. Huna blocked the golden palm print with his hammer. The palm print exploded, and Huna slid back several meters.
Tonya continued reporting his position, and the group's attacks kept targeting him.
Huna's advantage lay in his invisibility. Realizing the situation was
unfavorable, he decided to shift his attack target to Tonya.
Tonya also sensed the danger.
Su Huijin realized the alien was no longer attacking him and might be targeting someone else, most
likely Tonya.
So, Su Huijin and Tonya quickly switched positions. He leaped up and used the Gale Slash.
Just as Huna was about to attack Tonya, the target suddenly disappeared, and Su Huijin
stood before him instead. The two exchanged blows, both being forced back afterward.
Huna glared at Su Huijin. Damn it!
At this moment, two captains from the city defense force quickly stood
beside Tonya. The device in her hand must not be damaged, or the consequences would be unimaginable.
Zhang Yang kept cursing under his breath, thinking about defeating the alien single-handedly to showcase his strength.
Huna was already in a foul mood, and Zhang Yang's insults immediately drew his attention.
Tonya shouted urgently, "Zhang Yang, he's coming for you."
Zhang Yang smirked. Smugly. Perfect. Let me show you my dad's strength.
He conjured a water whip in his hand and lashed it forward forcefully.
Hu Na sneered disdainfully. Is that all? With a leap, he dodged the
attack and then hurled his massive hammer forward. Zhang Yang sensed danger and tried to dodge, but he failed to escape. The massive hammer slammed heavily into his face.
In an instant, his nose
collapsed, blood gushed out uncontrollably, and several teeth fell out. His entire body was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground in utter embarrassment.
The scene left everyone stunned. This is the strength of someone in the fourth realm?
Su Huijin's face was full of confusion, thinking to himself, I thought someone in the fourth realm would be much stronger than this.
And yet, this is it?
And he still dares to act all arrogant. Hu Na was also momentarily stunned. Clearly, they were at the same level, but he hadn't expected the hammer to actually land a hit, leaving him momentarily unable to react. However, he quickly regained his composure and rushed toward Zhang Yang. At this moment, Zhang Yang, though dazed from the blow, quickly adjusted. You're courting death, he shouted, pulling a spherical object out of his spatial ring and hurling it toward Hu Na.
Thinking it
was a powerful weapon, Hu Na hurriedly dodged.
But as soon as the sphere hit the ground, it emitted dense white smoke, shrouding the entire space in a thick fog. The smoke disrupted everyone's senses.
When the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Zhang Yang left at the scene.
Everyone wore expressions of shock. Damn it, Zhang Yang actually ran away. This shameless move left everyone astounded. Even Hu Na couldn't help but curse, that guy is such a coward.
With Zhang Yang gone, everyone no longer had to endure his presence, and they still held onto his blackmail material. Without him, the group's mood visibly improved. Hu Na picked up his hammer and swung it at Su Huijin. Sensing danger, Su Huijin swiftly used the swift ape technique to evade the attack. Then, bringing his middle and index fingers together on his left hand, he shouted, Phoenix Finger.
A massive, fiery red phoenix surged toward Hu Na.
At such close range, Hu Na could only use his hammer to block. However, the force was overwhelming, and Hu Na gradually found himself unable to hold on.
The phoenix and
the hammer struck him simultaneously, sending him flying as black smoke rose from his body.
At this point, no instrument was needed to pinpoint his exact location.
Seeing this, Su Huijin immediately used teleportation to appear in front of Hu Na. His left hand unleashed the Tiger Dragon Fist, with the image of a white tiger materializing on his palm, while his right hand swung a blade, executing the spatial slash.
At this moment, Hu Na had yet to steady himself. How could he possibly defend?
The fist slammed heavily into his head, and the blade's energy slashed across his chest, causing blue blood to splatter everywhere.
Hu Na, now bruised and battered, was utterly enraged. His fury boiled over, leaving him fully provoked. Though still in an invisible state, the blue blood betrayed his location. Seizing the opportunity, Su Huijin prepared to press the attack.
From the spatial protection of Waterfall Lake, he retrieved a necklace and launched it toward Hu Na. The necklace emitted a white light, forming a protective shield. Hu Na took the chance to steady himself. Realizing his position had been exposed, he ceased his invisibility and revealed his true form. Everyone stared at the humanoid creature, its body a mix of blue and black.
Well, you're not bad, Hu Na said.
For someone in the third realm to push me to this extent, you should feel proud. Su Huijin looked at him with utter disdain.
Ugh, you're disgusting. And you're so ugly. Hu Na laughed angrily. Su Huijin, your arrogance will cost you.
With that, a heart appeared in Hu Na's hand, and he began devouring it in large, grotesque bites. Su Huijin and the others were filled with disgust.
Of course, Su Huijin wouldn't let him finish eating. He immediately launched an attack. Everyone, attack him now.
The group unleashed their martial techniques and abilities, but all were blocked by the protective shield, which only emitted flashes of white light. With each bite Hu Na took of the heart, black smoke rose from his body, and his aura grew stronger. The group, helpless against the shield, could only watch as he quickly devoured the heart. Afterward, Hu Na's body erupted with dark red energy. The horns on his head grew thicker, with more intricate patterns. His tail became sturdier, and his entire body expanded in size. In his transformed state, black and red energy occasionally flickered across his body. Hu Na then dismissed the protective shield. The group's abilities struck his body but seemed to have no effect. Even the wounds caused by their attacks vanished instantly.
Hu Na's tail slammed fiercely onto the ground, instantly causing it to crack, showcasing his immense strength. All of you will die here today, he roared. With that, Hu Na charged swiftly toward Su Huijin, appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye and throwing a heavy punch. Su Huijin clearly couldn't react in time and hastily deployed a void barrier. Huna's fist struck the barrier, sending Su Huijin flying.
He crashed into a house, which collapsed under the force. The debris buried Su Huijin, raising a cloud of dust.
The commotion from
their battle had already alerted the nearby residents, who fled for their lives. Although most of the residents here were poor, no one wanted to die, which made things easier for Su Huijin and his group as they didn't have to worry about
rescuing civilians.
Now, there was almost no one left in the surrounding houses.
Huang Wei, seeing Su Huijin being sent flying, shouted in concern, "Su Huijin!"
She hurriedly tried to run over. But Huna wasn't about to let her pass so easily, and threw a punch directly at her.
Huang Wei couldn't react in time and could only raise her hands to block.
Her bones were instantly fractured. Ah! She cried out in pain as her body was sent flying, landing right in Su Huijin's arms. The moment Su Huijin was buried, he activated the Golden Bell Shield, avoiding injury. Seeing Huang Wei struck, he was filled with anxiety. Huna originally intended to continue his attack but was intercepted by the city defense forces.
Su Huijin asked worriedly, "Are you okay?"
Huang Wei, her face contorted in pain, replied, "The bones in my arm are shattered." Su Huijin quickly retrieved a healing potion from his storage space and poured it into Huang Wei's mouth.
"This is a potion for healing injuries. Drink it without worry." Huang Wei trusted Su Huijin completely and drank it without hesitation.
Her complexion improved significantly.
"Thank you, Su Huijin.
I feel much better," she said gratefully.
Su Huijin
smiled faintly and shook his head.
"No need to thank me.
You got hurt because of me, and I feel guilty about it," he said.
"You shouldn't participate in the upcoming battle. Just sit here and watch."
With that, he helped Huang Wei find a
spot under a house to sit.
Huang Wei,
feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "I'm really sorry for holding you all back." Su Huijin reassured her, "You did nothing wrong.
He's a 4th tier, and it's normal for a 3rd tier like you to struggle against him, especially now that he's mutated.
Just rest well." Before Huang Wei could respond, Su Huijin grabbed his blade and charged back into the fray.
Huna, fighting 1 against 4, showed no signs of being at a disadvantage.
Su Huijin shouted to the others, "Spread out."
Hearing his command, everyone immediately scattered.
Spatial collapse,
Su Huijin ordered, and the gravity within a 100-meter radius instantly intensified, especially targeting Huna.
Huna, who had been
moving swiftly, suddenly found his movements slowed. Seeing this, the others immediately unleashed their martial techniques to attack him. However, their attacks had no effect on him. Seeing this, Su Huijin urgently shouted, "Call for
reinforcements. Summon the person in charge." A 5th tier against a 4th tier should have been an easy fight. Several people quickly sent out distress signals. Afterward, Su Huijin used spatial restraint on Huna. Although this skill couldn't
fully restrain someone a tier higher than himself, if the opponent's movements were already limited, it could barely hold them for up to 5 seconds at the cost of some spiritual energy. Huna, feeling the control, immediately began to struggle. Seeing this, Su Huijin quickly used the swift 8 footwork and followed up with an 18 consecutive slash. Under the powerful assault, Huna's defenses were finally breached. Furious, he broke free from the restraint in an instant. Su Huijin had no choice but to cancel the skill. Forcibly using a restrictive skill on a higher tier being had consumed a significant amount of his spiritual energy, leaving him gasping for breath.
The city defense members, seeing Huna's defenses broken, immediately rushed forward to attack.
Huna picked up his massive hammer again and unleashed a martial technique, Chaotic Star Hammer. Not only did their attacks fail to hit Huna, but one by one, they were severely injured by his hammer, collapsing to the ground. Huna originally intended to deliver the final blow to the city defense members, however, Su Huijin used a spatial slash to block his offensive, then quickly moved the unconscious individuals to a safe place. Su Huijin turned to Tanya and the other 2 members of the beast hunting division and said, "Tanya, quickly take Huang Wei and go call for reinforcements.
I'll hold them off here." Tanya and the others hurriedly responded, "Be careful, stay safe."
They knew they couldn't be of much help, so they quickly nodded, carried Huang Wei on their back, and ran off.
Huang Wei looked at Su Huijin with concern and shouted, "Su Huijin, hang in there. We'll call for reinforcements right away. If you can't win, don't force it, just run."
Su Huijin smiled at her, nodded, and gave a thumbs up. Then, he focused his attention on facing Huna. Huna smirked wickedly.
"Kid, now it's just you. Dying by my hand is an honor for you." Su Huijin sneered coldly. "You sure talk a lot of nonsense." Huna laughed angrily. "Fine. Today, I'll torture you to death. With that, he charged at Su Huaijin, wielding a massive hammer. Su Huaijin showed no fear and immediately used his clone technique. Seeing Su Huaijin suddenly split into two, Hu Na was momentarily stunned, thinking it was just an illusion. However, Su Huaijin's main body and clone simultaneously unleashed their abilities, one using collapse, the other using annihilation. Hu Na was completely caught off guard. As the attacks came at him, he couldn't react in time and could only dodge sideways, but he was still struck on his left shoulder, leaving a large, bloody hole. Arg! Damn you! Hu Na roared in fury, raising his hammer to attack Su Huaijin. However, Su Huaijin would never let him succeed. Although he was only at the third realm, his overall strength was already comparable to the second level of the fourth realm. Moreover, with his clone, it was equivalent to two fourth-realm fighters taking on Hu Na. That said, Su Huaijin's body was still quite fragile, which inherently imposed some limitations on him. Open Sun Palm. Phoenix Finger. The two attacks came from the left and right, trapping Hu Na in the middle. To minimize damage, Hu Na pulled out a necklace, which emitted a flash of white light. A protective shield instantly formed, blocking the attacks. After the shield disappeared, Hu Na used his movement technique to quickly close in on Su Huaijin. The two began close combat. In terms of spiritual energy, Su Huaijin was no match for Hu Na, and the disparity in physical strength was even more apparent. No matter how hard he fought, Su Huaijin couldn't win. He could only wear Hu Na down slowly, as this state couldn't be maintained for long. In close combat, Su Huaijin didn't dare to engage head-on. He skillfully dodged attacks and seized opportunities to counterattack. Although the damage he inflicted was minimal, it helped conserve his spiritual energy. He continuously employed movement techniques and blade techniques. Facing someone of a higher realm, Su Huaijin's combat experience improved rapidly. At first, he struggled to keep up, but as the fight went on, he became more adept. Hu Na also began to grow anxious, as his current state could only last for an hour, and over 40 minutes had already passed. Using various martial techniques in succession, Su Huaijin kept dodging, while his clone launched feigned attacks. Whenever Hu Na tried to target the main body, the clone would intervene to stop him. The advantage of 2 against 1 became increasingly evident. Hu Na grew more and more desperate, knowing that once this form ended, he would enter a period of weakness. He decided to unleash his most powerful martial technique, Vajra Hammer. The hammer emitted a faint golden glow as it swung rapidly. Su Huaijin quickly defended himself, deploying 3 layers of protection: Golden Bell Shield, Void Barrier, and Iron Cloth. He didn't choose to teleport away because this was an opportunity. The hammer struck the Golden Bell Shield, which cracked instantly and shattered within 2 seconds, then continued toward the Void Barrier. At that moment, the clone seized the opportunity to attack Hu Na, but Hu Na was prepared and used his necklace to protect himself. The clone didn't mind and simply sidestepped to deliver a spatial slash, directly severing Hu Na's hand. Although the protective shield safeguarded his body, it couldn't protect the hammer in his hand. Just as the hammer smashed through the Void Barrier and was about to strike Su Huaijin, it fell to the ground. Hu Na screamed in agony, "Ah!" Blood continued to seep out, and Su Huaijin naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Annihilation. Collapse. 2 attacks struck Hu Na directly, causing severe injuries. Su Huaijin prepared to deliver the final blow, but unexpectedly, Hu Na burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! I never thought I'd struggle to grow to this level, only to be forced into a desperate situation by a brat like you. Kid, even if I turn into a ghost, I won't let you off." With that, Hu Na began chanting a string of incantations that Su Huaijin couldn't understand. Su Huaijin tried to stop him, but it was too late. Hu Na's body suddenly swelled. Sensing danger, Su Huaijin immediately used teleportation to escape. Moments later, Hu Na exploded, reducing all buildings within a kilometer to dust. Although Su Huaijin managed to escape the edge of the explosion, he was still severely injured and had to desperately activate triple-layered defenses. While he managed to block the impact, his body was still gravely damaged. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it!" Su Huaijin cursed angrily. At the sight of Hu Na's self-destruction, a sudden burst of white light emerged and flew southward. Despite his injuries, Su Huaijin saw the light before collapsing to the ground, his clone already obliterated in the explosion. The white light flew about 2 kilometers before landing on a formation and entering it directly. The formation immediately emitted a red glow, visible even to Su Huaijin 3 kilometers away,
as red light radiated in all directions.
The red
light from the east, west, and north formed a red line that connected directly to the formation near Su Huaijin. Shortly after, a massive rift appeared above the red formation.
Being the closest, Su Huaijin felt the terrifying aura emanating
from it, his brows furrowing as he stared at the rift.
What's going on? Big trouble is coming. The entire city felt the overwhelming aura, one they had only ever sensed from the city lord. This aura might rival the city lord's. And it feels incredibly malevolent. It's making my skin crawl. Su Huaijin quickly retrieved a vial of potion from his storage space.
After drinking it, his condition improved enough to move, and he immediately fled. Just then, a massive hand emerged from the spatial rift, first the left, then the right. The hands forcibly tore the rift open. Su Huaijin's eyes widened as if witnessing something unimaginable. What is that? The hands ripped the rift apart, and a translucent creature
began to emerge, revealing half its body.
It had enormous horns on its head, and its features bore some resemblance to Huna. Although its aura was similar to Zunok's, the oppressive force it exuded was suffocating, likely due to its massive size. The entire city saw its figure, some screamed, some cried, and others trembled in fear. At this moment, the head of the city defense department saw the colossal figure and his face turned pale.
This is bad. The head casually killed an
alien being and rushed toward Su Huaijin's location.
This was also why the church hadn't sent reinforcements. They were similarly blocked by other alien races, and the gatekeepers couldn't leave their posts, especially since the city gates were also under attack. The east, west, and north were all under assault by alien races, leaving no manpower to spare. At this moment, all 5th-tier ability users in the city were heading toward the scene, having sensed the danger to Liang City as soon as Huna self-destructed.
Initially, the head of the city defense thought it was just low-tier alien troublemakers, but he hadn't expected the situation to escalate to this extent. Meanwhile, people on the streets hurried back
to their homes.
Su Huaijin, on the other hand, was immobilized by the immense pressure, sweat the size of beans dripping from his forehead as he cautiously stared at the colossal creature ahead. The massive being also noticed Su Huaijin,
glanced at him, and then spoke in a deep, rumbling voice, "So, you're the human genius, Su Huaijin?"
Su Huaijin didn't respond, only staring at it while frantically thinking of a way to escape. Hulong saw that Su Huaijin remained silent, so he continued speaking on his own. "My name is Hulong, a noble member of the Hidden Clan. Your talent is remarkable, but unfortunately, you are not of our race and were born into such a weak tribe.
Truly pitiful and lamentable. Young man, I'll give you a chance to join my clan. I'll grant you divine blood and ensure you become of noble lineage. What do you say, young man?" Su Huaijin showed a disdainful expression. "Ha, you outsiders are truly laughable. You invade our homeland, and still want us to submit? Keep dreaming." Hulong's face darkened. "Su Huaijin, are you sure you won't agree?" Su Huaijin raised his middle finger. "Idiot." Hulong laughed angrily. All right, you're quite something. A massive,
purple-red energy sphere, several meters in size, gathered in Hulong's translucent palm.
Su Huaijin, even from 3 kilometers away, could feel the immense power.
He frowned deeply, unable to move as he was locked in place by the oppressive force. Suddenly, the purple-red energy burst forth, rushing towards Su Huaijin at high speed. At that moment, a figure dashed forward, grabbed Su Huaijin, and carried him away, narrowly avoiding the attack. The subsequent impact destroyed most of the buildings behind them. Su Huaijin saw that the person was the head of the city defense department. "Sir!" The oppressive force was blocked by the head, allowing Su Huaijin to move again. The head asked Su Huaijin, "Are you alright?" Su Huaijin shook his head. "I'm fine." Then, he looked at Hulong again and, upon seeing his appearance, showed a shocked expression. You're a Hidden Clan 8th-tier powerhouse. Hulong, why are you here?" Hulong appeared somewhat smug. "Didn't expect someone in this small place to know my name. Seems I'm quite famous. Ha ha ha." The head's expression turned serious as he stared at Hulong's translucent body. "Something's not right. Your state is unusual." Hulong laughed heartily. "Indeed, you guessed correctly. This is merely a projection of mine. Though it only has 6th-tier strength, with Zunok absent, who can stop me? Ha 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 ha. Alright, no more games." At this moment, all 5th-tier ability users in Liang City rushed over. Everyone knew of Hulong's presence and treated him as a formidable enemy. In the blink of an eye, Hulong's hand traced 5 claws in the air, and 5 sharp claw blades slashed toward the crowd.
the group dared not retreat, as the city was behind them. If they dodged, countless civilians would perish. They could only activate defensive techniques and abilities. But after barely holding out for 2 seconds, all defenses failed, and the claw blade struck heavily, injuring everyone. With just one strike, all 5th-tier ability users in Liang City's base city were gravely injured, collapsing to the ground with despair written on their faces. Just a 6th-tier projection has such power. How strong must his true form be? One strike wiped us out. Cough, cough, cough. Hulong coldly looked at the crowd. You lot, the game is over. A purple-red energy sphere, several times larger than before, gathered in Hulong's hand. Its aura grew increasingly terrifying. The crowd's faces turned pale, as if they had lost all hope. The energy sphere rushed toward them. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of the group. They only saw a flash of blue lightning accompanied by deafening thunder. A bolt of lightning struck the energy sphere, causing an explosion. But the force of the explosion surged toward Hulong instead. Seeing this, Hulong quickly raised his hand to block. However, the explosion's power was too great, and his entire arm vanished instantly. The crowd looked at the burly figure before them, noticing his serious expression, and began cheering. Old Lei! Lord Lei! Principal! Everyone gazed at Lei Wuji, sensing that he seemed different, though they couldn't quite pinpoint it. Su Huijin stared at Lei Wuji in astonishment. Principal, your realm. Lei Wuji smiled faintly and turned his head. Thanks to your spirit healing herb, not only have my old injuries completely healed, but I've even advanced another stage. Now, I've reached the 1st level of the Nirvana realm. Hulong shouted angrily, Ant, how dare you block me? His previously missing right hand had now fully recovered, though his body appeared even more translucent. Lei Wuji stared at him fearlessly. Hulong, you've crossed the line. Your hidden clan signed a contract, how dare you defy the agreement? Hulong laughed dismissively, ha, how ridiculous. Asking our noble race to honor a contract? Why don't you just submit obediently? Once the suppression here ends, my clan will utterly destroy this continent. But for now, there's no need for you to live. Staying even a second longer is a desecration of this world's spiritual energy. With that, Hulong crossed his hands in the air, bent his fingers, and slashed fiercely. 10 claw blades flew toward Lei Wuji. However, Lei Wuji showed no fear and retrieved his massive halberd from his spatial ring. Thunder roars across the 9 heavens. He swung the halberd 9 times, successfully blocking 9 of the claw blades. When the final claw blade came at him, Lei Wuji used the halberd's blade to deflect it. Lei Wuji sneered, is that all? Hulong burned with rage. Ant, how dare you insult me? You're courting death. A semi-transparent small tower slowly appeared in his hand, its purple body surrounded by golden energy, rapidly growing larger as it ascended into the air. Purple Hidden Tower. Lei Wuji looked at the massive tower and turned to Su Huijin. Huijin, take them away first. I'm worried the battle will affect them. Su Huijin nodded firmly. All right, I understand. He gathered everyone together, activated spatial traversal, and sent them directly to the city defense headquarters. Everyone, I'll go check the situation first. Rest well here. At that moment, the principal of 2nd High School said to Su Huijin, Huijin, be careful. I believe Hulong is definitely targeting you. We've already sent word to the city lord. Tell old Lei to hold on for a while. Got it. Su Huijin returned to the rear of the battlefield, ensuring he wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. At this point, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, so he sat cross-legged and began meditating. The battle between Hulong and Lei Wuji officially commenced. Hulong controlled the purple hidden tower, smashing it fiercely toward Lei Wuji. Lei Wuji gripped his halberd tightly, lightning flickering across its surface, turning blood red in an instant, then shifting to blue as the lightning danced. Lei Wuji held the halberd with both hands and struck down heavily, shaking the surroundings and destroying nearby buildings. Veins bulged on his arms as he forcefully sent the purple hidden tower flying back. This scene made Hulong re-evaluate him. Lei Wuji soared into the air, charging swiftly toward Hulong, leaving a trail of lightning behind him. Naturally, Hulong wouldn't sit idly by, he immediately controlled the purple hidden tower to attack him. Lei Wuji had to stop and defend against the tower's assault. Each attack from the purple hidden tower was deflected by Lei Wuji's halberd. Seeing Lei Wuji getting closer, Hulong frowned and clenched his fingers. Previously attacking with the tower's base, he now changed tactics, using the tower's tip to strike. The purple hidden tower spun rapidly, resembling a drill.
Lei Wuji threw his halberd into the air, which also began spinning horizontally to block the attack, while his right hand continuously infused spiritual energy into the halberd. The halberd firmly resisted the attack as Lei Wuji quickly approached Hulong, shouting angrily, "Thunder Flash Ninefold." He flashed 9 times in succession, instantly appearing before Hulong and delivering a powerful kick. Hulong reacted, using his massive fist to counter. However, the attack power of Thunder Flash Ninefold multiplied with each flash, directly shattering Hulong's right hand. Hulong's expression darkened, he hadn't expected such a powerful attack. Soon after, his right hand regenerated, but his entire body became even more translucent than before. "Young one, I admit you have some skill, but if that's all you have, then prepare to die." Lei Wuji was just about to continue his attack when Hulong inhaled, and the Ziyin Tower immediately returned to his hand, its body radiating a dazzling purple light. The tower's tip aimed at Lei Wuji, who naturally couldn't sit idly by. He quickly unleashed his ability, Thunder Strike. It was an advanced skill of lightning. The sky darkened with thick clouds, and a lightning pillar over 10 meters tall struck down directly. Hulong, unwilling to get hurt, raised the Ziyin Tower again, which formed a faint purple protective shield. The massive lightning pillar struck down like a natural disaster. The protective shield gradually developed cracks, which grew larger and eventually shattered. Hulong had no choice but to use the Ziyin Tower as a shield. At this moment, Lei Wuji gripped his battle halberd and roared, "Thunder 18 halberd slashes." Seeing Lei Wuji charging again, Hulong immediately enlarged the Ziyin Tower, but this also made him more transparent. Initially semi-transparent, he became even more so this time. If he were injured again, he would completely disappear. Rather than depleting his spiritual energy, he chose to take a risk. Cracks began to appear on the Ziyin Tower, and golden light seeped through them. Hulong knew the Ziyin Tower was about to break. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. When he opened them again, his eyes glowed purple, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. Absolute Cloud Palm. A massive white palm imprint was unleashed. Lei Wuji, seeing the dire situation behind him, realized he couldn't dodge this attack. If he did, at least half of the city behind him would be destroyed. He sighed helplessly. Sigh. Thunder armor. The clouds in the sky thickened further, and a bolt of lightning struck Lei Wuji. It seemed to cause no harm but instead formed a layer of lightning-woven armor on his body. The battle halberd in his hand sparkled with lightning. Thunder consecutive slashes. The halberd swung 3 times in the air, sending 3 massive slashes directly at the white palm imprint. The first slash dimmed the white palm imprint slightly. The second slash caused cracks to appear on it. The third slash completely shattered the white palm imprint and then struck the Ziyin Tower fiercely. The Ziyin Tower could no longer withstand the impact and shattered instantly, dissipating into the heavens and earth. Seeing this, Hulong understood that his plan had failed this time. He resorted to persuasion. "Young one, you're quite impressive, and your talent is extraordinary. Why not join our hidden clan? I guarantee you'll become a dominant force in the universe." Instead of being confined to this barren place, Lei Wuji looked at Hulong disdainfully. "Barren place? If my blue star is truly barren, why would you come to invade us? Enough nonsense. You alien invaders are destined to die." Hulong was instantly displeased. "Young one, you'll regret this." Lei Wuji said no more, retracting his halberd. Thunder Flash. Thunder Fist. His speed was so fast that Hulong couldn't react. Lei Wuji's punch landed heavily on his massive face. Lei Wuji deliberately avoided other areas, targeting only his face. Although this was just a clone of Hulong, he felt deeply humiliated. "An ant dares to insult me. When my true form meets you, I will tear you to pieces." Lei Wuji then delivered a final punch, striking Hulong's forehead. Hulong's clone instantly dissipated, and the spatial rift closed along with it. Far away on another planet, Hulong's true form sat in a secret chamber. He suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ant! Ah!" Finally, the entire room exploded, and the surrounding area for several kilometers turned to ashes. Nearby members of the hidden clan, seeing the commotion on Hulong's side, couldn't help but tremble. "Lord Long, what happened?" "I don't know, but it's terrifying. Quick, report to the clan elder." Not long after, several figures flew over to Hulong's side. A young female member of the hidden clan quickly approached, grabbing Hulong's arm with concern. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Seeing his granddaughter, Hulong smiled. "Hee, I'm fine." An elderly member of the hidden clan stepped forward and asked sternly, "Hulong,
what's going on here? What on earth are you doing? Look around, this place is a complete mess because of you. At this moment, another member of the hidden clan, about the same age as Hulong, sneered, "This is hilarious. Could it be that you, Hulong, failed your mission and caused all this? What a disgrace!" Hulong, already furious, became even angrier. "Ta, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Hu Ta chuckled, What a joke! You couldn't beat me even before you were injured, let alone now that you're seriously hurt. Ha ha ha. Hulong's face grew darker, and he raised his hand. At this moment, the elder shouted, "Enough, stop arguing. Hulong, explain the situation." Hearing this, Hulong's anger flared up again. "Elder, where did you find the people you assigned to Liangchen? The intelligence provided was completely inaccurate. It turns out that besides Su Nuako, there's another Nirvana Realm Level 6 ability user in Liangchen, and he's of the lightning element. It was because Hu Na didn't give me complete information that the mission failed. Su Huijin almost killed me." A lightning element ability user suddenly appeared. "Elder, you know how much it costs us to use projection clones. The projection strength is already weak. Even after I unleashed the purple hidden tower, I still couldn't defeat that man. This has left me seriously injured. It will take me years just to recover." The elder of the hidden clan squinted his eyes. "Are you saying there's another Nirvana Realm ability user in Liangchen?" Hulong nodded. "Yes, if we wait for the next opportunity, there might not be one." At this moment, Hu Ta mocked, "A failure is a failure. Making excuses, huh? Ha ha ha." Hulong's emotions flared up again. "Hu Ta, don't go too far." The elder glared at Hu Ta. "Shut your mouth." Then, the elder continued questioning Hulong, "What about Hu Na?" Hulong shook his head. "I don't know. He's probably dead. When I was summoned back, there was no sign of Hu Na at that place, only Su Huijin. I think he was probably killed by Su Huijin." The elder continued, "What's Su Huijin's strength?" Hulong thought for a moment. His realm should be at the Spirit Lake realm, but his ability to kill Hu Na suggests he's at least at the 4th tier. His talent is truly exceptional. In just 5 or 6 months, he went from an ordinary person to a 3rd realm ability user, and his strength has already reached the 4th tier. Killing across realms, he's simply a monster. The elder sighed. Sigh. It will be even harder to find another opportunity in the future. Why is it that such a lowly race always produces so many geniuses? The heavens are unfair. At this moment, Hu Ta confidently said, "Elder, let me go next time. I'm not like Hulong, this failure, who got seriously injured by a lowly race. He's completely disgraced our hidden clan. If other clans find out, they'll laugh at us for a long time." Hulong no longer argued with Hu Ta. "You're really confident. There's a saying on Blue Star, if you want to know what a horse is like, you have to take it out and see." Ha! Hu Ta, seeing that Hulong wasn't affected by his words, curled his lips. "Just you wait and see." Then, Hu Ta turned and left. The elder glanced at Hu Ta, then said to Hulong, "Take good care of your injuries. This time, it was indeed our mistake for not gathering accurate intelligence, but your mission failure is also understandable. Even though the projection clone was only at the 6th tier. But being defeated by another 6th tier individual, that's on you. I won't say more, let's call it even. Hee, take care of your grandfather. I'll be leaving now." Hu Cece nodded. "Understood, elder." The elder also turned and left. Hu Cece looked at Hulong. "Grandfather, tell me exactly what happened. Logically, can't you dissolve the projection clone?" Hulong sat cross-legged and shook his head. "That man is too powerful, but it seems he has only recently entered the Nirvana realm. His strength is truly remarkable. He will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. It's a pity we couldn't successfully turn him. And that projection clone, it really can disappear on its own. But it takes time, and at that moment, the projection clone was already close to dissipating. Plus, that man's lightning attribute ability was incredibly fast. He directly destroyed my clone, which infuriated me. When the clone was destroyed, the main body also suffered backlash. Now it'll take me years to fully recover." Hu Cece nodded. "I see. Humans are truly full of talent. Our race began invading 500 years ago, but we never expected them to grow stronger and stronger. They really are a fascinating species." Hulong sighed and gazed into the distance. "The great era is approaching. I wonder if our hidden clan can survive amidst these turbulent waves." At this moment, Lei Wuji was also panting heavily, having expended too much energy. Moreover, he had just entered the Nirvana realm and had yet to stabilize his cultivation. However, this battle allowed Lei Wuji to firmly establish himself in the Nirvana realm.
Seeing this, Su Huijin immediately ran to Lei Wuji's side.
"Principal, are you okay?"
Lei Wuji shook his head.
"I'm fine, just a bit drained." Fortunately, the projection strength wasn't too great, otherwise, Liangcheng might not have been saved. "I didn't expect Zunak to be absent from the city, giving them the opportunity to strike. Thankfully, your spirit-nurturing herb healed my hidden injuries and even allowed my cultivation to advance further." "Thank you, Huijin."
Su Huijin smiled and waved his hand.
"It was just a small effort. The principal has helped me a lot before.
I simply believe in repaying kindness and seeking justice for grievances. The principal's breakthrough into the Nirvana realm is also
due to your own hard work. After decades of accumulation, it was bound to happen sooner or later." Lei Wuji found this amusing. "You kid, you really know how to talk. Let's go. Liangcheng has suffered heavy losses today." Just as Su Huijin
and Lei Wuji were about to leave, they saw a small black dot rapidly approaching them from the distant sky.
"Old Lei, Huijin." The voice from the small black dot was particularly loud.
Lei Wuji looked helplessly at the small black dot.
"You're late, Zunak." Zunak stopped in front of the two, glancing at the surrounding ruins with a slightly embarrassed expression.
"I'm sorry, really sorry, I came late."
Lei Wuji stared at Zunak with a resentful look. "Where on earth did you go? You're the city lord, yet you weren't in the city. What were you up to?
Look at the damage now, it's devastating."
Zunak knew he was in the wrong.
"The Fish City base called me for a meeting.
I even specifically instructed Liang Wu to
notify me immediately if anything happened. I only received the news on my way back after the meeting. I didn't expect you to have already resolved the issue."
Hearing this, Lei Wuji said smugly, "Of course, do you know who I am?" Then, Zunak looked at Lei Wuji curiously. "You actually broke through to the Nirvana realm? Not bad, old Lei."
Lei Wuji laughed heartily. "It's all thanks to Huijin's spirit-nurturing herb. If it weren't for Huijin giving me the herb, I'd still
be troubled by my hidden injuries, let alone breaking through.
So, the credit this time mainly goes to Huijin. Besides, Huijin also fought for a long time.
Look at the injuries on him." Zunak glanced at Su Huijin beside him. "Not bad, Huijin. You've really worked hard. On behalf of all the people of the city, I thank both of you." Su Huijin waved his hand. "It's nothing, it's what we Liangcheng people should do.
I believe that those with the ability will always help."
"Liangcheng." Zunak smiled and nodded. "Good. Truly a son of Liangcheng. Stay humble."
"Now tell me exactly what happened."
"I only received word that there were alien races in the city." Afterward, Su Huijin recounted everything that had
just happened to them, from the beast hunting division personnel to Huna, and then to Hulong, explaining the entire sequence of events. Only then did they realize the truth. Although Lei Wuji had participated in the battle, he was unaware of the details.
Zunak's expression turned serious.
"It seems this was a targeted operation against you. But their plan failed, so they probably won't trouble you again in the short term."
"Don't worry, Huijin. I'll report this to the higher-ups, this matter won't end here." "Alright, let me take you to the hospital first."
"Old Lei, you head to the city defense office meeting room and wait for me."
Lei Wuji nodded, and Su Huijin didn't refuse. Although he had already taken a
healing potion, it was always better to rest at the hospital just in case. At this moment, the hidden tribe members within Liangcheng Base City had been eradicated, but the city had suffered significant losses. Many houses were destroyed, and the displaced residents needed to be resettled. Additionally, numerous hidden tribe members had launched surprise attacks, catching the city defense office personnel off guard. The death toll was estimated to be around 200 to 300. This was a blatant humiliation. Even during beast-tide sieges, they had never felt so stifled. Just a few dozen members of an alien race had killed hundreds of ability users. It wasn't that they couldn't fight back, but the characteristic next. I will apply to the higher-ups for a batch of high-tech detection equipment. It won't be so easy for them to infiltrate Liangcheng. The most important thing right now is the reconstruction work on the southern side of Liangcheng, as well as
the accommodation and food issues for a large group of ordinary people. These need to be implemented as soon as possible. Come up with a plan and send it to the city lord's mansion later. Also, the defensive facilities of Liangcheng and the surrounding patrols need to be strengthened.
The meeting lasted for over an hour, and finally, Zunuk said, "Everyone, if it weren't for Lei Wuji this time, Liangchang might have suffered even greater losses. Lei Wuji is the true hero. This time. Let's give him a round of applause." Zunuk took the lead in clapping, and Lei Wuji, hearing the applause, stood up and saluted everyone. Then, Lei Wuji said, "As a member of Liangchang, I believe everyone has the ability to protect Liangchang. My contribution is insignificant, you all are the backbone of protecting Liangchang." Zunuk nodded. "Good. Well said. Protecting Liangchang and its people is our responsibility. I hope everyone keeps this in mind." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Meeting adjourned. Su Huijin was discharged from the hospital after staying overnight. The next morning, Su Huijin woke up and found that his injuries had improved significantly. He had experienced 2 severe injuries before, and each time his body was weak, some miraculous spiritual energy would emerge to help him recover. This time, after being severely injured and nearly killed by the Shaolin tiger, perhaps something unknown had happened as well. However, as long as it wasn't harmful to him, it was fine. After being discharged, Su Huijin saw many ability users busy with their tasks. Upon inquiring, he learned that they were rebuilding the damaged houses. Earth and wood ability users were showcasing their skills, working with high efficiency, and could restore about 60% of the damage in just one day. Although this surprise attack caused significant losses, the corpses of the hidden clan members were quite valuable. After all, while this race was dead, their bodies could still be used for research. During the Great War with the alien races hundreds of years ago, some corpses were obtained, but due to the limited technology at the time, research progress was slow, and preservation conditions were poor. As a result, alien corpses were rare in the market, let alone those of the hidden clan. Selling these corpses might help compensate for Liangchang's losses. Su Huijin then went to the city lord's mansion to visit Zunuk. When he arrived at the entrance, the 2 guards were still there. As soon as they saw Su Huijin, they hurriedly approached him. "Student Su." Su Huijin nodded, "Please inform the city lord that I am here." One of the guards immediately nodded, "All right, please wait a moment." He quickly went inside to report, and soon returned. "Young Master Su, the city lord has asked you to come in. He is waiting for you in the conference room." Su Huijin and the guard exchanged nods, and he headed straight to the conference room. This time, Su Huijin, now familiar with the way, walked to the conference room and knocked on the door. A voice came from inside, "Come in." Su Huijin pushed the door open and entered, seeing Zunuk in casual attire, smiling at him. "City Lord." Zunuk nodded, "Sit." Su Huijin sat down without hesitation, and Zunuk pushed a teacup toward him. "Have some tea." "Thank you, City Lord." "You're welcome." Zunuk carefully observed Su Huijin. "Why are you discharged so soon? Your injuries healed so quickly?" Su Huijin nodded, "I don't know either. After a night's sleep, I was about 60 to 70% better. Thinking there was nothing to do in the hospital, I decided to leave early." Zunuk thought to himself, surprised at Su Huijin's strong self-healing ability. He had expected him to stay in the hospital for a few more days, but it seemed he would be fully recovered by tomorrow. "I see. So, why did you come to see me?" Su Huijin then explained, "I thought if the city lord went to the hospital to find me and I wasn't there, it would be a wasted trip, so I came to inform you." Zunuk was a bit puzzled. "Couldn't you just send a message? It's no trouble. Besides, getting out for a walk helps with recovery." "Is that so?" At this moment, Zunuk seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, you should know those bronze-level beast hunters from the beast hunting division, right?" Su Huijin nodded with some confusion. "Yes, I know them. What's the matter?" Zunuk said, "One of the girls is in the hospital where you stayed yesterday. I saw her when I was handling your admission. She said she wanted to see you today. I completely forgot yesterday, my apologies." Su Huijin shook his head. "It's fine, Lord Mayor. If there's nothing else, I'll head to the hospital to visit her now." Suddenly, Zunuk spoke solemnly, "By the way, regarding the situation with the alien race, their target seems to be you. We've already reported this matter to the higher-ups. Rest assured, this isn't just about standing up for Liang City, but also for you. We won't let them think our dragon nation is easy to bully. There might be an organized alien hunting operation coming up soon. Keep an eye on the news. Also, you need to be cautious in your daily life. It's not just the alien race and alien beasts, people from other countries might send assassins after you, and even some cults within our nation might target you. This is the path every genius must walk. Only by surviving this bloody chaos can you grow strong, and then no one will be able to stop you. Su Huijin patted his chest confidently and said, "Don't worry, Lord Mayor. My life is tough. If anyone dares to come after me, I'll deal with them one by one. If one comes, I'll kill one, if a group comes, I'll kill them all, until they fear me."
Zunak laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha.
Well said.
That's the spirit."
Su Huijin saluted Zunak. "Then I'll take my leave, Lord Mayor."
"Go ahead." Zunak nodded. Su Huijin left the mayor's residence and headed straight to the hospital he had just mentioned. The nurse saw him return and couldn't help but feel curious. "Oh, you're back again? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Huijin shook his head and directly stated his purpose. "I'm here to see a patient named Huang Wei."
"Which room is she in?"
The nurse suddenly understood and began checking. "She's in room 102.
Su Huijin nodded with a smile. "All right, thank you." The nurse's face turned slightly red because Su Huijin was simply too handsome.
After searching for 2 minutes, Su Huijin finally found the room.
He knocked on the door, and a crisp voice came from inside, "Come in."
He walked in and immediately smiled upon seeing Huang Wei.
"Ah, Su Huijin, you're here. I was planning to visit you, but I
didn't expect you to come see me first."
Su Huijin looked at Huang Wei, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, and couldn't help but laugh.
"You should rest more."
"I'm fine." He nodded to the people nearby, and Xianifei, Xingyu, and Tanya responded to him, but Zhang Yang snorted coldly.
"Humph." Huang Wei immediately expressed her dissatisfaction upon seeing this. "Zhang Yang, what's with your attitude?"
Zhang Yang became furious upon hearing this.
"What? Why should I nod to a lowly commoner? You, a worthless orphan, aren't even worth my acknowledgement." These words left everyone present stunned.
No one could understand how someone could say something so brainless.
Moreover, Su Huijin's current status was far
from simple. He was destined to become a leading figure in the Dragon Nation.
Zhang Yang was truly asking for trouble. Huang Wei was enraged by Zhang Yang's attitude and wanted to continue speaking.
"Zhang Yang, you..."
Before she could finish, Su Huijin interrupted her.
"A deserter is just a deserter. You talk tough, but I wonder if your family is also full of useless people." Zhang Yang flew into a rage.
"Who are you calling useless?" Su Huijin sneered. "Of course, I'm talking
about you, the useless young Master Zhang. While others like Huang Wei are still working hard, you, a fourth-tier fighter, ran away.
Truly a disgrace to your family.
You have no sense of strategy or combat.
Honestly, for your family to
produce someone as useless as you, it must have taken quite an effort."
"Oh, right, maybe they just threw resources at you."
Zhang Yang's face twisted, veins bulging, as he understood that everything Su Huijin said was true, leaving him unable
to refute.
"Su Huijin, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?"
Su Huijin chuckled. "Young Master Zhang, if you dare, then go ahead and try. I've killed fourth-tier opponents before." Huang Wei, seeing the tension between the two, angrily shouted, "Zhang Yang, get out of here. Su Huijin didn't provoke you, so why are you always causing trouble?"
"Get out," she urged again.
Zhang Yang laughed in anger. "Fine. Fine. Fine. Remember this, all of you, I won't forget."
With that, he stormed toward the door. Before leaving, he turned back and said coldly, "In this era, it's not just about personal strength. Be careful when you step outside." Then Zhang Yang left, his mocking laughter echoing outside the door. Su Huijin, unfazed by the blatant threat, said calmly, "If he dares, let him come."
Huang Wei looked at Su Huijin with concern. "Huijin, you need to be more careful in the future."
Su Huijin was puzzled. "Why do you say that?"
Huang Wei sighed. Zhang Yang's family has significant influence in Wancheng.
His grandfather is a 7th-tier powerhouse, his father is a 6th-tier expert, and he has a 5th-tier sister. Not to mention, his sister's boyfriend is the eldest son
of the powerful Chui family in Modu. Their entire family dotes on Zhang Yang, which is why his personality is so vile, and he doesn't take anyone seriously.
He won't confront you openly, but hiring assassins in secret is common for him. You need to be careful, he's a narrow-minded person. It's best if you don't leave Liangcheng before your college entrance exams.
Once you're in university, he won't be able to do anything to you.
But don't worry, I'll report yesterday's
incident to the beast hunting division. Deserters must face punishment. Su Huijin smiled and nodded.
"Thank you for telling me all this, but if I'm afraid of even him, how can I become stronger?" "Don't worry, he won't affect me."
Seeing
Su Huijin's confident demeanor, Huang Wei's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but stare at him. Noticing her daze, Su Huijin waved his hand.
What's wrong?
Huang Wei snapped out of it, her cheeks slightly red.
Nothing. Seeing her return to normal, Su Huijin prepared to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now.
He nodded to the three people nearby and turned to leave.
Huang Wei, watching Su Huijin's departing figure, called out anxiously, "Wait, Su Huijin."
Su Huijin turned back, puzzled.
What is it? Huang Wei's cheeks instantly turned red. Can we exchange contact information? Su Huijin suddenly understood. Oh, that's what you meant. You should have said so earlier. Let's add each other. Do the three of you want to add me too?
Su Huijin looked at the three people nearby.
Of course, they wanted to. After all, who knew what kind of big shot Su Huijin might become in the future?
It wouldn't hurt to establish a connection.
Early. After exchanging contact information, Su Huijin was ready to leave. Let me know when you're leaving Liangchang, and I'll see you off. Sure. Alright then, I'll head out now. Bye. With that, Su Huijin left. Once he was completely
out the door, Tanya turned to the other two and said, "You two step out for a bit.
I have something to discuss with Sister Wei Wei." Xingyu and Xian Yifei didn't mind. Alright, call us if you need anything. Tanya quickly nodded. Okay.
The two then left the hospital room.
Huang Wei looked puzzled. What's the matter, Xiaoya?
Tanya looked at Huang Wei with a teasing smile.
Sister Wei Wei. Seeing Tanya's mischievous grin, Huang Wei said helplessly, "What is it, Xiaoya? Why are you smiling so strangely?" Tanya chuckled twice. Sister Wei Wei, do you like Su Huijin?
As soon as Tanya said this, Huang Wei's face turned even redder.
You. What are you talking about? How could I possibly like Su Huijin?
Tanya suddenly leaned closer to her.
If you don't like him, you don't like him. Why so nervous? Ha ha ha. Huang Wei realized she had been exposed. Fine. I like him, so what?
Seeing her goal achieved, Tanya said seriously, "You two have only known each other for a few days, and you already like him."
Huang Wei was silent for a moment before speaking.
"I don't know, it's just a special feeling, like my heart races in an instant. When I see him hurt, I feel
distressed. When I see him smile, I feel happy." Tanya suddenly understood.
Oh, so this is love at first sight.
I thought someone like you would never have feelings for a man. Huang Wei was displeased upon hearing this. What do you mean? By someone like me? What's wrong with me? I'm a woman too. Why wouldn't I have feelings for a guy? Tanya looked speechless, recalling the past. No matter how she looked at Huang Wei, she couldn't imagine her liking a guy. Alright if you like him, go after him boldly. If another woman snatches him away, you'll regret it for a lifetime. Huang Wei nodded firmly. I know, I'll do my best. Actually, it wouldn't matter if Su Huijin found out. After all, he wasn't considering emotional matters at all right now.
Adding such a restriction to himself would only hinder his progress. Even if Huang Wei confessed to him, Su Huijin would probably just say, "You're a good girl, you deserve someone better." I'm not considering these things right now. It would likely be something along those lines. So Huang Wei was destined to fail. As soon as Su Huijin got home, he asked Xiao Rou to contact Lu Hengyu.
The call connected in about 10 seconds. Seeing the caller ID, Lu Hengyu excitedly answered the phone. "Huijin, you finally contacted me. Ever since we parted that day, you haven't talked to me," Lu Hengyu said excitedly. Su Huijin felt a bit awkward and chuckled. "Haha, really?
I've been training these past few months, no time for anything else," he replied. "You know, I'm preparing for the college entrance exams."
Lu Hengyu was puzzled. With your talent, wouldn't schools directly offer you admission? You don't even need to take the exams, right? Su Huijin replied, "If I wanted to be admitted, I could easily succeed. I could choose any university in the country. But the college entrance exam only happens once. If I miss it, I'll lose a major talking point in life. I think it's an experience I don't want to miss." Lu Hengyu finally understood. "Oh, I get it. Huijin, you're really insightful. By the way, why did you call me? What's up?" Su Huijin asked. "It's like this." He began talking about Zhang Yang. "So I wanted to ask you about Zhang Yang. Your family is also from Wancheng, so you should know a lot about them, right?" After hearing this, Lu Hengyu was furious. That guy is such a coward. In Wancheng, he's nothing but a complete scoundrel. Relying on his family's favor, he goes around doing all sorts of bad things, bullying men and women alike. The list of his misdeeds is endless. And he has a grandfather who's a powerful cultivator. At the 7th realm. Can you believe it? His family protects him every day. My Lu family is the top family in Wancheng, he added. And the Zhang family is just a newly risen family from the past 50 years, second only to my Lu family. In strength. Don't worry, Huaijin. I'll take care of this for you. Su Huaijin quickly said, No, thank you for your kindness. I want to handle this myself. I just wanted to understand the situation today. Thank you. Lu Hongyu was a bit puzzled. Are you sure you don't need help? Really, I don't. Su Huaijin said firmly. Alright then, I'll send you detailed information about their family later. Study it well, Lu Hongyu agreed. Su Huaijin gratefully said, Thank you so much this time. You've been a great help. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Lu Hongyu casually replied, No problem, we're like brothers. Do you have anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. My father is calling. Me, Su Huaijin said. Oh, nothing else. Thank you. Lu Hongyu responded. Alright, bye-bye. Finally, Lu Hongyu hung up the phone. A few minutes later, he sent over a document. Su Huaijin pondered, the Zhang family in Wancheng. Ha, Dad. Why are you calling me?
Hongyu, who were you just talking to on the phone? A refined middle-aged man asked. Lu Hongyu didn't hide anything and answered directly. It was Su Huaijin, the one I mentioned to you a few months ago.
He needed something from me. Father Lu asked curiously. Oh? What did he need? Lu Hongyu recounted the earlier events. Father Lu thought for a moment, a faint smile appearing on his lips. So, the Zhang family has offended Su Huaijin. Interesting. Lu Hongyu was a bit puzzled. Dad, what's going on? To be honest, I've never liked that Zhang Yang. He bullies others relying on his family background. This time, you must teach the Zhang family a good lesson. Father Lu gestured for Lu Hongyu to stop talking. I'll handle this matter. You don't need to worry. Lu Hongyu nodded. By the way, Dad, was there something else you needed me for? Father Lu continued, speaking of which, you've been in the condensed star realm for a year now. When are you planning to break through to the next level? At this, Lu Hongyu smiled mysteriously. Dad, you know I'm a dual ability user. Only a few people in our family know about this. Dual abilities are not easy to cultivate. Moreover, my dark ability is even harder to break through. Father Lu said confidently, even if it's hard to cultivate, with the resources of our Lu family, you should have already entered the Spirit Lake realm. Why haven't you broken through yet? Lu Hongyu replied seriously, I feel like something is still missing for the breakthrough, so I need to wait a bit longer. Maybe by the time of the college entrance exams this year, I'll be able to break through. By then, I believe there won't be many in the same realm who can defeat me. At this point, Lu Hongyu was full of confidence. Father Lu sighed helplessly, alright, as you wish. Let's see what kind of results you can achieve. Then, Lu Hongyu patted his chest. Don't worry, Dad. I've never let anyone down. Suddenly, he thought of something. Oh, right, Dad, have you found out who the black-clothed people in the secret realm were back then? Father Lu shook his head. According to what you said, there were two groups of black-clothed people. One group was taken out by you, and you know they were from the White Jade sect. The second group competed with you for opportunities in the inheritance. I investigated, and everyone present at the time saw that black-clothed person, but his movements were too secretive, and nothing has been found yet. Alright, your most important task now is to improve your realm. You may leave. Lu Hongyu was a bit disappointed to hear that nothing had been found. Alright, then I'll go now, Dad. Father Lu watched Lu Hongyu's departing figure, seemingly deep in thought. Then he called out into the air, Zhou Shi. In an instant, a shadow flashed in front of Father Lu and saluted. Master. Father Lu said coldly, the Zhang family has been overstepping lately. Apply pressure from above and teach them a lesson. Also, make sure the Cui family doesn't interfere. Zhang Yang is too arrogant, make sure he doesn't leave his house for a year. Zhou Shi nodded and disappeared. Understood. A screen suddenly appeared in front of Father Lu, displaying a photo of Su Huaijin. Our Lu family has placed a heavy bet on you. Don't let me down. Su Huaijin. On Su Huaijin's side, he was looking at the information Lu Hongyu had sent over. The Zhang family's business in Wancheng spanned various fields, including potions, battlesuits, and weapons. Although no one in their family was involved in politics, they had connections with the Cui family in the Magic City, which made them so arrogant.
As Su Huijin looked at the various black market industries, his gaze grew colder and colder.
The Zhang family truly deserves to be destroyed. It seems they haven't fallen yet because the Cui family is protecting them. The Cui family isn't any better either.
He suddenly thought of something, took out his phone, and sent a message to Lang Ruotong.
Instead of calling her directly like he did with Lu Hengyu, "Are you there?"
After sending the message, he waited for a while without receiving a reply.
Su Huijin wasn't in a hurry and began practicing his meditation technique. It wasn't
until around 8 p.m. that a reply finally came.
Ding dong!
Su Huijin slowly opened his eyes.
Phew, he exhaled, glancing at the time. Is it this late already? He then checked the message. Lang Ruotong had replied, "What's up, young
Master Su hasn't contacted me for months.
Is there something you need now?" Lang Ruotong added, "So how should I address you, young Master Su? Should I call you Su Chongqing or Su Huijin?"
Su Huijin hadn't expected Lang Ruotong to complain.
Just like Lu Hengyu, and he felt a bit awkward. He had long anticipated that his identity wouldn't remain hidden. "Su Huijin, I'm sorry, Miss Lang." "Su Huijin, just call me Su Huijin. I didn't mean to keep it a secret." "Su Huijin, I've
been busy cultivating these past few months. Even though I added your contact, I didn't take the initiative to greet you."
On the other end of the phone, Lang Ruotong couldn't help but laugh. Lang Ruotong, "Ha, I didn't mean to blame
you, young Master Su."
Lang Ruotong, "So, what's the matter?" "Su Huijin, I wanted to ask about the Cui family in the Magic City." Lang Ruotong was a bit puzzled. "Lang Ruotong, what's wrong? Did the Cui family provoke you?" Su Huijin, "Not really."
He then brought up the matter regarding Zhang Yang to Lang Ruotong.
Only then did Lang Ruotong understand. "Lang Ruotong, I see. I've heard about Zhang Yang. I didn't expect him to be so timid. The Cui family's reputation isn't great either."
Finding the conversation a bit cumbersome, Lang Ruotong decided to call Su Huijin directly.
Su Huijin hesitated for a moment but eventually answered. "Miss Lang, what's this about? It's too troublesome to chat like this. It's much easier to talk over the phone." "Oh, alright then."
Lang Ruotong continued, "The old master of the Cui family in the Magic City is one of the top 10 rule realm ability users in Longhua."
Su Huijin was shocked. He hadn't expected the Cui family to be so powerful. No wonder Zhang Yang was so arrogant.
He had a strong backer, which made him so brazen. Seeing that Su Huijin didn't respond, Lang Ruotong continued, "But don't worry.
With your current talent, it won't be long
before you reach that level of strength.
The country will protect you. After all, a genius like you won't be allowed to suffer any losses."
Also, Zhang Yang's sister is dating the eldest young master of the Cui family's branch.
The Cui family
is divided into the main lineage and the branch. The branch essentially works for the main lineage, and all the resources they earn must be handed over to the main lineage for distribution.
Otherwise, how could the main lineage even consider someone like the Zhang family?
Besides, the main lineage looks down on the branch.
"You're my friend. They won't dare do anything to you, so don't worry." Su Huijin couldn't help but feel grateful to Lang Ruotong. "Thank you, Miss Lang.
I'll treat you to a meal sometime."
Lang Ruotong's tone turned a bit playful. "Young Master Su, are you asking me out?" Su Huijin was dumbfounded. This Lang Ruotong really had two completely different personas in public and private. "Ha, you must be joking, Miss Lang. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Bye-bye." Su Huijin quickly hung up the phone, thinking to himself, could it be that Lang Ruotong has feelings for me? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought.
Lang Ruotong looked at the disconnected call, her gaze falling on her phone wallpaper, which featured Su Huijin.
"Su Huijin, you won't escape from the palm of my hand. It seems the Cui family isn't as harmonious as it appears.
At least the main lineage isn't involved.
There must be a lot going on behind the scenes."
Su Huijin pondered for a while, deciding not to dwell on it further.
He resumed practicing his meditation technique. And so, a few days passed. Su
Huijin stayed at home, fully focused on his cultivation.
Looking out the window, Su Huijin couldn't help but sigh. This isn't working. I need to train outside the city. Staying here all the time won't lead to any progress. Before
he finished speaking, Su Huijin quickly packed up and set off, heading straight to the Emerald Forest. After months of recovery, the number of exotic beasts in the forest finally increased.
However, most of them were only first-tier beasts.
Heading into the wild was naturally for practicing martial arts and skills.
Although there were training rooms in the city, they lacked a natural environment, not to mention the exotic beasts that could be found everywhere. Su Huaijin looked at the beautiful scenery of the wilderness, the towering trees and fresh air lifted his spirits. After a bit of preparation, Su Huaijin began his training. The days of cultivation passed peacefully, and Su Huaijin thoroughly enjoyed them. Young master, Su Huaijin has already left the city. He is now in the Jade Forest, 200 kilometers away from Liangcheng Base City. A guard reported to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang suddenly burst into laughter, unable to hide his smugness. Ah, Su Huaijin, you caused me to be grounded for a year. And the incident a few days ago, sooner or later, you'll pay for it. This time, I've finally caught an opportunity. Zhang Yang glared viciously at the guard. Find a few experts at the Spirit Sea realm and take care of him. Su Huaijin, this is the price for angering me. The guard, seeing Zhang Yang's demeanor, couldn't help but feel a bit fearful. After all, Zhang Yang's reputation in Wanshan was well known. Stammering, he replied, "Why yes, young master, I'll handle it right away." The guard strode off. At this moment, Zhang Yang was in high spirits, finally about to eliminate the thorn in his side. He knew Su Huaijin's talent. If he didn't act early, once Su Huaijin rose to prominence, the Zhang family would face dire consequences. Therefore, taking action in advance was the wise choice. Anyway, accountability wouldn't matter later. After all, a dead man held no value. Wanshan Lu family. Zhou Shi instantly appeared before Lu father. Lu father looked at him calmly. What is it? After bowing, Zhou Shi said, the Zhang family has sent 2 Spirit Sea realm ability users to Liangcheng. According to the informant's report, they were sent by Zhang Yang to kill Su Huaijin. Lu father remained silent upon hearing this, calmly holding his wine glass. Heh, this matter is starting to get interesting. Then Lu father looked at Zhou Shi. Send a few people to follow them secretly. If Su Huaijin is on the brink of death, make sure to save him. Understood. Zhou Shi bowed again and immediately disappeared. Lu father gazed at the bustling scene outside the window, gently swirling the wine in his glass before taking a sip. If he can successfully counterattack, I wouldn't mind recruiting him. Su Huaijin casually slashed down a bone-eating wolf, flicking the blood off his blade indifferently. The exotic beasts on the outskirts are too weak. I need to go deeper. He headed toward the depths of the Jade Forest. But the deeper he went, the eerier and quieter the surroundings became. Su Huaijin heightened his vigilance. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and quickly turned, raising his blade in front of him. A burly man dressed in black swung a large saber down fiercely. Feeling the force, Su Huaijin immediately discerned the man's realm. Spirit Sea realm. He resisted with all his might, but an attack came from behind. Golden Bell Shield. A tall, thin man in black wielded a sword, thrusting it toward him. Clang! The sword struck the Golden Bell Shield, producing a crisp sound. 2. Spirit Sea realm fighters. Su Huaijin's expression instantly turned grave. Through his senses, he detected several others nearby who hadn't made a move yet. So he decided not to use his clones. Su Huaijin activated teleportation, causing the black-clad men to lose their target, their saber and sword clashing. Who sent you? He asked coldly. The 2 black-clad men didn't answer, slowly closing in. Seeing their silence, Su Huaijin didn't waste words and directly launched an attack. Collapse. The surrounding gravity suddenly intensified, making the black-clad men feel heavy and slowing their movements. However, being Spirit Sea realm fighters, their reactions weren't too sluggish. The 2 successively unleashed their abilities. Fire Dragon. Earth Spikes. Su Huaijin sidestepped swiftly, successfully dodging the attack, but the enemy's assault relentlessly pursued him. With no other choice, Su Huaijin had to face the battle head-on, swinging his blade to cleave the Fire Dragon in 2. Suddenly, earthen spikes emerged beneath Su Huaijin's feet, rapidly stabbing toward him. Spatial Crush. Su Huaijin shouted, and the earthen spikes were instantly pulverized into dust. Spatial Slash. He launched a quick attack, the sword light aiming directly at the 2 men in black. The men in black dared not be careless and quickly dodged. Su Huaijin then teleported in front of a tall, thin man in black, slashing down fiercely with his blade. The tall, thin man in black hurriedly blocked with his sword. Earthquake. Su Huaijin felt the ground suddenly begin to shake, causing his body to lose balance. He struggled to steady himself but was interrupted by the supernatural ability unleashed by another man in black. Fire Pillar. A massive column of flames surged toward Su Huaijin, forcing him to teleport away to evade it. Phoenix Strike. A giant phoenix charged toward the two men in black. They both activated their
abilities to fend off the attack, and the situation quickly fell into a stalemate.
The two men in black had initially thought dealing with a Linghu realm opponent would be easy.
In past missions, they had always won effortlessly, especially when teaming up against a lower realm adversary.
The tall, thin man in black said to the burly man in black, "Big brother, this kid is too agile. I think even if we can't hit him, we can wear him down until his spiritual energy is exhausted."
The burly man in black nodded and replied, "I don't believe a Linghu realm kid has more spiritual energy than us.
We'll wear him out." Su Huijin realized this
approach wouldn't work, so he decided to temporarily put away his collapsing skill. He thought to himself, although these two aren't as strong as that hidden clan member, their teamwork is much more troublesome. I need to conserve my spiritual energy, he pondered silently.
Both sides were calculating their next moves. Su Huijin chose not to use spatial traversal because he believed he still had the ability to fight.
If he chose to flee every time he fought, how could he
ever improve?
Moreover, Su Huijin sensed that the others around him hadn't made a move yet. They likely weren't here for him and might just be waiting to take advantage of the situation. As long as he wasn't surrounded by a large group, Su Huijin had nothing to fear.
At the moment both sides were preparing to strike, Su Huijin roared, "Annihilation!"
Spatial cubes charged toward the two men. They sensed the power of the cubes and felt a hint of mortal danger, quickly dodging.
Su Huijin aimed to defeat his enemies one by one.
Suddenly, he teleported beside the tall, thin man in black, stored his blade in his spatial storage, and formed seals with both hands.
Dragon Tiger Fist.
The tiger seal in his left hand and the dragon seal in his right hand struck simultaneously. The tall, thin man in black, unable to steady himself, hurriedly defended.
He managed to block the right fist but failed to block the left fist.
The tiger seal struck his chest heavily, sending him flying and crashing into the ground, creating a large pit and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The burly man in black rushed over upon.
Seeing this,
Su Huijin initially wanted to press the attack but decided against advancing when he saw the burly man charging toward him. Instead, he used spatial crush to attack the tall, thin man in black. Although severely injured, the tall, thin man in black, being in the Linghai realm, quickly dodged the attack.
The
burly man in black gripped his large blade and charged at Su Huijin.
Chaotic slash.
The erratic blade technique came slashing down, but Su Huijin immediately
used the swift 8 movement technique to easily evade the attack.
The burly man in black, frustrated, unleashed his supernatural ability. A firebird swooped toward Su Huijin, who countered with the Kaiyang finger. The two attacks collided in mid-air, resulting in an explosion.
Taking advantage of the moment, Su Huijin
created some distance, while the tall, thin man in black seized the opportunity to attack him.
Earth prison. Su Huijin was instantly trapped in an earthen enclosure that resembled a grave from the outside.
The burly man in black took the chance to roast the prison with flames. The temperature inside the prison rose sharply.
Su Huijin immediately used spatial traversal, appearing behind the tall, thin man in black. When he noticed, Su Huijin's Kaiyang palm had already struck. A
massive golden palm print appeared in the air, and the tall, thin man in black had no time to react before being hit heavily, slammed to the ground with multiple
fractures and vomiting blood profusely.
The burly man in black immediately shielded the tall, thin man. Just as Su Huijin was about to charge forward, the burly man pressed his palm to the ground, and flames instantly surrounded them. Su Huijin had no choice but to stay put, recover, and remain vigilant. Within the flames, the burly man hurriedly helped the tall, thin man to his feet.
"Are you okay?"
The tall, thin man, now seated, coughed incessantly, blood pouring from his mouth. The burly man retrieved a potion from his spatial ring and fed it to him. After a minute, the tall, thin man finally stopped coughing.
He said angrily, "That damned bastard ambushed me. Damn it, that hurt like hell. I almost died."
Cough, cough, cough. The burly man quickly patted his back. "Take it easy, take it easy. This kid is a bit strange.
How can someone at the Linghu realm have so many martial techniques and skills?
It's impossible to guard against."
The tall,
thin man said coldly, "Big brother, we can't let him keep wearing us down, or we'll be seriously injured."
He said solemnly, "Let's use that move. End this. Quickly."
The burly man nodded seriously.
"All right, let's finish this quickly."
Then, he dispersed the flames. Su Huijin, seeing this, immediately used the swift ape technique to charge at them. Suddenly, the aura of the two men surged, making even Su Huijin hesitant to approach. The two men in black summoned an earth dragon. The burly man infused spiritual energy into the dragon, causing cracks to appear on its surface, as if magma was flowing within. Su Huijin knew he couldn't let them successfully execute this skill. 18 consecutive /chi. In an instant, Su Huijin's figure appeared in all directions, delivering 18 consecutive slashes aimed at the two men in black. At that moment, the magma dragon began to move. The two men shouted in unison, "Magma Tyrant Dragon!" The magma tyrant dragon blocked all the slashes. The areas of the dragon's body that were cut quickly regenerated, leaving Su Huijin with a grim expression. Damn it! The two men controlled the magma tyrant dragon to attack Su Huijin, who had to dodge quickly and draw her tiger slayer blade. The magma tyrant dragon not only attacked physically but also opened its mouth to shoot a magma ball directly at Su Huijin. She slashed at it with her blade, but it exploded instantly. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and activated the void barrier. Damn! Now, Su Huijin dared not take it head-on. Her gaze locked onto the two men in black. They were the root of the problem. She launched an attack on them, but they had already anticipated it, and earthen walls instantly rose around them for defense. Even when Su Huijin used teleportation, her attacks were blocked by the walls. Taking advantage of the situation, the two men controlled the magma tyrant dragon to charge at her. The magma tyrant dragon was fast, but still slower than Su Huijin's teleportation. As the earthen walls began to collapse, new ones were generated, and both sides seemed to be exhausting their spiritual energy. Su Huijin realized this couldn't go on and decided to take a more aggressive approach. She began unleashing various martial techniques and skills. Kaiyang Palm, Phoenix Finger, 18 consecutive /chi, Spatial Crush, Collapse, Annihilation. The earthen walls were destroyed again and again until no new ones could be formed. Finally, a Kaiyang Palm struck the two men directly. They were thrown into a panic and hastily controlled the magma tyrant dragon. As Su Huijin stood in front of them, the magma tyrant dragon charged at her. She quickly teleported away, causing the dragon to crash into the two men. An explosion erupted. However, the two men in black were incredibly resilient, and their own attack failed to take their lives. The tall, thin man lay on the ground, black smoke rising from his body, his consciousness fading, and the rise and fall of his chest growing weaker. The burly man in black knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his large blade long gone. Seeing this, Su Huijin immediately unleashed a spatial slash. The tall, thin man in black was cut in half with a single strike, and moments later, his heartbeat ceased completely. He was dead. The burly man in black twisted his face in rage. Ah! Second brother! Su Huijin, I'll kill you! The burly man charged bare-handed, throwing a heavy punch at her. Su Huijin sidestepped to dodge, then kicked his ribs with such force that he staggered backward repeatedly. The earlier explosion had already left the burly man severely injured, his body no longer in peak condition. At this moment, blinded by hatred, he continued his assault, swinging another heavy punch at Su Huijin. She dodged again, then brought her right hand forward, 4 fingers together, and jabbed hard at his throat. The strike left the burly man in excruciating pain. He clutched his neck, his face contorted in agony. Su Huijin showed no mercy, delivering a powerful kick that shattered his skull. The burly man in black was dead as well. Su Huijin scanned her surroundings. Everyone, you've been watching for quite a while. Aren't you going to come out? A few people hiding in the woods, realizing they'd been discovered, stepped out one after another. Among them, a middle-aged man stepped forward and gave Su Huijin a slight bow. Young Master Su. Su Huijin observed their demeanor, raising an eyebrow, as if sensing they weren't there to kill her. You're not here to kill me? The middle-aged man smiled. Young Master Su, you must be joking. We're not here to kill you. On the contrary, we're here to protect you. Su Huijin chuckled lightly. Oh, then why didn't you step in earlier? The middle-aged man looked a bit embarrassed. Please don't take offense, young Master Su. We're just following orders. Su Huijin fixed her gaze on the man's eyes and asked, Oh? Following orders? Whose orders? The middle-aged man replied respectfully, the head of the Lu family in Wancheng. Su Huijin looked puzzled. Lu Hunyu's father? Yes. What's Lu Hunyu's father's name? The middle-aged man saw no reason to withhold this information, as it was easy to find out anyway. Su Huijin simply hadn't paid
Much attention. His name is Lu Guang. Su Huijin pondered for a moment. Why did he send you to help me? The middle-aged man shook his head. That, I don't know. We're just following orders. The family head's intentions are beyond us. Su Huijin sighed. All right. You can leave now. I don't need your protection. But seeing their hesitation, Su Huijin asked again, is there something else?
The middle-aged man pointed to the corpses on the ground.
We might need to take these with us.
Su Huijin glanced at the bodies, seeming to understand something. She stepped forward and removed the spatial rings from the two men.
Take them. The middle-aged man nodded, then instructed his subordinates to drag the two corpses away.
Young Master Su, it's best not to stay out here in
the wild. There are many people out there who want you dead. This place is far from safe. Today's incident is a prime example. Young Master Su, you should return to Liangcheng base city as soon as possible.
Su Huijin knew the middle-aged man was looking out for her and nodded.
All right, I understand. I wasn't planning to stay here anyway.
Then, young Master Su, we'll take our leave.
Wait.
Su Huijin called out to the middle-aged man.
He looked puzzled. What is it? Does young Master Su have another question?
Su Huijin pointed to the two corpses.
Who sent them? The middle-aged man finally understood and quickly replied, they
were sent by the Zhang family.
Based on the clues, it should be Zhang Yang. Su Huijin sneered. All right, you can go now.
The middle-aged man bowed and then left. With his subordinates, Su Huijin watched their retreating figures and murmured to herself, interesting. It seems Lu Hanyu's father has placed his bets on me.
Not a simple man at all.
Her gaze turned icy.
Zhang Yang, I haven't even come to trouble you, yet you made the first move. Let's wait and see.
Humph.
Su Huijin turned and left, checking the two spatial rings along the way.
He found nothing valuable inside, only some spirit stones and potions.
Zhou Shi teleported to Lu Guang's side and bowed. Patriarch, Su Huijin single-handedly took down those two assassins and did so with great dominance. Lu Guang's interest was piqued. Oh, tell me more. Zhou Shi recounted the details of their battle. We've already brought back the bodies. Lu Guang nodded. Bring the bodies up.
Zhou Shi clapped his hands, and a middle-aged man carried the two corpses forward before turning and leaving.
Lu Guang looked at the two bodies, his eyes gleaming. TSK, such ruthless methods. One head is gone, and the other was sliced in half. Such decisiveness in killing, he's a promising talent. Su Huijin is truly a genius, defeating two Spirit Sea realm opponents with ease while only being in the Spirit Lake realm. The previously silent Zhou Shi suddenly spoke. Patriarch, is Su Huijin really worth recruiting?
Lu Guang smiled as he gazed out the window. Zhou Shi, you're not as clever as Su Huijin.
The fact that these
two bodies are here before me means he has already accepted our wager.
This young man has limitless potential.
All right, throw these two bodies at Zhang Yang's
bedroom door. Let him take a good look.
Zhou Shi nodded. Yes, Patriarch. The man in black quickly left, and the two corpses on the ground disappeared along
with him. Su Huijin, I look forward to seeing your next move. Lu Hongyu's room.
A man in black reported Lu Guang's recent encounter to Lu Hongyu.
Lu Hongyu waved his hand, signaling him to leave. You may go. The man in black vanished in a flash. A faint smile appeared on Lu Hongyu's lips. Father is truly far-sighted.
Su Huijin cares more about you than he does about me.
What kind of son am I, really? And Zhang Yang, how dare he target my friend? He's digging
his own grave.
Ha!
Outside Zhang Yang's room. Zhang Yang was about to return to his room when he suddenly noticed two corpses at the door.
At first, he panicked, thinking, with my family's influence, who would dare cause trouble here?
But upon closer inspection, he realized they were his subordinates.
He immediately understood what had happened. Damn it! Zhang Yang roared in anger.
Immediately, all the guards rushed to his door. Throw these two corpses to the dogs. Zhang Yang suppressed his fury. The guards quickly obeyed and disposed of the bodies.
Get out of here!
The guards, terrified, left in haste without daring to
breathe. Zhang Yang returned to his room, seething with rage. Damn it! Su Huijin, this is outrageous. How dare you kill my men and provoke me like this? Fine. Zhang Yang smashed everything in the room, leaving the place in complete disarray.
Even so, his anger remained unquenched as he sat on the sofa, panting heavily. At that moment, there was a knock on the door.
Who is it? Zhang Yang asked angrily. The person outside replied, "It's me." Hearing the voice, Zhang Yang immediately calmed down. "It's Sis, come in." A stunningly beautiful woman entered, and upon seeing the mess, she asked with concern, "What's wrong, Yang Yang? Who made you so angry?" At the mention of this, Zhang Yang's fury reignited. "Sis, help me kill someone." Zhang Yang's sister had never seen him so enraged, clearly indicating the gravity of the situation.
Upon hearing that her brother had been grounded for a year, she had rushed back from the demon city.
After all, she doted on
her brother immensely, and many of Zhang Yang's past misdeeds had been resolved by her.
When Zhang Yang's sister heard his request, she naturally wouldn't refuse. "Yang Yang, tell me, anyone who dares to mess with my brother must pay the price." Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and said, "Su. Why? Jean."
His sister froze for a
moment upon hearing the name, then frowned. Zhang Yang noticed her expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, sis?"
Still frowning, she shook her head.
"Nothing, it's just that the name sounds a bit familiar."
Zhang Yang gritted his teeth.
"He's the guy with the 3S-level spatial ability."
His sister suddenly
understood. "Oh, it's him. What did he do to provoke you?" Zhang Yang angrily recounted the grievances between them in detail. After listening, his sister was at a loss for words, thinking to herself, "This kid is really unlucky to provoke someone so extraordinarily gifted." Seeing his sister's troubled expression, Zhang Yang's face immediately darkened. "Sis, is there a problem?"
She shook her head. "His talent is too exceptional, and he must have protectors around him.
Someone
of his level is a nationally protected individual.
Killing him won't be easy." Hearing this, Zhang Yang's anger flared up, and he shot up from the sofa. "Does this mean I'll never be able to kill him in my lifetime? If he grows stronger, our entire Zhang family will be doomed."
At that moment, Zhang Yang seemed to think
of something. "Oh right, sis, isn't there still brother-in-law? He must have a way."
His sister sighed.
"All right, I'll talk to him.
For now, focus on improving
your own strength at home.
I came back specifically to check on you, and seeing you're okay puts me at ease."
Zhang Yang immediately grinned. Hee, thanks, sis. You're the best."
His sister looked at him helplessly. "You, just stop causing trouble for us, and I'll thank the heavens."
Zhang Yang quickly nodded.
Then, his sister stood up.
"All right, I'll head out now and help you deal with this trouble. Take care, sis." Zhang Yang obediently nodded.
Watching this, his
sister smiled and walked out the door. Once she was completely gone, Zhang Yang's expression instantly turned cold, replaced by an icy demeanor. "Disgusting. Pretending like that.
When I become the head of the Zhang family, the first thing I'll do is crush you underfoot.
And that damn Su Huijin, just you wait." A female guard stood before Lang Ruotong. "Miss,
young master Su Huijin has been attacked."
Lang Ruotong's expression grew even colder. "Who did it?" The female guard replied, "Zhang Yang." Lang Ruotong's gaze turned sharp.
"A mere ant, courting death."
She then looked at the guard. "Keep a close watch on the Zhang family, especially Zhang Yang and that Chui Hua." The guard nodded and quickly disappeared. "Zhang Yang, if Su Huijin is hurt, I'll make the entire Zhang family pay with their lives."
The water cup in Lang Ruotong's hand instantly turned to ice and shattered into pieces under her grip. At this moment, Zhang Yang's sister had already returned to the Magic City and arrived at the Chui family, where she found Chui Hua.
"Ah Hua, I've missed you so much." She quickly ran over and hugged Chui Hua tightly. Chui Hua patted her back. "Shuling, I've missed you too. Didn't you go to Maru City to see your brother? Why are you back so soon?" Zhang Shuling let go and showed a pitiful expression. "Ah Hua, you have to stand up for my brother." Chui Hua looked a bit puzzled. "What happened?" Zhang Shuling recounted the details. "He's my only younger brother, the legacy of the Zhang family." Chui Hua was immediately enraged after hearing this. How could Su Huijin treat my brother-in-law like this? Just because he has talent, he acts so arrogant. Does he really think no one can deal with him?
Chui Hua then looked at Zhang Shuling with deep affection.
"Shuling, don't worry.
I'll stand up for my brother-in-law.
No one in this world should think that awakening a great talent means they can live peacefully. On the contrary, high talent is just another shackle for him." Zhang Shuling said happily, "Thank you, Ah Hua, you're the best to me." Chui Hua smiled and patted Zhang Shuling's head. "Of course." Afterward, Chui Hua began to ponder. Zhang Shuling noticed his thoughtful expression and asked, "What's wrong, Ah Hua?" Cui Hua replied, right now, Su Huijin is not easy to deal with.
First, his talent is too high, and the higher-ups in
Longguai are likely paying attention to him. He might even have high-level experts protecting him.
Second, his current strength at the Spirit Sea realm is not enough to be a threat. To kill him, we'd need at least one Void Realm ability user or multiple Spirit Sea realm ability users to act together. After this assassination attempt, he's bound to be more vigilant, so I think the best opportunity
will be during the college entrance exams. During the exams, all protective measures will be invalid.
I'll arrange for some people to go to Yuqing Base City to participate in the exams a few
months from now.
At that time, I'll have them bring some items inside to ensure Su Huijin has nowhere to escape.
Zhang Shuling suddenly thought of a question. But what if the people we send get caught?
Cui Hua smiled mysteriously.
Don't worry, Shuling. The people I send will absolutely not be discovered. No one will be able to trace them. Just relax.
Hearing this, Zhang Shuling felt reassured.
Ahua is the best.
Suddenly, Cui Hua grinned mischievously.
I have an even better idea. Want to try it?
Zhang Shuling blushed, clearly understanding his meaning. You're so annoying. Cui Hua laughed heartily, hugged Zhang Shuling, and walked outside.
Let's go.
After all, Su Huijin was a well-known figure at school, and everyone recognized him.
Senior Su. Classmate Su. Su Huijin smiled and nodded in response.
Seeing the enthusiasm of the younger students, he felt quite happy. A few girls nearby looked at him with stars in their eyes.
Senior. Su nodded at me, he's so handsome. If I could date Senior Su, I'd even be willing to live in a big villa with him.
Girl, you're dreaming too big. The ideal is rich, but reality is harsh. Hearing these words, Su Huijin couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Soon, he arrived at Lei Wuji's office and knocked 3 times on the door.
Come in.
Lei Wuji's calm voice came from
inside. Su Huijin pushed the door open and entered.
Upon seeing Lei Wuji, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and Lei Wuji stood up warmly to greet him.
Huijin, you're here, please have a seat. Su Huijin smiled and sat down on the sofa.
Suddenly, Lei Wuji complained, you got discharged from the hospital without even telling me.
When I went to visit you the next day, they told me you were already gone.
Su Huijin scratched his head awkwardly.
Sorry, Principal, I forgot.
Lei Wuji shook his head with a wry smile.
Alright, tell me, what brings you here this time? Are you facing any difficulties?
Su Huijin then recounted his encounter outside the city, though he didn't mention who had tried to assassinate him.
So, for the next few months, I'll be training in the school's martial arts room.
I hope the principal can approve this.
Lei Wuji said angrily, those people are nothing but the scum of society. Do you know who tried to assassinate you? Su Huijin shook his head. I don't know.
I just want to deal with them and return to the city, but I have no clues to follow. Lei Wuji thought for a moment and then said firmly, I'll have someone
investigate.
I'll reserve the best martial arts room in the school for you. You can use it freely during the months leading up to the college entrance exams.
Su Huijin nodded. Thank you, Principal.
At this moment, Lei Wuji suddenly said, by the way, there's something I need to tell you.
Su Huijin asked curiously, What is it?
Lei Wuji sighed.
After I finish guiding your cohort, I'll be stepping down as principal. And I'll also be leaving Liang City. Su Huijin stood up in shock. What? You're stepping down as principal? And leaving Liang City? Why?
Lei Wuji,
seeing Su Huijin's reaction, gestured for him to sit back down.
Sit down first, don't get too worked up, and listen to me explain. Su Huijin calmed himself and continued listening.
After all, Lei
Wuji had helped him a lot, and if he left Liang City, they might not see each other for a long time. Lei Wuji continued, 10 years ago, I participated in a battle and was surrounded by multiple
alien races. That battle severely weakened my strength and left many hidden injuries in my body. After that, I could no longer engage in high-intensity combat.
When my injuries partially healed, I
was already content, at least able to preserve my cultivation, but I could no longer make any progress.
Later, I came to Liang City base, which was still being rebuilt at the time.
12 years
ago, Liang City was attacked by a beast tide, led by a 7th-tier beast.
At that time, most of Liang City was destroyed. Liang City base was once ranked among the top small base cities, but the beast tide left it in ruins, dropping it to the bottom of the national rankings for small base cities. Fortunately, a powerful 8th-tier cultivator passed through Liang City, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
At this point, Su Huijin recalled that 12 years ago, his parents had also participated in that battle, and both had perished, leaving him an orphan.
The atmosphere grew heavy.
Lei Wuji continued, "At that time, I felt my future was bleak, so I came to Liang City and became the principal of number 1 high school here.
When I learned that spirit,
healing grass could heal my injuries, I desperately searched for it, but such a herb is not something an ordinary cultivator like me can easily obtain. Whenever it appears, it's snatched up in an
instant. In the past 10 years, I've missed at least 4 or 5 opportunities. Until a few months ago, you gave me a plant and even gifted it to me. I was so excited. Sure enough, all my
hidden injuries healed, and my strength became even greater.
So, here and now, I, Lei Wuji, solemnly express my gratitude to you, Su Huijin.
Thank you for giving me a chance at rebirth."
Su Huijin quickly waved his hand. It's nothing, really. The principal has also helped me a lot.
I'm a straightforward person, kindness must be repaid, and grudges must be avenged.
Lei Wuji smiled helplessly. You. Su Huijin asked with some confusion, "Principal, why are you resigning from your position as the principal of number 1 high school and leaving Liangcheng?" Lei Wuji's expression suddenly turned serious. "I'm going back to the battlefield. To eliminate those damned alien races.
I want revenge for myself, and I also want to fight for the dignity of our nation. I want those bastards to understand that the land of the Dragon Nation is inviolable.
The territory of Blue Star cannot be invaded."
Su Huijin felt his blood boil as he listened.
"Good. Well said, Principal." Lei Wuji let out a long sigh. "So I plan to finish teaching your class, and then I'll prepare to leave. Don't worry, this time I won't give them another chance to hurt me." Su Huijin suddenly hesitated. Lei Wuji noticed his expression and asked, "Huijin, what's wrong?" Su Huijin spoke up. "I have a request."
Lei Wuji looked a bit puzzled.
"Go ahead." Su Huijin no longer hesitated. "Principal, can you spar with me over the next 4 months? I want to fight someone at a higher level to gain some combat experience." Lei Wuji finally understood. "Is that all? No problem. I thought it was something big.
Besides, my own level is a bit unstable, so I can use the practice to stabilize it."
Su Huijin was delighted to hear Lei Wuji agree. All right. Lei Wuji said, "Why don't you just come to my house?
I have a better training ground and rooms than the school. Plus, the spiritual energy around my home is very abundant."
Su Huijin hesitated. "Would that be okay? Wouldn't it be inconvenient?"
Lei Wuji waved his hand.
"Not at all.
Besides me, there are only a few servants at my house.
The place is huge, so you can stay as long as you like. It's also the safest place in all of Liangcheng." "All right, it's settled. Don't refuse. Go home and pack up today, and move to my place.
I don't have much to do at school anyway, so I can stay home
and spar with you. Even if something comes up at school, I can get there in a minute."
Seeing this, Su Huijin no longer refused.
"All right then, sorry for the trouble, Principal." "It's no trouble at all. It's decided. Go pack up first and meet me at school at 4 p.m. Su Huijin stood up and nodded. "Thank you, Principal. I'll take my leave now." Lei Wuji also nodded. Su Huijin then turned and left, heading home. Just then, his phone rang. "Ha!" Su Huijin saw that the caller was Huang Wei and answered the call. "Hello, Huang Wei?"
A crisp female voice came from the other end.
"Hello, Su Huijin. We're leaving Liangcheng. You said before that you'd come to see us off. You can't go back on your word."
Su Huijin suddenly remembered his earlier promise.
"Where are you?" "We're at the city gate. Wait for me."
Hanging up the phone, Su Huijin quickly put on his coat and rushed to the city gate. In the distance, he saw 4 people.
Huang Wei was looking around, and finally spotted Su Huijin.
Su Huijin stopped in front of them.
"Are you leaving today? Can't you stay a few more days?" Huang Wei shook her head and said, "We've already stayed for a long time.
We should have left earlier, but because of that incident and the injuries, we kept delaying."
Su Huijin noticed Huang Wei's arm and asked with concern, "How's your arm? How does it feel now?" Huang Wei raised her arm and shook it. "It's all fine now. Medical technology today is far better than it was hundreds of years ago. The arm is basically fine and can at least function normally.
There might still be some after effects, but we can slowly adjust once we return to Maru City."
Su Huijin nodded. "As long as it's fine. You all are leaving soon, and I don't have anything
particularly special to give you, so I'll give you some fruits that can aid in cultivation. As he spoke, Su Huijin took out Spirit Lake fruits from his storage space. These fruits are suitable for Spirit Lake realm ability users to cultivate with. Eating one can significantly enhance cultivation speed. Moreover, the fruit has an incredible feature: even if your innate talent only allows you to reach the Spirit Lake realm, consuming it will elevate your potential to the Spirit Sea realm.
Su Huijin handed one to each of them.
The four were all stunned.
Huang Wei exclaimed in surprise. Spirit Lake fruits. Su Huijin, this is way too valuable. I can't accept this.
She tried to return the fruit to Su Huijin as she spoke. Su Huijin quickly waved his hand.
It's fine, I have plenty.
We're friends, so consider it a farewell gift.
No need to be polite. Seeing that she couldn't refuse, Huang Wei reluctantly accepted it. If you come to Maru City later, I'll make sure to treat you well.
Su Huijin smiled and nodded. Sure. The other three also quickly expressed their gratitude, especially Xingyu, whose face turned red with excitement.
Brother Su, if you ever
need my help in the future, just say the word.
Alright, if I need anything, I won't hesitate.
Xingyu came from a modest background, and his talent was far inferior to the other three.
It might
take him over a decade to advance to the Spirit Sea realm. Now, with a fruit that could save him years of effort, he was naturally overjoyed, thinking that he might even have a chance to reach the
sky-soaring realm in this lifetime.
The other two came from much better-off families than Xingyu. While they weren't as prominent as Huang Wei, they were still from notable families in Maru City.
At this moment, Xian Yifei spoke up. Brother Su, when you come to Maru City, I'll host you. Don't hold back, alright? Su Huijin smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll make sure to have a good meal. Then, Xian Yifei also laughed. No problem, food will be unlimited.
Tanya chimed in, exactly. When you come, you can find us at the Beast Hunting Division in Maru City.
We're there most of the time.
The three nodded in agreement. Huang Wei glanced at the time, clapped her hands, and said, Alright, time's almost up.
We should get going. You all go wait in the car, I have a few words to say to Su Huijin.
The three nodded one after another and then boarded the war vehicle, leaving only Huang Wei behind.
Su Huijin asked curiously, What's the matter?
Huang Wei, with a worried
expression, said, Will you come to Maru City later? Su Huijin thought for a moment before replying, Not necessarily. After taking the college entrance exam in Fish City, I might head straight to the imperial capital. I don't have plans to go to Maru City. Huang Wei let out a sigh of relief. Phew, alright. Actually, I'm still a third-year student at Fish City University. When you come to Fish City for the exam, can you let me know?
Su Huijin was a bit surprised.
You're still a third-year student at Fish City University? Then how are you able to join the Beast Hunting Division?
Huang Wei smiled and said, Yes, in most universities in the country, third and fourth-year students can leave campus to do other things, as long as they pass the end-of-term assessments.
Each semester.
Usually, only fourth-year students completely leave campus, but Tanya, Xian Yifei, and I formed a team to take on tasks and earn credits.
This is a long-term task, so we joined
the Beast Hunting Division to earn some resources. The division also welcomes students, while Xingyu, being a few years older than us, joined the division earlier.
Unfortunately, he used to be
very talented, but something seemed to have happened later, and his progress stagnated.
We don't know what happened, and he hasn't told us either.
That's why he was so excited when you gave him
the Spirit Lake fruit.
Su Huijin suddenly realized why Xingyu had been so happy just now.
Got it. I'll tell you in Yuching next. Hurry up and go. They're all waiting anxiously in the car. Huang Wei nodded, looking a bit displeased. Alright, I'll leave now. Make sure to find me. Su Huijin smiled and nodded. Only then did Huang Wei reluctantly walk toward the car, turning back to look at Su Huijin every few steps. At the car door, she waved before getting in. Su Huijin watched the car leave, only heading home after it disappeared from sight. Su Huijin naturally understood Huang Wei's intentions, but he had no interest in dating, and Huang Wei wasn't his type.
On the way home, Su Huijin sighed and shook his head. Ah, the entanglements of love and the hatred of
national enmity.
Not long after, Su Huijin returned home and began packing. If nothing unexpected happened, he might not live in this house for a long time. After tidying up, he sat on the bed to meditate and cultivate, stopping only at 3:30. Su Huijin took a deep breath. Phew! It's about time, he said. Xiao Rou. I'm here, master. While I'm not home, you need to control the smart cleaning system regularly to tidy up the house.
Set it to clean every 5 days. Understood, master. Setting it up for you now.
Su Huijin stepped outside, took one last look at the house, and closed the door firmly. In less than 10 minutes, Su Huijin arrived at Liangqing No. 1 High School and went straight to the door of Lei Wuji's office.
Before he could knock, Lei Wuji came out. Principal?
Lei Wuji patted his shoulder and smiled. I sensed you were here just now.
Let's go.
Su Huijin nodded and followed him into a self-driving car. The vehicle slowly headed east,
with the futuristic cityscape gradually fading behind them.
The surrounding buildings became fewer and fewer. The car eventually stopped at a villa community, where the air was fresh and the spiritual
energy was abundant, far better than anywhere in the city.
The car stopped at the entrance of the community, and the automatic gate opened. Su Huijin noticed that the security guard at the gate was actually a Spirit Sea Realm ability user, and he couldn't help but feel shocked, wondering why someone of that level would work as a security guard. Principal, a Spirit Sea Realm person, working as a security guard, he asked. If they went to the city defense department in Liangqing Bay City, they'd at least be a team leader. Why would they willingly work as a security guard? Lei Wuji sighed. That's just how the world is. Some people have ambitions, and some don't. Don't underestimate these security guards. Even though they're at the Spirit Sea Realm, they earn far more than those in the city defense department. Plus, this job is easy, and many people would kill for the chance to work here. Think about it, earning more, with less effort, and spending their days cultivating in the security booth. Who wouldn't want that? Besides, this is Liangqing Base's most luxurious and safest residential area. Many people here come from other base cities to do business. If these security guards catch someone's eye, their lives could completely change.
Su Huijin nodded thoughtfully.
Lei Wuji continued, and this is just a small base city.
If we talk about medium-sized, large, or even the imperial capital? When I visited the imperial capital, do you know the cultivation level of the security guards in an ordinary neighborhood there?
Su Huijin shook his head. The lowest was the Skywalking realm, and some were even at the Nirvana realm. In the most central areas, it was even more outrageous. There were security guards at the Domain realm.
Imagine someone who could be a city lord in a medium-sized base city working as a security guard. What kind of temptation would it take for that to happen?
This world is inherently unbalanced. When you experience power or benefits in the future, don't let them blind you. When these people chose to become security guards, they had already lost the drive to push forward.
After that, their cultivation level can only improve through resources or by coasting along.
So, no matter how difficult it gets, never choose such a path. Of course, this doesn't mean being a security guard is
bad. For many people without exceptional talent, it might be an opportunity. But for you, the situation is completely different, understand?
Su Huijin nodded firmly, understood. The car slowly drove into a villa, which was astonishingly large, almost like a small estate. The car entered the underground garage, and the two took the elevator up to the villa's living room. The entire place was filled with a sense of modern technology, matching the aesthetics of the era. The villa had 5 floors. The first floor was the living room, the second was the dining area, the third was the bedrooms, the fourth was an indoor martial arts training room, and the fifth was the leisure and entertainment area. There were only a few people in the villa, as most of the facilities operated automatically, with just a chef, a housekeeper, and a gardener. Soon, Lei Wuji gathered everyone together. Everyone, starting today, Su Huijin will be living with us until the college entrance exams.
Of course, you can stay as long as you want, even after the exams.
He looked at Su Huijin and continued, once I leave Liangchun, this villa will be yours.
Su Huijin was dumbfounded. He had just arrived and was already being given a villa?
Ha! Lei Wuji patted his shoulder. It's decided. Then he said to everyone, dismissed.
Old Wu, make something good tonight.
Old Wu was the chef. Old Wu nodded in response, got it. Afterward, Lei Wuji took Su Huijin outside the villa. Follow me, I'll show you the outdoor training ground. The villa's exterior was filled with flowers, spiritual plants, and large trees, creating a very pleasant environment. The two arrived at the training ground, surrounded by various weapons, both cold and hot weapons, as well as numerous exercise equipment. They walked to the center of the training ground, and Lei Wuji said seriously, let's start training now and see where you need improvement.
Su Huijin had thought training would
Begin tomorrow, but it was happening today.
He wasn't afraid and agreed readily. Alright.
Lei Wuji pointed to the weapons.
Feel free to use any of these. Let's spar with these weapons.
Su Huaijin nodded, and the two each picked up a blade. Su Huaijin's blade resembled a tang sword, while Lei Wuji chose a large saber.
Are you ready? Lei Wuji asked.
Ready,
Su Huaijin replied.
Lei
Wuji nodded and took out a coin.
I'll flip this coin into the air, and when it hits the ground, the match officially begins.
Give it your all.
Su Huaijin didn't speak, only nodding in response.
Lei Wuji flipped the coin into the air, and with a crisp sound, the coin landed on the ground. Ding!
Su Huaijin instantly activated his teleportation ability, appearing in front of Lei Wuji in a flash and slashing at him. Lei Wuji was slightly surprised but managed to block the attack with his blade. This speed, he thought to himself.
No, it's not just speed, it's spatial ability.
Su Huaijin's attack was blocked, and he formed a tiger seal with his right hand, throwing a powerful punch. Lei Wuji spread his fingers and firmly caught the punch.
Su Huaijin wasn't surprised, as the gap between their abilities was evident.
Immediately, Su Huaijin teleported behind Lei Wuji and unleashed the Kaiyang palm, sending a golden palm strike toward him. Lei Wuji countered with a single punch from his left hand, dispersing the golden palm strike.
Keep going, Lei Wuji encouraged.
Seeing this, Su Huaijin used the phoenix finger, transforming it into a massive phoenix that attacked Lei Wuji with a resonant cry. But Lei Wuji effortlessly sliced it in half with his blade. Over the next half hour, Su Huaijin used every technique he had but still couldn't shake Lei Wuji, not
even touching the hem of his clothes. However, he hadn't used his clone ability yet, that was his trump card.
Panting heavily, Su Huaijin was about to launch another attack when suddenly Lei Wuji's
figure disappeared before his eyes, leaving only faint blue lightning behind.
Su Huaijin looked around but found no one nearby.
Where is he?
At that moment, a blade was pressed against Su Huaijin's
neck. Alright, that's it for today.
Lei Wuji looked at Su Huaijin in front of him, his gaze somewhat vacant. He sheathed his blade and casually tossed it, landing it perfectly back on the weapon.
Rack!
Su Huaijin also snapped out of his daze.
You're so fast, I couldn't even see your movements, Lei Wuji muttered to himself. Your performance really surprised me. Despite being at the
Linghu realm, your strength rivals that of the Linghai realm. Compared to the prodigies in the imperial capital, you're not inferior at all.
Of course, you still have many shortcomings. Su Huaijin
nodded. Please speak frankly, principal. Lei Wuji began pointing out Su Huaijin's flaws one by one. If you encounter top-tier prodigies of the same level, I dare say, with your current martial
techniques, you won't be able to defeat them. They've been practicing martial arts since childhood, right up until they awakened their abilities. Over a decade of accumulation is not something you can compare to.
4 months from now, you'll be heading to Yucheng for the college entrance exams.
Even the top prodigies in Yucheng have more solid fundamentals than you.
But you have one great advantage, your talent for martial arts. Heaven has opened a door for you and even a window, it's truly enviable. For now, your issue with movement techniques lies in the fact that every time you use them to approach an enemy for an attack or evade an assault, you fail to consider one crucial aspect.
Su Huaijin looked puzzled. Is there a problem with that? Aren't movement techniques meant for chasing enemies, escaping, and dodging attacks?
Lei Wuji nodded. You're not wrong, but you're missing a key trait, advancing while retreating, retreating while advancing. You're like a
formulaic template, unable to adapt.
Once you can move freely, advancing and retreating with versatility, your movement techniques will reach a higher level.
Reflect deeply on my words. Whether it's movement techniques or other skills, the key lies in adaptability. Don't let your enemy predict your intentions. Su Huaijin suddenly understood and nodded. The second issue concerns your use of the blade. I've noticed that every time you strike, there's a brief pause. It's subtle, but I caught it. Tell me, what's the reason for this? Su Huaijin rubbed his chin. I'm thinking about which
martial technique to use. Currently, I've mastered 4 blade techniques, instant slash, frenzied blade slash, 18 consecutive slash chi, and the ability skill spatial slash.
The pause happens because I'm considering how to use these techniques effectively.
Lei Wuji sighed and shook his head. Wrong, completely wrong.
If it were the prodigies from the imperial capital, they wouldn't even consider this issue.
Yes, combat requires thought, but not during an attack. If you pause to think while attacking and your opponent seizes that moment, you're done for.
In battle, you need to
Plan your approach from the very beginning: how to fight, how to gain the upper hand, and how to control the rhythm to secure victory.
Simply put, during combat, don't overthink, just fight.
This doesn't mean fighting mindlessly. You need to analyze your strengths and weaknesses beforehand. If you understand your opponent's strengths and weaknesses, you'll have a much easier time.
Most battles follow a few waves of rhythm. Even against unfamiliar enemies, you can discern their patterns.
The essence of combat is to amplify your advantages and minimize your opponent's weaknesses.
Your talent is exceptional.
These martial techniques and skills were taught to you by Lord Qin, weren't they?
Su Huaiji nodded, mostly, yes.
Lei Wuji continued, from what I've seen, your execution of these techniques and skills is already flawless, and you're quite proficient in using them.
This is your talent, quickly learning and mastering martial techniques. But you still don't
understand how to combine them effectively or how to maximize their impact.
These are things typically taught in university. However, in the remaining months, I'll teach you. For those family heirs,
these are things they've learned since childhood. I must help you narrow the gap as soon as possible.
Su Huaiji nodded in gratitude.
Thank you, Principal.
Lei Wuji patted Su Huaijin on the shoulder. You're welcome. Come on, let's eat.
The two went to the second floor of the villa to dine. Su Huaijin's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the table full of delicious food.
Lei Wuji laughed and said, "Ha, eat up. This is meat from 5th-tier exotic beasts. After eating, you can digest it well, it's great for your body."
Su Huaijin nodded, and the two began devouring the food ravenously. Although the taste doesn't compare to Yunxiao restaurant, it has its own unique flavor. Before long, they finished eating, and the nanny cleared away the dishes. Lei Wuji wiped his mouth and said, "Huaijin, I need to go to the school. You should familiarize yourself with the house. Tomorrow, we officially start training."
"All right."
Afterward, Lei Wuji headed toward the garage, while Su Huaijin earnestly wandered around the house. At this moment, the nanny came out.
"Master Su, let me take you to your room." Su Huaiji nodded.
The two went to the third floor of the villa, which had many rooms, including 2 large ones and 5 smaller ones. One large room belonged to Lei Wuji, and the other was Su Huaijin's.
The nanny pointed to the door and then opened it. "Master Su, from now on, this will be your room.
The bed is already made, and there are some massage devices inside." Su Huaijin walked in and saw the room before him, which was at least over 100 square meters. The bed was several meters long and wide, covered with high-quality silk bedding. The room also had musical instruments, a large bookshelf on the left, a massage chair on the right,
and a big window nearby.
Outside, the greenery was lush, and the starlight was dazzling. There were also other high-tech devices.
Su Huaijin asked the nanny to leave.
"What a luxurious life. This
room alone is bigger than my house.
Is this the life of an ability user?" Su Huaijin's luggage had already been placed in the room. After staying for a while, he went upstairs. The 4th floor
was a martial arts training room.
Su Huaijin discovered it had a simulation function that could mimic common exotic beasts and alien races, similar to the function he obtained from the pyramid.
However, the simulation here wasn't as powerful as the pyramids.
The pyramid could simulate strong exotic beasts and alien races as long as there were enough resources, while the simulation here
could only mimic 3rd or 4th tier ones.
The weapons in the martial arts training room were better than those in the outdoor training field, with decent quality.
Su Huaijin then went up to the
5th floor, which had many hibernation pods filled with green liquid. Additionally, this floor had various entertainment facilities. In fact, the villa also had a 6th floor, but the 6th floor was the rooftop.
Su Huaijin headed to the rooftop.
Looking up at the starry sky, he felt a longing to soar through the boundless universe. It was truly beautiful and mesmerizing. Su Huaijin gazed at the stars on the rooftop for a while before returning to his room. That night, Su Huaijin didn't train but chose to get a good night's sleep to conserve energy for the sparring session the next day.
The next morning,
Su Huaijin woke up early, washed up, and went to the 2nd floor dining room, where he found Lei Wuji already sitting there, holding a cup of coffee.
Lei Wuji greeted him
immediately. "Huaijin, come have breakfast.
Today's breakfast is special. It's a classic loved by everyone 500 years ago."
Su Huaijin nodded, his gaze falling on the food on the table. Tea, eggs, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and rice noodle rolls.
However, these weren't made from ordinary ingredients.
The egg was from an exotic beast, the fried dough sticks were made with top-grade flour. And special materials, the soy milk was ground from spirit-rich soybeans, and the rice noodle rolls were made from exotic beast eggs and meat. Compared to the ordinary ingredients from 500 years ago, this was a super upgraded version. Su Huijin had always been particularly fond of these in his previous life, but after crossing into this mutated parallel world, he rarely ate them. Everyone preferred more nutritious food or exotic beast meat. Eating these here had a unique flavor. He devoured the food ravenously, looking up at Lei Wuji while chewing, his voice muffled. "Principal, aren't you eating?" Lei Wuji shook his head. "I've already eaten. This is prepared for you. Hurry up and eat, then rest for a bit before heading to the martial arts training ground." "What are your plans next?" Su Huijin thought for a moment and then replied, "Sparring in the morning, continuing to practice martial techniques and skills in the afternoon, and meditating at night. If nothing unexpected happens, the next 4 months will follow this routine." Lei Wuji nodded. "All right." Su Huijin quickly finished his food, rested for about half an hour, and then the two headed to the martial arts training ground. That night, after returning to his room, Su Huijin kept pondering over the sparring session. They still chose swords. This time, Su Huijin no longer attacked blindly, but began to gauge his opponent. Lei Wuji was of the lightning element, fast and explosive, but his defense seemed relatively weak. Therefore, Su Huijin aimed for vital points with each attack, but they were all blocked. He no longer hesitated when striking, letting his instincts guide him, though his movement techniques were still somewhat difficult to adjust. Kaijian Palm. A golden palm imprint attacked Lei Wuji, who faced it fearlessly, raising his sword to meet the strike. Su Huijin instantly teleported behind Lei Wuji and shouted, "Spatial slash." A massive slash surged toward Lei Wuji's back, but instead of taking it head-on, Lei Wuji dodged, leaving behind a streak of blue lightning. His speed was evident, but Su Huijin had anticipated this and teleported to the direction Lei Wuji dodged, his blade pointing straight at Lei Wuji's neck. However, Lei Wuji had already reacted, pinching the blade with 3 fingers before kicking Su Huijin in the chest, sending him flying. Su Huijin coughed violently from the kick. "Cough, cough, cough." Lei Wuji asked with concern, "Are you alright, Huijin?" Su Huijin steadied his breathing, stood up, and shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit winded." Lei Wuji nodded. "Good, you've improved compared to yesterday. But I still need to criticize you when facing a strong opponent. Never attack." Su Huijin executed a backflip and landed steadily on the bony rotting wolf that was biting down on a blade. Sensing danger, the wolf immediately began to struggle, its immense strength almost throwing him off. He quickly unleashed the Dragon Tiger Fist, striking directly at its forehead, instantly smashing its head and drawing blood before it dissolved into blue light and vanished into the air. Though the simulation appeared realistic, it ultimately couldn't compare to a real exotic beast. The remaining 2 wolves immediately stood up, glaring viciously at Su Huijin before charging at him in a crisscross pattern. Su Huijin said nothing, simply raising his blade in front of him. The moment the 2 wolves approached, Su Huijin moved 18 consecutive slashes. His speed was astonishing, completing the technique in 2 seconds as 18 slashes struck out in succession, targeting the 2 wolves. However, these 2 4th-tier bony rotting wolves were not so easily defeated. They used their claws and teeth to block, effortlessly breaking through the slashes. Of course, Su Huijin hadn't expected these attacks to truly defeat them. He immediately activated his ability. Collapse. The bodies of the 2 wolves sank, their speed slowing down. The slashes they failed to block landed on their bodies, leaving wounds. Su Huijin teleported to close range and executed a spatial slash, slicing one bony rotting wolf in half, causing it to vanish. The remaining wolf became more cautious. It howled at Su Huijin, a woe, nearly deafening him. "Stop making noise!" he snapped, activating collapse again and increasing his spiritual energy. The last wolf's movements became even slower, and Su Huijin easily finished it off. The grasslands scene then reverted to the martial arts training room. Though it's a simulation, it's very lifelike. But it still can't compare to the real thing. Dealing with ordinary 4th-tier exotic beasts is manageable for me now. But if it's a human, that's another story. Reflecting on the previous assassination attempt, Su Huijin knew luck had played a part. A Spirit Lake Realm fighter facing a Spirit Sea Realm opponent was inherently at a disadvantage. The sheer difference in spiritual energy was insurmountable. Thus, Su Huijin set a goal for himself. I must reach the Spirit Sea Realm before the college entrance exams. 2 months later.
Su Huijin's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Spirit Lake realm. In the training ground, Su Huijin wielded his blade, occasionally using martial techniques.
Lei Wuji dodged his attacks with remarkable agility, his own blade constantly parrying.
Sparks flew as their blades clashed. Teleportation. Su Huijin suddenly appeared behind Lei Wuji. Kaizhong finger.
A golden finger imprint materialized in the air, striking fiercely toward Lei Wuji.
He reacted swiftly. Thunder flash. With incredible speed, he left a streak of blue lightning in his place. Su Huijin immediately teleported after him. Spatial slash.
The slash hurtled toward Lei Wuji, but he remained unfazed.
Thunder slash. A lightning-infused slash met Su Huijin's attack head-on, the two strikes colliding mid-air and exploding instantly. Collapse.
Gravity pressed down on Lei Wuji, but he appeared relaxed, moving freely within the gravity
field. The two continued their duel, with Su Huijin's every attack being neutralized.
Finally, in a direct clash of fists, Su Huijin was sent flying over 10 meters, while Lei Wuji only took a few
steps back.
Su Huijin adjusted his stance, tossing his blade to the ground and assuming a boxing posture. Seeing this, Lei Wuji also discarded his blade.
Dragon and tiger imprints appeared on Su
Huijin's fists as he charged at Lei Wuji.
Lei Wuji rushed forward as well. Suddenly, Su Huijin vanished from his spot, reappearing to Lei Wuji's right side and throwing a punch. A dragon's roar
echoed as Lei Wuji quickly retracted his left arm.
Bang! Su Huijin's fist struck Lei Wuji's left arm heavily, sending him flying to the left. Su Huijin immediately teleported to his left side, delivering a punch with his left hand as a tiger's roar thundered.
Lei Wuji was once again sent flying to the left, and Su Huijin continued his combo, causing him to spin uncontrollably in the air. Finally, as another punch came hurtling toward him, Lei Wuji caught Su Huijin's right hand. Su Huijin tried to pull his hand back, but it wouldn't budge. Then Lei Wuji kicked Su Huijin in the chest, sending him flying dozens of meters and crashing into the ground, creating a large pit. Su Huijin was just about to stand up when he noticed a fist already in front of him. He quickly raised both hands to shield his face, but the fist stopped. Su Huijin didn't feel the attack coming and lowered his hands, realizing that Lei Wuji had withdrawn his fist. He let out a sigh of relief.
Ah, it's always like this. Lei Wuji extended his hand and pulled Su Huijin up. That's it for today's sparring. Su Huijin nodded in agreement.
Lei Wuji praised him. Compared to 2 months
ago, you've made remarkable progress.
Now, you're no longer afraid to face the prodigies of Yucheng. Your combat intelligence is exceptionally high, and to improve this much in just 2 months is
truly impressive. Su Huijin shook his head.
It's all thanks to the principal sparring with me, otherwise, I wouldn't have progressed so quickly. There are only 2 months left until the college entrance exams, and I plan to break through to the Spirit Sea realm during this time.
Lei Wuji thought for a moment. For you, that shouldn't be too difficult. In previous years, your current realm
would already be considered top tier. Just like last year's college entrance exams, the national top scorer was a prodigy from the imperial capital, and his realm was only at the 9th level of
the Spirit Lake realm.
But this year, so many geniuses have suddenly emerged.
You're one of them.
In Yucheng alone, there are several people who could compete for the national top scorer title from previous years, not to mention the imperial capital and the magic capital. Your cohort is undoubtedly the most promising in the past 300 years. The information I've received has been astonishing. If you want to claim the top scorer title in Yucheng, you'll have to defeat 3 prodigies from Yucheng.
They are the strongest among your peers. They are Huangjie, Jiangyan, and Fengji. These 3 are from Yucheng's 3 major families, and each family head is an 8th realm powerhouse.
They've been rooted in Yucheng for many years, and the top scorer title almost always comes
from these 3 families. Although occasionally someone from another family wins, it's extremely rare.
Logically, this year's top scorer should also come from one of them, but your emergence
has made everything unpredictable. You might even have a shot at the national top scorer title, ha ha. By the way, read more books on human anatomy, beast anatomy, and alien anatomy. They'll be very helpful for your future.
Reading more will broaden your horizons.
Alright, I won't say much more. I'm heading to school now. Su Huijin nodded. Alright, I'll read them. Afterward, Lei Wuji left.
Su Huijin remained where he was, reflecting on the sparring session. He understood that the 3 individuals from Yucheng were not a real threat, but he also knew that even a lion goes all out when hunting a rabbit. He couldn't afford to be careless. After a while, Su Huijin practiced his movement techniques and then went to have lunch. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room. Sitting on his bed, Su Huijin extended his right hand, and a small golden pyramid appeared in his palm. Xiao Rou. I'm here, master. I'm going into the battleship. Help me monitor. If anyone comes. If someone does, call me out. Understood, master. Then, Su Huijin entered the small golden pyramid. Although his body outside became very small, the space inside remained vast, just as it had been before. He arrived at the 4th level hibernation chamber. Here, he could not only gather spiritual energy but also enhance his physical strength. It could be said that Su Huijin's current physical strength was almost equivalent to his realm. Su Huijin didn't pay much attention to changes in his ability realm, he cared more about his physical strength. He always believed that physical strength was the foundation of the body. 500 years ago, before abilities existed, people valued physical strength the most. Boxing champions and ancient martial arts masters, weren't they all physically strong? Some people had large muscles, while others had smaller-looking muscles but could unleash equally powerful strength. This was all due to the power of the body. Not to mention, now in the era of abilities, the strength of the body has reached new heights. Over the next 2 months, Su Huijin would enter the pyramid every day after sparring to utilize its resources to strengthen himself. Finally, after 2 months, Su Huijin felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He chose not to break through inside the pyramid but instead went to the martial arts room in the villa. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he held a top-grade spiritual stone in his hand. His dantian felt like a lake, with spiritual energy surging within. An hour later, the lake was completely shattered, replaced by a vast ocean. He felt the energy within him surging powerfully, as if he had endless strength. The immense amount of spiritual energy allowed him to continuously unleash high-level skills without depleting his reserves. Combined with his meditation technique, the spiritual energy he consumed was replenished even faster. Su Huijin stood up, stretched, and his bones crackled audibly. Clenching his fist, he exclaimed excitedly, "Spirit Ocean Realm. Success! There are only 5 days left until the college entrance exam. Quickly consolidate your strength." Su Huijin returned to his room and entered the pyramid. With the help of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and top-grade spiritual stones, his realm steadily stabilized. Su Huijin officially entered the ranks of the top tier among his peers. As the night passed, Su Huijin opened his eyes. After a night of settling his energy, his realm was now extremely stable. "Xiao Rou, what time is it?" "Master, it's 8 o'clock in the morning." The breakthrough in his realm made Su Huijin particularly cheerful. After freshening up, he walked into the dining room and saw Lei Wuji waiting there. Lei Wuji looked at him in surprise. "Huijin, you've already reached the Spirit Ocean realm." Su Huijin nodded slightly. "Yes, I broke through yesterday and consolidated it. Last night." Lei Wuji's expression turned peculiar. "That's strange. Why couldn't I sense your aura last night?" Su Huijin replied calmly, "Oh, maybe I restrained my aura last night. I didn't pay much attention to it." Lei Wuji shrugged. "Alright then. By the way, I have something to tell you." Su Huijin, who was eating, looked up. "Go ahead." Lei Wuji continued, "In a couple of days, we'll need to return to school. The school will gather all the senior students and arrange for a bus to take us to Yuching for the college entrance exam. I'm letting you know in advance, and I'll inform the other students once we're at school. When we arrive in Yuching, accommodations will be arranged for the students at a hotel, and the exam venue will be in the back mountain of Yuching University." Su Huijin suddenly felt puzzled. "The back mountain?" Lei Wuji explained, "There's a secret realm in the back mountain specifically prepared for college entrance exam candidates. The exam venue is set there, just like in previous years. So there's no need to be too nervous." Su Huijin gave Lei Wuji a helpless look. Thank you, but I'm not nervous at all." "Alright, I'm done eating. Let's go to the martial arts field." Su Huijin wiped his mouth and stood up. The two of them arrived at the martial arts field. Lei Wuji, carrying a large blade, said, "Let me see the strength of your Spirit Ocean realm." Su Huijin smiled faintly and replied, "I won't disappoint you, principal." Gripping a long blade, he fixed his gaze on Lei Wuji, assumed a stance, and charged forward in an instant. This time, he didn't use teleportation but relied solely on his own speed to quickly reach Lei Wuji. With a heavy slash, Lei Wuji blocked with his blade, feeling Su
Huijin's strength overwhelming and far beyond what an ordinary Spirit Ocean Realm opponent could muster. The two were locked in a stalemate. No matter how much force Su Huijin applied, his blade couldn't advance further. Dragon Tiger Fist. Su Huijin's left hand formed a tiger seal and struck fiercely at Lei Wuji's chin. Lei Wuji pushed him away with force and performed a backflip to evade the attack. As Su Huijin was pushed back, he seamlessly executed the Phoenix Finger technique. Lei Wuji had just dodged one strike when another came at him. With no other choice, Lei Wuji used his large blade to block, but the blade began to crack and eventually shattered completely. After advancing to the Spirit Sea realm, not only did his spiritual energy increase, but the power of his martial arts and skills also improved significantly. This type of broadsword was completely incapable of withstanding it. At that moment, Su Huijin launched another attack, giving Lei Wuji no chance to catch his breath. Draw slash. Su Huijin swiftly drew his blade from the sheath and slashed, moving at incredible speed with immense power and an impressively stylish posture. Seeing this, Lei Wuji immediately activated his ability. Thunder Shield. A shield formed of lightning appeared in front of Lei Wuji. The blade struck the thunder shield to no effect. Instead, the lightning coiled around the blade and surged towards Su Huijin. Seeing this, Su Huijin quickly threw the blade away. Lei Wuji seized the opportunity and charged forward with the shield. Su Huijin reacted swiftly, shouting, "Teleport!" In an instant, he appeared behind Lei Wuji and then unleashed Collapse. This strike finally had an effect on Lei Wuji. Although the impact wasn't significant, it did slow his movements slightly, providing Su Huijin with an excellent opportunity to attack. The two then began an intense battle of abilities, fighting fiercely. Lei Wuji didn't hold back. Over the past 4 months, Su Huijin had made remarkable progress, evolving from initial clumsiness to a state of ease, showcasing his talent. It was worth noting that Lei Wuji had been cultivating for decades and had experienced hundreds of battles, a wealth of experience that Su Huijin couldn't match. However, Su Huijin's achievements in just 4 months surprised and impressed Lei Wuji. After all, during these 4 months of sparring, Lei Wuji had acted as a half-mentor to Su Huijin, even teaching him the cool draw-slash technique. Finally, the two exchanged punches, with Lei Wuji retreating 5 steps and Su Huijin retreating 10, marking the end of their sparring session. Lei Wuji burst into laughter. "Ha, not bad. That was a great fight. You've transformed so much in just 4 months. You're the most talented person I've ever seen." Su Huijin smiled faintly and shook his head. "It's thanks to the principal's excellent teaching. Thank you for your guidance over the past 4 months," Su Huijin said earnestly. "I will always remember it." Lei Wuji walked over, laughing. "Ha, it's great that you have such gratitude. Come on, take a good rest today." Su Huijin nodded in agreement. He provoked, "Why don't you think about how to get into a good university?" "Ha ha ha." Wang Cheng glared at him angrily. "Han Shu, you." She was fuming with rage. Su Huijin shook his head helplessly. "You two are really a pair of quarrelsome lovers. You start bickering the moment you meet." Wang Cheng snorted, "Humph, it's because he's so smug. Too pretentious. Han Shu was not to be outdone, so what? Does it bother you?" Su Huijin looked at the two of them, caught between laughter and tears. "You've been arguing since the first year of high school, and now you're about to graduate from the 3rd year. Don't you have any feelings for each other?" The two of them spoke in unison. "Ugh, who would like him, her?" Then, they exchanged glances. "Why are you copying me? To you." To Su Huijin looked at them with a knowing smile. TSK, and you say you're not into each other. Look at that chemistry." Realizing they couldn't keep arguing, the two turned their heads away. To Su Huijin felt the topic had run its course and was quite satisfied. Suddenly, the classroom loudspeaker blared, "All 3rd-year students, please proceed to the field immediately, find your homeroom teacher, and assemble quickly." The announcement repeated 3 times. Upon hearing it, Wang Cheng began organizing the students of Class 1, Year 3, to head to the field in an orderly manner. In less than 10 minutes, the field was packed with people. Lei Wuji stood on the podium at the front and, seeing that almost everyone had arrived, began to speak. "Students, the college entrance exam is coming," he said solemnly. "This is the second most important moment in determining your destiny. Of course, the first was awakening your abilities. But the importance of the college entrance exam is no less than that of awakening abilities. Getting into a good school is crucial. It affects your growth rate and a series of factors for your future. I hope you can give it your all. The college entrance exam is a rare opportunity. Don't you agree? The students below responded in unison, yes. Lei Wuji continued. I see the hope for the future in you. You are all outstanding. Now, let me go over the rules of the college entrance exam once more. This time, it will still be divided into the academic exam and the martial exam. I hope everyone chooses carefully. The martial exam carries risks, while the academic exam is relatively safe. Those whose abilities have not awakened well must think twice before acting. If you haven't reached the 5th level of the awakening realm since awakening day, it might indicate a lack of talent. It's better to give up on the martial exam early. Every year, many choose the martial exam, but many also lose their lives because of it. I don't want to see such tragedies in our school. People should have dreams, but they shouldn't be reckless. The academic exam is also a good choice. Every university has a liberal arts college. If you excel in the academic exam and get into the liberal arts college of the Imperial Capital University, that achievement is no less impressive than passing the martial exam. Future high-tech advancements also need these liberal arts students. I emphasize this every year, but many students still choose the martial exam, only to end up not even getting into a university. I'm telling you seriously, choices are really important. Alright, I won't say more. Think carefully when you get on the bus. Later, you'll receive a form with the options for the martial exam or the academic exam. It will be collected tomorrow morning. So, you have a day to consider. Once it's collected, the choice is final. The buses will take you to Wancheng, and from there, you'll transfer to the advanced train to Yucheng. Alright, homeroom teachers, take your students onto the buses. Yes. And afterward. All the students boarded the buses one after another. These double-decker buses could accommodate 2 classes and were designed with advanced technology, capable of withstanding attacks from 6th-level beasts. They were only used during the college entrance exam each year, as the energy consumption was enormous. A small base city usually only has about 20 of these buses. After all, small base cities are too far from large base cities, while medium base cities can directly take the advanced train to their destination. Before long, the vehicles started moving slowly toward the city gates, where many other buses were already parked. After the car stopped, Sunuk stood on the city wall. He didn't say much, only calmly remarked, I wish all the senior high school students of Liangcheng Base City swift success and top marks in the exams. This is also a form of encouragement for students in real life who are just a few months away from the college entrance exam. The students inside the vehicle were fired up, and the car continued on its way to Wancheng. It could be said that today, all senior high school students from the small base cities under Wancheng's jurisdiction were heading there. Wancheng's advanced train system was open exclusively for senior high school students today. The bus drove quickly. Despite the bumpy roads, the ride inside remained smooth. In less than 5 hours, they arrived at Wancheng. This city was more modernized and much larger than Liangcheng, at least several times its size. Su Huijin's anticipation for Yucheng grew even stronger. As one of the top 10 base cities, just how vast and magnificent was Yucheng? Han Shu looked around at the bustling city. Wow, this is so much more prosperous than Liangcheng. There are so many things I've never seen before. Wang Cheng, also captivated by the vibrant sights outside, didn't argue with Han Shu this time. The bus didn't stop but headed straight for the advanced train station. Su Huijin knew he wouldn't see Huang Wei again, so he didn't bring it up. After driving through the city for about half an hour, they finally arrived at the advanced train station, which showed just how enormous Wancheng was. After getting off the bus, students from various schools gathered in the square in front of the train station. The crowd was massive, and Su Huijin even spotted senior high school students from other small base cities here. At this moment, the square was bustling with activity, and the noise was unending. Everyone waited patiently. Because of the sheer number of people, each train could only accommodate 1,000 passengers at most. Only after one batch of passengers disembarked could the next train depart. By the time it was Su Huijin's group's turn, they had already waited for an hour and a half. When Su Huijin observed the advanced train up close, he was still awestruck. Its black exterior and imposing design exuded a strong sense of intimidation. Although it was made of metal, it gave off an unsettling aura. All the students marveled at how cool the train was. Just then, a voice rang out. A bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. A young man with an ordinary appearance but an extremely arrogant demeanor walked over.
He was dressed in what appeared to be expensive clothing and looked at the students from Liangqing-based city with disdain. At this moment, most of the crowd was infuriated. Who do you think you are? Exactly. What gives you the right to insult us? Some of the more hot-headed students even cursed directly. You idiot! Su Huijin and his group didn't say anything, only frowning as they looked at him. Han Shu initially wanted to retort, but Su Huijin stopped him. The young man's expression grew even more contemptuous. How vulgar! As expected of country bumpkins from a small place, only capable of spewing foul language, what a pathetic way to vent. Some students couldn't take it anymore and charged at him directly. Screw you! One of them threw a punch at the young man's face. The young man didn't dodge. He raised his hand and caught the punch steadily. No matter how moved he looked at the students from other schools lying on the ground. Green light emerged from his hand as he spread his fingers, and the green light flew from his palm toward the bodies of several students. The students who had been writhing in pain on the ground immediately stopped suffering. The first student who had been attacked was surprised to find that his right hand was healed and no longer hurt. Ha! It doesn't hurt anymore. It's healed. The remaining students also expressed their amazement. They then stood up and thanked the teacher. Thank you, teacher. The teacher nodded and then asked, which school are you from? The students naturally answered, we are all students from Liangqing-based city. We are students from Liangcheng. Number 3 high school. The teacher nodded again. What happened? The surrounding students began to recount the events. The teacher then glared fiercely at the arrogant young man from earlier. Ku-in, can you behave yourself for once? Why are you always causing trouble? Ku-in snorted coldly. Teacher, is this what you call causing trouble? I'm just speaking the truth. These people are just country bumpkins with no knowledge. Everything I said is true. Look at these savages. I wasn't the one who started it, they're all useless. In my opinion, everyone from Liangcheng is useless. As soon as he said this, the students from Liangcheng erupted in anger, shouting insults. You little brat! What a shameless guy! No manners! The teacher was furious upon hearing this. Ku-in, you're truly unreasonable. I'll be informing your father about this. Ku-in's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly composed himself, snorted coldly, and turned to board the train. Just before stepping onto the train, he suddenly noticed Su Huijin. The two locked eyes, and Su Huijin stared at him coldly. Ku-in immediately felt uncomfortable but said nothing, turning away and entering the train. Su Huijin thought to himself, trouble, he's remembered me. Ha, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. The teacher glared at Ku-in as he left, then turned to the students from Liangcheng and apologized. Students from Liangcheng, I'm sorry. He's just so ill-mannered, he's like this with everyone. Please don't take it to heart. If any of the injured students still have issues, feel free to come to the second carriage to find me. Coincidentally, I'm a wood element ability user. Oh, by the way, I'm a teacher from Wancheng. Number 2 high school. My name is Qinwen. The students from Liangcheng quickly reassured him. It's not your fault, teacher. Thank you for stepping in. Qinwen nodded and then addressed his own students. Everyone, get on the train first. Find your own seats and don't fight over them. The students from Wancheng number 2 high school remained unresponsive, as if they were already used to such situations. Qinwen nodded to the students from Liangcheng and then boarded the train. Everything returned to calm. At this moment, Han Shu turned to Su Huijin and said, Jin, why did you stop me just now? That guy was so arrogant. Didn't you see his disgusting attitude? Su Huijin glanced around and said, let's get on the train first, we'll talk later. The two then boarded the train and found seats. The interior of the carriage was similar to the high-speed trains of his previous life, with 2 rows of seats separated by an aisle, 2 seats on each side. The decor was luxurious, giving off a high-end feel. Su Huijin and Han Shu sat on the right side, with Su Huijin by the window. The seats were very comfortable, making it easy to relax. At this moment, Han Shu said, can you tell me now? He insulted everyone from Liangcheng. Su Huijin shook his head helplessly. We're here for the college entrance exam, not to cause trouble. Besides, let him insult us, it's not like we'll lose anything. And look, the fact that he dares to mock us like that means his family background is probably strong. Let's avoid trouble and stay safe. Han Shu looked at Su Huijin with a hint of grievance. This doesn't seem like your style, Jin. Besides, my teacher is Su Nok, and your teacher is Qin Lanhua.
Are we really afraid of his background?
Su Huaijin knocked on Han Shu's head.
Did your cultivation make you stupid?
Han Shu covered his head.
Ouch, what are you doing?
That hurts.
Su Huaijin continued, there are teachers, so you have to act like them? People like that will get what's coming to them sooner or later. Don't worry about it.
Besides, we're here for the college entrance exams, so let's just keep things steady.
Why? Provoke him?
We're not brainless like him.
People like that are like underdeveloped cerebellums. What's the point of arguing with them?
You'll just end up covered in trouble.
Once our exam results come out,
we'll slap him in the face hard and show him how amazing people from small places can be. Although Han Shu understood, he still felt a bit upset and sat there sulking.
Su Huaijin
looked out at the scenery outside the window indifferently.
Ha, just a clown jumping around.
The scenery outside the window, however, was marred by the presence of many exotic beasts. These beasts attempted to attack the advanced train but mostly couldn't catch up. Either they were smashed to pieces by the train, or the weaker ones didn't dare approach at all.
The advanced train only departed once every 10 days.
Why not every day? Because each departure consumed an enormous amount of spirit stones. There were no tracks outside the city. The train relied on spirit energy to form tracks while also maintaining its speed and activating its defense mechanisms. The number of spirit stones consumed per trip was staggering, yet such trains were available nationwide, and students
didn't have to pay.
To put it in perspective, a round trip on such a train would cost 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Every year at this time, the Dragon Nation consumed a massive amount of spirit stones.
At this moment, Han Shu suddenly asked Su Huaijin,
"Hey, Jin." Su Huaijin withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Han Shu.
What's up?"
Han Shu continued, "I've already reached the
Spirit Lake realm, but why can't I see through your realm? What realm are you at now?"
Su Huaijin smiled faintly. "Spirit Sea realm, that's all," he replied.
Han Shu was stunned. "Are you even human?
You've been awakened for less than a year and you're already at the Spirit Sea realm.
In another year, won't you be at the Sky-Traversing realm?" Seeing Han Shu's expression, Su Huaijin couldn't help but laugh.
"Don't rush." Han Shu looked a bit dejected.
"I worked hard for over half a year to reach the Spirit Lake realm, and you're already at the Spirit Sea realm. In previous
years' college entrance exams, I could at least make it into the top 500 nationwide, and with some luck, even the top 100.
But it seems my luck isn't so good this year. Isn't it said that the higher the awakened ability, the slower the cultivation speed? Why doesn't that apply to you? It's just so unfair."
Su Huaijin smiled and patted Han Shu on the shoulder.
"Keep it up, I believe in you." As time passed, the once noisy carriage gradually quieted down.
Some students rested, while others cultivated.
Over an hour passed like this.
Suddenly, the carriage shook, waking everyone
up. What happened? What's going on? Did the carriage just shake?
The broadcast in the carriage came on.
"Emergency notice, emergency notice. The advanced train is under attack by a 6th tier flying exotic beast. All students, please fasten your seatbelts. Do not move around, and wait for further instructions."
The carriage instantly descended into chaos, with everyone shouting,
"Oh no!
A 6th tier exotic beast, and it's flying.
We're doomed, we're doomed."
This is practically on par with a beast-tide king. At this moment, Han Shu was a bit nervous and said to Su
Huaijin, Jin, a 6th tier exotic beast, we're done for."
Su Huaijin rolled his eyes at him.
"Are you an idiot? This is an advanced train. What kind of threat can a 6th tier exotic beast pose to this train? There must be strong individuals guarding it. Don't worry unnecessarily. We're in the wild, outside the city. Encountering these exotic beasts is normal.
If the train dares to travel here, it means there are protective measures in place. Besides, we're all college entrance exam students.
How could there be no one to protect us?"
As Su Huaijin said this, Han Shu instantly
stopped being afraid.
"That's true.
You scared me to death. I was just panicking earlier.
That wasn't the real me, I was just startled." At this moment, a train attendant came in to reassure
everyone.
"Students, there's no need to worry. Every time our train departs, we encounter 5th or 6th tier beasts, and sometimes even 7th tier ones.
But nothing ever happens, so rest assured. We've already dispatched Nirvana Mirror ability users to deal with the beasts.
Moreover, our train itself can withstand attacks from 7th tier beasts, so there's no need to panic."
Hearing
this, the crowd gradually calmed down.
"You scared me to death. I thought something big was going to happen. I didn't expect this advanced train to be so powerful. Why haven't I heard about this in the news before? Turns out we worried for nothing. The students from Liangcheng Base City had mostly heard of advanced trains but had never ridden one and didn't know much about them. Han Shu excitedly said to Su Huijin, Jin, you were absolutely right. Su Huijin looked at Han Shu with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. Isn't this common sense? Go home. Kid, go home. Screw you. I was just panicking for a moment, Han Shu retorted stubbornly. At this point, the vibrating train body had also returned to calm. The attendant came in again. Students, the 6th-tier beast has been defeated. You can rest assured now. I really didn't expect a 6th-tier beast, comparable to a beast king, to be taken down so easily. This sense of security is incredible. Compared to the students from Liangcheng, the students from Wancheng seemed completely unfazed, as if this kind of thing was routine. At this moment, Kuyin looked disdainfully at the rear carriages, glaring with disgust. A bunch of country bumpkins, making a big deal out of nothing. The students from Wancheng No. 2 High School all laughed, finding the panic of the Liangcheng students utterly ridiculous. The Liangcheng students, of course, heard the mocking laughter and felt deeply aggrieved. But they said nothing, as they were unfamiliar with such situations, and couldn't refute the ridicule. Time passed quickly, and 5 hours went by in the blink of an eye. It was now around 8:30 p.m. The train slowly pulled into Yuqing Bay City. The city gates were grand and majestic, towering like mountains, exuding both classical grandeur and modern sophistication. As the train entered Yuqing, the sight of modern skyscrapers, floating cars, and land-based combat vehicles left everyone in awe. Yuqing Base City was hailed as a 32D magical city, renowned as a super cyber city. Everyone admired the scenery outside the window, marveling at it. Even Su Huijin was captivated by the scene before him. Although he had seen it online, the impact in real life was far greater. He couldn't help but think of the place in his previous life that boasted an 8D magical city. By now, night had fallen, and the scenery was like a dazzling sea of lights, colorful and vibrant. Even the students from Wancheng were drawn to this sight. The train slowly pulled into the station, and all the students disembarked in an orderly manner. Afterward, a special bus picked up Su Huijin and the others. Everyone looked at the bus, which was undoubtedly a hallmark of a big city. The silver-white body was adorned with numerous patterns, creating a strong visual impact and exuding a sense of advanced technology. The group boarded the bus and was taken to a hotel. Each person was assigned their own room. Even with all the students from Liangcheng staying there, the hotel was far from full. This gave an idea of just how massive the hotel was. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of similar hotels, or even more. These sites were enough to leave a lifelong impression on the students from Liangcheng. Su Huijin stayed in a room on the 35th floor. As soon as he entered, he saw the cyber city through the floor-to-ceiling window opposite him. Occasionally, floating cars passed by the window. He walked to the window and couldn't help but sigh. So this is a big city. That evening, Su Huijin didn't go out again. Even when Han Shu came looking for him, he chose to continue cultivating rather than wandering around. Although he was already among the top tier in the nation, there were still some people who could not be underestimated. The bustling prosperity of Fish City was awe-inspiring, with lights illuminating the night. This single base, Fish City, could accommodate several 100 million people. The entire Dragon Nation had a population of about 3 billion, while other countries, though smaller, still had around 2 billion people each. The night passed without incident. At 7:30 the next morning, Su Huijin opened his eyes, concluding his cultivation. In his hand was a piece of paper, the college entrance exam selection form that Lei Wuji had mentioned earlier. Now, he needed to hand this paper to Wang Qing. Just as he stepped out the door, he ran into Han Shu, who was also just leaving. Good morning, Han Shu, Su Huijin greeted. Good morning, Huijin. Han Shu yawned, looking a bit tired. Judging by your appearance, you didn't rest well last night? Su Huijin couldn't help but laugh. You have no idea how bustling Fish City is. I wandered around all night and only got back to the hotel at 5 a.m. this morning. Even though I've become an ability user, it's been a long time since I've felt this kind of exhaustion, Han Shu said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, by the way, why are you up so early? Han Shu asked curiously. Su Huijin waved the piece of paper in his hand. To give this to Wang Qing. Han Shu seemed to realize something. Isn't this something you can handle on the Dragon Nation's official website? I already did it on the website yesterday. Su Huijin replied. Then the paper doesn't really matter, does it? Han Shu shrugged. Double assurance, my friend. Su Huijin said with a grin.
Both methods work, but the principal mentioned
that this needs to be submitted, right? Han Shu slapped her forehead. Oh, that's right. The principal did say it had to be handed in. I completely forgot about that. Afterward, they handed the paper to Wang Cheng and then went to have breakfast.
The two of them headed to the hotel's restaurant, which was lavishly decorated. Recently, all meals had been free, fully covered by the state. Ability users indeed had large appetites. They consumed a total of 300 pounds of third-tier exotic beast meat, averaging 150 pounds per person. The food tasted excellent, second only to the Yunxiao restaurant, Su Huijin thought. He remembered he still had a gold card for Yunxiao and planned to find time to dine there. After eating, the two left the hotel together.
As soon as they stepped outside, they were greeted by the sight of a bustling city. Fish City was even more vibrant and lively during the day than at night.
Hovercars zipped through the sky, while the streets were filled
with pedestrians and armored vehicles. Fish City truly lives up to its reputation.
As one of the top 10 base cities, achieving this level is truly remarkable.
Su Huijin marveled. Their first destination was Fish City Square, the second largest square in the nation after the Imperial Capital Square.
Su Huijin had done some research on Fish City's landmarks and was particularly looking forward to visiting the square. They hailed a hovercar to take them there.
Fish City Square was a bit far from their location.
As soon as Su Huijin got into the car, he felt a sense of novelty. In his previous life, he had heard of hovercars, but by the time he passed away, such cars had not yet become widespread. Back then, cars at most had large fans installed.
Sitting in a hovercar felt completely different from being on an airplane. It was indescribable, as if the entire vehicle was being lifted by some invisible force, flying through the air.
Looking down at Fish City's skyscrapers from above offered a unique perspective. About half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. The fare wasn't cheap, costing 5,000 Dragon Nation coins.
However, compared to ground transportation, the speed and experience of a hovercar were unmatched.
From the air, Su Huijin could already see Fish City Square. It was massive, vast, and boundless.
The square was teeming with people, bustling with activity. Vendors were everywhere, selling potions, battlesuits, spiritual herbs, and even adult books.
The size of this square is probably comparable to a small county in
my previous life. It's truly astonishing, Su Huijin thought to himself in admiration.
The two of them entered the square, where the cacophony of vendors' shouts and the lively atmosphere excited
them. Various novel items caught their attention.
Just then, Su Huijin suddenly spotted someone who looked very familiar. That person seemed to notice him as well and turned to look.
Wow, it's really him.
Su Huijin's heart skipped a beat as he confirmed the person's identity. The man saw Su Huijin and a look of delight appeared on his face.
Han Shu also noticed this scene. What's up, Jean? Do you know that person? Su Huijin nodded. Yes, I know him. I met him in the secret realm before. He's the eldest son of the Lu family from Wancheng. His name is Lu Hanyu. Then, Lu Hanyu quickly ran over.
Long time no see, brother Huijin. As he spoke, he gave him a hug.
Su Huijin extended a finger and pressed it against his forehead. Brother, can you not be so affectionate? And there are so many people here. Lu Hanyu immediately quieted down after hearing this. It really has been a long time.
After all, we are friends who have been through life and death
together. We're brothers. By the way, I can't seem to see through your cultivation level.
It's only been a few months since we last met. Lu Hanyu looked Su Huijin up and down, while Su Huijin
also sized up Lu Hanyu. I was lucky and just happened to advance. You're not bad either, you're already at the Spirit Lake realm. Lu Hanyu waved his hand. Ah, my talent can't compare to yours. I awakened a year earlier than you, and I'm only at the Spirit Lake realm now, while you seem to have already reached the Spirit Sea realm. Su Huijin suddenly remembered something. By the way, are you here in Yuching for the college entrance exams? Lu Hanyu was taken aback. Of course, why else would I be here?
This also surprised Su Huijin.
Didn't you awaken a year earlier than me? Shouldn't you have taken the college entrance exams last year? Lu Hanyu seemed to recall something.
Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. I was only in my second year of high school when
I awakened, so I'm taking the exams this year. Although I awakened a year earlier than you, it was considered an early awakening. Early awakenings are rare, but not unheard of. Su Huijin suddenly understood. I see.
At this moment, Lu Hanyu noticed Han Shu standing next to Su Huijin.
Ha? Who's this guy? Su Huijin snapped out of his thoughts and introduced him. He's my childhood friend, named Han Shu. Han Shu, this is Lu Hanyu.
Han Shu nodded and then extended his right hand.
Hello, my name is Han Shu.
Han is in Han Longchao, and Shu is in comfortable.
Han
Longchao, one of the top 10 law realm experts, is a pillar of the nation.
Lu Hanyu also shook his hand. Hello, my name is Lu Hanyu. Lu is a common surname, Han as in trace, and Yu as in universe.
I didn't expect Su Huijin's childhood friend to be so handsome.
Lu Hanyu complimented.
Han Shu's lips curved slightly at the corners upon hearing this.
You're handsome too. Su Huijin interrupted them, noticing a few people behind Lu Hanyu. Alright, introductions are done. Who are the people behind you? Lu Hanyu waved his hand. Oh, those are my guards. No need to mind them.
Then, Lu Hanyu turned to the guards and said, these two are my friends.
Treat them as you would treat me. The guards immediately responded, yes, young master. Young Master Su, young Master Han. Lu Hanyu turned back to them. Don't mind them. Come on, let me show you around Yucheng Square. There are lots of interesting things here.
The three of them walked side by side, with
the guards following behind, making for an impressive sight.
The three and the guards wandered through the shops, carefully examining each item. Han Shu was curious about everything in the area. And suddenly, his attention was caught by a gun.
Wow, this gun is amazing, he said excitedly. Su Huijin and Lu Hanyu were drawn by Han Shu's reaction and quickly came over. It was a gun with an overall purple hue, adorned with golden dragon patterns on the barrel.
The blade of the gun was sharp, and it felt excellent in the hand. At this moment, the shop owner approached. He looked quite old, but in this world, the higher one's cultivation level, the longer their lifespan, so Su Huijin and the others couldn't determine his actual age.
Dear customers, this gun is no ordinary weapon.
It's called the Purple Cloud Dragon Pattern Gun, the owner enthusiastically introduced. Look, the overall color is purple, with silver accents on the tip of the spear, golden dragon patterns on the shaft, and it weighs 5,000 pounds. Moreover, this spear has excellent spiritual energy conductivity, which can double the power of abilities or martial techniques when used.
For an ability user at the Spirit Lake realm, this spear is completely manageable and can even accompany them to the Sky realm. Its main material is Mora metal. Young man, how does it feel? The shopkeeper looked at Han Shu.
Han Shu nodded, it feels quite good. The shopkeeper continued, this spear is a B-grade weapon, and Mora metal is renowned for its exceptional feel and incredible toughness. Furthermore, this spear was forged by the famous Master Nebula. That master is a top-tier blacksmith who has crafted SS-grade weapons. I think this young man and this spear are a perfect match.
The combination is absolutely extraordinary.
And right now, you can take this spear home for just 50 million Dragon Nation currency. Han Shu and his companions' expressions immediately changed.
So expensive. The average price for a B-grade weapon is only around 30 million. This is almost double.
The shopkeeper waved his hand confidently, this is a work by Master Nebula, the name
alone is worth the price. I like you guys, so I'm giving you a discount, it's already very cheap. Lu Hanyu couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling a bit helpless. Brother Han, just put the spear down. This old man is trying to scam us.
Upon hearing this, Han Shu immediately put the spear back. The shopkeeper's expression changed instantly.
Hey, young man, how am I scamming you? Don't bully me just because I'm old. Lu Hanyu sneered, old man, do you think I don't know Master Nebula? How could he forge something like this? You're trying to fool us. Since Master Nebula
started his career, he has never made a weapon below A grade. If you're going to lie, at least come up with a believable reason. The shopkeeper angrily retorted, kid, you're wrong to say that.
I'm so old, would I still come out here to deceive people? I've lived this long, do you think I'd stoop to scamming youngsters like you? Lu Hanyu replied disdainfully, this isn't about respecting the elderly. If you're lying, you should admit it.
Old man, your business practices are really shady, no wonder your shop is doing so poorly.
This remark made the shopkeeper's chest heave with anger. Lu Hanyu turned to the others, let's go, let's check out other shops. This place is a ripoff. Wait.
The shopkeeper changed his tone. Su Huijin and the others turned back.
Lu Hongyu's expression turned cold. Old man, are you trying to force us to buy?
The shopkeeper shook his head and continued, Kid, you said Master Nebula has never made a weapon below A grade.
How do you know? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Lu Hongyu confidently replied, although I haven't seen it myself, that's what Master Nebula said.
He has no reason to lie to us, the shopkeeper argued.
Further, he said he hasn't made one, and you just believe him? What if he's lying? Lu Hongyu frowned, I believe him, so what? Master Nebula's credibility is far higher than yours. Besides, this spear doesn't even have Master Nebula's mark.
All weapons forged by him have a unique insignia, and this spear has none.
The craftsmanship of this spear is indeed good, but it's just good, not worth this price.
The shopkeeper smiled confidently.
Who told you it doesn't have Nebula's mark?
Lu Hongyu noticed the shopkeeper's confident expression and his face slightly changed. Then tell me where it is. The shopkeeper walked over to the purple cloud dragon pattern spear, then waved his hand.
Instantly, the space was isolated, making it impossible for outsiders to see what was happening inside. It just looked like an ordinary shop. Su Huijin and the others immediately became tense. Such a technique was definitely not something an ordinary person could perform. Kid, watch closely.
The shopkeeper flicked the spear shaft. Instantly, the shaft was covered in cracks, followed by a brilliant golden flash. This made Su Huijin involuntarily think, wow, a golden legend. A few people were blinded by the golden light and instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands. Soon after, a layer of metallic skin fell off the gun barrel, hitting the ground.
With a loud clang.
When they lowered their hands, they saw the gun.
It seemed unchanged, yet somehow different.
The entire body, now a more refined purple, had faint golden light emanating from the dragon patterns on the barrel, and the tip of the gun gleamed even brighter. The shopkeeper then took out the Ziyun dragon pattern gun. He showed the bottom to everyone, where a mark clearly displayed the characters Nebula.
Lu Hongyu stared at it and murmured, This is truly the work of Master Nebula. But didn't he claim he never made B-grade weapons? Master Nebula must have been lying.
The shopkeeper raised a finger and shook it.
No. Nebula didn't lie. What he meant was that since his debut, he hasn't made any weapons below A grade. But what about before his debut? Lu Hongyu was left speechless. He thought to himself, it was indeed possible. Then why didn't you reveal its true form earlier? Why disguise it? Old man, are you messing with us? And even if this is a pre-debut work of Master Nebula, it's not worth 50 million. Why are you selling it for 50 million then?
And how do you even have a pre-debut work of Master
Nebula?
The shopkeeper puffed out his chest and raised his head.
I've already said, I think this young man and this gun are a perfect match. That's why I'm willing to sell it. Anyone else who wanted to buy it, I outright refused. But today, when I saw this young man, I decided to sell it.
The shopkeeper pointed at Han Shu. Han Shu was a bit stunned and pointed at himself.
Me? Why?
The shopkeeper continued, just a feeling. Han Shu was even more confused.
But I don't have the money to buy it. I can't afford 50 million.
The shopkeeper gave a mysterious smile.
You can't afford it, but he can.
He pointed at Su Huijin, who had been quietly observing the scene. Su Huijin, caught off guard while watching, gave a faint smile. He thought to himself, this shopkeeper
is quite interesting. Shopkeeper, how do you know I have money?
The shopkeeper snorted.
That's my business. I have my ways of knowing. At this point, Lu Hongyu was unhappy. Hey, old man, why didn't you say anything about me? I have money too.
The shopkeeper gave him a disdainful look.
I don't want your money. You're just a rude kid. Lu Hongyu was furious, not expecting to be countered like this.
He wanted to say more, but Su Huijin patted him on the shoulder and then turned to the shopkeeper.
I'll buy it, Su Huijin said. He then turned to Han Shu.
Since you and this Ziyun dragon pattern gun are such a good match, I'll buy it and give it to you.
It really suits you. Han Shu quickly shook his head.
No, that's too much.
I really can't accept it.
I'll come back to buy it myself when I have the chance in the future.
You've already provided me with cultivation resources before. How can I take more from you? I don't want to keep relying on my brother. So, let's just forget it.
At this moment, the shopkeeper interjected.
Young man, if you come back next time, I might not be here, or this gun might have been sold to someone else. Don't regret it then.
Han Shu shook his head. Even though my brother always helps me, I can't keep depending on you.
So, let's just leave it. If the gun is sold by the time I come back, then it means it wasn't meant to be mine.
As he spoke, he tried to pull Su Huijin away, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move him. In truth, Su Huijin was deeply moved.
This was indeed his good brother. He wouldn't take things for granted, and if he did, Su Huijin would have to re-evaluate their friendship.
Han Shu was puzzled.
What's wrong, Jin? Let's go. Su Huijin patted Han Shu's arm. It's okay, just consider this as me lending you the money this time.
You can pay me back when you earn it in the future, no rush.
This time, don't refuse. Treat this money as a loan from me. Han Shu hesitated.
In his heart, he thought, although earning 50 million is possible for an ability user at the Linghu realm, it's still extremely difficult.
Even though
I have talent, it might take a long time to earn this 50 million. At this moment, Lu Hanyu also stepped forward.
Brother Han, Huijin is right.
Just treat this money as a loan from him.
Isn't earning money easy for us ability users? So don't hesitate anymore. The shop owner also chimed in to persuade him. That's right, young man. I can tell you really like this gun. Opportunities like this are rare. Han Shu finally made up his mind and nodded heavily. Alright, Jin, I'll treat this money as a loan from you. I'll pay you back as soon as I can.
Su Huijin shook his head.
It's fine, I'm not in a hurry. I still have some money on hand.
You can take your time repaying it, no need to rush.
Han Shu nodded.
Then Su Huijin turned to the shop owner.
Please wrap up this gun for me.
The shop owner beamed with joy.
Sure.
He packed the Ziyun dragon pattern gun into a long metal case and handed it to Su Huijin.
Young man, you've really scored a great deal.
If this gun were on the market, it would definitely be snatched up.
I just wanted to give it to someone who can truly use it. Su Huijin smiled and nodded. Indeed, we've gotten a great deal. How do I pay? The shop owner smiled and took out a machine.
Su Huijin tapped his phone against it, and thanks to the national 15% discount, he only had to pay 42.5 million.
Afterward, Su Huijin handed the metal case to Han Shu.
Han Shu took the heavy case, placed it into his storage ring, and then bowed in gratitude.
Jin, thank you. Su Huijin quickly helped him up. What are you doing? Isn't it normal for brothers to help each other? Don't do this next time.
Han Shu awkwardly scratched his face.
It seems like you've always been the one helping me, and I've never been able to help you. Su Huijin patted Han Shu's shoulder. That day will come.
Lu Hanyu, watching this scene, was also moved.
This brotherly bond is truly enviable.
Su Huijin turned to the shop.
Owner. Boss, do you have any other weapons or items here? Surely this Ziyun dragon pattern gun isn't the only one.
I imagine you're not an ordinary person either.
The shop owner laughed heartily. Young man, you have a good eye. Unlike some people who only know how to bully an old man like me. The shop owner glanced at Lu Hanyu. Lu Hanyu was not pleased to hear this.
Hey, old man, can you watch your words?
How have I bullied you? The shop owner turned his head away.
Humph. This scene left Lu Hanyu quite frustrated, but he didn't dare act out, as the old man's strength was beyond his comprehension. The shop owner then turned back to Su Huijin, smiling as he spoke.
Young man, I do have some remarkable items here, but can you afford them? Su Huijin smiled in response. Boss, you're really joking. If you don't show me, how would you know I can't afford them?
At this moment, the shop owner became intrigued by Su Huijin.
Good lad, I really like you. What's your name? Su Huijin didn't hide anything and answered directly. My name is Su Huijin. The shop owner's eyelid twitched slightly.
So you're that Su Huijin.
Impressive. Truly a man of outstanding talent.
The shop owner extended his right hand, and a large, exquisitely crafted box appeared in it.
It was long and flat.
He handed the box to Su Huijin.
Open it and take a look.
Su Huijin was also curious about what kind of weapon was inside such a large box. He opened the box and was immediately captivated at first glance. It was simply too exquisite.
What a beautiful bow.
This bow is entirely red, adorned with golden and purple patterns. The upper part of the bow is engraved with a dragon design, while the lower part features a phoenix.
The bow's body is made of an unknown metal. The bowstring is incredibly resilient, though its material is unclear, and the entire bow emits a dark red energy.
Inside the box are also two red arrows, similarly engraved with dragon and phoenix markings. The arrowheads are extremely sharp, exuding a chilling aura, and they too radiate dark red energy.
Su Huijin easily drew the bow, estimating its draw weight to be around 1,000 pounds.
What an excellent bow, the shopkeeper said with a smile.
Young man, what do you think? Does this suit your taste? Su Huijin nodded.
This bow is indeed remarkable.
How much is it?
The shopkeeper gave a mysterious smile.
If you want this bow, I don't want Dragon Nation currency. I want spirit stones. Let's see if you can offer a price that satisfies me. Su Huijin thought for a moment and asked, then, shopkeeper, could you tell me more about this bow?
The shopkeeper chuckled. Of course. This bow is called the Dragon and Phoenix Pilgrimage
bow.
It's engraved with dragon and phoenix seals and was retrieved from ancient ruins. By modern standards, its grade is approximately S-level. When you shoot arrows with this bow, it produces the sounds of a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry. The higher your cultivation level, the more powerful the arrows you shoot. If you buy this bow, I'll also throw in 2 manuals about archery.
How about it? Quite a deal, right? It all depends on whether you can offer me the price I want.
Su Huijin thought for a moment and then said to the 2 people beside him, you 2 wait for me
outside. They understood and nodded before leaving.
Su Huijin took out 10 top-grade spirit stones, which floated in front of the shopkeeper.
Shopkeeper, is this enough?
The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly.
More than enough.
He then joked, by the way, kid, you actually have so many top-grade spirit stones.
Aren't you afraid I might rob you?
Su Huijin smiled faintly.
I
trust that you wouldn't, senior. The shopkeeper burst into laughter.
Ha, you're quite an interesting young man.
Then, 2 books appeared in the shopkeeper's hands and floated over to Su
Huijin. Alright, take the bow and you can leave now.
Su Huijin didn't look at the 2 manuals, he simply placed the bow back into the box and stored it in his spatial storage. Senior, may I ask
your name?
The shopkeeper, still gazing at the 10 top-grade spirit stones, replied, Qian. Su Huijin bowed to him and then walked out. As Qian watched Su Huijin's departing figure, he sighed.
Inwardly, truly interesting. Su Huijin exited the shop.
Seeing him come out, Lu Hengyu and Han Shu turned to look at him.
Ah Jin, all set? Lu Hengyu asked. Su Huijin nodded. All set. Let's go.
Lu Hengyu said, wait, I want to check out this shop again. Su Huijin suddenly said, you 2 wait for me here.
He addressed Lu Hengyu and Han Shu.
The 2 were a bit puzzled but still nodded.
Lu Hengyu said to his guard, wait for me here.
Understood, the guard replied respectfully.
Young master, the guard said deferentially. Lu Hengyu then eagerly ran back into the shop.
Hey, old man, do you have any more powerful weapons? He shouted at the shopkeeper, Qian. At that moment, Qian was reclining in his chair. Hearing the familiar voice, he immediately sat up.
Ah, you brat. You bullied me earlier, and now you want more of my stuff? No way. Qian said angrily. Lu Hengyu shamelessly replied, only a fool wouldn't make money.
I'm sincerely looking to buy your goods.
Qian snorted coldly. Humph, get lost. Lu Hengyu glared at him unhappily. You stingy old man, do you really think I care about your stuff? Humph. With that, Lu Hengyu turned to leave. Just as he was about to reach the door, Qian called out to him, wait.
Lu Hengyu turned around, his face full of annoyance.
What now? Qian didn't say a word.
He simply pulled out a sword and tossed
it to Lu Hengyu.
Lu Hengyu quickly caught it, looked down at the sword in his hands, and then glanced at Qian. Qian waved dismissively. Get lost, get lost. Lu Hengyu was momentarily stunned.
This, Qian continued, what are you still doing here? Hurry up, hurry up.
This made Lu Hengyu feel a bit embarrassed. Faced with the old man's constant urging, he didn't dare say much.
Finally,
Lu Hengyu took out a small cloth bag from his spatial ring and tossed it onto the table next to Qian. Old man, thanks. Then, he stored his sword back into the spatial ring, turned around, and walked out the door. Qian lay back on his chair, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Lu Hengyu come out, Su Huijin and Han Shu said, let's go.
Lu Hengyu nodded,
and the 3 of them continued on their way together. Afterward, they visited other shops, but none were as good as Qian's. After a day of shopping, it was 6 in the evening when Su Huijin suggested going to Yunxiao restaurant for dinner. Everyone, let's go to Yunxiao restaurant. I have their gold card, so we can get a discount, Su Huijin said. The other 2 nodded in agreement, and the group headed to Yunxiao restaurant.
The Yunxiao restaurant in Yuqing was far more luxurious than the one in Liangcheng. with an opulence that was truly over the top. Su Huijin said to a few of the guards, "You all get your own table." "It's on me." Lu Hangyu quickly interjected, "Oh no, that's not necessary. I'll cover their meals. How can I let you pay? Besides, Yunqiao restaurant isn't cheap." Su Huijin patted Lu Hangyu on the shoulder. "It's fine. I can afford it. Everyone, enjoy yourselves." Seeing that he couldn't argue with Su Huijin, Lu Hangyu had no choice but to relent. "Alright then, you're being very generous." Su Huijin smiled and said, "It's nothing, we're all friends." The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, but the cost was not low. The total bill exceeded 1 million, even with the discount. When Su Huijin took out the gold card, the restaurant's general manager was stunned. After all, there weren't many people who owned a gold card, and this young man in front of him actually had one. The general manager thought to himself that anyone who could produce such a card was definitely not an ordinary person. He immediately said respectfully, "Young man, may I ask your surname?" Su Huijin calmly replied, "My surname is Su." The general manager quickly nodded. "Young Master Su, after the discount, your total is 1.485 million dragon coins. I'll round it down for you, 140 million dragon coins will do." Su Huijin took out his phone and swiftly made the payment. "The money has been transferred," he said. The general manager responded, "Understood, young Master Su. Please take care." The general manager respectfully saw them off. Su Huijin nodded and left the restaurant with the others. This left Han Shu utterly shocked. This is way too expensive. Although the food was excellent and the experience was great, the price is just outrageous. Su Huijin shook his head. "When you have money in the future, you can come here often. Although it's pricey, the service and ingredients here are top-notch, and the taste is unparalleled. It truly lives up to its reputation as the nation's #1 restaurant." Lu Hangyu didn't say much, but he thought to himself that, although he had also had meals costing over 10 million, such occasions were rare. Everyone knew that Su Huijin was an orphan and didn't have much money on him. The only possibility was that his master had given him the money. Seeing Lu Hangyu deep in thought, Su Huijin asked, "What's wrong, brother Lu?" Lu Hangyu snapped out of it and replied, "It's nothing. I just think it's getting late. I'll head back to the hotel with the guards." Su Huijin looked up at the sky and, after some thought, agreed it was time to return. "You're right. Han Shu and I should head back too." Lu Hangyu asked, "Which hotel are you staying at?" "We're at the Roca Hotel," Su Huijin replied. Lu Hangyu showed a look of regret. "What a pity. My hotel is in the opposite direction from yours." "Then we can't go together," Su Huijin said with a nod. "Alright, let's go our separate ways. See you at the college entrance exam," Lu Hangyu said. "See you at the exam. Bye," Su Huijin replied. "Goodbye, brother Han," Lu Hangyu added. Han Shu also said goodbye, and the two groups went their separate ways. Half an hour later, Su Huijin returned to his room and couldn't help but think about the old man Qian they had met earlier. That Qian is no ordinary person. It seems he approached us with a purpose. Elder Qi. A shadowy figure stood in the shop's shadow and asked, "How are those kids?" Qian remained lying on the recliner, motionless, as if he were asleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and replied, "These kids are all excellent, with limitless potential for the future. Especially Su Huijin, meticulous, bold yet cautious. His future achievements might surpass both yours and mine, but only if he survives." The person in the shadows showed a surprised expression. "Elder Qi, such high praise from you. It's been a long time since I've heard you commend a junior. The last time must have been back in the imperial capital." "What about the other two kids?" the shadowy figure continued to ask. Qian said, "That kid named Han Shu though. A bit simple-minded, has a good character. He could become a great talent in the future." "And Lu Hangyu?" the shadowy figure asked. Hearing this name, Qian's mood instantly soured. The Lu family members are all like this, even their descendants. Truly annoying. However, this boy is a bit more interesting than old Lu. "Alright, you can leave now. I'm a bit tired," Qian said. The shadowy figure in the corner nodded. "Alright, Elder Qi, please rest well. I won't disturb you further." Just as he was about to leave, Qian called out to him, "Wait. Take care of these kids for me. I hope they can grow quickly. This turbulent era needs them." The shadowy figure's expression turned serious. "Understood." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the college entrance exams arrived. Around 2 million martial arts exam candidates gathered at the back mountain of Yuching University, a special location, with a dual-layered secret realm.
The first layer of the secret realm was created by a spatial expert from the Dragon Nation. Since candidates from across the country were dispersed to the 10 major base cities in the imperial capital for the martial arts exam, accommodating millions of people in each major base city posed a significant challenge. After all, participating in the martial arts exam meant entering the secret realm, but there wasn't enough space outside the realm for so many people to stand. Therefore, the Dragon Nation's experts specifically created a space. This space was nested outside the secret realm, forming a dual-layered secret realm. This outer layer was called the waiting secret realm. At this moment, 2 million candidates stood in neat formations, densely packed, resembling an ancient battlefield. Su Huijin's formation happened to be at the very front of the line, very close to the
entrance of the secret realm. The entrance to the exam's secret realm was enormous, large enough for an entire formation to enter simultaneously. Each formation consisted of 1,000 people, with at least a 1-meter gap between formations.
At this moment, a woman stood in front of the secret realm.
Her aura was intimidating, and those around her couldn't help but swallow
nervously at the sight of her.
It was a sense of oppressive fear.
She appeared to be in her 50s or 60s, but her elegant facial features suggested she had been a beauty in her youth. Her gaze carried a strong sense of pressure, like a strict teacher staring at nervous students.
Just then, the woman spoke. "Hello, students. I am the City Lord of Yuching Base City. My name is Guan Firen."
The students below erupted in excitement, never expecting the woman before them to be the City Lord of Yuching Base City.
In the past, it was always the
Deputy City Lord who spoke, but this year, the City Lord herself had come forward. Only large base cities have Deputy City Lords, smaller and medium-sized base cities do not.
"You heard right, it's really the City Lord of Yucheng."
"Yeah,
it's always been the Deputy City Lord in previous years. I can't believe the City Lord came this time."
As expected of the City Lord,
her presence is on a whole different level. "Hey, guys, isn't City Lord Guan one of the few female City Lords among the 10 major base cities?"
"That's right, only 3 of the 10
major base cities have female City Lords. They're among the top women in the nation."
"That's not entirely accurate.
There are more top women than just them. The job of a City Lord is exhausting and thankless."
"I didn't say that the top female talents in the country are only them. I just said that among the City Lords, their status and strength are top-notch."
"City
Lord Guan ranks among the top 3 in strength among the 10 City Lords."
"Really?"
"Of course it's true.
You don't know her power.
She was a genius since childhood, and she was the
best of her generation. When she entered the 8th realm, she decisively killed several 8th-tier exotic beasts.
Even when 3 8th-tier alien races besieged her, she could still
prevail. Her ice-based abilities are extraordinary. Moreover, she entered the Rule Realm 50 years ago, and her current strength is even harder to fathom."
"Brother, is she really
that powerful?"
"Of course it's true. Although City Lord Guan only took office 5 years ago, her credentials are far from ordinary."
The crowd discussed fervently, while Guan Firen let them chatter for a while.
After a minute, Guan Firen lightly coughed.
Though the sound wasn't loud, it reached everyone's ears. The crowd immediately quieted down. "Students, after
years of hard work, this college entrance exam is a test of your achievements. In our Dragon Nation, there's a saying, whether it's a horse or a mule, you have to take it out for a walk. If awakening your abilities was a major event in your life, then this college entrance exam is the second major event.
I won't say much. You now have a choice, to take the academic exam or the martial exam.
The martial exam has a death quota, your life is in your own hands. Of course, the mortality rate isn't high, as we have corresponding protective measures, but accidents are always inevitable.
If you want to withdraw, you can step back now.
But once you enter the secret realm, there's no turning back." The scene was silent, but
not a single person stepped back. This greatly satisfied Guan Firen.
"Very good, you all have courage.
The Dragon Nation has a future because of you. From now on, I will explain the rules of the college entrance exam. In the secret realm of the exam, there are exotic beasts of levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. Each type of exotic beast ranges from the lowest first tier to the highest 9th tier, and there are many varieties.
The secret realm is vast, covering an area of 1 million square kilometers, filled with numerous exotic beasts.
Once you enter, you will be randomly dispersed to different locations.
The interior of the secret realm is entirely forested, meaning all 1 million square kilometers are covered in trees.
Before entering, each person will be given a bracelet.
This bracelet can record how many exotic beasts you kill, their levels, and will also display your location and video footage.
The video
footage is one of the key factors in verifying the validity of your results. In the secret realm, you cannot use your own weapons or tools. Standardized weapons and tools will be
provided on site.
In other words, apart from the items we provide, you cannot bring anything else. We will have a place to store your personal belongings. If you have storage type treasures, you can put your items inside, we won't confiscate them. If the video footage shows that you used your own items, it will be directly deemed as cheating, and your results will be cancelled. Each person will be given 10 bottles of C-grade spiritual energy recovery potions, 10 bottles of C-grade healing potions, and 10 bottles of C-grade antidote potions. There will also be various weapons to choose from, whether it's knives, swords, spears, firearms, or cold weapons, all are D-grade. We will monitor your performance in real time, so don't harbor any illusions. Additionally, if you choose to forfeit the exam, the bracelet will immediately transport you out. If you don't forfeit, everyone will be uniformly teleported
out after the exam ends. Are you wondering why there are deaths if forfeiting allows you to leave directly? The reason is that some people don't even have time to forfeit before being instantly killed.
This is what we call the death quota, so choosing exotic beasts suitable for your strength is extremely important.
If you encounter an exotic beast you don't
recognize, it means your knowledge needs improvement.
You've studied for over a decade,
yet you can't even identify exotic beasts.
I don't want to see this happen. Now, let me explain. The scoring system.
Killing a first-tier exotic beast earns you 1 point, a second-tier exotic beast earns 10 points, a third-tier exotic beast earns 100 points, and a fourth-tier exotic
beast earns 1,000 points.
Friendly reminder, after the 4th tier, each additional level of exotic beast adds 1,000 points. In other words, killing a 4th-tier 9th level exotic beast
earns 9,000 points. The higher your score, the better the university you can get into.
For example, at our Fish City University, scoring 10,000 points guarantees admission.
As far
as I know, the score requirements for universities in other major base cities are similar.
Achieving this score means you can choose from almost any university nationwide. But don't be too reckless.
So, everyone should act within their capabilities. By the way, the points recorded in the bracelet cannot be stolen from each other, they are fixed to your own score and recorded in real time until the college entrance exam ends.
Alright, now let's distribute the supplies. An hour later, the distribution of supplies finally ended. Students, please enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. Once everyone is inside, the exam will officially begin.
Those who enter first need not worry, the exotic beasts will not attack you before the exam officially starts.
Alright, that's all. Everyone, hurry inside.
Guanfirin stepped aside, and the students entered the examination venue in batches.
By the time everyone was inside, it was approximately 11:30 a.m. As soon as Su Huijin entered, she found herself surrounded by dense forests. The concentration of spiritual energy was similar to the secret realm she had visited before.
She looked around and realized she was alone. The classmates who had been beside her earlier were nowhere to be seen. It seems this is indeed random teleportation. This 10 million square kilometer area is truly vast. I wonder if I'll encounter anyone else. Su Huijin waited for a while, and Guanfirin's voice came from the sky.
Students, everyone has entered the venue.
The exam will officially begin at 12 o'clock noon, and the duration is 3 days.
At noon 3 days later, everyone will be forcibly teleported out.
At that time, the college entrance exam will officially end, and the points you have earned will be finalized.
During the exam, you must solve food and water issues on your own.
Additionally, your communication devices can be used, but other equipment is prohibited. I wish all students success and hope you achieve top marks.
Su Huijin took out her phone and checked the time, 11:52. It's starting again.
Her heart was filled with excitement. Competing alongside 2 million people and participating in the martial arts exam with over 20 million others, this feeling truly made her blood boil.
Time flew by quickly. A mechanical countdown voice echoed in the sky. College entrance exam countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The college entrance exam has officially begun.
Everyone immediately sprang into action.
The previously quiet forest was suddenly filled with the roars of exotic beasts. In the waiting area of the secret realm, Guanfiren was surrounded by many people, but standing on either side of her were two middle-aged men,
of similar age to her.
In front of them was a massive screen displaying the leaderboard, which only listed the top 100 names.
Within less than 5
seconds of the martial arts exam starting, someone had already made it onto the leaderboard. The man on the left said, "This year's batch of students
is truly remarkable. Their level is several times higher than in previous years." The man on the right nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I just
noticed that many students this year have reached the Spirit Sea realm.
In recent years, no students have reached this realm, not even the SSS level.
Geniuses who awakened in past years. And now, even SS-level students have reached this realm.
This year's college entrance exam is truly fascinating." Listening to their discussion, Guanfiren couldn't help but join in. The spiritual energy on Blue Star is becoming increasingly dense, and the geniuses are advancing in their cultivation at an ever faster pace. It seems that something significant will happen in the near future. Even in the other base cities under the jurisdiction of Fish City, an SSS-level genius has emerged. In previous years, SSS-level geniuses mostly appeared in the Imperial Capital, the Magic Capital, or other major base cities.
It's been a long time since Fish City has produced
an SSS-level talent.
I believe this year, Fish City will definitely make it into the top 10 of the college entrance exam rankings, said the man on
the left.
Look, the leaderboard has changed. Someone has killed a third-tier mutant beast. The previously noisy crowd instantly quieted down,
and everyone looked up to check. The name at the top of the leaderboard was Su Huijin. "Ha? Who is this person? There's no such name among the geniuses of Fish City."
"I haven't heard of this name in other medium-sized base cities either."
"I know this person. She's the one who awakened the SSS-level spatial ability
during last year's Mutant Beast Siege. Her name also appeared on the contribution leaderboard of Liang City
base." "That's right, it's her." Many people sighed in admiration. Truly a young hero.
To kill a third-tier mutant beast in such a short time. Inside the college entrance exam secret realm, Su Huijin slashed down a bone-eating wolf with a single strike.
Looking at the points bracelet on
her wrist, the screen showed an increase of 100 points. She was in luck. After walking just a few steps, she encountered a third-tier bone-eating wolf, which she could easily take down with one strike. However, Su Huijin hadn't expected there to be so many bone-eating wolves in this
secret realm. It was truly common. She smiled and said, "A good start. Let's keep going."
At this moment, the leaderboard outside was constantly refreshing, and one by one, people surpassed Su Huijin. Before long, she was pushed off the leaderboard. She wondered if her earlier luck had run out, as she hadn't encountered a single mutant beast in the past 10 minutes, not even a first-tier one.
Su Huijin was puzzled. This secret realm is so vast. Why are there so few mutant beasts?
I just mentioned having a good start, and now it's turned into a reversal.
Just then, a tiger's roar echoed. Su Huijin's eyes lit up. "All right, I take back what I just said."
She saw the mutant beast in front of her, froze for a moment, and then burst into laughter.
Well.
It was a skyfeather tiger, a mutant beast that had once nearly cost Su Huijin her life.
Back
when she was training in the Emerald Forest, she had specifically sought out this type of beast. But no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't
find one.
Later, she looked it up online and discovered that this type of beast had tender, delicious meat and could grow into a 6th-tier beast king upon reaching adulthood. However, many people hunted these beasts for 2 reasons: 1, to prevent them from growing up, and 2, because
their meat was exceptionally tasty.
After death, the energy within their bodies could be preserved for about 10 days without dissipating immediately. As a result, many people risked their lives to hunt them. The skyfeather tiger that had once left Su Huijin on the brink of death was just a 2-month-old cub, yet it was already extraordinarily powerful. Now, the skyfeather tiger before her was a 3rd-tier, 5th-level mutant beast.
Su Huijin concealed her aura.
The skyfeather tiger showed no fear of her, roaring incessantly as it charged toward her.
Its claws swiped at her. Su Huijin stood still, unmoving.
In her eyes, its speed was as slow as a turtle's.
She easily sidestepped the attack and kicked the skyfeather tiger in the abdomen.
The tiger was sent flying, crashing into several trees.
It shook its head and stood up, roaring in fury.
Then, it charged at her again at an even faster speed, turning to whip its tail at her. The tail sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Su Huijin raised her blade to block. Sparks flew as the tail struck the blade, but she remained completely steady. Sensing something was wrong, the skyfeather tiger tried to flee. Su Huijin threw her battle blade in front of it, the blade embedding itself in the ground. The tiger came to an abrupt halt, trying to change direction. Collapse! A powerful gravitational force struck, causing Shaolin Tiger's bones to creak under the pressure. Its legs involuntarily bent, and eventually, the bones in its feet were completely crushed. Shaolin Tiger howled incessantly, blood dripping from its mouth and gushing from its limbs. Blame your bad luck. If you were another beast, I might have given you a quick death, but since you're a Shaolin Tiger, there's nothing more to say. As the gravity intensified, Shaolin Tiger's body sank lower and lower, creating a large pit in the ground. In the end, the tiger was completely crushed into a bloody pulp, losing all semblance of its former self. At that moment, a sound came from the wrist. Ding, 100 points added. Su Huijin's score had now reached 200, pushing his ranking back into the top 10, though he hadn't claimed the top spot this time. After all, some people had better luck, being randomly teleported to beast dens or encountering numerous first and second tier beasts that matched their strength, allowing their scores to rise quickly. However, no one else had yet managed to slay 2 third-tier beasts in succession like Su Huijin. Of course, some were unlucky enough to encounter powerful beasts right at the start. For instance, Awakening Stage. Contestants who ran into second-tier beasts and couldn't escape their attack range before the college entrance exam began were truly out of luck. Within just half an hour of the exam, thousands had already chosen to withdraw, unwilling to risk their lives. Naturally, there were also some bold individuals who refused to quit, only to end up being eliminated outright. At this moment, the people in the secret realm were waiting. A man standing to the left of Guan Firen said, "Look at the top of the leaderboard. Wow, isn't that Huang Jia from the Huang family?" He climbed to the top so quickly. Among the Huang family's generation, Huang Jia is the strongest. When he passed by me earlier, I could sense that he had already reached the Spirit Sea stage. I heard his talent is SS grade. Impressive. Look at the second place, it's Feng Ji from the Feng family. Feng Logue's grandson? Feng Logue's water-based abilities are extraordinary. I wonder how his grandson measures up. Judging by the score, he seems pretty strong. And third place is Jiang Yan from the Jiang family. Jiang Yan awakened an SS grade metal ability, I believe. As expected, the top 3 are all from the 3 major families of Fish City, and they've all reached the Spirit Sea stage. Although Su Huijin has an SSS grade spatial ability, his foundation is lacking compared to the children of prominent families who have enjoyed abundant resources. Since childhood, his earlier appearance on the leaderboard was just a flash in the pan. Look, Su Huijin is back on the leaderboard. 7th place. Some people shook their heads. The gap between him and the top ranks is still too wide. Rank 1, 522 points, Rank 2, 500 points, Rank 3, 450 points. Su Huijin, 200 points. At this moment, Guan Firen suddenly said, "Pull up Huang Jia's footage." The crowd saw the figure on the screen, dressed in snow-white robes, with a handsome face, fair skin, and a well-proportioned physique, exuding the aura of a beautiful youth though. He was, in fact, a man. He held a long spear in his hand, facing a roaring third-tier blazing claw bear, which was spraying saliva as it lunged at Huang Jia. Huang Jia stood firmly in place, slowly raised his hand, and threw the spear. The blazing claw bear was pierced through the forehead, mid-air and pinned to a tree, its ferocious expression frozen in that instant. Huang Jia walked forward, pulled out the spear, and the bear's corpse fell to the ground. The onlookers nodded in admiration. Huang Jia truly is a prodigy of Fish City. To kill a third-tier blazing claw bear with just one spear throw, he's undoubtedly one of the 3 heroes of Fish City. In the secret realm, many ordinary people and ability users were watching, though identity verification was required to prevent malicious forces from infiltrating. In truth, even if someone did sneak in, it wouldn't matter, as Guan Firen and other prominent figures were present. At this moment, some spectators exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, it's Lord Huang Jia. So handsome. I want to have his child." "Dream on, if he's having a child, it'll be with me." A group of fangirls was discussing below, which was normal. Huang Jia was very famous in Yuqing, strong, handsome, and naturally had no shortage of admirers.
Just like in Modu, there
was a boy named G who played traditional-style basketball and attracted a large number of fangirls. Although basketball, a super entertainment activity from 500 years ago, had gradually faded over time, he managed to revive its popularity after just 2.5 years of learning.
Alright, back to the topic. In short, Huang Jia's popularity was quite high.
Guan Firen snapped his fingers, and the screen switched to another
scene. The person on the screen was Feng Ji.
He held a bow, aiming at a third-tier wild boar. That upright posture, rugged face, and muscular arms immediately revealed that he was a tough and handsome man. At that moment, the wild boar, with its massive tusks exposed, charged at Feng Ji at
an incredible speed, attempting to pierce him with its tusks.
Feng Ji calmly released the arrow. The arrow shot out swiftly, piercing through the
wild boar's entire body. The boar, still running, died instantly upon being hit, its body sliding to Feng Ji's feet due to inertia. Feng Ji kicked the boar aside and walked over to retrieve the arrow.
The arrow had only a trace of blood on it, a testament to its power and speed.
The onlookers were stunned. Feng Ji's archery is truly amazing. Indeed, it's rare.
In this era of technology and superpowers, to use a bow and arrow
to this extent is simply extraordinary. He actually killed a third-tier wild boar with a single arrow.
His archery has reached an incredible level. Seeing these two geniuses easily slay beasts with just weapons and no superpowers, I wonder what surprises Jiang Yan will bring.
At this moment, Feng Ji's fangirls were cheering. A handsome guy like him, of course, wouldn't lack followers. Guan Firen snapped his fingers again,
and the screen switched once more, this time to Jiang Yan.
Jiang Yan had shoulder-length golden hair and was dressed entirely in pink, the so-called macho pink.
In front of him were 6 second-tier beasts. He raised his hand, preparing to snap his fingers. A small golden orb, liquid-like and constantly rippling, floated in front of his middle finger. The beast suddenly launched an attack, and Jiang Yan lightly flicked his finger. The golden orb vibrated and instantly split into several parts, shooting toward the beasts. The beasts, upon being hit, all turned golden and froze in place, maintaining their running postures.
Jiang Yan smiled in satisfaction, turned his back to the beasts, snapped his fingers, and walked away. Boom! Bang! 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 All 6 beasts exploded into golden powder.
The golden powder sparkled brilliantly in the air, creating a spectacular scene.
A gentle breeze scattered the powder, leaving the onlookers in awe. What just happened? Bro, that was insane. Some girls screamed even louder than when the previous 2 geniuses appeared. That was so shocking, so cool. Even some of the big shots
at the scene began to comment, "This kid from the Jiang family is really something.
His superpower is indeed impressive." At this moment, the head of the Jiang family was also watching, though not from Guan Firen's side.
He felt a bit embarrassed by his son's flamboyant appearance.
Well, it made sense, wearing pink all the time was certainly eye-catching, and he was capable of pulling off anything. Even Guan Firen slightly pursed
his lips. Golden hair paired with pink attire, such a flashy display, it was hard not to feel a bit odd. At this moment, Su Huijin's phone rang.
Su Huijin answered the call. "Hello? What's up with Han Shu?"
A voice came from the other end of the line.
"Nothing much, just wanted to see how far you are from me. Send me your location."
Hearing this, Su Huijin sent his location. "Wow, you're over 5 million kilometers away from
me.
Sigh, we're so far apart. Looks like we can't take the college entrance exam together this time."
Han Shu sighed. Su Huijin shook his head helplessly. "It's fine, we'll each take our own exam. Let's see how many points you can score in the end. Alright then, I won't chat anymore. There's a beast coming my way."
"Got it." Su Huijin hung up the phone and immediately slashed down a second-tier beast in front of him. It turned out he had been fighting beasts even while on the call.
Su Huijin looked around and saw 5 more second-tier beasts on the ground, surrounded by first-tier ones. The efficiency was too low. "This won't do. It's too slow. I need to find a beast nest." He used teleportation, and as someone in the Spirit Sea realm, his spiritual energy was abundant.
After some sensing, he found no high-tier beasts nearby, only first-tier ones, which he was too lazy to fight, feeling it was a waste of time. Finally, after teleporting for half an hour, he heard a shout and felt puzzled. Soon, he saw a boy of about 17 or 18, dressed in tattered clothes, running desperately. When the boy saw Su Huijin, he looked as if he'd found a lifeline and shouted urgently, "Brother, help me. I don't want my college entrance exam to end here. Save me, and I'll reward you handsomely." Su Huijin's eyes lit up. Chasing the boy was a pack of 20 to 30 third-tier beasts, with a fourth-tier beast at the back. This beast was a crimson blood wolf, capable of burning its own blood to enhance its strength, though only temporarily a rare beast indeed. Su Huijin was curious about how the boy had survived among so many wolves. His realm was only at the second level of the Spirit Lake realm, and under normal circumstances, he should have been overwhelmed or forced to forfeit the exam. Yet, he was still running, which suggested he was no ordinary person. The boy grew increasingly anxious as the wolves closed in. "Brother, if you save me, I'll give you an A-grade weapon." Su Huijin smiled, thinking, "A rich kid, huh?" He suddenly pushed off the ground, gripping his blade, and charged toward the pack of beasts. Spatial slash. A massive dark red slash cut through the crimson blood wolves, instantly severing the bodies of over a dozen of them. The boy was dumbfounded by the scene. "Holy crap, that's so cool." Meanwhile, the audience watching the secret realm feed switched to Su Huijin's screen, just in time to see the boy pleading for help. "What do you think Su Huijin will do? That's over 20 third-tier crimson blood wolves, and there's even a fourth-tier one at the back. In this situation, he should probably run, even if he's at the fourth tier himself." Another person countered, "Not necessarily. Everyone knows how powerful a 3S-level talent is. Although his foundation might be a bit lacking, he's said to be the disciple of Qinlantu, the deputy dean of the space department at Imperial Capital University. Considering that, taking care of these crimson blood wolves should be a piece of cake." The audience focused intently on Su Huijin, eager to see whether he would choose to flee or save the boy. Many girls, captivated by Su Huijin's handsome face, couldn't help but feel their hearts flutter. As everyone held their breath, Su Huijin delivered a slash that wiped out half the crimson blood wolves in one move, his posture exuding style. The entire audience fell silent. Su Huijin's debut in the large base city was already commanding such a presence. Watching him slowly sheath his blade, his points skyrocketed to first place. "This Su Huijin is incredible. I didn't expect him to take out so many crimson blood wolves in one strike. So cool. I want to have his babies." The boy was stunned. He had thought the person in front of him was stronger than him, but he hadn't expected him to be this powerful. He stood frozen in place. As the audience continued watching the screen, the remaining crimson blood wolves hesitated, looking at each other. Then their leader, the fourth tier crimson blood wolf, let out a howl. The remaining wolves no longer hesitated and activated their innate skill, Bloodburn. In an instant, their auras surged. Their originally red eyes now emitted a faint red mist, making them appear even more sinister and terrifying. The crimson blood wolves' bodies swelled to twice their size before stopping. Then, they all charged at Su Huijin. Su Huijin's expression remained indifferent. "Ants trying to shake a tree." A burst of crimson and black energy erupted from his body, enveloping all the nearby beasts. Their previously swift movements instantly slowed to a crawl. Collapse. With Su Huijin's quick reflexes, their slowed actions appeared to him as if in slow motion. 18 consecutive slashes. In an instant, Su Huijin vanished, wielding his long blade. When he reappeared, 18 slashes had already been carved into the surroundings, and he swiftly charged toward the remaining red blood wolves. In mere moments, the ground was stained red with blood, littered with severed limbs and flesh. Apart from a single fourth-tier red blood wolf, every other beast had been annihilated. The young man nearby was stunned, the Wolf King was stunned, and the onlookers were all frozen in disbelief. Then, Su Huijin focused the collapse ability on the fourth-tier red blood wolf. The Wolf King snapped out of its daze and attempted to flee, only to find an overpowering gravitational force pinning it down. Although it could sense that this human's cultivation level was lower than its own, his aura was terrifyingly oppressive. It couldn't escape at all. From the moment Su Huijin had stepped into the Spirit Sea realm, he had been invincible among those of the same level. He had both the confidence and strength to back it up. Su Huijin slowly advanced toward the Wolf King. The beast realized that if it didn't fight back now, it would surely die. Hastily, it activated its blood burn ability, but its movements remained sluggish. In the blink of an eye, Su Huijin teleported in front of it. Just as the Wolf King tried to flee, Su Huijin grabbed its head with one hand and lifted it off the ground. Die! With a sickening crunch, the head was crushed, blood spraying everywhere. Fortunately, Su Huijin had activated a void barrier in advance, otherwise, his clothes would have been thoroughly soaked in blood. His hand, however, was drenched. With a casual flick, the blood splattered onto the ground. The young man who had been spectating was completely dumbfounded throughout the entire scene. Suddenly, Su Huijin turned to look at him, and the young man swallowed nervously in fear. Big brother. Su Huijin spoke calmly, you owe me an A-rank weapon. By the way, I want a blade. The young man nodded frantically. Yes, of course. May I know your name, big brother? With a faint tone, Su Huijin replied, Su Huijin. The young man stepped forward eagerly. Brother Su, how about we exchange contact information? Once we get out of here, I'll have someone deliver the weapon to you. Su Huijin nodded slightly, and they exchanged contact details. What's your name? Su Huijin asked. My name is Su He. I'm from the Su family in Fish City, the young man replied, revealing his identity directly. Su Huijin grew curious. What were you doing to get chased by so many red-blood wolves? Su He's face darkened. I had bad luck. When I first entered, there was nothing around, so I thought I'd scout the area for beasts before the exam began. If I could find some, I'd take them out to quickly boost my score. But the deeper I went, the more I ran into red-blood wolves. The moment the exam started, it was as if someone hit the play button, and they all charged right at me. I had no choice but to run for my life. After running for a long time, I saw you, Brother Su. I thought you looked extraordinary, so I decided to ask for your help. Su Huijin sneered. Ha, and what if I weren't strong enough? Wouldn't you have dragged me down with you? Su He looked embarrassed. I just thought your aura was overwhelming, and I couldn't gauge your strength, so I figured it was worth a shot. Su Huijin shook his head in exasperation. You're truly shameless. Don't do this again. Su He nodded quickly. Yes, I understand. Su Huijin gave the delicate-looking youth another glance before shaking his head. Alright, I'm not worried about you running off without paying. I'm leaving now. With that, Su Huijin turned and walked away. Su He grew anxious. Wait, Brother Su. Su Huijin turned back, puzzled. What now? Su He hesitated, his face conflicted, before softly asking, Can I follow you? It's too dangerous being alone. Don't worry, I'll pay you. Su Huijin gave a fake smile and refused without hesitation. No. He swiftly collected the beast cores from the fallen creatures and disappeared in an instant. Su He reached out, wanting to call after him, but realized Su Huijin was already gone. Left standing alone, he stared into the distance, filled with doubt about his life choices. Outside the secret realm, the spectators who had been watching the scene burst into laughter. This boy from the Su family is really timid. Ha ha, if the old man of the Su family saw his descendant like this, he'd probably be so angry he'd spit blood. Guan Firen held her forehead and sighed, old Master Su was so brave, how could his descendant turn out like this? He's already at the Spirit Lake realm, yet he still needs to rely on others. At this moment, Su Huijin's score had already reached 5,640 points, far ahead in first place. The second place Huang Jia only had 2,420 points, more than double the gap. The big shots waiting outside the secret realm were all praising Su Huijin. This young man is truly remarkable. Indeed, with just the strength of the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, he easily killed a fourth-tier, third-level red-blood wolf. His speed was decisive, and his technique was clean and efficient. What a promising talent, said a chubby elder. His strength is no less than the three heroes of Yuqing. He's simply a genius. A commoner rising to dominate the world, it's no easy feat. Even Guan Firen, who rarely commented, spoke up, this little guy is really impressive. Then someone whispered, hey, did you hear that? Our city lord Guan actually praised someone. I've never heard her praise anyone before. Indeed, no wonder city lord Guan would commend him. Su Huijin's growth has been truly extraordinary. Guan Firen snapped her fingers and switched the screen, but the discussion about Su Huijin didn't stop. The performances of the next few people seemed mediocre in comparison, completely lacking the brilliance of the earlier ones. At this moment, Huang Jia, inside the secret realm, looked at the bracelet on his wrist and laughed smugly. 2,500 points already. In such a short time, first place should be mine, huh? In previous years, people at this point might only have around 1,000 points. I really am destined for greatness. Blessed with fortune. If others saw this elegant young man in white being so arrogant and self-assured, his polite and refined image would probably collapse instantly. This was the legendary contrast effect. Meanwhile, Su Huijin had been walking for over half an hour without encountering any high-level exotic beasts, only some first and second-tier ones. Suddenly, Su Huijin heard the sounds of fighting ahead. He quickly rushed over and hid to observe. When he saw the scene, his expression immediately turned disdainful. What's with this guy? Wearing a bright Barbie pink outfit, so flashy. And that golden hair, it just looks so out of place. The only person who could pull off this outfit is Brother G. I don't think anyone else could. Su Huijin continued watching, a look of surprise appearing in his eyes. He noticed that the man in pink had actually reached the Spirit Sea realm and was fighting a fourth-level triangular rhinoceros. This guy is no ordinary person. At this moment, Jiang Yan's right hand glowed with golden light. He punched toward the charging triangular rhinoceros's horn, creating a powerful energy wave upon impact. The surrounding trees were instantly knocked down. After a period of persistence, the triangular rhinoceros seemed unable to endure any longer and was sent flying. It crashed through dozens of trees before coming to a stop, shakily standing up and shaking its head. Jiang Yan's next attack followed immediately. A golden ball flew into the air, releasing hundreds and thousands of golden arrows. Wherever the golden arrows landed, they turned everything into gold. The triangular rhinoceros, which had just stood up, was naturally hit and instantly turned golden all over. However, shortly after the triangular rhinoceros turned golden, the golden substance on its surface suddenly cracked, and then shattered completely. The giant beast snorted out large amounts of hot air from its nostrils, clearly enraged. It charged at Jiang Yan with incredible speed. But Jiang Yan didn't retreat. The golden liquid in front of him quickly expanded, forming a sturdy shield. The triangular rhinoceros's attack was instantly deflected, its horn shattered, and its massive body fell heavily to the ground. Then, the shield in front of Jiang Yan transformed back into golden liquid, condensed into a small ball, and returned to his hand immediately. He flicked the small ball directly into the nostril of the Triceratops. The creature, which had been writhing in pain on the ground, began to convulse instantly. A golden film appeared on its surface, enveloping it entirely, as if it had turned into a statue. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and the Triceratops exploded in an instant. The ground was covered in golden fragments, leaving behind only a beast crystal. Jiang Yan picked up the beast crystal, a strange smile curling at the corner of his lips. Jiang Yan swiftly turned around and flung the golden liquid in his hand toward Su Huijin. Su Huijin quickly raised his battle blade, and as the golden liquid struck the blade, its surface rapidly turned to gold. Seeing this, Su Huijin immediately hurled the blade at Jiang Yan. A golden shield suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Yan, blocking the blade. The blade shattered instantly, its fragments scattering in all directions. Frowning, Su Huijin said, "Classmate, I mean no harm. I just heard the commotion and came to check." Jiang Yan sneered coldly, "Cut the nonsense. Fight me." He extended his right hand, fingers slightly curved, as golden liquid flowed through the air, forming a golden battle blade that quickly solidified. He grabbed it firmly. Su Huijin's expression darkened. After all, this was the college entrance exam, and the primary goal was to slay beasts and earn points. He had no time to waste on this. "Classmate, this is the college entrance exam. Our goal is to earn points. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you after we leave," Jiang Yan said. Nothing, and charged straight at him. Su Huijin was furious, feeling that fighting him was a complete waste of time. He thought about how many points he could have earned during this period. Kaiyang Palm. Meanwhile, a group of people in the secret realm was watching the screen, just in time to see Jiang Yan effortlessly and elegantly slay a fourth-tier beast. This Jiang Yan kid really has his abilities honed to perfection. Yeah, his power is indeed impressive. He can easily take down a fourth-tier beast, and it looks like he hasn't even used his full strength. The younger generation of the Zhang family is indeed much stronger than the previous ones. Hey, look quickly. On the screen, Jiang Yan was seen attacking Su Huijin. Isn't that Su Huijin? Everyone stared at the screen, intrigued by the tense standoff between the two and curious about what would happen next. Jiang Yan made his move, and some of his female fans screamed and cheered for him. Of course, there were also girls who had been captivated by Su Huijin's dashing and commanding presence earlier, cheering for him instead. A domain-level ability user snorted, "Humph, this is the college entrance exam. What's wrong with this Zhang family kid? If he doesn't want to take the exam, why drag others down with him?"
That's true, but these two are both geniuses. Watching them fight is definitely worth it. Juan Firan watched the two on
the screen with great interest, as she was also curious about the current strength of the younger generation.
A massive golden palm print swiftly struck toward Jiang Yan.
The golden liquid continued to flow, forming a shield. However, when the palm print hit the shield, the golden shield cracked immediately, as if it were about to shatter at any moment.
Jiang Yan was surprised to see this, as in Yuqing, apart from Huang
Jie and Feng Ji, no one else had been able to break his golden shield.
He hadn't expected to encounter another one now. Jiang Yan extended
his left hand, and a long stream of golden liquid surged to the left, wrapping around a tree. At the moment the golden shield shattered, the golden liquid pulled him over, allowing him to evade the attack. Just as he reached the tree, Su Huaijin appeared in front of him in an instant. Clenching his fists in both hands, his right hand forming a dragon seal and his left hand a tiger seal. Jiang Yan had no time to react and hurriedly raised the golden blade in his right hand. Su Huaijin's right fist, with the dragon seal, struck first, shattering the golden blade instantly and sending Jiang Yan flying. While still in midair, Su Huaijin appeared before him again, delivering a punch with the tiger seal in his left hand. Jiang Yan instinctively crossed his arms to protect his chest, both hands turning golden.
However, Su Huaijin's punch directly
cracked his golden arms and struck his chest with force.
Jiang Yan was sent flying backward, crashing through over a dozen trees before coming
to a stop. He knelt on the ground, one hand clutching his chest.
Ugh!
At this moment, Su Huaijin did not continue attacking but said coldly, "Do you yield?"
Jiang Yan burst into laughter, ha 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 ha, cough, cough.
He laughed so hard that he started coughing, his face turning red. After calming down, Jiang Yan said, "There's no one in this world who can make me yield."
Come again.
He stood up.
Su Huaijin was speechless, thinking to himself, is this guy a fool or what? I don't have time to play with you. I need to go earn points. Jiang Yan was furious. He
was clearly fighting seriously, yet Su Huaijin called it playing.
Who's playing with you? This is a real battle. Su Huaijin smiled and nodded, yes, we're battling.
Jiang Yan saw Su Huaijin's expression and felt a surge of anger, as if he had been insulted. He quickly gathered a golden liquid sphere in his hand and hurled it into the air.
Su Huaijin witnessed this scene and was startled, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Isn't this the skill he used earlier to kill the wild boar?
Immediately, a golden rain of arrows came down like a storm.
Su Huaijin did not
retreat but stood firmly in place, calmly saying, "Golden Bell Shield." The golden rain of arrows covered the golden bell shield.
Originally
emitting a faint golden glow, the shield was now completely enveloped by the golden liquid, which then solidified, trapping Su Huaijin inside.
Jiang Yan gathered a golden blade and charged at Su Huaijin.
Snapping his fingers, the golden bell shield shattered on cue, and Jiang Yan thrust his blade forward. However, just 30 centimeters away from Su Huaijin, the blade suddenly stopped. A pale blue protective shield appeared, firmly blocking the attack. No matter how hard Jiang Yan tried, the blade wouldn't budge. At this moment, Su Huaijin lashed out with his left foot. Seeing this, Jiang Yan's left hand turned golden as he forcefully caught the attack.
Phoenix finger. Su Huaijin pointed, and a fiery red phoenix instantly appeared, launching a fierce assault on Jiang Yan.
A golden shield materialized in front of Jiang Yan, and his body and shield were pushed back continuously. Just then, Su Huaijin teleported behind him and delivered a powerful kick.
Jiang Yan quickly protected his back
with golden energy, which ended up covered in cracks but did not shatter. Jiang Yan countered with a backhand slash, but Su Huaijin easily pushed off the ground and dodged the attack effortlessly. At this point, Jiang Yan seemed a bit flustered.
He extended his left hand, releasing
a large amount of golden liquid that surged toward Su Huaijin. Su Huaijin stomped the ground forcefully, and a wave of red-black energy spread
out instantly.
The previously swift golden liquid slowed down, and Jiang Yan felt as if something was weighing him down, making his body
unbearably heavy. What's going on? Jiang Yan was utterly confused. This guy was too strange, teleportation and now gravity manipulation. At that
moment, Su Huaijin suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Jiang Yan looked around and found that Su Huaijin's figure was nowhere to be seen,
making him feel uneasy. Just then, he sensed a dangerous aura from above.
Spatial crush.
He quickly summoned a golden shield, trying to block the descending cubic space.
Jiang Yan exerted all his strength, but his body was bent under the pressure. The gravity here was already immense. And combined with this force, his veins bulged, and his face turned red.
Ah! Phantom step!
Just as he was about to collapse, Jiang Yan decisively used his movement technique to escape, narrowly avoiding the attack. But as soon as he breathed a sigh of relief, Su Huijin's kick came flying toward him. The kick was so fast that Jiang Yan had no time to react and was directly hit, sent flying, and rolling on the ground
several times. Ouch! Afterward, Su Huijin withdrew his attack. Jiang Yan got up from the ground, clutching his face. Hiss, don't you know? Not to hit someone in the face? It hurts like hell. Su Huijin walked toward Jiang Yan, who thought she was going to kick him again and quickly waved his hands, retreating. No more, I admit defeat.
Su Huijin stopped in her tracks, and Jiang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Su Huijin revealed a teasing smile. Do you yield?
Jiang Yan wanted to argue, but seeing her face darken, he quickly said, I give up.
I give up. Su Huijin nodded in satisfaction. I told you, it's a waste of time.
You insisted on fighting me, and now look, no points
earned, and you got beaten up. Feeling satisfied now? Jiang Yan looked a bit embarrassed.
I noticed you're also an Esper at the
Spirit Sea level. There aren't many Spirit Sea level Espers in Fish City, and I know all of them. But I don't recall you. That means you're from a medium or small base city taking the exam here. The only one who fits that description is the sole SSS-level Esper in Fish City, Su Huijin. Am I right? Su Huijin nodded.
That's correct.
Then why did you still make a move?
Jiang Yan scratched his head.
I thought, since I'm SS level, I wanted to see how strong an SSS-level Esper like you is. Now that we've fought, you're indeed powerful.
Although I didn't go all out after all, we're still in the college entrance exam venue, and it wouldn't be worth it to end up in a lose-lose situation.
Su Huijin sneered, looking at Jiang Yan.
Oh, so you do remember we're in the middle of the college entrance exam.
What a glutton for punishment. Let me tell you, even if you went all out, you still wouldn't be my match. By the way, what's your name?
At this, Jiang Yan puffed out his chest, raised his chin, and ran a hand through his golden hair. I am the famous Jiang Yan of the Zheng family in Fish City. One of the 3 heroes of Fish City. Su Huijin looked at the footprint on his face and his dirty pink clothes, barely holding back laughter.
So you're Jiang Yan. I've heard a bit about you before. Your strength is just so. Jiang Yan was displeased upon hearing this. What do you mean, just so? I didn't
even use my full strength. Your spatial ability is too unfair, you teleport so fast I couldn't even touch you. Besides, you saw my ability when I fought the wild boar earlier.
This is completely unfair. If you have the guts, let's fight again outside. Su Huijin shrugged. Blame me, then. Alright, I'm done chatting with you. You've wasted enough of my time. With that, Su Huijin teleported away, not giving Jiang Yan a chance to respond. Watching Su Huijin disappear, Jiang Yan looked around. Hey, where did she go? Su Huijin. Seriously. In the secret realm. The crowd watching Jiang Yan's awkwardness couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why does Jiang Yan seem so shameless? Is this submissive? Jiang Yan the same person I know? Or is this his true self?
I didn't expect Su Huijin to be so strong, easily defeating one of the 3
heroes of Fish City, Jiang Yan. Her strength might even rival Huang Jie.
Yeah, even though Jiang Yan didn't go all out, neither did Su
Huijin. But to beat Jiang Yan like this, her strength is undoubtedly extraordinary. Looks like our Dragon Nation is about to produce another prodigy.
At this moment, Jiang Yan's female fans were all stunned. The person they idolized had been defeated so quickly.
Many of them immediately turned their admiration towards Su Huijin.
After all, in this era, strength was king.
Moreover, Su Huijin was both handsome and powerful,
making her utterly captivating.
Jiang Yan's father was equally stunned.
He hadn't expected his son to lose so quickly.
Although Jiang Yan hadn't
used his full strength, a loss was still a loss, and such a crushing defeat was truly disappointing. What sin has my Zheng family committed?
He lamented.
I took so many lives in my earlier years, and now I've given birth to such a foolish son.
How pitiful and lamentable. At this moment, Guanfiren nodded in satisfaction. As expected of someone praised by Elder Qi, a Spirit Sea level genius who can easily defeat an opponent 1 level higher. He sighed.
I heard Su Huijin was just an ordinary person before her awakening.
Such talent is simply astonishing. To grow to this level in just half a year. Fortunately, she's in the Dragon Nation. If she were in another country or among the alien races, it would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Su Huijin quickly left the scene. Jiang Yan was too abstract and somewhat foolish. Su Huijin worried about being influenced and quickly walked away. Gradually, the sky began to darken, around 8 p.m. This secret realm was peculiar, although it had day and night, there was neither a sun nor a moon. No one could figure out why, and the only explanation was that the secret realm might absorb spiritual energy from the outside world, thus producing light. At this moment, Su Huijin's score was still in first place, with over 8,000 points. The second place contestant, Huang Jia, wasn't far behind, with over 7,200 points. The third place contestant, Feng Ji, had over 6,000 points, and the fourth place contestant, Jiang Yan, also had over 6,000 points. Su Huijin retrieved a fourth-tier sharp bull he had killed in the secret realm from his storage space and began processing it. Half an hour later, the entire sharp bull had been dismembered into several pieces. It could have been done faster, but the issued combat knife had broken, so Su Huijin had to use spiritual energy to form a blade to complete the task. Then, he happily started grilling. A large-scale wilderness barbecue officially began. Tonight, Su Huijin didn't go hunting for exotic beasts but instead sat cross-legged in place to cultivate and restore his energy. However, the environment tonight was far from simple. Many exotic beasts were nocturnal, and tonight was bound to see a large number of candidates eliminated. Su Huijin sat quietly, listening to the roars of exotic beasts echoing in his ears. In the waiting area of the secret realm, a man standing to the left of Guan Firen spoke up. Night has fallen. I wonder how many candidates will be eliminated again. I remember last year, 500,000 were eliminated in one night. How long can this year's candidates hold out? The man on the right responded, indeed, they've already been through a lot during the day. Many candidates are physically and mentally exhausted now. The challenges at night are even harder to endure, limited visibility and physical strain. But this year's candidates are overall stronger than last year's, so the elimination rate shouldn't be as high. But how many students will die tonight? At this moment, many ordinary people in the waiting area of the secret realm had already gone to sleep, while some continued cultivating, taking advantage of the spiritual energy here, which was far denser than outside. A large number of ability users were cultivating here, while the students taking the college entrance exam in the secret realm were suffering immensely. The daytime had already been grueling enough. Killing exotic beasts and searching for them was the limit for some lower-level individuals. Many were hoping to use the night to recover their spiritual energy, as the dense spiritual energy here might even allow them to break through a level. However, the exotic beasts that couldn't be found during the day appeared in groups at night. Unable to fight them, the students could only flee, but they couldn't outrun them either. Choosing to forfeit the exam was better than dying. Help! Someone save me! I don't want my college entrance exam to end like this. Su Huijin opened his eyes and saw that the time was 0:05. Sigh, trouble again. He stood up and looked into the distance, spotting 3 boys and 2 girls being chased by 30 to 40 second-tier exotic beasts. These people happened to see Su Huijin, exchanged glances, and ran toward him. Brother, run! There are too many exotic beasts. Su Huijin looked at them coldly. Trying to lure the beasts over to use me as a scapegoat? Interesting. Brother, hurry up. There are really too many. The group hurriedly passed by Su Huijin after speaking. Collapse. The 30 to 40 exotic beasts were instantly crushed into pulp. The group kept running but suddenly noticed the silence behind them. Turning back, they saw a horrifying scene. Dozens of exotic beasts had all turned into pulp, blood flowing like a river on the ground, the scene utterly shocking. They stopped in their tracks, stunned, their hearts tightening as they realized they had just tried to scheme against Su Huijin. One of the men, who looked ordinary but was dressed lavishly, said, "Why don't we go over first? Remember, no one mentions what just happened. From now on, you all listen to me." The group quickly nodded. Su Huijin walked up to them, and the lavishly dressed man stepped forward and said, "Classmate, your skills are truly impressive. So many exotic beasts were dealt with by you in an instant. May I ask your name?" Su Huijin smiled as he looked at them, not exposing their act. "My name is Su Changcheng. I just activated a secret technique earlier, but I won't be able to use it again for several days.
The group exchanged glances. The flamboyant man thought to himself, so it was a secret technique, not
pure strength. That scared me to death. Still, I have to keep up appearances.
Wow, being able to kill so many exotic beasts in an instant can't
rely on just a secret technique.
Sue, your strength is truly remarkable, someone nearby chimed in.
Exactly.
With such strength, Sue, you're sure to get into a top university in the college entrance exams.
Su Huaiji nodded slightly. May I ask your names?
The flamboyant man was the
first to speak. My name is Shi Huajian.
The others introduced themselves one after another.
Shi Huajian then said, Su, can we stay with you tonight? Don't worry, we'll leave first thing in the morning.
Seeing the others frozen in place, he glared at them, and they quickly caught
on.
Yes, yes. Sue, can we stay by your side? A girl said sweetly.
Su Huaiji nodded. Do as you please.
Afterward, he found another spot to
rest.
The group watched Su Huaijian's retreating figure and exchanged knowing smiles.
The next day.
By now, there were over a dozen more people around Su Huaijin, all of whom he had saved the previous night. Su Huaijin finished his cultivation, opened his eyes, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Then, he stood up, and the people around him also began to stir.
Shi Huajian got up and walked toward Su Huaijin. Su, have you finished cultivating? Su Huaijin nodded. Yes, I'm leaving now. Do as you wish.
A glint of malice flashed in Shi Huajian's eyes as he glanced at the others. The group immediately surrounded Su Huaijin.
Su Huaijin's expression turned cold. What is the meaning of this?
At this moment, Shi
Huajian dropped his pretense.
Sue, hand over all the potions you have, and tell us your secret technique.
Otherwise, we'll have to make sure your college entrance exams end prematurely. The others chimed in. That's right, Sue.
Don't let such a small matter affect the big picture
of the exams. There are over a dozen of us here. Su Huaijin sneered.
Heh,
aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the authorities?
Shi Huajian burst into laughter.
Ah, Sue, you're so funny. The exam rules only prohibit killing, not injuring, or crippling someone.
If you don't comply, we'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a hospital bed.
Ha 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 ha. The group laughed along.
So, I advise you
to know your place, Su Changqing.
Su Huaijin looked at the people he had saved the day before.
Are you all the same?
Feeling guilty, they avoided Su Huaijin's gaze. Everyone wanted the secret technique. After all, Su Huaijin seemed to suffer no consequences after using it. With such a technique, getting into a top university would be a breeze. Shi Huajian's expression hardened.
Hand it over. Su Huaijin sighed. Ah, is this the darkness of human nature?
Shi Huajian pressed on. Spare me the useless talk. If you don't hand it over, I'll take it myself.
Su Huaijin
stared coldly at the group.
Oh, if you have the ability, then come and try.
Shi Huajian flew into a rage.
Damn it, everyone, get him.
The group swarmed toward him. Su Huaijin immediately unleashed collapse, and the group was instantly crushed to the ground, unable to move, all
kneeling. Shi Huajian regretted it.
He hadn't expected this person to be so powerful. It seemed that it wasn't a secret technique but his own
skill. Su, we don't want it anymore, we don't want it.
Please, spare us, the group pleaded. Yes, Su, we're sorry.
Spare us, please. We've endured over a decade of hard study for this day. Su Huaijin let out a cold laugh. Ha!
The gravity continued to increase, and the crowd groaned in pain.
Hand over everything you have. If you obediently give it up, I might consider sparing you.
Shi Huajian's face twisted in pain and malice.
Su Changqing, how dare you treat me like this? I'm from the Shi family of Lingcheng. Stop now, or I'll make
sure you die without a burial place.
Su Huaijin's expression grew even colder. Shi family? I've never heard of them.
As the gravity intensified, Shi Huajian felt as though he was being crushed to death, his bones creaking audibly.
Aha! Su Changqing, you'll regret this. Seeing
Shi Huajian's miserable state, the others hurriedly handed over everything they had. Su Huaijin looked at him coldly.
You're the last one.
Shi Huajian gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Su Huaijin. Seeing his defiance, Su Huaijin increased the pressure, and the sound of bones
breaking echoed. Ah, I'll give it.
Spare me, Su Changqing.
Su Huaijin finally withdrew the gravity.
The crowd gasped for breath as Shi Huajian took out his spatial ring. Su Huijin stored everything in his storage space, then destroyed all the weapons that were useless on site, keeping the rest in his storage space.
Without weapons and potions, they wouldn't last long and would soon be eliminated. That was the price to pay.
Su Huijin then turned and left, while Shi Huajian starred the crowd continued watching.
After 3 or 4 in the morning,
there was no activity, so they skipped directly to the morning to see the reason for their injuries.
Su Huijin is right, people like this need to be dealt with. After watching, everyone felt satisfied. That was satisfying. Really cathartic. Oh my mood suddenly feels so much better.
The previously silent Guan Firen spoke to the assistant behind him. Investigate this Lingchengshi family.
If there's a problem, wipe them out. A family that raises people like this can't be a good one. And also check the people around Shi Huacan.
Yes, City Lord, the assistant replied respectfully and immediately began the investigation. The people around were shocked by Guan Firen's iron-fisted methods. Everyone knew that the City Lord was putting pressure on the families in Fish City.
It seems Su Huijin is truly valued,
as expected of a 3S level genius. At this moment, Su Huijin, inside the college entrance exam secret realm, felt incredibly exhilarated. He had thought through his decision very carefully beforehand. His heart held only one belief: fear no difficulties, forge ahead. If he always worried about this and that, how could he ever do good deeds? Su Huijin also secretly mocked Shi Huacan in his heart. He was truly idle and bored, actually threatening others. During the college entrance exam, he was just asking for trouble. Meanwhile, outside the college entrance exam secret realm, after a period
of treatment, Shi Huacan's limbs could finally move, though they were far less flexible than before.
Upon waking up, Shi Huacan's mind was still a bit muddled, and the first thing he did was call his father.
Hello, son, aren't you taking the exam? Why are you calling me? Isn't it prohibited to contact the outside world during the college entrance exam?
Shi Huacan gritted his teeth and responded, Dad, help me investigate.
Someone.
He broke all my limbs and stole the things I had on me. I can only end the college entrance exam early, otherwise, I might die.
In there. I'm absolutely furious. On the other end of the phone, his father's voice also became agitated. What? Who dares to hurt my son? Son, tell me who it is. I'll go find him right now.
Shi Huacan's eyes burned with rage. His name is Su Chongqing.
I haven't heard of
this person in Fish City, so he must be some insignificant nobody. When he attacked me, he used a skill that made my whole body feel like it
was being crushed by a heavy object, and I couldn't move.
Then my limbs were twisted like a pretzel and completely broken.
All right, son, I'll investigate immediately.
But before the call ended, Shi Huacan heard commotion on the other end of the line.
Who are you? Why are you barging into my house? How did you get in here? Do you know the consequences of trespassing on private property? Shi Huacan's heart tightened. Dad, what's going on? Hello? Hello? Hello?
There was no response from the other end of the line. Shi Yan, you are suspected of intentional homicide, human trafficking, drug counterfeiting, smuggling, bribery, and other crimes.
We, the Beast Hunting Division, are arresting you. In accordance with the law. Do not resist. You are from the Beast Hunting Division. I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you arresting me?
The Beast Hunting Division agents said no more and acted directly.
Move in. Shi Yan was furious.
You really underestimate me,
Nirvana-level ability user. At this moment, Shi Huacan was extremely nervous. Dad, what on earth is happening? Hello, Dad, say something.
But all he could hear on the other end of the line was chaotic noise, followed by a scream.
Ah!
Then the call was disconnected.
Shi Huacan panicked. Hello, Dad, are you okay? Hello, hello, beep, beep, beep.
He stood there, staring blankly at the disconnected call.
At this moment,
the door to the hospital room opened, and Shi Huacan saw a group of people in Beast Hunting Division uniforms walk in.
You are from the Beast Hunting Division.
The small leader of the Beast Hunting Division said coldly, Shi Huacan, you are suspected of intentional homicide, forced
transactions, forced prostitution, and multiple other crimes. You are now under arrest.
Shi Huacan was instantly flustered and at a loss.
No, you can't arrest me. My father is Shi Yan.
If you arrest me, he will never let you go.
The Beast Hunting Division didn't waste words and directly stepped forward to restrain him and take him away.
From investigation to arrest, the entire process took less than 3 hours, a speed
that left people dumbfounded.
The swiftness of the operation caused widespread shock, leaving all the small families in the base cities under
Yuqing's jurisdiction feeling uneasy, fearing they might be next.
Especially the families in Lingcheng Shi clan, a major power, along with several affiliated forces, were completely uprooted.
The families in Lingcheng were on edge, with many not even knowing what had happened. A voice echoed in Su Huijin's mind. Ding, master, good news.
Su Huijin was a bit puzzled, as Xiaorou rarely spoke up on her own.
What good news? The Shi family of Lingcheng, under Yuqing's jurisdiction, was completely wiped out today, including Shi Huan, whose limbs you broke earlier. Even Shi Yan was taken away. Su Huijin curiously asked, how do you know? Who did it?
Xiaorou continued, I accessed this world's
information network. This morning, the beast hunting division took away everyone from the Shi family in Lingcheng. Shi Yan, the head of the Shi
family, was killed while resisting. So, the families of the people you injured this morning have all been destroyed. That's why Xiaorou thinks this is good news. Based on the current clues, it should have been done by Yuqing's city lord, Guan Firen. At this moment, Su Huijin was
in an excellent mood.
I knew Shi Huan was so arrogant that his every word and action would eventually lead to retribution.
I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. City lord, the matter has been resolved, the assistant said to Guan Firen. Guan Firen nodded. After this
incident, it should make these families keep a lower profile. If anyone dares to act out again, arrest them directly without waiting for my
approval. The assistant nodded excitedly, thinking to himself that since Guan Firen took office, he seemed unremarkable with no significant achievements. But after this large-scale beast siege, it seemed he couldn't sit still anymore and urgently needed to prove he was capable of being the city lord. After all, this position attracted a lot of attention. Alright, let's continue watching. The camera shifted back to Huang Jie. Ha! Look, isn't that Huang Jie and Feng Ji? How did they run into each other? And there's a fourth-tier exotic beast next to them. It looks like they both want to deal with this beast. Seems like a fight between them is inevitable. Inside the secret realm for the college entrance exam, Huang Jie and Feng Ji faced off against each other. Huang Jie was the first to speak. Feng Ji, long time no see. The secret realm is so vast, I thought I wouldn't run into you. Looks like I was wrong. Feng Ji responded with a smile. Sometimes fate works in mysterious ways. I want this exotic beast. Feng Ji pointed at the beast beside them. Huang Jie glanced at it and then said, well, that depends on whether you have the ability to take it. The exotic beast didn't dare to move, as it sensed that both of these individuals were strong, clearly more powerful than itself. Feng Ji thought for a moment. How about this? Let's cripple it first so it can't escape, and then we can compete to see who gets the spoils. What do you think? Huang Jie considered it. Alright. The two of them then turned their attention to the exotic beast. At this moment, the beast felt its doom approaching. Suddenly, the beast made a desperate decision. It shot 2 energy balls from its mouth toward the two of them and then turned to flee. Feng Ji dodged the attack by turning his head, while Huang Jie lightly tapped the energy ball with his spear, causing it to reverse direction and explode. Seeing the beast trying to escape, Feng Ji immediately summoned a large hand made of water in midair, which reached out to grab the beast. The beast, sensing the danger, quickly dodged, but the water hand seemed to have a tracking mechanism, relentlessly pursuing it. Meanwhile, Huang Jie pushed off the ground with his foot and instantly appeared in front of the beast. The exotic beast suddenly saw a person appear in front of it and quickly braked. Huang Jie directly used his spear to fling it away. Feng Ji's sailor tightly gripped the beast and forcefully pressed it to the ground, creating a loud bang and a large hole. The beast spat out a mouthful of blood, barely clinging to life. Huang Jie praised, not bad, Feng Ji. You've improved quite a bit compared to half a year ago. Feng Ji smiled and replied, you're not bad yourself. Then, Feng Ji used his abilities to encase the beast in a water formation. In the secret realm, the audience commented, their teamwork is excellent. Steady and coordinated. They're about to PK soon, aren't they? Half a year ago, when they sparred, Huang Jie narrowly won and retained his title as the top of the 3 heroes of Fish City. I wonder if he can keep the title this time. Huang Jie said seriously, come on, let me see just how strong you are. Feng Ji stepped forward and pulled out one of the beast's teeth. The beast cried out in pain. I'll throw this tooth into the air, and the moment it hits the ground, the match officially begins. Huang Ji shrugged. No problem.
The next moment, Feng Ji tossed the tooth into the air, and the two immediately assumed their battle stances.
Feng Ji picked up his bow. Huang Jia raised his spear. Ding ding ding.
As the tooth fell, Feng Ji drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow was so fast it made a piercing sound as it cut through the air.
Huang Jia instantly disappeared
from his original position, but the arrow relentlessly pursued him. He turned and swung his spear at the arrow, only to be interrupted by a massive water dragon roaring from behind.
After cutting the arrow, Huang Jia quickly turned and used his spear to block the water dragon's attack.
He performed several backflips to evade, stabilized himself, and charged straight at Feng Ji. Feng Ji, however, remained calm and raised his bow.
Again.
This time, he had no physical arrows but instead formed 3 arrows from spiritual energy.
The 3 arrows were launched simultaneously and had tracking capabilities.
Huang Jia halted his attack. These spiritual
energy arrows seemed indestructible.
One was deflected, but another immediately followed. At this moment, Feng Ji unleashed a new skill. Behind him, countless tiny water droplets appeared, as numerous as raindrops.
In the next instant, the droplets all flew toward Huang Jia.
Seeing this, Huang Jia erupted with spiritual energy and swept horizontally, destroying all 3 spiritual energy arrows.
Then, he spun his spear to fend off the
incoming water droplets, creating a continuous series of bang 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 sounds. Feng Ji clasped his hands together, and massive waves appeared on both sides of Huang Jia, crashing toward him.
Huang Jia's strong legs
tensed, and he stomped hard, leaping into the air. At this moment, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Feng Ji's mouth.
In midair, Huang Jia noticed Feng Ji's expression, and his face instantly turned serious. His eyes widened. Not good.
Huang Jia looked around and saw water columns surging toward him like a raging tide. In the air, he couldn't fully defend himself.
In an instant, the water columns closed in on him. Chaotic wind.
Violent winds suddenly swirled around Huang Jia, forcibly redirecting the water column's attacks and neutralizing the crisis.
Wind walk.
His speed suddenly increased as he descended, his spear
thrusting fiercely toward Feng Ji.
Feng Ji saw this and quickly retreated with force.
Huang Jia seized the opportunity to use another skill. Strong wind push.
Feng Ji felt a strong gust of wind behind him, pushing him forward.
He quickly raised his hand.
Water shield. A shield made of water instantly appeared in front of him. The spear struck the water shield, splashing water everywhere. But at this moment, Feng Ji felt the pressure of the strong wind behind him intensify, pushing him forward even more. The spear tip gradually pierced the water shield. Seeing this, Feng Ji swiftly dodged to the side, raised his bow, and shot at Huang Jia.
Huang Jia suddenly lost resistance, and his body, propelled by inertia, surged forward uncontrollably.
The spiritual energy arrow was slightly deflected by the strong wind, grazing his cheek and leaving a bloody mark. In the secret realm, a middle-aged burly man behind Guan Fei remarked, Feng Ji's combat experience has significantly improved over the past 6 months.
I originally thought Huang
Jia would injure Feng Ji first, but unexpectedly, Feng Ji injured Huang Jia first. This proves he has made great progress over the past 6 months.
Huang Jia doesn't seem to have improved much.
That's hard to say, let's observe for now. Meanwhile, Huang Jia's little fangirl said with distress, that hateful Feng Ji.
How dare he hurt my brother?
Yeah. Huang Jia is injured, and my heart aches so much.
Can't I take his injury for him?
You little brat, if anyone's going to take it, it'll be me. The two immediately started arguing. The battle between the two continued. Huang Jia gently touched the wound on his face, thinking to himself, Feng Ji has really grown a lot over the past 6 months, to the point
of injuring me first.
Feng Ji said mockingly, of course, I've endured a lot of hardship over the past 6 months.
Huang Jia, if you're still at the level you were 6 months ago, then don't bother fighting, you can't beat me.
So I advise you to give up early, to avoid bringing trouble upon yourself.
Huang Jia sneered coldly.
Heh, don't think that. Just because you injured me first, you're really stronger than me.
If you want to win, come and try.
Feng Ji snorted coldly, let's fight. With that, he launched the first
attack.
Suddenly, numerous thick water snakes appeared in the air, opening their mouths to bite Huang Jia.
Huang Jia charged forward without hesitation. Light breeze. In an instant,
Huang Jia's speed reached its peak, and in Feng Ji's eyes, his figure was almost impossible to discern.
So fast.
Feng Ji cautiously observed his surroundings, and suddenly, a long spear stabbed toward him from the left. He quickly summoned a water column, but Huang Jia only struck once before disappearing. The next moment, he appeared on the right. Feng Ji summoned another water column, but Huang Jia would strike once and then change positions each time.
Unable to bear it, Feng Ji directly summoned a water formation around him.
Seeing this, Huang Jia immediately activated a skill.
Chaotic Wind Multi-Slash. Multiple green crescent-shaped slashes appeared in the air, each hitting the water
formation and splashing water everywhere.
Whenever a gap opened, Feng Ji would immediately patch it up.
Then, Feng Ji raised a bow within the water formation and began shooting
arrows at Huang Jia.
Huang Jia used his spear to block the spiritual energy arrows but found that this left him no opportunity to counterattack.
At that moment, a small tornado appeared in his hand. Violent tornado.
Huang Jia threw the tornado, which instantly expanded to over 10 meters tall. When it collided with the water formation, it was as fragile
as paper.
Seeing this, Feng Ji summoned a water tornado and hurled it toward Huang Jia's tornado.
The two tornadoes clashed, spinning like tops and destroying the surrounding forest in an instant.
Each stood behind their respective tornadoes, and Huang Jia was the first to charge forward, while Feng Ji continued firing arrows.
Huang Jia's speed surged, again, quickly closing in on Feng Ji, who tried to block his attacks as before.
But this time, Huang Jia wasn't just striking once and retreating.
Sky Palm. A massive red
handprint, 5 to 6 meters in size, appeared in the air and slammed toward Feng Ji. Feng Ji had no time to react, it was too close, and he couldn't even prepare a defense.
As a result, Feng Ji was sent flying dozens of meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Furious, Feng Ji roared, "Huang Jia!"
Huang Jia didn't respond, focusing solely on charging toward him.
Raging waves. The space filled with attacks resembling massive ocean waves, over 10 meters high and more than 100 meters wide, surging fiercely toward Huang Jia. Seeing this, Huang Jia quickly shouted, "Gale force!" A powerful windstorm swept through, blocking the massive waves and preventing them from crashing down.
Feng Ji frowned,
surprised that even this move was countered. Huang Jia fixed his gaze on Feng Ji, preparing to rush past him. When the two were just 10 meters apart, Feng Ji finally made
his move. Water Slash.
A thin, swift water column sliced horizontally toward Huang Jia. Seeing this, Huang Jia immediately used his spear to block, but the moment the spear touched the water column, it snapped in two, and Huang Jia fell to the ground. If this move had hit him directly, his life would have been in grave danger. Huang Jia frowned as he
watched his weapon being destroyed. Impressive courage. Wind Dragon. A giant dragon formed from green air currents appeared in the sky.
Instead of charging directly at Feng Ji, the dragon spewed green energy that surged toward him. Feng Ji tried to block it with a water dragon, but to his surprise, the green energy was incredibly powerful, instantly
dispersing the water dragon and continuing its charge.
Water Shield. A massive water shield unfolded in front of Feng Ji.
However, the shield could only hold for a moment before
it began to falter.
The attack was too fast, leaving no time to dodge.
Feng Ji had no choice but to cross his arms to protect his chest as he was forced backward, crashing through more than a dozen large trees. By this time, Huang Jia was no longer in his original position. In the next moment, he appeared behind Feng Ji and kicked him directly in the back. This feeling of attacking from both the front and back was truly exhilarating. As the green energy in front dissipated, Feng Ji was sent flying over 10 meters by the kick. Just as Feng Ji struggled to get up, he noticed countless green slashes appearing densely in the air.
He sighed and finally said, "I concede."
Huang Jia waved his hand, and the green slashes instantly disappeared. Then, he extended his hand, signaling Feng Ji to come over. "I didn't expect you to improve so much in just half a year,"
Feng Ji said, in amazement as he grabbed Huang Jia's hand to stand up.
"Even after training hard for over 6 months, I still can't beat you." Huang Jia patted Feng Ji on the shoulder, his
eyes showing admiration.
"You've improved a lot too over these months. Neither of us used our trump cards, so the outcome isn't set in stone."
Feng Ji shook his head, a trace of unwillingness on his face.
"A loss is a loss, there's no excuse," he said firmly. "That tier 4, level 3 beast is yours."
Huang Jia smiled in response. "I'll take it, then. I'm heading off now. There's still a day and a half left, and I need to hurry to earn more points. Goodbye," Feng Ji said, turning to leave. "Take care." Huang Jia nodded. "By the way, are you okay?" he asked with concern. Fengji shook his head. I'm fine. I'm off. With that, he quickly departed.
Huang Jie then finished off the heavily injured beast, and
his points were updated, 15,482. A smile appeared on his face. With this score, I should be the top in Fish City. In the waiting area of the secret realm. I didn't expect
Huang Jie to win again this time, someone exclaimed.
I remember he didn't even know the Wind Dragon skill half a year ago, another person responded.
Among high-level wind skills,
Wind Dragon is considered quite powerful.
To master it to this extent in just 6 months, he truly deserves to be called a genius of Fish City. The crowd buzzed with discussion.
Who do you think would win if Huang Jie and Su Huijin went all out? Someone asked. That's hard to say, another replied. Huang Jie has a strong foundation and is proficient
in both martial techniques and skills.
After all, he's the top of the 3 elites of Fish City, a student said confidently. But just because Su Huijin defeated Zhang Yan doesn't mean he can beat Huang Jie, someone expressed doubt. I'm not so sure. Su Huijin's spatial abilities give him incredible mobility, and Huang Jie might not even be able to touch him.
Plus, the destructive power of spatial abilities is terrifying, another voice chimed in. Although Su Huijin's foundation is weaker, his talent is astonishing.
His background is transparent, and everything about his past can be traced. He didn't even use body-enhancing potions in his youth. Yet from the moment he awakened until now,
he's already reached the Spirit Sea realm. That speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent. Look at the leaderboard. Why is Su Huijin ranked first, but his score isn't
displayed? Someone asked in confusion.
The crowd turned to the leaderboard and saw that only Su Huijin's name was listed without any points, while Huang Jie's score was visible.
Guan Firen frowned. Switched to Su Huijin's feed. But when the screen switched to Su Huijin, it was completely black. The crowd erupted in noise. What's going on? Why is the screen black? Someone asked, puzzled. Could someone have blocked the signal? Another person speculated. That shouldn't be possible, right? Someone else countered. The signal source for the college entrance exam is one of the best in Longhua. How could it possibly be blocked? Guan Firen was silent for a moment before speaking. Check if there's anyone else in the exam whose signal matches his.
The assistant immediately began the investigation and returned to Guan Firen 10 minutes later.
There are indeed 3 people whose signals are the same as Su Huijin's. Moreover, they all disappeared at the same time. Guan Firen frowned. Who are these people?
Jiaren, Jiai, and Jiawan.
They are
3 brothers who transferred from Wancheng No. 1 High School to Yucheng No. 1 High School 4 months ago to take the college entrance exam, the assistant replied.
Their records
from 4 months ago show they were always in Wancheng, with nothing particularly unusual.
Guan Firen continued to ask, what are their cultivation levels? The assistant replied seriously, all 3 are at the 2nd level of the Spirit Sea realm. Guan Firen nodded. Is this an assassination attempt targeting Su Huijin? Bring out the device.
That can communicate with the secret realm of the college entrance exam.
The assistant immediately took action and handed the device to Guan Firen 5 minutes later. Everyone watched Guan Firen intently. Hello, can the students hear me? The students in the secret realm of the college entrance exam were bewildered. Normally, no one would speak again, let alone mention someone dying inside. Guan Firen continued, 3 assassins have entered the secret realm of the college entrance exam. Their strength is all at the 2nd level of the Spirit Sea realm. Their names are Jiaren, Jiai, and Jiawan. I will send their photos to the bracelets on your wrists. They are suspected of carrying devices that block signals. The signals of all 3 have disappeared. Now, the signal of a student from Liangcheng base city, Su Huijin, has also vanished. Subsequently, everyone saw the transmitted photos of the 3 individuals, along with Su Huijin's photo. If any of you see these individuals, please immediately transmit your location. The first person to find them will receive 5,000 points. Most students began breathing heavily, as these 5,000 points could change their fate. Some immediately sprang into action, while others hesitated, knowing that the 3 Spirit Sea realm assassins could easily eliminate them if discovered. Students, please be extremely careful. At this moment, Han Shu and Lu Hengyu kept trying to call Su Huijin, but the phone consistently showed that Su Huijin was out of the signal coverage area. Han Shu silently prayed in her heart, Jin, how could it be you? You must be careful. Lu Hengyu, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Could this be specifically targeting Huijin? Could it be Zhang Yang? No, Zhang Yang shouldn't have this capability. Suddenly, Lu Hongyu seemed to realize something. Could it be? Those who knew Su Huijin were all shocked and began praying for her. Master, the signal has been blocked. I can't receive any information from the outside. Su Huijin had also noticed this.
The area was eerily quiet, exuding an unsettling
atmosphere. She glanced at the bracelet on her wrist. The points are no longer visible.
Su Huijin cautiously surveyed her surroundings.
Bang! Ding! A bullet flew toward Su Huijin.
She keenly sensed it and immediately activated her golden bell shield.
Come out, coward! But no one responded, only gunshots echoed. After 5 shots, cracks covered Su Huijin's golden bell shield.
She pinpointed the direction of the shots.
Open young finger.
A massive golden finger extended toward the left. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Su Huijin, wielding a knife that slashed toward her face. Su Huijin performed a backflip to evade the attack, then struck with an open young palm mid-air. The person raised their knife to block but was sent flying over 10 meters before the signal in this area has been completely blocked, and no sound from the outside can penetrate, so Guan Firen's words naturally went unheard.
Su Huijin asked Xiao to try making a call, but no one else's phone could connect. Master, it's impossible.
I've scanned the area, and the signal within a 10-kilometer radius is completely isolated.
Their jamming equipment must be very advanced, otherwise, with my capabilities, I would definitely be able to detect it. Su Huijin frowned. Can you locate their equipment? It will take some time. Alright, I'll buy you some time. Su Huijin's
gaze turned serious as he stared at the 3 people in front of him. How much have you sacrificed just to kill me in the secret realm of the college entrance exam?
The
man in the middle, Jia Run, spoke coldly.
No matter the cost, as long as we kill you, it will all be worth it.
Have you finished your last words?
Su Huijin looked at them icily. Who sent you? Jia Rin snorted. I'll tell you when you meet me in hell. Attack!
Jia Yi and Jia Wan spread out to the left and right, while Jia
Run stood directly in front. Su Huijin knew the signal here was blocked, and video recording would certainly be impossible.
All his electronic devices had failed, except
for the super AI Xiao. The 3 attacked simultaneously.
Su Huijin drew his Tiger Slayer sword, placed it at his waist, and instantly teleported in front of Jia Run.
Draw slash.
Jia Run was prepared. After all, Su Huijin's teleportation skill was already widely known and could be easily investigated.
Vine wall. Suddenly, a wall
made of vines shot up from the ground, blocking Jia Run. However, Su Huijin's slash cut through the wall instantly.
Jia Ren quickly retreated, shocked by the sheer power of Su Huijin's strike.
Seeing this, the 2 brothers immediately rushed to assist.
Fireball. Wind force.
The fireball collided with the wind force, instantly growing
larger. Su Huijin focused his gaze and was startled. This was a combination technique. Yet he remained calm, quietly waiting for the massive fireball to approach, a faint
smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Switch. Jia Wan was suddenly swapped into Su Huijin's position. Being too close to the fireball, he had no time to evade and was directly hit, resulting in an explosion. Jia Wan was blasted away, his skin scorched black, screaming incessantly. Ah!
3rd brother.
Little brother. Jia Ran and Jia Yi rushed forward to help.
But Su Huijin wouldn't let them succeed. With a Kaiyang palm, he stopped them from getting closer.
The 2 turned back to fend off the attack. Su Huijin.
How dare you hurt our little brother, I'll kill you.
These words made Su Huijin laugh. What are you even talking about? Jia Run, seeing Su Huijin's
expression, was so furious he could barely contain himself. 3rd brother, heal yourself first.
I'll deal with this guy. Jia Wan weakly replied, alright.
Big brother.
Avenge me.
Jia Ran nodded and turned to Jia Yi.
2nd brother, let's go together.
Alright. Jia Ran extended his hand, and numerous wooden spikes appeared in front of
him. 2nd brother. Jia Yi responded, fire infusion.
Jia Yi spewed flames toward the wooden spikes, which, enveloped in fire, shot rapidly toward Su Huijin.
Su Huijin
shook his head, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
So weak. I thought you guys would be stronger.
A void barrier appeared around him, and the fiery
wooden spikes hit it without leaving a single crack.
If this is all you've got, don't bother with assassination.
Why not just behave honestly? Space crush. 2 massive spaces suddenly slammed down heavily on the 2 brothers from above. Vine wall. Flame barrier.
But in an instant, the vine wall cracked and then shattered, while the flame barrier gradually dissipated. At this moment, Jiawan, having drunk some healing potion, recovered slightly. Seeing his two brothers in danger, he immediately used a skill to pull them back. Third brother, thank you. Methane shook his head. I'm fine. Third brother, is your injury any better? Although Methane still looked a bit scorched, he was in much better shape than before. I'm fine, I can still fight. This Su Huijin's strength truly exceeds our expectations. Just by himself, he managed to defeat us so miserably. Jia Ran looked at Su Huijin. Su Huijin, you are indeed very strong. Under normal circumstances, the three of us would naturally not be your match. But since we've come to kill you, we naturally made thorough preparations. Prepare to die. Jia Ran took out a square object from his spatial ring. Su Huijin looked at it and thought to himself that he must not let him use it. Transform! Su Huijin shouted. But as Jia Ran turned around, his skill immediately lost its target. Damn it! Su Huijin's heart tightened. At that moment, Jia Ran activated the square object. It flew into the air. Su Huijin tried to use his transformation skill to bring it down but found it completely immovable. He wanted to attack, but it was too late. In that instant, the square object stopped in midair and emitted a dazzling light. Su Huijin's eyes widened, seemingly understanding the purpose of the object. How does it feel, Su Huijin? Jia Ran asked smugly. Su Huijin frowned. The spiritual energy is sealed. I can't mobilize my spiritual energy anymore. He hurriedly tried to gather the spiritual energy within his body, but every time he did, it dissipated immediately. Jia Ran laughed heartily. Su Huijin, under the spirit sealing treasure, everyone is equal. Although my brothers and I can't use spiritual energy either, 3 against 1, I'd like to see how you plan to win. Ha ha ha. He laughed triumphantly. Su Huijin sneered coldly. Oh, is this your confidence? Even without spiritual energy, you still can't beat me. Jia A snorted coldly. Su Huijin, you're at death's door, yet you still dare to talk big. Killing Jia Ren and Jia Yi flanked Su Huijin, their long blades swinging relentlessly. However, Su Huijin showed no fear, skillfully blocking and dodging their attacks. Instant slash. Mountain crushing fist. These two moves were among the few techniques that could be executed without spiritual energy, and they had been Su Huijin's favorite techniques a few months ago. Jia Ren and Jia Yi, on the other hand, relied heavily on techniques that required spiritual energy. Without it, their effectiveness dropped to less than 1/10 of their original power. Before long, the two were forced back to Jiawan's side by Su Huijin. Big brother, this isn't working. He's still too strong. I think that spirit sealing treasure is actually limiting us instead, Jia Ren said after some thought. Then let's use that move. At this moment, Su Huijin launched another attack. He had already figured out their weaknesses and realized that the treasure sealing their spiritual energy had no effect on him. End this fight quickly. The group knew they had no chance in a direct confrontation with Su Huijin, so they kept dodging and occasionally feigned attacks. Su Huijin began to grow irritated. Every time he targeted one of them, the other two would interfere, making it impossible for him to focus his strength. In response, he increased the intensity of his attacks. Jia Yi and Jia Wan exchanged a glance, their minds made up. Alright, big brother. Let's use that move. Hearing their conversation, Su Huijin's heart tightened. Could they have some powerful technique up their sleeves? The three of them joined forces to push Su Huijin back, then bit their thumbs, letting their blood drip onto the ground. Su Huijin tried to stop them, but it was too late. A red aura of blood energy enveloped the three, their skin turning crimson, veins bulging, and every exhalation releasing thick white mist. Su Huijin stared intently, his heart sinking. This is the blood potential technique. The blood potential technique was a forbidden method that consumed one's potential and blood energy. Those who used it were essentially sacrificing their future, as it made breaking through to higher realms nearly impossible, and caused severe depletion of blood energy. The consequences of using it were dire. Su Huijin frowned as he looked at them. A bunch of lunatics. Gripping his blade, he charged at them, aiming to take one down while he still had the chance. He slashed at Jia Wan, who quickly raised his blade to block. This time, Jia Wan wasn't sent flying, he stood his ground firmly. Engaging in a contest of strength, Jia Wan found that he was now evenly matched with Su Huijin. Soon, Jia Ren and Jia Yi joined in, forcing Su Huijin to retreat. But the three pursued relentlessly, their speed now on par with his.
Su Huaijin dodged their attacks repeatedly, the pressure mounting as his advantage disappeared entirely. Now, he was up against 3 opponents with equal strength and speed. Under their relentless assault, it wasn't long before his body was marked with cuts and bruises. Although Su Huaijin managed to counterattack, they seemed impervious to pain. It was as if they were hit by a car appearing fine on the surface, but their internal organs were already damaged, sustained only by surging adrenaline. In his mind, Su Huaijin urged himself on. Xiao Rou, have you located the signal jammer yet? Master, I'm still searching. It'll take about 5 more minutes. I only have a rough idea of the location for now. Alright, give me the approximate location, and I'll head there first. There are 3 locations in total, 1 to the north and 1 on each side, forming a triangular blockade. Got it, I'll head north first. As he finished speaking, Jia Run landed a kick that sent Su Huaijin flying. This gave Su Huaijin the perfect opportunity. He quickly dashed toward the north. The 3 saw this and immediately gave chase. Although their secret technique had no time limit, prolonged use posed a severe risk to their lives. They were eager to finish off Su Huaijin and end the technique as soon as possible. Jia Run taunted loudly, Su Huaijin, weren't you so brave just now? Come on, keep fighting. Yeah, why are you running? A real man wouldn't do that. Su Huaijin was holding back a surge of anger. How could he be so embarrassed in a battle against someone of the same level? This made him realize his true weakness. At that moment, Xiao Rou finally completed the search. Master, the search is complete. The distribution map has been transmitted to your sea of consciousness. Finally, Xiao Rou, they used the blood concealment technique. Do they have any weaknesses? Wait a moment, Master. Let me check the knowledge base. Got it. Their weakness is in their abdomen. As long as you attack there with force, their secret technique will be nullified, and it might even backfire. Although the weakness is obvious, breaking it won't be easy. I see. Su Huaijin came up with a strategy. He slowed his pace slightly, panting heavily, trying to make it seem like he was exhausted. Even if they noticed, they would only think he was running out of stamina. Sure enough, when the 3 saw Su Huaijin slowing down, they assumed he was at his limit. Jia Wan, who was the most injured and feeling the most aggrieved, rushed forward eagerly. But just as he was less than 10 meters away, Su Huaijin suddenly turned around and stabbed Jia Wan directly in the abdomen. Jia Wan had no time to react before Su Huaijin had already pulled the blade out. Su Huaijin turned and ran, while Jia Wan fell to his knees, clutching his abdomen. Third brother. Jia Wan! Jia Wan cried out in pain. Ah! His skin instantly shriveled. Su Huaijin saw the situation, pushed hard, and leaped to dodge the attack. While he was still in mid-air, Jia Yi kicked at him. Su Huaijin couldn't react in time and was kicked against the barrier. Before he could land, another attack followed closely. These 2 maniacs. Su Huaijin could only keep dodging, looking for an opportunity to counterattack, aiming to stab one of them in the stomach. However, Jia Ren and Jia Yi's attacks were so relentless and suffocating that they gave him no chance to catch his breath. The 2 grew increasingly anxious as they fought. After all, although the secret technique they activated had no time limit, it consumed their vitality and potential, making the battle more intense. Su Huaijin, on the other hand, excelled at growing stronger during combat. By now, he was gradually adapting to the rhythm, and his experience in dodging, blocking, and striking was increasing rapidly. If there were an attribute panel, his combat experience would have skyrocketed from 1 to 10 in no time, showing significant improvement. Jia Ren and Jia Yi grew more alarmed as they fought. Su Huaijin, who had been at a disadvantage, was now handling the situation with ease. Jia Yi's expression turned grim. Big brother, something's wrong. Why is he getting stronger the more we fight? Jia Ren also realized it. We need to end this quickly. At this point, their attack speed increased even more. However, in Su Huaijin's eyes, there was nothing to fear. After fighting for so long, he had already grasped their attack patterns, movements, and weaknesses. The more anxious they became, the more mistakes they made. Su Huaijin seized the opportunity to push them back several times. After another 10 minutes, the duo's movements gradually slowed, and their strength weakened. Su Huaijin realized that their secret technique was nearing its limit. At that moment, Jia Yi's movements faltered slightly. Su Huaijin seized the chance and stabbed him in the stomach. As he withdrew the blade, Jia Yi's eyes widened. Clutching his stomach, he staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, weakly calling out, "Big brother." Jiaoren extended his left hand and shouted, "Second brother." Su Huijin took the opportunity to slash at him. Jiaoren couldn't react in time, and his left hand was severed. Ah! He clutched his left arm in agony. "My hand!" Su Huijin took advantage of the moment and kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying. Next to Jia Yi. "Jiaoren, that's good. Can you tell me what happened?" "Sure, here's how it went." Su Huijin didn't hide anything, though he slightly altered the story, omitting the existence of Xiao Rou. He simply said the three people took out a treasure that sealed off spiritual energy, leading to a physical fight. In the end, he killed them and took the treasure. I see. So they had this kind of jammer. No wonder we couldn't see your footage from outside. At this moment, Su Huijin seemed a bit hesitant. Guan Firen immediately noticed his expression. "What's wrong? If there's something, just say it." Su Huijin sighed. "Sigh, I killed them. Is that okay? You didn't leave anyone alive to ask who sent them?" Guan Firen laughed heartily. "Ah, Su Huijin, I thought you were fearless. Don't worry. Not only will you not be punished, but you'll also be rewarded. Although their initial target was you, this doesn't diminish your contribution. Thank you for killing these assassins and maintaining the integrity of the exams in the secret realm. Rest assured, you don't need to worry about the rest. Just focus on your exam. We'll give you 10,000 points as a reward for the delay in your exam and for taking down these assassins. Alright, continue with your exam. Leave the bodies where they are. Someone will come to take them away later." Understood. After that, the two ended the call. Shortly after, Guan Firen made an announcement in the secret realm. The three assassins have been killed by Su Huijin. The previously issued time-limited task is now officially cancelled. All students, please, continue your exams as normal. Some regretted not finding those three people sooner, while others breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in this secret realm for the college entrance exams, the three spirits sea assassins together were practically invincible. Su Huijin then left the area. Han Shu and Lu Hengyu were all smiles. "I knew Ah Jin would be fine. Brother Huijin is truly amazing." Huang Jia looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Su Huijin, huh? I hope to have a match with you." Feng Jigang, after taking down a beast, muttered under his breath, "Not bad, but not much." Zhang Yan curled his lips. "TCH, what's so great about it? I could do it too." Meanwhile, discussions outside were like a tidal wave. 1 against 3, all killed, and without using abilities or spiritual energy-infused techniques, winning purely with raw strength. Who would have thought Su Huijin's close combat skills were this strong? Humph. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Assassins infiltrating the secret realm for the college entrance exams. If not for Su Huijin, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The news of Su Huijin's overwhelming victory against 3 spread across the nation, sparking widespread discussion. However, this made Guan Firen furious. After all, such an incident happening in his jurisdiction would inevitably make those above him question his oversight and competence. If similar situations occurred in other exam venues, it wouldn't be as bad, but if it was only his venue, then it would be a big problem. Guan Firen turned to his assistant and said, "Investigate. I must know the results before the exams are over." The assistant nodded heavily, fully aware of how angry the city lord was at this moment. At this time, Su Huijin's points had already exceeded 26,000, more than 5,000. Ahead of second place Huang Jia. Meanwhile, Su Huijin was sitting on a tree branch, holding a bottle of healing potion. After drinking it, he began meditating. His wounds healed at an astonishing speed, and within just half an hour, they were completely gone. Su Huijin slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sense of awe in his heart. "This battle has helped me immensely. I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. As expected, combat is the ultimate truth. Alright, I can't delay any longer. I need to quickly earn more points." With that, Su Huijin leaped down from the tree and began searching for more beasts. After searching for an hour, Su Huijin finally found a few third-tier exotic beasts and over a dozen second-tier ones. On the way, he also encountered some people, which left him feeling a bit puzzled. Strange, why are they looking at me like that? Whatever, let's keep going. Night soon fell, and Su Huijin jumped onto a large tree and lay down. Although his body wasn't tired, he felt mentally exhausted. He simply closed his eyes to rest while his keen ears picked up the sounds around him. Around midnight, Su Huijin saw a few people being chased by exotic beasts, but he chose not to help,
thinking it was meaningless. Taking care of himself was the most important thing.
However, he still killed some exotic beasts during the night, as they were more active. At night, daylight quickly arrived, and there was only a day and a half left until the end of the college entrance exam. Tomorrow at noon, it'll be over. This college entrance exam has been quite rewarding. Even though I have guaranteed admission, I still don't want to miss out on this most meaningful experience in life. Ha!
Su Huijin spotted a small exotic beast in the distance, moving at an incredible speed.
This rabbit looks familiar. Let's go check it out.
Su Huijin immediately chased after the small exotic beast and got closer to take a better look. It's actually a 4th-tier, 5th-level sprinting rabbit.
I've heard its meat is incredibly delicious.
Such good luck. To encounter this, both edible and worth points, how satisfying.
Phoenix Finger.
A massive fiery red phoenix charged toward the sprinting rabbit, which sensed the danger and immediately fled at lightning speed.
Trying to escape? No way.
Su Huijin used his movement technique to pursue it, but the rabbit's speed was truly astonishing. No wonder it's called a sprinting rabbit. This speed.
Teleportation.
The sprinting rabbit suddenly saw Su Huijin appear right in front of it, quickly braking and changing direction. Every time Su Huijin was about to catch up, he would teleport ahead of the rabbit.
Spatial bind. The sprinting rabbit was momentarily restrained but quickly broke free.
Su Huijin seemed to notice something and saw a massive water hand reaching for the rabbit, followed by a giant wind hand on the right and a golden hand on the left.
Oh, trying to steal my prey, are you? Kaixing palm. A massive
golden palm print slammed toward the sprinting rabbit.
Switch.
The sprinting rabbit instantly appeared in front of Su Huijin, stunned and unable to react.
Dragon Tiger Fist.
With his right hand forming a dragon seal, Su Huijin struck the rabbit's head directly.
It was a fatal blow.
Despite its high level, the rabbit's body was particularly fragile, relying solely on its speed and sharp teeth.
The 4 massive hands simultaneously descended, causing an instant explosion.
Su Huijin casually stored the rabbit in his storage space. Then, he shouted loudly toward the front.
Hey, stealing prey isn't a good habit. Huang Jie calmly walked out from the right. The strong rule, who said, anything about stealing prey?
Feng Ji jumped down from a tree in front.
Huang Jie is right. Whoever can kill it has the skill.
On the left, Jiang Yan struck a tree in front of him with force, shattering it, and then walked out.
Smugly.
Exactly, and besides, that exotic beast wasn't even killed by you. Look, the 3 heroes of Fish City have gathered, along with Su Huijin. The 4 prodigies are facing off.
This is truly the pinnacle moment of the entire college entrance exam. Do you think they'll fight? They probably will, right?
At this moment, a man to Guan Firen's left said, this secret realm for the college entrance exam is really vast, yet these few people managed
to run into each other here.
Even the prodigies of previous years might not have encountered each other, but this year's exam has brought everyone together. It's truly exciting.
Yeah, who would have thought this year's exam would be so thrilling? It's probably the best one in the past decade. Huang Jie sized up Su Huijin. So you're Su Huijin? Doesn't seem all that special. Feng Ji chimed in as well. Unexpectedly, Su is even more handsome than in the photos.
Jiang Yan said with a look of determination.
Su Huijin, I didn't expect we'd meet again for another battle. This time, I'm fully prepared. Su Huijin smiled slightly and asked, may I know your names? I'm Feng Ji. I'm Jiang Yan. Su Huijin rolled his eyes and responded to Jiang Yan, I wasn't asking you.
Then he turned to Huang Jie.
I'm Huang Jie. Su Huijin nodded. So, you 3 are the Fish City trio. I didn't expect to meet you here.
At this moment, Feng Ji spoke up, indeed, it's quite a coincidence.
Su, have you and Jiang Yan met before? Su Huijin nodded. Yes, we've met and even fought once. Feng Ji immediately became interested. Oh, who won between the 2 of you? Su Huijin smiled and glanced at Jiang Yan. You'll have to ask Jiang. Feng Ji suddenly understood.
Speaking of which, Jiang Yan, you probably haven't made much progress in the past 6 months, have you?
Jiang Yan retorted, I just wasn't prepared and lost by a single move.
Huang Jie said smugly, Jiang Yan, you're just weak, stop making excuses. After all, your skill level among us is just average.
Hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately became upset. Hey, Huang Jie, just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sick cat? If you have the guts, fight me. Huang Jie scoffed and replied, a defeated opponent dares to challenge me? Jiang Yan said angrily, The past is the past, and now is now, don't confuse the two. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, let's fight. Huang Jie snorted coldly. Fine, let's fight, who's afraid of who?
At this point, Feng Ji stepped in to mediate.
Alright, you two, meeting for the first time and already wanting to fight, how childish.
Jiang Yan, still furious with Huang Jie, said, Feng Ji, stop talking nonsense.
Aren't you also a defeated opponent of Huang Jie? You should fight too. Watch me beat you to the ground.
Feng Ji said helplessly, I can't beat Huang Jie, but beating you is easy.
Jiang Yan waved dismissively, then let's fight, stop wasting time. Su Huaijin watched the group arguing endlessly,
and found it somewhat childish.
You all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Take your time fighting, I'm leaving.
Huang Jie called out to him, wait, Su, yesterday you dealt with 3 assassins.
I'm quite interested in you. How? About a sparring match? To be honest, Su Huaijin didn't want to fight at the moment.
But we're in the middle of the college entrance exams.
How about we spar after the exams? Huang Jie smiled and said, with your abilities, Su, you
should have already scored full marks long ago.
Are you saying you're afraid?
Although Su Huaijin knew this was a provocation, his competitive spirit was instantly ignited.
Despite not wanting to fight, he was curious to test the
skills of the leader of the Fish City Trio.
Su Huaijin smiled and said, alright, a sparring match isn't out of the question. At this moment, Jiang Yan pointed at Huang Jie and said, fight me first. Huang Jie glanced at Jiang Yan.
Move aside, I'm not interested.
Jiang Yan lowered his head and muttered, fine, fine.
Then he raised his head and unleashed a massive golden palm, swiftly charging toward Huang Jie.
Huang Jie frowned and countered with a giant palm of his own.
Seeing this, Su Huaijin and Feng Ji quickly stepped back.
The 2 giant palms collided fiercely in midair. Jiang Yan, you're crazy. Jiang Yan grinned widely. Let's fight, let's fight. He threw a small golden
orb into the air, and golden arrows rained down continuously toward Huang Jie. Huang Jie saw this and extended his hands in front of his chest. Wind wall. A faint green transparent wall appeared in front of him, and the golden
arrows stopped dead upon hitting the wind wall.
Then, Huang Jie pushed the wall, causing the golden arrows to rebound and shoot back at Jiang Yan.
Golden barrier. A golden sphere instantly enveloped Jiang Yan, blocking the attack. Again.
Jiang Yan extended his right hand straight, palm facing downward. A golden liquid appeared in the air, spreading to both sides and transforming into a golden battle blade, which then charged toward Huang Jie with swift
movements.
Huang Jie swung his arm a few times in the air, instantly creating several green slashes that struck toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan dodged several of the slashes using his agility, but some were too quick to evade, so he conjured
a golden wall in midair to block the attacks. In an instant, he closed in on Huang Jie and delivered a heavy slash.
Huang Jie raised his right hand, forming a wind wall to block the attack, then struck toward Jiang Yan's abdomen. With his left hand, which had transformed into a palm, Jiang Yan was prepared. Golden liquid emerged from his abdomen and spread out, blocking the palm strike. However, the force was immense, and Jiang Yan was sent flying, though he was unharmed. He steadied himself, raised his hand, and golden liquid surged forth, forming several golden rod-like objects with sharp tips at the top, which then shot fiercely toward Huang Jie. Huang Jie dodged the attacks and countered by slashing at the rods repeatedly, only to find that the severed sections turned into golden liquid and flowed onto the ground, while the rods continuously regenerated. Chaotic wind slash. Numerous green slashes appeared in the air, striking the golden rods and instantly severing them all.
Jiang Yan abandoned this move. He raised his hand toward the sky, and countless streams of golden liquid gushed out, forming golden swords, at least 100 of them. Then, with a grand wave of his hand, all the blades flew toward Huang Jie. This scene thrilled Su Huaijin, who exclaimed, I didn't expect him to hold back when fighting me.
At this moment, Feng Ji, standing beside Su Huaijin,
remarked, that's just how he is.
Every so often, he comes up with new skills. Some are abstract, while others are genuinely powerful.
Su Huaijin nodded. So, who do you think will win between the two of them? Feng Ji asked, with a smile.
Without a doubt, Huang Jie will win, he replied.
Just wait and see.
Feng Ji continued. Jiang Yan has great talent, but he loves to play around too much, especially when it comes to developing skills.
However, very few of his skills are actually useful in real combat. He's practically wasting his talent. Feng Ji shook his head.
That said, I must admit, some of the skills he designs are indeed troublesome.
Fighting him is truly a headache. While
you can win, it's extremely uncomfortable. Even though he can't beat Huang Jie, he can certainly make things difficult for him. Jiang Yan has held his position as one of the 3 heroes of Fish City for years, and his strength
is undeniable.
This reminded Su Huijin of that reckless pig from the past. Despite being capable of defeating it instantly, he was still tormented to the brink of despair.
Su Huijin shook his head helplessly. By the way, isn't the title 3 Heroes of Fish City something given to you by outsiders?
Feng Ji asked, somewhat surprised.
You don't know? Su Huijin asked in confusion. Know what?
Feng Ji looked at Su Huijin, realizing he truly didn't.
No.
Let me tell you, the title 3 Heroes of Fish City originated 200 years ago, when 3 exceptionally talented young men were the strongest among their peers in Fish City and the surrounding areas.
Back then, even the geniuses of the imperial capital couldn't compare to them.
That period was the proudest moment for Fish City, and the title 3 Heroes of Fish City began from that time.
Later, the title was passed down, representing the 3 most talented individuals of the same age group within Fish City.
It's evaluated every 10 years, meaning if you're strong enough, you can hold the title for 10 consecutive years.
However, after 10 years, you must step down.
There's another situation where you might step down, time constraints. For example, if you earn the title in the 9th year, you'll have to step down in the 10th year.
New heroes will then be selected. During this period, someone can challenge the title. If you defeat one of the 3, you can become one of the new 3 heroes.
But there are restrictions, such as age. You can only challenge if you're between 15 and 20 years old.
Coincidentally, the 3 of us have been the 3 heroes of Yuqing for 5 years now. We all took on the title in the same year.
Being one of the 3 heroes of Yuqing comes with a lot of extra resources and benefits, and the treatment isn't bad. Moreover, the 3 of us are the strongest trio in the past 50 years, remaining undefeated for 5 consecutive years, Su Huijin said.
What if a 20-year-old challenges you when you were 15? Wouldn't you lose then?
Feng Ji
asked.
There are restrictions, of course. For example, a 20-year-old would have supernatural abilities, while a 15-year-old might not. So, the 20-year-old wouldn't be allowed to use their abilities. There's a designated challenge arena where both side strengths are suppressed to the same starting line. You can find all this information online, so I won't elaborate further.
Although Jiang Yan will lose, it won't be too humiliating. The 3 of us are
fairly evenly matched, but Huang Jie is still slightly stronger. Hundreds of golden swords rained down on Huang Jie like a storm. Huang Jie spread his arms and shouted, "Chaotic wind technique."
Dozens of wind blades formed in the air. Go!
The golden swords clashed violently with the wind blades, instantly kicking up a massive cloud of dust that obscured the figures of the 2 combatants. Su Huijin and Feng Ji, watching from the sidelines, could only
vaguely make out the outlines of their fight.
Jiang Yan wielded his golden blade and slashed at Huang Jie, who countered with wind blades to block the attack. The 2 were locked in a stalemate for a moment before both exerted force and
retreated simultaneously.
Huang Jie curiously remarked, "Jiang Yan, you've improved quite a bit over the past 6 months.
To think you can fight me to this extent."
Jiang Yan hoisted his golden blade and grinned.
"Of course. Today, I'm determined to defeat you."
He stomped hard on the ground, and suddenly, a large amount of golden liquid surged up, spreading rapidly and even enveloping the onlookers Feng Ji and Su Huijin.
Feng Ji shouted in annoyance, "Jiang Yan, are you crazy? Can't you see we're just watching the show?"
Jiang Yan turned his head and teased, "Oh, right, I forgot about you too.
Why don't you join in? Today, I'll take on all 3 of you." He extended a hand, and the golden liquid slithered like a snake toward the 2 of them.
Water column. A massive water column appeared in front of Feng Ji, blocking the golden liquid's attack.
Kaisian finger. A faint golden finger imprint materialized in the air, shattering the golden liquid and shooting straight toward Jiang Yan.
The golden liquid extended instantly, blocking the golden finger imprint. At this moment, Huang Jie used the wind to propel himself into the air, landing
on a tree branch.
After all, he hadn't yet reached the skywalking realm, and this method of flight consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy.
In the secret realm. What? Jiang Yan actually comprehended this. I didn't
expect him to hide so much during his duel with Su Huijin before. This kid truly is a once-in-a-century genius of the Jiang family. At this moment, Jiang Yan's father was utterly stunned, muttering to himself in disbelief, this. Then he burst into laughter.
"Ha ha, I can't believe you even kept this from your old man. To think you've
comprehended a domain at the Spirit Sea realm. Even though it's just a preliminary grasp, having a domain changes everything.
This is something only those in the domain realm can master. This means my son will have no bottlenecks when breaking through to the domain realm. Ha ha ha.
At this moment, Fengji and Huangjie frowned deeply. Fengji said in disbelief, Zhang Yan, you've actually comprehended a domain ahead of time.
Huang Jie's expression was serious as he stared intently at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, it seems I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to have already comprehended a domain at the Spirit Sea realm. Have you been hiding your strength all along? Su Huijin looked at the spirited young man before him and suddenly understood. So that's it.
Zhang Yan truly lives up to being a genius.
No wonder he's so confident.
At this moment, Zhang Yan was brimming with pride, relishing the thrill of turning the tables.
Huang Jia, I have to thank you for your guidance 6 months ago.
Without you, I wouldn't have comprehended the mysteries of the domain so quickly.
He turned to the three, although my domain is not yet fully developed, it's more than enough to deal with you. Today, I'll let you witness the power of a domain. Golden Domain.
Where the golden liquid surged, everything transformed into golden liquid, even the tree Su Huijin and the others were standing on began to shimmer with golden light.
Attack! The golden liquid quickly turned into sharp golden spikes, rushing toward the three. At the same time, numerous golden weapons appeared in the air. The three stood on the golden liquid, which transformed into tentacles tightly binding their ankles.
Seeing this, the three quickly unleashed their spiritual energy, breaking free from the golden tentacles and dodging the attacks from both the ground and the air.
A crack suddenly appeared in the space to Su Huijin's right. He reached into it and pulled out a battle blade, slash. Su Huijin executed a teleportation move, slashing at Zhang Yan with his blade.
Zhang Yan remained calm, having anticipated this move.
The golden liquid on the ground
quickly rose, forming a golden wall that blocked the attack.
Su Huijin's strike was ineffective, and he immediately created distance.
Zhang Yan prepared to counterattack but realized Su Huijin was no longer there.
Su Huijin smiled and said, Zhang Yan, if I'm not mistaken, activating your domain consumes a lot of energy, doesn't it?
Zhang Yan looked at Su Huijin in surprise and asked, how did you figure that out? Su Huijin explained, when I got close to you earlier, I heard you breathing slightly
heavier. It was faint, but I noticed it.
You've only had your domain active for a minute, yet it's already consuming so much energy.
At our current level, even the lowest grade domain is beyond what you can handle. Zhang Yan nodded. Su Huijin, I knew I wasn't wrong about you, so I've decided to reward you. With that, Zhang Yan snapped his fingers. The reward is that I'll go all out against you.
A massive golden dragon, over 10 meters long, emerged from the ground, roaring as it charged towards Su
Huijin. Su Huijin frowned, staring at the dragon. Suddenly, the dragon dove back into the golden liquid on the ground. Within 2 seconds, it reappeared beneath Su Huijin, opening its mouth to devour him. Su Huijin leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. In midair, he struck with an open sun palm. A massive golden palm print smashed the dragon apart, but the dragon quickly reassembled itself. At this moment, Fengji unleashed a large-scale skill, Wave Surge. A massive wave, over 10 meters high, appeared in the air, seemingly ready to engulf the entire world, before crashing down toward Zhang Yan. Facing this colossal force, Zhang Yan remained calm, transmute to gold.
Zhang Yan flicked his finger, and a small golden orb appeared on his middle
finger. He flicked it forcefully, sending it straight into the wave. In the next moment, the wave that was about to engulf Zhang Yan stopped. The golden orb expanded outward, and the entire wave transformed into golden liquid. The wave, now only a meter away from Zhang Yan, froze in place before sinking into the ground. Fengji was shocked. What? Even this is possible? Is this the power of a domain?
This skill was one of Fengji's strongest, with a large range, immense power, and high speed, yet it was
so easily neutralized.
In truth, Fengji was also slightly out of breath, while Zhang Yan was already feeling exhausted but was forcing himself to continue. At this moment, Zhang Yan thought to himself, I'm so tired.
The domain consumes spiritual energy so quickly, I only have a third left. I need to finish them off quickly, or I'll lose face. Golden Party.
From the ground emerged numerous golden armored figures, clad in golden armor, wielding golden swords, and wearing flowing golden liquid capes.
There were at least over 100 of them. Zhang Yan's face turned pale as he quickly pulled out a bottle of spiritual energy recovery potion.
He had more than 20 bottles, all stolen from other students.
After drinking the first bottle, he hurriedly drank
a second, and his complexion slightly improved. Then, more golden beasts emerged from the ground, along with the previous golden dragon.
Attack! At this point, there were over 300 enemies on the battlefield. Fengji also took out a bottle of spiritual energy recovery potion and drank it without hesitation. The boost from this domain is truly terrifying. Even though it's just the initial stage, its power can almost rival that of a void mirror level Esper.
Huang Jia frowned at the sheer number of enemies, as today's situation had exceeded his expectations. Su Huaijin, seeing these golden creatures, planned to teleport and attack Jiang Yan's true body, only to find Jiang Yan smiling at him. At the same time, 4 armored knights on horseback
emerged from the ground beside Jiang Yan.
Even from a distance, Su Huaijin could feel their immense strength. At this moment, Jiang Yan's face was pale, and he was sweating profusely as he quickly drank more spiritual energy recovery potions.
In the blink of an eye, the golden armored army had closed in.
A golden armored soldier raised a massive golden sword and slashed down.
Su Huaijin
placed his hand on his waist, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly with his right hand.
Draw slash! With one swift strike,
the golden armored soldier in front of him was instantly cleaved in two, dissolving into golden liquid and returning to the ground. As soon as one was cut down, another surged forward. The golden armored soldiers and golden beasts attacked him relentlessly.
Spatial slash!
Su Huaijin unleashed another strike, instantly cutting a dozen golden armored soldiers in half. At that moment, a golden beast lunged at him, but Su Huaijin quickly sidestepped and kicked it away.
The attacks from these golden entities
seemed clumsy, and Su Huaijin noticed Jiang Yan observing the 3 of them back and forth.
I see now, multitasking in 3 directions, purely consuming spiritual energy.
Su Huaijin deftly maneuvered through the attacks of the golden armored soldiers and
beasts, easily dodging them.
The 2 others nearby also gradually realized the crux of the problem. At this point, Jiang Yan sensed the danger.
This won't work. The spiritual energy consumption is too fast, and the potions will eventually run out. He
stopped continuously generating armored soldiers and beasts and instead drank 5 bottles of spiritual energy recovery potions at once. Immediately, 3 massive golden dragons appeared and charged toward the 3 of them.
Simultaneously, a portion of
the armored soldiers and beasts near Huang Jia and Fengji were redirected, all converging on Su Huaijin.
Jiang Yan's strategy was clear: eliminate Su Huaijin first.
After all, an opponent capable of teleporting at any moment was far too troublesome.
In the waiting secret realm, it seems Jiang Yan has found a new strategy, someone remarked.
This strategy is indeed reasonable and the optimal solution.
Eliminating a spatial-type genius first would make it easier to deal with the remaining 2, another person responded.
But if this is all he can do, it might not be enough to take down Su Huaijin.
City Lord Guan, what do you think?
Guan Firen stared at the screen, analyzing the scene.
Jiang Yan
is undoubtedly the most talented among the 3 heroes of Fish City. Ever since he was defeated by Huang Jia 6 months ago, I've heard he's been diligently studying domains at home. I didn't expect him to succeed so soon.
When
he grows into the domain realm, his domain will be incredibly powerful. Coupled with his unique self-created skills, he will undoubtedly be a creative genius. Although his ability level is only SS, his overall performance has
already reached 3S. I don't think he can successfully defeat these 3. If it were a one-on-one duel, neither Huang Jia nor Fengji would be his match. The people nearby began to take notice. What about Su Huaijin? Someone asked.
Su Huaijin's mobility is extremely high, and his spatial abilities are among the strongest. But now that Jiang Yan has mastered a domain, does he not have a greater chance of winning? Another person pressed.
Guan Firen continued, let me analyze this step by step.
Fengji possesses water-based abilities, Huang Jia has wind-based abilities, and Jiang Yan wields metal-based abilities. In terms of ability strength, Huang Jia's wind abilities have
far greater destructive power than the other 2.
Among the 3, Huang Jia is the strongest, provided he hasn't mastered a domain. Unfortunately, his arrogance and overconfidence will lead to his downfall sooner or later. Fengji, on the other hand, is calm and composed, with a sharp mind. He always manages to find a way out of desperate situations and turn the tide. However, being overly composed may not necessarily be a good thing.
He seems to lack the drive of young people, giving the impression that he's too lazy to compete, so he will ultimately lose. The one I'm most optimistic about is Su Huaijin.
His composure is extraordinary, filled with youthful passion and
calmness.
His talent is exceptional. Within half a year, he transformed from an ordinary person into a spirit C-level ability user. This is not just the effect of abilities but also his innate talent. He always brings miracles. I see unprecedented confidence in him, but it's not blind confidence.
Moreover, I believe he has already found a solution. Let's keep watching. Su Huijin looked at the large group of golden-armored beasts and a giant
dragon surrounding him, yet he remained completely unflustered. As the enemy swarmed toward him, his body emitted an energy that immediately slowed the Golden Army's speed.
Jiang Yan watched the scene and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. That move again. Su Huijin said calmly, collapse.
The range of the collapse was vast, directly enveloping everyone. Fengji and Huang Jie felt the gravity and furrowed their brows.
Is this a domain? No, it's not. This doesn't seem like a domain. This should be an ability skill. But why does it feel like a domain?
However, the sheer number of enemies caused the gravity to disperse, so their speed wasn't
significantly affected.
Yet in Su Huijin's eyes, everything appeared extremely slow.
Collapse was the strongest among Su Huijin's ability skills.
But his truly most powerful skill was his innate skill.
Su Huijin extended a hand toward the golden dragon. Annihilation.
He had grown, and his attack methods had changed. Previously, annihilation was a square-shaped space, but now it was directly unleashed on the enemy.
The dragon was instantly trapped in a
Fengji looked at Jiang Yan. I didn't expect you to hide so well.
Domains, huh? Many geniuses in the imperial capital haven't comprehended them. If you'd understood them earlier, wouldn't you have avoided so much trouble? Why insist on studying those complicated skills and creating useless things?
Jiang Yan was displeased upon hearing this. Hey, watch your words.
The skills I developed aren't cool?
They're absolutely high-end, classy, and
top-notch. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense.
Fengji helplessly rubbed his forehead. I really can't deal with you. Su Huijin glanced at the time and said to everyone, all right, let's gather again after the college
entrance exams. I'm off to earn some points now. Huang Jie then said, huh? We haven't sparred yet. Su Huijin shook his head. It's been delayed too long. Let's find time to spar after the exams.
Seeing this, Huang Jie didn't insist further. All right, let's exchange contact info so we can stay in touch.
Sure.
Afterward, Su Huijin exchanged contact information with the group and swiftly left.
Fengji also checked the time and said to the two, all right, let's each get busy.
Fengji left directly. Jiang Yan said nothing and also departed, leaving only Huang Jie deep in thought.
City Lord Guan, I didn't expect you to be right. Su Huijin seized the moment when the
opponent's spiritual energy was about to run dry and immediately launched an attack, using his powerful skills to intimidate the opponent. The series of actions were seamless.
But I didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. I thought there would be a fierce showdown. Guan Firen shook his head. Sometimes victory or defeat is decided in an instant. Jiang Yan wasted too much spiritual energy earlier, leading to exhaustion later. If he had allocated
his spiritual energy and tactics reasonably from the start, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. On the other hand, Su Huijin noticed this right from the beginning.
The college entrance exams are just one day away. I wonder how many students this year won't make it into university. This spectacular battle was recorded and uploaded online, with the view count skyrocketing.
The video was titled The Four Geniuses of Fish City Battle.
The video seems to show the three heroes of Fish City and someone unfamiliar. I know that person. He was on the news a few months ago.
His name is Su Huijin, and I heard he's a spatial ability user.
Wow, that kid in pink is so strong.
He comprehended domains at the Spirit Sea realm.
That's an incredible talent. Wow, every one of them is so cool. Guys, this is truly a visual feast. The person above is right. Does this battle scene even look like the Spirit Sea realm?
I didn't expect the boy who ended the fight to be so powerful. The online discussions grew increasingly heated. Meanwhile, the secret realm for the college entrance exams returned to calm.
Su Huijin was lucky enough to discover an area filled with exotic beasts.
Most were third tier, with a few fourth tier ones. This was already considered a group of exotic beasts.
However, given Su Huijin's strength, these beasts posed no threat to him.
He could take down a third-tier beast with one strike and a fourth-tier beast with two.
Once he made a move, none could escape.
The thrill of effortlessly defeating monsters was unparalleled.
Night fell.
Su Huijin casually found a spot to sit down, with a fire in F, but most of them were first or second tier.
Time flew by.
Ding, 10 minutes left until the end of the college entrance exam.
Candidates, please note that you will be teleported out once the time is up. Countdown to the end of the college entrance exam. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
2, 1. College entrance exam ends. A bright light emitted from everyone's wrist, and in a flash of white light, the next moment,
everyone appeared in the waiting area.
They opened their eyes and realized they had exited the exam secret realm, and the area immediately became noisy. Some were happy, some were dejected.
Most people looked exhausted, as they hadn't eaten or slept well, and their cultivation hadn't gone smoothly. Some even fell asleep as soon as they left the exam venue. Su Huijin let out a long breath. Ah, it's finally over.
At this moment, Han Shu saw Su Huijin and
immediately walked over. Ah, Jin. Haven't seen you for a few days, I really missed you.
Su Huijin quickly waved his hand when he saw him.
Don't be like that. You're so cheesy every day. Are you gay or something? Han Shu
looked at Su Huijin with a face full of grievance.
Get lost, you're the one who's gay. So, how was it? Were you okay when those 3 assassins surrounded you?
Su Huijin patted his chest.
Look who you're talking to. I took care of them easily.
Han Shu asked, how many points did you get? Around 20,000 points or so, Su Huijin said, pretending to be mysterious.
Take a guess.
Han Shu thought for a moment.
50,000?
Su Huijin shook his head.
70,000?
Close. Han Shu gasped, then his voice suddenly lowered.
100,000? Su Huijin nodded.
A little over 100,000.
Mainly because I was lucky and encountered quite a few 4th-tier exotic beasts. Especially this morning. I ran into more than 20 4th-tier exotic beasts. Honestly, getting a high score in the exam really depends on luck.
At this moment, Han Shu was already stunned.
Su Huijin waved his hand in front of him. What are you spacing out for? Han Shu snapped back to reality. 100,000 points, do you know what that means?
No one has ever reached that score in previous years.
Are you going to be the national top scorer in the college entrance exam?
Last year's top scorer only had 70,000 points, and the highest score in previous years was 90,000.
Your luck is like a star falling from the sky.
I got 20,000 points, and I can choose any university in the country.
But with your 100,000
points, the universities are probably begging you to attend.
My heaven-defying brother is right here beside me. Su Huijin patted Han Shu on the shoulder. Keep it low-key. Ahem, ahem. Standing at the front, Wan Firen
cleared his throat a few times, and everyone quieted down. Students, please return to your original formations within 10 minutes, immediately. The students quickly returned to their original positions, and within about 8 minutes, they were back to their pre-exam spots, though there were quite a few empty spaces.
Wan Firen continued speaking. Students, the college entrance exam is over. Regardless of your results, the outcome is already determined. Your future lies in the score bracelets on your wrists.
Whether you soar to great heights or fail, it all depends on fate.
Now, hand over your bracelets.
Wan Firen gestured to the people beside him, and then hundreds of
people began collecting the bracelets.
Wan Firen continued, tomorrow at 10 a.m., please gather here again. There will be a closing ceremony for the college entrance exam and the announcement of the score rankings. Today, your bracelets will be inspected to ensure there were no violations during the exam. I hope you didn't take my warnings before the exam lightly.
If any violations are confirmed, your exam results will be immediately cancelled, and your personal credibility will also take a hit. Alright, I hereby announce, the college entrance exam is officially over. Students, please make sure to attend tomorrow and exit the secret realm in an orderly manner. Half an hour later, Su Huijin and the others finally exited the secret realm and boarded their designated bus.
Fortunately, not a single student from Class 1 of Grade 12 was missing from the martial arts exam. However, other schools or classes were missing 1 or 2 students here and there. Some of these people died because they were killed before they had the chance to withdraw from the exam. Others, knowing they were no match, still tried to struggle a bit longer and were slain in their hesitation. Some were dragged down by others. After boarding the bus, Su Huijin sensed a somewhat somber atmosphere. Han Shu whispered to Su Huijin, it seems quite a few classmates didn't perform
well. Su Huijin sighed. Sigh. Just being alive is already a blessing. Not everyone is as lucky as us. Most people might live their whole lives in mediocrity. Perhaps this is the true reflection of reality. The college entrance exam isn't necessarily the only path to success.
Who knows, maybe 10 or 20 years from now, some of them will become outstanding talents. As for us, we just need to take care of ourselves.
Han Shu nodded.
You're right. Just focus on ourselves. Seeing that the atmosphere was still gloomy, Su Huijin and Han Shu stopped talking. After returning to the hotel, they each went back to their rooms. The first thing Su Huijin did upon entering his room was take a shower. After 3 consecutive days of fighting without a shower, his body carried a smell, along with sweat stains and the scent of some exotic beast's blood. After showering, he lay directly on the bed. The soft bed made Su Huijin feel as if he were floating on clouds. So comfortable.
3 days of hard work, all for this moment.
Ding 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 ding. At that moment, Su Huijin's phone suddenly rang. He saw the name displayed
on the screen. Huang Wei? He answered the call.
Hello, Huang Wei. Su Huijin, you're done with the college entrance exam.
Yeah. How did you do?
Not bad, I'm quite satisfied with myself.
Okay, by the way, when I left Lianqing earlier, didn't I say I'd come to Yuqing to find you? You didn't even call me when you arrived in Yuqing a few days ago.
I was preparing for the college entrance exam, no time to hang out.
Alright, so are you free to hang out now? Tanya is here too.
Su Huijin declined directly.
Forget it. I just finished the exam and I'm a bit tired. I have to attend the ceremony tomorrow. You guys have fun.
There was a few seconds of silence. On the other end of the line before she replied, alright, you rest first.
We can hang out after you've rested.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Su Huijin hung up the phone. Aha! Huang Wei let out a frustrated yell. Tanya, who was beside her, asked, What's wrong, Wei Wei? Couldn't get him to come out? Huang Wei looked disappointed and shook her head.
I was too impatient and overlooked the fact that he just finished the exam and needs to rest.
Ugh. Do you think he might dislike me now?
Seeing Huang Wei like this, Tanya comforted her.
It's okay, Wei Wei.
You were a bit hasty, but he does need to rest. Besides, you already said he could hang out after he's rested.
He didn't refuse. There's still a chance. Huang Wei perked up again.
You're right, I was just too impatient.
At that moment, Huang Wei's phone rang. Hello, sis, I'm done with the college entrance exam. Come home for a bit. I'm throwing a celebration party.
Huang Wei replied speechlessly, You're so confident.
The results aren't even out yet, and you're already planning a celebration party. Sis, don't you know my abilities?
Don't worry, the top scorer in
Yuqing is most likely me.
You said most likely.
What if it's not you? That would be awkward. Awkward about what? Just treat it as celebrating the end of the exam. Is Yaha next to you? She is. Alright, bring her along. Hurry up. Huang Wei hung up the phone. Tanya asked, Your brother? Huang Wei nodded.
He wants to throw a party to celebrate the end of the exam. You should go with him, Tanya said blankly.
Is it appropriate for me to go?
Of course, he specifically mentioned you.
Come on, let's go. Oh, the next day.
After resting for an afternoon and a night, Su Huijin was full of energy.
All the exhaustion from the past few days is completely gone. Su Huijin checked the time and prepared to wake Han Shu. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock.
Su Huijin knocked on the door several times before Han Shu slowly opened it.
Morning, Jin. Why are you up so early? Su Huijin looked at the yawning Han Shu.
Hurry up and wash up, have breakfast, we need to gather soon. Han Shu, still groggy from just waking up, was a bit dazed. Su Huijin gave him a push and urged, What are you spacing out
for? Hurry up. Han Shu snapped out of it and quickly replied, Okay, coming right away. A few minutes later,
a refreshed and energetic Han Shu reappeared in front of Su Huijin, looking like a completely different person
from earlier. Let's go.
The two then headed to the hotel restaurant, where they happened to run into Wang Qing. They grabbed some food and sat down next to her. At this moment, Wang Qing's eyes were dim, and her expression was
dejected. Su Huijin asked with concern, Wang Qing, what's wrong? Wang Qing looked up at them and sighed, Nothing, I just didn't do well on the exam. I won't be able to get into a good university. Usually quick to bicker
with Wang Qing, Han Shu remained silent this time.
Su Huijin also didn't know how to comfort her. It's okay, getting into a good university isn't the only path to success. Just adjust your mindset. Besides, with your talent, your future will definitely be bright.
Hearing this, Wang Qing seemed to regain a bit of her spirit.
You're right.
Even if I can't get into a top university, with my level of abilities, my future shouldn't be too bad.
How did you two do on the exam?
Our results were pretty good. Wang Qing nodded, her mood slightly improving. That's right, with your talents, your scores must be extraordinary.
Eat up, we need to gather soon. I'm done eating, I'll go round everyone up first.
The two nodded, all right. Although Wang Qing appeared to have cheered up on the surface, the sense of disappointment in her heart still lingered. They quickly finished their meal and then headed
outside the hotel to gather.
The group boarded a bus and returned to the location where they were waiting for the secret realm. It was around 9:30 at this point. By now, approximately 1 million students had arrived, with more still
trickling in.
Su Huijin and his group returned to the formation they had stood in yesterday.
Time ticked by, and soon it was 10 o'clock.
At this moment, the group saw Guan Firen and several imposing figures step forward in front
of the crowd.
Each of these individuals was a prominent figure, especially Guan Firen, who stood in the center.
Su Huijin immediately recognized representatives from Yuqing University, the City Defense Bureau, the Beast Hunting Division, and other administrative institutions. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Unnoticed by the crowd, a platform had been erected where they had stood yesterday.
Ahem.
At this moment, Guan Firen began to speak.
The previously noisy crowd instantly quieted down.
Good morning, students. After an afternoon and a night of review, your exam results have finally been finalized. However, the scores of 245,826 students have been deemed invalid. You can check your results on the Longwei official website.
If your score is invalid, the page will display it as such.
You may file an appeal, but we have evidence here. Scores were invalidated due to exam violations.
Compared to last year's over 300,000 invalid scores, the overall quality has indeed improved this year. The minimum passing score for WUDA is 500 points. A total of 627,354 students passed this year.
In the Yuqing exam district, the
death toll this year was only 13,236. Out of over 2 million students who took the exam, more than 600,000 passed this year, an increase of over 100,000 compared to last year, and the death toll has decreased significantly.
This is a new era.
In recent years, cultivation has become increasingly accessible, and more geniuses are emerging. But the battlefield is also becoming more severe. I hope that all of you, whether or not you get into college,
always keep an upward heart. The country needs you.
In our Yuqing, someone has broken the previous college entrance exam records. This year, 3 people from Yuqing made it into the top 10 of the national leaderboard. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below erupted.
Brother, did I hear that right?
Top 10 in the nation, and Yuqing has 3 spots, breaking the record. In previous years, we only had at most 1 spot, and
sometimes not even 1. Most of the spots were taken by the geniuses from the capital.
Brother, I heard a rumor that several geniuses from the capital didn't even take the exam this year and were directly admitted.
Even so, how could we take 3 spots? The last time Yuqing had 3 people on the leaderboard at the same time was 200 years ago, right?
Those individuals were called the first generation 3 heroes of Yuqing.
Guan Firen paused
for a moment and then continued. Now, I will announce the top 100 rankings of Yuqing's college entrance exam leaderboard.
The top 100 will all receive rewards.
Students ranked 100 to 11 will be rewarded with 10 high-grade
spirit stones and a 1-week opportunity to train in the Jiaolong Pool. Did I hear that right, the Jiaolong Pool?
That's a sacred place for physical training. Spending a week there can at least improve one's physical strength
by several minor levels.
Guan Firen continued, ranks 4 to 10 will be rewarded with 3 supreme-grade spirit stones and a 1-week opportunity to train in the Hualong Pool. Wow, my heavens, supreme-grade spirit stones.
The Hualong Pool. This is too incredible. Why are the rewards so generous this year? Last year's top 10 only got access to the Jiaolong Pool.
The students below were all excited, and even the children of prominent families
couldn't contain themselves. Those who hadn't made significant contributions wouldn't even qualify to enter the Hualong Pool.
This year's rewards were indeed astonishing. Third place will be rewarded with 5 supreme-grade spirit stones, an advanced martial technique, and a 1-week opportunity to train in the Blood Dragon Pool. Second place will be rewarded with 7 supreme-grade spirit stones, an advanced martial technique, and a 2-week opportunity
to train in the Blood Dragon Pool.
First place will be rewarded with 10 supreme-grade spirit stones, a top-tier offensive martial technique, and a 1-month opportunity to train in the Blood Dragon Pool.
At this moment, not only the students but even some of the prominent figures on stage were shocked.
The rewards for the top 10 had been kept confidential, known only to a few. They had thought the Hualong Pool rewards were already generous. Unexpectedly, this time, the Blood Dragon Pool was included, and the first place reward was even more unbelievable: a top-tier offensive martial technique and a full month in the Blood Dragon Pool.
Even Huang Jia couldn't help but swallow hard. Blood Dragon Pool, top-tier offensive martial technique.
Just the Supreme Grade Spirit Stones alone were incredible, and the other two rewards were each top tier. This was the most luxurious reward in nearly a
century. Su Huijin's breathing quickened upon hearing these rewards.
This year's rewards are truly extravagant. Not only was this the case in Yuqing, but the rewards in other major base cities were equally generous.
What Guan
Firen said next was even more shocking.
These are just the rewards for our Yuqing base city alone.
For those who make it into the national top 100, there are additional rewards.
Ranks 100 to 11 on the national leaderboard will be rewarded with 2 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones, an A-grade battle weapon, and a bottle of A-grade body refining liquid. My heavens, did I hear that right?
Not only Supreme Grade Spirit Stones but also an A-grade battle
weapon and A-grade body refining liquid comparable to the Jialong Pool.
Every single reward is drool-worthy. These rewards combined are worth at least hundreds of millions. More than hundreds of millions.
Just the A-grade
body refining liquid alone costs over 100 million, not to mention the other two.
And this is just the reward for ranks 100 to 11.
What's going on this year? These rewards are even more generous than the top 10 rewards.
In previous years,
Guofiren continued, the rewards for ranks 10 to 4 on the national leaderboard are 5 top-grade Spirit Stones, 1 grade A battle weapon, 1 grade A battle armor, 2 bottles of grade A body refining liquid, 1 advanced martial skill, and 1 week of training at Yufeng Tower. The previously quiet students instantly erupted into excitement.
Wang Defa, Yufeng Tower. And a whole week of training. My goodness, this is way better than the Dragon Transformation Pool. I can hardly breathe. Wow, if the rewards for ranks 10 to 4 are this extravagant, what kind of rewards will the top 3 get?
Alright, everyone, settle down, Guofiren said.
The crowd immediately quieted. Next, I will announce the rewards for the top 3 ranks on the national leaderboard.
The third place on the national leaderboard will receive 10 top-grade Spirit Stones, 1 grade S battle weapon, 1 grade S battle armor, 1 bottle of grade S body refining liquid, 1 top-tier offensive martial skill, and half a month of training at Yufeng Tower.
The second place on the national leaderboard will receive 15 top-grade Spirit
Stones, 1 grade S battle weapon, 1 grade S battle armor, 1 bottle of grade S body refining liquid, 2 top-tier offensive martial skills, 1 grade A land vehicle, and 1 month of training at Yufeng Tower.
The first place on the national leaderboard will receive 30 top-grade Spirit Stones, 1 grade SS battle weapon, 1 grade SS battle armor, 1 bottle of grade SS body refining liquid, 3 top-tier offensive martial skills, 1 grade S dual land and air vehicle, and 2 months of training at Yufeng Tower.
At this moment, all the students and leaders were stunned. In previous years, the rewards for the first place on the national leaderboard barely matched this year's
second place rewards.
The value of this year's rewards for the Dragon Nation's college entrance exam was at least several billion Dragon Nation currency, with some items being priceless.
For example, the body refining liquid, martial skills, and Yufeng Tower, especially Yufeng Tower, which cannot be accessed even with money.
Training there requires contribution points, which are earned based on one's contributions to the nation.
The simplest way to earn contribution points is by going to the battlefield. Even spending just 1 day at Yufeng Tower yields significant results, let alone a week or a month.
Every reward Guofiren mentioned represented a qualitative leap.
This year's college entrance exam rewards were the best in nearly 300 years.
Everyone's faces turned red with excitement, their hearts racing. Even though the rewards had nothing to do with them, just hearing about them was enough to stir
their emotions.
At this moment, the few students most likely to make it into the national top 10 were breathing heavily: Huang Jia, Fengji, Zhang Yan, and Su Huijin. They all knew they had the best chances of ranking in the
national top 10.
If Su Huijin weren't in the picture, the top contenders would be the 3 heroes of Yucheng. But with Su Huijin in the mix, everything became unpredictable. One of them might be pushed out of the rankings.
The rewards this year were simply too extraordinary.
Even the internal rewards for Yucheng alone, in previous years, were comparable to the national top 10 rewards.
Moreover, this year's rewards were calculated independently for each category.
Hua Firen didn't stop the noisy crowd, as the rewards during her time were far less generous. Even when she ranked first on the national leaderboard back then, she only got 1 week of training at Yufeng Tower, which was roughly equivalent to this year's rewards for ranks 10 to 4. No matter who it was, hearing these rewards would make their hearts race. Even strong practitioners in the 7th realm would be tempted, let alone these students who were only in realms 1 to 4. After 5 minutes of discussion, Hua Firen called everyone to order. Alright, I will now announce the rankings for the Yuqing leaderboard, along with their corresponding national leaderboard rankings. Base City of Wancheng, Class 2, Grade 12, Wancheng No. 1 High School, Fu Ran, ranked 100th on the Yuqing leaderboard, 945th on the national leaderboard. Base City of Yuqing, Class 1, Grade 12, Yucheng University-affiliated high school, Zhongshui, ranked 76th on the Yuqing leaderboard, 653rd on the national leaderboard. Hey, guys, I know this person. He acts all flashy online, everyone calls him Little Cat Bro. Oh, so it's him. Hua Firen continued. Base City of Yuqing, Class 1, Grade 12, Yuqing University-affiliated high school, Li Bushui, ranked 75th on the Yuqing leaderboard, 650th on the national leaderboard. I know this person. He and Zhang Shui are known as the second auxiliary duo, Lord Double History. The most remarkable thing is his ability to challenge himself. I didn't expect their scores to be so high. As expected of the second auxiliary duo. Liangcheng Base City, Class 1, Senior Year, Liangcheng No. 1 High School, Hanshu, ranked 10th on the Yuqing list and 62nd nationally. Who is this person? Where is Liangcheng Base City? Is it under Yuqing's jurisdiction? Never heard of it, but they're so impressive, 10th on the Yuqing list and 62nd nationally. Amazing, why aren't they more well known? At this moment, the students of Class 1, Senior Year, Liangcheng No. 1 High School were ecstatic. Hanshu, you made the list. Ranked so high. Hanshu stood there dumbfounded, his heart filled with joy. Su Huijin smiled and said, Hanshu, well done, you've brought honor to your family. Your family tree will surely dedicate a page to you in the future. Ha, I did it. Ah, Jean, I did it, sob. Su Huijin smiled, nodded, and patted Hanshu on the shoulder. Please welcome Hanshu to the stage, Hua Firen said. At this moment, Hanshu was a bit dazed. Su Huijin quickly nudged him with his shoulder. They're calling you, hurry up. Hanshu nodded and then went up to the stage. Once on stage, he quickly bowed to the leaders. Hua Firen said to Hanshu, no need to be nervous, just stand up here for a moment. Hanshu nodded. Hua Firen continued to look at the crowd. Wancheng Base City, Class 2, Senior Year, Wancheng No. 1 High School, Lu Henyu, ranked 5th on the Yuqing list and 17th nationally. Please welcome Lu Henyu to the stage. Su Huijin raised an eyebrow. It seems this brother Lu has truly been hiding his strength. Ranked 17th nationally, quite interesting. Hua Firen continued. Yuqing Base City, Class 1, Senior Year, Yuqing No. 1 High School, Fengji, ranked 4th on the Yuqing list and 13th nationally. Please welcome Fengji to the stage. With Su Huijin as a wildcard, Fengji was already mentally prepared. Zhang Yan has a domain now, and Huang Jie himself couldn't beat him, so achieving this rank was expected. Yuqing Base City, Class 1, Senior Year, Yuqing No. 1 High School, Huang Jie, ranked 3rd on the Yuqing list and 8th nationally. What, did I hear that right? The leader of the Yuqing Three Heroes is only ranked 3rd on the Yuqing list. The universally acknowledged top peer in Yuqing is only ranked 3rd. This doesn't make sense. Even if Zhang Yan has a domain, it shouldn't result in 3rd place. Huang Jie stood there stunned, staring at the rankings in disbelief. Even though Zhang Yan had a domain, he didn't think his score grinding speed was slower than Zhang Yan's, nor did he fully understand Su Huijin's strength, but he still felt he shouldn't rank lower. Please welcome Huang Jie to the stage. Huang Jie was in a bad mood. Although his rank was already quite high, his proud and competitive nature made him unwilling to accept defeat. Ever since witnessing Zhang Yan's strength, his confidence had been somewhat shaken. A nearby classmate cautiously said, Brother Jie, the city lord is calling you. Huang Jie expressionlessly nodded and replied indifferently, As he walked up to the stage, his face showed no trace of a smile. Once on stage, he merely nodded to the city lord and stood to the side. Hua Firen didn't mind, as she was well aware of Huang Jie's personality and understood that he must be feeling upset. Some of the leaders nearby began discussing, who do you think is ranked first, Zhang Yan or Su Huijin? These leaders generally believed Su Huijin might be one of them, given his outstanding performance during the college entrance exams, which was almost overwhelming.
I think the first place might be Zhang Yan.
After all, comprehending a domain at his age is extremely rare nationwide. Although Su Huijin is very strong, I believe in terms of score grinding speed, Zhang Yan should have the edge.
I don't think so.
I've been observing Su Huijin's performance, and his strength is definitely not inferior to Zhang Yan's. His monster clearing speed is also impressive.
Moreover, he's consistently been at the top of the temporary leaderboard.
I believe Su Huijin has a better chance of winning.
Then, Guan Fearing continued to announce, Yuqing Base City, Yuqing No. 1 High School, Class 3 Senior Year, Zhang Yan, ranked second in the Yuqing leaderboard and third in the national leaderboard. The crowd was in an uproar. It was already surprising that Huang Jie wasn't first, but now Zhang Yan wasn't first either. After all, he was a genius who had comprehended a domain. No way, even Zhang Yan isn't first. Then who is the top scorer? None of the Yuqing 3 heroes made it. How is that possible? Brother Yan isn't first? Who stole his thunder? Oh my. Third in the national leaderboard. That's truly impressive. This means Yuqing's top scorer is either first or second nationally.
This year, Yuqing has really hit the jackpot.
But it's not a big deal. I heard
many geniuses from the imperial capital didn't take the college entrance exam this year.
Otherwise, Yuqing wouldn't have had a chance. Don't say that.
Everyone hopes Yuqing will perform well.
Facts are facts. Can't people talk about them?
Be careful not to say you're not from Yuqing, or Lin Bei might come looking for you. At this moment, Zhang Yan remained indifferent, as he didn't care about being first or second.
The surrounding classmates praised him enthusiastically. Zhang Yan, you never disappoint. Third in the national leaderboard, you've truly brought glory to Yuqing. Zhang Yan quickly waved his hand. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. It's all as it should be. Please come up to the stage, Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan nodded to his classmates beside him and walked onto the stage. Good morning, City Lord and esteemed leaders.
Zhang Yan greeted the leaders on stage, who responded with smiles. Please wait on stage for a moment.
All right. Next, Guan Fearing announced the first place winner, Liancheng Base City, Liancheng No. 1
High School, Class 3 Senior Year, Su Huijin, ranked first in the Yuqing leaderboard and first in the national leaderboard.
Everyone was stunned.
Only a few people who had been eliminated early knew Su Huijin, while most were confused.
Who is this guy?
He's also from Liancheng, probably in the same class as the 10th place winner earlier.
Oh my, first in the national leaderboard. It's been so long since Yuqing achieved this ranking. I know this person. He awakened an SSS-level spatial ability. So it's him. No wonder the name sounds familiar. He was trending a few months ago. Oh my, Yuqing's momentum this year is truly overwhelming. At this moment, the leaders on stage smiled and said, I knew it would be Su Huijin.
This young man's temperament and strength are remarkable.
His future achievements might rival the nation's strongest. Well, you really guessed it right.
Su Huijin slowly walked onto the stage.
At this moment, all eyes were on him.
He felt as if he had become the center of the world.
Half a year of arduous training and challenges had finally paid off.
But from this moment on, he officially stepped onto a larger stage. Whether his future would be a triumphant journey or a complete fade into obscurity depended on
his performance moving forward. Wow, Su Huijin is so handsome, just like the protagonist in a novel. Sisters, I'm in love. I feel like I've fallen head over heels. Let me be his girlfriend. I'd even be willing to improve my cultivation just by lying down. Do you need me to get you some water to sober up? It's broad daylight, and you're daydreaming? You're really eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl. At
this moment, Su Huijin stepped onto the stage and bowed deeply to the leaders, expressing his gratitude.
Please stand over there for now. Su Huijin nodded. Students, I've finished announcing the rankings. The detailed rankings will be available on the Dragon Nation's official website at noon. At that time, students who meet the reward criteria can claim their prizes on the website. The rewards from Fish City can be claimed on the Fish City official website. Students who meet the criteria, please pay attention and check.
Students entering the Jiaolong Pool, Hualong Pool, and Blood Dragon Pool will gather uniformly on July 1st. The specific gathering time will be sent to your device, so eligible students, please take note. If you fail to gather on time, your spot will be cancelled. Please manage your time wisely.
The students currently
Standing on stage are the top 10 on the Fish City leaderboard, ranking within the top 100 nationwide, with 3 of them even making it into the top 10 nationwide.
This year, 15 students from Fish City made it into the national top 100, setting a new record.
Moreover, Fish City ranks first among the top 10 base cities this year.
The 10 individuals on stage represent the pinnacle of talent, strength, and luck in our Fish City base.
This year, Fish City has 2 students in the national top 3, an unprecedented achievement.
Students, please give them the warmest applause.
Instantly, thunderous applause erupted in the secret
realm, so loud it hurt the eardrums, lasting a full minute before subsiding.
Alright, today's college entrance exam closing ceremony is coming to an end. Then, Juan Firin clapped 3 times.
Next, 10 stunning girls walked onto the stage holding trays, standing in front of Su Huijin and the others.
After unanimous decision by Fish City's senior management, we will present certificates and medals to the top 10 students on the Fish City leaderboard. The certificates include their rankings on the Fish City leaderboard.
The medal is named the Fish City Young Star Honor Medal. Photographers below the stage frantically took pictures.
Now, I declare the Fish City College entrance exam closing ceremony officially concluded.
Students, please exit in an orderly manner. With these words, many students began to leave, marking the end of their time in the secret realm. Juan Firin turned to look at a few students. Wait here for a moment, I have something to explain.
Su Huijin and the others nodded in response. Juan Firin then said to the leaders,
"You can leave first, I'll handle things here."
The leaders agreed with Juan Firin.
"Alright, I'll take my leave then."
They nodded to Juan Firin and then turned to leave.
"Follow me." Su Huijin and his group
followed closely, heading deeper into the secret realm. It resembled a military base, with occasional shouts echoing.
Juan Firin began to introduce, "This is the defense area of the college entrance exam secret realm, staffed permanently to prevent accidents.
These personnel are mainly from the City Defense Office, with some assistance from the Beast Hunting Division.
It's considered a branch of the City Defense Office."
The group arrived at the main camp of the defense area, where 2 ability users guarding the post stepped forward to block them.
"Ma'am, please present your credentials." Juan Firin took out a credential from behind and handed it to the 2 in front of her.
After verifying its authenticity, they returned the credential to her. Then, they saluted simultaneously and allowed passage.
"Ma'am, please proceed." Su Huijin and the others followed Juan Firin inside. Juan Firin said, "Entering the defense area generally requires credentials.
No matter how high your status is, forcing entry will result in being killed, so be mindful.
In the future." "Understood."
*10 The group followed her into a room with Juan Firin's name prominently displayed on the door. Upon entering, Juan Firin sat behind the desk and took out 10 cards the size of ID cards. She handed them to her assistant, who distributed them to the group. "These cards are your passes to enter Yufeng Tower.
They contain your basic information. You can enter at any time, but the cards have a validity period. Once expired, you won't be able to enter.
You 10 are the most talented and capable young individuals in Fish City.
I hope you bring glory to Fish City. We will not fail our mission."
Good, 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 so young and full of energy.
Now that the college entrance exams are over, which university do you all want to attend? Let's start with Han Shu.
Han Shu nodded and said without hesitation, "I want to go
to Imperial Capital University." Juan Firin nodded and looked at Lu Hengyu. "And you?" "Imperial Capital University." The next few people also spoke one after another. "Yuqing University." "Yuqing University." "Magic Capital University." "Yuqing University." Juan Firin looked at Fengji. "Fengji, what about you?" Fengji thought for a moment and replied, "Magic Capital University." Juan Firin nodded and then turned to Huang Jia. "Magic Capital University." "Zhang Yan, what about you?" "Imperial Capital University." Then, everyone's gaze focused on Su Huijin. "Imperial Capital University." "Alright, I understand." 3-4.
Yuqing University, 4 for Imperial Capital University, and 3 for Magic Capital University.
I won't say much about Yuqing University. The main focus is on Imperial Capital University and Magic Capital University.
In previous years, most of the top 10 students in Yuqing's college entrance exams also chose these 2 universities. These 2 universities are the top institutions in our Dragon Nation.
Imperial
Capital University has a profound heritage, and its teaching quality is the best in the nation, with countless martial arts and skills to learn. The imperial capital is also the power center of the Dragon Nation, with many children of high-ranking officials there, and geniuses everywhere. My advice to the three of you is to keep a low profile, especially you, Su Huijin. You are now the national top scorer in the college entrance exams. Being too much in the spotlight always requires caution to avoid offending the powerful. Su Huijin nodded. Understood, Lord Mayor. It's not just Su Huijin, the three of you should also take note. Got it. *3 and then there's Magic Capital University. The Magic Capital base city is the most economically developed region in our country. Accordingly, Magic Capital University has particularly abundant funding. The latest high-tech, newly developed battlesuits and weapons are always first experienced by Magic Capital University students. It can be said that it stands shoulder to shoulder with Imperial Capital University. The only downside of these two universities is the extremely fierce competition. All your cultivation resources must be earned. The more others compete for, the less you get, and every year, quite a few students are expelled. Even those who are expelled are outstanding talents in other universities. I won't say much about Yucheng University. It's getting late, you can head back now. Alright. *10. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing outside. The news of Su Huijin becoming the national top scorer in the college entrance exams quickly shot to the top of trending topics on major platforms. Along with it, Yucheng's results became a hot topic of discussion. What was even more surprising was that Liangcheng, a small base city, had managed to produce two students in the national top 100, one of whom was the national top scorer. It was truly remarkable. Everyone, check the trending topics. Oh my god, who is this Su Huijin? So amazing. Standing out among over 20 million people and taking first place in the college entrance exams. Guys, go watch this video. A link was attached. What video? Su Huijin's highlights from the college entrance exams. When the footage switched to Su Huijin, someone had been recording, perfectly capturing his outstanding performance. Wow, this is incredible. This kid is really strong. You might not know, but he's an SSS-level spatial ability user. No wonder, a SSS spatial ability user. Well done, brother Huijin. As expected of someone I admire. A green-haired boy grinned as he watched Su Huijin's battle footage on the screen. I wonder how strong you are now. I, Romu, really want to spar with you again. A short-haired boy with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes sat cross-legged in a courtyard, his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and his pupils resembled the wheel of time, with a powerful aura instantly spreading outward. Falling leaves froze. In mid-air, playful fish stopped swimming, and birds in flight seemed to be paused. Then, the young man slowly closed his eyes again, the leaves resumed their descent, the fish continued to frolic, and the birds flapped their wings and flew into the distance. Su Huijin, I look forward to the day we meet. A man in black, wearing a ghost mask, held a device displaying Su Huijin's photo on the screen. Kill. Several other men in black respectfully looked at the masked man. Yes, sir. Ha ha ha. Truly one of our top students. The national top scorer, it's beyond imagination, ha ha ha. And Han Shu, ranked in the national top 100. It seems our Liangcheng High School's enrollment next semester will surely hit a new high. Lei Wu looked at the trending news in front of him and praised repeatedly. What a pity, in just a few days, I'll be leaving this place. This is the city where I've spent the second longest time. I must also embrace my new beginning. City Lord. City Lord. Li Jin ran breathlessly into the City Lord's mansion. At that moment, Su Nook was practicing punches in the martial arts room. Hearing the commotion, he stopped and looked at the panting Li Jin, asking, "What's the matter?" Li Jin, catch your breath first before speaking. City Lord. Su Huijin has become the national top scorer. Su Nook froze for a second or two, then loudly asked, "What did you say?" Say it again. Su Huijin has become the national top scorer. And your apprentice has ranked in the national top 100. Now the internet is flooded with trending topics about Su Huijin and Fish City. Our Liangcheng has also made it to the trending list. Su Nook's stunned expression turned into joy. Good. I never thought they could reach this level. Truly the pride of Liangcheng. Right, send some people to protect Su Huijin's family. Don't let anyone cause trouble. And Han Shu's parents, make sure they're well protected too. It seems our Liangcheng's finances will see a significant boost. Also, spread this good news to all the citizens. Li Jin's face flushed red. Yes.
Attention, attention.
Congratulations to our city's Su Huijin for achieving the national top scorer in the college entrance exam.
Attention, attention.
Congratulations to our city's Han Shu for ranking 62nd nationally.
Some citizens, still unaware, froze upon hearing the announcement.
Our Liancheng produced a top scorer in the college entrance exam.
Isn't this our city's little hero?
Haha, truly the pride of Liancheng.
And Han Shu, I've never heard of him before. So impressive. He's my senior. I used to see them at school every day, they're great friends.
No wonder, they're truly the twin stars of Liancheng. Master, the young master ranked 5th on the Fish City list and 17th nationally, Zhou Shi respectfully reported to Lu Guang.
Lu
Guang, holding a book, smiled and said, Han Yu performed well this time.
When he returns home, give him the item he's always wanted.
Zhou Shi nodded firmly.
Yes, master.
Lu Guang suddenly looked up at Zhou Shi.
What rank did Su Huijin achieve?
Master, Su Huijin ranked first on the Fish City list and 1st nationally.
A faint smile appeared on Lu Guang's lips.
It seems this treasure was not misplaced.
You may leave now.
Zhou Shi bowed and then left. Lu Guang continued reading the book in his hand.
Son, you must keep striving. Miss, Su Huijin ranked 1st.
Lang Ruotong's eyes sparkled brightly.
Really? Yes, Mississippi. It's already trending on all major platforms. Go on ahead.
Yes, Mississippi. After the maid left, Lang Ruotong lay on her side on the bed, hugging a doll. I knew you could do it, Su Huijin. As expected of the man I fancy. I look forward to meeting you in the imperial capital.
Damn it, damn it.
To hell with it, even 3 assassins couldn't kill you.
You've got some serious luck, Su Huijin. At this moment, Zhang Yang's room was in complete disarray, with
almost everything that could be smashed already destroyed. Zhang Yang's face, twisted with rage, stared at the trending topics on his phone and Su Huijin's smiling face.
Su Huijin, being this high profile will get you into trouble sooner or later. And that Cui Hua, what a useless idiot. What kind of trash did he send?
He even guaranteed they'd kill him during the college entrance exams.
Such empty boasts.
Hua, are you sure the people you sent won't be exposed?
Su Huijin's luck is unbelievable.
Even 3 assassins at the Spirit Sea level couldn't kill him. Cui Hua pulled Zhang Shuling into his arms.
Don't worry, Shuling, they won't trace it back to me.
It's just a pity that the triplet brothers we spent so much money training died just like that. To be safe, I even gave them a spirit sealing treasure.
Those 3 useless fools still couldn't kill him.
And my signal jammer, it cost a fortune, and yet those guys were so incompetent.
Turns out Su Huijin does have some skills. Looks like I'll have to rethink how to deal with him.
Zhang Shuling nestled in Cui Hua's arms, drawing circles on his chest with one hand.
Hua, you have to stand up for my brother. He's still grounded, and Su Huijin is growing too fast.
I'm worried something might happen. Cui Hua gently stroked her hair.
Don't worry, Shuling. Su Huijin won't live long.
Being this high profile, there are plenty of people who want him dead.
Rest assured, I'll hire an assassin organization to take care of him. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Zhang Shuling kissed Cui Hua. Thank you, Hua. Cui Hua gave a lewd smile. Come on, let's go discuss the mysteries of life. You're so annoying.
Su Huijin and his group walked out of the
waiting secret realm.
At this point, only 6 people remained, the 3 heroes of Yuqing, Lu Hanyu, Han Shu, and Su Huijin. Huang Jie nodded to the group and then turned to leave. Han Shu looked puzzled.
What's with him? He looks so unhappy. Jiang Yan explained.
Well, he didn't get first place, so of course he's in a bad mood. He had a sour face the whole time, not even a smile.
I don't think he's that kind of person. He's ranked 7th in the nation, I can't even imagine that, Han Shu said. Zhang Yan waved his hand dismissively. That's just how he is. Don't mind him.
At this moment, Feng Ji also spoke up.
Alright, you guys chat.
I have something to take care of, so I'll head out first.
Okay.
The group nodded, watching him
leave. Su Huijin looked at the remaining people. It's just us now. Any thoughts?
I've got nothing going on right now, Lu Hanyu shrugged.
Same here. Whatever you guys decide, Han Shu said, shaking his head. Ahem, I know an interesting place.
Jiang Yan said with a mysterious smile. The 3 of them stared at him.
Let's hear it. You'll understand when we get there. Follow me.
The 3 exchanged glances.
How mysterious. Still, they followed Jiang Yan. After sitting in Jiang Yan's hover car for half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Getting out of the car, they looked at the extravagant building in front of them and couldn't help but twitch their mouths in astonishment. This is a 10-story building with a unique exterior. Each floor has a different symbol, some are weapons, some are books, and others are symbols of bathhouses. The light at the entrance is a pinkish purple, giving the atmosphere a somewhat ambiguous vibe. A large plaque hangs above the door, with 4 bold characters, Jingyu Club. Is this really a proper establishment? Why does it look so strange? Han Shu asked doubtfully, scrutinizing the place that didn't seem very legitimate. Su Huijin chimed in, Jiang Yan, even though we're all adults, we'd better not go to a place like this. We don't want to fall into bad habits. Lu Hanyu nodded in agreement, yeah.
Jiang Yan sighed and rubbed his forehead.
You've got it all wrong. This is a legitimate place. It's just that the
lighting is a bit eerie, he continued.
Jingyu Club is actually a large entertainment venue.
Inside, there's food, drinks, games, massages, and foot baths. They even sell weapons and martial arts props.
He explained, this is the only one in Fish City.
Though I don't know why they made the lighting so creepy, it makes it look like an illegitimate place. Han Shu let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest.
Phew, you scared me. I thought you were taking us somewhere thrilling. Jiang Yan looked at him speechlessly. You wish. Let's go. I'll cover today's expenses. Have fun. Jiang Yan said, I'll start by giving you the full service experience. Finally, Jiang Yan led everyone inside. As soon as they entered, a middle-aged man greeted them with a smile. Ah, isn't this young Master Jiang? It's been a while since you've been here. What would you like to do today? I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
Jiang Yan waved his hand. Old Luo, don't bother with all the fancy stuff.
I brought friends today, so make sure to arrange everything properly.
Old Luo followed Jiang Yan's gaze and saw Su Huijin and the others.
He immediately smiled and said, Oh, young Master Jiang, you're joking. Your friends are our esteemed guests. Don't worry, we'll provide the best service. Jiang Yan nodded. All right, put their expenses on my tab. Old Luo quickly nodded. Of course. Please, come in. Xiao Yu, Xiao Tu, come here.
Our esteemed guests have arrived, take good care of them. Dear guests, these two are our
club star attendants.
They'll be showing you around Jingyu Club today.
Soon, 2 beautiful young women approached.
Dear guests, we'll be your guides for Jingyu Club today. Seeing this, old Luo said, Well then, dear guests, enjoy your time.
I'll take my leave.
You too, make sure to take good care of our guests. The 2 nodded in agreement.
Don't worry, manager. Old Luo then nodded to the group and turned to leave.
Xiao Yu said, Dear guests, let me first take you to change into bathrobes. The first floor of Jingyu Club doesn't have anything special, it's just a place to change clothes. 10 minutes later, the group, now dressed in bathrobes, followed Xiao Yu and Xiao Tuesday introduced the club to my friends, Jiang Yan said.
The 2 nodded.
Of course, esteemed guest. Our Jingyu Club has the following. The second floor is for bathing, soaking, and saunas. The third floor is the massage area. The fourth floor is the entertainment area. The fifth floor is the restaurant.
Starting
from the 6th floor, the upper levels are for shopping, and the prices are cheaper than other stores. The 6th floor sells potions, and almost every type available on the market can be found here. The 7th floor sells cold weapons, with all kinds of swords, spears, and halberds available.
The 8th floor is for high-tech weapons.
Except for those banned by the authorities, we have almost everything here. The 9th floor sells martial arts techniques and supernatural skills.
As long
as you have enough money, we can even sell you top-tier martial arts. The 10th floor is beyond our reach, but if you spend enough and obtain a gold card from Jingyu Club, you can enter the 10th floor.
It's said that only prominent figures can access it. At this point, everyone except Jiang Yan was filled with curiosity. Han Shu exclaimed in surprise, Wow, the scope of your Jingyu Club is incredible.
It covers almost everything an ability user might need, except for daily necessities.
Xiao
Yu smiled and said to them, Of course. Jingyu Club has a history of over 200 years, with branches only in major cities and the imperial capital. The Jingyu Club in the imperial capital is actually our headquarters.
Our club's specialty is providing
an all-in-one service for dining, entertainment, and leisure, offering customers the ultimate experience.
Since our opening, we've hardly received any negative reviews.
At this moment, Lu Hanyu curiously asked, By the way, what's with the lights at
the entrance? It looks like an unlicensed establishment.
Xiao Tu explained, We've received similar inquiries from other customers about this. We reported it to the higher-ups, but the general manager of our Yuqing Jingyu club said the big boss in the imperial capital rejected the request to change the color. He said each branch has a different color scheme, and it just so happens that ours is like this. The big boss wouldn't allow any changes, so we've kept it as is. Lu Hengyu nodded, I see. Xiaoyu continued, well then, dear customers, shall we experience the club floor by floor? Sure. The group then arrived at the second floor, where Xiao Tu began the introduction. This floor is divided into three main areas: the hot spring zone, the shower zone, and the sauna zone. Each area offers male-only, female-only, and mixed options. May I ask if you'd like to choose the male-only zone or the mixed zone? If you choose the male-only zone, Xiaoyu and I won't be able to accompany you. If you choose the mixed zone, we can join you. After a moment of silence, Su Huijin said, we'll choose the male-only zone. You two can wait for us outside. Xiao Tu and Xiaoyu nodded, alright, dear customers. Once inside, someone will guide you. Got it. The four of them then entered together. Zhang Yan spoke up, let's head to the shower zone first to clean up, and then meet at the hot spring zone. The hot spring zone will amaze you. Alright. As soon as they entered, a few male attendants approached. Dear customers, which area would you like to experience first? We'll start with the shower zone. Understood, this way please. The group spent about 20 minutes in the shower zone before gradually coming out. The four of them were bare-chested, with only towels wrapped around their waists. At this moment, an attendant approached. Dear customers, would you like to go to the hot spring zone or the sauna zone next? Zhang Yan replied, the hot spring zone. Find us a secluded pool. Somewhere private. The attendant nodded, understood, sir. Please follow me. They followed the attendant to a corner hot spring pool. The pool was circular, with a diameter of about 10 meters, spacious enough for several people to soak together. Zhang Yan waved his hand and said, bring some drinks and snacks over, and then leave us alone. Understood, sir, the attendant replied. Zhang Yan gestured to the others, get in and soak. I guarantee you'll be amazed. The group entered the pool one after another. As soon as they got into the water, Su Huijin's eyes widened immediately. This. Han Shu also exclaimed in surprise, it contains spiritual energy. And it's so gentle. Lu Hengyu was also pleasantly surprised, I didn't expect the hot spring to have such an effect. Finally, the group settled into the pool. Zhang Yan explained, this hot spring is infused with wanling grass and other medicinal herbs, containing a large amount of spiritual energy that is gentle and easy to absorb. Soaking here feels like lying in a sea of clouds. Even without deliberately absorbing it, the spiritual energy will naturally enter our bodies. This pool can accommodate up to 5 people at a time. If you don't actively absorb the energy, the pool will lose its effect completely after about 2 hours. Essentially, it's just a medicinal bath. Han Shu leaned against the edge, resting his elbows on the steps, his face full of contentment. This is so comfortable. I've never had such an amazing bath before. Lu Hengyu and Su Huijin also looked very relaxed. Lu Hengyu asked, Zhang Yan, this must be expensive, right? I feel like this not only absorbs spiritual energy but also heals hidden injuries in the body. The effect must be outrageously expensive. Zhang Yan nodded, that's true. A single person soaking for an hour costs 1 million, and it's limited to 1 hour. For the 4 of us, that's 4 million for an hour, just a small expense. Even if we soak for 10 hours, it doesn't matter to me. Don't worry. Su Huijin said gratefully, Zhang Yan, you're so generous. Thank you. Zhang Yan waved his hand, it's nothing. From now on, we're classmates, so there's no need to be so polite among friends. Well, even so, we will always remember your kindness. Alright, let's continue soaking. An hour later. Alright, the hot springs effects have about run their course. It's time to try the next activity. Let's go. The group changed back into their robes and left the hot spring area. In the lobby, they saw Xiaoyu and Xiao Tu waiting for them. The two approached quickly when they saw them come out. Honored guests, are you ready to head to the 3rd floor? Yes, let's go. The group then experienced a massage. Han Shu said with enjoyment, this massage is so comfortable. Zhang Yan added, of course. The human body has many acupoints. As long as these acupoints are properly stimulated, it can make you feel incredibly relaxed. Moreover, the acupoints they massage help with the flow of meridians. The price is similar to the hot spring, but it's absolutely worth it. I've tried many massages before, and every time, the flow of spiritual energy becomes much smoother. You mustn't miss it when you come here in the future. Alright, let's move on to the next activity. Xiaoyu and Xiao Tu led them to the fourth floor, which was filled with entertainment facilities and activities. Xiaoyu introduced, "This floor is for entertainment, and the most famous feature is the virtual games. Take a look at this." Xiaoyu pointed to a silver-white helmet that looked very high-tech. "This is a virtual helmet. Once you put it on, your consciousness will enter the virtual game world. The realism reaches 99.9%. In the game, you can customize your appearance, explore vast maps, tackle dungeons, fight monsters, level up, and enjoy a variety of gameplay. It's practically an open world. This game is adapted under authorization from the virtual network world." Han Shu picked up the virtual helmet and examined it closely. "This helmet is amazing. The price must be sky high, right?" Xiaoyu nodded. "Indeed. This helmet sells for as much as 1 billion Dragon Nation currency outside, and it's in short supply on the market. Not to mention, this is just a virtual game helmet. If it were a product from the virtual network world, the price would be even higher." Hearing this, Han Shu immediately put the helmet down. "Wow, this thing is insanely expensive." Su Huijin looked around and found that there wasn't much on the fourth floor that interested him. "Guys, there's nothing much here. Let's head to the fifth floor for some food." Everyone agreed and followed Xiaoyu and Xiao Tu upstairs. Before long, they arrived on the fifth floor. As soon as they entered, Su Huijin caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. While it wasn't as good as the Cloud restaurant, it was still quite impressive. The group spent nearly half an hour eating, and after some casual chatting, they moved on to the sixth floor. The sixth floor featured various potions, some of which were quite ordinary, while others were eye-catching. However, Su Huijin already had plenty of high-grade spiritual herbs and medicines in his pyramid, so he didn't make any purchases. The others weren't tempted either and went straight to the seventh floor. Upon entering the seventh floor, they were greeted by an array of cold weapons. Han Shu immediately began looking around, touching everything he could. So many weapons, ranging from low-grade to high-grade. At this point, Xiaoyu began to introduce, "Honored guests, the seventh floor is the cold weapons section. We have weapons of all levels, from F-grade to S-grade. Our top-tier cold weapons here at the Yuqing Jingyu Club are SS grade, of which there are only 3. Only customers with gold cards are eligible to purchase these 3 items. There are no restrictions on weapons of other grades." Su Huijin wandered around and found that there were indeed many good items here, especially the 3 SS grade weapons: a knife, a sword, and a cauldron. Even through a layer of barrier, their power could be felt. Although there were plenty of weapons of other grades, since the National College entrance exam's top scorer would be rewarded with a weapon, Su Huijin decided not to make any purchases. After browsing, the group didn't buy much and proceeded to the 8th floor. This time, it was Xiao Tu's turn to introduce, "Honored guests, the 8th floor mainly features high-tech thermal weapons, as well as some single-use and multi-use items. The weapons and items range from F-grade to S-grade. You could say that everything is here except for weapons prohibited by the Dragon Nation's government." Han Shu's eyes lit up upon seeing the thermal weapons. "Wow, an A-grade railgun, an A-grade earthquake star, and even an S-grade laser gun. This is insane. The power of this S-grade weapon is comparable to a 6th realm ability user." Su Huijin looked around and indeed found all the high-tech thermal weapons available on the market. Suddenly, Su Huijin seemed to notice something. "This is..." Everyone's gaze instantly turned to Su Huijin. Written on it were 4 large characters: Phantom Cloak. The cloak was entirely black, with mechanical-like patterns on it that occasionally flickered with faint golden light. At this moment, Xiaoyu began to introduce, "This is the Phantom Cloak. Its effect is that it can alter a person's appearance and physique, making them look taller or shorter from the outside. Additionally, the cloak can turn invisible, but it can only be used once every 3 days, and each time it lasts for only half an hour. Unless someone is 3 major realms higher than they won't be able to detect that you're wearing the Phantom Cloak. It's truly an excellent item for disguising one's identity. It also has defensive capabilities, able to withstand attacks from those below the Sky Realm. Moreover, it can adjust its size according to the wearer's physique and is resistant to heat and cold." Upon hearing this, Su Huijin was a bit puzzled. Such a good item, why hasn't anyone bought it? This should be highly sought after. Xiao Tu explained, "First of all, this item is quite expensive, valued at 10 top-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there's a limitation: it cannot prevent detection from those above the domain realm. But that's not the main reason. The main reason is that it has developed a spirit Generally speaking, only SSS grade items develop spirits, but this phantom cloak is at most S grade.
Once an item develops a spirit, it automatically chooses its owner. So, even though it's been here for many years, it hasn't been sold. Every day, there are people who want to buy it, but the phantom cloak hasn't chosen the most suitable owner. Buying it would just make it a useless item.
Most importantly, this cloak is the work of Master Nebula.
It's the only one of its kind in the world,
and one of his proudest creations. After all, an S-grade item developing a spirit is unprecedented.
Master Nebula once said that for items he creates with spirits, unless the item itself chooses an owner, they are considered non-saleable.
Look! At the bottom of the cloak, it bears Master Nebula's mark. Everyone saw that there was indeed a mark. Suddenly, Jiang Yan seemed to recall something.
Hey, wasn't this called the Mirage Cloak before? Why was it renamed Phantom Cloak? That was Master Nebula's own decision to change the name.
We don't know the specific reason, Xiaoyu replied.
Can I try it on? Su Huijin asked Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu smiled and replied, of course, honored guest. Then, Xiaoyu walked forward, placed her hand on a display, scanned her palm print, and successfully unlocked it. The barrier gradually disappeared. The more Su Huijin looked at it, the more he liked it.
What a great item! Master Nebula truly is an extraordinary person. Looking at the cloak floating
in midair, Su Huijin reached out to touch it. Instantly, the mechanical patterns on the cloak flashed brightly with golden light.
In the next moment, the cloak automatically draped itself over Su Huijin. Su Huijin looked at the cloak on him, too. Shocked to speak.
This. Everyone showed expressions of surprise, especially Xiaoyu and Xiao Tuesday. The other customers around also revealed astonished looks. Xiaoyu and Xiao Tu quickly reacted. Congratulations, esteemed guest, for gaining the recognition of the Phantom Cloak. This item has been here for nearly 100 years, and no one has ever been able to gain its recognition. You are the first. Han Shu also said happily, not bad, brother. Lu Hanyu congratulated, congratulations, brother
Huijin, on obtaining such a treasure.
Jiang Yan gave a thumbs up, as expected of the man who defeated me, truly impressive. At this moment, Su Huijin was also very pleased.
10 top-grade spirit stones, right?
Yes, esteemed guest.
However, since
you are a recipient of the personal hero medal, you only need 8.5 top-grade spirit stones. Su Huijin took out 9 top-grade spirit stones from his storage space and handed them over.
Keep the change. Xiaoyu quickly accepted them. After all, 9 top-grade spirit stones were no small amount.
A customer who could take out 9 at once made Xiaoyu and Xiao Tu even more attentive.
Esteemed guests, this is a significant amount. I need to personally hand it over to the manager. Xiao Tu will accompany you for the rest of your visit. I will return immediately after delivering the spirit stones. My apologies. Su Huijin nodded, go ahead, it's fine.
Xiaoyu looked at Su Huijin with gratitude.
Thank you, esteemed guests. She bowed and hurried off to find the manager.
Afterward, Su Huijin placed the cloak into his storage space and looked at the group.
Do you have anything you want to buy? The group shook their heads.
Then, Xiao Tu, take us to the 9th floor.
All right. As soon as they arrived
on the 9th floor, they immediately noticed that the sales of martial arts techniques and special abilities here were significantly better than on the lower floors.
Welcome, esteemed guests. The 9th floor is divided into the low-level zone, mid-level zone, high-level zone, and top-level zone.
In the low-level zone, all martial arts techniques and skills are displayed together. Look at that section of bookshelves, they are all low-level martial arts techniques and skills.
The group looked over and saw a massive area of bookshelves, each capable of holding about 1,000 books.
There were around 30 to 40 such bookshelves. Please look here. This is the mid-level zone, where each book has a detailed introduction.
The group noticed that the books in the mid-level zone were arranged differently. Unlike the casual placement of low-level techniques, the mid-level books were displayed in a way that allowed people to see each one, with introductions in front of them. Each row had about 100 books, and there were 20 rows in total.
Now, over here is the high-level zone. Each martial art or skill has its own dedicated display case, with detailed introductions in front of each case. Su Huijin looked over and saw about 100 display cases.
Esteemed guests, follow me. The innermost area is the top-level zone.
There are only 5 martial arts techniques and 5 skills in the top-level zone.
The group looked at the 10 books floating in mid-air, their prices extremely high. Why do the mid-level, high-level, and top-level zones have detailed introductions, but the low-level zone doesn't, someone asked.
Xiao Tu explained, the low-level zone has too many items, and our space is limited, so we can't provide introductions for each book.
Of course, we have an official website.
If you search for the Yuqing Jingyu Clubhouse website, you can find basic information and
prices for every martial art and skill. The website also marks the location of each book, and you can even purchase electronic versions, which are much cheaper.
Not only martial arts and skills, but all the products from floors 6 to 8 can also be found on the website.
I see. The group suddenly understood.
They then began browsing.
Su Huijin didn't go to the low-level or mid-level zones but headed straight for the high-level zone.
After looking for a while, she finally found a martial art she liked.
Concealment technique. This skill can conceal one's aura and cultivation, and even alter them. Unless the opponent is 3 major realms higher, they won't be able to detect it at all. It's practically a divine skill for covert operations.
This is the book, I must buy it. Pairing the shadow cloak with this aura concealing skill makes it incredibly powerful, whether for escaping or ambushing.
Xiao Tu, I want this one.
Alright, esteemed guest. This will cost 5 top-grade spirit stones. Among advanced martial techniques, this is considered top tier, especially for one that can conceal aura. It's even
more expensive.
Su Huijin then took out 4.5 top-grade spirit stones and handed them over.
Xiao Tu opened the protective barrier and handed the concealment technique to her.
Su Huijin took the concealment technique and directly placed it into her storage space. At this moment, Xiao Yu returned. This time, the 5 top-grade spirit stones were not handed to the steward but directly to the manager of this floor. Xiao Yu also expressed her apologies, esteemed guests, sorry for keeping you waiting.
It's fine, Su Huijin waved her hand.
At this time, Han Shu found a martial technique in the intermediate section called Jade Falling Spear Technique.
She thought this spear technique was quite good among intermediate martial techniques, so she bought it directly.
Lu Hanyu and Jian Yan also purchased some martial techniques and skills one after another. The group then gathered together again.
Su Huijin glanced at the clock and said, it's getting late today. Han Shu and I are heading back to the hotel. Let's meet up again when we have time. Han Shu nodded, yes, it's getting dark. Let's meet next time.
Alright. When they reached the lobby on the first floor, Lao Luo appeared again. Esteemed guests, did you enjoy your visit?
It was alright.
The service today was excellent, Jiang Yan said, taking out 2 high-grade spirit stones and tossing them to Xiao Yu and Xiao Tuesday. Consider this your tip. The two were delighted. Thank you, esteemed guests.
Alright, Lao Luo, we'll
come again next time, Jiang Yan said, then called Su Huijin and the others to leave.
Esteemed guests, take care. We look forward to your next visit.
After leaving, Su Huijin said to the two, Han Shu and I won't return to Liang City this month.
We'll stay until July and head straight to the Blood Dragon Pool. After that, we'll go directly to the Imperial Capital.
Anyway, there's still a month until July, so we can hang out anytime.
The two nodded. Alright, let's meet up then. We can go to the Imperial Capital together later. That's it for now, I'll head off first. Okay. Jiang Yan left directly. Lu Hanyu spoke, let's meet up then.
I'll be heading back to Wan City in a few days and won't return to Yu City until the end of June.
Let's meet at the end of June. Alright, safe travels. Let's meet up later.
Su Huijin and Han Shu watched Lu Hanyu leave, then hailed a hover car back to the hotel.
Han Shu, get some rest early. Han Shu nodded, alright, you too. Su Huijin
returned to her room, sat on the bed, and took out the concealment technique and shadow cloak. Today's harvest was great.
Let's see how those who want to kill me will manage. As long as they're not in the domain realm, I have nothing to fear. Power. My cultivation speed is already fast enough.
In just over half a year, I've gone from an ordinary person to the Spirit Sea realm.
But it's still not enough.
Su Huijin put on the shadow cloak, then walked to the mirror and activated her spiritual energy. In the next moment, her appearance transformed directly into Han Shu's, and her aura completely changed, becoming identical to Han Shu's. Then she transformed into Jiang Yan and Lu Hanyu, with her physique, appearance, aura, and voice indistinguishable from the originals. This shadow cloak is truly amazing. Master Xingyun's craftsmanship is so advanced that he could create such a treasure. It's truly remarkable. With a thought, Su Huijin disappeared from her original spot. Looking at her vanished reflection in the mirror, she felt amazed. She then deactivated the invisibility and found that it could no longer be used again. This invisibility, even if activated for just a moment, requires 3 days before it can be used again. Unfortunately,
It can't conceal my aura, so I still need to pair it with the concealment technique. Su Huijin returned to the bed and opened the concealment technique manual.
Hide in plain sight, vanish without a trace, the art of concealment, deceive the heavens and
the earth, conceal.
She felt her aura and cultivation rapidly fading, but in reality, it only made her realm undetectable, creating confusion. At this moment, Su Huijin's aura was only at the first level of the condensed star realm.
She couldn't help
but exclaim, paired with the phantom cloak, this is simply invincible.
As long as it's not someone in the domain realm, I now have the confidence to either escape or ambush.
Oh, and there's also the rewards from Fish City and the Dragon Nations official channels, which can further enhance my strength.
After speaking, Su Huijin picked up her phone.
The screen projected into the air as she logged into the Fish City official website.
She found her personal rewards, 10 top-grade spirit stones, a set
of top-tier offensive martial techniques, and 1 month of training in the Blood Dragon Pool.
These top-grade spirit stones can even be stored online and delivered to me upon withdrawal. Never mind, I'll just leave them online for now, I can't even use up the ones I already have. The Blood Dragon Pool won't open for another month, so there's no rush. The top-tier martial technique is exactly what I need right now.
Su Huijin clicked on the martial technique icon and discovered 10 top-tier techniques
to choose from.
Although I still have 3 top-tier techniques as rewards from the college entrance exams, I need to choose carefully. Great Evolution Divine Palm, Void Finger, Azure Cloud Blade Technique, Grand Chain Sword Art, Mountain Suppressing Fist, Swift Spirit Movement Technique, Mountain Stepping Steps, Body Enhancement Technique, Grading Fist, Tower Suppressing Seal.
Each martial technique has such an impressive name.
Great Evolution Divine Palm, when mastered, it can unleash 6 massive palm imprints with immense power, capable of destroying mountains.
Void Finger requires a space element ability user to wield.
Its movements are unpredictable, and the finger imprints are as massive as mountains, with trajectories impossible to
discern.
Azure Cloud Blade Technique, a single move with overwhelming power, capable of severing rivers and shattering seas. Grand Chain Sword Art, each move changes randomly, accompanied by phantom images.
Mountain Suppressing Fist, Fist imprints
as massive as mountains, with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth.
Swift Spirit Movement Technique, speed like lightning, with a burst of acceleration that leaves afterimages.
Mountain Stepping Steps, 1 step cracks the earth, 2 steps
shatter the heavens, 3 steps shake mountains and rivers.
Body Enhancement Technique, strengthens the physical body, enhancing power, defense, and speed. Grading Fist, Fist imprints as dark as ink, capable of corroding bones and flesh, leaving
the enemy wishing for death. Tower Suppressing Seal, condenses a seal resembling a tower, combining offense and defense.
After reading the descriptions of these martial techniques, Su Huijin took a deep breath.
Each one is incredibly powerful. What should I do? I want them all. It's so hard to choose. First, I'll eliminate the sword art and movement technique. I don't use swords, and 1 advanced movement technique is enough.
I'll also skip the palm and fist techniques.
I already know some blade techniques. Void Finger seems interesting, but does it really count as a martial technique? It requires a space element ability user, but it doesn't fully qualify as a skill.
Forget it, I already have finger techniques, so I'll pass on this one.
2. That leaves Mountain Stepping Steps, Body Enhancement Technique, and Tower Suppressing Seal. Mountain Stepping Steps has
impressive power and grandeur, while Body Enhancement Technique offers comprehensive improvements, and Tower Suppressing Seal
combines offense and defense.
I'll skip Mountain Stepping Steps, it's only suitable for offense and lacks defense.
Both Body Enhancement Technique and Tower Suppressing Seal offer offense and defense, but strengthening myself is better. Everyone knows my space element abilities make me agile and strong in attack, so they might assume my defense is weak. If I excel in close combat too, that would be even better. It's decided. Body Enhancement Technique. After a month of training in the Blood Dragon Pool, my physical strength will improve even further. At that point, my body will become one of my trump cards. Su Huijin selected the Body Enhancement Technique, and the electronic version was immediately sent to her private email. She began browsing it right away and ended up reading for an hour. Su Huijin let out a long breath and thought to herself, "Phew, I definitely made the right choice."
After mastering it, strength, speed, and defense all double. Although it can only be applied to the body and not to other martial techniques, that's already enough.
And this doubling is just the minor achievement stage. At the major Achievement stage, it quadruples, and at perfection, it octuples. Once activated, it lasts for half an hour, but then you have to wait 2 hours before using it again. Some limitations are normal. Once I reach perfection, even experts at the Void Realm might not be my match. I'm clearly a mage, so how did I end up on the path of a warrior? Forget it, let's start practicing. First. With that, Su Huijin went straight to the hotel's martial arts training room. It was a private room, so there was no need to worry about being seen. The electronic version came with a video, and Su Huijin followed the movements in the video to practice. After an hour, he sighed, as expected of a top-tier martial technique. I've practiced it 5 or 6 times and still haven't grasped the basics. But tonight, I must master it. The next morning at 6 a.m., Su Huijin woke up and threw a punch, which directly produced a sonic boom. I thought it would be difficult, but I didn't expect to reach the minor achievement stage in just one night. However, the major achievement stage won't be that easy. Never mind, nothing is more important than eating. After a night of intense practice, Su Huijin was starving and ate over 100 pounds of 4th-tier exotic beast meat by himself in the morning. After eating his fill, he returned to his room and called Lei Wuji. Before long, Lei Wuji's figure appeared in the air. Huijin, congratulations! You've successfully become the national top scorer. I'm so happy for you. Su Huijin responded with a smile, it was just luck. Lei Wuji retorted, if this is luck, then what about everyone else? Your achievement as the top scorer is entirely due to your own hard work. If it weren't for your and master's help, how could I have grown so quickly? My success is not only due to my own efforts but also thanks to your support. Thank you, Uncle Lei. Lei Wuji was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Good, good, good. I officially recognize you as my nephew. For now, don't return to Liang City. You've just become the top scorer, and you're in the spotlight. Liang City can't guarantee your safety. Staying in U City is safer, and since U City is prosperous, you can take the opportunity to explore and broaden your horizons. Su Huijin nodded firmly. I was already planning not to return to Liang City for now. After visiting the Blood Dragon Pool, I'll head straight to the Imperial Capital. It's a pity you're leaving Liang City, Uncle Lei. I won't be able to see you off in person. No need. We can stay in touch, and we'll meet again when the opportunity arises. Who knows, when you go to the battlefield, if I'm still alive, we might fight side by side, Su Huijin knew that once Lei Wuji went to the battlefield, the dangers would be immense. The war situation had been growing increasingly tense in recent years, and all he could do was pray that he could grow stronger as quickly as possible. I look forward to fighting alongside you, Uncle Lei. Alright, I need to start packing. I'm planning to leave in a week. That villa will be my gift to you for becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exams. Don't refuse. Alright. That's settled then. Goodbye. Su Huijin stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. This world really leaves one feeling helpless. Forget it, I'll go out for a walk. Come to think of it, I've been in Liang City for so many days and have only been to the square and the White Jade Club. Since I'll be staying here for another month, I should get more familiar with the place. Su Huijin got up and went straight to find Han Shu. Knock, knock, knock. Han Shu, open the door. The door quickly opened, and Han Shu smiled. Jin, good morning. What's up? Do you need something? Su Huijin shared his thoughts. I want to go out for a walk. Do you want to come along? We'll be staying here for over a month, so we should get familiar with U City first. Han Shu declined directly. Forget it, I still need to study the martial technique I bought yesterday. I can't make it today, let's go together another time. I also haven't had much chance to use the purple cloud dragon pattern spear I bought. I'm planning to head to the training room later to practice martial techniques. You go ahead on your own. Su Huijin nodded. Alright, I'll go myself. Is there anything you need me to buy? No. Okay, then. I'll head out first. Alright. After speaking, Su Huijin walked out of the hotel and began wandering aimlessly. Although she had been here several times before, she couldn't help but marvel at the bustling prosperity of Fish City. Honestly, Su Huijin was now filled with anticipation for her upcoming trip to the Imperial Capital. Boss, he's out. We've been waiting here all night. Boss, are we really going to deal with him in the city? Boss, I heard he killed 3 Spirit SSS-level ability users during his college entrance exams. At this moment, a burly man spoke to a few of his underlings. whether that's true or not. With the strength of the 5 of us at the spirit sea level, we can't possibly lose to him alone, can we? Didn't you see how he spent money like water yesterday?
15 premium spirit stones, and he spent them without hesitation.
He definitely has other valuable items on him. After this job, we'll be set for years. Fortune favors the bold.
But boss, this is Fish
City. Are we really sure about this?
And he's the top scorer in the college entrance exams.
Humph, what does Fish City matter? Plenty of geniuses have died. Stop babbling and follow him.
Lead him to a less crowded area later.
Yes, boss.
At this moment, Su Huijin had already noticed the tailing group behind her.
So persistent. They followed me last night, and they're still at it today.
As expected, flaunting wealth invites danger.
But their level is similar to mine, so this is a good chance to test my body control technique.
Su Huijin deliberately walked to a sparsely populated area with no surveillance.
Boss. He walked into this godforsaken place on his own. We can make our move now.
The burly man slapped one of his underlings on the head.
Are you stupid? Didn't you notice he realized we were leading him here? No normal person would come to a place like this. I find your stupidity quite endearing.
The underling covered his head and replied, "Oh, yes, boss, you're right." The burly man rolled his eyes.
Since we've been discovered, surround him and don't let him escape.
Yes, boss.
You've been following me since last night. Aren't you tired?
4 underlings appeared and surrounded Su Huijin. Shortly after, the burly man slowly stepped forward.
Su Huijin, right?
As expected of the top scorer in the college entrance exams, you're quite capable.
I didn't expect you to notice us last night. Too bad you're too clever.
Leading us to a place like this, do you really think you
can kill us?
You've actually saved us a lot of effort. Su Huijin sneered as she looked at them.
You really overestimate me, 5 spirit sea level guys.
The burly man laughed heartily. Ha, of course. A top scorer should have the aura of a top scorer. What do you say, boys?
That's right, boss. My blade has been itching for action. Kid, you're lucky to encounter
the blood slaughter 5 ghosts. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Ha. Then the burly man coldly said, "Kid, blame yourself for flaunting your wealth. This is how the world works, survival of the fittest.
In your next life, remember to hide your money better."
Su Huijin stared at them with a look as if she were gazing at dead men.
Do you really think you've got me cornered? The outcome is far from certain. Still talking tough when you're about to die. Boys, get him.
The burly man pointed his blade at Su Huijin, and the underlings swarmed forward.
Fireball. In an instant, 4 or 5
basketball-sized fireballs appeared in the air, hurtling towards Su Huijin. Su Huijin easily sidestepped the attack, and one of the underlings swung his blade at her. But in Su Huijin's eyes, their movements were far too slow. She simply sidestepped to evade
the attack.
The burly man had been observing her closely. Didn't expect the kid to have some skill, but even so, he has to die. Boys, use your abilities together to surround him. These men were all fire element ability users.
Big fireball. Flame. Serpent. Great fire fist. Flame claw. Su Huijin stood still, not moving, quietly waiting for the attacks to arrive. Is this kid an idiot? Standing there motionless, has he been scared stiff? And this is supposed to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam? Su Huijin looked at the incoming attacks and shook his head in disappointment. With this level of strength, you're not even half as good as the assassins in the exam secret realm. Void barrier. All the attacks landed on the barrier, stirring up a thick cloud of smoke and dust. The crowd couldn't see what was happening inside, while Su Huijin used the concealment technique. Boss, there's no sign of him anymore.
This kid is way too weak, one of the men said, frowning.
That can't be right. The top scorer in the college entrance exam shouldn't be this weak. Could it be a trick? Just then, one of the lackeys stepped forward. The big man quickly called out, "Wait, don't get too close." The lackey turned and asked, "What's wrong, boss?"
At that moment, the big man's eyes widened, and he shouted urgently, "Watch out." The lackey turned back, only to see a fist already in front of his face.
What? In the next instant, the lackey's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere.
His body collapsed lifelessly to the ground.
Damn it! The big man reached out a hand and shouted, "Xiao Wang! You were pretending to be weak."
Su Huijin smiled faintly.
Who said I this? Is this the space element? Grandpa, I was wrong. Please forgive me. From now on, I promise to listen to you.
Su Huijin stared at him.
Weren't you acting so arrogant just now? Didn't you say you were going to make me suffer? What's with the sudden change?
Ha! The burly man forced a smile that looked even worse than crying.
Grandpa, I was just joking earlier. Please forgive me. However, one of his lackeys noticed that Su Huijin wasn't looking at him.
His gaze shifted, and he swiftly pulled a knife out of his spatial ring, aiming to stab Su Huijin.
Die! Su Huijin didn't even glance at him.
With just his index and middle fingers, he caught the blade. No matter how much strength the lackey used, the knife wouldn't budge an inch.
What? This can't be. I used all my strength in this sneak attack.
Su Huijin merely cast a cold glance at him. With a simple twist of his fingers, the blade snapped in half. Then, with a casual flick, the broken blade pierced directly through the lackey's head. The lackey stood for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground. This scene left the burly man utterly terrified.
Grandpa, I was wrong.
You're a magnanimous man, please spare me.
Right.
I have plenty of cultivation resources on me. As long as you let me go, all of it is yours.
I didn't mean to offend you.
Please, I beg for your mercy. The burly man was immobilized. He could only move his face, making him look utterly ridiculous.
Su Huijin sneered coldly. Foolish. Killing you means those resources are mine anyway. In your next life, learn to see clearly. But as for now, go to hell.
The next moment, the burly man let out a piercing scream.
Ah!
Help!
Bang!
His head exploded instantly, and his body crumbled to the ground. Su Huijin removed their storage rings and crushed their bodies into meat paste using spatial compression. After all, even if someone investigated, it would just be ruled as self-defense. The Blood 5 ghosts, just from their name, you can tell they weren't good people. Killing them is a service to society.
What a pity, though.
If I were of the fire element, I could turn them to ashes and erase all traces.
Looks like I need to buy a flamethrower next time.
I never imagined the power of the body refinement technique to be this strong. I can't wait to see how powerful it will be when I fully master it. Still, the stronger my physical body is, the stronger this martial technique becomes.
The person who created it truly was a genius.
It's a shame the national leaderboard rewards are only available in the imperial capital, and the martial technique can't be delivered digitally.
I'll have to wait until August to collect it. It's really making me itch with anticipation. Let's go. It's not safe to linger here. Su Huijin left the desolate area without looking back.
Not long after he left, a shadowy figure appeared at the scene. After glancing at the patches of meat paste on the ground, the figure immediately disappeared.
City Lord. Su Huijin killed all 5 of them. Guan Firen paused his work. Not bad. Decisive and ruthless. Have the scene cleaned up? I've already sent people to handle it.
Good. Keep a close eye on his movements.
Remember, do not let him discover your presence. Just protect him silently. The shadowy figure bowed. Understood, City Lord. Guan Firen waved his hand.
You're dismissed. At this moment, Su Huijin had lost all interest in the earlier incident.
Looks like I shouldn't flaunt wealth so easily next time. I don't want to attract fools.
Sigh, I guess I'll head back to the hotel. As Su Huijin walked toward the hotel, his phone suddenly rang.
Ha? Huang Wei? He answered the call. Huang Wei? Su Huijin, are you free? I want to invite you out for a stroll. Tongya is with me too. Su Huijin thought for a moment and decided to agree.
Some things were better said face to face.
The other end of the call went silent for a moment. Su Huijin thought the invitation had fallen through. It's alright. If you're busy, we can arrange another time. It's fine. I'm free right now. Where are you?
The person on the other end of the call instantly became excited upon hearing this.
I'm at Yucheng Plaza. I'm waiting for you at the plaza entrance. Alright. Su Huijin changed direction and headed toward Fish City Square. Half an hour later, he arrived once again at the massive square, which never failed to leave him in awe. Soon, he spotted Huang Wei and Tongya not far away.
With a quick teleportation, he appeared right in front of them.
Huang Wei, Tongya, long time no see. It's been 4 months since we last met. Huang Wei said with a smile.
Yeah, time flies, Tongya said cheerfully. Long time no see, Su Huijin.
Su Huijin nodded. Huang Wei then began to praise him enthusiastically.
I didn't expect that in just a few months, you'd advance to the Spirit Sea realm.
And even become the top scorer in the National College entrance exam. Congratulations. Tanya quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly. Your strength is incredible. You managed to turn the tide back in the Spirit Lake realm, and now you're the top scorer among over 20 million test takers. Excluding those with guaranteed admissions, you're the number 1 out of 20 million. Su Huijin shook his head. It was just luck. It's nothing worth mentioning. By the way, standing here, chatting isn't ideal. Let's talk as we walk. The three of them began strolling around. Huang Wei shared some interesting stories from the past few months. Tong Ye chimed in occasionally, and Su Huijin recounted some experiences from the college entrance exam. Their conversation was lively, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. Su Huijin checked the time. It's getting late. I need to head back to the hotel. Then, both Huang Wei and Tong Ye spoke at the same time. 2 I'll go first, Su Huijin said.
I know, Wei, that you have feelings for me, but I don't have such thoughts right now. I'm still too weak, and with the escalating war against the alien races, I don't have time for a relationship. Besides, I'm still young. So, Wei, you're a great girl, and I don't want you to waste your time on me. Let's just stay friends. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Tanya, standing nearby, didn't dare move and occasionally stole glances at Huang Wei. After Su Huijin finished speaking, Huang Wei was silent for a moment before finally responding. It's okay. I respect your decision. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you. Don't worry, I won't pester you. After all, if I gave up so easily, wouldn't that make me useless? Alright, it's late. You should head back. Bye. With that, Huang Wei turned and ran off. As she turned, Su Huijin noticed she was crying. Tong Ye, seeing this, said goodbye and quickly ran after her. Bye. Su Huijin let out a long sigh, thinking to himself, phew, my damn charm. Oh well, no point dwelling on it. Clearing things up is always a good thing. Ugh. Huang Wei couldn't hold back her tears, and Tanya kept trying to comfort her. Wei, stop crying. Pull yourself together. It's no big deal. It's just a guy. You can find someone even more handsome than Su Huijin. At this, Huang Wei stopped crying and looked at Tanya with her swollen eyes. You don't understand. He's different. You're right. I need to pull myself together. I just didn't expect to be rejected before I even had the chance to confess. Sigh. It hurts. But I won't give up. Tanya forced a smile and said, good luck, Wei. It's late. Let's head home. Su Huijin returned to the hotel and lay on the bed, reflecting on the day's events. I never dated in my previous life. Let alone now. Besides, dating is nowhere near as productive as focusing on cultivation. He suddenly sat up and shook his head. Forget it. Back to training. 1 month later. Su Huijin opened his eyes, feeling a surge of powerful energy emanating from within him. Waves of energy rippled around him intermittently. Gradually, the fluctuations subsided, and everything returned to calm. Su Huijin let out a long breath, thinking to himself, phew, the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm, finally achieved. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. In just 1 month, my strength has increased significantly. Even the body control technique has reached mastery. This is fantastic. My physical body is also steadily improving. Su Huijin glanced at the time and saw that it was already 6 a.m. on July 1st. The notification for the gathering had been sent to his phone yesterday, instructing him to meet at the city lord's mansion at 10 o'clock. 1 month, I need to prepare well. After tidying up, he called out to Han Shu. When Han Shu opened the door, she immediately sensed that Su Huijin's aura was different from before and quickly scrutinized him. Something's off. Your aura was at 10 levels before, but now it's at 12. What's off? Han Shu asked, puzzled. Did you break through again? Su Huijin didn't hide it and nodded in acknowledgement. I just broke through moments ago. Got lucky. Han Shu rolled her eyes. Lucky, you say? Isn't it supposed to get harder to cultivate as the level of abilities increases? Why does it seem so easy for you? You're such a freak. Alright, let's go. Stop dawdling here. With that, Su Huijin pulled Han Shu along as they set off. In truth, Su Huijin also found it strange. His cultivation process had indeed been smooth. Although he had abundant resources, every breakthrough felt solid and stable. Unable to figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. The two arrived at the gates of the city lord's mansion at 9:30. As soon as they arrived, someone led them inside to a martial arts training ground, where many people had already gathered. Those heading to the Horned Dragon Pool, the Transforming Dragon Pool, and the Blood Dragon Pool were all grouped into their respective teams. As soon as Su Huijin and Han Shu appeared, all eyes turned to them, especially to Su Huijin. After all, this top scorer in the National College entrance exam had not been particularly well known before. Most people greeted him, and Su Huijin responded to each one. However, a few looked down on him, thinking he was just a country bumpkin from a small place who had gotten lucky to top the national exam. Of course, they weren't foolish enough to mock him openly. Su Huijin paid no attention to these people. After all, it was impossible for everyone to have a favorable attitude toward him. By now, most people had arrived, with only about a dozen still missing. Among the top 10 ranked in Yucheng, 5 had yet to show up, including Feng Ji and Jiang Yan. Those entering the Blood Dragon Pool stood at the front. Su Huijin walked over and saw Lu Hongyu waving at him. "Brother Huijin, long time no see. Your strength has grown again." Su Huijin smiled and nodded. "Same to you." Huang Jie, standing nearby, also nodded at Su Huijin. Su Huijin acknowledged him but didn't say much. In truth, Huang Jie was quite shocked internally. Just a month ago, Su Huijin was only at the second level of the Spirit Sea realm. Now, after a month, he's advanced 2 levels. I only managed to break through 1 level in a month, and now the gap between us has completely disappeared. It's absurd. Time flew by, and people gradually arrived. "Hello, Su Huijin. Wow, you've broken through again." Jiang Yan exclaimed in surprise. "Just lucky," Su Huijin replied with a smile. "You're incredible. Your level has already caught up to mine. I'm utterly ashamed. Even with nearly unlimited family resources, I didn't expect you to close the gap in level." Su Huijin didn't know how to respond and could only smile. At that moment, Guan Firen slowly walked to the front of the group, and everyone quieted down. Guan Firen looked at the assembled crowd and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, no one is late. It seems that most of you have made some progress this past month. Of course, I'm referring to your levels. As ability users, most of our physical bodies are relatively fragile. This often leaves us at a loss when someone gets close to us. Training the physical body is harder than cultivating abilities, but the benefits are also obvious. A strong body is always an extra layer of protection. Human bodies were once very fragile, suffering many losses. As a result, we developed various potions and body-strengthening methods to enhance physical strength. But the effects were limited. Unexpectedly, we discovered a method to strengthen the body within the secret realm. That method is the blood pools of exotic beasts. By killing large exotic beasts and extracting their blood, then using specific techniques to eliminate their violent energy, we obtain relatively mild energy. This is what we call the blood pool. There are many types of blood pools, and those with the word dragon in their name usually have the strongest and best effects. Today, we're heading to the Jiao Dragon Pool, the Transforming Dragon Pool, and the Blood Dragon Pool. Although the Jiao Dragon Pool has the weakest effect, it's still quite impressive compared to other blood pools. The Blood Dragon Pool has the best effect and ranks among the top 10 blood pools in the country. Alright, no more idle talk. Let's get ready to depart. Guan Firen snapped his fingers, and a large warplane appeared in the air, then absorbed everyone inside. Su Huijin looked around curiously. "Pretty cool, but probably not as impressive as my pyramid." Guan Firen continued explaining. "All these blood pools are located within the secret realm. It's not safe to place them outside. But within the secret realm, it's much more convenient, and the spiritual energy is abundant, making absorption and digestion much easier." The Jiao Dragon Pool is primarily composed of the blood of 7th-tier dragon-type exotic beasts, supplemented by the blood of 8th-tier dragon-type exotic beasts, along with many rare treasures and a large amount of potions, all fused together. Even if all 90 of you absorbed it continuously for a month, you wouldn't finish it. Soon, the warplane entered the secret realm and arrived at the location of the Jiao Dragon Pool. Guan Firen addressed the students entering the Jiao Dragon Pool. "You can only stay here for 1 week. Once the time is up, you'll be automatically ejected. Understood?" "Understood." And the students entering the Jiao Dragon Pool were then teleported down. The warplane immediately left the secret realm and headed to the next one, where the Transforming Dragon Pool was located. Instantly, the warplane felt much more spacious. Now, only the top 10 students from Yucheng remain here.
Next, I'll tell you about the transforming dragon pool. The transforming dragon pool is primarily composed of the blood of 8th-tier dragon-type exotic beasts, mixed with the essence blood of 9th-tier dragon-type exotic beasts, combined with some exotic fruits from the secret realm and a large amount of S-grade body-refining potions. I won't say much about its effects, you'll experience it yourself when you get there. Upon hearing this, Su Huijin was already astonished. The scale of this was incredible. And now his expectations for the blood dragon pool were even higher. Before long, the warplane arrived at the secret realm of the transforming dragon pool, and the students ranked 10th to 4th prepared to descend. Han Shu glanced at Su Huijin, who nodded back at him. Finally, the remaining few were teleported down. Guan Firen looked at the 3 students left in front of him. You 3 are the strongest in all of Yuqing and have already secured spots in the national top 10 rankings. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have access to the blood dragon pool, but due to the recent war situation, the higher-ups have decided to give you this opportunity. So make sure to cherish it. The 3 nodded. Understood, City Lord. *3 Guan Firen then began introducing the blood dragon pool. The blood dragon pool is one of the top 10 blood pools in the country. It is primarily composed of the essence blood of 9th-tier dragon-type exotic beasts, along with 3 drops of essence blood from beings that surpass the 9th tier, as well as some SS-grade spiritual fruits and SSS-grade body refining potions. The energy contained within it is beyond imagination. The 3 knew that the blood dragon pool was one of the top 10 blood pools, but they were unaware of the other details. Now, hearing this, they realized its reputation was well-deserved. Beings that surpassed the 9th tier were no trivial matter. Su Huijin then asked, City Lord, there's actually blood here that surpasses the 9th tier. How was this blood obtained? Guan Firen patiently explained. As everyone knows, our Dragon Nation has only one saint-level powerhouse. He is the only one who has surpassed the Law Realm. After awakening his abilities, he took only 10 years to break through from the Awakening Realm to the Law Realm, the fastest in Dragon Nation's history. At the age of 28, he had already slain countless powerful beings from other races. 220 years ago, at the age of 50, he surpassed the Law Realm and killed a dragon beast that had exceeded the 9th tier. Since then, he has been revered worldwide as a saint. The essence of the dragon beast that surpassed the 9th tier in this blood dragon pool comes from the very creature the saint killed back then. It can be said that the essence of that dragon beast is present in all 10 major blood pools across the nation. The saint has lived for 200 years and may have grown even stronger, but he is rarely on Blue Star, often cultivating in the universe. His existence is beyond our comprehension. I am now 75 years old and have only reached the 8th realm, the Law Realm. If I can break through the shackles of life, living for 500 years would be no problem. Surviving briefly in the universe would also be possible, and breaking through to the 9th realm is just a matter of time. Guan Firen waved his hand, and his middle-aged appearance instantly transformed into that of a young man around 20 years old. His features were strikingly handsome, with a cold and aloof demeanor. Su Huijin thought that only Lang Ruoton could rival him in appearance. The 3 were stunned. This Guan Firen looked at their astonished faces and then reverted to his middle-aged appearance. What's the matter? Are you mesmerized? This is how I usually look, it saves me a lot of trouble. This is one of the benefits of cultivation, it can greatly extend your lifespan, maintain your appearance, or allow it to age gradually. Appearance is superficial and has no impact on one's strength. A Law Realm expert can live for 1,000 years. One of our nation's top 10 pillars, Senior Shi Tiannan, has lived for over 500 years since awakening his abilities, but he has never been able to break through the shackles of the 9th realm. However, when the saint surpassed the 9th realm, he decisively slew a dragon beast that had exceeded the 9th tier, adding to the foundation of our Dragon Nation and proving his immense power. Unfortunately, no one has surpassed the 9th realm since then. Moreover, the saint is rarely on Blue Star. The last time he appeared here was over 100 years ago. At this moment, Jiang Yan asked, does the city lord know what the saint's ability is? It seems no one in the outside world knows what his ability is, and much about him has been kept hidden. Guan Firen was silent for a moment before speaking. Actually, I only know a little about the saint's ability. The rest might only be known by the top 10 pillars. It is said that the saint's ability is a dual-type ability of time and space, with both abilities reaching SSS level. It's rumored that he fused these 2 abilities into a new ability, distinct from the 12 existing types. In recent years, the
nation has been searching for individuals with dual time-space abilities, but they are extremely rare. Over the past century, only 3 such individuals have been found, and their ability levels were not high, let alone fusing abilities. In the past 100 years, only 1 person has possessed dual time-space abilities, and their ability level was not low. You should all know who it is. It's one of the top 10 pillars. Everyone suddenly understood it was that person. Alright, you've reached your destination. Get off now. Before the 3 could react, they had already arrived in front of the garrison. A refined young man stood there. You must be the top 3 on the Yuching leaderboard, correct? Please follow me this way. The 3 immediately followed. Su Huijin, sensing the extraordinary aura of the man, asked, "May I know your name, sir?" The man replied, "I am Zhao Kong, the deputy director of the garrison here.
Today, I'll explain some precautions to you."
Understood, director, the 3 responded in unison. Zhao Kong thought to himself, these 3 youngsters are quite sharp, but
that suits me just fine. In a moment, you'll need to cleanse your bodies and soak in a medicinal solution before entering the blood dragon pool. When your cultivation time is up, I'll personally notify you. While cultivating, just operate the meditation technique. The first time you enter, it might be a bit
painful, so you'll have to endure it. This pain will last until you finish, though the intensity will gradually decrease, and by the end, you'll get used to it.
When entering the blood dragon pool, clothing is not allowed.
Of course, there's no need to feel ashamed. We're all men here.
Understood. Thank you, director. The 3 responded again.
Afterward, the 3 took a bath and soaked in a medicinal solution. Su Huijin found the solution quite comfortable.
The 3 stood naked in front of the blood dragon pool. Jiang Yan looked at Su Huijin and made an exaggerated expression. "Huijin, you're really something." Su Huijin was speechless. "Don't be so dramatic. Look at yourself."
At this moment, Zhao Kong said, "You can go in now.
I'll leave first." "Good luck." The 3 exchanged glances and then entered one after another.
The blood dragon pool was dark red overall, exuding a sense of oppression.
Even standing on the shore, one could feel the immense energy.
Each of them moved to a position and immersed themselves in the water. The moment Su Huijin entered the water, it felt as if his legs were struck by a heavy blow, causing excruciating pain. He quickly sat cross-legged, leaving only his head above the surface. His entire body felt as if it were
being compressed, alternating between tearing pain and cramping agony. "Oh my god, this pain is unbearable." Su Huijin gritted his teeth, enduring it with all his might.
A continuous stream of energy surged into his body, gradually enhancing his physical strength, but the pain constantly shifted. At times, it felt like being struck by a heavy hammer, at others, like being pricked by needles. It was sheer torture.
Su Huijin's veins bulged all over his body, and sweat poured from his forehead, dripping into the blood dragon pool and instantly evaporating.
At this moment, crimson lines appeared on Su Huijin's meridians, extending across his body like shrimp veins. Although his body was covered in red streaks, his expression had become calm, no longer the grimace he had at the beginning. Half a month had passed since he entered the pool. Jiang Yan had just left not long ago, and now Su Huijin was the only one left in the blood dragon pool. His aura grew increasingly profound and powerful, resembling an ancient dragon, exuding a faint sense of majesty. From a distance, Zhao Kong watched in astonishment. This kid is incredible. In just half a month, he's raised his physical strength by an entire realm. He's not far from the physical strength of the Void Realm. Steady and diligent, what a promising talent. After observing for a while, Zhao Kong left. At this moment, Su Huijin thought to himself, the energy in this blood dragon pool is too intense and domineering. I almost couldn't hold on several times. I really feel like getting out. He had already grown accustomed to the pain, understanding that this was a process of tempering the body through suffering. Keep going, keep going. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, Lu Hongyu, and Han Shu were sitting together. Jiang Yan looked at them and asked, "How do you feel? How was the effect of the transformation dragon pool?" Han Shu's face showed a bitter expression. "Let me tell you, it was excruciating. The moment I entered the transformation dragon pool, it felt like my entire body was being beaten by dozens of people. Violent energy surged into my body, and I was in pain for an entire week." Lu Hongyu nodded in agreement. Han Shu is right. I've used many things to temper my body before,
but none of them hurt as much as this. The transformation dragon pool is definitely number one. However, overall, it's not bad.
After a week, I feel like my physical strength has reached the spirit lake realm. Han Shu nodded in agreement.
And how about that blood dragon pool of yours? Jiang Yin shuddered. Oh my god, the blood dragon pool is no place for humans. The level of pain is countless times greater than your transformation dragon pool, not to mention I stayed in there longer than you did. Recalling the experience, Jiang Yin couldn't help but shiver. When I entered the blood dragon pool, it felt like my feet were being smashed to pieces. Once I was fully immersed, it was sheer hell.
The tearing pain, sometimes like being pricked by needles, made me feel as if I had experienced every kind of pain in the world. I couldn't help but step out several times.
He sighed. I think Su Huijin is really amazing. From the moment I went in until I left, he never got up. I'm actually quite envious of Huang Jia. He was out in just a week. Just from Jiang Yan's description, the two could imagine the kind of suffering involved. Listening to you, I got goosebumps all over. But the results must be pretty good, right?
Lu
Han Yu asked. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded.
After enduring such hardship, of course, it's worth it. My physical strength has now reached the first level of the
Spirit Sea realm. It's incredible.
You know, I'm 19 this year, and I've been using various body refining potions and rare treasures to temper my body since I
was 5.
Up until half a month ago, my strength was only at the Spirit Lake realm. Just by staying in the Blood Dragon pool for 15 days, my physical strength
advanced by an entire major realm. What do you think of that? The two exchanged glances and gasped.
Wow, that's incredible. The Blood Dragon pool really lives
up to its reputation.
Ajin still has half a month to go before he comes out.
When he does, who knows how much stronger he'll be. I can't wait to see.
Half a month later, the color of the Blood Dragon pool seemed much lighter than it had been a month ago, but Su Huijin didn't notice. At this moment, a deep red aura emanated from his body, spreading outward. His heartbeat was strong and powerful, and in the quiet environment, the sound of it could be heard clearly. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his state of cultivation.
Su Huijin, your time is up. Please exit the Blood Dragon pool within 1 minute. Su Huijin opened
his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. The red veins in his body gradually returned to their original state. With a powerful step, he leaped out of the Blood Dragon pool and noticed that his hair had grown significantly longer, almost reaching his waist. His body was as white as jade, and his physique had become perfectly proportioned, lean and muscular in just the right way, neither overly bulky nor underwhelming. Instead, it was strikingly well-defined. Combined with his long hair, Su Huijin looked like a refined gentleman straight out of an ancient tale. His gaze was sharp and resolute, resembling the domineering prince
from a historical novel. Su Huijin smiled faintly. Director Zhao, long time no see. Zhao Kong smiled and nodded. Go take a bath and change your clothes first.
All right. Half an hour later, Su Huijin emerged, fully dressed. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Zhao Kong waiting for him outside.
Let's talk as we walk, Zhao Kong said.
Su Huijin was a bit puzzled but agreed nonetheless. After walking for a while, Zhao Kong remained silent, making the atmosphere somewhat
awkward. Finally, Zhao Kong broke the silence. Forgive me for asking, but before awakening your abilities, had you really never trained your body? Su Huijin shook his head.
No, I was an orphan and had no means to train. After awakening my abilities, I was taken in as a disciple by Qinlan's master and officially
began my cultivation.
My master placed great emphasis on physical training and often had me soak in body refining potions at the start.
Later, due to a
beast siege, I obtained a lot of resources and acquired another batch in the secret realm of Maru City. My physical strength improved from that of an ordinary person to the Spirit Sea realm level.
At this, Zhao Kong furrowed his brows. That doesn't add up. Did this kid really rely solely on talent? Even the heirs of major families aren't this extraordinary. Forget his realm, his physical strength is also this impressive. Could he have encountered some kind of fortuitous opportunity? Never mind. Everyone has their secrets, it's better not to pry. Su Huijin asked, Director Zhao, is there something wrong? Zhao Kong smiled and shook his head. Not at all.
I just think your physical talent is a bit outrageous. You're among the top geniuses I've ever seen.
It's getting late, and the hotel is a bit far from here. You should head back soon. Su Huijin nodded. All right, thank you for your care.
Thank you,
Director Zhao. Go on. Su Huijin let out a sigh of relief after stepping out of the Blood Dragon Pool secret realm. I was indeed suspected. But it's understandable. Who would have thought? I had the pyramid in my possession, filled with rare treasures, and that sleep pod, which allowed my physical strength to increase so much in such a short time. Looks like I'll have to be even more cautious in the future. After leaving the secret realm, Su Huijin had been walking for about an hour, yet the surroundings were eerily quiet, no people, no vehicles, just a chilling silence. He vigilantly scanned the area, thinking to himself, something's not right. It's too quiet. Suddenly, a silver-white gun shot toward him at an astonishing speed. Void barrier. Golden bell shield. The gun tip collided with the golden bell shield, but within 5 seconds, the shield shattered. Fortunately, the void barrier held firm, though the immense impact dragged Su Huijin backward. The gun was then repelled and fell into the hands of a man dressed in black. In an instant, 7 black-clad figures appeared around him, all wearing masks to conceal their faces. Su Huijin frowned, feeling that the scene seemed somewhat familiar. Who are you? I have no grievances with you, Su Huijin said coldly. You don't need to know that much. Just understand that you shouldn't exist in this world. The man's voice was hoarse yet deep and powerful. The leading black-clad man hunched his back, holding a silver gun taller than himself, while the others uniformly wielded long blades. Enough talk. Attack. Kill him, he commanded. The group immediately unleashed their abilities, launching a barrage of attacks towards Su Huijin. Yet he remained calm. 1 Void Realm and 6 9th level. Spirit Sea Realm, quite the lineup. As the attacks closed in, Su Huijin randomly chose a lucky one to swap positions with. The man didn't even have time to react before being instantly reduced to ashes. The leading black-clad man furrowed his brow slightly. As expected of a spatial ability user, quite interesting. Be careful not to let him swap positions, he warned the others. The rest showed no reaction to the death, behaving like machines. Su Huijin knew that spatial swapping could only work as a surprise tactic. Once the enemy was prepared, it would lose its effectiveness. He raised his right hand, and a rift appeared in the air. From it, he retrieved the Tiger Slayer and assumed a ready stance. Teleportation. He suddenly appeared in front of one of the black-clad figures. With a swift strike, the man's weapon was shattered, and the Tiger Slayer sliced from his left shoulder to his right kidney, killing him instantly. The leading black-clad man grew more tense, realizing that Su Huijin's physical strength was comparable to that of the Void Realm, completely contradicting the intelligence he had received. This is troublesome. Nearby, another black-clad figure launched an attack. The sky filled with countless droplets of water, which transformed into needles and shot towards Su Huijin. The void barrier easily blocked all the attacks, its defensive power proving formidable. As the water needles fell, a fiery bird swooped in, but Su Huijin cleaved it in two with a single strike. At that moment, a black-clad figure closed in, wielding a long blade that emitted a massive blade shadow, slashing heavily toward him. Su Huijin raised the Tiger Slayer, blocking the attack. Sparks flew as the blade shadow collided with the Tiger Slayer. He then used his left hand to unleash a phoenix finger. The black-clad figure was too close to dodge and was instantly sent flying. Another black-clad figure quickly caught him, but the injured man coughed up blood, which flowed from beneath his mask. He hurriedly lifted his mask and swallowed a pill. At this point, the black-clad leader could no longer sit still. Grabbing his long gun, he charged straight at Su Huijin. His speed was incredible, closing the distance in an instant and thrusting the weapon forward. Seeing this, Su Huijin swiftly sidestepped, causing the black-clad leader to continue forward. Due to inertia, the two locked eyes in midair, and Su Huijin seized the opportunity to kick him on his left side. The black-clad leader reacted quickly, immediately activating a defensive technique. Though uninjured, he was sent flying backward. Focus on me for the main attack. You all assist and disrupt him. The black-clad leader, it seems his ability is likely enhancement-based, he thought to himself. As expected of someone at the sky-traversing realm, strength, defense, and combat awareness are all extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad leader was in front of Su Huijin again, his spear techniques raining down like a storm, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Meanwhile, the black-clad underlings seized the opportunity to unleash their abilities, harassing Su Huijin. Feeling irritated, Su Huijin teleported next to one of the underlings and swiftly struck with his mountain-crushing fist. The underling hastily activated a defensive martial technique,
but it was shattered by Su Huijin's punch, which directly exploded his head. The power of the sky-traversing realm is not so easily resisted. Simply put, the concept of having a physical body at the sky-traversing realm and actually reaching the sky-traversing realm are entirely different. If your body is strong but you're caught in close combat, don't expect to survive. The advantage of the sky-traversing realm lies in flight. Reaching. This realm breaks the constraints of heaven and earth, freeing one from the effects of Blue Star's gravity. Thus, among these black-clad men, aside from the one at the sky-traversing realm, none could truly contend with Su Huijin. The black-clad leader rushed towards Su Huijin, his spear swinging relentlessly. Su Huijin had no intention of entangling with him and focused solely on taking down the underlings one by one. The black-clad leader's fury erupted. "You dare kill my men in front of me? Do you have the guts to face me head-on? Is this all the courage the national top scorer has?" The black-clad leader tried to provoke Su Huijin with his words, but Su Huijin wasn't falling for it. Having lived 2 lives, he was no child, his mindset was steady. Su Huijin sneered disdainfully and mocked, "Ha, a head-on fight? You're not even qualified to say that." With a casual strike, he crushed the chest of the last underling, leaving only the black-clad leader and Su Huijin on the battlefield. 7 against 1, and you're at the sky-traversing realm? Truly shameless. Your words stink like farts. Stop wasting time, come fight. The black-clad leader laughed in anger. Fine, Su Huijin, I underestimated you. To have such skills at the Spirit Sea realm, I must admit you're the most talented genius I've ever seen. But unfortunately, no matter what, today's outcome won't change. You will die. Without a doubt. The black-clad leader retrieved a set of armor from his storage ring and slapped its chest. The armor instantly adhered to his body like liquid. Now clad in silver-white armor and wielding a spear, he looked imposing and majestic. Kill. Su Huijin's eyes lit up as he looked at the armor before him. Wow, that's so cool. When I get to the Imperial capital, I must pick out an SS-grade armor set, something stylish. At this moment, the black-clad leader hovered in the air, looking down coldly at Su Huijin. Prepare to die. Gripping his spear, he dove down rapidly, thrusting it fiercely at Su Huijin with incredible speed. It was clear that the armor had significantly enhanced his strength, speed, and defense. Although Su Huijin's physical body had reached the sky traversing realm, his reaction speed couldn't keep up. He had no choice but to predict the attack in advance and teleport away from his original position. The black-clad leader didn't mind. After all, Su Huijin was too agile. This was the trouble with spatial abilities. Not only were they highly flexible and unpredictable, but their offensive power was also formidable. Without hesitation, Su Huijin activated his collapse skill, but it still couldn't suppress the black-clad leader's speed. After all, the opponent was a level higher in realm and equipped with armor. This was the first time Su Huijin's collapse skill had failed. The black-clad leader's strength was overwhelming, his spear technique swift and lethal, with every strike brimming with killing intent. Su Huijin could only keep teleporting, using his skills to harass the opponent. For the moment, neither could break through the other's defenses. Su Huijin had guessed correctly. The black-clad leader's ability was metal-based enhancement, which forced him to rely solely on close combat. However, Su Huijin's reaction speed had not yet reached the level of the Void Realm. At most it was equivalent to the reaction ability of the 8th or 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. This left him with great strength but unable to fully utilize it. Nevertheless, Su Huijin had one trump card, the body control technique. This skill not only enhanced strength, speed, and defense but also improved reaction ability, effectively doubling the overall capabilities of his body. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to hone himself, especially since he had just absorbed energy from the Blood Dragon pool. Although he had sparred with Lei Wu before, it was not a life-and-death battle, so the progress was limited. At this moment, the leader in black appeared somewhat impatient. After fighting for so long, the city defense forces were about to arrive, but he was unwilling to leave. Such a good opportunity could not be missed. He had to kill Su Huijin. White Cloud Spear Technique. The leader in black launched another attack on Su Huijin. As the battle continued, Su Huijin became increasingly adept, making the leader in black secretly alarmed. This monster is getting stronger the longer we fight. No, I have to leave now, or I'll be trapped. The leader in black decisively turned and flew away. Seeing his attempt to escape, Su Huijin decided not to delay any longer. He instantly activated the body control technique and the physical strength that was originally at the 5th level of the Void Realm surged to the 9th level. Although it had not yet reached the Nirvana realm, it was infinitely close. This further convinced Su Huijin that choosing this martial skill was absolutely the right decision. He gathered his strength and leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch. The leader in black, sensing movement behind him, turned his head to see a massive fist rapidly approaching. He hurriedly used his white spear to block. However, the punch smashed him to the ground, creating a large crater, and blood spurted from his mouth. At this moment, the leader in black was shocked. How is this possible? How did his strength suddenly become so immense? He was toying with me earlier. Before the leader in black could get up, Su Huijin's punches came one after another. He unleashed his collapse skill, instantly inflicting severe injuries on the leader in black. The leader in black could only defend passively. With each punch from Su Huijin, the ground cracked and collapsed, and the AR, however, Su was even more impressive. In just 2 short months, his strength has increased significantly. Truly admirable. Su Huijin shook his head. It's all thanks to the blood dragon pool. I was just lucky to break through. Alright, I've delayed too long. I need to return to the hotel, the middle-aged man said. Alright, Su, wait a moment. What's the matter? The middle-aged man walked over and handed the white spear to Su Huijin. Su, since we've already identified his identity, this spear is now your trophy. Su Huijin nodded and accepted the spear. Alright. By the way, Su, the hotel you're staying at is a bit far from here. I'll have my people take you back. Su Huijin did not refuse. Alright, thank you. Shortly after, a member of the city defense team drove a hover car and took Su Huijin to the hotel. The rest of the city defense team began cleaning up the battlefield, with the Earth Element members repairing the ground. Su Huijin lay on the bed, reflecting on the battle just now. As expected, of the Void Realm. Without the body technique, I might not have been able to hold him back. Flying, truly enviable. After a month of training in the Blood Dragon Pool, my realm has only advanced by 1 level. Now I'm at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm. I must strive to reach the Void Realm before the new year, otherwise, I'll be at a disadvantage in battles. And this body technique, if I can master it soon, my strength will double. By then, who below the domain realm could stop me? No sleep, time to train. Lord Mayor, members of the White Jade sect attacked Su Huijin and even set up a barrier. This prevented the city defense team from providing timely support. Fortunately, Su Huijin killed all the attackers, including the sect leader, the jade-faced spearman, Zhao Luoxing. Guan Firen was somewhat surprised. Oh, I remember Zhao Luoxing is a Void Realm ability user. Su Huijin actually managed to kill him? Yes, Lord Mayor. His chest was completely crushed. Su Huijin's physical strength has likely reached the 5th level of the Void Realm. Guan Firen showed a look of astonishment. It seems Su Huijin's training in the Blood Dragon Pool has been effective. Physical strength becomes increasingly difficult to improve as one progresses, yet he excels not only in abilities but also in body refinement. He clearly aims for comprehensive development. And this White Jade sect, they're truly audacious. Just 2 months after the college entrance exams, they dare to act recklessly in Fish City, attempting to assassinate the top scorer. They must think little of me as the mayor. Guan Firen's gaze grew colder and colder, frightening the assistant beside him. Xiao Yu. Yes, Lord Mayor. Send out the order to eliminate all cult organizations within Fish City base. I want results by 9 a.m. tomorrow. If we don't hit them hard, they'll think I'm just a figurehead. Xiao Yu's expression turned serious. She understood the mayor was resolute. Yes, Lord Mayor. I'll handle it immediately. Wait. Guan Firen called Xiao Yu back. What's the matter, Lord Mayor? Don't let anyone else know about this. Call that person to take action. I suspect there are some small fish within Fish City leaking information in advance. If they catch wind of this, it will be troublesome. Tell that person they know what to do. Understood. Ah, you lunatic. Aren't you afraid our sect leader will retaliate against you? You actually destroyed 5 of our White Jade sect strongholds in one night. Was it that old fool Guan Firen who gave the order? A fat, sleazy man was now in a sorry state, cursing at the extraordinary man in front of him, dressed in a long green robe, eyes closed, exuding an exceptional aura. The man in green held a long sword, its blade adorned with the pattern of the Big Dipper, occasionally flashing. With a cold light, his face expressionless. He stepped closer and closer to the fat man before him. The fat man kept retreating until he hit the wall, cornered with nowhere to go. At this point, his tone softened. Chen Chang'an, you spare me, and I can recommend you to our hall master or even the cult leader. I guarantee you'll reach the law realm within your lifetime. I can also help heal your eyes. To show my sincerity, I have 50 top-grade spirit stones and an S-grade battle weapon to offer you. The man in green, named Chen Chang'an, was a killing god under Guan Firen's command. Chen Chang'an remained unmoved, raising the sword in his hand. The fat man, seeing that Chen Chang'an was not listening, shouted in exasperation. Chen Chang'an, you're forcing me. We'll die together. In an instant, red cracks appeared all over the fat man's body as he attempted to self-destruct and take Chen Chang'an down with him. But Chen Chang'an's sword was faster, instantly severing his head. The fat man collapsed powerlessly, and Chen Chang'an absorbed his spatial ring into his hand, casually taking his head as well before turning to leave. The cleanup would be left to Xiao Ye. Afterward, Chen Chang'an moved on to the next location, killing at least 1,000 people in one night. Among them were 10 domain realm cultivators, including the lecherous fat man, over 50 nirvana realm cultivators, and more than 100 skywalking realm cultivators. The number of those in lower realms was countless, but it was no fewer than 500. These were essentially the elites of the cult organizations in Fish City. Everything unfolded rapidly, and the cult organizations in Fish City were almost wiped out before they could react. The next day, Xiaoyu was reporting last night's mission to Guan Firen. City Lord, all the cult organizations in Fish City's base area have been eradicated. The most powerful, the White Lotus cult, had all 5 of its strongholds destroyed, and not a single one escaped. Based on the items we seized, their value is worth hundreds of billions of Dragon Nation currency, with some items being priceless. Hearing this, Guan Firen was also somewhat enraged. Humph, how despicable. I had planned to take my time, but they dared to target Su Huaijin. Do they really think Fish City has no one to defend it? Although the timing of this operation wasn't ideal, we still demonstrated Fish City's authority. Those cult organizations will have to think twice before trying to infiltrate Fish City again. By the way, Chen Chang'an performed well this time. Reward him with an extra share. Xiao Ye nodded. Understood, City Lord. Also, find the traitors among Fish City's upper ranks. Eliminate them one by one. I want a thorough investigation completed within 3 days. Yes. At this moment, not only within Fish City but also outside, a great uproar was brewing. In one night, all the cult organizations rooted in Fish City were wiped out. Typically, no one would easily eliminate all cult strongholds at once. It not only wastes manpower and resources but can sometimes backfire. It was unheard of for someone like Guan Firen to directly dispatch an 8th realm powerhouse. That's right, Chen Chang'an was an 8th realm powerhouse. 8th realm powerhouses do not take orders from those of the same realm. At this level, he was almost the strongest on the surface, as 9th realm powerhouses rarely appeared, mostly staying in seclusion to cultivate. My heavens! Has Guan Firen gone mad? Sending out an 8th realm powerhouse, what does he gain from this? Hall Master, we've suffered heavy losses this time. All 5 of our strongholds in Fish City have been destroyed. We won't be able to develop there again in the short term. The Hall Master was furious. Who sent Zhao Luoxing to assassinate Su Huaijin? The subordinate in front of him stammered. Speak! Hall Master, no one sent him. It seems he took people to carry out the assassination on his own. The Hall Master's mood grew heavier, and he took a deep breath. Didn't I say to keep a low profile during this time? Why did this still happen? Does no one listen to me anymore? The subordinate was so frightened that he didn't dare say another word, keeping his head down. Pass the word, anyone who dares to act without orders will bear the consequences. Yes, Hall Master. After the subordinate left the room, cold sweat dripped down his back. It seems the Hall Master is truly angry this time. It's been a long time since I've seen him so furious. We should keep a low profile for now. Su Huaijin had spent the entire night practicing the meditation technique and went to find Han Shu around 8 in the morning. Just as he stepped out, he happened to run into Han Shu coming out. Han Shu was momentarily stunned but then said cheerfully, Jin, when did you come out? You should have told me in advance. I was planning to come pick you up. I came out last night. It was late, so I didn't tell you all. I was just thinking of coming to find you. Su Huaijin waved his hand. I see, Han Shu nodded. Su Huaijin asked curiously, by the way, where are you?
Headed so early? Going to eat?
Han Shu replied, I made plans with Lu Hangyu and Jiang Yan to discuss going to the imperial capital.
Since you're out now, let's go together. Su Huaiji nodded, alright then. Let's grab breakfast first. I'm starving.
Suddenly, Han Shu carefully examined Su Huaijin.
TSK, your aura feels much stronger now.
Standing here, you seem like a high-level exotic beast.
Upon hearing this, Su Huaijin immediately activated the concealment technique. It's alright.
My physical strength has improved quite a bit, but my realm has only advanced by 1 level.
Fair enough.
Afterward, Han Shu took Su Huaijin to a cafe.
The cafe had a vintage style, simple yet tasteful. To Su Huaijin, this kind of
design was common in his previous life, but in this world, such cafes were as rare as 500-year-old establishments.
As soon as they entered, they saw 2 friends sitting in a corner by the window. A waiter approached and asked, "What would you like?" "Gentlemen, we have a reservation.
2 cups of rustic coffee, please." Han Shu pointed toward Jiang Yan and Lu Hongyu.
"Alright, please wait a moment," the waiter responded.
Su Huaijin walked over, and Jiang Yan and Lu Hongyu smiled upon seeing
him, then stood up. "Huaijin, when did you come out? You should have told us in advance. If you'd told us earlier, we could have come to pick you up." Su Huaijin shook his head helplessly. Sit down. I came back late last night and didn't want to disturb you. My apologies."
Alright, now that Su Huaijin is here, everyone's present.
Let's start discussing the trip to the imperial capital.
After finishing their college entrance exams, the group had applied to Imperial Capital University and received their admission notices. The semester would start in September, and it was now early August. Just as they were about to start talking, the rustic coffee was served.
Jiang Yan urged everyone, "Quick, give it a try. This cafe is a hidden gem I found. The environment is quiet and cozy, and the decor is vintage and minimalist. Especially this coffee. It's said to be hand-ground coffee from 500 years ago.
Although I haven't tasted coffee from 500 years ago, this coffee
is rich and slightly bitter. If you want it sweeter, just add a sugar cube. Personally, I prefer it plain."
Look over there, they're using the same type of hand-grinding coffee machine from 500 years ago, Jiang Yan pointed to the counter.
Su Huaijin added a sugar cube, stirred it, and took a sip.
The taste is quite similar to coffee from my previous life.
It's been a long time since I've had this. This flavor is indeed good, very rich. Jiang Yan said proudly, "I told you, didn't I? I
usually don't share this place with others, I only bring you guys here."
Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's discuss the trip to the imperial capital. How do you plan to get there?
Han Shu thought for a moment and replied, by train or by fighter.
Jet, those are the 2 options. I checked.
The next train is in 10 days, and the next fighter jet is in 5 days.
Whichever you choose, I'm fine with it. Su Huaijin shrugged, I'm okay with either. The sooner, the better. By the way, does the school allow us to arrive early? That's allowed.
Imperial Capital University is the top school in the country, with intense internal competition. Many students don't go home during holidays but stay at school.
After all, failing the final exams could get you expelled. Quite a few students are expelled every semester. You can arrive at school early if you want.
As long as your grades meet the standard each semester, staying at the school for 4 years won't be a problem, Jiang Yan
added. Lu Hangyu said, then the earlier we go to school, the better.
I've been wanting to experience Imperial Capital University for a long time. However, I heard there will be a space teleportation in 2 days.
Han Shu and Su Huaijin were a bit puzzled. Space teleportation? What is that? Jiang Yan suddenly had a flash of insight. Oh, I forgot you don't know. Space teleportation is only known to a few locals. Let me explain. Space teleportation allows you to instantly travel from one place to another. All 10 major base cities have this facility.
The teleportation arrays in these base cities are interconnected, allowing you to reach another major base city in an instant.
Of course, the cost is extremely high. A single trip requires a top-grade spirit stone, and the teleportation arrays only open once every 2 months.
So, they only open 6 times a year, and the next one is in 2 days.
Because the price is so steep, equivalent to several train rides, usually.
Only the children of prominent families use it, and not even all of them.
After all, the cost is what it is, and many people think it's not worth it. Naturally, there's another reason, it's extremely safe here. Each teleportation array is guarded.
by a powerful figure at the rule realm, so basically, no one dares to cause trouble unless they're looking for a beating.
Moreover, activating the teleportation array requires immense energy, so a top-grade spirit stone is mandatory for each
trip. Typically, only wealthy individuals or those in urgent need choose this option.
Actually, the reason we're gathered here today is to ask if you want to use it.
If we take a fighter jet, it will take 5 days to get there.
A train would take even longer, 10 days, and it's far less safe than the teleportation array.
I don't mind, Su Huijin shrugged. At this moment, Han Shu looked a bit troubled. After all, the price was right there, and even with the rewards from the college entrance exams, he only had a few spirit stones.
Su Huijin noticed Han Shu's expression.
I'll cover Han Shu's share. Let's use the teleportation array to get to the imperial capital.
Besides, I'm curious to see what it's like. How can I accept that?
Ah, Jean, you've already helped me so much.
How can I feel comfortable accepting this?
When we bought the purple cloud dragon pattern spear, you were the one who paid for it.
Su Huijin patted him on the shoulder. It's fine.
We're brothers.
Right? We help each other out. Next time we use the teleportation array, you can cover my share.
I believe you'll definitely be able to afford it by then. Han Shu lowered his head, his eyes slightly red.
Jiang Yan and Lu Hanyu felt a bit regretful for bringing up the suggestion.
After all, they had forgotten about Han Shu's limited resources. Meanwhile, Su Huijin casually took out 15 top-grade spirit stones, which naturally made the two of them categorize Su Huijin as someone with
resources, inadvertently overlooking Han Shu. The two remained silent, feeling the atmosphere grow a bit awkward.
Han Shu raised his head resolutely and said, "All right, I'll pay next time."
Su Huijin nodded firmly. Okay. Han Shu silently vowed to
himself that he must grow stronger as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be unable to even produce a single spirit stone in the future.
Afterward, Su Huijin turned to Jiang Yan and asked, "Can you tell me more about this space teleportation?
I've heard that only space systems and cosmic battleships can achieve such long-distance travel. The distance from our Yuqing base city to the imperial capital base city is hundreds of thousands of kilometers.
Even a fighter jet would take 5 days, and a train would take 10 days. The teleportation you mentioned should only take an instant, right?" Jiang Yan nodded. "That's right. I've been to the imperial capital a few times, and it took about 5 seconds to get there. It's truly amazing."
This teleportation array was established by a master of spatial magic. There are only 11 in the entire country, and the one in the imperial capital can even connect to other nations. I heard that the materials alone to build a teleportation
array cost over $1 trillion, not to mention the involvement of high-level spatial experts.
The annual maintenance costs for the teleportation array are also a significant expense.
It's truly precious. There's only 2 days left until the next teleportation, so make sure you're ready. Don't worry, we've been preparing ever since we arrived in Fish City.
I'm really looking forward to going to the imperial capital, just thinking about it makes me excited, Han Shu said, patting his
chest. Suddenly, Lu Hanyu's expression turned a bit strange. By the way, do you know how many geniuses are attending Imperial Capital University this time?
The group shook their heads, as none of them had paid attention to such matters.
Lu Hanyu continued, "Huijin, do you still remember Romu?"
"I do. We occasionally keep in touch, but not very often."
"Why?"
Su Huijin asked, puzzled. "I heard that out of the top 10 geniuses in the imperial capital, 6 chose to attend Imperial Capital University, while 4 opted for Magic City University. Each of them has a strength no less than the Spirit Sea realm. Among them, 2 possess 3 S-level abilities, while the rest are all SS-level.
They are said to be the most outstanding
group of geniuses in the Imperial Capital in the past 50 years.
And Brother Romu is ranked second among the top 10 geniuses and has entered Imperial Capital University." Jiang Yan exclaimed in amazement, "What? You two actually know the famous Rumu.
His wood-based offensive and healing techniques are renowned. Other than Wang Kelly, the number 1 genius in the imperial capital, there's basically no one who can rival him."
"You actually know someone like that?"
At this moment, Lu
Hanyu smiled smugly.
"Heh, you guys don't know this, but Brother Huijin and I hung out with him for over 20 days, we're already bros. Plus, Brother Huijin even sparred with Brother Rumu.
Guess what the result was?" Jiang Yan's curiosity was piqued.
And although Han Shu had heard Su Huijin mention it before, he was also eager to know, especially since he hadn't been aware of Rumu's true strength at the time.
"Come on, spill it. Stop keeping us in suspense." Lu Hanyu feigned mystery. Ahem, here's how it went. So, Brother Huaijin won. Jiang Yan was even more surprised. My goodness, Brother Su, I never thought you could actually defeat Romu. This is simply astonishing. Romu is such a figure.
Among the top 10 geniuses, only 3 took the college entrance exam, the others were directly admitted without
even taking the test.
If they had known the rewards were so generous, they definitely would have come.
Moreover, I heard the rewards were changed at the last minute, the day before the exam.
Those geniuses in the imperial capital must be regretting it now.
Romu and Wang Kelly didn't take the college entrance exam. If they
had participated, Brother Su, you might not have secured the first place. The 3 who did take the exam ranked 2nd, 4th, and 5th nationally.
I think they must
have thought the top 3 were guaranteed, but they didn't expect the 2 of us to emerge.
I bet we've already left an impression on them, ha ha ha. Su Huaijin shook his head.
Actually, when I sparred with Brother Rumu, neither of us went all out.
Plus, he underestimated me, which is why I won. Otherwise, the outcome would have been hard to say.
I've seen his abilities, and they are indeed impressive.
Whether they remember me or not doesn't matter. If they're not convinced, they can come challenge me anytime. Jiang Yan gave Su Huaijin a thumbs up. Impressive.
Su Huaijin asked, by the way, you mentioned earlier that Romu was going to Imperial
Capital University. What about Wang Kelly?
I've heard it so many times, and I'm really curious to know.
Oh, I asked Brother Rumu before. I heard he's going to Magic Capital University.
Usually, members of the Wang family go to Imperial Capital University, so it's unclear why Wang Kelly chose Magic Capital University, Lu Hengyu
explained. Alright then.
Suddenly, Jiang Yan spoke up. By the way, when you get to the Imperial Capital, you have to introduce me to Romu.
I can't miss meeting such a genius.
Sure.
Alright, let's go. See you in 2 days.
Okay, 2 days later, let's meet at this cafe at 9 o'clock.
The teleportation array won't activate until noon. No problem.
The group then dispersed. Back at the hotel, Su Huaijin was focused on studying the body mastery technique.
This body mastery technique is truly amazing.
I wonder if there are any martial skills that can enhance overall combat power. If such skills exist, they might not just be top tier.
When I exchange
rewards later, I can boost my combat power again. By then, I'll have more confidence when facing the heirs of the top families in the imperial capital.
I also wonder how my master is progressing with his breakthrough. It's been half a year without any news. Never mind, I just need to keep working hard. For the next 2 days,
Su Huaijin continued studying the body mastery technique, finding it less smooth than at the beginning. Although he had made some progress toward the great perfection stage, he still felt like he was grasping at straws. Finally, the day of the meeting arrived.
Su Huaijin opened his eyes.
This fourfold combat power is really hard to
comprehend.
2 days have passed with little progress, sigh.
It's about time. I should head to the meeting. After washing up, Su Huaijin went to the cafe with Han
Shu, where they found that only Lu Hengyu had arrived early.
After waiting for 10 minutes, Jiang Yan finally showed up.
Sorry, guys, I got held up.
Let's head to the teleportation array now.
There's breakfast available there.
No one objected. Alright. Jiang Yan then took out a hover car.
Everyone got in, and the car automatically
drove toward the teleportation array. About an hour and a half later, they finally arrived at their destination. After finishing breakfast, they went to the teleportation
array and found that many people were already waiting there, all dressed impeccably. Seeing the massive teleportation array before him, Su Huaijin was a bit surprised. He had imagined something like the teleportation arrays from novels and anime in his previous life, but the one before him was a giant circular platform with a floating sphere above it. Beside it were 2 rotating rings, resembling the rings of a planet. Overall, it gave off a strong sense of technological sophistication. Su Huaijin also detected a faint aura of spatial fluctuation. This must be the power of a Pillar Nation expert. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, appearing
refined and courteous. He asked, "Which base city are you heading to?"
Jiang Yan replied, "The 4 of us are all going to the imperial capital."
The middle-aged man nodded.
"The price is 1 top-grade spirit stone per person, so 4 for the group." Su Huaijin and Lu Hengyu handed their spirit stones to Jiang Yan, who then gave all
4 stones to the man.
The middle-aged man handed Jiang Yan 4 metallic cards.
These are your credentials. When you arrive, someone will check them, so make sure to keep them safe. If you lose them, you'll need to pay another stone to replace them.
Hold on to them carefully, he continued.
At 12 o'clock, just stand at the center of that platform.
He pointed to the center of the circular platform.
Understood. Su Huijin responded. All right then, feel free to move around. There will be a
broadcast at 11:50 to remind everyone, so keep an ear out.
With that, the middle-aged man turned and left.
Su Huijin moved closer and saw that the platform was divided
into 10 sections, each capable of accommodating hundreds of people.
The names of large base cities were displayed on each section, with the imperial capital at the
very center.
The group walked forward, looking at the sections, and Su Huijin's eyes were filled with anticipation. Han Shu curiously asked, "Can this teleportation
array send a large number of people to different places at once?" Jiang Yan nodded. Exactly. Each section corresponds to a base city. Standing in the designated area will teleport you to the corresponding city. We need to stand at the very center.
Su Huijin was astonished. The teleportation array is so precise, capable of sending
people to different locations simultaneously. What an incredible feat!
Such power can only be achieved by someone at the law realm level. The group nodded in agreement. At that moment, a broadcast announced, "Passengers, please proceed to your designated positions.
The teleportation array will activate in 10 minutes. Hearing this,
Su Huijin and the others headed toward the center of the platform.
Upon reaching the center, Su Huijin felt a strong spatial aura.
The spiritual energy within his body seemed to cheer and began to surge involuntarily. His body appeared to be automatically absorbing the spatial energy, which stirred great waves in his heart.
This feeling, my understanding of space has become clearer.
He also noticed that the teleportation array was automatically drawing an external spatial energy to replenish
its power. How fascinating. This teleportation array is likely far more complex than I imagined.
Han Shu noticed Su Huijin spacing out and waved a hand in front of
him. What's wrong, Huijin?
Su Huijin snapped out of it and smiled.
Nothing, just lost in thought for a moment. Oh, all right. Han Shu didn't think much of it.
The 10 minutes passed quickly, and the teleportation array was about to activate.
Su Huijin noticed that his body had stopped absorbing spatial energy, and he felt a slight sense of regret.
If I could absorb more spatial energy, my abilities would grow stronger.
What a pity.
At that moment, the massive sphere above them began to tremble, and the surrounding rings spun rapidly.
A powerful force surged toward the ground, striking the platform. However, it caused no harm to the group. Su Huijin could feel the immense energy contained within.
As the energy intensified, the group vanished instantly from their original location. They traveled through a spatial tunnel, where Su Huijin felt time moving both slowly and quickly, leaving him dizzy and disoriented.
The scenery within the tunnel kept shifting, eventually transforming into a starry sky.
The starry sky then disappeared, replaced by a blinding white light that forced everyone to close their eyes.
When they opened them again, they had arrived at their destination.
At this point, Su Huijin and the others felt physically uncomfortable, their dizziness making them nauseous.
As they stepped off the platform, they staggered. Han Shu and Lu Hengyu couldn't hold back and began to vomit.
Su Huijin felt slightly better, only experiencing some dizziness, possibly because absorbing the spatial energy had mitigated his discomfort, although Jiang Yan felt a bit uncomfortable. Having used the teleportation array several times before, he managed
to endure it. 2.5 minutes later, everyone's condition improved slightly. Ugh, this is awful. Is this how spatial teleportation works? Han Shu complained. Lu Hengyu, pale-faced, lacked the energy to speak.
Jiang Yan said, "The first time I used it, I felt just like you, extremely uncomfortable. My body couldn't adapt.
But after using it a few more times, I gradually got used to it." Su Huijin, unfazed, replied, "Maybe it's because spatial teleportation involves some spatial energy. I don't feel as bad, just a little dizzy, nothing else." Everyone looked at her curiously and asked, "Why aren't you affected?" Su Huijin, being singled out, answered casually, "Perhaps it's because of the spatial energy involved. I don't feel too uncomfortable, just a bit dizzy, nothing more." After hearing this, the group couldn't help but envy her. Being space-affiliated sure has its perks. Alright, let's hurry up and get out of here. We need to head to Imperial Capital University, someone urged. Fine, fine, everyone agreed, heading toward the exit. After presenting their credentials, they finally stepped outside.
The scene before them left Su Huijin and the others astonished.
So this is the imperial capital?
Truly authoritative. The cityscape of the imperial capital was entirely different from Fish City.
Fish City
resembled a cyberpunk metropolis, while the imperial capital was a perfect blend of ancient and modern styles. There were many skyscrapers, but even more palace-like
buildings. The entire city was imbued with dragon motifs, with gold and black as the dominant colors.
The black and gold combination exuded an intangible sense of authority. Floating cars were prohibited in the skies above the imperial capital, so there were no hovering vehicles visible.
Occasionally, fighter jets could be seen flying by. The atmosphere here was steeped in the aura of power.
Of course, the area where Su Huijin and the others stood wasn't the city center, it was somewhat remote. But this allowed them to take in the grandeur of the imperial capital. The group snapped out of their awe, still feeling deeply impressed.
Jiang Yan turned to them and said, "How does it feel? Pretty overwhelming, right?"
When I first came here, I was just as stunned. Even though I'd seen pictures of the imperial capital online, seeing it in person is an entirely different experience, another person remarked.
It's definitely impressive.
The imperial capital feels like a solemn and sacred place, the very center of the Dragon Nation, Han Shu agreed. Of course. On the surface, the world's most powerful individuals are all in the imperial capital.
Its authority and sanctity are self-evident. This is the power center of the entire Dragon Nation. A small family that might be a giant in other base cities would still have to bow its head here.
The Wang family, the Ni family, the Long family, the Li family, the Lu family, none of these families are anything less than the most prosperous in
the imperial capital. Some families even have pillar state powerhouses overseeing them.
Even if they don't have one now, they've had them in the past. This place has never lacked prosperity or strong individuals.
Even Nirvana-level experts are just passers-by here, hardly worth mentioning. In smaller base cities, Nirvana-level experts are considered top-tier, often serving as city lords. But here in the imperial capital? Sorry, you'll need to keep training.
Su Huijin deeply understood the harshness of this world. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, but through intelligence and hard work, he had managed to become a junior executive in a company
in a second-tier city.
However, when negotiating business deals, he often encountered people with power and influence. Sometimes, he was rejected solely because of his
appearance.
Projects he had worked on tirelessly for weeks or even months could be ruined by a single word from someone else. He felt utterly powerless and deeply frustrated. Fortunately, fate had given Su Huijin a second chance, allowing him to be reborn in this new world and awaken powerful abilities. From that moment on, his goals extended beyond avenging his parents. He aimed to become the strongest in this world.
He unclenched his tightly held fists, his resolve growing firmer. He would never
let others dictate his fate. At this moment, Jiang Yan finished his speech, and Lu Hanyu shook his head. So, this is how the world works, survival of the fittest. The weak are always bullied. Our future now depends on Imperial Capital University and our own efforts. Han Shu nodded firmly. That's right, let's work hard.
Su Huijin
responded with a smile.
Work hard. Work hard. Jiang Yan joined in as well.
At this moment, the youthful passion and high spirits of the group were on full display.
Alright, let's go ride the maglev train unique to the Imperial Capital.
There's a station nearby, and it takes just an hour to reach Imperial Capital University.
Sure, let's go quickly. I can't wait any longer. Su Huijin thought of the maglev trains from his previous life. What will the maglev trains in this world be like?
The group soon arrived at the station. Su Huijin saw that the train was predominantly black and gold, with a luxurious and futuristic appearance, equipped with numerous
high-tech weapons. The train was completely suspended above the tracks.
After boarding, they found that the ticket price was only 100 Dragon Country coins from start
to finish.
The speed was moderate, reaching 500 kilometers per hour.
This meant the journey to Imperial Capital University, 500 kilometers away, would take just an hour.
Imperial Capital University was located in the northern part of the city center, covering an area of 50,000 square kilometers.
At this moment, Han Shu and Lu
Hanyu were enthusiastically discussing the view outside the window, while Su Huijin remained calm, enjoying the scenery with interest.
I must say, the spiritual energy here is really dense, about twice as much as in Yucheng.
No wonder the geniuses in the imperial capital generally have higher cultivation levels than those in other base cities. They have a natural advantage. As the train passed through various areas, Su Huijin sensed several Nirvana-level experts. It seemed that Nirvana experts were as common as grass here. As the train moved underground, Han Shu and Lu Hanyu were still engrossed in the view. At this point, Su Huijin closed his eyes to rest, continuously contemplating the body mastery technique in his mind. The surroundings gradually quieted down, with only the sound of the train running. Time flew by, and the train was about to arrive. Ding ding ding, Imperial Capital University Station has arrived. Everyone, we've arrived. Let's go quickly, Jiang Yan called out to the group. Su Huijin slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing within them. Imperial Capital University. As soon as they exited the station, they saw the majestic buildings in the distance, with 4 large characters written on them, Imperial Capital University. Everyone was extremely excited. It could be said that Imperial Capital University was one of the most prestigious and renowned universities in the world. Who wouldn't be thrilled? They walked about a kilometer further before reaching the main gate of Imperial Capital University. Students were coming and going at the gate, entering and exiting by facial recognition. There were some intelligent machines at the entrance that could detect whether someone belonged to the university. The gate of Imperial Capital University was a blend of classical and technological design. It had 4 entrances, with Su Huijin and the others at the south gate, which was the main gate. The others were auxiliary gates. The gate was extremely wide, allowing 100 people to walk through side by side without any difficulty. Above the gate hung a plaque with the words Imperial Capital University written in a bold and majestic style, as if dragons and phoenixes were dancing. Staring at the characters for too long made one's eyes feel sore. There's even a trace of spatial energy. What's with the characters on this plaque? Why do they feel so uncomfortable to look at? At this moment, Jiang Yan began to explain. The characters on this plaque, I heard, were written by a sage when they were at the law realm. They contain the power of time and space laws. If your cultivation level isn't high enough, staring at them for too long will make your eyes uncomfortable, and forcing yourself to look could even lead to blindness. I heard that some 3rd and 4th year seniors occasionally come here to observe and comprehend. It seems they have a chance to gain insight into the path of domains, but that entirely depends on individual talent. Su Huijin's eyes felt a bit better, and he glanced at the plaque again. This sage is truly remarkable. Even a casually written plaque contains the power of laws. Alright, let's not linger at the gate. Let's go inside quickly. Alright. Just as they were about to move forward, 2 Nirvana-level security guards blocked their path. Su Huijin noticed the uniforms they were wearing. Nirvana-level security guards? It seems Uncle Lei was right. One of the Nirvana-level guards spoke up. Who are you? Without permission, outsiders are not allowed to enter Imperial Capital University. Jiang Yan smiled and said, Gentlemen, we are new students. Reporting in early. Could you please tell us how to enter? Oh, new students, huh? Follow me. The group then followed the security guard to the registration area for new students. You can go in and register. The people inside will tell you what to do. I need to get back to work. The group thanked him. The room was quite large, at least over 500 square meters. Jiang Yan knocked on the door. A female voice came from inside. Come in. As soon as the 4 entered, they saw 3 girls and 4 boys. One of the boys seemed to be a new student as well, currently registering. Hello, seniors. We are new students who arrived early to register. Oh, please register here. First, your information will be entered into the system shortly. It'll only take a few minutes. All right. After Su Huijin and his 3 companions finished registering their information, they waited on the side. Soon, the senior sister called out to them. Senior sister, the 4 responded in unison. The senior sister nodded. Please show me your admission letters, we need to verify them. The group handed over their admission letters one by one, and she began operating the computer beside her. Not long after, a surprised expression appeared on her face, and the other seniors nearby curiously looked over. Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Xiaoyi pointed at the screen and said, Look. Displayed on the screen were the college entrance exam rankings of Su Huijin's group. One was ranked first nationwide, another third, one 17th, and the last 62nd. All of them were in the top 100 nationwide, with 2 of them even in the top 3.
which was simply astonishing. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and their attitudes changed dramatically.
The earlier indifference was instantly replaced with enthusiasm. A senior quickly said, "Please have a seat."
Everyone, shall we pour them some tea?
Your information will take a little time to be entered into the system, so please wait a moment.
We'll also need to record your facial data and do a full body scan later. We'll call you when it's time.
Su Huijin smiled and said, "All right, senior, please carry on.
We won't disturb you."
"Sure." The seniors began whispering among themselves. "Wow, these juniors are incredible, making it into the top 100 in the college entrance exams.
I can't even imagine that. I remember I was only ranked around 2000 nationwide back then. I'm nowhere near these juniors. Did you notice?
The juniors ranked first and third are already
at the Spirit Sea realm. My goodness.
I remember we were only at the Spirit Lake realm when we enrolled.
They're absolute monsters. We're pretty lucky. Being on
duty can be annoying, but seeing these juniors makes it worth it.
If we leave a good impression, maybe when they become big shots in the future, they'll remember us."
True.
10 minutes later.
"Juniors, your information has been entered into the system. Now we need to record your facial data and do a full body scan."
"All right. All done, juniors.
Your student IDs have been sent to your devices.
Please check them. You'll also need to download a school-specific app, which contains information and details about your credits."
Upon hearing this, the group immediately downloaded the app.
Logging in was simple. They just needed to input their facial data and student ID.
The senior continued, "Once you log into the app, the system will send you the campus
map and the schedule for the academy's trains.
Since our academy is quite large and sometimes inconvenient to navigate, we've built trains
specifically for the academy's use.
You'll start with a default of 100 credits, but the school has a reward system.
Students ranked in the top 100 nationwide receive additional credits. Junior Su, as the national first-place student, you'll receive 1,000 credits, and Junior Jiang will receive 800 credits. Students ranked 51st to 100th receive 200 credits, those ranked 11th to 50th receive 300 credits, those ranked 4th
to 10th receive 500 credits, and the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places receive 1,000, 900, and 800 credits, respectively. Credits are very important. In school, you need credits for meals and accessing resources. Money is useless here. Additionally, there's a rule that if your credits drop to 0 after one semester, you'll be asked to leave. However, earning credits is quite simple.
For example, attending all classes, challenging
the trial tower, and participating in competitions to win rankings can all earn you credits.
As long as you don't misuse your credits, I
believe you can save up plenty to exchange for cultivation resources.
Next is the issue of accommodation. All the dormitories in the school are single rooms.
However, the living conditions vary and are arranged based on your college entrance exam ranking.
The dormitories are divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D, with each grade having these 4 areas. The top 100 students nationwide are all in Area A, which
consists of standalone villas with large plots of land. As for you, freshmen, your dormitories are in Area A for first-year students.
According
to the rankings, the dormitories are numbered from A1 to A100. Of course, many of the top 100 students nationwide may not choose to attend
Imperial Capital University. Simply put, Jiang, you're ranked 3rd. If the second-ranked student doesn't attend our university, then Villa A2 will be assigned to you. The same applies to the other rankings. The remaining villas in Area A will be allocated through competitions.
You can check the dormitory assigned to you on the school's app and move in directly when the time comes. Our school has 12 colleges, each specializing in a field related to awakened abilities. There are also some special elective courses, such as learning blades, swords, or fists. You can choose one or more, but I recommend selecting only 1 or 2 that you're best at, as your energy is limited.
Taking too many
courses without mastering them will waste your time, so choose carefully.
Lastly, the school's app contains the rules, important notices, and other information. You can check everything there. That's all I have to say. Do you have any questions? The group shook their heads, and Su Huijin expressed his gratitude. Senior, you've explained everything in great detail. Thank you for telling us so much. We can check the rest on the app. By the way, what's your name? The student waved his hand in response. No problem. My name is Bai Jin, and these are my classmates. From the same department. Their names are. Su Huaiji nodded. Got it. We'll remember. We'll treat you to a meal sometime. Bai Jin laughed. Heartily. I'll look forward to it, juniors. Let's exchange contact information. You can reach out to me if you have any questions. We're just on duty here today, so we might not be around later. Sure, senior. The group exchanged contact details and prepared to leave. Bai Jin suddenly called out to them. Oh, by the way, freshmen, there's an opening ceremony in a month, and military training will also be organized. Make sure to keep an eye on the app for updates, as all school notifications will be posted there. Understood, senior. Alright, goodbye. Goodbye. The group walked out of the registration room. I have to say, getting a good ranking in the college entrance exam really earns you respect. They were so indifferent to us earlier, but their attitude changed immediately after seeing our rankings, Han Shu said helplessly. True, but that senior Bai has a good heart. He told us so much, which was very considerate of him. Forget it. This school is so big, let's hurry. And take the college train to the dormitory. Jiang Yen said while operating his phone. Let me check the school map. Upon looking, he was shocked by the size of the map. Wow, this place is enormous. There are 12 colleges in total, and each one covers over 2,000 square kilometers. At this moment, Han Shu suddenly exclaimed. Ha! Why is there a college of arts that spans over 5,000 square kilometers, taking up 1/5 of the school's area? Jiang Yen explained, the College of Arts is for students who took the liberal arts exam. It has nothing to do with us martial arts students. Ah, I see. This dormitory area alone covers more than 5,000 square kilometers, and the remaining 15,000 square kilometers still have so many buildings. No wonder its imperial capital university so luxurious. Let's go. I checked, and the academy train has a departure in 20 minutes. I heard this campus train can travel over 2,000 kilometers in just 10 minutes. That's incredible. The group quickly arrived at the train station, where there were quite a few students, most of whom appeared to be freshmen. Upperclassmen generally wouldn't come to this station. Although this was the south gate and considered the main entrance, it wasn't very convenient for traveling to other places. Upperclassmen usually preferred the west gate, which provided easy access to the city center. As a result, this train station was mostly frequented by freshmen. The group boarded the free train and arrived at the freshman dormitory area 40 minutes later. Most students got off the train, but Su Huaijin and her friends stayed on, as the train could go directly to Area A. After all, the dormitory area was vast, and walking or running would take an unknown amount of time. As soon as they got off the train, they saw rows of villas. Each villa was approximately 1,000 square meters, with an additional surrounding area of about 1,000 square meters. Moreover, every dormitory had its own independent protective shield, capable of withstanding an attack from someone at the domain realm. The further they walked, the larger the villas became. Han Shu was dumbfounded, as their family home was only about 200 square meters, and they had no concept of what luxury truly meant. I think we can live here for free for one semester. Oh my, this is just too extravagant. Jiang Yen said, looking at his phone. Guys, check which dormitory you're assigned to. I'm in dormitory number 2 in Area A. Lu Hangyu and Han Shu glanced at their phones. I'm in dormitory number 10 in Area A. I'm in dormitory number 33 in Area A. As for Ajin, there's no need to check, it's undoubtedly dormitory number 1. Su Huaijin checked the time. Let's each go to our dormitories to organize our things first. Let's meet here at 5 p.m. to explore Imperial Capital University. Alright, the group agreed and headed to their respective dormitories. Su Huaijin's dormitory was located at the innermost part of the villa complex, so she was the last to arrive. She was somewhat surprised. Is this really a villa? It looks more like an estate. Dormitory number 1 covers over 5,000 square meters, and the equipment inside is top-notch. Imperial Capital University really spares no expense. And this is just the freshman dormitory in Area A. There are still 3 more years to go. It's unimaginable. Su Huaijin stepped forward, and a machine automatically scanned her entire body. 5 seconds later, the protective shield opened. Ding! Scan successful. Welcome to your new residence. Su Huaijin walked inside, feeling the spiritual energy in the air. The spiritual energy here is 2 to 3 times that of the outside world, and The outside world is already 2 to 3 times that of Fish City. Combined, it's unimaginable. No wonder Imperial Capital University always wins the national collegiate competition held every 3 years. Only Magic Capital University occasionally manages to snatch the title. Su Huijin smiled. I'm confident I can break through to the skywalking realm by the end of the year. Flying freely and soaring through the heavens, this is a dream cherished by every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. After calming herself down, Su Huijin began exploring the villa. No wonder it's Imperial Capital University. The style here is essentially a blend of classical and modern elements. This style perfectly suited Su Huijin's aesthetic preferences. Outside the villa was a beautiful garden, with a large swimming pool and a martial arts practice field. In the distance, the field was equipped with various weapons meeting B-grade standards. Nearby was a classical-style pavilion, surrounded by a pond that exuded a sense of traditional charm. After wandering outside for a while, Su Huijin arrived at the villa's entrance. A machine at the door scanned her and opened the door. The interior design of the villa combined classical elegance with high-tech features. Everything inside was fully automated. The villa had 6 floors and even included a helipad. The first floor is the living room, the second floor is a martial arts practice room, the third floor is a meditation retreat room, and the fourth floor is an entertainment room where dining and leisure activities take place. The fifth floor is the control room, which can adjust the temperature and spiritual energy within the dormitory area. The spiritual energy concentration here can be up to 5 times higher than outside, but that requires spending extra credits. Currently, the default spiritual energy concentration is twice that of the outside, which is free. Higher concentrations require credits, but temperature control can be adjusted freely. The 6th floor is the lounge, and the top floor is a helipad. All the furniture in the house is top-notch. Overall, Su Huijin was very satisfied. She didn't bring any luggage, as everything was stored in her storage space. Everything in the villa was brand new, with toiletries and other essentials already prepared, making it a move-in ready setup. Su Huijin lay on the large bed and took out her phone to browse the Imperial University app. On it, credits could be used to purchase items, which could be delivered directly to the dormitory. Most of these items included martial arts techniques, meditation methods, superpower skills, weapons, potions, spiritual herbs, and a special type of pill. Su Huijin had researched these pills and found that, unlike the alchemy described in cultivation novels from her previous life, they didn't require fire control. In fact, they didn't. These pills were made by extracting components from spiritual herbs and fruits and processing them into sugar-coated tablets using advanced technology. The prices were exorbitant, and their cost-effectiveness was far inferior to that of potions. What's this? The Imperial University Forum? Su Huijin scrolled through it and found that most of the content consisted of the latest news from inside or outside the campus, with a focus on campus-related topics. The 4 campus beauties of Imperial University. The secret of Long Yanzi. Gu Xianqi's fascinating love life. Forbidden love between a student and a teacher. Chen Haxiao's shortcut to breaking through the Nirvana realm? Seeing these, Su Huijin felt a wave of helplessness. This content is so shallow. Is this forum even serious? As she continued scrolling, Su Huijin suddenly frowned. Freshman, National College Entrance Exam top scorer Su Huijin arrives early. On campus. The post even included several photos. When were these taken secretly? Why didn't I notice? She clicked on the images, which showed the 4 of them sitting on the academy train. The comments section was buzzing with activity. Wow, are all these junior brothers this handsome? I heard Su Huijin broke the previous college entrance exam record. Don't get too excited. Cultivation is getting easier these days. Records are bound to be broken sooner or later. If not this time, maybe next time someone like Zheng Huijin or Lu Huijin will show up. Stop being bitter. If you're so capable, why didn't you take the top spot on the national list? Talk is cheap. I'm just saying, if he's so great, let him come find me. Ha ha. Look, the people next to him aren't ordinary either. I just looked them up. The one on his left is ranked 3rd nationally, the one on his right is ranked 62nd, and the one further right is ranked 17th. They're all in the national top 100. These people are ridiculously strong. Also, 3 of them come from small places. Su Huijin and Han Shu are from Liancheng, base city, which I've never even heard of. It seems to be a small base city. Lu Hongyu is from Wancheng, a medium-sized base city. Jiang Yan, I know this person. He's one of the 3 talents of Yuqing and quite famous. I'd never heard of them before, except for when Su Huijin awakened an SSS-level spatial ability. I'd only vaguely heard of her then.
I didn't expect such geniuses to emerge from these small places.
Exactly.
To secure a spot in the national top 100 is monstrous.
By the way, who do you think is stronger, Su Huijin or Wang Kelly and Ni Romu?
That's hard to say. Wang Kelly and Ni Romu are both from top-tier families in the imperial capital and have also awakened SSS-level abilities.
Although Su Huijin is also SSS level, her background is far weaker.
If it weren't for the fact that those two didn't take the college entrance exam, the top spot might not have gone to Su Huijin. The rewards for this year's college entrance exam are incredibly generous.
Do you think they'll regret not participating?
I think so.
Even domain-level experts want this reward. It's worth as much as the entire fortune
of a domain-level ability user. Whether Su Huijin can make it or not will be clear by the end of this semester.
Anyway, there will be
a big competition organized then.
That's right. Su Huijin let out a sigh of relief.
I didn't expect to be discovered as soon as I arrived at school.
Can't even stay quiet.
Just now, I saw someone frantically asking for my contact information, wanting to spar with me.
So annoying.
If I find out who took the photo, I'll make sure they regret it.
Forget it, I should get ready to head to the meeting point.
After taking a shower, Su Huijin returned to the agreed location. There were quite a few pedestrians on the way, and people occasionally glanced
at him. Clearly, most of them already knew who he was.
After waiting for a while, Han Shu and the others arrived.
As soon as they did, they started complaining. I can't stand it, so many people are staring at me. Lu Hongyu and Jiang Yan chimed in. Me too.
Seeing this, Su Huijin said,
has the news of our early arrival at school already spread? Han Shu asked in confusion. Huh? What's going on?
Su Huijin took out
his phone to show them and mentioned the forum incident. That's the situation.
I think we might face some minor trouble later.
After all, there are quite a few people who aren't convinced by us.
Jiang Yan said confidently, if soldiers come, we'll fight them. If water comes,
we'll block it. Do they really think we're easy to bully? Let them talk all they want. Jiang Yan is right. We earned this ranking with our own hands. Let them say whatever they want.
Alright, let's head to the cafeteria first. I'm curious to see how the food at Imperial Capital University tastes.
The group then boarded the academy's train. Many people around them curiously observed them, occasionally whispering.
Su Huijin and the others chose to ignore it and continued chatting. 20 minutes later, the 4 of them stood in front of the massive cafeteria.
Wow, this cafeteria is huge.
I heard our school has 4 large cafeterias, each capable of accommodating over 10,000 people.
But the
problem is, the entire school, including the liberal arts college, only has a little over 10,000 people.
Truly worthy of Imperial Capital University, so extravagant. Han Shu nodded. I don't fully understand it, but I respect the grandeur. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, a delicious aroma wafted over.
Although it wasn't as enticing as the Cloud Sky restaurant, it was better than the food at the White Jade Club, and the portions were much larger. Since it was their first meal, the cafeteria offered it for free without deducting credits.
From the
next meal onward, they'd need to use credits, with the standard being 1 credit for 100 pounds of 4th-tier exotic beast meat.
If they wanted to eat more, they'd have to earn more credits.
For most ordinary students, they usually hunted exotic beasts themselves and cooked in their
dorms, as credits had many uses and weren't necessarily spent in the cafeteria.
However, the cafeteria could lock in the energy of exotic beast meat. The further an ability user progressed, the more food or rather, energy, they required.
The group then began to feast. Half an hour
later, they walked out of the cafeteria, satisfied. As soon as they stepped outside, a man approached with a few lackeys in tow.
He exuded an
aggressive aura, his face full of arrogance, and his gaze swept disdainfully over Su Huijin and the others.
So, you're Su Huijin? Seeing the hostility in the man's demeanor, Su Huijin responded coldly, what if I am? What if I'm not?
The man sneered contemptuously.
What an interesting answer.
Don't try to act mysterious in front of me. To be honest, I can't accept that someone from a small place like you could get first place nationally. It was nothing but luck. If I had encountered a large number of exotic beasts, I could have taken first place too. The surrounding crowd stopped to watch the commotion, with many already pulling out devices to record. The man continued, as a member of the Lin family from the imperial capital, I look down on people like you from remote areas. Why not stay obediently at the bottom? An orphan with no parents. Su Huijin's gaze grew colder and colder. Han Shu angrily rebuked, "Who are you? Such a filthy mouth, did you eat crap?" The man glanced at Han Shu and responded with a cold sneer, "Don't argue with a bunch of nobodies like you. I'm not someone you can talk to." He proudly announced, "I am Lin Zihong of the Lin family from the imperial capital." But Han Shu couldn't care less about which Lin family he came from and retorted bluntly, "With your level, you dare call yourself part of a prestigious family? No manners at all, and you even insult others' parents. What a fool!" Jiang Yan and Lu Hanyu joined the argument, and soon Lin Zihong was red-faced from the scolding. Seeing their boss being humiliated, Lin Zihong's lackeys quickly jumped into the fray. However, Han Shu and his group were not to be trifled with, and one by one, Lin Zihong's men were left utterly defeated and embarrassed. "Enough, you lowly scum!" Lin Zihong roared. "Su Huijin, today I'll have you all expelled from Imperial Capital University." Su Huijin remained silent. "I'll give you two choices," Lin Zihong said. "First, kneel and apologize. Second, leave here crippled." Lin Zihong laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Su Huijin, are you stupid? You sure know how to talk big. Alright, I don't have time to mess with you. Get ready." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zihong disappeared from his spot, his fist flying straight toward Su Huijin. Su Huijin easily caught it with his left hand and swiftly swung his right hand, landing a heavy punch on Lin Zihong's face. Lin Zihong tried to pull his hand back but found he couldn't move. He hurriedly used a defensive technique, but it was instantly broken. The punch landed squarely on his face, sending him flying. His nose collapsed, and blood gushed out. "Ah!" Lin Zihong clutched his nose, glaring at Su Huijin. "What are you all standing there for? Attack!" His lackeys immediately unleashed their combat techniques. Jiang Yan and the others wouldn't stand by idly and joined the fight. The lackeys were no match for the top 100 in the nation and were quickly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Zihong furiously unleashed his ability, Water Drill. A massive water drill appeared in the air, charging straight at Su Huijin. However, such an attack was nothing to Su Huijin. He shattered the drill with a single punch and instantly teleported in front of Lin Zihong. Lin Zihong tried to dodge but was too slow. Su Huijin's fist struck his chest, sending him flying hundreds of meters before he crashed to the ground, blood spraying everywhere. How can he be this strong? Lin Zihong was terrified. Just as he steadied himself, Su Huijin appeared before him again. You can't do this. My Lin family won't let you off." Lin Zihong pleaded in panic. Su Huijin stared at him with a look of disdain. "Besides using your background to oppress others, what else can you do? If it weren't for the school rules, you'd already be a corpse. Ever heard the saying? Stay humble." Su Huijin stepped closer, and Lin Zihong retreated in fear. In the next moment, Su Huijin stomped on his right knee, shattering the kneecap. "Ah!" Lin Zihong screamed in agony. "Su Huijin, my family will never forgive you." He suffered the same fate again as his left knee was crushed, followed by his right arm and left arm. Lin Zihong's screams pierced the hearts of everyone watching. Finally, Su Huijin stepped on his face and said coldly, "Didn't you like being high and mighty? How does it feel to be under my foot now? I've heard of the Lin family from the imperial capital. How could they raise someone like you? If your whole family is at this level, then they're truly pathetic. Next time, don't show off without real strength." Su Huijin sneered. "Did you think I became #1 in the nation by luck? You should be grateful this is happening at school." With that, Su Huijin spat on him. You. Lin Zihong was furious but soon coughed up blood and passed out. Su Huijin turned to Han Shu and the others. "Let's go, guys." The last few people left the scene, and the surrounding spectators looked at each other, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh my god! What happened to Lin Zihong's limbs? Damn, this Su Huijin is too powerful. The Lin family of the imperial capital is ruined just like that. Should we send him to the medical room?" These people quickly shook their heads. Forget it. I've heard of Lin Zihong's reputation.
Doing something thankless like this is not worth it. Just his character alone makes me disdain him. Sending him to the medical room? Forget it.
In any case, everyone was discussing, but no one was willing to intervene.
After all, this person seemed a bit foolish, completely tarnishing his family's reputation. Soon, the video was uploaded to the forum. Ah, Jean. That was so satisfying just now. His appearance really makes you want to punch him. What kind of person is he? Just like a brainless villain from a novel.
I thought I'd only see such oddities in books, but it turns out they exist in real life.
Aren't the children of prominent families supposed to be polite?
Jiang Yan waved his hand.
The world is vast and full of wonders. Many novel plots are actually adapted from real life. I
can only say that compared to reality, the things in novels are nothing, because you can never predict the shocking actions these geniuses might take.
By the way, you guys need to be careful. Although the Lin family isn't the top-tier family in the imperial capital, they're still first class. Don't underestimate first-class families. In other base cities, they're considered top-tier. I'm probably fine, he wouldn't dare do anything to me.
But your backgrounds aren't as strong as mine, so be cautious of the Lin family's revenge.
Especially you, Huijin.
You crippled his limbs, and Lin Zihong hates you the most right now.
If he doesn't get timely treatment, he might be disabled for life, making future advancements extremely difficult. Unless there's some rare treasure, his life is basically over.
Although the Lin family might have such treasures, they might not use them on him. After all, a crippled person has no value, and there are plenty of geniuses in prominent
families.
But be wary of Lin Zihong's crazy revenge.
Su Huijin, however, was indifferent. It's fine. If soldiers come, I'll fight them. If water flows, I'll block it.
Besides, he provoked me first. When I have the strength, the first person I'll deal with is him.
Too bad the school rules only allow fighting, not killing. This time, he got lucky. Prominent families can't do anything to me at Imperial Capital University anyway.
At worst, I'll just lay low here until I'm strong enough to leave.
Forget it, I don't want to think about him anymore. My good mood for the day has been ruined.
Meanwhile, the forum was in an uproar.
Wow, Lin Zihong in this video got beaten up so badly. Who did it? Who's bold enough to beat up Lin Zihong?
The one who did it seems to be this year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer, Su Huijin.
Guys, I know why Lin Zihong got beaten up. I was there at the scene. Su Huijin and his group had just come out of the cafeteria when Lin Zihong provoked them. Lin Zihong was dissatisfied with the national top scorer and wanted to challenge him. He ended up saying a bunch of
insulting things to Su Huijin and made the first move, but got beaten up badly, with his limbs crippled.
I felt so satisfied watching it. Lin
Zihong is usually so arrogant, but this time he ran into someone tough.
Su Huijin wasn't afraid of his threats at all. In the video, Su Huijin's strength is indeed impressive.
He managed to cripple Lin Zihong with just physical combat, and Lin Zihong didn't even have a chance to
fight back.
By the way, Lin Zihong is supposedly ranked 15th nationally in the college entrance exam.
Why is the gap so huge? Could Lin Zihong's ranking be inflated, or is Su Huijin just too strong? Su Huijin's situation might not be good moving forward. Offending the Lin family of the imperial capital, they definitely won't let this go.
Their genius was beaten like this and even stepped on.
This isn't just Lin
Zihong's face, but the face of the entire Lin family.
I understand.
As long as Su Huijin dares to step out of the school gates, he'll face
retaliation. Exactly. The Lin family has always been so domineering. I really hope someone can put them in their place. Ah, satisfying. Brother Su is still so strong. I can't wait to compete with you again.
Romu said as he watched the video on the forum.
Young master, I didn't expect Su Huijin's physical skills to be so strong.
Although Lin Zihong underestimated him, he was still easily crushed. Su Huijin has truly grown rapidly, Li Ping praised.
Romu nodded.
Indeed, Brother Su's growth speed is truly shocking.
His invincible aura is already beginning to show. Romu won't lose to him either. Li Ping, who do you think would win if I competed with him again?
Li Ping answered. Without hesitation, of course, it would be young master.
During the last competition, you still had many techniques you didn't use. Otherwise, how could you possibly lose? Romu shook his head lightly.
A loss is a loss, there's no excuse to be made.
If I had known, I should have
participated in this college entrance exam. I thought it would be troublesome and didn't go, but I didn't expect the rewards to be so generous.
What a pity. And Romo looked out the window, lost in thought. Old Wang, why did you choose to go to Magic City University? I originally planned to introduce you to Brother Su. Oh well, you'll meet sooner or later anyway.
Rong Lingling said to Lang Ruatong, Tongjia, have you
seen the forum?
Su Huijin has become so much stronger and even kept his long hair.
Unfortunately, Su Huijin is in danger later. Before he even came to the imperial capital, I had already heard of Lin Zihong's notorious reputation.
The Lin family is not to be trifled with.
Lung. Ruatong smiled faintly.
Huijin has become even more handsome, and his strength is growing stronger. The next moment, her expression suddenly
turned cold. Lin Zihong, you've already walked into a dead end. Rong Lingling looked at Lang Ruatong's expression with some confusion. What's wrong, Tong Jia? Lang Ruatong's expression immediately returned to normal. It's nothing, just feeling a bit emotional.
That day we parted has already been over half a year. I didn't expect Su Huijin's strength to increase so much. He's truly a genius.
Rong Lingling nodded. In agreement. I think so too. Old Qin, did you see the news on the forum? An elder asked another elder. I saw it. These young ones are really full of energy. Old Qin, don't you have any reaction?
That's your son's disciple.
This person was Qin Yilong, father of Qin Lan Hut, and the dean of the Space Department at Imperial Capital Academy.
The one asking him was Wang Yangzi, dean of the Time Department at Imperial
Capital Academy. Qin Yilong shook his head.
Let the younger generation handle their own matters. What I can do is keep those old guys in check.
The rest is beyond me. Wang Yangzi smiled helplessly.
You old guy, that's your grand disciple. By the way, is Lan Hut still in seclusion?
It's been over half a year. Qin Yilong nodded slightly. Yes, after all, he's aiming to break through to the Rule Realm. It can't be rushed.
It'll probably take another half year or so.
Let's hope he succeeds in one go this time. Ha, old Qin, don't worry. If you could successfully break through, why not your genius son? Lan Hut is only in his 60s, still in his prime.
Speaking of which, he's so young but acts like a middle-aged man.
Qin Yilong sighed helplessly.
He said that as the vice dean of the Space Department at Imperial Capital University,
he needs to maintain some dignity so that students don't think he's too young and lacks authority. Let him be. By the way, why did your grandson choose to study at Magic City University? Wang Yangzi suddenly became indignant. Speaking of this, it makes me angry. I told him to
study in the Imperial Capital, but he insisted on going to Magic City, saying something about not meeting too early.
Really? We're old now. We can't understand the thoughts of young people these days, Qin Yilong said with emotion. What do you mean old? We're only over 300 years old. This is the prime time to make our mark. Qin Yilong's gaze suddenly turned a bit despondent. There are still over 200 years left until my end. If I can't break through to the law realm, this life will be wasted. The path of space is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Enough, my time is also limited. All I can do is protect the younger generation. Useless. You went to provoke someone and ended up beaten half to death. How could the Lin family have such a disgrace like you?
At this moment, Lin Zihong sat in a wheelchair like a bound Zongzi, his head lowered, not daring to look at the man in front of him.
You've completely shamed the Lin family. You're tarnishing our name. How could you be so foolish as to challenge the number one on the national rankings? Did you train so hard that you broke your brain? Speak.
Lin Zihong said with some grievance. I just couldn't stand that guy.
He's just someone from a small place. Why should he surpass all of us?
But I didn't expect him to be so strong. Lin, who was furious at this point.
Utter stupidity. What right do you have to question others? There's a gap of over 10 ranks between you two.
You can't even beat the 10th rank, yet you dare to say such things.
Lin Zihong silently lowered his head, saying nothing. If you hadn't been brought back in time, you'd be a cripple by now. Otherwise, you'd be stuck in the Spirit Sea realm for the rest of your life. What a disgrace.
From today on, until school starts, you're not allowed to step out of the
house. If I see you leave, you'll stay home forever.
At this moment, a servant knocked on the door and entered to report.
Knock, knock, knock.
Lin, who calmed himself slightly and said, Come in.
Second elder, the family head has summoned you. Understood. Take him back to his room. The servant lowered his head and replied, yes, second elder. With that, Lin Hu left the room. Lin Zihong, seeing this, finally let out a sigh of relief. But immediately after, his expression turned ferocious. Su Huijin, I will never let you off. Just wait, I'll make you suffer. Endlessly. The servant, frightened by this scene, trembled and asked, young master, shall we go? Let's go. After leaving, Lin Hu quickly made his way to the Lin family head's location. Before long, he arrived. Entering the courtyard, he saw a burly middle-aged man sitting on a stone bench, exuding a powerful aura. Lin Hu quickly asked, family head, you called for me? The Lin family head sat with his eyes closed, one hand resting on the stone table, tapping his fingers rhythmically. The atmosphere grew tense. After an unknown amount of time, the Lin family head opened his eyes, and a powerful pressure instantly bore down on Lin Hu. Lin Hu broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to breathe heavily. Second elder, is this how you educate your son? It's one thing to let it slide normally, but now he's gone and provoked Su Huijin. Don't. You know that he's already caught the attention of many influential figures? Your son is pushing our Lin family to the brink of disaster. Ah. Lin Hu swallowed hard. My apologies, family head. It's my failure in guidance. He's brought shame to the family. My son only wanted to prove himself. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. The Lin family head snorted coldly. Humph. Someone ranked in the teens challenging. The number one, what kind of proof is that? I see that Lin Zihong, relying on the family's backing, has no sense of the bigger picture. From today on, his cultivation resources will be halved, and his qualification to compete for the family head position is revoked. Let him reflect properly. The Lin family head's oppressive aura gradually dissipated. Lin Hu quickly bowed. Thank you, family head. Also, don't go looking for trouble with Su Huijin anymore. Right now, he's a walking disaster. Anyone who crosses him will suffer. Do you understand? I understand. The Lin family head waved his hand. You may leave. From now on, keep your son strictly in check. Don't let anything else happen. Yes, family head. Lin Hu bowed as he retreated. Subsequently, he flew straight back to his home. Seriously, why is he so impressive? If my strength weren't a notch lower, would it be your turn to become the family head? And you dare to lecture me. Once I complete that plan, the first person I'll kill is you. And that ungrateful son, once he's healed, I must teach him a lesson. Xiaoying. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the ground, half kneeling. Master. Send someone to keep an eye on Imperial Capital University. As soon as Su Huijin shows up, find an opportunity to deal with him. Yes, master. Immediately, Xiaoying sank back into the ground. Su Huijin, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for making me lose face. I will never give you the chance to grow. Once you're dead, you'll be worthless, ha ha ha. Achoo. Su Huijin sneezed and rubbed his nose. Who's cursing me? Whatever. Now that I've offended the Lin family, how am I supposed to claim my reward? Suddenly, Su Huijin seemed to think of something. Alright, it showed that the reward could only be claimed in the Imperial Capital, but it didn't specify that it had to be at Imperial Capital University. Let's check. Su Huijin then logged into his official Dragon Nation account. Sure enough, there was a claim button, but it was currently grayed out. He had to select all the rewards before he could claim them. 30 top-grade Spirit Stones, SS grade. Battle Weapons, SS grade Battle Armor, a bottle of SS grade Body Refining Liquid, 3 top-tier Offensive Martial Techniques, an S grade Dual Terrain Vehicle, and 2 months of cultivation at the Yufeng Tower. Among these, the 30 top-grade Spirit Stones, SS grade Body Refining Liquid, and Yufeng Tower cultivation are fixed rewards. The rest can be chosen. Let's start by looking at the SS grade Battle Weapons. Su Huijin clicked in and found only 5 weapons. 2 knives, 1 sword, 1 spear, and 1 halberd. You haven't learned to use weapons other than knives, so that leaves just these 2 knives. One was called Bloodthirst, and the other was called Woundbreaker. These names sound pretty powerful. Bloodthirst absorbs the enemy's blood energy upon hitting them. The more it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. Woundbreaker prevents the enemy's injuries from healing and causes continuous bleeding, but it's limited to those below the rule realm. Damn, both of these knives are pretty awesome. The descriptions are short but concise. As expected of SS grade weapons.
Woundbreaker's effect is incredible, but its limitation is significant. It becomes ineffective once the enemy reaches the rule realm, as they have ways to heal injuries. Then I'll choose Bloodthirst. Its upper limit is high, and once it absorbs enough blood energy, could it surpass even SSS grade weapons? I'm a bit excited. You're the one. Currently, I have 2 A grade battle knives, 1 A grade spear, and 1 S grade bow. One of the knives was given to me by my master, the other by Suku after the college entrance exams. The spear is from the Jade-Faced Spearman, and the bow was bought from Old Chi. Not bad except for the bow, the rest were free. Next up is the SS grade battle armor. I already have an S grade spatial battle armor given by my master, which is good enough for me. Let's see if there's anything better. Again, there were 5 sets of battle armor. They came in different colors, white, black, red, platinum, and black gold, each with distinct effects. The white armor boosts skill power by 30% but has average defense. The black armor excels in defense, while its other functions are relatively balanced. The red armor provides significant bonuses for fire-type ability users. The platinum armor enhances light-type ability users. This black gold armor. Could this be a coincidence? It's perfect for spatial ability users. It boosts spatial ability power by 20% and has defense strong enough to withstand attacks from the domain realm. Although I might not be able to endure too many hits, it's still outstanding. Its appearance is also top-notch. You're the one. Alright, the battle armor is chosen. Now, let's take a look at this S-Class dual-mode land and sky vehicle. After Su Huijin clicked in, he saw only 3 vehicles. 2 war chariots and 1 motorcycle. The 2 war chariots are heavily armed but lack flexibility. On the other hand, this motorcycle suits me better, compact, stylish, agile, fast, and consumes fewer spirit stones. Powered by spirit stone energy, 1 top-grade spirit stone can keep it running at full speed for 15 days. On land, it can travel over 10,000 kilometers in an hour. My goodness, its speed in the air is even faster. This is exactly what I want. Now I have a vehicle too. Luckily, I got my license before heading to the Blood Dragon pool. Otherwise, even with a vehicle, I wouldn't be able to ride it. Finally, there are these 3 top-tier martial techniques. The body control technique already amazed me. I wonder if these will surprise me even more. I hope I can get a physical copy this time. It should be rarer than the digital version. My strength is about to take another leap forward. Too bad these won't arrive until tomorrow. I've already waited for months, so one more day won't hurt. Then, Su Huijin clicked on the martial techniques option, which listed 10 techniques. Absolute Wound Fist, 100-turn blade technique, Bo Shang Palm, Heartless Sword technique, Star Step, Shadowless Movement technique, Chaos Star Fist, Heaven and Earth Finger, Dragon Halberd technique, Divine Evolution Bow technique. After reading the descriptions, Su Huijin showed a surprised expression. As expected of top-tier martial techniques, they're truly incredible. Absolute Wound Fist, a punch that wounds upon contact. Once it hits the enemy, the wound cannot heal. Effective below the domain realm, above that, it depends on luck. 100-turn blade technique, contains over 100 blade techniques, each move no less than an advanced martial technique. When combined, it can split mountains and seas. Bo Shang Palm strength as mighty as a mountain, capable of destroying everything. Heartless Sword technique, requires a heart devoid of emotion. Each strike carries immense power. Star Step, at a certain level of cultivation, one can shatter stars underfoot. Even at lower levels, it allows for cross-realm combat. Extremely difficult to master, so choose carefully. Shadowless Movement technique, speed so fast that the figure becomes invisible. Chaos Star Fist, a single punch unleashes hundreds of fist imprints. Heaven and Earth Finger, a single point silences heaven and earth. Dragon Halberd technique. Each strike delivers a dragon imprint attack, requiring a halberd. Divine Evolution Bow technique, gathers spiritual energy to shoot mysterious arrows, difficult to defend against. Few every martial technique is so powerful. I'll first rule out the Dragon Halberd technique and Heartless Sword technique. I don't use those two. I also won't choose a movement technique, spatial abilities are already flexible enough, and the Swift Ape movement technique I have now is sufficient. Absolute Wound Fist has a low upper limit, above the domain realm, it relies on luck. Bo Shang Palm feels average, the open Sun Palm is more useful for now. The 100-turn blade technique is great. Over 100 blade techniques combined into one with immense power. I happen to need a blade technique, so this one is a good
Choice. StarStep also has great potential. I'm not afraid of difficult cultivation, only of insufficient power.
The description says it can shatter stars. How terrifying.
StarStep is also a good choice.
Chaos Star Fist and Heaven and Earth Finger are out, they don't help me much. The last one, Divine Evolution Bow Technique, is quite interesting. It pairs perfectly with my Dragon Phoenix Pilgrimage Bow, making it one of my trump cards. Only Han Shu, Lu Hanyu, and that old man Chi know I have the bow. No one else does, so it might catch others off guard. And this Dragon Phoenix Pilgrimage Bow, it
feels like it's more than just S-Class. There's an indescribable feeling about it.
Alright, I'll choose these, 100-turn blade technique, StarStep, and Divine Evolution Bow Technique.
Top-tier martial techniques are already this strong. I can't imagine how powerful God-tier techniques must be. I heard there are only a few on the entire Blue Star.
With this set, my strength will rise to a new level.
Again.
Although being number one on the national network draws attention, the benefits are real.
Enough thinking. Since I have to wait until tomorrow for them to arrive, I'll focus on cultivation for now.
The Lin Zihong incident fermented overnight, and basically the entire Imperial Capital University knew about it. Not only Imperial Capital University, but almost the entire Imperial Capital was aware.
Lin
Zihong's reputation was notorious, and many people secretly thought it was well-deserved. The Lin family's face was completely lost, and the family head was helpless, only able to vent his anger on Lin Hu. Su Huijin was now highly regarded by the upper echelons, and anyone daring to touch him was courting death.
An SSS-level spatial ability, coupled with top-tier talent, was practically a gold standard among gold standards. However, what people didn't know was that Su Huijin's ability had already mutated, with power far exceeding the SSS-level spatial ability.
The next morning, Su Huijin slowly opened his eyes, and exhaled a breath of turbid air.
No wonder this is Imperial Capital University.
A night of cultivation here is equivalent to several days of progress outside. It seems I'll soon reach the 6th level
of the Spirit Sea Realm. Reaching the Sky Realm by the end of this semester doesn't sound impossible either. In another month, it'll be the 1-year anniversary of my ability awakening. Such rapid advancement is truly astonishing.
Wang Kelly? The number one prodigy of the Imperial Capital, let's see who's stronger between us. Ding 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 ding. The alarm at the door rang.
Su Huijin glanced
over, his reward had finally arrived. He quickly brought it inside a box containing a storage ring.
The items should be stored in here.
With a thought, the contents inside appeared.
The first thing that
caught his eye was a driver, a sleek black and gold design. Su Huijin noticed that the Imperial Capital really favored these two colors. The motorcycle had a stylish and imposing appearance, with a groove designed for placing spirit stones. Su Huijin inserted a top-grade spirit stone, mounted the motorcycle, and rode it outside the villa. With a gentle twist of the throttle, the motorcycle shot forward, startling him. However, he quickly adjusted and began mastering the vehicle. After circling the villa a few times, he stopped.
This is amazing. In my previous life, I also had a dream of owning a motorcycle.
I planned to buy one once my job stabilized. What a pity. But now, I've fulfilled my little dream.
From today onward, you'll be called Dayun.
Su Huijin stored the motorcycle back into the storage space
and returned indoors. Next was the battle suit, a black and gold exterior adorned with numerous mechanical patterns.
After putting it on, the suit automatically adjusted to fit his body.
Though snug, it
didn't feel hot and could regulate temperature, truly achieving warmth in winter and coolness in summer.
Moreover, the suit featured some advanced technological equipment. During combat, the suit would extend
to his hands and feet, with energy cannons capable of firing from the palms.
Although the power was only at the Spirit Sea Realm level, the effect was still impressive. After all, it could enhance the
abilities of spatial ability users by 20% and resist attacks from those below the domain realm, a truly remarkable feature.
All that's left are these 3 martial arts manuals. I'll put them away for now. I need to head out, and I'll review them tonight when I return.
Su Huijin stored everything back into the storage space, except for Dayun. He rode Dayun out of the villa, with today's destination being the school's gravity chamber. Su Huijin had researched some of Imperial Capital University's renowned facilities, and the gravity chamber was one of them.
Breaking records or improving rankings here could earn academic credits.
The gravity chamber rankings were divided by year, from freshmen to seniors, with the top 20 rankings recorded.
Each rank advancement earned credits. the rewards for challenging the
rankings for the first time were generous. Rank 20 awarded 100 credits, with each subsequent rank increasing by 20 credits. Rank 19 earned 120, rank 18 earned 140, and so on.
Every 5 ranks added an extra
100 credits. For example, rank 15 awarded 300 credits, and rank 10 awarded 500. Once entering the top 4, the rewards increased significantly. Rank 5 awarded 700 credits, rank 4 awarded 800, rank 3 awarded 1,000, rank 2 awarded 1,300, and rank 1 awarded 1,500. If you can break the freshman record, you can earn 5,000 credits, and the reward for climbing the leaderboard the fastest is 2,000.
However, there's bad news: if you break your own record, you won't get extra points.
The leaderboard rewards are settled monthly, and geniuses usually rush to climb the ranks at the beginning and end of the month to secure
their positions.
Some even make another push mid-month. After all, at Imperial Capital University, credits are more important than money or spirit stones.
With enough credits, you can navigate smoothly. Su Huijin had already earned 1,000 credits, but who would complain about having too many? Soon, Su Huijin arrived at the gravity chamber.
He was becoming more skilled at piloting the transport vehicle,
growing bolder and driving faster.
The building before him was made entirely of metal. It didn't look particularly special from the outside, just very large.
Su Huijin glanced around and noticed many students heading inside. He followed them in.
As soon as he entered, he found the place packed with people, all engaged in lively discussions. On the left side of the hall was a large screen displaying real-time
ranking data, surrounded by a crowd of students talking about it.
Su Huijin stepped forward to check the screen's content. The name in first place shocked him.
Annihilation, you're really impressive. You must
not have been at the school for long, yet you've already taken the top spot. The 20th place was Lin Zihong, but Su Huijin didn't recognize most of the other names.
Around him, people were constantly discussing Rumu.
This young master of the Ni family is truly strong.
He took first place in the gravity chamber rankings just a few days ago.
He's only been at Imperial Capital University for 10 days.
Right? Yeah, I was there when it happened.
The first time he came to the gravity chamber, he shot straight from 20th to first place, as expected of the Ni family's young master.
His strength is among the top 3 in the Imperial capital.
Not to mention, he's challenged many geniuses in the capital. Aside from the young master of the Wang family, no one seems to have beaten him.
Unfortunately, the Wang family's young master went to Magic City University. It looks like this year's top freshman is undoubtedly him. Hey, don't underestimate others. You must not know about Su Huijin, the National College entrance exam's top scorer.
I heard he crippled Lin Zihong's limbs yesterday.
That's so satisfying.
Even so, there's still a gap between Su Huijin and him.
Being bold doesn't necessarily mean being strong. Crippling Lin Zihong was quite daring.
Su Huijin, standing nearby, overheard the conversation and somehow became the topic of discussion. He cleared his throat a few times.
Ahem. But they continued chatting enthusiastically. Ahem. Still, no one paid attention. Ahem, 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 ahem. Finally, someone couldn't hold back.
What are you coughing for? Turning around, they saw Su Huijin smiling at them.
The person froze, then asked, "What's the matter?"
The others also turned and froze when they saw him.
The scene instantly fell silent. Fellow classmates, are you enjoying your conversation? The group immediately felt awkward. Su, we didn't mean to discuss you on purpose. Others chimed in, yes, Su, we didn't mean anything by it.
Su Huijin shook his head helplessly and then walked toward the
front desk.
Entering the gravity chamber required credits, as it was a place for cultivation. Each session cost 50 credits for 2 hours.
If you didn't have enough credits, you had to pay up before entering. Senior, I'd like to stay for 4 hours.
The senior at the front desk was very pretty and smiled as she said, "That'll be 100 credits.
You must be new here, right? Our default credit balance is 100. Once you use it up, it's gone.
If your credits are 0 by the end of the semester, you'll be expelled."
Su Huijin smiled and nodded. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I have plenty of credits. Please, issue me a pass. The senior didn't say much more. I'll need you to scan your face first.
All right. After Su Huijin scanned his face, the senior handed him a number plate.
After finding the corresponding
gravity room, insert this number plate into the activation slot, and it will start.
All right, Thank you, senior. Su Huijin turned and went to look for the gravity room.
The senior glanced at the screen and was startled. The person ranked first nationwide. The people who had been discussing Su Huijin earlier breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their heated conversation.
Oh my god, that was so awkward. We were talking about him, and he was standing right behind us.
Yeah, I can't believe it. But it looks like he's heading to the gravity room too.
Do you think he'll make it onto the leaderboard? Faster than Romu?
I think it's unlikely. The gap in foundation is obvious. What does Su Huijin have to compete with?
How about a bet?
How?
Bet 100 academic credits. I bet he'll be faster than Romu.
Alright, I'll take that bet.
I bet he'll be slower than Romu.
Watch me win big.
That's not certain.
Winning or losing is all up to fate. In truth, one of the men silently prayed in his
heart, Su Huijin, you have to win.
If you win, I'll bet on you for everything in the future. Meanwhile, the other man cursed Su Huijin in his mind. Don't you dare win.
Those 100 academic credits took me ages to earn.
Before long, Su Huijin found the room with the corresponding number. It looked no different from an ordinary martial arts training room, except it was equipped with more devices.
It looks pretty ordinary. Doesn't seem all that special.
Su Huijin surveyed the room, then inserted the number plate into the slot. The screen immediately lit up, displaying options to set the gravity level.
The
lowest level was 200 Gene, and the highest reached 1 million Gene, roughly equivalent to 500 tons. He started with 200 Gene. This 200 Gene gravity feels like nothing.
Let's increase it. The second level, 500 Gene, still felt like nothing.
The third level, 1000 Gene, also felt like nothing. At the 10th level, 10,000 Gene, he began to feel a slight gravitational pull but still found it easy.
At the 11th level,
20,000 Gene, it was still manageable. It wasn't until 200,000 Gene that he finally felt immense pressure. 200,000 Gene is approximately 100 tons, akin to the weight of 20 adult Asian elephants pressing
down on him.
This was only possible because Su Huijin's body, at the 5th level of the void-traversing realm, could withstand such immense pressure. At this point, Su Huijin was panting heavily.
200,000 Gene. Is this my limit? I feel like I can't move under this gravity. Let's adapt to it first.
At this moment, Su Huijin couldn't even lift his hands and could only stand in place.
Outside, people were abuzz with discussion.
In this era, physical strength didn't seem to be highly valued. Even the descendants of prominent families only developed their physical strength in sync with their cultivation level. Few could push their physical limits like Su Huijin. For freshmen at Imperial University, reaching the void-traversing realm by the end of the year was already an achievement reserved for prodigies. Even so, their physical capabilities couldn't compare to Su Huijin's.
With the enhancement of the blood dragon pool, his physique was inherently stronger than that of an ordinary void-traversing realm cultivator.
Generally, those with exceptional talent and supernatural abilities tended to have weaker physical bodies. It was extremely rare to find someone like Su Huijin, who excelled in both supernatural
abilities and physical strength.
At this moment, Su Huijin had already broken the record for the fastest entry onto the leaderboard. To qualify, one only needed to endure a certain wait for 5 minutes.
And Su Huijin had just shattered the record.
Everyone was dumbfounded as they saw Su Huijin's ranking on the screen. Next to his name, it displayed 200,000 Gene and noted broke the fastest leaderboard
entry record.
The guy who had placed the bet felt like the sky was falling.
How is this possible? How could he be so fast?
Under normal circumstances, people would adapt to each new level before
advancing to the next.
But Su Huijin had charged straight to his limit without even considering adaptation.
This has left him unable to even lift his arms. Someone broke the silence, and the people around began to chatter.
The guy who won the bet was overjoyed.
Wow, Su Huijin, you really are my lucky star.
Come on, brother, time to fulfill your promise. Your judgment isn't good enough, you should rely
on me.
The guy looked dejected as he transferred the credits.
It was pure luck.
I didn't expect Su Huijin to be faster than Romu and even break the record.
I admit defeat this time. Damn.
The people nearby couldn't help but laugh. You still need more practice. Others were equally astonished.
Damn, Su Huijin is incredible.
You have to understand, this record was extremely difficult to break. It required entering the gravity chamber for the first time to qualify, and then achieving a ranking at lightning speed to have a chance at breaking the record.
Su Huijin happened to meet all the
criteria, taking the top spot on the freshman leaderboard on his first attempt. That's how he managed to break the record. At this moment, Su Huijin was in the gravity chamber.
He could finally lift his arms and began walking slowly. His entire body was drenched in sweat, dripping onto the floor, and he was panting heavily. Huff, huff, huff. This soreness, even walking, is exhausting. If I hadn't soaked in the blood dragon pool back then, even with my physical body breaking through to the 5th level of the void realm, I wouldn't have been able to withstand this 200,000 gene gravity. If I get the chance, I must soak in the other top 10 blood pools. 2 hours later. This 200,000 gene gravity is manageable now. I can perform some basic movements, but large-scale motions are still impossible. Su Huijin deactivated the gravity, lay on the ground, and took deep breaths. Time to rest. He felt soreness all over his muscles but also noticed a slight increase in strength. It was definitely worth it. Gravity training cost 50 credits for 2 hours, but it was absolutely worth it. Enhancing physical strength had always been a significant expense. Even at the same level, body strengthening potions were much more expensive. Many people couldn't afford these potions, making the gravity chamber a more cost-effective option. Su Huijin sat up, drank a few bottles of stamina recovery potions, and took out some body-refining elixirs from the pyramid, stuffing them directly into his mouth. He immediately felt a burning sensation in his body, and the pain in his limbs intensified. It was already painful, and now it was even worse. He activated the gravity again, directly setting it to 200,000 gene, but that wasn't enough. Su Huijin activated the body control technique, doubling his physical strength, and finally adjusted the gravity to 250,000 gene, his limit. He gritted his teeth in pain and sat cross-legged on the ground. This is unbearable. It feels like my body is about to be crushed. Don't underestimate the additional 50,000 gene. After 200,000 gene, every extra gene felt like an additional 100,000 gene to Su Huijin. Fortunately, the body control technique supported him. He desperately refined the elixirs, and to his surprise, the refining process was even faster with this setup. Meanwhile, the rankings outside changed again. Although the positions remained the same, a new record was added to another list. Freshman. Record broken. 250,000 gene, ***. It had been 200 years since the last record was broken. Today, that record was finally shattered. The screen on the leaderboard changed, revealing another list. Su Huijin's name replaced that of the previous legendary figure as the highest record holder in freshman history. Everyone was stunned. Some had their mouths wide open, too shocked to speak. Oh my god! Su Huijin broke the highest freshman record in history. Damn, a freshman who's only been here for a day broke a record that stood for over 200 years. How strong must his body be? The reason for their excitement was that the previous record holder was a legendary figure from the Dragon Nation, the saint himself, Jin Yanyu. He broke the saint's record. My god, this is huge news. Could he be the next saint? On campus, many people started taking out their devices to take photos and post them on the campus forum, with some even sharing them outside. The Gravity Room's official account quickly edited a message and posted it on the forum. #Our university's freshman, Su Huijin, has broken 2 Gravity Room records, surpassing the saint. This message instantly set the forum ablaze. Oh my god, Su Huijin just arrived yesterday and has already dominated the forum for 2 days. No way, he actually surpassed the saint. Could this be real? Not only the freshmen, but also the sophomores, juniors, and seniors saw the news. Each one shocked. They all knew how difficult it was to break the Gravity Room records, especially the highest record, which hadn't been surpassed in over 200 years. Just think about it, the saint is the strongest person on Blue Star, and the record he set had remained unbroken until now. Finally, someone had surpassed it. What did you say? Su Huijin broke the freshman Gravity Room record? Is this true? Headmaster, it's absolutely true. How could I lie to you? This news has already exploded across the forum, and even people outside the school know about it. He really did break the record. The headmaster calmed down after hearing this. Increase protection, but do not intervene unless it's a life or death situation. Understood, headmaster. Su Huijin, you truly keep surprising us. Even Xiaoji's record has been broken. 200 years. From a little beggar to the saint you are today, I awakened my abilities during the early days of the alien invasion and reached the law realm over 200 years.
When I found you in the garbage heap back then, I already saw your talent. Sure enough, it only took you 10 years to go from awakening your abilities to reaching the law realm.
Such talent is unheard of.
It took me over 200 years. I paved the way from the beginning, creating many foundations, but the records you set remained unbroken for 200 years.
No one could touch them. Now, you've gone from a small
base city to ranking first nationally, and even your record has been broken.
Could it be that another you is about to appear?
Su Huijin has gone from awakening his abilities to now, and in just under a year, he's already at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm.
Your shadow is becoming more and more apparent.
The headmaster then sighed and shook his head.
Ah, getting old really makes one talk to oneself.
He gazed at the blazing sun, his eyes seemingly filled with endless loneliness and melancholy.
Xiaoji, where are you now? Ugh damn, I'm going to be crushed to death. Refine it for me. Half an hour later. Clang!
Su Huijin's body suddenly felt much lighter, but within seconds, the gravity pressed down on him again, making it hard to breathe. He adjusted the gravity to 200,000 pounds and
instantly felt a sense of relief.
My physique has advanced another level.
Could it be that my physique will reach the Nirvana realm before my ability breaks through to the flight realm? I didn't expect the combination of gravity and body refining potions to allow another breakthrough.
There's still about an hour left, and the time for the body refinement technique is up.
250,000 pounds is no
longer feasible. I'll just stay at 200,000 pounds.
Afterward, Su Huijin consolidated his physical body.
When the time was up, he immediately walked out. As soon as he stepped into the hall, everyone was staring at him, leaving Su Huijin utterly confused.
What's going on here?
One of the students pointed at him.
Guys, it's Su Huijin.
In an instant, everyone swarmed toward him like zombies besieging a
city.
However, from their words, Su Huijin quickly understood the truth.
So that's why they're all looking at me like this. It's because I broke the record. No wonder.
Before coming to the gravity room, Su
Huijin had looked up some information.
The previous holder of the freshman gravity room record was none other than today's saint. Suddenly, he felt something.
What, did someone just touched my butt? No, my pecs.
Oh, come on, these perverts, time to get out of here. He forcefully pushed everyone aside and quickly left the gravity chamber. Taking out the grand transport from his storage space, he left the
scene directly.
Many people secretly lamented, regretting that they forgot to exchange contact information.
Not long after, Su Huijin returned to his dormitory.
After taking a shower, he lay on the bed.
These people are too crazy. There are perverts hiding in the crowd.
Suddenly, Su Huijin had a flash of inspiration and took out his phone to browse the forums.
Sure enough, the screen was filled with news about him.
There was almost no other content, even the official account of the imperial capital had posted about it. It could be said that the entire Dragon Nation now knew that Su Huijin had broken the
record once held by the saint.
Even though it was just one record, it was shocking, as no one had achieved it in 200 years. I've only been here for 2 days, and I've been trending non-stop.
Isn't
this a bit too high profile? He muttered to himself. Whatever, I might as well be even more high profile in the future, he thought to himself.
If someone wants me dead, I'll just show them what I'm capable of.
Forget it.
At that moment, his phone rang. He glanced at it. It was Han Shu calling.
Han Shu's voice was particularly loud, almost uncontrollably excited.
Hey, Huijin. When did you sneak off to the gravity chamber without us? And you even broke the record. Now the entire Dragon Nation knows what you're up to. Su Huijin responded helplessly, I didn't mean to. I didn't expect breaking the
record would cause such a big stir.
I just wanted to try out the gravity chamber today. You know, my physical strength is stronger than my current abilities. So I went to check it out, and I ended up breaking the record and earning extra credits. I really didn't expect it. Han Shu complained, are you showing off? What do you mean just checked it out and broke the record? You're practically a monster. It feels like your talent is already on par with the saint. Su Huijin waved it off. Alright, stop flattering me. You didn't call just for this, did you?
Han Shu's tone shifted. Actually, there's something else.
Lu Hengyu just called me.
He said he couldn't reach you, probably because you were in the gravity chamber, so he called me instead. He said that tomorrow, a few of us are meeting up with Rumu.
It's a gathering organized by Rumu.
Su Huijin thought of that green-haired guy.
Alright, got it. What time? Meet at the usual spot at 11 a.m. Got it.
After hanging up,
Su Huijin quickly took out a martial arts manual and began studying treading stars. This martial art is truly exquisite. The flexibility in the use of leg techniques is incredible. Once my realm improves to mastery, treading stars will be no problem. To truly tread across the stars, I might need to reach the law realm. With my current strength, I can at most destroy a small district in an instant. Only at the sky realm can I split mountains and rivers? Sigh. The entire night, Su Huijin memorized 3 martial arts manuals and practiced each one. The difficulty of cultivation was no less than that of the body mastery technique, though the 100-turn blade technique was slightly easier. The body mastery technique remained significantly more challenging. He couldn't imagine who had created it. Ha! Half an hour later, Su Huijin put away his blade techniques. The 100-turn blade technique is indeed ingenious. 100 blade moves are enough to keep me busy for a while. Treading stars and the divine bow technique still have no breakthroughs. Once I cultivate these martial arts to mastery or perfection, advancing to the upper 3 realms will be sufficient. It's getting late. I should freshen up. I haven't seen Romu in over half a year. I wonder how much his strength has improved. At 10:30, Su Huijin rode his motorcycle out of the dormitory and arrived at their agreed meeting spot. Hanshu was already there, as his dormitory was closer to the location. Seeing Su Huijin's motorcycle, Hanshu's eyes lit up. Wow, Huijin, where did you get this motorcycle? Hanshu excitedly examined the motorcycle. It's so cool. This motorcycle is a reward for ranking nationally in the college entrance exam. Although there are other combat vehicles, I think motorcycles are more agile and cooler, so I chose this one. Hanshu nodded enviously. When I have the ability, I'll get one too. Su Huijin put the motorcycle back into the storage space and then asked, is it just you? Haven't the other 2 arrived yet? Yeah, they should be here soon. Didn't you run into them on the way? Su Huijin shook his head. No, maybe I was driving too fast. It took me less than 3 minutes to get here from the dormitory. Alright then. Eventually, the 2 waited for more than 10 minutes, and the others arrived one after another. Sorry for being late. It's fine, it's not time to gather yet. At this moment, Jiang Yan came running over. Guys, I just saw a motorcycle speeding by. It zoomed past in an instant. Lu Hanyu nodded as well. I saw it too. I was walking, and suddenly I heard a sound next to me. Then I saw a motorcycle disappear in front of me at an incredible speed. I wonder why someone would drive so fast. Are they rushing to reincarnate? Su Huijin felt a bit awkward. Since everyone is here, let's go. Hanshu stifled a laugh. Su Huijin glared at him, and Hanshu quickly said, let's go, let's head over first. Alright. The group arrived at the cafeteria again, but this time they headed upstairs. The higher the floor of the cafeteria, the more expensive the prices. They reached the top floor. As soon as they entered, they felt the luxurious atmosphere, comparable to the Cloud restaurant in Fish City. Everyone looked closely and saw a man with long green hair sitting in a chair with his back to them, accompanied by another man standing nearby. The top floor had only the 2 of them and some staff. The green-haired man stood up and turned around upon hearing the commotion, smiling as he approached. Huijin, Lu, long time no see. The 2 nodded. Long time no see, brother and I. It's been over half a year, and your strength has improved quite a bit. And Iruma waved his hand. Don't say that. Huijin, on the other hand, you've been making quite a stir lately. You even broke the record of the saint himself, truly extraordinary talent. Ha, don't praise me, we're all about the same. Su Huijin looked at Li Ping. Long time no see, brotherly. Li Ping knew the young man before him now held a higher status than him. Long time no see, young Master Su. He then nodded slightly to the others nearby. And Iruma glanced at the others and then turned to Su Huijin. Aren't you going to introduce these 2? Oh, this is my childhood friend, Han Shu. Hello, hello. And this is a friend I made during the college entrance exam in Fish City, named Jiang Yan. You might have heard of him. And Irumu nodded slightly. I've heard a bit. Hello, hello. Please take a seat, everyone. Let's eat and chat. Alright. Waiter, serve the dishes. Soon, the table was filled with delicious food, making everyone's mouths water. Brother and I, this meal is truly extravagant. It must cost quite a few credits. And Iruma waved his hand. Credits are nothing, I have plenty. I just used a little money to exchange for them from some senior students. Plus, I was Admitted here with a scholarship, so I get extra reward credits. Feel free to eat. If it's not enough, order more. Then thank you, brother and I. You're welcome. By the way, Huaijin, you've attracted so much attention since you arrived at school. It's really impressive. Su Huaijin shook his head helplessly. Sigh, I didn't want this either. Yesterday, I just wanted to try out the gravity chamber, but I ended up breaking the record. Now it's hard not to be noticed. It's fine, it's a small matter. It just shows that Huaijin's strength is growing. I really want to know when we can spar again. Su Huaijin paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. You brat, this is your real goal, isn't it? Not possible for now. I need to focus on studying martial techniques and improving my strength for the next month. Romu looked slightly disappointed. Alright then, let's wait for the big competition at the end of the semester and have a proper match then. Su Huaijin didn't refuse. Sure. The group then started chatting casually. The atmosphere was lively, and no one was left out. If only one person was being talked to, the others might feel awkward, but that wasn't the case here. After all, the young master of the Ni family from the imperial capital was present. Han Shu and Lu Hanyu naturally showed him respect, and even Jiang Yan's family wanted to curry favor. After all, with strong figures in the Ni family, who would dare disrespect them? After finishing their meal, the group exchanged contact information. By the way, do you guys know what this year's military training will involve? The group shook their heads. No idea. Isn't it the same as previous years? The content hasn't changed in decades, right? Just strict training with some combat practice added in. Jiang Yan chimed in. Roma shook his head. This year's military training content has changed. It will be tougher and more challenging than before. Romu's expression turned serious. I heard some news from my family. Don't tell anyone else. As long as we know, that's enough. The group nodded. Don't worry, we're not the gossiping type. We understand the importance of this. Romu nodded. I heard that after this training, we will be sent to eliminate a cult. As for which cult specifically, I don't know. The group was shocked upon hearing this. What? A cult? This is completely different from the usual beast extermination missions. Cult members are not only insidious and cunning, but even some strong figures could lose their lives. And now they're sending us freshmen to deal with a cult. This is way harder than before. Su Huaijin furrowed his brows, seemingly deep in thought. However, I don't think the school would gamble with our lives. After all, there are many strong figures in cults. While it might be harder than before, it shouldn't be unreasonably difficult. Romu nodded. Huaijin is right. Higher difficulty means greater rewards. I heard the rewards this time are extremely generous, even involving cosmic crystals. The group widened their eyes. Brother and you're not joking, are you? Cosmic crystals. That stuff is fought over even by domain-level experts, and you're telling me the rewards include cosmic crystals. Calm down, everyone. This is just some hearsay. Whether it's true or not, no one knows. But it's possible. For example, the rewards for this year's college entrance exams were so good that I regret not participating. Huaijin will definitely see a significant boost in strength this time. Everyone looked at Su Huaijin. Indeed, this year's rewards were much better than before, and the difficulty of cultivation has also eased a lot. It seems the country might be planning something big recently. What we can do is improve our strength as quickly as possible to secure a chance of survival in these chaotic times. Jean is right. The world is becoming increasingly chaotic. Just recently, a beast tide launched a large-scale attack on Yucheng, causing heavy losses to our city. Let's all make our mark in these turbulent times. Let's do our best. *6. The group spent nearly 2 hours eating, most of the time chatting. They walked out of the cafeteria. Brother and thanks for treating us today. I'll treat you next time. Rumu nodded. Alright, I'll look forward to it. Okay, everyone, goodbye for now. I'm going into seclusion for a while. See you at the opening ceremony. The group bid him farewell. Everyone returned to the gathering spot. Su Huaijin took out his motorcycle. Lu Hengyu and Jiang Yan were dumbfounded. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Goodness, so it was you just now. How embarrassing. Where did you get the motorcycle? Su Huaijin also felt a bit awkward. It's the reward for the college entrance exam rankings. Alright, Su Huaijin replied. Then I'll be off. I'm going into seclusion for a month. See you at the opening ceremony.
After saying that, he twisted the throttle and sped off. The situation was just too awkward. The three of them stood there, looking
At each other.
Soon after, they also said their goodbyes.
A month later,
Su Huijin was practicing his martial techniques continuously in the training field.
Star step. A massive blue footprint appeared in the air and stomped down fiercely.
At that moment, a figure stood beneath the blue footprint, holding it up with both hands.
No matter how much force the footprint exerted, it couldn't press down any further.
The ground had already been shattered into a large pit by the powerful impact. The figure exerted strength with both hands and actually lifted the
footprint slightly.
Then, with a punch, the blue footprint shattered into pieces, dissipating into energy and vanishing into the air. Before the figure could react, a blade slashed toward him.
Seeing this,
the figure quickly disappeared from where he stood.
Next, the figure launched an offensive against the attacker.
Finally, the two collided fists, both being sent flying over 10 meters away, their gazes
locking onto each other.
As the dust gradually settled, upon closer inspection, it turned out to be two Su Huijins.
One of them suddenly disappeared from the spot.
Su Huijin muttered to himself, "It's been
so long, and I still haven't given up on studying this clone technique. But I can only create one clone. What am I missing?
In a month's time, I've reached minor mastery in several top-tier martial techniques. The first technique I learned, the body control art, still eludes full mastery.
Without a teacher's guidance, the progress is slow. My cultivation level has reached the 6th stage of the Spirit Sea realm.
Although my physical strength hasn't changed, I've mastered these top-tier martial techniques, and their power is quite impressive.
With my current Spirit Sea realm cultivation, I estimate I can fight against experts at the 9th stage without needing a clone.
That's great, the future is full of hope.
Xiaoro, what time is it? Master, it's now 7:45. Su Huijin's expression instantly turned frantic. Oh no, I'm going to be late for the opening ceremony. He quickly changed into new clothes, hopped onto his motorcycle, and sped toward the Imperial University Square. The streets weren't crowded, mostly filled with upperclassmen from sophomore and junior years coming to watch the ceremony. A speeding motorcycle caught everyone's curiosity.
In less than 10 minutes, Su Huijin arrived at the square,
finding it almost packed with people.
Everyone heard the sound of the motorcycle and turned to look in Su Huijin's direction. He got off the bike, took off his helmet, and felt a bit embarrassed under the
gazes around him.
He quickly stored his belongings in his storage space and casually found a spot to stand.
A boy next to him gave Su Huijin a thumbs up. Su, you're amazing.
You were almost late. Su Huijin was surprised to see someone talking to him.
You know me?
The boy chuckled helplessly.
Su, are you kidding? Who doesn't know you now?
The things you did a month ago were all incredible.
I bet.
There are very few people in the entire school who don't know you. The boy's words were true, and Su Huijin understood his current fame. National College Entrance Exam Champion, defeating Lin Zihong. Breaking the record of the Saint. These feats combined made it hard for anyone to forget him.
All right, fair enough.
The boy seemed to want to say more, but suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard.
The entire square of students immediately quieted down.
Su Huijin glanced over and found the figure somewhat familiar. The elder's eyes were as bright as stars, his frame thin, but even standing at a distance,
his powerful aura could be felt, an aura even Qin Lanhu couldn't compare to.
The elder spoke, his voice resonant.
Hello, students. Today is September 3rd, the official opening day of Imperial Capital University. Now, I declare, the opening ceremony of Imperial Capital University officially begins. Hello, students. I am Jun Yeshing, the principal of Imperial Capital University. It has been over 500 years since the great transformation of Blue Star. I personally witnessed the entire catastrophe. Alien races and beasts launched a large-scale invasion of Blue Star. At that time, we were completely unprepared and could only rely on nuclear weapons and some powerful arms to buy precious time.
Later, many people awakened supernatural abilities, and I was among the first batch of awakeners.
After a period of exploration, we finally mastered this power, and many secret realms appeared on Blue Star.
Through continuous adventures, we discovered numerous martial techniques and high-tech weapons.
Although we paid a heavy price, we used these powers to fight against the alien races and beasts, up until today.
I want to say, students, do not forget the humiliation of the past.
The world is undergoing another major change, and the alien races and beasts are stirring restlessly. I hope you can grow quickly, The nation needs you, the world needs you. Starting this year, the country will increase its investment
in cultivation resources, but these resources must be earned by yourselves. These resources were fought for by the warriors on the front lines, so I hope you won't waste even a single bit.
Students, do your best. I will witness your growth. That's all I have to say today. Next, the vice principal will address you.
As soon as the principal finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared from the
spot. The emotions of all the students on site were ignited.
As a powerhouse in the law realm, no one dared to take the principal's words lightly.
If they performed outstandingly, they might even catch
his attention and rise to prominence. At this moment, the vice principal also stepped onto the stage to speak.
His aura was much weaker than the principal's but still impressive.
It was said that the vice principal had already entered the law realm, and although he was only over 200 years old, he could break through to an even higher realm at any time.
In previous years, neither the principal nor the vice
principal gave speeches, but this year, for some reason, both of them took the stage.
Hello, students. I am Li Fan, the vice principal of Imperial Capital University. This year marks the 452nd anniversary
of the founding of Imperial Capital University.
With its long history, this is a cradle for geniuses, but it is also a death trap for geniuses. Over 80% of the students who graduate from our university
die on the battlefield, and another 10% die at the hands of their comrades. Those who survive become top-tier powerhouses in various regions.
Students from Imperial Capital University are like death warrants on the battlefield. All alien races prioritize killing you. I am not exaggerating, this is a reality you will inevitably face. I am giving you a choice. You can consider leaving the competition.
At Imperial Capital University is extremely fierce, and resources must be earned through your own abilities.
I hope you think carefully. Students who choose to leave can go to other excellent universities.
Otherwise, if you fail your final exams here, you will be directly expelled, which would be quite disgraceful. Of course, the knowledge here is the most advanced in the nation.
Additionally, apart
from the risk of expulsion in the first year, there is no such risk in the second year and beyond. Simply put, the first year is a screening process. Imperial Capital University only wants elites, not mediocrity.
Although you are proud to have been admitted to Imperial Capital University, this is just the beginning. True strength is the key.
That's all for my advice.
Now, let's talk about other matters. Starting tomorrow, you will undergo a 1-month military training. After the military training, you will be assigned to different colleges. College assignments are based on your supernatural abilities.
And you will also need to choose a martial arts course. Whether you use fists or swords, you'd better pray you pass your final exams.
Additionally, there will be a grand competition at the end of the
semester, and this will happen every semester except for the 4th year. I hope you make extraordinary progress this semester.
Our graduation standard is reaching the Nirvana realm, yet some of you are
still in the star condensation realm.
I don't know how you got admitted.
In previous years, over 90% of students at this level were advised to withdraw by the end of the semester.
So I hope you recognize your own situation. Don't blame me for being blunt, these are the facts. Your fate is in your own hands. Alright, I won't say more. The next moment, the vice principal disappeared from the spot.
The previously excited atmosphere was instantly dampened, and many students began considering whether to transfer to other schools. After all, some universities in previous years still accepted students from
Imperial Capital University. If you can get into Imperial Capital University, your talent is certainly not bad.
At this moment, Su Huijin understood very well. One plays the good cop, the other the bad
cop. But the vice principal isn't wrong. Students from prestigious schools are always easy targets, there's nothing surprising about that. Moreover, the competition at Imperial Capital University is fierce.
Those who graduate from here are basically elites. There are absolutely no weaklings. It seemed that only 20% of students could graduate from Imperial Capital University in one go, from freshman to senior year.
Most students needed a second or third year to obtain their diploma.
After graduation, they would head to the battlefield, where they could sacrifice their lives at any moment.
After all, if one wanted
to continue obtaining resources, the only options were the battlefield, secret realms, or eradicating cults, none of which were simple. Entering the battlefield at least allowed one to earn military merits and potentially join the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation, while eradicating cults also brought merit, fighting against alien races or beasts was always easier than fighting against one's own kind.
After all, human intentions are more transparent. Why wasn't humanity wiped out 500 years ago? Was it solely due to strength?
Strategy played a significant role as well. Therefore, the intelligence of those alien
races should not be underestimated. Some of them even possessed highly advanced technology.
But it could be said that, in terms of cunning tactics, humanity was top tier across the entire universe. On stage, leaders continued to give speeches, all of them powerhouses at the rule realm level, none below that. This was the foundation of
Imperial Capital University.
However, the speeches were not dull. The words of these prominent figures could often provide sudden enlightenment,
and many people listened attentively.
Of course, a small number of students were still conflicted, considering whether to leave Imperial
Capital University.
Finally, after 2 hours, the opening ceremony concluded, and everyone was free to leave.
As soon as the ceremony
ended, Su Huijin noticed quite a few people walking toward him, clearly intending to establish connections. After all, Su Huijin's performance
had been evident to all.
As long as he didn't falter, his future would at least reach the domain realm, if not higher.
Seeing this, Su Huijin directly took out his car keys and drove away.
Many acquaintances had initially wanted to chat with him, but upon seeing his smooth and confident actions, they were momentarily stunned.
At 6 p.m., Su Huijin's phone rang. "Ha? Is this about tomorrow's military training formations?"
There are a total of 42 formations, each with 50 people.
I'm in the first formation. The information was very detailed, even including his exact position.
Su Huijin inconveniently discovered that he was standing in the center of the first row of the
first formation.
Each formation was led by a Nirvana realm expert. The overall commander for this training was the deputy commander of the
Imperial Capital City Defense, a powerhouse at the rule realm.
The deputy commander was a domain realm expert. This military training
would last for 1 month and had 3 objectives.
The first was to strengthen the body and improve obedience. Although personal strength
was paramount in this world, on the battlefield, those with lower realms could only follow orders. This phase would last for 10 days.
The second objective was to teach martial techniques and hunt alien beasts, lasting 15 days.
3 practical skills would be taught, and the alien beast hunting would involve an assessment in the mountains near the imperial capital. The third objective was to eliminate a cult organization.
The specific cult was not disclosed, and this phase would last for 1 week at this time. The military training includes a death list, causing many students to hesitate, with some even choosing to drop out. They might be fine with killing exotic beasts, but when it comes to killing people, especially powerful cult members, they lack confidence.
Some, like Han Shu, have never killed anyone before. The school intends to give the students some real-world experience this time.
However, the rewards are also quite generous.
When Su Huijin
saw the rewards, his eyes lit up.
This,
as expected of Imperial Capital University, these rewards are truly luxurious.
The rewards are
divided into several tiers, ranks 100 to 51, 10 top-grade spirit stones, 1 high-level ability skill, optional, 1 week of cultivation in
the Spirit Gathering Tower, 1 bottle of Grade A Spirit Gathering Potion, and 300 credits. Ranks 50 to 11, 15 top-grade spirit stones, 1
high-level ability skill, optional, half a month of cultivation in the Spirit Gathering Tower, 3 bottles of Grade A Spirit Gathering
Potion, and 500 credits.
Ranks 10 to 420 top-grade spirit stones, 2 high-level ability skills, optional, 1 month of cultivation in the
Spirit Gathering Tower, 5 bottles of Grade A Spirit Gathering Potion, and 1,000 credits. Third place, 30 top-grade spirit stones, 3
high-level ability skills, optional, 2 months of cultivation in the Spirit Gathering Tower, 10 bottles of Grade A Spirit Gathering Potion, 1 week of cultivation in the Peak Tower, 1 cosmic crystal, and 2,000 credits.
Second place, 40 top-grade spirit stones, 3
high-level ability skills, optional, 3 months of cultivation in the Spirit Gathering Tower, 1 bottle of Grade S Spirit Gathering Potion, half a month of cultivation in the Peak Tower, 2 cosmic crystals, and 3,000 credits.
First place, 50 top-grade spirit stones, 1
top-tier ability skill, optional, 5 months of cultivation in the Spirit Gathering Tower, 2 bottles of Grade S Spirit Gathering Potion, 1 month of cultivation in the Peak Tower, 3 cosmic crystals, and 5,000 credits. These rewards are just too tempting, especially the top-tier ability skill and the cosmic crystals.
This is the first time I've seen such rewards. No matter what, I must aim for first place. The next day, Su Huijin got up early. The assembly time was 8 a.m. After washing up, he drove to the plaza. There was no fixed uniform. For the military training, students only needed to wear combat suits, battle attire. Upon arriving at the scene, Su Huijin noticed many people looking his way and greeting him, to which he responded one by one. After some brief conversations, he finally reached his designated spot, only to find the same classmate from yesterday standing next to him again. "Hey, Su, we meet again." Su Huijin was a bit surprised. "It's you, what a coincidence." "That's right, I didn't expect you'd be standing right next to me. My name is Xiong Nung." Xiong Nung patted his chest. "Just call me Big Bear." Su Huijin nodded slightly. "Hello, I'm Su Huijin. Let's exchange contact info." Xiong Nung took out his phone. Su Huijin didn't refuse. "Sure. By the way, did you see the information on that app yesterday? The school really went all out this time, it's so extravagant." Xiong Nung said enviously. Su Huijin nodded. "Yes, not only are there top-tier ability, skills, but also cultivation privileges in the Spirit Gathering Tower. The first place reward even includes 5 months of cultivation time. For an ordinary person, a month in there could improve 1 or 2 minor realms, let alone such a long duration. Indeed, I'm envious. Unfortunately, with my current strength, even making it into the top 100 is difficult, let alone competing for first place. But you, Su, definitely have a shot. I'll do my best." At Imperial Capital University, the competition is fierce, and there are plenty of strong freshmen. "That's true. Quick, the instructor is here, stop talking, stop talking." The students present felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. On the stage stood a man with a stern expression, exuding an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Immediately, the pressure he released swept over them. Many students were forced to the ground by the sudden weight, some kneeling, some bending their legs and lowering their heads. However, a few, like Su Huijin, stood expressionless. Next to Su Huijin, Xiong Neng's face was contorted in pain. As his body slowly sank downward, Su Huijin felt that this oppressive force resembled a magical attack, heavy like gravity yet different, as it also impacted the spirit. However, Su Huijin's mental strength far surpassed that of others. The man continuously scanned the students below the stage, his gaze occasionally falling on Su Huijin and Niromu, both of whom remained calm. The man's oppressive force gradually intensified, and more students collapsed. In less than 5 minutes, fewer than 100 remained standing. After another 10 minutes, the number dwindled to less than 20. Half an hour later, only 5 people were left standing. Xiong Nung had long since collapsed to the ground. The remaining standing individuals were Su Huijin, Niromu, Jiang Yan, Long Ruotong, and Lu Henyu. Su Huijin did not turn around to check how many were still standing behind him, he only knew that the classmates beside him were falling one by one. Behind the man stood over 40 instructors. He nodded in satisfaction and finally spoke. "Hello, I am Yan Xing, the Deputy Commander of the City Defense Department and your Chief Commander. To be honest, most of you performed terribly, failing to showcase the spirit of Imperial Capital University students. I even suspect that some of you are just useless trash mixed in here." After more than half an hour, only 5 people are left standing. Is this Imperial Capital University? Many students below the stage felt ashamed, but even more were angry. After all, anyone who made it to Imperial Capital University was a top talent, yet they were being belittled like this, treated as garbage. They dared not retort, as the other party was the deputy commander of the City Defense Department, a figure of significant authority. "However, even if you are trash, I will train you well. So, for the next month, I ask for your guidance." Many students were so oppressed that they couldn't lift their heads. They tried to stand up but found that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move. Veins bulged, yet they still couldn't get up. Su Huijin turned to look and saw familiar classmates. What surprised him most was that Lang Ruotong had also come to Imperial Capital University. After their parting that day, they hadn't seen each other again. Another surprise was Lu Henyu's presence. Lu Henyu seems to be no ordinary person, truly a hidden expert. After waiting for a full hour, Yan Xing finally lifted the oppressive force, and many students breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Xing looked at the few still standing and nodded in satisfaction. "It seems you all have some skills. I wonder how many surprises you can bring me this month. You have 5 seconds to stand properly, he said sternly. Fail to stand properly, and you'll face military punishment. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly stood at attention.
Students, you all saw the announcement on the app last night, right? He continued. I won't say much more. The rewards are
quite generous, aren't they?
He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present.
But you need the ability to earn them.
There are 3 assessment criteria, and the one with the highest overall score will be the top performer.
Let me remind you again, this time there are death quotas.
I'll give you 10 minutes to decide whether to stay or leave.
It's your choice. During the 10 minutes,
some students with wavering resolve chose to leave, and even those who initially planned to stay began to hesitate.
When the time was up, Yan Xing announced, those who stay for the military training will each receive 100 academic credits.
The students cheered in unison.
Everyone had read the rules for earning credits.
Although the rules were strict, just participating would earn them 100 credits.
Who would fear this? And who, having made it to Imperial Capital University, would willingly leave? Alright, I hereby announce the official start of military training.
Instructors, head to your respective groups and begin the drills. Before long, the instructor for Su Huijin's group arrived. This instructor had a square face and average looks, but his expression revealed that he was in a particularly good mood. He
occasionally glanced at Su Huijin.
After all, being the National College Entrance Exam top scorer and still standing firm under the pressure of the deputy commander was impressive. To be able to train such a genius naturally made the instructor happy. Instructors also had their own evaluation standards. The military training pass rate had to exceed 95%.
If it didn't even reach 95%, then they might as well not be instructors.
Soon, the instructor began introducing himself.
Hello, students. I am your instructor, and I will be guiding you for the next month. My name is Xin Lin. You can call me Instructor Xin or Instructor Lin. Seeing this amiable instructor, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the next month might be easier. But they were wrong. Alright, let's start by running 50 laps around the track.
No using abilities or spiritual energy, just rely on your physical strength.
Upon hearing this, the students' hearts sank.
The track was 10 kilometers per lap, so 50 laps meant 500 kilometers. Back when Su Huijin was still in the condensed star realm, he had run a similar distance from the Emerald Forest to the Liangcheng base city, taking an entire day with breaks in between. But now, he was already at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm, with a physique at the 6th level of the Sky realm, so running was much easier for
him. The other students, however, were not as fortunate.
Only a dozen or so had broken through to the Spirit Sea realm, most were still in
the Spirit Lake realm, with a few in the Condensed Star realm. Fortunately, their first squad didn't have anyone in the Condensed Star realm. Seeing everyone standing still, Shenlin shouted angrily, "What are you waiting for? Start running!" Su Huijin was the first to dash onto the track, and the others followed suit.
Meanwhile, other squads were also being made to run, and some instructors were conducting obedience tests. Everyone was engaged in physical training. To be honest, Su Huijin ran at a steady pace for 2 hours and completed the 500 kilometers. Shenlin nodded in satisfaction and smiled at Su Huijin.
"Su, take a break while the others finish." An hour passed,
and still, no one else had finished. Shenlin grew impatient.
Such poor physical fitness. Su Huijin is the only capable one here. Su, how about I teach you some combat techniques first? They're very useful on the battlefield.
Sure, Su Huijin replied cheerfully. After all, standing around was quite boring. He thought about how soldiers in his previous life could stand for hours.
Since the instructor offered,
there was no reason to refuse, he might as well learn. Normally, combat techniques are taught in the next phase, but you're different
from the others. I also want to see your talent. The first technique is the breath concealment technique.
It not only helps you stay hidden, but also aids in silent escapes. Su Huijin was a bit surprised.
This is somewhat similar to the concealment technique, though. It seems to only hide one's aura. Perhaps it's a simplified version of the concealment technique?
Shenlin demonstrated, completely erasing his aura. Su Huijin immediately followed suit, making his aura disappear as well. Now it was Shenlin's turn to be surprised.
Wait, I just demonstrated it once, and you already know how to do it? Instructor, I've learned similar techniques before. Seeing yours felt familiar, so I tried it out. Shenlin suddenly understood. I see. I haven't even started teaching, and you've already mastered it? Let's move on to the next one. Alright.
Shenlin taught 2 more highly practical combat techniques for the battlefield before stopping. Although he wanted to teach more, the rules only allowed him to teach 3 techniques.
Since Su Huijin already had a similar skill, he didn't need to learn the breath concealment technique.
As expected of the top scorer.
You've mastered it after just 1 demonstration. Practice more. These 3 techniques will be tested during the assessment. For the breath concealment technique, you can use your similar skill. As long as you can hide your aura, it's fine.
Got it.
Thank you, instructor.
Nearby students from other squads were envious. While they were still busy organizing and retesting, Su Huijin was already learning combat techniques.
Some students were dissatisfied,
but they were quickly taught a harsh lesson and became obedient. 2 hours later, someone finally arrived. It was Xiong Nang.
At this moment,
his face was flushed red, he was panting heavily, and his whole body was drenched in sweat.
Drill, instructor. 500 kilometers, completed. Return to the team.
Yes. Shenlin said to the 2 of them, you 2 go eat first.
Come back after.
You're done. I reckon by the time you're finished, the others still won't be done running.
Su Huijin and Xiong Nang exchanged a glance and nodded. Alright, does the instructor need me to bring you something to eat?
Shenlin shook his head.
I haven't done anything physically exhausting, so I don't need food.
Once you reach the Nirvana realm, you can survive just by absorbing spiritual energy.
Eating is only for absorbing the energy of powerful exotic beasts. You 2 go ahead and eat.
Understood, instructor.
The 2 then left together.
Most of the students were still training, and only a few were allowed to eat first. If Su Huijin hadn't been practicing the martial techniques taught by the instructor earlier, he would have gone to eat long ago. An hour later, Su Huijin and Xiong Nang returned to the training field and found that most of their classmates were still running, so exhausted they were about to collapse. In fact, Su Huijin could have finished running in an hour, but there was no need to push himself. Even so, he was still the fastest among the freshmen.
As time passed, many students gradually completed their tasks.
Upon reaching the destination, they all collapsed on the ground, too tired to speak. Seeing this, Shenlin didn't push them further.
Continue, next activity. Finally, it wasn't such an exhausting task, though it made no difference to Su Huijin.
His physical fitness was exceptional, his muscles weren't overly large, but his physique resembled that
of an ancient Greek statue, pleasing to the eye.
The military training continued, and even by evening, there was almost no rest on the first day except for meals. One benefit of the school was that food during military training was free, though limited to meat from exotic
beasts below the 6th tier.
The students trained continuously until 8 a.m. the next morning.
The chief commander finally allowed everyone
to rest for half a day, with the next assembly scheduled for 1 p.m. Many students took a long time to return to their dorms and simply
found a spot to sleep.
But Su Huijin was different.
He took Han Shu directly back to the dormitory. After dropping Han Shu off at her room, Su Huijin went to freshen up and didn't sleep until noon at 12 o'clock.
10 days later,
everyone's physical fitness had at least
doubled, and the instructor raised the bar for Su Huijin, though the results were still not significant.
While others ran 500 kilometers, he ran 1,000 kilometers.
He was always the first to complete his tasks, and it was the same for other physical training activities.
His body grew increasingly robust. In the first phase, Su Huijin earned the highest score, followed by Romo in second, Zhang Yan in third, Lang Ruotong in fourth, and Lu Hanyu in fifth. Han Shu ranked in the 20s.
The instructor began teaching the students practical martial
techniques.
Those who performed well in the first phase had mostly already practiced in advance. The second phase had 2 scoring criteria: the proficiency of martial techniques and the number of exotic beasts hunted.
After 10 days of training, the first assessment of the second phase took place. Su Huijin scored full marks, as did Zhang Yan, Lang Ruotong, Lu Hanyu, and Romu. Many students achieved full marks in this assessment, but the key lay in the next one. The final 5 days of the second phase involved hunting exotic beasts. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain range outside the imperial capital base city.
The exotic beasts here were mostly 3rd or 4th tier,
with a few 5th tier ones.
There were no beasts above the 6th tier. Before entering, everyone was given a bracelet, similar to the one used during the college entrance exams. With a stern command from Yan Xing, everyone surged into the mountains.
Second Elder, Su Huijin has left the school. Lin Hu opened his eyes. After a month, he's finally left the school. Find an opportunity to eliminate him. The shadow hesitated.
Lin Hu frowned as he looked at him.
What else is there? Second Elder, today is the day of their military training. To hunt down beasts.
They've gone to a mountain range outside the imperial capital, and Yan Xing is stationed there.
It might be difficult to make a move.
Lin Hu remained silent for a moment inside.
Then let's hold off for now. Isn't it 5 days from now that they'll be targeting the cult?
Yes,
Second Elder.
At that time, send some people to disguise themselves as cult members.
And take him out. Make sure not to leave any traces. Understood.
The shadow then disappeared. Lin Hu gazed at the sky.
Su Huijin, you embarrassed me, and Zihong also offended you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll let you live a few more days.
Su Huijin faced a 5th-tier beast, throwing a quick punch that directly smashed its head. Even so, it continued to struggle. Seeing this, Su Huijin mercilessly chopped it into dozens of pieces. Only then was it truly dead.
After taking its beast crystal, I left the scene. The meat of this kind of beast isn't tasty, which is why I dealt with it this way. At this moment, Su Huijin's points were far ahead, with Annihilation close behind, though there was still a significant gap between them. While Annihilation could also challenge 5th-tier beasts, her efficiency was clearly not on par with Su Huijin.
Annihilations's abilities allowed her to counter 5th-tier beasts, whereas Su Huijin relied solely on
physical strength.
First, Su Huijin's cultivation level was relatively low. Second, he hadn't learned any top-tier ability skills, whereas
Annihilation excelled in this area.
Su Huijin had considered creating some ability skills of his own but found that developing spatial abilities was far more challenging than other types, perhaps only comparable to time-based abilities. At most, he could create some low-tier skills, but even those would have to wait until formal classes began to learn the theory before attempting. Although Su Huijin's abilities had already surpassed SSS level, he was still within the realm of the Spirit Sea stage. However, here, his physical strength alone was more than sufficient. At this moment, Jiang Yan and Lang Ruodong were fiercely competing for 3rd place. The two were evenly matched, constantly overtaking each other. Lu Hanyu remained in 5th place.
Yan Xing nodded. These people are truly extraordinary talents. If they
were born in another era, they would undoubtedly compete for 1st place.
But alas, there can only be one champion per generation. Who will ultimately claim this honor?
In truth, Yan Xing held Su Huijin in high regard. This orphan from a humble background had reached this point through sheer effort and was now leading in 1st place. Although it was too early to make a definitive judgment, as of now, Su
Huijin's chances of winning were very high. Could it be that another saint is about to emerge? 5 days later, many students gradually
emerged from the mountain range.
This time, no one died.
Although some were seriously injured, fortunately, everyone survived.
When the
results were tallied, as expected, Su Huijin remained the undisputed 1st place.
Everyone had grown numb to it.
After more than 20 days together, Su Huijin was either in 1st place or on his way to claiming it.
While Annihilation was happy for Su Huijin, she couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened.
From childhood to now, she had won far more often than she had lost.
When she did lose, it was only to
Wang Kelly. Other peers were no match for her. Until 6 months ago, when she first met Su Huijin. Although she had held back a bit that time, upon meeting him again, she realized Su Huijin's progress was astonishing, reminiscent of Wang Kelly. However, admitting defeat was impossible for her. She would never concede in her lifetime. Brother Su, there are only a few days left of military training. Let's see who takes 1st place. At this point, the 2 phases of military training had concluded, leaving only the final phase, the eradication of the cult. All the students gathered in the school square, where Yan Xing stood on the stage to address them.
Students, after a month of military training, there isn't much time left.
For those who are injured, the school will do everything it can to help you recover today. Tomorrow, we will face the final goal of military training, the cult. Our Long Kingdom and Blue Star's enemies are not just beasts and
alien races.
And those cult organizations stirring up trouble within Blue Star and the Dragon Nation.
In my opinion, they are even more detestable than the alien beasts and foreign races.
They disguise themselves as normal people, laughing and chatting with others, but behind the scenes, they are a menace to society. They cozy up to alien beasts and foreign races, attempting to destroy humanity. We must not let them go, Yan Xing said indignantly.
There are 10 major cult organizations across Blue Star. The strongest one was destroyed by the
Saint 100 years ago, but now it has risen from the ashes, an unforgivable crime.
The other cult organizations are not to be underestimated either.
They are the cancer of society. They could be your teachers, the bosses of companies, or even infiltrate the upper echelons of our Dragon Nation, plotting to overthrow the world. That's why we specifically added this project. The cult forces are rampant.
Eliminate one, and another will rise.
You are the strongest cohort in decades and need to be tempered.
Cults are the best whetstone for you. Gather here at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
The specific cult to be targeted will be announced then. You've worked hard for 5 days, so rest.
For now. All instructors, dismiss. Everyone looked at Shenlin, waiting for his instructions.
Shenlin looked at them seriously.
Follow my orders during tomorrow's operation. Do not act on your own. Your safety is the top priority.
You're still young, just do your best.
Some of you probably haven't killed anyone yet. Adjust your mindset.
Not wanting to push them further, Shenlin directly ordered the dismissal, and the other formations also dispersed one after another. Nearby, Xiongnong was brimming with excitement.
Huaijin, I can't
contain my excitement.
Tomorrow will be my first time killing someone. Have you ever killed anyone?
Su Huaijin smiled faintly and nodded. I have. The first time I killed someone, I felt a bit nauseous, but maybe because of my strong mental fortitude, I adjusted quickly.
Xiongnan asked curiously, why?
Of course, you don't have to say if you don't want to.
I'm just curious.
Su Huaijin responded casually.
Nothing much.
Someone came to assassinate me, and I ended up killing them instead. Xiongnan thought for a moment and nodded.
Makes sense. For a genius like you, assassination attempts are probably normal. I can't wait for tomorrow. Cult members deserve to be eradicated by everyone.
Seeing this, Su Huaijin stopped chatting. You should adjust your state of mind first. Otherwise, if you're careless, tomorrow, it could cost you your life.
Xiongnan patted his chest.
Don't worry, I value my life the most.
That's good. I'll head back to the dormitory now.
At this moment, Lang Ruotong's formation also happened to be dismissed. Seeing Su Huaijin walking over, she stepped forward to greet him.
Hi, Su Changqing, long time no see.
Su Huaijin looked slightly awkward.
Miss Lung, what a coincidence. Just call me Su Huaijin. It's been over a month since school started. Why haven't you said hello to me? I just didn't have the chance. Lung.
Ruotong's eyes shifted, and she nodded slightly.
Oh, alright then. By the way, are you nervous about tomorrow's battle against the cult? Not really. Well, it's getting late. Miss Lang, I'll head back now. Take care. With that, she mounted her bike and waved goodbye.
Lang Ruotong smiled faintly.
Classmates, it's time. Let's move out.
Yan Xing shouted loudly.
Yes.
N fighter jets descended from the sky, and the instructors led the students aboard.
Everyone stood in formation, looking at Shenlin.
Classmates, our target this time is the beast worship cult. They have long worshipped alien beasts, often killing ability users or civilians to offer sacrifices to these beasts. Their crimes are heinous. Their leader is a Rule Realm powerhouse, and they have a large number of followers. However, their overall levels are not high.
They have only one domain realm deputy leader, dozens of Nirvana Realm Hall Masters, hundreds of Spirit Sea Realm ability users, and thousands of Spirit Lake Realm ability users. The rest are mostly First and Second Realm ability users. This time, we will directly attack their headquarters. After today, the beast worship cult will cease to exist.
Your targets are those ability users in the first, second, and third realms. Then, Shenlin looked at Su Huaijin.
Your targets are those in the Spirit Sea realm.
Understood. Su Huaijin nodded slightly. Remember, the first priority is to protect yourself. Don't act impulsively, follow my commands. Shenlin said sternly. The students understood and nodded in response.
The warplanes flew quickly, less than 10 minutes away from their base camp.
Meanwhile, the leader of the beast worship cult sensed something unusual.
He slapped the sky. A massive handprint exploded in the air. The next moment, dozens of warplanes hovered in the sky. The student instructors aboard all jumped down, opening their parachutes mid-descent.
The leader of the beast worship cult saw this and wanted to kill them all.
But no matter how many attacks he launched, they were all blocked. Everyone landed steadily.
Yan Xing shouted, "Kill!"
The group moved instantly,
charging straight at the members of the beast worship cult.
Fortunately, the cult members wore uniform clothing, clearly indicating their hierarchical structure. The cult leader stared coldly at Yan Xing and said icily, "Yan Xing, what madness is this? How dare you come here?"
Yan Xing returned his gaze with a deadly look.
"By Jin,
after today, the beast worship cult will cease to exist, and you will undoubtedly
die. Disturbing the Dragon Nation is an unforgivable crime."
Bai Jin laughed loudly.
"Humans are inherently weak, internally corrupt.
Only exotic beasts are truly pure. Yan Xing, if you submit to my beast worship cult, I can introduce you to the beast emperor.
Then, we will have endless resources. What do you say? It's a rare opportunity, ha ha ha."
Yan Xing's gaze grew sharper.
"Slaughter everyone here. Leave no one alive." Bai Jin instantly became furious.
"Yan Xing, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Instructors, hear my command. Kill all outsiders to honor the beast emperor." From afar, Su Huaijin spotted Bai Jin, the cult leader of the beast worship cult,
dressed in a black robe.
His face was unrecognizable, evoking disgust.
However, his aura was on par with Yan Xing's, undoubtedly a formidable opponent.
"These instructors are also hideous, they hardly look human," Su Huaijin muttered. Before he finished speaking, a man in the constellation realm charged at him. Su Huaijin quickly dodged the attack and punched, exploding the man's head. These people were like wild beasts, utterly unafraid of death, swarming forward like exotic beasts. In truth, many students felt nauseated after killing, though some were more composed. At this moment, Su Huaijin wasted no time, swiftly searching for ability users in the spirit sea or sky realm. After all, this was about scoring points, and the reward for first place was the most important.
After killing these people, obtaining their storage rings is also a considerable gain.
Generally, only those in the spirit sea realm and above have storage rings.
Su Huaijin's performance attracted the attention of sky realm ability users.
Arrogantly, they chose not to attack from a distance but engaged in close
combat instead.
However, they didn't expect Su Huaijin's physical body to be incredibly strong. Anyone who approached him couldn't escape. Some began to wise up, opting for ranged attacks, but Su Huaijin was not easy to deal with. As a spatial ability user, evading attacks was effortless. However, those people were highly vigilant, making it difficult to get close, and the Sky Realm individuals remained airborne,
making it even harder to succeed.
Thus, they had no choice but to settle for targeting those in the Spirit Sea Realm.
The Sky Realm
experts, however, were not about to let Su Huaijin off the hook, persistently harassing him with their abilities. Fortunately, Su Huaijin's martial skills and abilities also included ranged attacks.
Any Spirit Sea Realm opponent couldn't withstand a single move, and those
in the air were equally helpless. As a result, they stopped bothering with Su Huaijin and turned to attack others, officially entering slaughter mode. Yan Xing said to Bai Jin, "Come, a battle under the stars." Bai Jin was more than willing, as this was his territory.
"What's there to fear? Come and fight."
The two soared higher and higher, flying straight into the cosmos, but their battle had to be swift. Those in the realm of rules could only act briefly in space, while only those in the realm of laws could roam freely.
Both unleashed immense pressure.
Then, Yan Xing took the initiative to attack.
Night Walker. Yan Xing vanished instantly into the starry sky, and in the next moment, a blade appeared behind Bai Jin. Diamond body.
The blade struck Bai Jin's back with a crisp ding sound.
Bai Jin clenched
his fist, a faint golden light flickering on his hand, and swung fiercely at Yan Xing. But Yan Xing's figure disappeared once again. Immediately after, a massive hand reached up from below Bai Jin.
Diamond palm. A gigantic golden handprint, seemingly hundreds of meters long, slammed down, triggering a massive explosion.
From Blue Star, it looked as if flames had ignited in the sky.
The battle continued.
Bai Jin, unable to keep up, directly activated the power of rules.
Dark night.
At this moment, Bai Jin felt surrounded by pitch black darkness, as if he had fallen into an abyss, with nothing but endless blackness around him.
Chains of rules. A black and red chain of order. Shot toward Bai Jin, attempting to bind him.
Seeing this, Bai Jin also activated his power of rules.
Golden radiance. In the endless darkness, a faint golden light blossomed, instantly becoming dazzling.
At this level, the two were essentially competing to see whose rules were stronger.
Yan Xing held a blade as black as ink, with faint black smoke emanating from its surface.
He hurled the blade, which
instantly multiplied into hundreds, even thousands, all attacking Bai Jin.
However, the golden light surrounding Bai Jin deflected the blades. Yet, the surrounding asteroids and stars shattered one after another.
Bai Jin sneered. Yan Xing, is this all you've got?
Pathetic.
Ha ha ha. Yan Xing remained calm. Is that so?
The next moment, Yan Xing raised his hand, pinching a small black object between his
thumb and forefinger, surrounded by an orange halo. Then try this move.
I don't have time to waste with you in space.
Black hole.
Meanwhile, the domain-level experts on both sides were also locked in fierce combat. They each activated their domains, one of fire and the other of earth, battling from the ground to the sky, both sustaining injuries.
Neither side interfered with the younger generation, not even the beast cult.
A massive mountain was instantly reduced to ash by flames, while
the ground transformed into various attacks, surging toward the beast cult's experts.
As the battle intensified, the clash moved farther away, causing mountains to crumble and rivers on the ground to evaporate in an instant. Judging by the fight, the strength of the experts on both sides was evenly matched, but in the Nirvana realm, Su Huijin's side held the
advantage.
However, the beast cult employed many insidious tactics, making them hard to guard against. As for the Skywalking realm combatants, Su Huijin's side still maintained the upper hand. At this moment, Su Huijin had already killed over 100 Spirit Sea realm members of the beast cult.
Finally, a few Skywalking realm warriors, unable to bear it any longer,
joined forces to attack him. Su Huijin had no choice but to flee while counterattacking with long-range strikes, occasionally killing a Spirit Sea realm enemy.
This infuriated the Skywalking realm warriors, and before long, reinforcements from Su Huijin's side arrived to confront them. Su Huijin, being clever, waited until the opponents were on the verge of
defeat before finishing them off, causing his score to skyrocket. Other outstanding talents were also targeted, but only a handful could cross major realms to kill their enemies.
They all faced varying degrees of encirclement.
However, reinforcements would soon arrive to help alleviate the pressure. Battles were always brutal.
Su Huijin had already witnessed several classmates fall in combat.
Some were killed in ambushes, while others were overpowered in direct confrontations. Some were unable to recover after killing enemies and were seized by
the enemy, who took the opportunity to eliminate them in one fell swoop.
However, overall, the casualties were not significant, as they were all prodigies from the imperial capital
university and quickly adapted after taking lives.
The battlefield situation once tilted in favor of the imperial capital university camp. After all, the beast cult consisted of mere scattered forces with no systematic training. Moreover, most of them had been injected with exotic beast blood through secret methods, which their bodies couldn't withstand, leading to beastification, loss of sanity, and lack of cognitive ability. Just as Su Huijin was enjoying the thrill of battle, he suddenly felt a chill sweep over him.
He immediately teleported away from his original position.
The spot he had just left exploded violently in an instant.
Su Huijin was startled and shouted, "You despicable scoundrels! How dare you launch a sneak attack? Show yourselves! Jia jia jia! Su Huijin, prepare to die!"
3 men dressed in beast cult attire appeared in the scene, all of them experts at the Nirvana realm. Su Huijin frowned deeply, staring at them.
"Who are you?
You don't seem like members of the beast cult." One of the men revealed a lewd smile.
Su Huijin, don't overthink it. We
are indeed members of the beast cult, and today, you must die.
You've lived long enough.
To be honest, facing 3 Nirvana realm experts made Su Huijin feel somewhat uneasy. The 3 simultaneously unleashed their abilities, launching an attack on Su Huijin. Seeing this, Su Huijin immediately teleported to evade and prepared to open a spatial rift to escape the dangerous area. However, just as he was about to enter, he suddenly collided with an invisible barrier.
What's going on?
At this moment, Su Huijin's panic escalated to the extreme.
Jia jia jia, Su Huijin, give up on using long-distance skills. This space is sealed, you cannot leave.
His mind was in chaos.
Damn it! Not this again. Although my spiritual energy isn't sealed and I can still use my abilities, I can't possibly handle 3 Nirvana Realm experts. The 3 quickly spread out, surrounding Su Huaijin in the center, each releasing their abilities and martial techniques to attack him. Su Huaijin tried to dodge, using the Kaiyang Palm to block, but Nirvana Realm abilities were not so easily countered, and the Kaiyang Palm shattered instantly. With no other choice, Su Huaijin teleported again, attempting to escape. Naturally, the trio noticed his intentions and immediately pursued him. The 3 Nirvana Realm experts were extraordinarily powerful, their flying speed incredibly fast. Despite Su Huaijin's continuous teleportation, they were able to catch up quickly. The attacks kept coming, forcing Su Huaijin to teleport randomly, trying to flee to less populated areas to avoid implicating others. At that moment, a massive handprint suddenly appeared in front of him, leaving him no time to teleport. Su Huaijin had no choice but to cross his arms to protect his chest. The handprint sent him flying hundreds of miles, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Su Huaijin immediately got up and continued to flee, not daring to relax for even a moment. After sustaining severe injuries, his movements noticeably slowed down. He had already activated the body protection technique, but after several attacks, his injuries worsened. Just as he was considering whether to use a clone, a sudden attack arrived. Seeing the dire situation, a person suddenly appeared and blocked all the attacks. Su Huaijin looked and was stunned. Instructor Shen. Shenlin glanced back at him. Quickly heal yourself. Recover enough mobility and run as far as you can. I'll hold them off, go call for reinforcements. Su Huaijin froze. Why are you here? Move it. Only then did Su Huaijin snap out of it, hurriedly taking out healing elixirs. Shenlin stood in front, blocking the attacks. The 3 Nirvana Realm ability users looked visibly annoyed. Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Don't throw your life away for nothing. Shenlin snorted coldly. Pa! 3 Nirvana Realm experts bullying a junior at the Spirit Sea Realm, shameless. The trio's expressions instantly darkened. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Die. Shenlin possessed powerful water-based abilities with extremely high defensive capabilities. Water Shield. Half a water semicircle instantly encircled the two of them, and Su Huaijin's injuries began to heal at an astonishing speed. Instructor Shen, how did you find me? Su Huaijin asked. Shenlin replied, I've been keeping an eye on you. You're a strong contender for the top spot in this military training, so of course, I couldn't let anything happen to you. When I saw those 3 Nirvana Realm opponents, I wanted to help you, but I was held up by members of the beast worship cult. By the time I dealt with them, you were already seriously injured. Luckily, I arrived in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You focus on recovering, I can hold them off a bit longer. Su Huaijin looked at his pale face and knew he was already struggling. I should fight alongside you. Shenlin frowned. Nonsense. You're in the Spirit Sea Realm, while they are 3 Nirvana Realm experts. Even if your physical strength has reached the Skywalking Realm, you're no match for them. But this space has already been sealed off, how can we escape? We might as well fight to the death. Su Huaijin calculated in his mind whether to take out the pyramid and use the undamaged high-tech weapons inside, but the risk was too great. What if reinforcements arrived just as they held out a little longer? At this moment, the surrounding space was isolated, and Shenlin was the only one in the Nirvana Realm. The situation was dire, especially since there were other students here. Su Huaijin had only lured the 3 enemies to a slightly more secluded area. Shenlin remained silent. After some thought, he finally agreed. Alright, I'll take the lead while you feign an attack. Just hold them off. Su Huaijin nodded slightly. Understood. At this moment, the 3 Nirvana Realm enemies were growing anxious. Big brother, what should we do? We can't delay any longer. If Yenxing returns, none of us will escape. One of them gritted his teeth. Focus all our attacks on the Nirvana Realm 1, take him out first. This space is already sealed, Su Huaijin can't escape. The other 2 agreed and nodded. Finally, the water barrier was shattered. Shen Lin's face turned pale. Defending against the attacks of 3 opponents had drained him significantly. He quickly drank a vial of medicine, and his complexion improved slightly. But the trio's attacks continued relentlessly. Seeing this, Su Huaijin swiftly pulled him aside. Instructor, be careful. Shenlin nodded in response. Star Step. Su Huijin unleashed Star Step on one of them. Although it was a top-tier martial technique, the gap in their realms was too vast, and the opponent easily dispersed it with a single strike. The trio's attacks continued to target Xinlin. Xinlin was gradually unable to hold on. Su Huijin's feigned attacks were completely ineffective. Damn it! Xinlin was already coughing up blood. Su Huijin knew they couldn't wait any longer.
Just as he was about to take out the pyramid, Xinlin suddenly pushed him forcefully, sending Su Huijin flying backward.
In that
instant, Su Huijin saw Xinlin turn his head, smile, and give him a thumbs up.
Xinlin then took a step forward and flew toward the enemies.
As he flew, his body began to crack.
Su Huijin, we can't hold out until reinforcements arrive. My injuries are worsening.
Before I die, I must take these 3 bastards with me.
You must survive. Xinlin's expression grew resolute.
The 3 Nirvana realm enemies realized what was happening and tried to retreat, but Xinlin used his abilities to bind them. The 3 were momentarily unable to break
free. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. Everyone in the sealed space saw the dazzling light.
Su Huijin's eyes widened, his face filled with sorrow, as he reached out a hand and
shouted, Instructor Xin.
The shockwave from the explosion sent Su Huijin flying again. He rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Lying on the ground, Su Huijin stared at the flames of the explosion before him, a tear unknowingly falling from his eye. He recalled the past month, the various moments they had shared.
Xinlin's personality
was both strict and gentle, a surprising contrast upon their first meeting. But over the course of the month, he had shown himself to be a warm-hearted, responsible, and compassionate
instructor.
Especially during this period, Xinlin paid extra attention to Su Huijin. He got along well with every student in the formation, and everyone liked him very much. He was extremely attentive, caring about each student's emotions.
Classmates,
you've trained so well, so I've decided to treat you to a big meal. No rush, everyone, take your time. Follow my movements, these martial techniques are very simple. Kids, when we enter the mountains this time, make sure to stay safe.
If you can't win, run. Don't push yourselves.
Classmates, our formation performed very well this time.
Let's keep up the good work.
Actually, I'm a father. I have a 5-year-old child. Once this military training is over, I'll finally get to play with him, huh? Classmates, when we go to eliminate the cult this time, make sure to protect yourselves.
Follow my commands, life is the most important thing.
At this moment, Su Huijin felt short of breath, his lips trembling, and his heart racing.
Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. There was movement ahead. Cough, cough, cough. What a lunatic, he actually self-destructed. Almost didn't make it out of here alive. Boss, hurry up and finish the mission. Let's go.
The 3 men were covered in blood, their clothes tattered, looking severely injured.
They looked at Su Huijin, who was lying on the ground, and burst into laughter. Ha, Su Huijin, who's going to save you this time? Thump, thump.
Su Huijin got up from the ground, his gaze sharp as a blade, gradually turning ferocious.
Thump thump. Seeing this, the 3 men also laughed. Second brother, go finish him off. We need to move quickly.
Yes, big brother.
Thump thump. Su Huijin's breathing grew more rapid. Huff huff huff.
His eyes were bloodshot.
Thump thump.
The 3 men approached step by step, their heartbeats accelerating, veins bulging on their necks, foreheads, and arms. Suddenly, Su Huijin clasped his hands together, then bent his arms and spread
them outward, letting out a furious roar. Ah! In an instant, a red and black cube hundreds of meters in size enveloped the 3 men. The 3 immediately sensed danger. Impossible. What is this thing? One of them attacked the cube but found it unbreakable no matter what.
At this moment, a proportionally smaller cube appeared in Su Huijin's hands, with 3 small black dots inside. Then, he clasped his hands together again, and the cube began to shrink continuously until it vanished. The large cube in front also shrank, with screams echoing
from within, until it disappeared completely.
At this moment, blood streamed from Su Huijin's 7 orifices. His eyes closed, and he collapsed
to the ground.
Everyone in this space was stunned, unsure of what had just happened in the distance.
Seeing the scene, no one dared to approach.
In the universe, Huijin was covered in blood in front of Yin Xing, his limbs bound by black rune chains. He seemed unconscious, his head drooping. Yin Xing extended his hand, and a black transparent circle surrounded by Jin
The rune chains connected to the circle, which then shrank continuously and flew into Yenxing's hand. Yenxing cast a cold glance and said disdainfully, "Pathetic clown." He then returned to Blue Star. Having stayed in the universe for too long, his body inevitably felt unwell, so he quickly returned after the battle ended. The battle between domain-level experts had concluded, with the Imperial Capital University faction emerging victorious. Yenxing returned to the battlefield. He originally hadn't planned to intervene, as this was meant to be a trial for the students. However, seeing a distant area enveloped by a barrier, he frowned and quickly flew to the barrier. He realized this wasn't the work of the beast-worshipping cult. A space-blocking barrier for long-distance escape. Could it be? With a flick of Yenxing's index finger, the barrier shattered instantly. Inside, he saw students still fighting the beast-worshipping cult members, but in the distance, there were several Nirvana-level auras, with Su Huijin's aura among them. He immediately rushed to the place where Su Huijin had just fought and saw Su Huijin lying in the distance, along with the lingering aura of Nirvana-level ability users. One of the auras felt familiar to him. What exactly happened? Yenxing stepped forward, looking at Su Huijin's pale face and bleeding appearance, his brows furrowed. Spiritual energy depleted, mental exhaustion. The situation is dire, we need to treat him immediately. He grabbed Su Huijin and quickly flew to the deputy commander's office. The deputy commander, seeing this, asked in surprise, "What's going on? Quick, find someone to treat him." Yenxing's expression was serious. The deputy commander didn't hesitate and immediately began arranging for treatment. After emergency treatment, Su Huijin's body was no longer in critical condition. Although his spiritual energy was depleted, it was slowly recovering. However, his mental state was very poor, and it was estimated that he would need a week to wake up. Yenxing then arranged for him to be sent to the Imperial Capital's Central Hospital. "Find out exactly what happened," he ordered. "The students' battles cannot be interrupted." The deputy commander immediately launched an investigation. Half an hour later, he returned to Yenxing. "Sir, the preliminary investigation results are in. Based on the traces in auras at the scene, it's confirmed that 3 Nirvana-level cultivators, not from the beast worship sect, were involved. One of the Nirvana-level auras should belong to an instructor from the first phalanx, Shenlin. There's also the aura of self-detonation at the scene. It's speculated that Shenlin, unable to defeat the 3, chose to self-detonate, taking them down with him. But there's also a strong spatial force at the scene, which should have been caused by Su Huijin. Otherwise, this spatial force cannot be explained. Coupled with Su Huijin's condition, it's clear he used a powerful skill, leading to spiritual energy depletion and mental exhaustion." Yenxing's brows slightly raised. "It's him. I have some impression of Shenlin. I heard he had a clever son." "That's right. Continue the investigation and ensure Shenlin's family receives proper compensation. His name must be engraved in the hero's tomb." "Understood." After the deputy commander left, Yenxing's gaze grew colder. "To dare make a move under my watch, you're courting death." 4 days later, the battle was essentially over, with only some cleanup work remaining. The students of the first phalanx found it strange that they hadn't seen Su Huijin or the instructor for several days. A few days ago, there had been a massive explosion and a giant cube, but the following days were unexpectedly calm. Hanshu, Lu Henyu, Jiang Yan, and Iromu, and Li Ping gathered together. "Sai, how did you all score?" "I feel like I'm in the top 50. This time." "Pretty good results," Hanshu said confidently. "I did okay too, quite satisfied." Lu Henyu agreed. At this moment, Iromu looked around and asked, "Hey, have any of you seen Huijin? I feel like I haven't seen him for days." Everyone started looking around. "Yeah, I haven't seen him either. Could something have happened?" Hanshu said worriedly. "Let's try calling him," Jiang Yan suggested. "All right." The group took turns calling, but no one answered. "How about we split up and look for him? There's still some time before we need to gather." "Okay, let's update in the group if we find anything." The group then split up and began searching everywhere. Long Ruotong also realized Su Huijin was missing and started looking for him on her own. The deputy commander informed Iromu that Su Huijin was in the hospital and hadn't woken up yet. Iromu sent a message to the group, and everyone gathered again. At this moment, Hanshu said angrily, "Damn it, 3 Nirvana-level people attacked Dajin. How shameless." "Luckily, he's okay.
That's a blessing in disguise.
Jiang Yan comforted. Let's go visit him at the hospital when we get back. Alright. Lu Hanyu said, who do you think sent people to assassinate Brother Su? I think the Lin family is highly suspicious. Han Shu quickly nodded, yes. I'm afraid Lin Zihong harbors resentment and sent someone to assassinate Ah Jin. And Roma shook his head. That's not necessarily the case.
Given Brother Huaijin's current fame, there are indeed some
forces that don't want him alive. I've also encountered multiple assassination attempts myself. If it weren't for my family's background and the various ways to protect myself, I might not be here now.
Besides, it seems like the instructors haven't found out who the culprit is
yet. It seems quite difficult. Why not just ask Brother Huaijin later? True, it's almost time to gather. Everyone, get ready. Not long
after, Yan Xing said, classmates, this operation was a great success.
Next, board the aircraft in an orderly manner to return to school. Once back, you are dismissed. Gather at the playground tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Yes. The site was cleaned by designated personnel.
And valuable items were transported by specialized aircraft. After all, there are 4 cult organizations within the Dragon Nation.
Taking down one brings considerable benefits.
They had been too arrogant in the past, so this time Yan Xing was sent directly, and the freshmen of Imperial University were given a chance to gain some experience, leading to this operation.
The items from the beast worship cult alone were enough to cover the rewards for this mission, with plenty left over. More than 50 aircraft quickly arrived at Imperial University.
Han Shu and his group disembarked and got into Romu's car, heading straight to the city center hospital. A nurse inquired about the ward and
hurried over, finding 2 Nirvana-level experts standing guard outside the door.
The 2 guards looked at them warily.
Who are you?
Han Shu and the others presented their Imperial University student IDs and were allowed into the ward.
As soon as they entered, they saw Su Huaijin lying on the hospital bed.
Although his face was still a bit pale, it looked much rosier than a few days ago.
Han Shu called softly, Ah Jin.
Su Huaijin did not respond.
Han Shu stopped calling.
It seems Brother Huaijin is fine, but he still needs a few more days of
rest. Sigh, Brother Su is really unlucky. Lu Hanyu sighed. And Roma shook his head. This is the downside of awakening powerful abilities. It makes you an easy target. Every year, many people awaken SSS-level abilities, but how many survive? How many make it to the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation? And how many truly grow to their full potential?
Especially someone like Brother Huaijin, who doesn't have
much of a background.
His master is currently in seclusion, so his situation is indeed very difficult.
Han Shu's eyes were resolute. I believe in Ah Jin. No matter how hard it gets, he always manages to create miracles.
For a moment, everyone fell silent.
As time passed, the group gradually dispersed. Lu Hanyu patted Han Shu on the shoulder. I'm heading out first. It's been a tiring few days, and I need some rest. Are you okay here?
There's no need to stay here.
There are Nirvana-level experts guarding this place. Brother Su should be safe here.
Han Shu shook his head.
You go rest. I'll stay a little longer.
If I get tired, I'll leave on my own.
Seeing this, Lu Hanyu didn't say much more. Alright, if Brother Su wakes up, remember to contact me. Bye. Got it. In fact, Su Huaijin's condition was unexpectedly good.
At this moment, he was floating in his sea of consciousness, completely naked, his hair drifting in the wind, and his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched slightly. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a dazzling blue light. He quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes. After a moment of adjustment, he lowered his hand and looked around, discovering that the space was vast and empty, filled only with blue light and a glowing blue gemstone ahead.
Su Huaijin frowned slightly. What is this? Why am I not wearing any clothes? Oh, no. With a thought, Su Huaijin's body floated forward. He approached the blue gemstone.
Upon closer inspection, he found that the gemstone contained an infinite power of space. He gently touched it with his index finger, and the gemstone immediately emitted a brilliant light. Immediately, a torrent of information surged into Su Huaijin's mind.
The influx hit him like a tidal wave, causing him to
clutch his head in pain. In reality, his face twisted in agony. Han Shu, who happened to be dozing off nearby, noticed nothing unusual.
It was
unclear how much time had passed before the pain gradually subsided.
Su Huijin held his head, gasping for air. That was excruciating. What on earth is this thing? Through the information flooding his mind, he finally understood. The heart of space. This thing actually comes from the depths of the universe. How could it end up on Blue Star?
The sheer volume of information in his mind was overwhelming, and Su Huijin shook his head a few times to ease the pressure. After organizing his thoughts, his eyes widened in disbelief. This is simply defying the heavens. The most supreme artifact in the universe, the heart of space. According to the information, it seems that a supreme, unparalleled being infused knowledge into this heart of space. But I can't make out that person's face. And why? Would the heart of space end up lost on Blue Star? Su Huijin pondered for a moment. Could it be that day, when I was knocked unconscious by that dead tiger, it somehow entered my body? Based on the information I have now, there are 11 other hearts, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, darkness, time, and space. Among them, the hearts of time and space are the most powerful. It seems my abilities have been elevated by the heart of space, and its effects go far beyond that. Every time I was seriously injured before, a surge of energy would emerge from within me, healing my wounds. Su Huijin recalled the abilities unleashed by those 3 Nirvana-level individuals. It seems this time, I've truly activated the heart of space. I've only developed 5% of its potential, and I already have so many abilities. Just this 5% allows me to stand above my peers, as if I've unlocked some kind of invincibility cheat. Hiss! Su Huijin drew in a sharp breath. Is this the luck of a transmigrator reborn? So far, the known abilities of the heart of space include healing injuries, replenishing spiritual energy, strengthening spatial stability, and enhancing abilities. Each one is extraordinary. I wonder how many more abilities will be unlocked as I develop it further. Suddenly, Su Huijin seemed to remember something. Instructor Shun, don't worry, I will avenge you. This time, it was my fault you got involved. Regret filled Su Huijin's heart. If only I had taken out the pyramid earlier. Damn it! It's all my fault. My fault for being too weak, for hesitating. If it weren't for me, you could have gone home to your child. Tears welled up in Su Huijin's eyes as he thought of the 5-year-old child who had lost their father at such a young age. He wondered what the future would hold for them. In this life, Su Huijin had lost his parents at the age of 6, experiencing both love and loss. The pain this time was even deeper than in his previous life, leaving his heart in torment. Gradually, Su Huijin's gaze grew resolute. Weakness is the original sin. I must rise quickly. I don't know how long I've been asleep, but it's time to wake up. In reality, Su Huijin slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was in a hospital. He noticed someone nearby and turned his head to see Han Shu sleeping against the wall. With a thought, Su Huijin's consciousness returned to his mental sea, where he saw the heart of space still present, and he breathed a sigh of relief. To him, this was equivalent to a golden cheat. He could now actively use the heart of space to heal and enhance spatial power, as well as replenish spiritual energy. At this moment, Su Huijin felt mentally invigorated, and his cultivation level was on the verge of breaking through. His physical body, however, showed no changes, likely due to his spiritual energy being completely depleted. Normally, the depletion of spiritual energy without replenishment would be life-threatening, but the heart of space had directly restored his spiritual energy and even improved its purity. It could be said that Su Huijin had survived many critical moments thanks to the heart of space. Thinking about this, he felt a lingering fear. It seems I need to be more cautious in the future. The current state of Su Huijin, both physically and mentally, was quite good. Perhaps because he had been lying down for too long, he got out of bed and stood up. Han Shu, who was sleeping nearby, heard the commotion and groggily opened her eyes. Seeing Su Huijin standing, she thought she was dreaming. Han Shu, you're awake. Han Shu immediately perked up upon hearing his voice. I'm not dreaming. Ah, Jean, you're really awake. Su Huijin smiled and nodded. I just woke up. After lying down for a few days, my body feels a bit uncomfortable, so I stood up to move around a bit. Han Shu immediately examined him from head to toe. Are you okay now? Su Huijin shook his head. I'm fine. Look at me, I'm in great shape now. The guards outside heard the noise and came in. Student Su, you're awake. Yes. Is your body feeling any discomfort? No, I wasn't injured in the first place.
The guards were still concerned and suggested, how about calling the doctor to check again? To reassure them, Su Huaijin nodded in agreement.
Soon, the doctor arrived and conducted an examination.
Student Su's body has fully recovered, even better than before.
No issues, you can be discharged tonight.
That's great. What about the medical expenses? The doctor waved his hand.
Don't worry, Lord Yenqing has already paid for them.
Su Huaiji nodded slightly. Thank you, doctor. It's nothing, it's nothing. I have other matters to attend to, feel free to carry on. The two guards exchanged glances and then asked, Student Su, will you stay here for the night or return to school directly? Su Huaijin thought for a moment. I'll return to school directly. All right, we'll escort you back and then return to the city to report. Su Huaijin did not refuse.
The two guards directly piloted a warship and escorted him
back to school. The warship landed on the dormitory helipad of Su Huaijin's residence. Take care. The guards nodded and then piloted the warship away. Su Huaijin turned to Han Shu and said, It's getting late. Stay here and rest tonight.
Han Shu did not refuse.
By the way, inform Jian Yan and the others about your situation.
I'll go take a shower first.
All right. After freshening up, Su Huaijin lay on the bed and sent messages to a few people.
After chatting briefly, he began to ponder his future plans. I should be able to get the first place reward tomorrow, especially since the points from those 3 Nirvana Realm individuals are included. The bracelet on his wrist had already been removed, as the deputy commander still needed to conduct an investigation.
After tomorrow, my academic journey will officially begin. The responsibility is heavy.
Oh, right, Instructor Shin has a son.
I need to meet him too. Instructor Shin sacrificed himself to protect me. I can't let him down. He's only 5 years old.
I'll take him as my disciple when he grows up a bit.
Su Huaijin had already made up his mind.
He had always been someone who repaid kindness and avenged grievances, especially when it came to a life-saving favor. Instructor Shin, rest assured, I will avenge you.
Useless. You can't even handle such a simple matter. What's the point of me keeping you around?
Lin Hu angrily threw the cup at the black-clad man in front of him, spilling tea all over him.
The black-clad man kept his head down
and remained silent.
3 Nirvana Realm experts couldn't kill a mere Spirit Sea Realm kid and even got counter-killed. How could you mess up like this? Apologies, Master.
The black-clad man's voice trembled. Lin Hu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and coldly asked,
Have all the loose ends been dealt with? They've been handled cleanly. No one will know it was us. The black-clad man quickly nodded.
Lin Hu turned around, his tone indifferent.
Lay low for now.
Put Su Huaijin's matter aside for the time being.
I'll make arrangements later. Leave. Yes, Master. The black-clad man quickly disappeared into the floor.
Lin Hu's face darkened, his eyes glinting with cold light.
Su Huaijin, let's see how long your luck lasts. The next day. Su Huaijin and Han Shu got up early and went to the sports field after breakfast to wait. Students arrived at the field one after another. Xiong Neng came to the first formation and, upon seeing Su Huaijin, asked, Old Su, why haven't you shown up these past few days? Also, when we left yesterday, why didn't we see Instructor Shen? Su Huaijin remained silent and shook his head. Seeing his unusual expression, Xiong Neng didn't press further. Time quickly reached 10 a.m. Yenqing stepped
onto the podium and announced, Students, the 1-month military training officially ends today.
Over the past month, I've observed your performance, and it has been excellent.
In the operation to eliminate the beast worship cult, the death toll was only 10.
These individuals
were mostly killed by opponents of a higher level or due to being outnumbered, but none of them retreated.
One instructor also sacrificed himself.
To protect the students, he endured the siege of 3 Nirvana-level ability users. That instructor was Shin Lin. We have unanimously decided to award him the Dragon Nation Hero Medal.
He will rest in the hero's tomb. Upon hearing this, the students in the first formation immediately broke down emotionally. Instructor Shin. How could this happen? I was wondering why we didn't see Instructor Shin yesterday.
So he's already.
Sob sob sob.
Many students were in tears. In just one short month, they had formed a deep bond.
They all remembered Instructor Shin's kindness.
Yenqing continued, We will properly take care of Instructor Shin's family.
I hope you won't
forget these instructors who sacrificed themselves for the students. I also hope you can turn your grief and anger into motivation, and in the future, eradicate alien beasts, foreign invaders, and traitors. Alright, everyone performed excellently during this military training. The pass rate reached 100%, and the excellence rate reached 90%. Now, I will announce the top 10 performers of this military training.
10th place, 32nd Formation, Zhang San.
9th place, 24th Formation, Xiao Haizi.
5th place, 13th Formation, Lu Hanyu.
4th place, 43rd Formation, Long Ruotong.
3rd place, 8th Formation, Jiang Yan. 2nd place, 15th Formation, Ni Romu. 1st place, 1st Formation, Su Huaijin. These are the top 10 performers. Rankings and rewards for other students can be checked on the campus app. Ni Romu.
And the others were surprised. After all, Su Huaijin had been sent to the hospital on the first day of the operation against the beast worship cult, and the final stage was the most critical part of the military training. They didn't expect him to still take first place. Although surprised, no one said much. Every student will receive a consolation prize as a reward for this month of military training. The collection method is the same as mentioned earlier.
Alright, I now declare the military training officially over.
At this moment, the principal
also appeared on stage. Yan Xing nodded to the principal. Lord Jun, we will take our leave now. Jun Yexing nodded slightly. Thank you
for your hard work this past month. Yan Xing shook his head. It's nothing.
This is what we're willing to do. We just hope they can grow
quickly. Take the items retrieved from the beast worship cult with you.
Send my regards to that old man. You may go now. Jun Yexing waved his hand. Yan Xing nodded, saluted, and left Imperial Capital University with the instructors. Jun Yexing looked at the students below and nodded in satisfaction.
Indeed, after a month of military training, you've grown significantly.
To fight against foreign invaders and alien
beasts, you need not only great strength but also the power of unity.
The strength of one person is ultimately limited, but a group is different. Students, strive hard and venture bravely. You will eventually find your place in the world. Jun Yexing's words filled many students with passion. Formal classes will begin tomorrow.
I hope you're all prepared.
By 5 p.m. today, remember to fill out your preferred college choices on the school app.
By 9 p.m., you'll be able to see your class assignments and course schedules.
Attention, make sure to be on time for class tomorrow.
Do not be late, and absolutely do not skip or ditch class, as this will affect your end of semester evaluation.
Students with poor evaluations may be advised to withdraw. Alright, that's all. Dismissed. Most of the students left immediately, while
those in the first group remained immersed in sorrow. Xiong Nan, with slightly reddened eyes, spoke up. Old Su, do you know that instructor?
Shen sacrificed himself? Su Huaijin remained silent for a moment before finally nodding.
Instructor Shen sacrificed himself to protect
me.
I was unconscious at the time and spent several days in the hospital. I feel deeply sorry for Instructor Shen.
Xiong Nan shook his
head in response. No, even if it happened again, Instructor Shen would still protect you.
You can't blame yourself entirely for this. Let's go, it's dismissed. Ding. A message arrived on the phone.
Su Huaijin picked up his phone and saw it was a message from Commander
Yan Xing. Su Huaijin, come to the east gate of the campus.
Upon seeing the message, Su Huaijin immediately drove toward the east gate. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the east gate, where Yan Xing was standing ahead.
Su Huaijin parked his car and quickly walked over. Commander Yan, is there something else you need from me?
Yan Xing nodded slightly. I just conducted an investigation.
Someone activated an isolation barrier.
Based on the footage from your bracelet, those individuals are indeed not members of the beast worship cult.
We can't
identify who they are yet, but it's certain that they were targeting you.
There's no doubt about that. If there are any new developments, I'll let you know. Su Huaijin nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Thank you for your trouble. It's nothing. I'll be leaving now.
Su Huaijin suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out to him.
Commander Yan, wait. Yan Xing asked curiously, what's the matter?
I want to ask where Instructor Shen's family lives. I heard he has a 5-year-old son.
I want to visit them since Instructor Shen saved me. Yan Xing suddenly understood. I see.
I'll send you his home address later.
That should be fine, right? Su Huaijin shook his head. No problem, thank you. No worries. I'll be off then. Yan Xing's figure flickered and disappeared instantly. Half an hour.
Later, a message arrived on the phone. It's a high-end residential area with strict security measures, so you won't be able to enter.
I've already informed them, just mention my name when you go. Alright, thank you, Commander Yen. Su Huijin quickly took out his phantom cloak,
put it on, and changed his appearance to that of an ordinary person.
He used the concealment technique to modify his cultivation level.
Then, he took a train to Instructor Shin's home. Shortly after, he arrived at a high-end residential area, where security personnel were
patrolling at the entrance.
Without an access card, Su Huijin stepped forward to explain the situation.
The security personnel quickly let him in. The environment here is nice.
Following the address he received, he found the residence and rang the doorbell.
Soon, there was
movement inside, and a beautiful woman in her 20s opened the door. Her demeanor was gentle and refined, exuding a virtuous air, though she looked somewhat fatigued.
The woman asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Su Huijin removed the phantom cloak and placed it back into his storage space. "Hello, my name is Su Huijin. I was a student of Instructor Shin Lin."
The woman paused for a moment before smiling. "Come
in, please." Su Huijin nodded. "Thank you. Please have a seat." "Thank you. Would you like tea or something else?" Su Huijin replied. Somewhat awkwardly, "Anything is fine." "Tea it is, then." "All right."
Soon, the two began to converse. "Hello, Su. I am Shin Lin's wife, Hua
Yuling. You can call me sister-in-law. Ailin mentioned you before, praising your talent and good character." Su Huijin felt a bit embarrassed. Instructor Shin exaggerated. "I'm not that good. What brings you here today?" Hua Yuling inquired.
Su Huijin stood up and bowed. This startled Hua Yuling, who quickly helped him up.
"Student Su, what are you doing?" "I'm sorry. It's my fault that Instructor Shin was harmed. He sacrificed himself to protect me. I'm truly sorry." Hua Yuling shook her head. "This isn't your fault. It's a teacher's duty to protect their students. The fact that you're safe means Alan succeeded.
I actually anticipated this day a long time ago.
The city defense office is inherently dangerous.
I once advised him to consider quitting.
But what did he say?"
He said, if no one defends a country,
what will happen? If neither you nor I defend it, someone else will. Why can't that someone be me? I understood his resolve, but I didn't expect this day to come so soon.
Hua Yuling smiled at Su Huijin, but in Su Huijin's eyes, the smile seemed forced, and he could see the sadness in her eyes.
The atmosphere grew heavy.
Instructor Shin was a good teacher, strict yet kind.
We all liked him very much. Hua Yuling nodded slightly.
If Alan knew you all liked him, he would surely be very happy.
By the way, does Instructor Shin have a son? Su Huijin asked. Yes, we have a son.
He's in the room right now, I'll go call him.
By the way, he doesn't know about his father's sacrifice yet, so please don't mention it. Su Huijin nodded. Understood.
Before long, a little boy came out of the room.
He bore a 5 or 6 point resemblance to Shin Lin, while other features resembled Hua Yuling.
He was very adorable.
"Xiaoyang, say hello to Uncle." The little boy softly called out, "Uncle." "Hello, Uncle." A smile appeared on Su Huijin's face. "Hello."
His name is Shin Liang, and he's 5 years old.
This year.
Shin Liang curiously studied this handsome uncle. Su Huijin crouched down and took out a top-grade spirit stone from his storage
space. "Xiaoyang, this is a gift for you." Shin Liang's eyes lit up instantly.
Seeing the multicolored glowing stone before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, but he didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he kept glancing up at his mother.
Hua Yuling was a bit surprised.
Although Shin Liang didn't know what it was, she understood.
"Xiaosu, this is a top-grade spirit stone. It's too valuable. We can't accept it." Su Huijin shook his head. "Compared to a life-saving favor, this is insignificant. Besides, this is for the child." Shin Liang looked at his mother with longing eyes. Hua Yuling hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. "Xiaoyang, take it. Quickly." "Thank Uncle." Shin Liang smiled happily and accepted the top-grade spirit stone. "Thank you, Uncle." "You're welcome, Xiaoyang." Su Huijin replied with a smile.
Then, Su Huijin took out 10 more top-grade spirit stones, along with some spiritual herbs and fruits, and placed them
on the ground. Hua Yuling's eyes widened instantly. This is. Sister-in-law, this is just a small token of my appreciation, Su Huijin explained.
Before coming, he had already learned about the Shen family's situation.
Shen Liang's grandparents had long since passed away, and Hua Yuling only had a sick mother in the hospital.
This meant that from now on, the burden of life would fall entirely on Hua Yuling. Although she had cultivation at the spirit sea level, the cost of living in the imperial capital was very high. On top of that, she had to support a child and an elderly parent. While life could be maintained, it certainly wouldn't be as good as before. Even with government subsidies, ensuring the child didn't fall behind others would require a significant investment of resources, which was a major concern.
Currently, Su Huijin wasn't lacking in resources. What he needed were top-tier resources to quickly enhance his strength.
Hua Yuling shook her head and refused, her expression turning serious. No, this is too valuable. You're still a student yourself, and you need these more. Help us when you're stronger in the future.
Su Huijin patiently explained, sister-in-law, it's fine. Please accept it. I still have plenty
of resources. This time, I won first place in the military training, and I have plenty of other resources, so these are insignificant
to me.
Besides, I see that Xiaoliang has great potential. These resources can help him build a solid foundation.
When he awakens his abilities, I'll take him as my disciple.
Hua Yuling hesitated for a moment.
Sister-in-law, don't refuse this time. Think about Xiaoliang.
Hua Yuling hesitated briefly and finally nodded.
All right, I sincerely thank you this time.
Hua Yuling agreed mainly because of the high cost of living in the imperial capital. Taking care of two people wasn't easy, not to mention her mother's medical expenses. Moreover, she had long heard of Su Huijin's reputation. After all, her husband often mentioned him, saying he was extraordinarily talented and would undoubtedly become a strong figure in the future if he developed well. If Xiaoliang could become his disciple, he would have nothing to worry about in the future.
It's nothing, this is what I should do. Sister-in-law, let's exchange contact information. I have some things to send you.
All right. The two exchanged contact information, and Su Huijin sent over 4 documents and 3 videos.
Hua Yuling was a bit puzzled. What is this?
Su Huijin explained, these are 3 basic martial techniques and some methods for using spiritual herbs and medicines.
Consider it a gift for Xiaoliang. Young people need to hone themselves well.
When Xiaoliang grows up, he'll definitely have a significant advantage compared to his peers. These resources should last you for several years. These 10 top-grade spirit stones are for you. After all, living in the imperial capital at the spirit sea realm isn't easy.
Don't save them for Xiaoliang. I'll provide more resources
later.
This.
Hua Yuling wanted to say something but was interrupted by Su Huijin.
It's fine, this is just a token of my goodwill.
Then he squatted down and said to Shen Liang, Xiaoliang, train your body well. When you grow up, you must protect your mom.
Shen Liang smiled and replied, okay, uncle, I will work hard.
All right, sister-in-law, it's getting late. I need to head back to school.
Hua Yuling hurriedly
tried to keep him. It's already noon. Stay and have a meal with us. Su Huijin shook his head. No, there are things to do at school.
I won't stay long. I'll visit again when I have time.
Seeing this, Hua Yuling didn't insist. All right, come by when you're free.
Xiaoliang really likes you.
Su Huijin smiled and nodded. Sure, goodbye, sister-in-law.
Goodbye, Xiaoliang.
Hua Yuling said to Shen Liang, quick. Say goodbye to uncle.
Goodbye, uncle.
Under their gaze, Su Huijin left and put on his shadow cloak.
After leaving the neighborhood,
Su Huijin let out a sigh of relief.
Ah,
Instructor Shen. But Xiaoliang's potential is pretty good, he's truly a promising talent. Su Huijin lay on his bed, opened his phone, and clicked on the school app.
A new feature had been added, Academy Selection. Without hesitation,
he chose the Space Academy, where the information of the Dean and Vice Dean was displayed.
Qin Yilong, Qin Lanhua. Ah, is Master still in seclusion? It's been over half a year.
Ha! The Dean's surname is also Qin. Su Huijin looked it up, and the result was surprising. This Qin Yilong is actually Master's father. Wow, what a surprise, my goodness. Why didn't Master tell me this before? I'll find some time to pay a visit. Next, Su Huijin checked the faculty list. Wow, as expected of Imperial Capital University, the faculty lineup is truly impressive. They're all domain realm powerhouses. Although there aren't many teachers, each one is incredibly strong. Master should be the strongest among these teachers, being the Vice Dean after all. Let's see which sub-academy to choose next.
Su Huijin looked at the dazzling array of schools. Blade, sword, fist, palm, leg, every category imaginable. Right now, we basically lack nothing. Which one is more worth studying? Swords are unnecessary. As for blades, they are external tools. If you lose your weapon, you still have to rely on yourself. Fists, palms, legs, and fingers, these are all attack methods of the human body. Currently, palm techniques are used the most, followed by finger techniques and fist techniques. Fist techniques should have stronger attack power, and palm techniques are also commonly used. Let's choose these two. Sure enough, after making the selection, the instructors in this area were all top-notch experts. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow. Time passed quickly, and it was 9 p.m. Let's check the schedule. Upon looking, it turned out there were only 3 days of classes per week. Su Huijin had known there would be few classes, but he hadn't expected so few. Only 2 classes per day, 1 day for spatial studies, 1 day for fist techniques, and 1 day for palm techniques. What a surprise! So much free time left. Or is it meant for us to use for cultivation? Tomorrow happens to be Monday, spatial studies. Suddenly, Su Huijin seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead. Oh no, I almost forgot about the rewards. The rewards for being first in military training were truly generous. 50 top-grade spirit stones, 1 top-tier ability skill. Self-selectable, 5 months of cultivation in the Spirit Gathering Tower, 2 bottles of S-grade Spirit Gathering Elixir, 1 month of cultivation. In the Peak Tower, 3 cosmic crystals, and 5,000 academic credits. This is incredible. My goal for this month is set. A top-tier ability skill. I've never had one before. Let me see what the options are. Since Su Huijin was of the spatial element, only spatial skills appeared. There are 3 in total. Spatial Shatter, Alternate Space, and Spirit Energy Extraction. Spatial Shatter, wow, this is similar to the ability of that anime character I saw before, the one with the curved mustache. Su Huijin couldn't help but recall a line. Be my son. He shook his head. Wow, the attack power is impressive, and it doesn't have the side effects of that anime character. Truly invincible. Alternate space, this can trap enemies in an alternate space and subject them to continuous attacks. This could work against peers, but not so much against those of higher realms, though it is quite annoying. Spirit Energy Extraction, similar to extracting air, it can not only remove air from an area but also extract spirit energy, making it suitable for attrition battles. But it still has flaws. If the enemy leaves the area, it's useless at most, it catches them off guard for a moment. Overall, Spatial Shatter suits me best. Super strong attack power, and the release effect looks cool. I'll go with this one. The Spirit Gathering Tower and Spirit Gathering Elixir can quickly enhance my cultivation. I'll use them when I break through to the Skywalking realm. The first 6 realms can be advanced with resources, but starting from the 7th realm, it requires comprehension. Zhang Yan has already advanced ahead of me, I can't fall behind. The Peak Tower, combined with my previous cultivation, adds up to 3 months. I'll need to find time to go. Cosmic Crystals. They contain immense energy and can also aid in comprehending laws. They're incredibly useful for understanding domains. This is the reward I'm most excited about. The value of 1 cosmic crystal is equivalent to hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. The school is really generous. Class started at 9 a.m. Su Huijin had cultivated all night and opened his eyes at 7 a.m. The first class of university is finally about to begin. After breakfast, Su Huijin headed to the classroom. It was his first time entering a classroom at Imperial Capital University. Each seat had a projector in front of it. The teacher's notes would be displayed on it and could even be saved. There was no need to bring anything to class, just show up. One by one, classmates entered the classroom. Upon seeing Su Huijin, they greeted him, and he responded politely, instantly giving off a friendly impression. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 9 a.m. All the students had arrived. There were a total of 20 people in the class, and the entire Space Academy had just over 100 students. This highlighted the rarity of the space and time disciplines. In Su Huijin's class, almost everyone was a B-level or A-level space user, and in the entire history of the Dragon Nation over the past century, he was the only SSS-level space user ever born, truly extraordinary. Before long, a young teacher walked in. He had a buzz cut, wore an off-white casual outfit, and had a kind face, smiling as he entered the classroom.
The students, who had been chatting, immediately quieted down. Everyone knew he was the teacher, as the app contained information about all
the instructors, and everyone had memorized it. Hello, students. I'm your teacher for this class. My name is Gu Xin. You can call me teacher Gu or teacher Xin. Today is the first day of school and our first class. Let's start by getting to know each other. Gu Xin pointed to the first student in the front row on the left. Student, you go first and introduce yourself. Share some basic information about yourself. Hello, teacher and classmates. My name is.
As one student after another introduced themselves, it was soon Su Huijin's turn.
He was seated in the back on the far right. Hello, everyone. My name is Su Huijin. I don't have any particular hobbies. My goal is to become stronger. Thank you. Gu Xin smiled at everyone. Very good. Now, I'd like to ask you all a question.
What is space? A student raised their hand to answer.
I think
space is something that accommodates and carries, something that encompasses everything.
Gu Xin nodded in acknowledgement. Sit down. Does anyone else want to answer?
After the first student's enthusiastic response, more students raised their hands.
I think space has dynamic expansion capabilities and is always in motion.
I believe space is everywhere in our lives, including the classroom we're in right now.
However, these answers didn't seem to satisfy Gu Xin.
His gaze shifted to Su Huijin. When Su Huijin noticed the teacher looking at him, he knew he couldn't
avoid it.
He raised his hand, preparing to answer. At that moment, all the students' eyes turned to him. After all, as the current top student in the school, everyone was curious about his response.
The concept of space is very broad: mental space, cosmic space, virtual space. All of these can be called space.
But as a superpower, space is more concrete. Su Huijin raised his right hand, and a pale blue cube appeared in his
palm, constantly changing shape.
Simply put, space can hold a lot, move a lot, change shape, and even deceive your eyes and mind.
That's my understanding of space. Gu Xin smiled and nodded. Sit down. Su Huijin's explanation is very accurate.
Why are space and time superpowers so rare? Because the definition of space is too vast. The space we exist in is constantly changing, but you just don't notice it.
Space superpowers are different from other abilities.
They can be seen and touched, but they can also be invisible and intangible. But this uncertainty makes space superpowers incredibly powerful, on par with time superpowers. You all should know the power of time. No one can escape it, not even the strongest beings at the law realm. The same goes for space. As long as you're alive, you exist within space.
Gu Xin continued his explanation.
And many of his insights gave Su Huijin a sudden sense of clarity, deepening his understanding of space.
Gu Xin's teaching style was also very engaging, never dull.
Time flew by, and before they knew it, class was over.
That's all for this morning's class, students. See you next week.
As Su Huijin watched Gu Xin's departing figure, he couldn't help but reflect on the lesson.
Space can be understood this way. As expected of Imperial Capital University, and as expected of teacher Gu Xin.
Before class, Su Huijin had looked up his profile and discovered that Gu Xin was exceptionally talented, second only to Qinlan in strength.
Perhaps he was just slightly lacking in seniority. At the age of 25, he broke
through to the Nirvana realm, achieving remarkable feats, including slaying hundreds of 6th-tier exotic beasts and dozens of alien geniuses
on the battlefield.
At 32, he advanced to the domain realm and was subsequently invited to teach at the Imperial Capital University.
Now 45. It's uncertain how much his strength has grown.
His insights into spatial abilities are nothing short of masterful, which filled Su Huijin with
curiosity about the upcoming classes. The afternoon class was taught by another instructor and held outdoors. After lunch, Su Huijin arrived at
the martial arts field of the Space Academy, where many students had already gathered.
Shortly after, another teacher arrived. She was a woman
with a heroic appearance, a commanding presence, and striking beauty. Students, I am your spatial guidance instructor, Zhao Luoluo.
You can just call me Teacher Zhao during class. I already know your names, so let's get straight to the lesson. Now, I need you to spar with each other. I will call out your names. Zhao Luoluo then began roll call.
This sparring session only allows the use of spatial abilities, everything else is prohibited.
2 minutes per match. Begin.
the duels were undeniably exciting. Techniques like spatial chains initially intrigued Su Huijin, but as he watched, he grew increasingly bored. Before long, it was his turn to step into the arena. His opponent appeared nervous, swallowing hard. "Su, please go easy on me." Su Huijin nodded slightly. Zhao Luoluo said, "Su Huijin, suppress your realm to the spirit lake." "Realm." Understood. The match began. His opponent's ability was rather interesting. With a wave of his hand, a small fiery red dog appeared. The dog leapt from his hand, disappearing instantly, only to reappear right in front of Su Huijin. Seeing this, Su Huijin immediately activated a void barrier. After playing along with his opponent for a while and finding nothing particularly noteworthy, Su Huijin used a spatial crush to defeat him outright. Zhao Luoluo raised an eyebrow at the scene. The matches concluded quickly. Without a doubt, Su Huijin's performance was the most outstanding, achieving an overwhelming victory. It wasn't that Su Huijin didn't give his opponent a chance, the opponent was simply too weak. If it had been an ordinary student, Su Huijin's strength might have seemed impressive. However, unfortunately for his opponent, he was facing an SSS-level ability user, a peerless genius, the National College Entrance Exam top scorer, the top performer in the Imperial Capital University's freshman military training, and the possessor of the Heart of Space, Su Huijin. Moreover, Su Huijin's adversaries were challenges that ordinary students couldn't handle, and his combat experience rivaled that of many seasoned veterans. Su Huijin's mastery of spatial abilities had reached an extraordinary level, earning even the praise of Gu Xin, who rarely complimented others. Zhao Luoluo looked at the group with a displeased expression. "Your use of spatial abilities is terrible. Aside from Su Huijin, I didn't see anyone using them well." Some students wanted to argue, considering Su Huijin's exceptional status, but such words were best left unsaid. Otherwise, Zhao Luoluo would make them understand the harshness of reality. Nevertheless, Zhao Luoluo was earnest in her teaching, sharing methods to conserve spiritual energy, which greatly benefited Su Huijin. It must be said that today's two classes made Su Huijin feel that coming to the Imperial Capital University was a wise decision. Systematic learning indeed significantly enhances one's strength. As the dismissal bell rang, Zhao Luoluo gave a brief farewell and left directly. Although some students initially had a poor impression of her, by the end of the class, everyone realized she was an excellent teacher. The students, to varying degrees, gained something from the lesson. The one who benefited the most, of course, was Su Huijin. He had felt that his ability usage had reached a bottleneck, but these two classes gave him a sense of breakthrough, as if a cork had been removed. After returning, Su Huijin kept pondering the content of today's class. It wasn't until the next day that he had some insights. However, before he could properly practice, it was time for another class, this time on martial arts boxing techniques. Boxing techniques have always been an indispensable form of physical combat. For instance, the renowned Tai Chi revolves around the principle of using force against force. From ancient killing techniques to modern health exercises, and now as powerful killing moves in the era of supernatural abilities, the purpose of boxing is to disrupt the opponent's balance. Slow practice, fast strikes, and sudden bursts of power, this is the essence of boxing. There are also many other famous boxing styles, such as Wing Chun, Xingyi, Muay Thai, and Bajikwan, all of which were highly esteemed in the previous era. Soon, Su Huijin arrived at the martial arts training ground specifically for practicing boxing techniques. By then, many students had already gathered, as boxing classes were typically attended by a large group. Su Huijin estimated there were about 100 people present. The instructor was muscular, his body covered in sinewy muscles. His fists, in particular, were as hard as steel, capable of creating sonic booms with a single punch through the air. This instructor was also a renowned boxing master. Without wasting words, he began teaching directly. Compared to spatial abilities, boxing techniques were much easier to grasp, and Su Huijin quickly picked them up. The instructor taught a style of boxing that didn't require the use of spiritual energy, relying purely on physical strength. It seemed ordinary on the surface but concealed deadly potential. The instructor's demonstration was powerful and awe-inspiring, leaving many students wide-eyed in amazement. Quite a few felt immense pressure just watching. After demonstrating a few times and providing some explanations, the instructor let the students practice on their own. As expected of Imperial Capital University, many students managed to perform decently on their first try. When Su Huijin practiced, he had already fully grasped the essence of the boxing technique, as it wasn't particularly complex. The instructor observed for a while but was generally unimpressed, as most students were only scratching the surface and hadn't understood the core principles. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Su Huijin transitioned from slow to fast, then from fast to slow, demonstrating not just surface-level skills but a deep understanding of the technique. His performance left the surrounding students in awe. Was this the world of a genius? The instructor nodded in satisfaction. The boxing class lasted from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., covering 3 martial arts boxing techniques. The instructor occasionally stepped in to provide guidance, as boxing, while seemingly simple, required a deep understanding of its core principles. Timing and force control, for example, were crucial. Back in his dormitory, Su Huijin felt very satisfied with his progress that day. Such profound principles in a seemingly simple boxing technique. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow's palm technique class, he thought. The night passed uneventfully. The palm technique class had the same schedule as the boxing class, running from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Palm techniques were vastly different from boxing techniques. They were more flexible and suited for targeting vulnerable areas. However, there was a close connection between the two disciplines. Famous palm techniques include the iron palm, which most people have heard of. Of course, there are others, such as the knife hand strike, the pushing palms of Bagui and the palm heel strikes in Muay Thai. Palm techniques have never been simple. The iron palm, for instance, includes lethal moves like the thunder palm and skull smash. Bagui features techniques like the sinking heart palm and chin lift, which are also well known. During class, Su Huijin noticed that the number of students practicing palm techniques was quite substantial. It seems palm techniques are quite popular, he thought. Soon, a lean middle-aged man entered the room. He began by demonstrating a few moves, striking the air with a palm that sent a wave of energy rushing forward. The instructor divided the palm techniques into 2 parts. One was as fast as lightning, swift and powerful. The other was as slow as a snail, yet unexpectedly effective. He also explained many aspects of martial arts, emphasizing the connection between fists and palms, the importance of catching the opponent off guard, and the flexibility of adapting techniques. Su Huijin found the class highly rewarding. These 2 courses were well chosen, they share many similarities, and the variations can catch opponents off guard. Another day of classes had come to an end. Su Huijin was already eager to attend next week's courses. Truly, learning has no limits. Lying on his bed, Su Huijin muttered to himself, now things are on track. Studying at Imperial Capital University has helped me progress rapidly. There are still 4 days left this week. I need to plan carefully. Soon, Su Huijin devised a training plan. On Thursday, he would summarize the learning content from the first 3 days and practice it. For the next 3 days, he would dedicate 1 day to physical training and spend the remaining 2 days cultivating at the Spirit Gathering Tower. Of course, he would also work on improving his realm in the evenings, taking 1 day off per month to avoid overexertion. This arrangement would allow him to balance all aspects. Although his realm advancement might be slightly slower, steady progress would ensure that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could reach the sky-traversing realm by the end of the semester. Alright, let's go with this plan. Thursday arrived. Su Huijin summarized the learning content from the first 3 days, and further consolidated his knowledge. On Friday, he focused on physical training. For this, Su Huijin specifically sought advice from his boxing instructor, Ko Hong, whose muscles were exceptionally strong. Ko Hong did not hold back and directly shared his training methods. Huijin, I noticed you during class the other day. You have great talent. While other students only scratch the surface, you've already grasped the essence. Your physique has even reached the level of the sky-traversing realm. That's no small feat initially. I thought your abilities were just strong, but I didn't expect your physique to surpass even your abilities. Physical training is no easy task. Su Huijin nodded in response. Mr. Ko, I understand. Whether it's abilities or physical training, a solid foundation is essential. Only by progressing steadily can one truly improve. Ko Hong nodded in satisfaction. You're a promising student. My method for training the body is quite simple. I usually do weighted training, carrying heavy loads about 200,000 pounds. I also train in the gravity chamber. Weighted training not only enhances reaction speed but also increases strength.
The school's app has weighted equipment available for purchase with credits. It's not expensive. You can check it out later. I'll send you some training methods. Su Huijin bowed slightly. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Kahong waved his hand. No need to be polite. Go ahead. All right, goodbye, teacher. Back at the dormitory, Su Huijin immediately purchased a 200,000 pound weighted device from the campus app. Although the equipment was expensive, costing 1,000 credits, it was convenient to carry. His credits had already exceeded 10,000, so he had more than enough to spend. Soon, the equipment was delivered, packed in a metal box. Surprisingly, the box was very light. Upon opening it, he found a bracelet inside. This bracelet could adjust gravity, with a maximum setting of 200,000 pounds. Su Huijin eagerly put it on and directly set it to 100,000 pounds. Instantly, the ground beneath him sank slightly. He began practicing the methods Kahong had sent for controlling strength, otherwise, every step he took would leave a dent in the ground, which would cause significant inconvenience. In daily life, although controlling strength seemed simple, it was actually very challenging. Su Huijin spent 5 hours barely mastering it, at least to the point where he could walk without leaving dents in the ground. After practicing for several more hours and gradually adapting, he started learning the training methods Kahong had provided. Training with the gravity bracelet was indeed exhausting, but Su Huijin persevered. After several hours, he felt extremely hungry. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and began eating meat in large bites. After an hour of eating, Su Huijin finally felt full. Now, he ate and trained while wearing the gravity bracelet. Time moved on to Saturday. Today was the day to cultivate at the Spirit Gathering Tower. Su Huijin set out for the tower at 7 a.m. Upon arrival, he saw many students coming and going. Most of them were upperclassmen in their sophomore or junior year, with only a few students who had won military training awards practicing here. He spotted an old acquaintance. That person also noticed Su Huijin and waved in greeting. Brother Huijin. Haven't seen you in days, I missed you. Su Huijin was a bit amused. Brother and I, it's only been 5 days. By the way, are you here to train in the Spirit Gathering Tower too? Romu nodded slightly. Of course. After finishing classes these past few days, I reflected on them and came here to train. It shows how profound the teaching at Imperial Capital University is. Even someone like me, from a prominent family, finds it very useful. Indeed, the classes over the past few days have been eye-opening. Su Huijin agreed with a nod. Brother and I, let's go in together. Su Huijin looked at the towering structure before him, which had a total of 20 floors. The base of the tower was the largest, while the top was the smallest, and it was also the place where the spiritual energy was the most concentrated. Thanks to his military training reward, Su Huijin had 5 months of cultivation time in the Spirit Gathering Tower. However, he only planned to train on the 10th floor for those 5 months. Naturally, the higher the floor, the denser the spiritual energy, which could shorten the cultivation time. 5 months of training on the 10th floor was equivalent to just 1 month on the 20th floor. But as soon as he entered the tower, Su Huijin directly exchanged his time for access to the highest floor, and Romu followed suit. After all, both of them were well acquainted with the workings of the Spirit Gathering Tower. Soon, the elevator they were in arrived at the 20th floor. This floor had only 10 rooms, but fortunately, there weren't many people at this time. After all, the cost of the top floor wasn't cheap, 1,000 credits per day. Without additional opportunities to earn a large number of credits, an average student at Imperial Capital University could only earn about 1,000 credits in a semester. That was for ordinary students. For someone like Su Huijin, it wasn't a big deal. After all, he could earn a large number of credits just by breaking a record. This also highlighted how fierce the competition for resources at Imperial Capital University was. The majority of the resources were monopolized by top students, leaving only a small portion for others, who would even fight over it. Rumu greeted Su Huijin and then entered a training room. Seeing this, Su Huijin also chose a room. The room was spacious, with only a mat and a facial recognition device. After verifying his identity, the room filled with spiritual energy, almost to the point of liquefaction. Seeing this, Su Huijin didn't dare to waste time. He immediately activated his meditation technique to absorb the spiritual energy. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged into his body, rapidly refining itself. The sensation was so exhilarating that Su Huijin felt like he was soaring. He had never experienced such a smooth Absorption of spiritual energy before. Once the energy entered his body, it was purified and refined into even more concentrated spiritual energy. For 2 whole days, Su Huijin stayed in the room, achieving remarkable results. When he opened his eyes, a powerful aura emanated from his body. 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, achieved. Wow, that was fast. Just 2 days to reach the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. By the end of the semester, I might reach the Skywalking Realm. A 19-year-old in the Skywalking Realm who could compare. After 2 days of training, it's time to relax a bit. Finally, Su Huijin decided to stop cultivating. As he stepped out, he noticed that Ni Romo had already left at some point. However, this didn't concern Su Huijin. Exiting the Spirit Gathering Tower, he chose not to drive his vehicle back but decided to walk instead. Around him, many students were coming and going. Looking up at the full moon in the sky, Su Huijin couldn't help but sigh. Time flies. It's been a year since I awakened my abilities. This year has been more exciting than the past 18 years combined. But this feeling isn't bad at all. 2 months later, inside the Spirit Gathering Tower, Su Huijin sat cross-legged. With his eyes closed, dressed in white as pure as snow. Energy fluctuations surrounded him. Suddenly, his aura surged. He opened his eyes, which sparkled with light, and a smile appeared on his face. 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. In just 2 months, I've advanced 2 levels. Unfortunately, his physical body hadn't changed much, but he was close to breaking through. Sky Realm, here I come. The thought of being able to fly soon filled Su Huijin with immense excitement. The desire to fly had already taken deep root in his heart. He stood up and walked out of the Spirit Gathering Tower. As soon as he stepped out, someone behind him shouted loudly, Su Jr., Su Jr. Curious, Su Huijin turned around. A clean-cut young man, about 1.7 meters tall, waved eagerly. Who are you? The clean-cut man introduced himself. Hello, Su Jr., I'm Taiyu, a sophomore from the Water Element Academy. Su Huijin nodded slightly. Senior Tai, is there something you need? Taiyu began to speak. Su Jr., something big has happened recently in Gubwa City. Su Huijin was intrigued. Tell me about it. Although there weren't many people around, Taiyu still lowered his voice. This matter is known to only a few people, and I found out by chance. Recently, a secret underwater realm was discovered near the waters of Gubwa City. It's said to be the first time this secret realm has appeared, and only those at the Sky Realm or below can enter. Those at higher levels cannot. Although the realm is full of dangers, it also holds many opportunities. Su Huijin, would you consider going with me? Su Huijin smiled faintly. Senior Tai, why choose me? You could find skilled peers from your own grade. I'm just a small Spirit Sea Realm cultivator and wouldn't be of much help. Besides, we don't seem to know each other well. How can I trust you enough to join? You? Taiyu didn't mind Su Huijin's concerns. No worries, Su Jr., you can rest assured. I never deceive or trick people, and my reputation among the sophomores is one of the best. I originally planned to ask others, but when I saw you at the Spirit Gathering Tower, I had a different idea. Su Jr., you should be close to reaching the Sky Realm, right? There might be treasures in the secret realm that could help you break through directly, saving you time on cultivation. Moreover, I'll be responsible for your safety this time. There are a few others joining us, so you won't have to exert much effort. However, if we need to escape, I'll rely on your spatial abilities. How about this? We'll split the treasures equally during the trip, and I'll give you 1 extra item. Even if you don't contribute much, the treasures you receive will be yours to keep. What do you think? Su Huijin thought for a moment, and the atmosphere fell silent. Taiyu quietly watched him, not rushing to speak. Gubwa City, underwater secret realm. The conditions sound good, but I wonder if there's a catch. I've been cultivating for 2 months, so it wouldn't hurt to go out for a bit. Still, I need to be cautious. Otherwise, I might end up being taken advantage of and even helping others count their gains. I can't trust everything. Besides, he's a Sky Realm ability user, and the others joining us are likely not ordinary either. Su Huijin smiled and said, Alright, Senior Tai, when exactly is the trip? Hearing Su Huijin's response, Taiyu was delighted. Then let's exchange contact information first, Junior. I'll inform you of the specific time later. Sure, but please let me know soon, as I'll need time to request leave. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Then, Junior, I'll take my leave for now. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Taiyu left the cafe. Su Huijin stirred the coffee in front of him. It seems it's time to go out and explore. A coastal city, this will be my first visit. I'm curious to see how vast and magnificent the ocean in this world is. Speaking of underwater beasts, they seem to be more numerous and ferocious than those on land. I wonder how they taste. I'm quite looking forward to it. At 8 p.m., Taiyu finally sent a message. Su Jr. The time is set. We'll depart in 3 days. The secret realm hasn't opened yet, but it's estimated to open in 5 days. We'll head there 1 or 2 days early to secure a good spot. Meet at the south gate. At 10 a.m. 3 days from now. Junior, you can start requesting leave. This trip might take about a month. There will be 4 of us, and with you, it'll be 5 in total. Make sure to prepare well. Got it, understood. Afterward, Su Huijin began preparing seriously. He first applied for leave on the app, which then required approval from his counselor, who happened to be Gu Xian, the instructor from the first class. The next day, Su Huijin was called into the office by Gu Xian. Gu Xian looked at Su Huijin with admiration in his eyes. Sit down. I saw on the platform that you want to take leave, right? Su Huijin nodded slightly. Yes, a senior invited me to the underwater secret realm in Gubwa City, and I want to check it out. Gu Xian nodded thoughtfully. I see. Freshmen in the first semester are not allowed to go. But considering your special circumstances, I'll approve it. After all, your situation is quite rare. You're the most talented person I've ever seen. In just 2 months, you've mastered the content of an entire semester, most of it through self-study, which is enough to prove your talent. This underwater secret realm is a good opportunity to hone yourself, but you must be careful. After all, your life is already being watched by many, so you must be cautious, very cautious. Su Huijin responded with a smile. Don't worry, I have life-saving items. Even if others die, I won't. I cherish my life very much. This remark amused Gu Xian. Alright, off you go. Be safe during this trip. Su Huijin stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you, teacher. He then turned and left. Gu Xian watched his departing figure. What a prodigy. Brother Qin, I envy you for having such a disciple. His future achievements will surely be remarkable. Walking out of the office, Su Huijin didn't expect the leave process to go so smoothly. This might have something to do with his academic style. After all, Su Huijin was a genius. He could grasp what teachers taught instantly, which was why they liked him so much. Teaching a genius was truly enjoyable. Su Huijin didn't tell anyone about his leave. He spent credits to buy some supplies, got everything ready, and waited for the day of the gathering to arrive. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. At 9:30, Su Huijin arrived at the south gate and found Taiyu already there, accompanied by a girl. Senior Tai. Su Huijin approached and nodded slightly. Seeing him, Taiyu smiled. Junior Su, you're here. Su Huijin glanced at the girl beside him and asked, who is this? Taiyu immediately introduced her. Oh, she's also a sophomore. Her name is Liang Yu. Senior Liang. Su Huijin greeted her. Liang Yu smiled. So you're the freshman Su Huijin. You're really handsome. And your strength isn't weak either. No wonder you're the strongest freshman. This time, we're counting on you, Junior Su. Ha ha. Su Huijin shook his head. Don't say that. I'm relying on you all. My strength is the weakest among us. Junior Su, you're so modest. As they chatted, 2 more people arrived, a burly man and a skinny boy. Su Huijin didn't underestimate them, as all 4 of them were in the void realm. Even among sophomores, their strength was impressive. These 2 didn't look down on Su Huijin either, as his reputation was well known throughout the school. Taiyu introduced the 2. The burly man was called Song Hua, and the skinny one was Ji Sun. After exchanging greetings, the group left the school gate. Su Huijin donned a shadow cloak and changed his appearance, which everyone understood. The group boarded a train, and after 3 hours, they finally arrived in Gubwa City. This city had a unique style, perhaps due to its proximity to the sea, with blue as the dominant color in its architecture. As soon as they got off the train, the sea breeze greeted them, blowing quite strongly. So this is Gubwa City? It's my first time visiting a coastal city. In my life, Liang Yu said with a smile. Junior Su, you should visit more cities in the future to broaden your horizons. But Gubwa City is truly a peaceful place. Maybe it's a good spot to settle down for retirement someday, Taiyu said, standing in front of everyone. Alright, everyone, let's find a hotel to stay in first. The secret realm won't open for another 2 days, so there's no rush. Let's take these 2 days to explore Gubwa City. Everyone agreed, and with laughter and joy along the way, they found a seaside hotel to stay in. Su Huijin walked onto the hotel balcony, gazing at the vast ocean before him. The sea breeze gently brushed past, carrying the scent of the sea. This ocean has a mysterious quality that my previous lives didn't. The ocean still dominates most of Blue Star, and its mysteries remain unsolved by anyone. The sea beasts here are far more ferocious, so we must be cautious on this trip. Su Huijin stood on the balcony for a while, observing the bustling crowd below. Occasionally, a hovering car would pass by, as they weren't prohibited here. Just then, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, a few people were standing there. Junior Su, we're heading out for a walk. Want to join us? Taiyu asked. Su Huijin smiled and nodded. Sure, I've got nothing else to do. The group left the hotel and began strolling along the seaside. Taiyu started sharing his insights. It's said that back in the day, when the sage transcended the law realm, he once ventured into this ocean. When he returned, he revealed many secrets. The sea beasts here outnumber those on land by who knows how many times. But those secrets are likely beyond our reach. Let's go eat first. The seafood here is said to be amazing. They casually picked a restaurant, where most of the dishes were seafood, with only a few from the land. The phrase living off the sea was vividly embodied here. The economy of Gubwa City had always been thriving. From the seaside, a few massive ships equipped with advanced weaponry could be seen. Truth be told, the cost of a single giant ship was in the billions of Dragon Nation currency, not to mention the weapons. Even so, some of the ships bore marks of attacks, a testament to the dangers of the ocean. The sea alternated between tempestuous waves and serene stillness, leaving one in awe of its grandeur. The dishes were served quickly. Unlike the seafood of his previous life, most of the food here was made from sea beasts, with a unique flavor far superior to anything he'd tasted before. Soon, after finishing their meal, some of them began walking to digest. Along the way, they passed several small stalls. The stalls sold various specialties from the sea, such as wind howl shells, explosive clams, and many other intriguing items that dazzled Su Huijin. By the seaside, the figures of several ability users occasionally appeared, their expressions tense. Taiyu whispered, "These people seem to be here for the underwater secret realm." He continued, "Although not many know about this, there's always a chance the information could leak. We should come early the day after tomorrow to secure a good spot. Also, be wary of these people, we might get robbed. While we're not afraid of them, the real danger is encountering someone of a higher realm, waiting for us when we come out. Everyone should have learned the martial techniques for altering realms, right?" The group nodded in agreement. As more and more ability users gathered, they decided to leave. "Let's go. There are too many people here now. Let's avoid coming back for the next 2 days and wait until the day after tomorrow." "All right." They all agreed. Back at the hotel, Su Huijin received 2 messages on his phone, both from Taiyu. One was a document, and the other a voice message. "Junior Su, this is the martial technique for entering the sea. Once you master it, you'll be able to breathe underwater. With your abilities, you should be able to learn it within 2 days. It's not difficult." Su Huijin replied with an OK emoji. "Thank you, senior. No problem. Practice well over the next 2 days. I won't disturb you." "Got it." He opened the document and saw the title, Underwater Breathing Technique. The name was straightforward. The practice itself was indeed simple. After running through it once, Su Huijin could already use it proficiently. He then went to the sink, filled it with water, and submerged his head. Activating the underwater breathing technique, he found he could breathe underwater. According to the document, this technique was created by the sage, providing great convenience for future generations to explore the sea. Although moving underwater was still somewhat cumbersome, the ability to breathe without choking solved a major problem. Moreover, he discovered that the spiritual energy consumption was particularly low. The saint is truly a genius. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Taiyu gathered everyone. At 6 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at the shore of the secret realm. They found that quite a few people had already gathered there. A few of them cautiously leaned forward to take a look, trying not to be noticed. However, some people did notice them but paid no attention, as everyone present clearly had their own hidden cards to play. Taiyu whispered to the group, "Look to the right front. That's the largest family in Gubwa City, the Gu family. Their elder is a powerful expert, and they've sent quite a few people this time. The group looked in that direction and saw a group of people dressed in blue and yellow clothing, appearing both stylish and noble. Leading them was a young man in his 20s. Taiyu continued, now look to the left front. Those are people from the Ni family of the imperial capital. Su Huijin's heart stirred as he thought, oh, members of Brother Ni's family. And over there, that's the Wang family from the imperial capital. And the Lin family from the imperial capital as well. At this point, Su Huijin's brows furrowed slightly. The Lin family. I wonder if it was you who acted last time, Lin Zihong, Lin Hu. Truly unpleasant. Many large families from various base cities had also arrived. Su Huijin also noticed quite a few people dressed in black, and he had a strong feeling that they were definitely not good people. Perhaps the White Jade sect was among them. Dear readers, the most powerful cult mentioned earlier has been renamed to the White Jade sect. As time ticked by, more and more people arrived. By now, there were about 200 to 300 people, far fewer than the first time the secret realm was entered. After all, this was an entirely new secret realm, with unknown dangers, so many were still observing. The first group to enter often either reaped great rewards or met an early demise. This was the norm. After all, where there are benefits, there are risks. Su Huijin also noticed many Nirvana realm experts. Although they couldn't enter, they waited outside. This was usually something unaffiliated cultivators would do, as large families typically wouldn't take such actions. These unaffiliated individuals had no organizational backing. They either relied on their own strength to obtain resources or resorted to robbing others, often using extremely sinister methods. The seawater gradually became turbulent. The once occasionally calm surface of the sea grew increasingly violent. Everyone realized that the secret realm was about to open, and their faces lit up with excitement. Taiyu and the others were also somewhat excited, but more so nervous. However, they weren't too afraid, as their imperial university identity badges often exempted them from many dangers. Yet, this also brought its own risks. While it could intimidate minor characters, it might attract trouble from more significant threats. Many people held various instruments in their hands. The waves roared louder and louder, finally reaching their peak. Many people shouted, "The secret realm is opening." Those at the very front immediately leaped into the sea, followed by a frenzied rush of the crowd. Taiyu said to the group, "It's time. Go in quickly and don't let them take the lead." The group nodded and immediately charged forward. Fights also began breaking out. Along the shore, Su Huijin jumped into the sea. The water was bone-chillingly cold. The weather was already somewhat cold, but the seawater's temperature was even lower than winter's icy waters. Fortunately, they were all ability users, so this level of cold wasn't much of an issue for them. Even more fortunately, Su Huijin knew how to swim and activated his underwater breathing technique. Hundreds of people swam forward like a school of fish. Many moved swiftly along the seabed. After all, they were void realm cultivators who could fly in the air and navigate the sea with ease. Su Huijin's speed wasn't slow either, successfully keeping up with Taiyu and the others. This surprised Taiyu's group. Of course, this was entirely due to Su Huijin's physical fitness. With a burst of explosive power, he could move quickly in the water. Seeing this, the group also sped up, swimming toward the secret realm. After about 10 minutes and an unknown distance, they finally saw the outline of the secret realm, a massive blue entrance. Many people were rushing in, eager to be the first. Taiyu and his companions stopped in their tracks. Then, Taiyu pulled out a rope and tied everyone's waists together before they all swam forward as a group. The moment they entered, Su Huijin felt the space twisting. Thankfully, the discomfort quickly subsided, and when they opened their eyes, they found themselves on a small island. This secret realm actually had an ocean. The water was black. They were standing on the peak of the small island. Taiyu quickly reacted and put away the rope. Everyone looked around and noticed that there weren't many trees on the mountain itself, but the vegetation below was particularly lush. Their teleportation spot was ideal, providing a clear view of the entire island. There were hundreds of such islands scattered around, and theirs was just one among them. However, from their vantage point, they could only see a few nearby islands. Taiyu noticed people on the beach and some movements in the forest. Instead of rushing to act, the group decided to first observe the situation on this island. Su Huijin discovered his phone had completely lost its signal. He asked Xiao Rou, but she also had no information about the situation in this secret realm, so they had no choice but to let it go. Ji Sun addressed the group. "We've got a rough understanding of this island's layout. Next, Let's see if there's any opportunity nearby.
But we still need to be cautious. After all, this is an unknown secret realm, and no one knows what dangers we might encounter, he continued.
Based on external investigations, though, it seems this place isn't particularly dangerous.
Everyone agreed with his assessment and began searching for opportunities.
However, after walking for half an hour, they didn't even spot a single bird. Song Hua grumbled, could this secret realm be completely barren? Don't tell me we came here for nothing. Taiyu frowned, let's keep looking. This place doesn't seem that simple. Just the black seawater alone is unsettling. After another 10 or so minutes, they finally discovered something.
On a tree hung several fruits, exactly 5. The group examined their surroundings and, after confirming there was no danger, went to pick the fruits. The fruits were entirely red, adorned with some runes and exuded an enticing fragrance. Song Hua was about to take a bite when Taiyu stopped him.
Don't be impulsive. You don't even know what kind of fruit this is. How can you dare eat it? Song Hua immediately snapped out of it, realizing the fruit did look a bit peculiar. He had just experienced an overwhelming urge to eat it.
Liang Yu suggested, let's collect the fruits first and study them when we're out of here.
All right.
Just then, a few people suddenly appeared.
Hey, you guys up front. What's that in your hands?
Let me take a look, a sinister-looking man with a sleazy demeanor shouted arrogantly.
Su Huijin's heart tightened, sensing trouble. This scene felt eerily familiar, yet another group looking for trouble.
The group frowned, and Su Huijin stepped back a bit, positioning himself to protect everyone behind him. He said to his senior classmates, I'll leave this to you for the next few days.
Song Hua confidently patted his chest. Don't worry, Junior. Just some small fry. Taiyu nodded firmly. Rest assured, Junior Su. I'll handle the fight. I always keep my word. Liang Yu gave a charming smile. Junior Su, just you wait and see. Su Huijin smiled and nodded at them. Thank you, everyone.
There were 7 people in total on the opposing side, led by the man who had just spoken.
The man's expression turned sour. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? A bunch of ignorant brats.
Liang Yu snorted coldly.
Humph, a group of disgusting men. Go to hell.
In an instant, thick vines erupted from the ground and lashed toward them mercilessly.
The group quickly scattered, and the sleazy man barked orders, attack. Throw them into the sea for me.
Yes, boss. But before they could make a move, several earthen walls suddenly rose from the ground, trapping them in place. Subsequently, Taiyu flew into the air, a massive fireball appearing in his hand, and hurled it at the surrounded group.
Instantly, flames erupted, and the sound of explosions filled the air.
Song Hua used his abilities to seal the top, and with the ground covered in vines, the fire grew even
fiercer. Screams echoed from within, and everything happened as swiftly as lightning. Song Hua opened a gap in the earthen wall, and
Sun used his wind abilities to inject strong gusts inside, intensifying the flames. Voices came from within, Masters, please spare us. I'm willing to serve you like a beast of burden. The group initially tried to break through the earthen wall but found it impenetrable.
No matter how they attacked, without a single water element ability user among them, panic set in.
They thought they had to escape. First, as soon as they saw an opening, they tried to rush out, only to find a hurricane blowing in from outside, further fueling
the flames. Vines and fire surged in, clearly adding to their torment.
With no response from outside and no way to escape, they began
cursing, you little brats. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off.
The weaker members of the group had already turned to charcoal, while the injuries on the lecherous brute began to worsen.
He desperately stuffed a potion into his mouth, but the alternating cycles
of healing and deterioration drove him to the brink of madness.
Su Huijin stood quietly behind the group, observing their reactions. Such seem be careful, everyone.
Fortunately, the group reacted quickly and avoided being attacked. When they finally saw the shadow,
clearly, their faces showed expressions of shock.
It was a massive python, but it looked entirely different from ordinary beasts, as such a creature had never been seen in the outside world. Its scales resembled armor, emitting a cold, sharp gleam, with each scale
as large as an adult's fist.
The creature was at least 50 meters long and incredibly thick, so much so that even if Su Huijin and the others joined hands, they might not be able to encircle it. It occasionally flicked its tongue, and its brownish eyes stared fixedly at them, sending chills down their spines. The snake did not attack further but instead watched them silently.
Song Hua swallowed hard. This is the aura of the Nirvana realm. Its size is enormous.
Taiyu said warily, keeping his eyes on the giant python.
It seems it can't speak, Jisun said nervously. The four of us are all in the Void Realm. Let's join forces and see if we can defeat it. After all, this is a species we've never encountered before, it must be of great value. After some discussion, they agreed on the plan. Taiyu turned to Su Huijin and said, Junior Su, during the fight, step back. This python's aura suggests it's in the Nirvana realm, and its strength is not to be underestimated. If we can't handle it, you must take us and retreat immediately. Su Huijin nodded. Solemnly. Understood. Seniors, please be careful. The python remained motionless, seemingly observing them. At that moment, Taiyu suddenly launched an attack. A fireball over 10 meters wide shot out instantly. The python's gaze turned icy cold. Su Huijin quickly retreated, finding a place to hide while observing the situation. The python raised its tail to block the fireball, but several vines wrapped around its tail, and the fireball struck its face, exploding in a burst of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the python's face was unscathed, but its expression was filled with rage. It opened its mouth wide and roared furiously. The vines binding its tail were torn apart in an instant, and the python lashed out with its tail. Liang Yu quickly retreated, while Song Hua raised several earthen walls to block the massive tail. However, the walls were destroyed upon contact with the tail. Fortunately, Liang Yu had already escaped the danger zone. Taiyu shouted, You beast, take this. Sparks ignite the prairie. Flames surged toward the python like a wildfire. Jisun activated his ability, intensifying the flames. However, the python seemed to treat the fire as if it were bathing, completely unharmed and even showing an expression of enjoyment, which infuriated the two of them. Seeing this, Songhua pressed a hand to the ground, and two massive earthen hands emerged, grabbing the python's tail. Taiyu retrieved a sword from his storage ring, its hilt igniting in flames, enveloping the entire blade. He slashed forward, and a fiery red strike hit the python, finally leaving a small mark on its scales. The python, enraged, opened its mouth wide and lunged at Taiyu. However, due to its massive size, it lacked agility, allowing Taiyu to dodge successfully. Around Jisun, numerous green slashes appeared and attacked the python. The python raised its tail, instantly shattering the earthen hands, and blocked all the slashes. The group looked grim. Its defense is too strong. We can't even break through it, Taiyu said, quickly regaining his composure. Everything has a weakness. We need to find it. Its entire body is covered in scales. Try aiming for its eyes, someone suggested. With that, Taiyu sprang into action. He realized that long-range attacks with abilities were being blocked, so he decided to engage in close combat. Though risky, it was worth a try. You dodged the python's attacks and flew to its face, thrusting his sword forward. The python's eyes reflected his figure, and in the next moment, its brownish eyes emitted a green glow, which burst out instantly. Taiyu, being too close, could only use his sword to block and quickly adjusted his position to retreat. However, within 2 seconds, the sword was completely corroded, his reaction was too slow, and his left arm was grazed by the green light, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. His right hand quickly turned green, and his face became pale. Taiyu decisively cut off his left arm and pressed several acupoints to stop the bleeding. However, the giant python's tail swiftly lashed out. Liang Yu extended vines to pull him away, narrowly avoiding the strike. The group was shocked, then angrily shouted, Vile beast, courting death. A dirt snake surged from the ground, charging straight at the python. Jisun's aura surged, creating a whirlwind around him, with 5 tornadoes spinning in his hands, trapping the python. Hundreds of sharp vines also burst from the ground, attacking the python. Taiyu's face was pale, filled with pain, as the group gathered around him. Song Hua asked with concern, Taiyu, are you okay? Jisun stared at his arm, this poison. But the attacks posed no real threat to the python, merely scratching its scales. The python was visibly displeased, letting out a furious roar. Its tail swept away all the attacks and lashed directly at the group. Seeing this, Song Hua immediately raised multiple earthen walls from the ground, while Liang Yu wrapped the walls with vines. Jisun summoned a whirlwind to try to slow the attack speed. However, the python's power was unstoppable, breaking through the defenses in an instant. Song Hua was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing into a large tree and falling heavily to the ground, vomiting blood profusely. Seeing this, Su Huijin quickly activated spatial teleportation and shouted to the group,
Senior brothers and sisters, hurry! The group seized the opportunity and rushed over, with Ji-sun and Liang Yu carrying Taiyu as they ran. Su Huijin teleported over, helped Songhua up, and then entered the spatial rift. The python saw the group trying to escape. Its eyes once again emitting green light, but it was too late. Everyone had entered the spatial rift, reappearing at the cliff where they had first arrived in the secret realm. The python angrily watched the group disappear. Its scales were scratched, and it had failed to kill its prey. Su Huijin let out a furious roar, causing all the surrounding trees to explode into debris, leaving the area in chaos. Everyone was gasping for breath, except for Su Huijin, who remained unscathed. He then took out some healing potions and gave them to Taiyu and Songhua. Songhua's injuries were less severe, and after drinking the potion, his complexion became slightly rosier. Taiyu drank the potion, but his face remained pale. He then took out a bottle of blue potion from his spatial ring, and after drinking it, his complexion immediately turned rosy, and his left arm grew back. This scene left Su Huijin dumbfounded. What kind of potion is this? It can actually regenerate a limb. Ji-sun's face showed guilt and anger. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have suggested fighting that python. Now you two are seriously injured because of me. The two shook their heads. It's not your fault. We were too greedy, and that's why we ended up like this. Fortunately, Su Huijin was here to save our lives. Junior Su, we really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, we might have all died here. Su Huijin smiled faintly and shook his head. It's nothing. It's my duty. Are you feeling better now? Much better, Liang Yu nodded in agreement with Taiyu's words. Taiyu is right, this time, it's all thanks to Junior Su. Su Huijin took out Taiyu's severed arm from his storage space. I brought your arm back. The arm had already turned black, emitting green-black smoke. Taiyu's expression turned grim. Damn it, that python actually has such an ability. Its eyes emit poisonous light, and my arm was only grazed slightly, yet the poison spread so quickly. Luckily, I decisively cut it off, otherwise, I might already be a corpse. The group looked at him, and sure enough, it was just a small wound. Ji-sun analyzed. I never expected the creatures in the secret realm to be so bizarre. I've seen attacks emitted from eyes before, but never poison. That python is truly terrifying. Its scales are like armor, making our attacks completely ineffective. Su Huijin stared at the poisonous arm, lost in thought. The python's strength is simply unbelievable. Songhua said fearfully. Su Huijin turned to Taiyu and said seriously, Senior Tai, can I take this arm with me? I want to study it carefully when I get back. This toxin is probably not simple, it can spread instantly. I also recorded footage of the battle and plan to consult my teachers when I return to school. Tai. You readily agreed, take it. Just looking at that arm reminds me of that giant python, I don't want to touch it. Su Huijin wrapped the arm in spiritual energy and placed it into his storage space, not wanting to come into direct contact with such a highly toxic object. He looked around and said to everyone, Seniors, let's rest here for a day. The danger level of this island far exceeds our expectations. And you've been injured and need to recover. Ji-sun immediately chimed in, that's right, Junior Su is correct. Let's take some time to adjust here. The others had no objections, and the two injured members began focusing on healing. Su Huijin walked to the edge of the cliff, gazing at the seemingly tranquil forest below. The forest may appear peaceful, but it hides deadly threats. That black ocean is no simple matter either. Opportunity and danger truly go hand in hand. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Su Huijin sat on the ground and replayed the video he had recorded earlier. The giant python had two small protrusions on its head, a forked tongue, and a fierce glint in its eyes. The python primarily attacked with its tail, mouth, and eyes. Its tail was incredibly tough, and even a light strike had severely injured Songhua. Although Songhua's physical strength was not on par with Su Huijin's, he was still quite formidable within the same realm. The group's coordination remained excellent, but the python's power left them all in awe. Its body was extremely agile, and those brownish eyes could emit a deadly green light. This battle taught Su Huijin a lot. At the very least, he now had strategies for dealing with similar beasts in the future. But the most important lesson was that overwhelming strength was the ultimate rule. As night fell, Su Huijin began roasting some exotic beast meat. Once he sprinkled the seasoning, the aroma immediately filled the air.
The area was protected by a barrier, so the scent wouldn't attract other beasts. The others, smelling the fragrance, couldn't help but swallow their saliva but were too shy to approach. Noticing this, Su Huijin proactively handed over the roasted meat. Seniors, please eat. After all, you were the ones fighting, and you've expended a lot of energy. The group exchanged glances and eventually accepted. Thank you, Junior Su. Then we won't hold back. Liang Yu exclaimed, wow, this is so delicious. Junior Su, your cooking skills are amazing. I haven't had such tasty roasted meat in ages. Hearing Liang Yu's praise, the others also began eating heartily. Wow, Junior, this is incredible. Did you learn this somewhere? Su Huijin smiled and replied. I've just done it a lot before, so I got the hang of it. There's more after you finish this. I roasted plenty to make sure everyone gets enough. Alright. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. The two injured members had fully recovered after an afternoon in a night of rest. Taiyu stretched and called out, let's get moving. We've wasted enough time. If we don't act now, the good stuff will probably be snatched by someone else. If we encounter a powerful beast again, let's just run. We need to conserve our strength. Otherwise, if we run into other ability users, we'll be doomed. Everyone agreed. Su Huijin said to the group, seniors, let's head toward the beach. I've been observing for a day and noticed that area seems relatively safe. If we encounter any danger, we can always return here. Alright, we'll follow your lead. Immediately, the group set off. Although they didn't choose to fly, they ran swiftly on the ground. Su Huijin, relying on his physical strength, kept up with ease. In just half an hour, they reached the beach. They discovered that there were quite a lot of fruits here. Besides the red fruits they had picked earlier, there was also a yellow variety. After ensuring there was no danger around, they picked the fruits. Since they weren't sure if they were poisonous, they didn't try them. Then, the group headed toward the beach and found that it seemed longer than they had imagined. We've been walking for an hour, and this beach is still so long. At that moment, several black-furred monkeys with a celestial eye on their foreheads darted out from the forest. As soon as they appeared, the group immediately launched an attack. Fortunately, these monkeys weren't strong, only at the spirit lake level, and they were swiftly dealt with. Instead of cleaning up, they let Su Huijin collect them, as most things in this secret realm were novel. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and the sea became turbulent. Su Huijin immediately activated spatial traversal, and the group returned to the cliff. From this vantage point, they could see the entire island shaking. What's happening on this cursed island now? Song Hua complained. Su Huijin looked over and saw the sand continuously sinking, with massive amounts of seawater cascading down like a waterfall. The previously calm forest also became restless, with many large exotic beasts roaring madly. The group saw the giant python from yesterday, as well as another exotic beast resembling a tiger. After several minutes of shaking, the island finally calmed down. The sand from the beach had all flowed into the Black Sea, revealing something underneath it. Was shaped like a shell. The group stared wide-eyed. What is this thing? Before they could react, the island began shaking again. To their astonishment, the island started moving forward. Then, a massive turtle head emerged. The turtle's head was as enormous as a rock, so large it could block out the sky. The turtle suddenly let out a cry, and sound waves swept over them like a tide. The group felt their heads splitting, as if their brains were about to explode, and quickly covered their ears. What on earth is happening? The turtle's extended foot stepped down, splashing seawater hundreds of meters high, and it slowly moved forward. The nearby smaller islands did the same. From Su Huijin's perspective, the island extended 4 legs and a thick tail, all of which began walking forward. With each step, the island trembled. The exotic beasts on the island roared, but as soon as the turtle head cried out, all the beasts immediately quieted down. Su Huijin's eyes widened, his breathing quickened, and his heart raced. This entire island is actually a turtle. The group was dumbfounded, completely shocked by the scene before them. Taiyu swallowed hard and stammered, This is just too absurd. The island is actually a giant turtle? Are you kidding me? Hey! Songhua took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. If the entire island is a turtle, just how powerful is this turtle? Jisun analyzed calmly, it's probably no weaker than a powerhouse at the Rule Realm. The giant python we fought yesterday had Nirvana realm strength,
and it was merely living on this turtle,
disguised as an island. Now all the surrounding islands are starting to move. Who knows what will happen next? Let's observe for now. Leon, you seemed a bit agitated. So what do we do? Just wait here? What's going on with this secret realm?
Such powerful creatures, yet it restricts entry by cultivation level. The group fell silent.
Su Huijin pondered and said, a giant turtle island, a black ocean, exotic beasts and fruits we've never seen before. Everything here is so novel, even the trees don't exist on Blue Star. This entire secret realm might be a trial ground created by some great powerhouse. Have you noticed? This giant turtle has been moving forward the whole time without doing anything else. Could there be something ahead?
Prompted by Su Huijin's observation, the group gradually calmed down. Taiyu showed an apologetic
expression. Everyone, I'm really sorry.
If I hadn't suggested coming to this underwater secret realm, none of this would have happened. After speaking, Taiyu bowed to everyone, and they could only express that it was fine, as they had wanted to come here themselves. Songhua touched the hard ground. Luckily, this cliff is very sturdy. Otherwise, if the giant turtle moved even a step, the cliff would collapse.
Su Huijin kept staring at the giant turtle in front of them. The giant turtle's gaze is lifeless, like a walking corpse.
The boundless black ocean surrounded them, and more giant turtle islands appeared.
As the
distance between their island and the other turtle islands grew closer, Su Huijin and the others became increasingly tense.
Bang! A loud noise echoed as numerous giant turtle islands suddenly merged into one. All
the turtles' heads retracted, and the merged shell fit together seamlessly, as if it had always been a single entity.
They've merged. With each merging, the entire island shook. An hour later, calm was finally restored.
Standing on the cliff, they looked out at the forest, mountains, and rivers before them, resembling a real continent. The black ocean from earlier had disappeared.
The strange beasts began roaring again, leaving many areas in chaos. Taiyu cautiously observed the surroundings. It seems like everything's fine now.
Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally, it stopped. That was terrifying. Everyone,
I think we should rest here for a while. The forest below is still quite noisy, so it's best not to wander around. The group agreed, as the earlier events had left them deeply shaken.
Just then, a commotion came from ahead, and they instantly tensed up. There's movement up ahead, Jisun said warily. Sure enough, not long after, a figure appeared, followed by a massive flying beast.
The person's face was pale, drenched in sweat, and they were muttering something under their breath. The flying beast drew closer and closer to the person, about to catch up. Suddenly, the person turned around and hurled a giant water sphere at the beast, but the flying beast merely flapped its wings lightly, instantly shattering the water sphere. The beast then folded its wings, accelerating sharply, and its sharp beak pierced through the person's head.
In one swift motion,
the beak was so large that the entire head exploded, and the flying beast contentedly swallowed the remains, its sharp gaze now fixed on Su Huijin and the others.
The group was horrified, not daring to even breathe.
After staring for a while, the flying beast turned and left. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, and Songhua patted his chest. That scared me to death. Luckily, the barrier protects us,
so it can't see what's happening on our side. Otherwise, we might have been exposed.
I didn't expect that flying beast to have Nirvana-level strength. Liangyu suddenly recalled something.
By the way, that person just now seemed to be from a prominent family in Gubwa City.
I saw him before we entered the secret realm. I remember their team had at least a dozen people.
I didn't expect him to be the only one left. Could they have gotten separated, and he ended up being taken down by that flying beast in one strike? Su Huijin frowned and said, in any case, we need to be cautious.
Let's stay here for a while longer and leave later.
We'll treat this place as our base for now.
Alright. 2 hours later, it was already past 2 p.m. Taiyu checked the time.
Let's go. We can't delay any longer.
We came here not just for those few fruits. Although this place is dangerous, there must be plenty of treasures.
No problem.
Su Huijin immediately activated spatial traversal and returned to the beach where they had been earlier.
The beach was now gone, replaced by a pitch-black turtle shell.
Songhua stomped hard on the shell.
It's so tough.
The shell's hardness is comparable to top-tier weapons. Jisun called out to everyone, let's check out another island.
Earlier, the other islands were too far from us.
Now that they've merged, let's see if there are any opportunities on the other islands. Fortunately, the area around this island was all turtle shell, with no forest. The group didn't dare venture too deep. After all, What if they were instantly killed? So they only walked around the outskirts of the forest and near the turtle shell, ensuring safety within a controllable range. At this moment, the group was moving along the edge of a forest on a small island, discovering many fruits of various colors. No one dared to eat them, so they simply collected them.
Suddenly, there was some commotion ahead.
A few of them heightened their vigilance and slowly approached. Their view instantly opened up, and they saw a man picking fruits. The man had long hair almost reaching his waist, wore clothing resembling that of ancient times, had delicate features, and surprisingly exuded the strength of the spirit sea realm. He turned around abruptly and launched an attack, striking a large palm imprint in the direction
of Su Huijin and the others. The group scattered instantly.
Then, Sanghua stomped his right foot, and a large hand emerged from the ground, grabbing the man. He struggled incessantly, speaking in an incomprehensible
language.
He glared at them angrily, his small mouth chattering non-stop.
Although Su Huijin and the others couldn't understand, they could sense that he was cursing.
Jili Gulu, Gwala Jili, Gulu Akali.
The group looked at the man in confusion. What is this guy saying? Songhua frowned slightly.
Taiyu stroked his chin and said, judging by his attire, he doesn't seem to be from the outside world.
Feels a bit ancient?
Ji-sun circled around him, examining him closely. He's no different from an ordinary person, except I can't sense any supernatural energy from him.
He must be a native of this secret realm. The group was slightly surprised upon hearing this.
In previous secret realms, there were also natives, but they were humanoid aliens, none as similar to humans as this one. At this moment, the man continued to curse
incessantly. Songhua stepped forward. Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? If you can, nod your head.
But as he approached, the man cursed even more fiercely. Songhua instantly lost his temper and slapped him. The man's face turned red immediately, but he couldn't break free due to his lack of strength. Standing to the side, Su Huijin had been silent, lost in thought.
The language he's speaking seems somewhat familiar. Like I've seen it somewhere before. That's right. I saw it in the library at the Imperial Capital University.
I didn't expect this ancient language to reappear here.
The reason was that over the past 2 months,
Su Huijin had been researching a lot about Blue Star's history and other materials in the library, as his understanding of this world was still insufficient. He had seen this language in the library and had Xiao
Ro translate it. Xiao Ro, translate what he's saying. Understood, master. A few seconds later, the translation was complete. The man angrily said, Who are you? Why are you capturing me? Let me go, you bastards. Aren't you afraid my husband will come looking for you after capturing me? I am Su Jianya, let me go now.
Su Huijin turned to the group and said, Seniors, I understand what he's saying.
Everyone was astonished. Ha?
Junior, he's a native of this place.
How do you understand him?
Yeah, how?
Su Huijin explained, Well, I saw this language in the school library before and had an AI learn to translate it.
Luckily, I had the AI learn it earlier, otherwise, I wouldn't understand it either.
I just felt it seemed familiar. I didn't expect it to really be this language. This is an ancient language of Blue Star, and I didn't expect it to still be used for communication in this secret realm. They are very likely people from an ancient civilization.
The group was shocked after hearing this.
People from an ancient civilization? Why would they be in this secret realm? I don't know.
Su Huijin shook his head.
Junior, quickly translate what he's saying. Su Huijin translated, He's asking who we are and why we captured him. Then he's cursing us. He said his name is Su Jianye, and it seems there's someone even stronger here.
I'll try communicating with him first. Hurry, ask him about the situation in this secret realm.
Su Huijin turned to Su Jianye. Hello, we mean no harm.
Su Jianye's cursing stopped, and he looked a bit stunned. Actually, after the earlier curses, he already realized that the person opposite him couldn't understand what he
was saying.
However, the fact that the person in front of him could understand his words surprised him. After experiencing setbacks, his emotions had slightly recovered, but his expression remained unfriendly.
Who exactly are you people? And why can you understand what I'm saying?
Su Huijin explained, We are people from the outside world.
Your language seems to be an ancient one. My companions can't understand it. I only learned it by chance. Su Jianye's expression turned to shock. What are you saying? My language is an ancient one?
We've only been here for 200 years.
How could our language possibly be ancient? Who? Are you trying to fool?
Su Huijin frowned deeply.
How is that possible? This language dates back 5,000 years. Su Jianye was stunned, repeatedly muttering, 5,000 years, 5,000 years, how could it be 5,000 years? Afraid he wouldn't believe him, Su Huijin took out his phone and showed him some modern things, such as fighter jets, advanced trains, and supernatural abilities. Look at the clothes we're wearing, they're vastly different from yours. At this point, Su Jianye had no choice but to believe. But we've only been here for 200 years. The others, observing the changes in their expressions, couldn't help but ask, Junior, what were you two talking about? He's from 5,000 years ago, but he says they've only been here for about 200 years. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. They've only been here for 200 years. Doesn't that mean time flows much slower inside this secret realm than outside? What kind of place is this? Su Huijin said to Songhua, Sr., let's put him down first. He's not dangerous. All right. After being released, Su Jianye was still somewhat dazed. Su Huijin continued to ask him, where are the rest of your people? Su Jianye didn't answer directly but instead asked, are you sure 5,000 years have really passed outside? Su Huijin nodded firmly. Su Jianye nodded in return, then looked at Taiyu and the others, his expression becoming serious. Follow me. Don't worry, I won't harm you. The elders of my tribe will definitely want to know about the outside world. He didn't seem to mind the slap Songhua had given him earlier. Afterward, everyone followed him, though they remained cautious since he was a stranger. They arrived at a cave. It was somewhat dark inside, but Su Jianye clapped his hands, and torches along the walls lit up. They walked for another 10 minutes before finally reaching the end, where there was a wall. The next moment, Su Jianye's right hand emitted a bright light, and he struck the wall with a powerful palm. Numerous runes appeared on the wall. Everyone looked at them and felt they resembled something only those above the domain realm could comprehend, yet they seemed slightly different. The runes then emitted a strong white light, causing everyone to shield their eyes. When the light faded, they lowered their hands. The scene before them was like a paradise, as if they had entered a new world. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and the architecture was all in an ancient style. They followed Su Jianye for another 10 minutes, and finally arrived at a populated area. Ahead was a gate resembling the entrance to a village or camp. 2 guards dressed in ancient clothing stood on either side and immediately rushed forward. One of them, with a stern expression, said to Su Jianye, Xiaoyi, who are they? Why are they following you? Su Jianye explained, Uncle Gao, they are people from the outside world. The 2 guards were instantly stunned. You're serious? Su Jianye nodded earnestly. Absolutely. I have no reason to lie. This matter must be reported to the elders immediately. I'll take them there first. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the 2 guards allowed them to pass. As they watched the group leave, the 2 guards began whispering to each other. The man referred to as Uncle Gao by Su Jianye said, over 200 years, and finally someone from the outside has come. They do indeed look like outsiders. Could it be that we finally have a chance to leave this dead place? Another person responded excitedly. Exactly, we've been stuck here for 200 years, unable to get out. I really miss life outside. Uncle Gao glanced at him disdainfully. Can you stop thinking about unrealistic things and show a little ambition? Taiyu frowned and said, did you see the cultivation level of those 2 people just now? The aura of the Nirvana realm. That's strange. Why do none of the people here have the aura of supernatural abilities? Could it be that 5,000 years ago, there were no supernatural powers? What did they rely on for cultivation? The group was puzzled. At this moment, they arrived at a place resembling a small town. The houses appeared old, without any particularly stunning features, just like ordinary buildings. But as they walked further in, they saw a few magnificent structures, clearly on a different level from the surrounding houses. After investigating, they found that most of the people here were ordinary, with only a few individuals possessing low cultivation levels. Soon, Su Jianye led the group to the tallest building in the area, approximately 4 or 5 stories high. 2 guards stood outside the door, their strength at the void-traversing realm. The 2 guards saw them and bowed respectfully. For those of higher cultivation to bow to those of lower cultivation, it seems Su Jianye's status is not low. Su Jianye exchanged a few words with the 2 guards before they hurriedly entered the building. Less than 2 minutes later, they came back out. The gentleman has asked you to come in, along with them, Su Jianye said, turning to Su Huijin and the others. Follow me, I'll introduce you to the most important person here. His name is Jing Huan, but we all call him sir. When you meet him, just address him the same way.
The others won't understand our language, so there's no need to speak, just bow. Considering they were people from 5,000 years later, Sujanya briefly taught them a bowing gesture. Soon, they arrived at a room. Sujanya knocked lightly on the door 3 times, and a young voice came from inside. "Come in." When Sujanya opened the door, the group saw a young, handsome man sitting in a chair, sipping tea. He was extraordinarily good-looking, undoubtedly a beautiful man, exuding an aura with every movement. The group couldn't help but swallow nervously, not because of his appearance, but because of his strength. This person is definitely above the domain realm. None of them dared to act rashly. The handsome young man looked over, his gaze gentle. The group snapped out of their daze and walked inside. Sujanya gestured for them to sit down, then approached the young man and spoke a few words. The young man paused his tea-sipping motion. His previously dull eyes instantly became sharp and focused. He then spoke, his voice melodious and pleasant. "Among you, who can speak our language?" Su Huijin stepped forward and bowed. "Sir." Tai Yu and the others followed suit and bowed as well. The handsome young man looked at Su Huijin. "Sujanya tells me you come from the outside world, and from a world 5,000 years in the future. Is this true?" Su Huijin nodded slightly, then took out his phone and placed it on the table. The phone screen projected into the air, leaving the 2 men stunned. "What is this?" Su Huijin briefly explained. "This is what we use for communication in the outside world." Su Huijin played a video for them. The 2 watched intently. After watching, they gained a general understanding of the outside world. "So that's how it is. If that's the case, then I really am someone from 5,000 years ago, ha ha." The handsome young man laughed with a hint of melancholy. Then his eyes lit up. "It seems the flow of time here is much slower than outside. Our people come from the Dian dynasty period." Su Huijin frowned slightly. "What dynasty is the Dian dynasty? It seems there is no historical record of it. We don't even know what happened 4,000 years ago. We only detected that there's roughly 5,000 years of history in the texts from your era. However, the records only mention the writing system, and there are indeed no detailed accounts of what happened during that period." The handsome young man fell silent for a moment. It seems even the Dian dynasty couldn't escape the fate of destruction. Finally, the young man recounted to Su Huijin the events of that time. Half an hour later, Su Huijin had a general understanding of the situation. In summary, the Dian dynasty had experienced an unprecedented upheaval, one that could have led to its destruction in an instant. Then, a powerful figure, this young man's father, led a group of ordinary people and some cultivators to seal themselves in the Black Sea realm. Within the Black Sea realm, they created a secret domain. This Black Sea realm was the place Su Huijin had just entered, and that giant turtle was merely one of the pets raised by his father. Here, they could only leave once every 10 years. Every decade, those turtles would come together to form a continent. The original Black Sea realm wasn't like this. It was once an endless, perilous Black Sea. It seemed that an unknown powerful figure had transformed it into a secret domain, and within it, the young man's father had created another secret domain. Su Huijin was utterly shocked after hearing this. More importantly, their cultivation system wasn't based on supernatural abilities but on the human body, which was incredibly powerful. Their methods of attack didn't rely solely on physical strength but also included some techniques. The techniques surprised Su Huijin. They were actually martial arts from the outside world. What's going on? My head is spinning. Isn't this basically a fantasy world? From a fantasy world to an era of technological abilities, I'm about to lose it. Seeing Su Huijin's silence, the young man continued, "From that video earlier, it seems your current power system is based on supernatural abilities, which awaken at the age of 18. Your power system is quite interesting. However, your physical body is much stronger than those people's. You didn't follow the path of supernatural abilities?" Su Huijin gave a brief explanation. To be honest, the exchange of information between the two was so dense that both needed time to process it. Subsequently, the young man said to Su Janye, "First, arrange for them to stay at my residence. I need to sort through the information I just received. That guy seems quite confused as well, so give him some basic information." Su Janye nodded slightly. "Yes, sir. And Jibwa, hand over the item quickly, or your life will be at risk." A middle-aged man with a square face shouted at a young man in the distance. The young man had short green hair and a resolute face,
bearing some resemblance to Rumu. He kept running forward, occasionally glancing back. Gu Shihuai, you've got some nerve. I'm from the Ni family of the imperial capital. Aren't you afraid the Gu family will retaliate against you once we leave this secret domain? Gu Shihuai laughed loudly. Ah, Jibwa, you're so naive. I've studied this secret domain. You can't leave until a specific time. If I kill you, no one will know. It was me. Jibwa sneered.
Damn it, if it weren't for that giant python attack, I wouldn't be in this situation, being hunted by someone like
him. Gu Shihuai extended his hand, and a massive water palm instantly struck toward Jibwa.
Suddenly, a large amount of wood surged from the ground, forming a sturdy wooden wall that blocked the attack.
Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, Jibwa quickened his pace to escape.
Naturally, Gu Shihuai had no intention of letting him get away so easily.
Chase him. Due to the interference from the people behind him, Jibwa gradually became exhausted.
Soon, he was surrounded.
Jibwa glared angrily at Gu Shihuai. Gu Shihuai, are you really going to do this? Gu Shihuai's eyes were cold. Hand over the item, and I'll let you suffer less. Jibwa snorted coldly. Dream on. Gu Shihuai's patience had run out. Without
further ado, he launched an attack on him, and the people around also unleashed their abilities. At that moment, a young man descended from the sky.
All attacks stopped instantly as the young man grabbed Jibwa with one hand and flew into the air.
Immediately, the attacks resumed, colliding
with each other and causing an explosion. Gu Shihuai frowned deeply. Damn, someone from the Wang family is here. Jibwa realized what was happening. Thank you, Brother Wang, for saving me.
The young man did not look at him and said coldly, let's deal with this first.
All right. Brother Su, you can stay here for now. Sorry for the lack of hospitality.
Su Jianye led Su Huaijin and his group to a secluded courtyard. The courtyard had 7 rooms, and they each chose one. Afterward, they sat on the stone chairs in the yard. Su Jianye began explaining the situation to Su
Huaijin.
Brother Su, this place is called Jingshu Town.
There are over 2,000 people here. Since we arrived 200 years ago, not a single person has died.
Time seems to have stopped. The years have left no trace on us. Originally, there were only a few hundred people, but now it has grown to over 2,000. For 200 years, we've been searching for a way out, but we haven't found one.
It was pure luck that you encountered me this time. My mission outside
was to gather some fruits and look for a way out, as well as the secret treasure left here by my father.
I didn't expect that just as I picked some fruits, you saw me. Out of caution, I acted first. I deeply apologize.
Su Huaijin naturally did not blame him. Suddenly, Su Huaijin thought of something, and took out a red fruit from his storage space.
What is this fruit? Su Jianye exclaimed in surprise, you actually managed to find this. This is called the red spirit fruit. Eating it can purify spiritual energy and has beauty-enhancing effects. It's a relatively rare fruit in the Black Sea realm.
A single tree can produce at most 10 of these fruits, and they only ripen once every 5 years. They must be picked within a month of ripening, or
they will rot and become nutrients for the tree.
You were really lucky to encounter the ripening period and pick them in time.
Su Huaijin raised an eyebrow.
He hadn't expected the fruit he casually picked to be such a pleasant surprise. Suddenly, Su Huaijin frowned again.
Wait, you just said you've
been searching for a way out all this time.
Does that mean there's no exit? Su Jianye shook his head.
No, otherwise, why would we be trapped here for
over 200 years? Even someone as powerful as my father couldn't find a way out.
Over the past 200 years, he tried many methods but failed every time. Su Huaijin thought of a serious problem. If the flow of time inside and outside was different,
that would mean that staying here for 1 day equals over 20 days outside.
And they had already been here for about 3 days, which meant over 70 days had passed outside. Thinking of this, Su Huaijin began
to feel anxious.
Right, he mentioned a secret treasure.
Perhaps it contains a way to escape. We can't afford to delay. Su Jianye was puzzled by Su Huaijin's urgency. Brother Su, what's wrong?
The others also looked confused.
Junior, what's going on?
Su Huaijin immediately shared his thoughts, and
everyone became anxious after hearing them.
They had originally planned to stay here for a month and wait for the secret realm to automatically send them
out.
But now, it seemed there was no way out, and so much time had already passed outside. With at least another month to go, the semester would be over. Junior, think of something. What should we do? Su Huijin said seriously, the only option is to find that secret treasure. It might be our only way out. We don't have much time, just one day. Su Jianye added, the merging of Turtle Island lasts only a month. Once Turtle Island separates, it will be impossible to leave this secret realm for another 10 years. We'll have to wait 10 years to re-enter the Black Sea realm. Hearing this, the group realized they couldn't stay any longer. Brother Su, let's head to the Black Sea realm to find a way out first. Su Jianye stopped them. Wait, let me inform the master. Su Huijin frowned slightly. Be quick, time is of the essence. Su Jianye nodded and hurried to find Jing Huan, relaying their earlier conversation. Jing Huan nodded slightly. Go with them. Perhaps this is our chance. Yes, master. Jing Huan watched his departing figure, his thoughts drifting to the past, remembering his father. Father, it's been over 200 years. Your son has finally grown to this point. I wish you could see it. Su Jianye returned to Su Huijin's side, exchanged a few words, and the group hurried toward the exit of the secret realm. Before long, they were back in the Black Sea realm. Su Huijin looked at Su Jianye. Brother Su, do you have any leads? Otherwise, in this vast place, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Su Jianye nodded slightly. I do. Brother Su, please tell us quickly. Su Jianye nodded again. We are currently in the west, but the most likely location of the hidden treasure is in the east. We've searched the north and south before but found nothing. Although we've searched the east before as well, the master has some intelligence pointing to the east. Alright, then let's head east. With that, the group set off. Gu Shihui stared coldly at the two people in the air. Wang Yangli, this is between him and me. You shouldn't interfere. Wang Yangli sneered. Ha, who doesn't know about the despicable methods of the Gu family? Besides, the Wang family and the Ni family have been close allies for generations. Helping him is only natural. This is the perfect opportunity to rid the world of your poisonous clan. Gu Shihuai's forehead veins bulged. Everyone, stop hesitating. Ni Jibwa has the treasure map of this secret realm. I saw him find it with my own eyes. This strange secret realm is dangerous. I'm sure none of you want to stay here any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens more people emerged from the surrounding forest. They were all forces connected to the Gu family. A thin old man stepped forward and said, Gu Shihui, we agreed to help you get rid of them, but you know they're from the Ni imperial family and the Wang family. These are forces we can't afford to provoke. We'll take the spoils first. The surrounding people echoed in agreement. That's right. Gu Shihui weighed his options. Fine, capture these two first, and I'll let you pick a few items. With that, dozens of people fixed their gaze on the two in the air and then all ascended. We don't want to provoke the Ni family or the Wang family either, so please, die. Even Wang Yangli didn't dare face such a large group. Although he had time-based abilities, he was only at A level, and there was no way he could win against so many. Ni Jibwa and Wang Yangli exchanged a glance and then turned to flee, their coordination seamless. Wang Yangli's men stayed behind to cover their retreat. The crowd hesitated for a moment before reacting. After dealing with the rear guard, they chased after the two. The direction of their escape happened to be where Su Huijin and his group were heading. Su Huijin's group was rushing east at top speed. When they encountered powerful beasts, they detoured. When they encountered weaker ones, they killed them instantly. Time was tight during their time on the run. Several days might have already passed in the outside world. Half an hour later, Ni Jibwa and Wang Yangli were severely injured, and the number of their pursuers had decreased by a dozen or so. Brother Wang, you go on ahead. I've dragged you into this mess today. Wang Yangli frowned deeply. Stop with the nonsense and run. Suddenly, they noticed 6 people ahead. That's right, it was indeed Su Huijin and his group. The two sides locked eyes, and Su Huijin naturally noticed the large group of people chasing after the two behind him. Initially, he didn't want to meddle, but upon realizing that one of them was from the Ni family, he had to consider whether to save them. He also noticed that most of their pursuers were at the void-traversing realm. While hesitating, he spotted members of the Lin family among the pursuers. Su Huijin had suspected the Lin family back when he was at the beast worship sect, but he hadn't found any evidence. Moreover, the Lin family wasn't exactly known for their virtue. After weighing his options, he decided to intervene. Su Huijin turned to his companions and said, "Seniors, I want to save them." The group frowned slightly. After all, time was tight, and they couldn't afford to waste it on such matters. However, seeing Su Huijin's determined expression, they eventually agreed. "All right." Su Huijin called out to the two, "You two, come behind us." The pair exchanged glances, looked at the pursuers behind them, and then nodded in succession. "Thank you all." Gu Shihuai and his group had naturally noticed Su Huijin and his companions, but they were busy contemplating how to eliminate them. After all, letting them escape would mean trouble if they identified the culprits later. Su Huijin leaped forward with a powerful jump and smashed his fist into the head of a void-traversing realm ability user. The head burst like a watermelon. Seeing this, the group immediately launched an attack on Su Huijin. Taiyu and the others joined the fray, and chaos erupted on the battlefield. Gu Shihuai was furious, glaring at Su Huijin. Not only had they refrained from attacking first, but the other side had the audacity to strike first. "You brat, courting death." Suddenly, a dozen water columns appeared in the air, erratically surging toward Su Huijin. However, Su Huijin teleported directly in front of him and delivered a punch. Although Gu Shihuai, being from a prominent family, was caught off guard, he managed to react just in time. Even so, Su Huijin's punch made him cough up blood. Everyone was stunned. Under Su Huijin's powerful assault, Gu Shihuai's group began to falter. Su Huijin's side was already formidable, while Gu Shihuai's group was mostly a ragtag bunch. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Gu Shihuai quickly pleaded, "Young man, we haven't wronged you, have we? Why go to such lengths?" Su Huijin ignored him and continued dealing with the weaker opponents. The ones flying in the air posed some difficulty for him. Seeing that Su Huijin wasn't responding, Gu Shihuai's anger flared. "Brat, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Su Huijin rolled his eyes helplessly, thinking, this guy changes his tune faster than flipping a page. Before long, only a few people remained on the battlefield. Wang Yangli punched Gu Shihuai to the ground. Seeing this, Su Huijin didn't hesitate to draw his Tiger Slayer blade and swiftly decapitated Gu Shihuai, not even giving him a chance to react. With Gu Shihuai's fall, the remaining enemies posed no threat and began begging for mercy, but it was too late. The seniors quickly dealt with them, leaving the ground soaked in blood and the surroundings in ruins. Even nearby beasts were caught in the crossfire and sent flying. Annihilation and his companions stepped forward to express their gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we'd probably be dead by now. May I ask why you decided to save us?" Annihilation inquired. Su Huijin calmly analyzed, "First, I have some ties with the Anai family. Second, if I didn't save you, they might not have spared us either. Third, you must have something valuable on you, otherwise, they wouldn't be chasing two members of imperial capital families like this." Annihilation and his companion were momentarily stunned before offering an awkward smile. Without hiding anything, Annihilation took out a treasure map, though he didn't quite understand why the young man before him had chosen to help. The moment Su Jianye saw the treasure map, he became visibly excited and said to Su Huijin, "This belonged to your father." Annihilation and his companions were taken aback, staring blankly as Su Jianye rambled on. Su Huijin explained from the side, "This situation is a bit complicated. Let's talk as we walk. Let's head to the treasure site first." No one objected. Then, Su Huijin explained the current situation to them in detail. After listening, the two couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. "So, the 3 or 4 days we've spent here equate to 60 or 70 days outside?" Su Huijin nodded slightly. Annihilation and his companion exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation, and their expressions turned serious. "I didn't expect this secret realm to be such a trap," Wang Yangli said solemnly. "If we really stay here for a month, how much time will pass outside?" "About 2 years. Annihilation's face showed a look of urgency. "Let's hurry." The atmosphere instantly became tense, and everyone fell silent. They refrained from flying to accommodate Su Huijin and Su Jianye, as they were the only two who couldn't fly. Annihilation asked curiously, "By the way, what's your name? I never got the chance to ask earlier." Su Huijin decided not to hide anymore and revealed his true face. The moment the two saw him, they immediately recognized him. "It's you! The famous Su Huijin, who defeated my cousin to claim first place in the Imperial University military training." "Oh, Romu is your cousin?" Su Huijin tilted his head and noticed a slight resemblance, though not very obvious. Annihilation nodded. "Yes, he always talks about how you two are good friends. I was just about to ask why you saved me and mentioned having some connection with our family. Su Huijin smiled faintly.
It was just a small effort. Wang Yangli was shocked, recalling the earlier battle where someone at the Spirit Sea realm had overpowered someone at the Void Flight realm. It was simply unbelievable. He glanced at Su Huijin's profile, thinking to himself, I wonder who's stronger, Kali or him. Beside him, Su Jianye was momentarily stunned upon seeing Su Huijin's true face but didn't dwell on it. After all, disguises were not uncommon in this world. What surprised him more was how flawless Su Huijin's disguise had been. Other than that, there wasn't much to think about. The group ran continuously for 3 hours before finally arriving in the east. They stopped, and Annihilation once again took out the treasure map. The map depicted 9 mountains, and before them stood several towering peaks. Annihilation flew into the air, observed for a while, and then landed. There's no mistake. The location on the map matches this place exactly. At the center of the 9 peaks marked on the map was a rune symbol. The group searched for an hour but still found nothing. Annihilation was puzzled. Hey, this is clearly the spot. Why hasn't the treasure appeared? Su Huijin studied the map carefully, his brows furrowed, then gradually relaxed. Everyone, please go investigate these 9 peaks and see if there are any points where spiritual energy converges. Hearing this, the group quickly began their search. Sure enough, each peak had small points where spiritual energy gathered, so subtle that they could easily be overlooked without careful inspection. Each peak does have one. Brother Su, how did you know? Someone asked. Su Huijin smiled. I read about it in an ancient text. Please, each of you take a peek. When I give the signal, we'll simultaneously channel spiritual energy into the convergence points. Wang Yangli asked in confusion, but there are only 8 of us. Su Huijin smiled mysteriously. You all go ahead. I have my own way. Without further questions, the group headed to their respective peaks. Once everyone had left, a figure suddenly appeared to Su Huijin's right. It was his clone. A clone with 100% of his strength. Su Huijin himself activated his shadow cloak to turn invisible and used the concealment technique to mask his presence, ensuring he wouldn't be detected. The clone took 1 peek, while Su Huijin occupied another. The clone sent out the signal, and upon seeing it, everyone immediately began channeling spiritual energy into the convergence points. About 10 minutes later, the central point suddenly erupted with a powerful energy that shot straight into the sky. Everyone who had entered the underwater secret realm saw this, and many began heading in that direction. The few people standing on the mountain peak lost consciousness the moment they witnessed the energy. When Su Huijin opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared before him. The figure turned around, but Su Huijin couldn't make out his face. He only felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Then, the man spoke, Young one, watch closely. His voice was like a resounding symphony, leaving Su Huijin with new insights every time he recalled it. Su Huijin stared at him intently. The man took a single step forward, and time seemed to reverse, space folding in an instant, as if he had traveled from an unknown place directly to the edge of the universe. With that step, countless runes of laws appeared beneath his feet, dazzling Su Huijin. Then, the man turned to glance at Su Huijin. His body dissolved into countless points of starlight, which surged into Su Huijin's mind. Su Huijin clutched his head in pain, sweat instantly beading on his forehead. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes. Gasping for breath, sweat dripping like beans, Su Huijin's face was filled with disbelief. The pinnacle of speed. That single step could transcend time. What kind of existence is he? The starlight from earlier contained the cultivation method for this technique, and the influx of information into Su Huijin's mind nearly made his head explode. Even at the entry level, the technique could reach its peak. This is probably the second greatest opportunity I've had since awakening my abilities. Of course, the first was his clone. A faint smile appeared on Su Huijin's lips. This trip was truly worth it. Suddenly, white light flashed again. Su Huijin closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was back on the mountain peak. At this moment, everyone else was still lying on the ground. I wonder if they also obtained this secret technique. Since this technique doesn't have a name yet, I'll call it ultimate speed. Ha! My cultivation level has broken through. It's only been a few days, and I've already reached the void-traversing realm. In reality, more than 2 months had passed in the outside world, nearly 3 months. Before long, the others gradually woke up, smiles on their faces. It seemed everyone had received some form of inheritance, though it was unclear if Su Huijin's was the same as theirs. In truth, Su Huijin's inheritance was the most extraordinary, the others' inheritances couldn't compare.
At this moment, the group noticed an oval-shaped energy emitting a blue glow at the spot where the energy pillar had erupted earlier. They gathered around it, but no one mentioned the inheritances.
Su Huijin looked at the glowing blue oval.
This should be the exit. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one dared to go first.
Su Huijin picked up a stone from the ground and threw it toward the oval.
Seeing no issues, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A beautiful young man sitting on a bed suddenly opened his eyes.
This aura. Jinghuan immediately stood up, his face full of shock. It's father's aura. Could it be that they've really found the exit?
He quickly closed his eyes to sense carefully, and a look of joy appeared on his face.
Yes, it's definitely the aura of the exit. 200 years, over 200 years, finally. Jinghuan flew out of his room, ascending directly
into the sky, and began to shout.
Everyone!
His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear to everyone.
Ha! Isn't that the teacher? Could something big have happened? Probably. Didn't the giant turtle recently merge again? There must be some new discovery. Seeing everyone's attention on him, Jinghuan continued.
Through my senses, I've detected the aura of an exit in the Black Sea realm. This means we have a chance to leave this place. As these words were spoken, everyone froze for a moment. After a while, someone asked, and only then did the crowd react.
Sir, is this true? Jinghuan nodded slightly. It's true.
Immediately, the crowd erupted in cheers.
Ha, over 200 years, and we never thought there'd be a chance to leave. Ha ha ha. However, some people remain skeptical. Is it really true? We've tried so many methods before and never found a way out. How? Could it be possible this time? Someone immediately retorted, if the sir says so, then it must be true.
Jinghuan looked at everyone's varied
expressions, fully understanding their emotions. Although cultivators feel time passes quickly, ordinary people experience it differently. Life is but
a century, and here, it feels like being a living corpse every day, unbearably dull, with no spark in their eyes.
He let them celebrate for a while, before continuing, all right, you all stay here for now. I need to go out and guard this secret realm. Once we leave, you can come out. Everyone quickly
agreed. After waiting so long, they weren't in a rush for this moment. Jinghuan nodded slightly to the crowd and then dashed out of the secret
realm. He arrived at a cave, looked at the wall, and touched it. The entire cave began to tremble, and the wall in front gradually shrank before finally collapsing.
Then, a small sphere emerged. This was the true form of the secret realm. The sphere floated into Jinghuan's hand, and after a glance, he tucked it into his sleeve. Walking out of the cave, he saw the surrounding trees and took a deep breath.
It's been 100 years since I last came out, and it's still the same. He flew into the air, taking a deep look at the place before turning and heading towards Su Huijin and the others.
With one step, the surrounding scenery instantly blurred, runes appeared beneath his feet, and in the next moment, he was above 9 mountain peaks. His aura distorted the surrounding space. Su Huijin and the others were preparing to leave through the exit when they suddenly felt a
powerful presence.
Looking up, they were greeted by an incomparably beautiful face. Su Jianye froze for a moment before exclaiming excitedly, Sir,
you're here. We've found the exit. Wang Yangli and Ni Jibua, who were unaware of the situation, looked grim, as if facing a formidable enemy. What a terrifying aura the surrounding space is distorting. Could his strength be at the law realm? Ni Jibua's body trembled slightly. This aura is even more frightening than the family heads. Could he be the Sir Su Huijin mentioned?
Su Huijin and the others were also surprised.
After
all, they had seen him before and had only thought his aura was strong.
But now, this display completely overturned their understanding. Jinghuan did not immediately respond to Su Jianye but instead focused on the oval-shaped exit. That's right, this is it. He turned to Su Jianye and nodded. I didn't expect you to actually find it. How did you discover it? Su Jianye recounted everything that had happened in detail. Jinghuan looked gently at Su Huijin. Young man, you're quite impressive. Once we're out, I'll be your backing. Because Su Huijin had previously talked with
him extensively, he had gained some understanding of the external world structure. To be honest, even the strength of that Saint Lord was nothing extraordinary. Su Huijin's heart stirred. Although he didn't know the exact extent of this Sir's strength, there was no doubt that he was a formidable
Figure.
However, Su Huijin did not take all the credit for himself. Instead, he bowed to Jing Huan. Sir, this isn't just the result of our efforts, they also contributed greatly. The final treasure map was discovered by them.
Su Huijin pointed to Annihilation and his companion. Jing Huan
turned to look at them, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yet, the crowd did not notice this subtle change.
One of them actually
carries the aura of time. How interesting. So this is the time-based ability Su Huijin mentioned.
Annihilation and his companion, unable to understand
what was being said, looked somewhat confused. Su Huijin briefly translated for them. The two faces were flushed with excitement. Although they weren't sure how powerful this expert was, they knew their chance had come. Please convey my message to this senior. This is just a small favor.
Su Huijin nodded slightly.
After listening, Jing Huan said indifferently, in that case, I'll give them 2 opportunities as compensation.
By the way, you mentioned a treasure map earlier, let me take a look.
Jing Huan landed on the ground and walked up to Su Huijin.
Su Huijin handed over
the treasure map. In fact, the moment he took it out, Jing Huan had already sensed the aura on it. That's right, it indeed carries my father's aura. I'll take this with me. Jing Huan then placed the treasure map into his sleeve and took out 2 purple spiritual fruits.
Give these 2 boundary-breaking fruits to them. These are extremely precious items.
Based on my cultivation level, they can increase the probability of breaking
through boundaries.
If they take a bite, they should be able to directly reach the Nirvana realm you mentioned.
Su Huijin stared in astonishment
at the 2 purple fruits. They have such an effect. Each fruit is about the size of a palm, and just 1/10 of a bite can directly elevate
their realm to the Nirvana realm.
Su Huijin could roughly sense their cultivation levels. Both were around the 5th or 6th stage of the void
realm.
It's worth noting that the resources required for cultivation increase exponentially as one progresses, and the resources needed for the Nirvana
realm are immense. Advancing to the domain realm requires comprehension.
Su Huijin handed the 2 fruits to them and briefly explained their effects. The 2 began breathing heavily. They quickly bowed to Jing Huan to express their gratitude. Although Jing Huan couldn't understand their words, he could roughly grasp their meaning and waved his hand dismissively. Then, he turned to Su Huijin.
Don't stay here any longer, leave. I can't wait any longer.
With that, the group headed toward the exit. The exit was large enough for several people to walk side by side, but none of them
could walk ahead of Jing Huan.
Everyone stood behind him, not even occupying half a body length.
Judging by their age, they should have been walking in front.
After leaving, the scene felt no different from when they had entered. As soon as they stepped out, the oval-shaped exit instantly shattered
and disappeared.
At this moment, many people were still rushing over.
By the time the nearest person arrived, half an hour had already passed.
Subsequently, more people arrived, and almost everyone who was still alive gathered there, only to find a strong aura and nothing else.
Damn it, the items have been taken. Quick, find them.
A massacre in the Black Sea realm gradually unfolded, yet the crowd remained unaware that they would
never leave this secret realm for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, in the underwater secret realm area of Gubwa City, many people were still
waiting, including members of prominent families gathered on the beach.
It's been almost 3 months, why haven't they come out yet?
Why is this
secret realm still open?
It's so strange.
Could it be a permanent secret realm?
That shouldn't be the case, the detection indicates it's not a
permanent secret realm.
A member of the Gu family looked puzzled. Just then, the entrance to the secret realm suddenly began to crack and collapse. Before the crowd could react, the person closest to the entrance was torn to pieces.
Seeing this, everyone immediately retreated. A minute later,
the entrance to the secret realm completely disappeared, leaving the crowd dumbfounded.
Something's wrong. Something's wrong.
Fifth Elder, the entrance to the secret realm has vanished.
The voice of the Gu family's 5th elder suddenly turned stern.
What?
Those on the shore felt the energy fluctuations coming from the seabed. Just as they were about to investigate, someone came to report.
What exactly happened? The subordinate asked.
Urgently.
I don't know either. I had just entered the seabed and was still 2,000 meters away from the secret realm entrance when I saw it collapse
and then disappear.
This chaos erupted on the shore.
The Gu family's 5th elder's face darkened.
Find out the truth, I want answers. Yes. The group emerged from the secret realm, finding themselves in a place filled with molten lava. Burning rocks surrounded them on all sides, resembling a living hell, with extremely high temperatures. The ambient heat was several hundred degrees, but their cultivation levels barely allowed them to adapt. Even so, everyone was drenched in sweat, except for Jing Huan, who remained completely unscathed.
Su Huijin glanced around. What is this place? We didn't return to the seabed?
Jing Huan curiously observed their surroundings.
This place is quite interesting.
The others were equally puzzled.
And Ai Jibwa furrowed his brows, seemingly deep in thought.
Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he exclaimed, "This is the Purgatory Mountain Range."
Towering fiery mountains surrounded them, spewing flames and lava. Tai Yu and the others were stunned.
This is the Purgatory Mountain Range.
Upon closer inspection, they confirmed it. This is bad, really bad. This place is guarded by 8th-tier exotic beasts. And I've heard those beasts have already taken human form.
At this moment, the group was in complete disarray.
However, Su Huijin and Su Jianye remained
calm, as they knew there was an unfathomable figure among them. Jing Huan, meanwhile, concealed his aura, appearing like an ordinary person.
Suddenly, a fire attribute exotic beast charged toward them.
Jing Huan found it amusing and raised his right hand. With a single pull, the beast was drawn toward him without any resistance, not even a chance to struggle. The beast was filled with terror. Jing Huan circled it, inspecting it.
So this is an exotic beast? Interesting. Fundamentally different from the demonic beasts of the Dian dynasty.
Its attributes have locked in its future potential, ensuring it can never become the
strongest. The outside world is indeed far more intriguing than the inside.
By this time, Su Huijin had already found a way out. "Sir, let's leave this place. After all, this is the territory of exotic beasts, and it's not wise to linger." Jing Huan nodded slightly.
"I don't mind. If we're leaving, let's go. Quickly."
Jing Huan didn't use teleportation, as he wanted to take a closer look at the world 5,000 years later. The group flew north, all of them taking
to the air,
except for Su Jianye, who was carried by Jing Huan's power. At this moment, the others noticed that Su Huijin had broken through to the void
flight realm.
They hadn't realized it earlier when she woke up, but now they reacted and quickly congratulated her. "Junior Su, congratulations on breaking through
to the void flight realm. Sorry we didn't notice earlier."
"It's fine." It was Su Huijin's first time flying, and she felt a bit uneasy, but deep inside,
she experienced a wonderful sense of freedom, as if unbound by anything.
After a few minutes of adjustment, she became adept, easily performing various high-difficulty maneuvers. Just then, a powerful aura swept over them, accompanied by scorching air.
A massive figure appeared before them, a giant ape, its entire
body fiery red, exhaling breaths mixed with thick white smoke.
The ape spoke.
"You humans are truly bold, daring to trespass into my Purgatory Mountain Range.
Are you seeking death?"
Liang Yu stammered, "Purgatory Tyrant, the molten giant ape."
The giant ape let out a furious roar.
Roar! A wave of heat surged toward them, but Jing Huan stood at the front, and the heat wave could advance no further.
"How arrogant! Humans, since you're here, stay and keep me company." The molten giant ape extended a massive arm, slamming it down toward the group.
Jing Huan had just probed it and found it unimpressive, not worth his
interest. He sighed. "Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed.
This thing is even less capable than my father's pets." Jing Huan raised his left hand and flicked his sleeve.
The molten giant ape instantly vanished, leaving only its disembodied consciousness in place.
Only those who have reached the domain realm can release their consciousness to perform soul possession.
At this moment, the molten giant ape's consciousness was utterly bewildered. "What the hell? Where's my massive body?"
The molten giant ape looked at Jing Huan, the air around it thick with an overwhelming sense of danger.
"Who is this person? There shouldn't be anyone stronger than him among humans."
With just a light wave of his sleeve, my body turned to ashes.
"What kind of existence is this? Could he be that saint among humans? There's no way I could look like this.
No, I must escape." The lava giant ape, snapping back to its senses, hurriedly turned to flee.
But no
matter how it tried to fly, it couldn't escape and was instead forced to retreat backward. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Jing Huan.
The lava giant ape felt a bit awkward. "Master, spare me."
The lava giant ape cautiously looked at the beautiful young man before it, who didn't look like a powerful
figure at all.
Jing Huan observed its divine sense and thought to himself, the current cultivation system is truly fascinating.
Divine sense can actually separate from the physical body. Master, Senior, I didn't mean to. Please spare me, I won't dare again. Jing Huan didn't respond because he couldn't understand what it was saying. However, he could sense that the other party was begging for mercy. Seeing his silence, the lava giant ape grew even more panicked and quickly said, I can do anything for you, just please spare me. Jing Huan found it uninteresting and directly refined it. It didn't even have time to scream before it was over. The divine sense transformed into a small blue orb and flew in front of Su Huijin. Here, take this. Eating it will expand your sea of consciousness. In their cultivation system, divine sense and the sea of consciousness were interconnected. Su Huijin immediately expressed his gratitude. How is it? Still no contact with Su Huijin? Guaxian shook his head helplessly. It's been almost 3 months. Could something have happened to him? Guaxian sighed, feeling very worried. Sigh. I shouldn't have approved his leave back then. 1 month, and now it's almost 3 months. Today is the day of the freshman competition. If he doesn't participate, he'll be expelled. Even if he's the national top scorer, rules can't be broken. Zhao Luoluo frowned, clearly fond of Su Huijin as a classmate. Teaching a genius among geniuses was such a satisfying experience. Why don't you try contacting him again? The assembly outside has already started, and the competition will begin once it's over. If he doesn't show up, his qualification will be revoked. He only applied for a 1-month leave and it's been 3 months. If he doesn't come, he'll definitely be expelled. Guaxian was also troubled. This child's talent is something I've never seen in my life, but I contacted him just an hour ago and still got no response. Moreover, I heard that the secret realm has been almost 3 months, and no one has come out. Once inside, no one has returned. The vice principal stood on the platform of the playground. Students, time flies, and the end of the semester is already here. Today is the time to test the results of your hard work this semester. It is also a crucial opportunity to determine your future here. Dormitory assignments will also be readjusted based on this ranking. Only the top 10 in this freshman competition will receive rewards. Ranks 10 to 4 will receive 10 top-grade spirit stones, 1 month of cultivation in the spirit gathering tower, 1 advanced martial technique, and 1 bottle of great spirit gathering potion. Rank 3 will receive 15 top-grade spirit stones, 2 months of cultivation in the spirit gathering tower, 2 advanced martial techniques, and 2 bottles of great spirit gathering potion. Rank 2 will receive 20 top-grade spirit stones, 3 months of cultivation in the spirit gathering tower, 3 advanced martial techniques, and 3 bottles of great spirit gathering potion. Rank 1 will receive 30 top-grade spirit stones, 4 months of cultivation in the spirit gathering tower, 1 top-tier martial technique, and 1 bottle of great giant spirit potion. The students below were all excited upon hearing this. Although the rewards weren't as generous as those during military training, they were still quite impressive. However, many students still felt disappointed. After all, only the top 10 would receive rewards, and only the most outstanding freshmen could achieve that. The vice principal continued, this is the reward section, now let's talk about the rules. This freshman competition adopts an elimination and advancement system, divided into groups A, B, C, and D. There are about 2,000 freshmen, with approximately 500 people in each group, and each group will have corresponding number plates. For example, Group A number 1 will compete against Group A number 1. Those who draw the same number will face off, the winner advances, the loser is eliminated, and those who get a bye will advance directly. This process continues until the group has its first place winner, who will then compete against the first place winners from other groups to determine the ultimate champion. You should have seen your group number in the software yesterday. That's the rule, so I won't elaborate further. At this moment, Han Shu looked anxious. Jean, what's going on? Why haven't I been able to reach you for months? He's not in the dormitory, where did he go? The freshman competition is about to start, and he still hasn't returned. Ni Romu frowned, feeling uneasy. Brother Huijin, what's going on? You've been out of contact for months. How could you take leave for so long? I was most looking forward to battling you. If you don't show up, it'll be so boring. Lu Hengyu was lost in thought. Brother Su, you haven't returned from that underwater secret realm? Could something have happened in that secret realm? I should have sent someone to investigate earlier. Lang Ruaton looked worried. Su Huijin, where are you? It's been months, why haven't you been reachable? Please don't let anything happen to you. Hey, guys, have you heard? B. Heard what? A. Our top scorer in the college entrance exam, who also ranked first in military training, Su Huijin. B. What about him? C. You don't know? B. Shook his head. B. I don't know. He's been busy cultivating these past few months. He doesn't have time for these things. A. I heard Su Huijin has been on leave for several months and hasn't returned yet. Who do you think will take first place in the freshman competition this time? B. Really? Why isn't he staying at school properly? Why take leave? And he hasn't returned for months, could something have happened to him? C. Shrugged. C. Who knows? I think Romu will probably take first place. This time. Without Su Huijin, he's the strongest among the freshmen. B. What a pity for Su Huijin. If he doesn't participate in the competition this time, he might get expelled. After all, this is the final exam, and he's been on leave for so long without attending the final exam. A. Now that you mention it, that's quite possible, even if he's the national top scorer. C. This is going to be interesting. Now, I officially announce the start of the freshman competition. At this moment, the students moved to their respective group areas. In the center of the field were 4 arenas, each with a spacious range. On both sides of the arenas were spectator seats, divided into 4 sections, A, B, C, and D. Each section was split into upper and lower parts, the upper part for senior students and the lower part for freshmen. Each arena had to wait for all matches in one group to finish before proceeding to the next group. Each group had about 250 to 260 matches, taking a total of 3 days to complete. Unfortunately, Su Huijin was scheduled to fight on the first day, and even more unluckily, he was in Group A's 26th match. If Su Huijin didn't arrive in time, he would be directly disqualified. Now the competition had officially begun. Students A and B were called to the Group A arena for their match. Meanwhile, matches on the other arenas also started. Student A looked at Student B with disdain. So it's you. Ha! Today, I'll show you what true strength is. Student B sneered and curled his lips. With just you? Ha! Come fight. One wielded a sword, the other a spear, and they began their battle in the arena. Fighting is exhilarating. Both were top talents at Imperial Capital University, equally matched in strength. However, Student B had a slight edge and managed to suppress Student A. The referee then announced, in Group A's arena, the first victory goes to Student B. Next group, please prepare. Time passed bit by bit, and it was finally Hanshu's turn to take the stage in the 12th match of Group C. At this moment, he attracted quite a bit of attention. Not only was he ranked among the top 100 freshmen in terms of strength, but he was also Su Huijin's close friend, naturally drawing the focus of many. His opponent was a fat man, whose flesh jiggled with every step he took. The man looked at Hanshu disdainfully. You, so skinny and frail, ranked in the top 100? Today, I'll knock you down and prove myself. Hanshu was already feeling irritated. Su Huijin hadn't returned yet, and now he was being provoked. His anger was instantly ignited. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let the battle begin. Before the fat man could react, Hanshu's entire body began to glow. The blinding light made it impossible for the fat man to open his eyes. When he finally managed to open them again, a large foot was already in front of his face. Without any reaction, the fat man was kicked off the stage and passed out. Many spectators gasped after witnessing this. The light was dazzling even for those on the stage, let alone the fat man in the arena. Hey, I remember this guy is Su Huijin's close friend. I didn't expect him to be so strong. I know that fat guy, his strength is definitely in the top 100. I didn't expect him to last less than one move against Hanshu. Truly terrifying. Hanshu glanced at the fat man indifferently. I thought he was some big deal, but turns out he's just this. Ha! Hanshu wins and advances. At this moment, Gu Xian stood up emotionally. What? Zhao Luoluo, beside him, looked puzzled. What's wrong? Gu Xian's expression turned serious. I just received the latest notice, the underwater secret realm has disappeared. Zhao Luoluo's eyes widened. What? Disappeared? Did no one come out? Before a secret realm disappears, shouldn't it teleport everyone out? How could it just vanish? Gu Xian shook his head. I'm not sure either. That secret realm is too strange. Zhao Luoluo said worriedly, then call Su Huijin again and check. Gu Xian nodded, took out his phone, and this time the call connected directly. Gu Xian was overjoyed. Hello, is this Huijin? It's me, teacher. Gu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, after nearly 3 months, I finally got through to you. What's going on?
On the other end of the line, Su Huijin sounded a bit awkward.
It's a long story. I'll explain it to you in detail when I return. Alright, where are you now?
The freshman competition has already started.
If you don't participate, you'll be expelled. After all, you've been absent from school for 3 months. Even if you've completed your courses ahead of schedule. Su Huijin's voice rose slightly. What? The freshman competition is today.
At that moment, it was Su Huijin's turn to take the stage, and the referee shouted, Student Su Huijin, please come to the stage. If student Su Huijin does not arrive within 2 minutes, it will be considered a forfeit.
Gu Xian quickly said to Su Huijin, they're calling you now. It's over. If you don't make it within 2 minutes, you'll be disqualified.
Su Huijin felt a bit flustered but quickly calmed down.
Don't worry, teacher. I'll be there right away. Meanwhile, Han Shu was extremely anxious. It's over, completely. Over.
The crowd on the sidelines was buzzing with discussion. I heard Su Huijin has been on leave for several months.
Do you think he hasn't made any progress during these months and is too afraid to come? That's impossible. Even if someone hasn't made progress, they wouldn't just not show up. Maybe something happened to him.
It's a pity, if he doesn't come, he'll be expelled.
Interesting, the first national top scorer to be expelled?
In a sense, he might become even more famous, haha. At this moment, everyone was looking at Su Huijin.
What's wrong, Junior? Su Huijin sighed.
Today is the freshman competition, and it's already my turn to go on
stage. Taiyu showed a shocked expression. What? What should we do then? If you miss it, you'll definitely be expelled. Su Huijin shook his head and then directly looked at Jing Huan. Sir. What's the matter? Su Huijin hesitated for a moment and said, Sir, can you take me to Imperial Capital University? He briefly explained the reason.
Jing Huan was a bit curious.
Is it the capital of this country? Su Huijin nodded. Jing Huan thought for a moment. Alright, show me the map. Su Huijin handed him the map.
From here to Imperial Capital University was about over 10 million square kilometers.
Not bad, it's quite close.
Jing Huan waved his hand, and everyone was enveloped in a peculiar energy. Then, he took a step forward, and the space seemed to reverse. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and then they saw the protective shield of Imperial Capital University instantly shatter, with alarms sounding throughout the campus.
Jing Huan casually sensed the area and went to the place with the most people.
They directly arrived above the venue of the freshman competition. At this moment, the countdown had already begun.
10, 9, 8. 3, 2. Su Huijin nodded to Jing Huan and flew toward the A group arena. As Gu Xian mentioned, present.
Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a group of people standing in mid-air, with the last figure swiftly flying over. As they looked closer, they saw a man dressed in a black, gold-trimmed robe with flowing long hair descending from the sky. Then, he landed heavily on the ground, smashing a large pit into the arena and kicking up a cloud of dust.
An elder opened his eyes. Not good, what's going on?
The school's protective shield has been breached. At this moment, Qin Long was playing chess with the dean of the Time Academy when he suddenly sensed the breach of the academy's protective shield. The two immediately stood up and exchanged glances.
Let's go! Their figures flashed and disappeared from their original spot.
The deans of various academies also sensed it and rushed to the venue of the freshman competition. The contestant originally set to face Su Huijin was initially very nervous, as
his opponent was the top freshman of Imperial Capital University.
However, upon realizing Su Huijin hadn't shown up, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was quite lucky. Unexpectedly, the twist came so quickly. At this moment, the vice principal's expression turned serious and immediately flashed to Jing Huan's side. All the school's big shots had arrived at the scene. All the students looked up at the sky, and some of them noticed Su Huijin
standing in the arena.
The principal stepped out from the crowd. Who are you, sir, and why have you trespassed into Imperial Capital University? The principal asked sternly. Jing Huan did not respond.
The school's big shots all frowned.
Taiyu was about to explain, but Su Huijin spoke up instead. Dear principals, how about I explain after my match? Everyone turned to look at Su Huijin.
They all knew him. Many people thought to themselves that Su Huijin was truly bold.
These people were top-tier big shots, and the principal was one of the nation's top 10 authorities. The principal thought for a moment and nodded. All right. The surrounding leaders were somewhat surprised. How could this person be so agreeable? Su Huijin looked at the referee. Can we start now? The referee snapped back to reality, glanced nervously at the principal, and then announced the start of the match. The contestant, facing Su Huijin, swallowed nervously. Although he had initially planned to forfeit, seeing all these big shots watching him, he had no choice but to brace himself and step forward. Su Huijin, please guide me. Su Huijin smiled faintly and nodded. His opponent was at the 9th level of the Linghu realm. Just as the opponent activated his ability, Su Huijin directly used a spatial shatter. The space in front of him instantly fractured like a mirror, breaking the opponent's ability. The subsequent attack struck, sending the opponent flying and rendering him unconscious. This was Su Huijin holding back, otherwise, that strike would have been fatal. The referee froze for a second or two before reacting. Su Huijin wins and advances. The scene fell silent, everyone in shock. They began whispering among themselves, "Whoa, this. Is this the strength of the top freshman?" Many senior students felt ashamed after witnessing this. "Whoa, his strength is almost on par with ours. I've been at this school for 3 years. He caught up to me in just 1 semester. If he's given more time, he'll definitely be even stronger." Hanshu clenched his fists excitedly. "I knew it, miracles always happen." Niromu smiled faintly. "Brother Huijin, your strength has grown again." Lang Ruodong looked at him with admiration. "Huijin is amazing." Su Huijin nodded slightly at the referee, then flew into the air. Many people were even more shocked at this sight. "Whoa, flying. He's reached the Yukong realm. How long has it been since he awakened his ability, and he's already at the Yukong realm? Isn't it said that the more talented someone is, the slower their progression? Incredible, truly incredible." Su Huijin heard these discussions but only smiled faintly. "It's no big deal." Su Huijin flew into the air and nodded slightly toward the principal and others. "Leaders, this isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere else to discuss." The principal nodded in satisfaction. "I recognize you. You're a good kid. Let's go to my office." He then addressed the crowd below. "The competition continues." The group came and left quickly. The principal's office was packed with over 20 people. Despite its absurd size, capable of accommodating 100 people, it still felt crowded. The assistant served tea to everyone. The principal glanced at Su Huijin, then at Jing Huan. No one dared to underestimate this beautiful young man, as breaking the protective barrier of Imperial Capital University was no trivial feat. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" the principal asked. Su Huijin briefly recounted the events in the secret realm. "By the way, when we came out, we were in the Purgatory Mountain range. Sir destroyed the lava giant ape's physical body with just a wave of his sleeve." At this, many of the Rule Realm experts gasped. A single wave of his sleeve instantly killed an 8th-tier exotic beast. This person definitely has the strength of the Law Realm. The principal's expression shifted slightly. No wonder the school's protective barrier was so easily broken. For someone of Sir's strength, it's truly remarkable. The principal's words carried a hint of spiritual power, which Jing Huan naturally understood. Moreover, the principal used an honorific title, as he couldn't discern the true strength of the young man before him. There were a few possibilities. First, his strength surpassed the principal's. Second, he possessed a technique to conceal his cultivation. Third, he had an artifact to hide his power. From any perspective, the first possibility seemed most likely. At this moment, everyone around remained silent. After all, no one dared to interrupt a conversation involving a high-ranking figure like the principal. Jing Huan didn't waste words either. "I need a piece of land to settle my people." Despite Jing Huan's immense strength, he never acted recklessly. No one dared to oppose his words. The principal was silent for a moment, before finally speaking. "Sir, of course. Although you are from 5,000 years ago, you are still a part of this land. This is naturally your home. I will report to the higher-ups and have a piece of land approved for you today." Jing Huan didn't respond immediately, as the principal's words implied that he had already aligned himself with the Dragon Nation. "All right, make it quick." The principal beamed with joy, and the surrounding experts hadn't seen him this happy in a long time. Jing Huan continued, pointing at Su Huijin. "He's under my protection." The principal looked at Su Huijin, fully understanding that from now on,
he would become the most well-connected person in the nation. Not only did he have the support of Imperial Capital University, but he was also under the protection of an unparalleled powerhouse. Sir, I understand. He is a student of Imperial Capital University, and this is only natural. Then, sir, please wait here for a moment. The process will take about an hour. Jing Huan shook his head. I want to take a walk. I'll be back in half an hour. With that, he disappeared completely. The principal turned to Su Huijin. Huijin, explain the situation in detail again. Su Huijin recounted the events for a while, finally clarifying the entire sequence of events. As for the inheritance he had received, it naturally couldn't be disclosed, and others wouldn't be foolish enough to spread the word. But even if it were revealed, it wouldn't matter. Afterward, Su Huijin saluted the group and then left. At this time, Taiyu and the others were summoned by a great figure, and Su Jianya was also arranged to rest. Now, only the deans of the various colleges remained in the principal's office. The principal addressed them. Su Huijin performed exceptionally well this time. We should allocate more resources to him. No one objected. At this moment, one of the deans stepped forward and asked, how much exactly should we allocate? The principal replied indifferently. He has brought to our dragon nation an existence that surpasses the law realm. How much do you think we should give? Everyone was stunned. What? That person's strength actually surpasses the law realm. The principal nodded slightly. I can't see through his strength. He should be on the same level as Xiaoji. On par with the saint. That person's power is truly formidable. To think he can rival the saint. The principal looked at the person who had asked the question. So, what reward do you think Su Huijin deserves? At this moment, the person began to ponder. I understand, principal. Let's give him that. The principal nodded slightly and waved his hand. Do as you see fit. I'm tired. You may all leave now. Subsequently, the deans of the colleges left one after another, and the principal's assistant stepped forward to report. Principal, we've already informed those leaders, and they've agreed to allocate the site for building the cosmic battleship. The principal smiled. Those old fellows are truly generous to offer such a good site. But then again, nothing compares to an existence that surpasses the law realm. Go ahead. As soon as Qin Yilong stepped out, he caught up with Su Huijin. When Su Huijin saw who it was, he immediately recognized his identity and quickly saluted. Master Ancestor. Qin Yilong nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, a fine young man. As expected of my grand disciple. You did an excellent job this time. The Dragon Nation has gained another top-tier powerhouse. Su Huijin smiled and asked, Master, Ancestor, is there something you need? Qin Yilong nodded. Let's go. We'll talk as we walk. I'll take you to a place. Oh, okay. Bye. The way, this counts as our first official meeting. As your Master Ancestor, I can't meet you without giving you a gift. As he spoke, Qin Yilong took out a sapphire blue orb, its surface smooth as a mirror. This is a spatial origin crystal. It will deepen your understanding of space. Now that you've reached the flight realm, you might soon achieve the nirvana realm. A deeper understanding of space will help you comprehend domains and even the laws of rules. But for now, it won't be of much use to you. Take it out for study when you reach the nirvana realm. Su Huijin quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Ancestor. This is too precious. Qin Yilong shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Growing stronger quickly is what matters most. As he spoke, the two arrived at a house. The house was made of metal, with astonishing defensive capabilities. The surrounding spiritual energy was dense, and there was even a significant amount of spatial energy swirling around. Su Huijin asked curiously, what is this? Qin Yilong looked at the building in front of him and said, this is your master's seclusion place. It's expected to break through in about a month, and the progress is going smoothly. Su Huijin's expression changed slightly. By the way, I haven't seen Master for almost a year now. Once Master breaks through, he will reach the rule realm, right? Master Ancestor, why did you bring me here? Qin Yilong explained. The spatial power here can help you comprehend space. I wanted to tell you that you can come here often to meditate over the next month. This will be very beneficial for your future cultivation. Su Huijin nodded slightly. I see. Thank you, Master Ancestor, for letting me know. Qin Yilong waved his hand. It's Nothing. By the way, the freshman competition is still ongoing, and you should have another match today. You'd better hurry back. Alright. Su Huijin saluted and then left the place. Qin Yilong muttered to himself as he watched him leave. My son, you really have taken in a good disciple. You're truly fortunate. At this moment, Su Huijin returned to the training ground, and the people around immediately noticed his arrival, whispering among themselves. Han Shu saw Su Huijin and excitedly ran up to him. Su Huijin smiled slightly when he saw her. Ah Jin, you're finally back. Where have you been these past few months? It's a long story, and I can't go into too much detail. Han Shu sighed. Well, you really are lucky. Suddenly, Han Shu noticed Su Huijin's attire. Hey, why? Are you dressed like someone from ancient times? To be honest, you do have the air of a nobleman. Su Huijin looked at his clothes. These were given to me by a senior. But I must say, they're quite comfortable to wear, and they don't restrict movement during battles. Most importantly, they suit my aesthetic. The outfit was entirely black, adorned with gilded patterns, and complemented with dragon motifs, also made of gold. The ensemble was exceptionally well matched, exuding an air of nobility. If placed in ancient times, many might mistake him for a prince. Su Huijin looked toward the arena. What's the situation now? Oh, the first round is almost over. The battles are progressing quite quickly, except for a few who are dragging things out. There are only 2 rounds today, and a few more rounds over the next 2 days before it's all over. Romo, Lu Hanyu, and Zhang Yan have all won. Su Huijin nodded slightly. If you guys didn't win, that would be strange. At this moment, Jing Huan had almost completed a circuit around the area and sighed. The changes in the outside world over the past 5,000 years are truly immense. The wonders of this technology are astonishing. However, this space is no longer suitable for the old cultivation methods. The focus is now primarily on supernatural abilities. Cultivating these abilities is the mainstream of this era. I need to think about the path ahead. But with my current strength, I should be considered the strongest person here. Jing Huan smiled. Time to head back. Soon after, Jing Huan's figure reappeared in the principal's office. The principal saw him and immediately stepped forward. Sir, everything has been arranged. Please follow me. All right. The principal led Jing Huan to an area brimming with a sense of advanced technology, filled with numerous buildings. Sir, this place was originally intended for building space battleships. But if you need a site, it's yours now. It can be turned into a residential area, constructed entirely with alloys, and equipped with advanced artificial intelligence technology. With your wisdom and that of your people, I'm sure you'll adapt to modern life quickly. The principal gave Jing Huan a tour and finally took out a communication device. This is called a mobile phone, a product from 500 years ago. After 500 years of updates, its functions are now very advanced. It has my contact information. If you have any other matters, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Jing Huan took the phone, recalling that Su Huijin also had one of these devices. The principal continued, new students need to learn modern languages, after all, they must adapt to the new society. Finally, the principal clapped his hands, and a humanoid robot walked over. Sir, this is a robot. Simply put, it's made of metal and not a real person. It can help you quickly adapt to modern society. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you any longer. Jing Huan nodded slightly. Thank you. No problem, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. Now, Jing Huan and the robot were here, and the principal had just left when Su Jianye arrived. Su Jianye saluted Jing Huan and said, Sir. Jing Huan nodded slightly in response. From now on, this will be our new home. Su Jianye looked at the buildings, his eyes sparkling. The changes outside are truly immense. Compared to this, the Dian dynasty is like a drop in the ocean. I've only been out for a few hours, and my understanding has already been refreshed. Jing Huan said calmly, with a change of dynasties and the passage of time, technology will only become more advanced. Alright, let me release our people and arrange our new home. Saying this, Jing Huan took out a small sphere of a secret realm from his sleeve. The sphere flew into the air, emitting light. And soon a large group of people emerged from the secret realm, landing on the ground. At first, everyone was stunned, then overjoyed. I'm out. I'm out. Ha ha ha. Many were moved to tears. Some began observing the unfamiliar surroundings, staring at the buildings in amazement, while others took deep breaths of the fresh air. Jing Huan addressed everyone, fellow villagers, this is the outside world. From now on, this will be our new home. Someone asked in confusion, Sir, what are these buildings?
Why do they look so strange, as if they're
made of iron? This is the world 5,000 years into the future. Time in the Black Sea realm flows much slower than outside. We've spent
200 years in the Black Sea realm, but 5,000 years have passed outside. With the development of the times, building materials are no longer
mud and wood. Everyone present was shocked. 5,000 years. This is the world 5,000 years into the future.
Some felt lost, others were filled with anticipation, and some were overcome with sadness. Jing Huan continued, the passage of time is something we cannot
change.
Now, our primary goal is to live our lives well.
Many people echoed, yes, the sir is right. Let's focus on living our lives well. Then, Jing Huan gave orders to the robot.
The robot began introducing the knowledge of this era to everyone, but the sheer amount
of information left many feeling overwhelmed. It seems everyone needs some time to adapt. Everything here is so new to everyone.
Su, Jianye, start arranging housing and quickly learn the language of this era, otherwise, it will be very inconvenient.
Understood, sir.
Then, Jing Huan walked toward the best house here. After all, he himself was unfamiliar with the outside world and needed to catch up. At this moment, Lu Hongyu, Jiang Yan, and Roma were gathered around Su Huijin.
Brother Su, we didn't expect you to surprise us as soon as you arrived. Lu Hongyu teased. Jiang Yan exclaimed.
Wow, a few months without seeing you, and you've already reached the void-traversing realm. Su Huijin smiled and scratched his head. I broke through by chance, my realm hasn't had time
to stabilize yet. Roma was delighted to see Su Huijin return.
After all, the long-awaited battle, which seemed impossible, now had a chance to happen.
Brother Huijin, I've been looking forward to fighting you. There will be an opportunity. Let's meet in the finals.
Su Huijin said confidently. The freshman competition quickly entered the second round.
Han Shu was still the
first to take the stage among the group. Hearing the referee call his name, Han Shu greeted everyone and ran up.
Watch me perform.
The opponent on stage was on high alert, as Han Shu's earlier
performance had left a deep impression. Classmate Han, please teach me. As you wish. The battle begins.
The opponent launched the first attack, a massive water dragon surging toward Han Shu. Han Shu's right hand emitted a golden light, and with a slight sidestep, the water dragon struck his right hand but slipped away like an eel, crashing onto the ground nearby.
Su Huijin found this move very intriguing. The battle continued.
Seeing his attack fail, the opponent raised both hands, summoning 5 water dragons. Han Shu easily dodged the attacks with a few sidesteps.
But the water dragons unexpectedly turned back.
This time, Han Shu didn't evade, the water dragons passed directly through his body, hitting the opponent instead and knocking him out of the ring. This move drew gasps from the crowd. 666.
The atmosphere on site instantly ignited. Whoa, what kind of move was that? The water dragons went right through his body. No idea, never seen it before.
Han Shu wins and advances. Han Shu stepped down from the stage, confidently flicking his hair as he said to Su Huijin and the others, so, how was it?
Am I cool or what? With that. Look, you really dare to show off, Lu Hongyu teased. What do you think of my move? Pretty innovative, right? Guess the principle behind it. Meh, if you're not going to explain, then forget it.
Su Huijin praised, not bad, your skills have improved so quickly. Han Shu raised his nose proudly.
Of course, do you know who I am? I'm destined to become a legendary figure. Say,
you're full of yourself, and you still won't admit it.
Jiang Yan mocked.
Han Shu was about to retort when Jiang Yan was called to the stage.
Watch me show you what a truly dazzling performance looks like.
You're still too green. Han Shu was speechless, while only Su Huijin knew he was starting to show off again. Battle begins, the referee announced loudly. The opponent was an Earth Element ability user. He made the first move, extending a long earth spike straight toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan simply raised a finger and easily stopped the spike. Then, the earth spike turned golden and slowly retracted. Seeing this, the opponent immediately chose to retreat.
In an instant, the entire earth spike turned golden. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and the spike exploded into golden powder.
The audience was thrilled, as flashy battles always captivated them. The opponent, furious, began unleashing more abilities, but every move was effortlessly neutralized.
by Jiang Yan.
Left with no choice, he opted for close combat.
Unfortunately, if he couldn't win from a distance, what chance did he have up close? The moment the opponent approached, Jiang Yan
struck his chest with a heavy palm. Golden energy instantly spread throughout his body, making him look like a golden statue.
Jiang Yan glanced at the referee.
The referee hesitated for a moment
before announcing Jiang Yan's victory.
Jiang Yan stepped down from the stage, one hand in his pocket, the other snapping his fingers as the golden energy slowly receded.
The Earth Element ability. User knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. After watching, Su Huijin couldn't help but exclaim, "That was amazing. The vibe, the golden hair paired with that flamboyant pink outfit, absolutely perfect."
Still, this style had its fair share of female fans. After all, in this era, everyone admired the strong. Even if you weren't particularly good-looking, as long as your skills were exceptional, you could still attract plenty of attention from girls.
Jiang Yan's expressions and actions made people roll their eyes.
Han Shu couldn't resist teasing, "Wow, I have to say.
Ah Jin, your fighting style is really unique, so flashy. And you're actually wearing pink."
Jiang Yan smirked.
"What do you know? Only pink can express my mood. When I'm in a good mood, I wear pink. Every day."
"You wouldn't understand, so there's no point explaining."
"TCH.
Su Huijin remarked, "It's clear you really like this move, turning every attack into gold."
"Of course. This is one of my main attack methods, elegant and cool, brimming with confidence."
"Ha, makes sense." They continued watching the arena, observing some exciting battles.
Su Huijin enjoyed watching others fight, as it allowed him to learn a lot.
Not only could he observe his opponent's moves and habits, but he could also integrate the good aspects and improve on the shortcomings.
However, most
people relied on supernatural abilities, and those who truly used martial techniques were rare. Truly powerful individuals often excelled in both supernatural abilities and martial techniques. This was why Su Huijin placed great emphasis on physical strength and the power of martial skills. He worked hard to ensure he had no weaknesses. Time flew by, and it was Su Huijin's turn to take the stage.
His opponent was a classmate ranked in the top 50. The opponent showed no fear of Su Huijin, instead, he seemed eager to fight. As soon as Su Huijin stepped onto the stage, the
opponent spoke, "Su, I've been wanting to fight you for a long time, but I never had the chance.
This time, let me see your strength."
Su Huijin was a bit curious.
"You're interesting. I've
previously demonstrated my ability to fly, which means I've already reached the Void Realm. Honestly, our strengths are on completely different levels."
"You're that confident?" The opponent laughed heartily.
"Ha, so what? As a supernatural ability user, one must have fearless conviction.
Even knowing I'll lose, I'm not afraid."
Su Huijin was moved by his words.
"Alright, I understand. Tell me your name, and I'll give it my all." "My name is Ni.
Hearing this, Su Huijin froze. What the heck, did he just insult me?
The surname Ni, is he from the Ni family? Ni.
Noticed Su Huijin's pause and looked puzzled.
"What's wrong?" Su Huijin shook his head. "Nothing, it's a great name." "I think so too. Referee, we can start now." The referee glanced at them and then announced, "The battle begins." Ni launched the first attack.
Numerous wooden spikes emerged from the ground, rushing toward Su Huijin.
A faint blue shield appeared around Su Huijin, effortlessly blocking the attack.
Ni seemed confident as he charged forward with a spear in hand. Su Huijin stood still, waiting for him to approach.
When Ni got close,
Su Huijin suddenly stomped the ground forcefully, disappearing in an instant.
The next second, his fist landed heavily on Ni-jiama's chest. Ni-jiama spat out water, his eyes instantly dazed,
and he collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Su Huijin's figure.
Su Huijin glanced at the fallen Ni-jiama and shook his head. Confidence is a good thing, but strength still needs refinement. Su Huijin wins and advances. Cheers and screams erupted from the crowd, a testament to Su Huijin's immense popularity. Many senior girls
had stars in their eyes. Coupled with his aristocratic attire, he captured many hearts. His sharp brows, starry eyes, and deep gaze were simply irresistible.
After stepping off the stage, a few friends stared at him in awe.
"Wow, Jin, you're so popular."
I, Han Shu, am genuinely envious. Jiang Yan's mouth hung slightly open. "Why though? I admit you're handsome, but I'm not bad either. Why are the cheers for you louder than mine?" Su Huijin waved to the audience. Keep it low-key, low-key. Or you could get plastic surgery to look like me, and you'd be popular too. Get lost. Su Huijin turned to Ni Romu and asked, is that Ni Jiama from your family? Ni Romu nodded slightly.
Yes, he's the young master of a branch of the Ni family.
His strength is decent.
And his spear skills are impressive. But compared to you, Huijin, it's like showing off in front of an expert. I didn't expect him to faint after just one move.
Then again, the gap in strength
is indeed significant.
But that guy is incredibly confident, he's not afraid of anything. Su Huijin nodded in agreement.
True, his name is unique, and so is his personality.
Next, Lu Henyu
and Li Ping took the stage one after another, both performing well, their strength ranking within the top 50. Su Huijin felt puzzled. Lu Henyu seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mystery. Not only was his strength formidable, but he also exuded much more confidence.
Well done, old Lu. Han Shu praised. The 6 prodigies of Imperial Capital University, unstoppable. Su Huijin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What nonsense is this, the 6 prodigies of Imperial Capital University? Han Shu chuckled.
Just giving our group of 6 a name, hee hee.
Now it's just old Ni who hasn't gone up yet.
At that moment, someone stepped onto the stage, immediately catching Su Huijin's attention. It was Long Ruotong. Her cold, elegant face and stunning figure drew cheers and screams from the crowd. She was the most beautiful among the freshmen and was regarded as one of the campus belles. The person facing her tried to strike up a conversation, but she frowned and ignored him. Feeling insulted, her opponent attempted to show off his strength. However, in less than 5 seconds, he was frozen into an ice sculpture, and the cheers from the crowd grew even louder. As she stepped off the stage, she happened to meet Su Huijin's gaze and flashed a faint, almost imperceptible smile.
Was that my imagination? Ni Romu spoke up. This young lady from the Long family didn't attend school in Magic City.
I wonder why she came to Imperial Capital instead.
It's really intriguing. Still, her strength remains impressive. Judging
by her aura, she's probably close to breaking through to the Void Realm, about the same as Brother Yen.
Jian Yen didn't refute this, as it was a fact. Lang Ruotong's strength was evident to all. Finally, it was Ni Romu's turn to take the stage.
His opponent was also ranked within the top 100 among the freshmen. At that moment, the opponent was extremely nervous.
After all, Ni
Romu was ranked in the top 3 among the freshmen, and he was racking his brain on how not to embarrass himself.
Begin the match.
Suddenly, the ground of the arena began to tremble, and a
5-meter-tall wooden figure appeared. Ni Romu stood atop the wooden figure's head, staring at his opponent. The immense psychological pressure caused the opponent to gulp nervously. Even so, he
launched an attack, but the wooden figure's single punch was too much for him to handle. He was sent flying out of the arena, rolling several times on the ground.
It was, without a doubt, a bit humiliating. Ni Romu wins and advances.
Many were stunned by the wooden figure he summoned.
Its imposing presence, combined with Ni Romu's long green hair, gave him a unique flair. The crowd
cheered and screamed, though not as fervently as they had for Su Huijin. After stepping off the stage, Jian Yen gave him a thumbs up.
That was awesome. Ni Romu then mimicked Su Huijin's demeanor, striking a modest pose. Stay low-key, stay low-key.
With Ni Romu's gesture, the crowd didn't linger much longer, especially since the second round of matches was nearing its end.
Many people began to leave.
Some even approached for autographs, but Su Huijin and the others found it too troublesome and quickly left, heading to the top floor of the cafeteria to celebrate.
What did you say?
A new Law Realm expert has appeared in Longwa, a blonde foreigner exclaimed in shock.
Sir, it's absolutely true. According to intelligence from
Longwa, even the protective barrier of Imperial Capital University was broken. To achieve such a feat, it must be someone in the Law Realm.
Our informants are still investigating. The blonde foreigner fell into deep thought. Longwa truly is a cradle of geniuses. 200 years ago, they had Jinyanyu, and now another powerhouse has emerged.
Soon, Blue Star might as well belong to Longwa.
Continue the investigation immediately. Don't miss any clues. Find out who that person is.
Yes, sir.
In another country. Say that again?
Your Holiness, it said that another Law Realm expert has appeared in Longwa.
What's going on? How has Longwa produced yet another Law Realm expert? This is truly unexpected. Investigate this for me. I want results before nightfall. Understood, Your Holiness.
Master, a strong individual at the law realm has appeared in the imperial capital and even intruded into
Imperial Capital University.
This place resembled a palace, but its overall style leaned towards darkness.
The people inside were all dressed in black, their faces almost entirely obscured.
On the throne sat a shadowy figure, his voice exuding an oppressive aura, surrounded by a shroud of black mist.
Do we know who this person is? This subordinate does not know.
The individual seemed to appear out of thin air.
Here is a photo of him. The subordinate pressed a device on his wrist, projecting a photo into the air.
The photo depicted a stunningly handsome young man dressed in ancient royal attire, which accentuated his extraordinary demeanor. The shadow on the throne felt a vague sense of unease upon seeing the photo.
This person is extraordinary. He is likely more than just at the law realm. Investigate. Yes, Master. What did you say? Another
strong individual at the law realm has appeared on Blue Star.
Why are the people of Blue Star so stubborn? Can't they just obediently serve as our slaves? Talented individuals are sprouting up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Not to mention someone like Jin Yanyu, who has already made a name for
himself across the stars.
This forces us to abide by the treaty. How infuriating. And then there's the solar star region. Who knows which great
power set up the special magnetic field here, preventing our powerful elders from taking action. We can only send minor figures, which has allowed them
to grow step by step to this point.
If this continues, they might eventually match our strength.
This won't do. Gather representatives from the other clans for a detailed discussion. We can't let Blue Star continue to develop like this.
Understood, my lord.
Old Lu, are you saying that the newly emerged individual named Jing Huan is really someone from 5,000 years ago?
That seems to be the case. Old Xing informed me, and the deans of Imperial Capital University are also aware. An existence beyond the law realm, does that put him on the same level
as Xiao Ji? However, whether he is willing to help us remains uncertain.
After all, he has just emerged from the secret realm, and everything he
once knew has changed.
But he likely won't do anything against our dragon nation, considering it was Su Huijin and the others who brought him out. He should feel some gratitude. From what we can see, he seems quite willing to stay in our dragon nation.
An existence beyond the law realm, what a deterrent force that is.
Still, let's publicly claim that he's only at the law realm.
Only a few people know the truth, and the longer we can keep it under wraps, the better. After all, the current balance is fragile. Among the major alien races, there are some ancient monsters who have surpassed the law realm. Relying solely on Xiao Ji to hold them off is not a sustainable solution. In the end, our Blue Star's foundation is too weak.
But to have achieved this much in just a few hundred years shows that the talent of our Blue Star people is not lacking.
Now, we just have to wait for this generation of the strongest young talents to grow. This great era is about to stir.
At this moment, many forces were secretly probing for information
about Jing Huan.
Within the Dragon Nation, someone leaked Jing Huan's residence, and many people came to investigate in secret.
However, Jing Huan was not someone to be trifled with.
All those who came to investigate were decisively killed by him, which only worsened his mood.
From ancient times to now, these small fry are truly annoying. It seems that news spreads too quickly nowadays. Today's commotion was noticed almost immediately. As
he spoke, Jing Huan dialed Jun Yexing's number. By this time, Jing Huan had already learned the modern language.
Sir, is there something you need?
Jing Huan's tone was somewhat cold.
My clan's residence has been swarmed by too many pests. I've had enough. Hearing this, Jun Yexing immediately became alert.
Sir, please hold on. I'll resolve this for you right away.
If you have any issues, please don't hesitate to let me know. I have a
general understanding of the situation in this world and can provide protection for Dragon Country, but I need peace.
Do you understand what I mean?
At this moment, Jun Yexing was already sweating profusely, feeling a rare sense of nervousness.
Understood, sir. I will handle this matter as soon as possible. Tomorrow, I will send some supplies to help your people adapt to modern life.
Hearing this, Jing Huan's mood improved slightly.
All right, let's do that. I don't want anyone coming tonight.
Understood, sir.
After hanging up the phone, Jun Yexing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
How many years has it been since I last broke into a cold sweat?
Just a phone call was enough to feel that kind of pressure. These foolish people really have no fear of death.
Subsequently, Jun Yexing harshly criticized the high-ranking officials of Dragon Country, scolding them so severely that
they couldn't lift their heads.
As a result, he dispatched many powerful individuals to patrol and prevent anyone from coming to investigate further,
while also suppressing some overly arrogant noble families.
Finally, he quietly released the news that Dragon Country had gained another rule realm,
powerhouse.
All of this unfolded under the cover of night. Meanwhile, the world's balance was quietly shifting.
The next day, many citizens woke up
to the surprising news that Dragon Country had gained another rule realm powerhouse. Initially, they were a bit confused, but soon they were ecstatic. Who would have thought that after 100 years, Dragon Country could gain another rule realm figure?
Heaven bless Dragon Country. By the way, why haven't we heard of this person's name before?
You're right, it does seem like we've never heard of him. It feels like he suddenly appeared
out of nowhere. Hey, did you guys know?
Yesterday, the protective barrier at Imperial Capital University was breached.
Apparently, it was done by this powerhouse. I've heard about it. My cousin is at Imperial Capital University.
He said he was watching the freshman competition when suddenly, the alarm sounded, and then he saw this powerhouse in the sky.
The university president and the deans of various colleges all showed up. Attached photo, is this powerhouse good looking? Is it a man or a woman?
They were wearing ancient clothing, so beautiful.
You love-struck fool upstairs, don't casually gossip about the powerhouse.
I heard this person's name is Jing Huan, and indeed, no one has heard of them before. Who cares, as long as
Dragon Country becomes stronger.
True. At this moment, a group of Dragon Country's high-ranking officials arrived at Jing Huan's residence with supplies. They entered the reception room and waited for about 10 minutes before Jing Huan finally arrived.
The high-ranking officials felt an extraordinary aura upon seeing Jing Huan for the first time.
Even though he had restrained his presence, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Since Jun Yexing had instructed them to address him only as Sir, they refrained from calling him Master. Everyone stood up to welcome Jing Huan's arrival.
Sir!
Jing Huan nodded slightly, gesturing for them to sit down, and then walked to the main seat. You are the high-ranking officials of Dragon Country,
correct?
Several elderly individuals who appeared to be in their 50s or 60s respectfully replied, Yes, sir.
My name is Lu Qinghuan. My name is Tian Hui. My name is Lin Xiang. Lu Qinghuan respectfully said, Sir, we represent the attitude of the entire Dragon Country. I heard
from old ye that you are from 5,000 years ago and indeed feel no sense of belonging here. But rest assured, as long as you stay in Dragon Country, we
will provide ample weapons, resources, and spirit stones.
We just need to appropriately deter some petty individuals.
What do you think? Tian Hui
echoed, Sir, Dragon Country is, without exaggeration, the strongest force on Blue Star in terms of both technology and power. It is also the place where you once lived, with excellent conditions. You can consider it carefully.
Jing Huan did not respond immediately. His left hand supported his head in
a fist, while his right hand kept tapping on the table. His eyes were fixed on the table as he pondered, causing the high-ranking officials to feel immense pressure. Subsequently, Jing Huan raised his head and looked at them. Yesterday, I talked with Jun Yexing.
I can provide shelter for Longhua, but the corresponding conditions cannot be omitted.
After all, I have over 2,000 ethnic groups to support. Upon hearing Jing Huan's agreement, the senior officials' faces lit up with joy.
Rest assured, sir, we will never let you be worse off than those top-tier noble families, Lu Qinghuan said confidently.
Then, he took out 5 spatial rings. Sir, these are prepared for you. The contents inside are enough for you to develop your family.